Shanghai First High School, Awakening Square. Today marked the annual job transition ceremony. The senior students were all incredibly nervous. In this world, only the strong had the right to speak, and obtaining a good profession was the key to success. Moreover, the outcome of the transition was unpredictable. No one knew what they would get. Zhang San. C-rank life profession, adhesive practitioner. As soon as the awakening teacher announced the result, the crowd erupted. The young man's body trembled violently, his face flushed red with embarrassment, and he walked off the stage in a daze. Unable to hold it in any longer, he erupted. "God damn it! I came here to fight monsters, not to glue things together." Wang Wu. D-rank life profession, Ash Handler. I'm only 18, and you're giving me this kind of job? Everyone dreamed of awakening a powerful combat profession, mage, warrior, archer, those were the most sought after. No one wanted to be stuck in logistics. The awakening teacher continued, "Next, Li Yang." The crowd immediately went into an uproar. "He's up. It's scholarly. This is so exciting. Will we witness a legend today?" Even the usually reserved awakening teacher had a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Li Yang was a well-known figure in the school. Gifted with immense talent, he was nicknamed the King of Overachievers, consistently dominating his peers for 3 straight years. No matter the competition, he always came in first. In the crowd, Li Yang lifted his head, his gaze firm. He was confident in his awakening results. After all, he was a transmigrator, surely, that had to come with some special perks. He stepped onto the awakening platform, and all eyes were fixed on him. Placing his hand on the awakening stone, his consciousness began to blur. The awakening stone emitted a green glow. The square fell silent, as if frozen in time. Moments later, the entire square exploded with noise. Green? It's a D-rank profession. For ordinary people, a D-rank profession was acceptable, even common. But this was Li Yang, the genius in everyone's eyes. Since his first year, he had displayed astonishing talent. Even the offspring of powerful individuals and wealthy families in the same grade had been outclassed by him. He was practically the embodiment of "I've seen many geniuses, but none are as extraordinary as I am." By his second year, he had already completed all the third-year coursework, leaving the upperclassmen feeling inadequate. But, who could have imagined that at today's awakening ceremony, a green glow, symbolizing the most ordinary of D-ranks, would befall him? For students awakening D-rank professions, their first thought was often whether to even continue on the path of a professional. Because at this level, they were barely different from ordinary people. The square erupted into chaos. What's the point of hard work these days? Awaken a trash profession, and you're just someone else's stepping stone. Trash is trash. What's the use of finishing all the coursework early? If your profession level is low, no amount of effort can make up for it. D-rank profession. Zhang San, who had just awakened as an adhesive practitioner, said meaningfully, "Doesn't that mean the famous scholarly is worse off than me? Who would have thought I'd see this day, ha ha ha." People loved creating heroes, but they also loved watching them fall from grace. Even if Li Yang had awakened a top-tier S-rank profession, the scene wouldn't have been as loud as it was now. Ha ha ha. Well said, trash is trash. Zhang Tao laughed excitedly in the crowd. He was the happiest about this outcome. Today, he had awakened the S-rank assassin profession. Though Li Yang had always been in the limelight, not everyone admired him. Most just didn't dare to confront him. After all, at this age, who didn't think they were invincible? Especially Zhang Tao, who came from a wealthy family. His father was the guild leader of the renowned Legend Guild in Shanghai City. And Zhang Tao was an only child. Although his father had repeatedly advised him to maintain a good relationship with Li Yang and even try to win him over, Zhang Tao had always resented Li Yang for stealing all the attention and for winning the affection of the school beauty, Du Qingran. But now, Li Yang had finally fallen from grace. Li Yang? At the end of the day, he was just a poor boy with no background. He had a bit of talent, sure, but that's why he was hyped up so much. But now that he had awakened a D-rank profession, who would care about him anymore? From now on, don't associate with Li Yang, a cold voice said from the crowd. Beside the speaker stood a tall, beautiful girl. It was the school beauty, Du Qingran. She looked at the stage, at Li Yang, who was surrounded by the green glow, and nodded indifferently. "Of course, father. He's no longer worthy of me." If not for Li Yang's potential, she would never have lowered herself to pursue him. Fortunately, Li Yang had always treated her as just a classmate, politely declining her advances multiple times. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Tao and Zhang Hao, who had awakened S-rank professions. In the audience, Principal Wang Yun's face was terrifyingly dark. 3 years of effort, and I've nurtured a failure. Wang Yun, a seasoned principal, knew the importance of publicity. To boost the school's reputation, he had poured substantial resources into building up Li Yang as a prodigy. But he could never have predicted that today, Li Yang would awaken a D-rank profession. It was utterly humiliating. Thinking about it, he felt nothing but regret. Next to him, the admissions officer from Tianfu Academy smirked. "Principal Wang, is this the prodigy of your school? What a shame we're not fortunate enough to appreciate him." Though he didn't say it outright, his expression was full of disdain. The admissions officer from Rongjing University was even harsher. Our reserve spots won't be wasted on someone like this. If he wants to enter our academy, he'll have to earn top scores on his own. What bad luck. We waited so long, and this is the so-called show-stopping talent? With college entrance exams approaching, universities were eager to secure top students in advance. Zhanhai wasn't the only high school in the city. The officers had come specifically for Li Yang. But now, after Wang Yun's earlier bragging, the situation had turned into a joke. They couldn't help but sneer. Wang Yun's face alternated between green and purple, but he didn't dare lose his temper as he usually would. Forcing a smile, he said, "Well, I must admit, I misjudged Li Yang. He truly is a disappointment. But our school still has 3 other excellent students with S-rank professions. Their abilities rival those of any other school." At this moment, no one noticed that the head teacher, Han Tianming, let out a quiet sigh of relief, a smug smile appearing on his face. "So, he's just a D-rank failure. Forget it, I won't need to take any risks to deal with him." In Li Yang's consciousness, the moment he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. In front of him stood a petite figure, holding a staff and radiating the image of a goddess of healing. D-rank profession, radiance. Supportive profession with healing abilities. Would you like to transition? Sure enough, as he had just seen, it was a D-rank profession. One far from impressive, and to top it off, it was a healer. But to his surprise, there were several black shadows behind him. Although he could only make out their outlines, it was enough to intrigue him. Moments later, Li Yang understood. Could it be that he had 3 entire professions to choose from? I refuse. As soon as Li Yang realized, he rejected the healing goddess's D-rank profession without hesitation. Even if it wasn't D-rank, he had no intention of becoming a support healer. Almost simultaneously, the second shadow began to gradually appear. Before it fully manifested, a faint purple halo radiated outward. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Light purple? Was that an S-rank profession? No, wait. He quickly shook his head and continued observing. The purple contained traces of red. This wasn't light purple, it was crimson purple. Li Yang's eyes widened, utterly incredulous. Light purple represented S-rank professions, but crimson purple, according to the books, signified SSS rank. This couldn't be real, could it? The shadow gradually solidified, and Li Yang's breathing grew heavy. Anyone in this situation would struggle to stay calm. As the shadow fully revealed itself, Li Yang was completely stunned. Because with its emergence, the entire consciousness space transformed. Li Yang found himself within what seemed to be a nest, surrounded by utter darkness. At the top of the black tunnel, viscous liquid dripped down, sizzling as it hit the ground. The floor was littered with countless insect eggs, packed together. Ahead, a tall humanoid figure stood. Its body was covered in purple-black scales, its joints adorned with serrated bone spurs that glinted with green phosphorescence. Its forehead bore 6 pairs of compound eyes, each pupil constantly splitting and reforming, while irises writhed like living venomous vines. From its back spread 6 crimson, thread-like wings, eerie and horrifying. Just looking at it gave one goosebumps. SSS rank profession, Swarm Catastrophe. Obtain the power of the Zerg Queen, control the forces of the swarm, with unparalleled evolution speed, and the ability to hatch insect armies. Would you like to change professions? Outside, on the Academy Square, everyone was in an uproar. Whether they knew Li Yang or not, people began distancing themselves from him. At that moment, the awakening stone began to change. The originally blue halo gradually faded, turning into purple. Everyone froze. What's going on? Wasn't it green just now? Why is it purple now? Is this D rank or S rank? I've never seen this before. Could the awakening stone be broken? No, it's the second profession. Purple? The second profession is S rank. As expected, Li Yang is chosen by fate. In this world, most people could only awaken a single profession. Yet exceptions existed. Once, a powerful individual awakened 2 professions, causing a national sensation and even attracting government attention. Years later, such an occurrence was happening again with Li Yang. Those who mocked him earlier immediately changed their tone after realizing the truth. This kid Li Yang really knows how to keep us guessing. Ha, he's young, it's understandable. Incredible, an S-rank profession. Even if it's not as stunning as we imagined, it's still top tier. This isn't fair. Zhang Tao, who had been planning a celebratory banquet, suddenly looked grim. Li Yang had actually awakened an S-rank profession. He knew very well that, in terms of foundation and talent, Li Yang surpassed him. If their professions were on equal footing, he would always be overshadowed by Li Yang. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Equally upset was school beauty Du Qingran. She had just declared her intention to cut ties with Li Yang, only for him to awaken an S-rank profession the very next second. An S-rank profession, barely worthy of me. I suppose I can give him another chance. Principal Wang Yun, witnessing this scene, drew a sharp breath, then became ecstatic. That genius was back. He glanced smugly at the admissions officer from Tianfu Academy beside him, only to find the latter frozen in shock, speechless. This puzzled Wang Yun. What was going on? It wasn't that extraordinary, was it? After all, as a first-rate academy admissions officer, surely they'd seen their fair share of S-rank professions. On the other hand, a teacher from Dragon Rider Academy suddenly exclaimed, "This isn't S-rank. This is SSS rank." The words left Wang Yun dumbfounded. SSS rank profession? In his decades of teaching, he had never encountered one. But he understood what it meant. Most people, upon seeing a purple halo, would assume it was S-rank. However, upon noting the reactions of two prominent figures nearby, he refocused on the awakening platform. Suddenly, the light emanating from the awakening stone grew increasingly intense, nearly enveloping the entire square. Dark red currents surged forth, rapidly spreading and stirring up fierce winds. The world turned oppressively dark. In the distant sky, countless black dots began to appear, growing in number and spreading wider. Amid the swarm, the voice of the Zerg Queen echoed like a devil from another realm, accompanied by a murderous aura as chilling as a blood-soaked storm. It was as though the world's end had arrived. A suffocating atmosphere of terror spread. The teachers and students in the square rubbed their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. Look at the sky. It's terrifying. This is an anomaly. Finally, people began to comprehend. This isn't an S-rank profession. An anomaly like this must be at least SS rank. This, impossible. Zhang Tao's jaw dropped, his words barely coherent. Everyone stood up, their eyes fixed on Li Yang atop the awakening platform, utterly shocked. Li Yang's profession had triggered an anomaly? In history, occurrences like this had been so rare they were almost forgotten. But everyone still remembered the last profession to trigger an anomaly was the SS-rank necromancer, who became world famous. This shocking anomaly wasn't confined to the scene. Its scale was so vast it spanned the heavens and earth, sweeping across the Dragon Nation. A nationwide sensation. Breaking news. A terrifying anomaly has appeared over the Dragon Nation. Citizens, please remain calm. Preliminary investigations suggest it was caused by the profession change of a student within our nation. Dragon Nation News reported, investigations have pinpointed the anomaly's origin to a school in Zhanghai City. This anomaly bears striking resemblance to the legendary strongest profession SSS rank swarm catastrophe. The Investigation Bureau has dispatched personnel to gather more information. As the anomaly unfolded, news channels across the nation interrupted their programming to broadcast the development. At Zhanghai High School Square, as the news spread, reporters swarmed the scene. They completely ignored Zhang Tao and the others, who had previously been the center of attention, redirecting their cameras toward the awakening platform for a live broadcast. Principal Wang Yun's phone had been ringing off the hook, and he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The Zerg swarm swept across heaven and earth, as if hell had descended. This is a natural disaster. A Zerg natural disaster. An SSS-level profession. Zerg catastrophe. Not only Wang Yun, but the recruitment officers from other prestigious academies also found it hard to breathe. Witnessing the emergence of the legendary strongest profession with their own eyes was a privilege they could boast about for a lifetime. At that moment, the communicator of the recruitment officer from Tianfu Academy rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was the principal. He quickly answered the call, and the principal's anxious voice came through. The Zerg catastrophe is there with you, right? I'm coming over immediately. You must keep him. It wasn't just him, recruitment representatives from other academies also started receiving calls from their higher-ups. Everyone understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one they absolutely could not afford to miss. From beginning to end, only Director Han remained standing in place, silent and gloomy. Zerg catastrophe. If it could be eliminated directly, it would be worth exposing my identity. Meanwhile, within the consciousness space, Li Yang had no idea that the outside world was in complete uproar. At this moment, he was facing a difficult choice. An SSS-level profession, Zerg catastrophe. The opportunity lay right before him, all he had to do was reach out and seize it. Who could refuse such a chance? Li Yang even started imagining his future rising to the peak of awakening, being written into legends like the strong predecessors before him, his name echoing for millennia. But after deep contemplation, he gently shook his head once more. He wanted to see what that final shadow truly was. As the last shadow gradually revealed itself, unexpectedly, nothing unusual happened. It didn't shake the consciousness space as it did when the Zerg Empress appeared. When the shadow became clear, Li Yang froze in place. The third shadow was merely a card? And the card depicted himself. The figure on the card shared his appearance but was entirely different in every other way. The Li Yang on the card held a stack of cards, his steps exuding an overwhelming aura. His entire body radiated the presence of a ruler, and with a mere wave of his hand, the colors of heaven and earth transformed. Blank. Having nothing means possessing everything. Talent, cards. Gain 1 card every 5 levels. Use cards as power, able to copy any ability into the cards. For example, human professions, monster abilities, etc. Cards can be fused to create new cards with entirely new abilities. Li Yang's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Cards capable of copying all abilities? Did this mean he could possess as many professions as he wanted? More importantly, he could even copy monster abilities. This was utterly defying the natural order. At this moment, he finally understood what he truly desired. Meanwhile, the Academy Square was packed with people. Media reporters crowded the scene. In the audience stands, principals and high-ranking officials. From Tenfu Academy, Dragon Cavalry Academy, Rongjing Academy, and other prestigious institutions had all gathered. The scene was extraordinarily grand. The elderly principal Wang Yun's face was glowing with pride. It was the first time his school had drawn so many heavyweight figures, and he was overjoyed, his demeanor even more humble than usual. Although these high-ranking officials looked down on Wang Yun, Li Yang was, after all, a student from his school. Thus, they acted politely, all smiles as they approached him. Not bad, Principal Wang. Your school really knows how to train students. Indeed, perhaps we at Dragon Cavalry Academy could collaborate with your school someday. Principal Wang Yun couldn't hide his grin. Oh, not at all, not at all. I'm simply fulfilling my duty. Li Yang's achievements today owe much to our guidance, ha. At that moment, the anomalies began to dissipate. Another beam of light shot out from the awakening stone. A third profession? Everyone held their breath. Li Yang had 3 profession choices. Truly a genius. I'm completely convinced today. Yeah, I never even dreamed of awakening an SSS-level profession, let alone having 3 choices. Students of the same cohort marveled in awe, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the third profession. But soon, someone noticed something unusual. Wait, isn't there no anomaly this time? All eyes turned to the awakening platform. The awakening stone emitted a faint gray halo. Gray? Everyone was familiar with this color. Gray represented awakening failure, meaning no profession. For a moment, many people shook their heads in disappointment. What a pity. The third profession failed to awaken, no profession. But it doesn't matter. With the SSS level, Zerg catastrophe, it's already the best option. Although they felt regretful about the failure of the third profession, the thought of the SSS level, Zerg catastrophe, comforted everyone. On the awakening platform, the 3 beams of light intertwined, aligning in a single line. It was now the moment to make the final choice. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness this historic moment, the birth of Zerg catastrophe. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the awakening platform, the blue light representing the D-level profession slowly faded away. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Li Yang had made the right choice. However, things weren't that simple. The red-purple light representing the SSS-level profession, Zerg catastrophe, also began to fade. In the blink of an eye, only a faint gray light remained on Li Yang's body. That light quickly merged into him. At this moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, stunned as if struck by lightning. Zerg catastrophe disappeared? Principal Wang Yun's face turned ashen, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a twisted expression of rage. Li Yang actually didn't choose Zerg catastrophe? The scene erupted into chaos, like a kite with a broken string. An SSS-level profession, gone just like that? My god! Did Li Yang lose his mind? Making such a mistake at the critical moment, does he even know what he just missed? An SSS-level catastrophe profession, and he rejected it? Even the bystanders found this fact hard to accept. The venue was in uproar. Principal Wang, this is your student. He doesn't even know which profession is good, utterly foolish. The principal of Tianfu Academy couldn't hold back his anger. They had come all this way for nothing, only to be gravely disappointed. Tianfu Academy hereby declares that from now on, Li Yang is blacklisted. We will reject any of his applications, now and forever. Following Tianfu Academy's lead, other academies quickly voiced their stances. Rongjing Academy will not accept such a fool. We'll reject all applications related to Li Yang in the future. Dragon Cavalry Academy agrees. One by one, the leaders of these prestigious academies left in fury. Principal Wang vented all his fury on the teachers, berating them for failing to properly educate the students. The only ones who might have benefited from the spectacle were the media present at the scene. Headlines full of sensational news quickly climbed the trending charts. Zhanghai First High's genius, Li Yang, awakens an SSS-ranked profession but gives it up. Utterly foolish. Li Yang, who can't even distinguish between good and bad professions, faces a joint boycott by top-tier academies. The crowd was tense, filled with a mix of emotions. Zhang Tao was initially too shocked to speak, but soon he burst into uncontrollable laughter, his voice filled with glee. Ha ha ha, this is the failure rooted deep in your very being. From today onward, you're completely finished. Li Yang, oh, Li Yang, you finally fallen to this point. Everyone thought you were a genius, but you're just a fool. Those who had always disliked Li Yang but never dared to voice it now revealed their true faces. Du Qinran shook her head and said, "It seems we are not on the same level at all. I can't waste my time with a loser." After the awakening ceremony concluded, everyone immediately entered the trial camp. This was a designated area for newly transitioned students, aimed at helping them level up quickly. Zhang Tao glared at Li Yang with disdain in his eyes. A former genius? Humph. Someone like Li Yang now probably can't even handle the weakest level 1 monsters. Fine, let's start with the trial camp. I'll teach you how to be a failure. On the awakening platform, after selecting his profession, Li Yang's consciousness gradually faded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a vast grassland. The surroundings were open and expansive, stretching endlessly into the horizon. This was the trial camp. The environment here was straightforward, with no complex obstacles. It was an ideal place for leveling up, offering ample room for movement. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Li Yang. Profession, blank. Level, 1. Strength, 20. Constitution, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. Talent, cards. Gain 1 card every 5 levels. Cards can replicate any ability, converting it into personal power. Number of cards, 3. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Starting with 3 cards meant he could replicate abilities 3 times. He scanned his surroundings, eager to find a target to test things out. Opening the map, he saw that the trial camp was clearly divided into 3 zones: green zone, yellow zone, and red zone. The green zone had the lowest difficulty, with most monsters ranging from level 1 to 3. This was where he currently stood. The yellow zone was for monsters between levels 3 and 7, while the red zone housed high-level monsters between levels 7 and 10. All participants in the trial were required to pass through these 3 zones in sequence, reaching the final exit to complete the test. After a brief review, Li Yang arrived at the weapon rack. It was stocked with weapons designed for various professions. Technically, he was currently classified as a no-profession individual, rendering weapons like staffs useless to him. These weapons were all basic models with similar power levels. Their effectiveness depended entirely on the skill of the user. After some thought, he chose a dagger to hang at his waist and picked up a crude spear. The combination of a long weapon and a short one maximized his combat potential. After gearing up, Li Yang set off. The grassland was bathed in sunlight, the grass lush and vibrant. It appeared calm and serene, but hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface. Although the green zone had a low difficulty, there was still a chance of encountering level 5 monsters. While the probability was slim, he remained cautious. Before long, the rustling of grass reached his ears, growing louder and closer. He quickly turned around. A gray wolf beast had stealthily crept up behind him and was now accelerating toward him. A primal wolf. Li Yang let out a small breath of relief. This was a common level 2 monster, manageable for him. However, it needed to be dealt with swiftly, as wolves traveled in packs and could summon their companions at any moment. Gripping his spear tightly, he slashed forward, cutting through half a meter of tall grass. The flying grass blades momentarily obscured the wolf's vision. Taking advantage of this, he sidestepped swiftly. The primal wolf's sharp claws swiped at empty air. With sharp reflexes, Li Yang thrust his spear into the wolf's leg. 17. The damage dealt was reflected on the wolf's health bar after accounting for its defenses. Li Yang didn't get greedy for another strike and immediately pulled back. He knew that maintaining distance was crucial against melee monsters. A single mistake could spell trouble. The primal wolf howled in pain, blood pouring from its leg. Yet it remained steady on its feet, showing no signs of faltering. This was the gap created by their difference in levels. Li Yang was only level 1, while the primal wolf was level 2. The damage he dealt was negligible for it. Had he not retreated promptly, the wolf might have already counterattacked. Li Yang's gaze grew resolute. His previous attack had dealt 17 points of damage. With the primal wolf's total health at 50 points, he would need 3 more hits to finish it off. The wolf halted its attack and instead eyed him warily. Just then, a notification appeared before Li Yang. Level 2 monster, Primal Wolf. Ability, Enhancement, C. Enhancement, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 50. Ability can be replicated. Consumes 1 card. As he deliberated, rustling sounds emerged from behind him. The Primal Wolf's packmates were silently closing in. No wonder this one had been biding its time. Wolves were cunning creatures. Without hesitation, Li Yang chose to replicate the ability. Replication successful. Gained ability, Enhancement, C, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 50. Feeling his body surge with newfound power, a smile spread across his face. Perfect. Without delay, he spun his spear, aiming directly at the primal wolf's chest. With his strength and speed now doubled, he moved faster than even an average assassin. Before the wolf could react, he closed the distance and plunged his spear into its chest. 115. Level 2 Primal Wolf killed. Gained 20 experience points. A single strike finished it off, leaving over half its health unaccounted for. Li Yang didn't stop. He turned to face the rear just as 3 more primal wolves charged at him. All were level 2. But he remained calm. His strength and agility now far surpassed that of monsters at his level. The wolves howled as they lunged toward him. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, concentrating on his movements as he slowly retreated. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Now! With a swift motion, he reversed his grip and hurled the spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air. Put! Put! 2 primal wolves were skewered simultaneously. 115. 115. Level 2 Primal Wolf killed. Gained 20 experience points. Level 2 Primal Wolf killed. Gained 20 experience points. 2 down in 1 move. The remaining wolf hesitated for a moment, but Li Yang wasted no time. He drew his dagger and dashed forward. Before the wolf could react, his blade slashed cleanly across its throat. Level 2 Primal Wolf killed. Gained 20 experience points. Level up, Level 1 Level 2. Li Yang had achieved his first level up. With each level gained, his attributes increased significantly. Name, Li Yang. Profession, none. Level, 2. Strength, 130. Constitution, 25. Agility, 75. Spirit, 25. Talent, cards. Talent ability, enhancement, C. Number of cards, 2. Just now, he had copied the enhancement ability of the original wolf, and now his strength and agility far exceeded this level. His strength had skyrocketed to 130 points. For an ordinary profession, it might take reaching level 10 to achieve such a level. And bear in mind, this was merely an ability copied from a level 2 monster. If he could copy abilities from a few boss-tier monsters in the future, the power would be unimaginable. It seemed that giving up the SSS class profession was entirely the right choice. Composing himself, Li Yang drew his spear and continued forward without hesitation. Killed level 2 giant-toothed rabbit, gained 20 EXP. Killed level 3 ghost spider, gained 30 EXP. Killed level 3 binding serpent, gained 30 EXP. Level up, 2-3. Within the trial camp, Li Yang sprinted forward relentlessly. Wherever he passed, the enemies could barely resist. Previously, even these low-level monsters required some effort to deal with. Now, for him, they were all one-hit kills. 130 points of strength, truly overwhelming. This proved that raw stats were the ultimate truth, flashy skills were worthless in comparison. With his current power, the minor monsters of the trial camp's Zone 1 were completely beneath him. After walking for a while, Li Yang stopped. In front of him was a rushing river, its surface churning violently. In the middle of the river was a wobbly wooden bridge, just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The bridge was so close to the water's surface that it seemed extremely unstable. On the other side of the river, the scene changed abruptly. The entire area was shrouded in a layer of cold mist, and the air carried a chilling sensation. Li Yang instantly recognized this as the boundary between Zone 1 and Zone 2. Ahead lay the yellow intermediate zone. Monsters ranging from level 3 to level 7 would spawn here. As he remained vigilant, the water's surface suddenly rippled violently. A massive shadow emerged from below the water. The sound of rushing water grew louder and louder. Something was clearly about to surface. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. A colossal reddish-brown crab appeared before him, its enormous pincers gleaming with sharp silver light. King River Crab, Elite Tier, Level, 5 HP, 1000. Description: a powerful riverside monster with a shield ability. It possesses exceptional combat prowess in water. Avoid fighting it in the water whenever possible. Li Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. An elite monster blocking the way? He quickly regained his composure. Fine. If you love blocking bridges, I'll just have to step over you. Zhanghai No. 1 High School. In the center of the academy's plaza stood a towering, giant screen. The screen was broadcasting live footage of the students' battles in the trial camp. On the screen was a slender girl holding a staff. Her movements were fluid and adept. Du Qingran, an S-class talent. Explosive mage. The school beauty of Zhanghai No. 1. At that moment, she was fiercely fighting 3 level 2 monsters in the trial camp. With a single swing of her staff, she took away half their health. She then moved skillfully, dodging and attacking in tandem. The teachers in the audience were full of praise. Du Qingran truly lives up to being an S-class mage? Her damage output is off the charts. Ordinary monsters in Zone 1 are no challenge for her. Her performance is also remarkably stable, her predictions precise. The monsters can't even touch her. This year, Zhanghai No. 1's once most promising student, Li Yang, had underperformed, causing harm to himself and the nation's interests due to his ignorance. However, among the students, there were still 3 who had awakened S-class professions. They were the school beauty Du Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Zhang Hao. Principal Wang sat in the audience, watching the screen and nodding with satisfaction. Du Qingran's burst damage is truly top tier, and her ranged attrition capabilities are strong. She has great potential for the future. With these S-class prodigies, this year's trial camp results will surely surpass those of previous years. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of the honor and benefits the students would bring. He failed to notice that Director Han had quietly disappeared. Inside the school trial camp's control room, Director Han, wearing a mask and wig, used a key to unlock the door and slipped inside. After ensuring no one was around, he carefully locked the door behind him. He then approached the control terminal. This was where real-time data for all students could be monitored. Without any unnecessary actions, he directly accessed the data for the 3 S-class students, Du Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Zhang Hao. Director Han paused slightly. In his view, Du Qingran, with her exceptional damage output, was the best candidate. But her footage was currently being broadcast live, making any action too easily noticed. His gaze shifted, locking onto Zhang Tao and Zhang Hao instead. Ultimately, he chose Zhang Hao, a warrior-class student. From his pocket, he pulled out a USB drive and inserted it into the computer. Immediately, lines of code filled the screen. Initiate infiltration. On screen, the S-class warrior Zhang Hao was brimming with confidence as he wielded his greatsword, slaying monsters one after another with excitement. He knew the trial camp footage might be broadcast. As an S-class profession holder, he was in the spotlight, likely being watched by the entire school, including teachers and students marveling at his performance. Li Yang? What does he amount to? Zhanghai No. 1 belongs to me now. Even the school beauty and teachers will have to look at me differently from now on. With such thoughts, he swung his sword with even more fervor. Unbeknownst to him, this only hastened his demise. The harder he fought, the more excited Director Han became. You're the one, kid. The Abyssal Association will dominate the world. This is the price of opposing us. Without hesitation, he pressed the confirmation key. Almost instantly, Zhang Hao sensed something amiss. A rift appeared before him, and a pitch-black humanoid monster emerged from it. He looked up, utterly stunned. Abyssal Fiend level, 10 attributes, unknown. This, fiend. His pupils shrank as he recognized the danger. He immediately turned to flee. A level 10 monster was already beyond him, let alone an abyssal fiend, which was far more terrifying than an elite monster. Such a creature should never have appeared in the trial camp. Unfortunately, under the suppression of levels, he didn't even have the chance to escape. The Abyssal Fiend casually waved its hand, sending a surge of purple-black energy crashing into him, flinging him into the air. Then, it instantly teleported, grabbing him and dragging him into the spatial rift. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within the rift. Seeing this, Director Han's face lit up with excitement, his expression contorting into a twisted grin. The trial camp was supposed to feature monsters no higher than level 10. But even an SSS class profession holder, without proper growth, would stand no chance against an Abyssal Fiend. When he finished cleaning up the traces and was about to leave with satisfaction, his gaze suddenly flickered, catching sight of Li Yang's screen. He sneered disdainfully. What a foolish Long Kingdom citizen. Originally, his target was Li Yang, but unfortunately, Li Yang was too incompetent. Despite having an SSS-grade profession, he wasn't striving to make use of it. Because of this, he had given up the idea of eliminating Li Yang. After all, a useless person with no profession wasn't worth the effort. However, it was this inadvertent glance that made him notice something unusual. Director Han's brows furrowed as he leaned in for a closer look. Staring at the screen displaying Li Yang, his face filled with shock. What's with this damage? Inside the trial camp, Li Yang gripped his spear tightly, focusing on the level 5 elite monster before him, the River Crab King. With his current strength, while not overwhelmingly powerful, it was still manageable to face such an opponent. However, he was well aware that his constitution was that of a mere level 3 ordinary fighter, strong in attack but weak in defense. Once suppressed, it could become extremely perilous. Level 5 Elite, River Crab King. Ability, Crab Shield, Grade B. Crab Shield description, generates a shield once every hour that can block 500 damage. Ability is replicable. Li Yang's mind stirred, it was the perfect opportunity. Replicate. He urgently needed to boost his defense, especially since the monsters ahead would only become stronger, leaving less room for error. Card replication successful. Acquired ability, Crab Shield, Grade B. Instantly, a transparent shield appeared around him, visible only to himself. The shield would automatically block incoming attacks, ensuring his safety. Li Yang's sharp gaze locked onto the River Crab King's eyes and abdomen. For creatures like crabs, with their exceptionally tough exoskeletons, only exploiting their weaknesses could lead to victory. Engaging the monster head-on in the river would be a futile struggle, so Li Yang decided to withdraw for now and wait for the right moment. The River Crab King, seeing him retreat, immediately raised its massive pincers and charged forward with such force that the ground shook beneath it. Li Yang remained calm. His spear was half a meter longer than the River Crab King's pincers. As long as he maintained the right distance, he could kite the beast effectively, but he mustn't let his weapon get caught. Just as the River Crab King was about to attack, Li Yang suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his spear straight ahead. The spear's tip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, piercing directly into one of its eyes. 130. The River Crab King recoiled half a step, its perception impaired, and swung its pincers violently in retaliation. Li Yang quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding his weapon being caught. With its claws missing their target, he followed up with another precise strike to its abdomen. 130. The River Crab King staggered backward, losing its balance. Li Yang seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, each accurately targeting its weak points, delivering unchecked damage. This was the result of years of rigorous training. Hardly anyone at school could achieve such precision. After several strikes, Li Yang didn't get greedy. He pulled back to create distance. The River Crab King's health dropped to half, its fury escalating. Its pincers turned crimson as it roared and charged again. However, its movements became unsteady, its vision impaired by the earlier damage to its eyes. Seizing the moment, Li Yang picked up 2 stones and hurled them. The River Crab King, its vision blurred, hastily caught the stones with its pincers. Li Yang used this distraction to sprint forward, driving his spear into its other eye. The River Crab King stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Its abdomen was exposed, and it opened its mouth, bubbling furiously. Li Yang thrust his spear once more, but suddenly, green venom sprayed from its abdomen without warning. The venom was about to hit Li Yang when his shield activated just in time, absorbing the damage. Shield value -200. The River Crab King also activated its shield ability, encasing itself in a protective barrier. Li Yang realized this was its defensive skill. As the River Crab King struggled to flip itself upright, Li Yang relentlessly attacked, piercing through the shield. 140. 140. The shield shattered with a crisp sound, leaving the River Crab King momentarily stunned. Li Yang took advantage of the opening, continuing his fierce assault. 130. 130. With damage accumulating rapidly, the River Crab King's massive body finally collapsed. You have slain the level 5 elite monster, River Crab King. Experience plus 500. Level up, 3-5. Card acquired. Current card count, 2. Li Yang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Defeating a level 5 elite monster as a level 3, who could surpass that? His level skyrocketed to 5, and he even gained a new card. After a brief moment to compose himself, he continued onward. In the school's control room, Director Han, who had been watching the entire scene, stared at the screen in disbelief, his glasses askew. At first, he had felt smug, but Li Yang's smooth maneuvers and clear strategies even earned his admiration. This technique is incredible. What a pity he didn't choose the right profession. Otherwise, his potential would be limitless. Reflecting on the past 3 years of high school, Li Yang had always held back, avoiding any display of his true strength. Director Han observed closely, noting that every one of Li Yang's attacks caused a significant drop in the River Crab King's health bar. He zoomed in on the screen and, after confirming he hadn't missed, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Li Yang was only level 3, how was he dealing over 100 damage per hit? And this was with a basic profession. The River Crab King was a level 5 elite monster guarding the boundary line, with a thick exoskeleton and immense defense. Even if Li Yang precisely targeted its weak points, the 2-level gap should have significantly reduced the damage. The weapon wasn't the issue either. The school only provided basic gear, and Li Yang's weapon was no exception. When the River Crab King activated its shield, Li Yang's swift destruction of the barrier, coupled with his agile movements, left Director Han astounded. Such agility. It must be at least 50, right? But isn't Li Yang supposed to be unprofessioned? What is he hiding? The strength he displayed this time far surpassed that of Jiang Hao earlier. Even as the River Crab King fell, Director Han hadn't fully recovered from his shock. He continued watching, his gaze darting back and forth across the screen. Alright, he had indeed underestimated Li Yang. Despite everything, Li Yang managed to stand out. Director Han was desperate to understand how Li Yang had achieved this, unable to tear his eyes away. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Academy Plaza had shifted, losing its previous liveliness. On the screen, the once dominant Du Qingran had fallen into a bitter struggle. Her opponent was none other than the same level 5 elite monster, the River Crab King. It was important to note that the ordinary zones only had monsters up to level 3. Thus, most students would only reach level 3 by the time they passed through the ordinary zone to reach the intermediate zone. Yet, at the Boundary River, a level 5 elite monster, the River Crab King, had spawned. To defeat such a beast, one would need at least an A-grade combat profession at level 5. As for surpassing its level? Impossible. For students like Du Qingran, who had been brimming with confidence, this was undoubtedly a harsh blow. The smarter students had already retreated to the ordinary zone to grind their levels. However, having awakened an S-grade mage profession, the self-assured Du Qingran refused to back down. She faced the 2-level disadvantage and swung her staff, casting a fireball. Boom! 25, the fireball struck the hard shell of the Crab King, only producing a negligible damage number. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? I'm an S-class profession. The Crab King's aggro was drawn, and Du Qingran began to flail as she tried to evade and kite the monster, falling into a bitter struggle. Principal Wang, observing the scene, furrowed his brows. Moments ago, he had been boasting loudly, but now he was at a loss for words. On the screen, a few minutes later, Du Qingran was utterly overpowered and eventually fled in disgrace back to the normal zone. Principal Wang could no longer hold back and finally spoke. Has there been an issue with this year's trial camp? Why is there an elite monster blocking the path at the boundary? A level 5 elite monster situated there was enough to eliminate more than half of the school's participants. You had to know, in the past, elite monsters only appeared near the end of the 3rd zone. Meanwhile, within the trial camp, Li Yang had already crossed the boundary bridge and entered the intermediate zone. The shield still protected him, and his state was nearly untouched after defeating the Crab King. Suddenly, a prompt flashed across the screen. You have entered the poisonous miasma zone, continuous health loss. Shield value -3. Shield value -3. Shield value -3. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Interesting, a poisonous miasma. One that causes continuous health loss. Fortunately, the shield was absorbing the damage, so his health hadn't been directly affected. As long as he passed through this zone quickly, he'd be fine. He followed the path into the jungle. Around him, it was so dark that it was nearly impossible to see. Rustling noises emerged from the grass, as if monsters could leap out at any moment. This environment was more challenging than before. More importantly, the monsters here were generally of a higher level. As he walked, Li Yang suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. Since earlier, he had been hearing rustling sounds around him. He had been prepared to face a monster at any moment. But strangely, despite walking for so long, not a single monster had appeared, not even a glimpse of one. This was highly unusual. He suddenly noticed the tree beside him and realized with a start that he had seen this tree 3 times already. This meant he had likely been walking in circles the entire time. This wouldn't do. The poisonous miasma continued to harm him, and his shield value had dropped to only 200 points. Li Yang began to recall. He had read about similar situations in experience manuals before. This indicated that a monster was luring him in secret. This type of monster didn't have high attack power but excelled at stealth. It was even more difficult to deal with because of it. Thankfully, his 3 years of high school training had prepared him for this moment, allowing him to remember this detail. Otherwise, he would have remained clueless. With this realization, Li Yang gripped his spear tightly and thrust it forcefully into the familiar withered tree. The spear pierced the bark, and green liquid began to flow out. 140. You have slain a level 7 deceptive withered tree, EXP plus 70. Li Yang felt a surge of excitement. He was right. The jungle had no other threats, only these trees were secretly guiding and deceiving him. Deceptive withered tree. Level 7. Description: skilled at hiding itself, it enjoys toying with passing lifeforms in groups. Upon seeing the description, Li Yang's eyebrows lifted. Sure enough, the surrounding withered trees began to twist and writhe. There were quite a few of them, at least 10. Those who block my way shall perish, Li Yang declared without fear. Although these monsters were cunning, their attack power was weak. Combined with his shield, he could handle them with ease. His figure flashed as his spear whirled, charging directly into the fray. Even before becoming a professional, he had dreamed of this day. Fighting monsters. Slaying foes. Images of his 3 years in high school, practicing with spears, swords, and undergoing extreme training, flashed through his mind. He had been waiting for this moment. Li Yang's speed peaked as his spear danced through the air, creating shadows that moved like the wind, accompanied by continuous whooshing sounds. His movements were smooth, his thinking clear, utilizing all manner of extreme maneuvers and kiting techniques. Like a wolf among sheep, the withered trees burst apart, their sap splattering everywhere. 139. 137. 141. You have slain a level 7 deceptive withered tree, EXP plus 70. You have slain a level 7 deceptive withered tree, EXP plus 70. You have slain a level 7 deceptive withered tree, EXP plus 70. Green sap dripped from the tip of his spear, splattering onto the ground. Who? Li Yang straightened up, breathing lightly. His shield had shattered, and his body was covered in grime. The 10 deceptive withered trees had turned into a pile of wood shards. Without the shield's protection, the poisonous miasma began to affect him, slowly draining his health. 3. He brushed the wood debris off his body and continued forward. After dealing with the deceptive withered trees, the environment around him remained dim, though the scenery began to change. Occasionally, he encountered other monsters. Li Yang walked through the jungle. A seemingly ordinary stone quietly emerged from the ground. This monster, with a stone on its back and a lower body resembling a pangolin, charged at Li Yang's unsuspecting back. Thunk! In the darkness, the shadow of a spear flashed, piercing through its hard body. You have slain a level 6 stone monster, EXP plus 60. Level up, 5-6. Li Yang withdrew his spear, his thoughts racing. According to the map markings, I should be nearing the boundary between the intermediate and advanced zones. Previously, he had encountered the Crab King at the boundary, a level 5 elite monster. This time, what kind of powerful creature would he face? Of course, he was also curious about what new abilities he might gain. He still had 2 cards left. The shield ability he had copied from the Crab King earlier had proven incredibly useful. As he continued onward, a cave appeared in front of him, emitting a faint light from within. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his spear tightly and cautiously ventured into the cave. The further he went, the brighter the light grew. Soon, he reached the other side of the cave. The sight before him made him pause slightly. A massive ancient tree towered into the sky, its dense foliage emitting an eerie green mist identical to the poisonous miasma in this area. Li Yang immediately understood this was the source of the miasma. Beneath the tree was a large hollow leading to a passageway. It seemed to be the entrance to the advanced zone. Just then, a sharp cry reached his ears. Focusing his gaze, he saw a jellyfish-like monster. It was blue and purple, surrounded by poisonous bubbles, guarding the tree hollow. Poison marsh monster, elite. Level, 8. Health, 1500. Description: Master's powerful poison element abilities. Its attacks are laced with venom, causing devastating damage. Ability: Poison Sac, Grade A. Poison Sac halves poison damage taken and regenerates 5% health per minute. Replicable. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. An A-grade ability? Based on his experience, the monster's ability levels were comparable to human profession levels, and an A rank signified extraordinary strength. At present, the toxic miasma emitted by the giant tree was causing him to continuously lose health. With this toxin sac ability, his condition could improve significantly. More importantly, this ability could also periodically restore his health. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and shouted, "Copy! Copy successful! You have gained the ability, Toxin Sac, A. Toxin Sac, immune to all poison effects, restores 5% health per minute." Almost the instant the ability was copied, its effects manifested. Li Yang felt the poisoning in his body significantly alleviated. His health also began to recover slowly, though the rate of loss still exceeded the recovery rate. At that moment, a notification sounded again. You currently possess 2 defensive ability cards, Crab Shield, B, and Toxin Sac, A. These abilities can be fused. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Li Yang was momentarily stunned. Initially, he hadn't paid attention, but he suddenly remembered this was an option. After a brief moment of thought, he decisively chose to fuse. He believed the fusion would only make the ability stronger. Card abilities added: Crab Shield, Toxin Sac. Fusing. Fusion successful. You have obtained Guardian Shield, S. Guardian Shield grants an energy shield that can absorb 1000 points of damage. While the shield is active, you are immune to all negative effects, such as burning, poisoning, etc., and the shield regenerates at 50 points per second. Excess shield value is automatically converted into health recovery. Li Yang was slightly shocked. This was too powerful. With this ability, it felt like he could take the front lines entirely on his own, regenerating 50 shield points per second. So long as he wasn't killed instantly, the shield could essentially regenerate infinitely, and the excess would heal him. Even healers would be out of a job now. As the energy shield activated, Li Yang raised his head to look at the distant toxic swamp monster. Suddenly, it didn't seem so daunting. With that thought, he stepped out of the cave. The toxic swamp monster immediately sensed the disturbance and turned sharply, lunging toward him. A few mucus-covered tentacles lashed out fiercely. A barrage of toxic bubbles sprayed like machine gun fire. The bubbles were poisonous. Li Yang's eyes narrowed as he quickly gripped his rifle and dodged to the side, evading the incoming bubbles. At the same time, he moved around the area, searching for an opportunity to get close. As he approached, the toxic swamp monster's tentacles suddenly curled, and its body lunged forward abruptly, rushing at him with great speed. Seeing this, Li Yang swiftly leaned back, almost lying flat on the ground, and simultaneously raised the tip of his rifle. He narrowly dodged the attack, slicing the monster with a precise strike. 130. The shot hit the monster's body, and it felt like stabbing into soft jelly. The toxic swamp monster's defense was not low. Adjusting his stance, he fixed his gaze on the monster again. The creature floated in the air, its tentacles waving and bubbles falling incessantly. A rain of bubbles. Still toxic bubbles. Li Yang froze momentarily. At this rate, the only way to interrupt it would be to attack from below. However, that was a nightmare for melee fighters. He didn't have any anti-air capabilities at hand. Complaints aside, the monster still needed to be dealt with. Li Yang began maneuvering, trying his best to avoid the toxic bubbles. Yet, the sheer number made it inevitable to get hit occasionally. Shield value -30. Shield value -30. Thankfully, he had the energy shield, which also made him immune to poisoning. He just needed to wait for the monster to stop. After about a minute, the toxic swamp monster finally ceased its attack, descending and appearing fatigued, its head drooping slightly. Li Yang seized the opportunity, gripped his spear tightly, and dashed forward with a swift strike. 150. 150. 150. Aerial combat was challenging for him, but as long as he could land hits, he had the advantage. Now, it was his turn to act. The spear flashed across the dim battlefield, silver light gleaming. The toxic swamp monster's health visibly dropped, quickly reaching the halfway mark. At that moment, the monster raised its head, emitting a red glow all over its body. Li Yang didn't get greedy for more strikes and immediately retreated, keeping a close eye on the monster's movements. The toxic swamp monster adjusted its posture, trembling violently as if about to unleash some powerful force. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the monster, expanding outward. The shockwave was like a blade, slicing directly outward. The attack's range was too wide to dodge. Li Yang quickly assessed the situation. The shockwave covered approximately 2 meters and moved at high speed. Its power decreased with distance. Fortunately, he had kept his distance earlier. After retreating to a safe position, Li Yang turned and braced his rifle in front of himself. Shield value -300. Withstanding the strike, he refocused on the toxic swamp monster. The creature raised its tentacles and took to the air again. Seriously, again? Li Yang shrugged helplessly. This monster was clearly designed with specific mechanics in mind. In this situation, only mages and archers had an advantage. Other professions could only endure passively. Once this was over, he definitely needed to copy a mage profession to try it out. 2 minutes passed as Li Yang continued dodging the rain of toxic bubbles, keeping a close watch on the monster's movements. This round of attacks lasted even longer. As the monster let out a piercing screech, it finally stopped, but this time it wasn't exhausted. Instead, it charged straight at Li Yang. Li Yang pivoted on his feet, dodging to the side. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick. The monster's charge left a large crater, and only then did it show signs of fatigue. Li Yang twirled his spear and resumed his fierce assault. 150. 150. 150. You have slain level 8 elite, toxic swamp monster, gaining plus 800 experience points. Level up, 6-7. Just then, a glowing point appeared where the monster had died. Ha! Li Yang walked over to take a closer look. Water Spirit Bracers. Quality, Silver Grade. Level requirement, 5. Attack plus 50. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Equipment dropped. Weapons and equipment were categorized into several tiers: Black Iron, Silver, Gold, Radiant, Extraordinary, Epic, and Legendary. However, monsters below level 10 rarely dropped equipment, with a drop rate of only 1% to 2%. Li Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could it be he was destined to be exceptionally lucky? Looking at the bracers in his hand, Li Yang chuckled and shook his head. He decided to equip them immediately. Name, Li Yang. Profession, blank. Level, 7 Strength, 230 Constitution, 75 Agility, 125 Spirit, 75 Talent. Cards: Talent Abilities, Guardian Shield, S, Enhance, C, Card Count, 1. Equipment activated. Although this wristband's grade was not high and only provided a basic strength boost, it was still immensely useful in the early stages. Now his strength had reached a formidable 230 points. As long as he didn't encounter monsters with abnormal mechanisms, he could essentially walk through unchallenged. After a brief rest, Li Yang stepped over the corpse of the poison marsh monster, approached the entrance beneath the giant tree, and stepped inside. Outside the trial camp. Upon seeing the disastrous situation in this year's trial camp, the old principal, Wang Yun, looked as though the sky was about to collapse. He understood all too well that the clearance rate of the students in the trial camp directly impacted the annual support resources the school could secure. But now, more than half of the students were still stuck in the basic zone. Only a handful of students with A and S rank professions managed to defeat the River Crab King and enter the intermediate zone. On the screen, Du Qingran, who had just reached level 5, had barely managed to kill the River Crab King and entered the intermediate zone with exhaustion written all over her face, her health bar halved. In the dim intermediate zone, she wandered for half a day without encountering any monsters, still lingering for over 10 minutes. Worse still, the poisonous miasma in the area was continuously draining her health, which was now critically low, and she ran around in a panic. A teacher, unable to hold back, blurted out, "Student Du Qingran, haven't you realized you've been going in circles this whole time? If you had reviewed the textbooks more, this wouldn't be happening." Wang Yun's expression darkened further, veins bulging on his forehead, but he reined in his anger and said, through gritted teeth, "Who designed this year's trial camp? This difficulty isn't meant for beginners, is it? How long it would take Du Qingran to escape was anyone's guess." Wang Yun had no choice but to switch perspectives. The screen shifted to show the situation of Zhang Tao, an S-rank profession holder. The principal's eyes lit up. Zhang Tao's condition was much better, he was close to exiting the intermediate zone. It suddenly dawned on Wang Yun. Zhang Tao, being an assassin, had bypassed the River Crab King entirely, avoiding the fight and directly entering the intermediate zone. Thanks to the assassin's expertise in stealth, he had evaded the attention of the withered trees in the area. He was about to exit the intermediate zone. A smile spread across Wang Yun's face. Though Zhang Tao's method of avoiding battles along the way was borderline cheating, Wang Yun couldn't care less at this point. Thinking about Zhang Tao's family background, Wang Yun grew increasingly satisfied. The principal's success was inseparable from his network of connections. Feeling a burst of excitement, he immediately announced, with the increased difficulty of this year's trial camp, the first student to exit the camp today will receive, in addition to the original prize money, a golden tier equipment exchange coupon from me personally. These words sent the crowd into an uproar. Many people's eyes gleamed with envy. That was golden tier equipment, worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Those familiar with Wang Yun, however, saw through his motives. The old fox was clearly using this as an opportunity to win over Zhang Tao. After all, among the 3 S-rank profession holders, the school belle Du Qingran was falling behind, Zhang Hao's whereabouts were unknown, and only Zhang Tao was in the lead. For someone as stingy as Wang Yun to suddenly give away golden tier equipment? He definitely had an agenda. Blushing slightly, Wang Yun made his announcement and then sat back down. By this time, Zhang Tao had reached the end of the intermediate zone, where a cave entrance appeared before him. Zhang Tao's face lit up with joy, and he stepped inside without hesitation. The poisonous miasma was continuously draining his health, so he wanted to leave the intermediate zone as quickly as possible. However, as he reached the other side of the cave entrance, he froze in place. The poison marsh monster was guarding the entrance under the tree. There was an elite monster there too. At the school square. Seeing the poison marsh monster appear, Wang Yun couldn't help but curse, who the hell designed this trial camp? They've lost their minds. Every zone was guarded by elite monsters. This level of difficulty, who could possibly make it through? As soon as he finished speaking, a teacher nervously approached and whispered, "Principal Wang, I heard this trial camp was designed by the military as a classified project. Perhaps it's best not to dig too deeply." Wang Yun blared coldly at the teacher. "I'm just venting. Did you really need to say all that?" Looking around, he noticed that Director Han was nowhere to be seen. Fury surged in his chest with nowhere to go, and he snorted coldly, "Where's Director Han? He's been absent for so long, leaving his post without permission. Dock his bonus for this month." Inside the school's control room. Having witnessed the entirety of Li Yang's battle with the poison marsh monster, Director Han's face turned pale. Something was wrong, very wrong. Li Yang's execution and reflexes were unnaturally sharp. More importantly, his damage output far exceeded the level expected for someone of his rank. At this moment, Li Yang wasn't wearing much equipment. But Director Han had seen with his own eyes that Li Yang had a thick layer of shielding around him, with strength comparable to that of a high-tier tank profession. He shook his head vigorously. This wasn't normal, absolutely not normal. Li Yang's attack and defense were so high that the other 3 S-rank students combined couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, Director Han glanced at the USB drive in his hand and made a resolute decision. No matter what, I must act now. Quickly and decisively. This opportunity couldn't be missed, there might not be another one. Killed level 8 Rock Scorpion, EXP plus 80. Killed level 8 Firewolf, EXP plus 80. Killed level 9 Overlord B, EXP plus 90. Inside the trial camp. Li Yang traversed the forest, entering the advanced zone, and began an intense spree of monster slaying. Equipped with the items dropped by the poison marsh monster, killing monsters had become significantly easier. The 50-point strength boost brought a qualitative leap in his capabilities during this early stage. Everything was going smoothly. Following the map, he headed toward the exit. Suddenly, a rift exuding an ominous aura appeared ahead, tearing through the void. Li Yang frowned, his vigilance instantly heightened. Along the way, he had encountered numerous monsters, but even the poison marsh monster didn't possess such a terrifying aura. Something was definitely wrong. Before long, a humanoid creature, entirely black with 2 goat-like horns on its head, emerged. Its aura of darkness was suffocating. Li Yang's pupils contracted. He had read about this creature in books, an abyssal fiend. This thing shouldn't exist in the trial camp. It shouldn't even appear within the city-state. Something was absolutely off. Abyssal fiend level, 10. A teacher couldn't help but remark, "Student Du Qingran, haven't you noticed that you've been walking in circles the whole time? If only you'd spend more time reading the textbooks." Wang Yun's face grew darker and darker, veins bulging, but he suppressed his anger. The difficulty of this year's training camp shouldn't be this high, right? He had no idea how long it would take Du Qingran to find their way out, so he switched perspectives. The screen shifted to S-class contestant Zhang Tao. The principal's eyes lit up. Zhang Tao was in much better shape and was about to leave the intermediate zone. Suddenly, the principal understood. Zhang Tao was an assassin-type class. Earlier, he had directly bypassed the River Crab King and quickly entered the intermediate zone. Assassins excel at stealth, so the dangerous creatures in the area hadn't detected him. Zhang Tao was almost out of the intermediate zone. Wang Yun's face broke into a wide grin. Although this method of avoiding combat bordered on misconduct, he couldn't be bothered to enforce the rules. Considering Zhang Tao's family background, he liked him more and more as he watched. The principal's success relied heavily on connections. Acting on impulse, he immediately announced, "This year, the difficulty of the training camp has increased. The first student to exit the camp will not only receive the original prize money, but I will personally add a bonus, a golden tier equipment voucher." The announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone was envious. After all, golden tier equipment was worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Those who knew Wang Yun well understood his true intention. He was deliberately trying to win over Zhang Tao's influential father, the president of a guild. The usually stingy Principal Wang wouldn't hand out such rewards so easily. After his announcement, Wang Yun returned to his seat. At that moment, Zhang Tao had nearly reached the edge of the intermediate zone when a cave appeared in front of him. Excitedly, he stepped inside. After all, the poisonous miasma in the intermediate zone caused constant health loss, and he wanted to leave as quickly as possible. But as he emerged from the other side of the cave, he was dumbfounded. A toxic marsh monster was guarding the entrance. There was an elite monster here. In the school square, Wang Yun saw the toxic marsh monster and couldn't hold back his outburst. Damn it, who the hell designed this training camp? Every zone had elite monsters guarding the way out. With this level of difficulty, how were the students supposed to get through? A nearby teacher quickly leaned over and said, "Principal Wang, I heard this was secretly designed by the military." It's better not to ask too much. Wang Yun calmed down a little and shot the teacher a glare. "I'm just venting, did I ask for your life story?" He looked around and noticed Director Han was missing. His anger flared up again. Where is Director Han? He's been missing for ages. Leaving his post without permission. No bonus for him this month. Inside the school's control room, Director Han had just finished watching Li Yang defeat the toxic marsh monster. He was utterly stunned. Something was wrong. It wasn't just Li Yang's skills and reflexes that were off the charts. The key issue was that his damage output didn't match his level at all. At the moment, Li Yang wasn't wearing much gear. Even more astonishing was the thick shield surrounding him, resembling that of a high-level tank class. Director Han shook his head, convinced this was highly irregular. Even the combined efforts of the other three S-class students weren't this overwhelming. He stared at the USB drive in his hand and made a firm decision. No matter what, I have to act now. If I miss this chance, I might never get another. Killed level 8 Stone Scorpion, EXP plus 80. Killed level 8 Firewolf, EXP plus 80. Killed level 9 Overlord Bee, EXP plus 90. Inside the training camp, Li Yang made his way through the forest path and entered the advanced zone, beginning a relentless monster hunting spree. Equipped with the gear dropped by the toxic marsh monster, the creatures in the advanced zone became much easier to handle. With the 50-point strength boost, his early game performance was significantly enhanced. The journey was smooth. Following the map, he headed toward the exit. Suddenly, a rift of ominous energy tore through the void ahead. Li Yang frowned and heightened his vigilance. He had encountered plenty of monsters along the way, but even the toxic marsh monster didn't exude such a terrifying aura. Something was wrong. Trouble was brewing. Before long, a humanoid creature with jet-black skin and two curled horns on its head emerged, radiating a menacing dark energy. Li Yang's pupils contracted. He had read about this creature in books and Abyssal Fiend. Such a monster had no business appearing in the training camp, let alone within the city-state. Something was definitely off. Abyssal Fiend level, 10 HP, 3000? Li Yang's alertness skyrocketed. In the training camp, reaching 0 health would merely result in elimination and being teleported out. But this monster, he had a gut feeling that if he died here, he might actually lose his life. This trial had abruptly turned into a life-and-death battle. At that moment, the Abyssal Fiend raised its head, its eyes glowing red as it locked onto Li Yang with a savage glare. Then, its body transformed into a cloud of black mist. The next second, Li Yang sharply turned to his right. The Abyssal Fiend had already appeared beside him. It swung its spear. Bang! Crack! Li Yang's eyes widened in shock. His spear had snapped. Shield value -400. The shield absorbed the blow, allowing Li Yang to quickly create some distance. This Abyssal Fiend's strength far exceeded the toxic marsh monster's ultimate attack. The creature froze momentarily, its gaze betraying surprise. It clearly hadn't expected Li Yang to survive the strike unscathed. Li Yang was stronger than that earlier S-class warrior. He discarded the broken spear and the shattered spearhead without hesitation, drawing a dagger from his waist instead. This abyssal fiend was even more powerful than he had anticipated, far surpassing an elite monster of the same level. Running away now would be tantamount to suicide. His only option was to fight head-on. The abyssal fiend's eyes flashed, and it lunged at him again. This time, Li Yang was prepared and dodged the attack in advance. The creature's body shuddered as sharp, blade-like spikes extended from its arms. It let out a low, guttural roar and slashed fiercely at Li Yang. Li Yang backflipped to evade, relying on his agility to dodge a flurry of attacks. For now, he focused solely on defending. When faced with unavoidable strikes, he relied on his shield to absorb the damage. At the same time, he memorized every move the abyssal fiend made. Meanwhile, in the control room of the training camp on the outskirts of Jianghai City, a middle-aged man lounged in a chair, lazily watching a massive screen. "Sigh, I just made the training camp a little harder this year, and these students are already running around like headless chickens. Those so-called S-class professions are nothing but paper tigers. Honestly, I'd rather go do physical training than deal with admin work." He took a sip of coffee as he spoke. Suddenly, an alarm blared. He choked, coughing violently, and rushed to check the system. When he saw the screen, his jaw nearly hit the floor. An abyssal fiend had somehow infiltrated the training camp? Even more unbelievable, a student was fighting it to a standstill. Was this still a training camp? He almost thought his eyes were deceiving him. Lu Xian's hand, which had been hovering in midair, froze. Watch a little longer, perhaps? He could have activated the defense program to expel the abyss demon immediately. But, seeing how engrossed Li Yang was in the fight, he found himself reluctant to intervene. Besides, he was also astounded by Li Yang's combat stance. Setting aside other factors, Li Yang's basic skills and physical attributes were simply unparalleled. He had observed many students before, but none had ever given him this feeling. From experience, he could tell that, although Li Yang appeared passive on the surface and hadn't yet made a move, he was gradually becoming more adept, slowly discerning his opponent's patterns. Initially unable to avoid the attacks, Li Yang increasingly managed to neutralize them. Meanwhile, the abyss demon grew more agitated, its movements becoming erratic. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. This boy was exceptionally composed for someone his age. Faced with a formidable enemy, he didn't panic but instead adapted calmly. While appreciating the battle, his hand rested on the red button, ready to activate the defense program at the slightest sign of trouble for Li Yang. Meanwhile, in the control room of Jianghai First High School, Director Han wore a look of urgency. Li Yang's rapid growth was astonishing. Damn it! He was supposed to be a jobless failure. How could he be this strong? If I had known, I would have dealt with him from the start. The longer things dragged on, the more dangerous it became for them. Inside the trial camp, after a prolonged and intense battle, even the abyss demon was growing exhausted. It missed an attack, panting heavily as it retreated to catch its breath. Li Yang smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Can't keep up anymore?" The abyss demon's expression twisted into a snarl, as though it wanted to tear Li Yang apart. Yet Li Yang, as slippery as an eel, became increasingly elusive. "In that case, it's my turn now." Li Yang's eyes sharpened. His dagger gleamed, and his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He had nearly mastered the abyss demon's every move. All this while, he had been conserving his strength, itching for this moment. The abyss demon, its stamina greatly diminished, hadn't anticipated Li Yang's sudden assault. Unable to react in time, it suffered a series of deep cuts from the dagger. 198. 201. 199. Li Yang moved with agility and extraordinary speed. His strength wasn't lacking either, and every cut from his dagger drew blood. The abyss demon's eyes widened in shock, its blade-like hands slashing desperately. But Li Yang seemed like he was cheating, predicting its every move in advance and evading them all. At the same time, he continued to inflict wounds unabated. The abyss demon tried to retreat, but Li Yang clung to it like an unshakable shadow, refusing to let go. 198. 200. 200. The abyss demon felt like it had encountered a lunatic. Its health dropped rapidly, yet it could only watch helplessly, unable to counterattack. Finally, its gaze shifted toward the rift, and it desperately fled in that direction. Li Yang saw through its intent. How could he let it escape so easily? He had endured for so long, and now was the time for payback. His eyes scanned the surroundings, locking onto a broken spear split into two pieces. The spearhead remained intact, though the shaft was in two parts. Without hesitation, he darted forward to pick up the front half with the spearhead and hurled it fiercely at the retreating abyss demon. Whoosh! The spearhead sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, propelled by an intense gust of wind. But the spearhead pierced straight through the abyss demon's chest, black blood gushing out. Hasn't anyone taught you never to show your back to the enemy? Li Yang approached step by step, his expression calm. The abyss demon, now utterly terrified, looked at him as if it had seen a monster. Crack! Li Yang drove his dagger into the back of its skull. Defeated level 10 abyss demon. Experience plus 1000. Level up, 710. Obtained a card. Current card count, 2. Director Han's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. The abyss demon was dead. He had envisioned countless scenarios, but none had anticipated this outcome. In his mind, no matter how strong Li Yang was, at best, he should have been able to hold out a little longer. After all, that was a level 10 abyss demon. But now, it had been defeated. For the first time in years, he had encountered failure. His anxiety grew. This guy absolutely couldn't be allowed to live. With that thought, he pulled out a box secured with a digital lock, retrieved something from inside, and connected it to the terminal. In the trial camp. Having just defeated the abyss demon, Li Yang finally exhaled deeply. The battle had been exhilarating, but at least no major mishaps had occurred. He quickly treated his wounds. As he used some nearby vines to bind the two broken pieces of the spear together, the sky suddenly split open with a massive crimson rift. A gigantic black arm thrust out from the rift, slamming down toward him with immense force. Shield value -1000. A crisp notification sounded. The energy shield he had just recovered shattered instantly. Li Yang was thrown backward by the impact. What on earth is this thing? What's going on? At the same time, in the trial camp's main control room, Lu Xian cried out in shock. Li Yang had just successfully taken down the abyss demon, and Lu Xian, so thrilled he nearly jumped, was preparing to report the victory. But in the brief moment he let his guard down, the trial camp's alarms suddenly escalated. He quickly pressed the defense program activation button and anxiously checked on Li Yang. After confirming that Li Yang only sustained minor injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. These guys are getting bolder and bolder. Today, you've messed with the wrong people. Lu Xian's face was filled with anger as he pulled out his phone to call the tech department. Investigate immediately. I'm heading to Jianghai First High School myself. Inside the trial camp. The massive spatial rift that had appeared suddenly began to shrink under the defense activation. The giant hand, which had been poised to strike Li Yang again, was forced to retreat. Within a minute, the rift disappeared entirely. Li Yang slowly emerged, still trembling inside. If not for the energy shield, he'd have died several times over by now. In the control room of Jianghai First High School, Director Han's face turned pale. Without a moment to spare, he rushed out. The operation had dragged on for too long and had finally been discovered. On the school square, the old principal, Wang Yun, frowned deeply. This year's student performance was abysmal. More than half of the students hadn't even made it to the intermediate zone before being instantly eliminated by the Crab King. Of those who were S and A rank professionals, most got lost on the second level, with only a handful making it out. The rest were wiped out by the toxic mist. Du Qingran, one of the S-rank professionals, also succumbed to the mist. Another S-rank student, Zhang Hao, was inexplicably eliminated as well. This year, the school's 3 S-rank professionals were down to just Zheng Tao still standing. Watching as students who had been eliminated were continuously teleported out of the trial camp, Principal Wang shook his head inside. How many are left in the trial camp? He asked. The teacher beside him checked the tablet. Only 2 remain. Oh, who are they? The teacher glanced again. It's Li Yang. Li Yang? Are you sure there's no mistake? The teacher shook his head in denial. Principal Wang raised a brow, recalling Li Yang's lackluster demeanor. He casually remarked, "Oh, he's probably still grinding on small monsters in the beginner's zone or hiding somewhere, too scared to come out. Forget about him." He returned his focus to the screen. Meanwhile, Zheng Tao's situation wasn't looking good. He had intended to use his usual trick to sneak past the venomous marsh monster and escape. However, the beast lingered near the exit, giving him no opportunity. Worse still, he was poisoned, bleeding, and exhausted. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and attempted to sneak past. This awkward scene had the eliminated students from the trial camp chuckling quietly. Look how miserable he is, and yet he calls himself an S-rank professional. Assassins really know how to play. As the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more likely it comes true. Just as Zhang Tao was about to reach the exit, a poisonous bubble floated toward him and exploded upon contact. Zhang Tao's eyes widened in shock. The venomous marsh monster let out a piercing shriek, unleashing a barrage of poisonous bubbles like a machine gun, effectively blocking the exit. Zhang Tao had no choice but to face the level 8 elite monster head-on. He had snuck into the trial camp to begin with, and his level wasn't high, only level 6. Combined with the monster's powerful ranged attacks, Zhang Tao, a close combat professional, was struggling miserably while continually taking poison damage. Finally, when the monster seemed to tire, he rushed in for an all-out attack, only managing to scratch its surface. The only S-rank professional in the trial camp appeared to be on the verge of defeat. Seeing how formidable the venomous marsh monster was, many students who had been eliminated earlier, most of whom had been taken out by the River Crab King, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This monster is torture, both physically and mentally. Better to get eliminated early and watch the show. Someone couldn't help but complain, this monster has constant ranged attacks and keeps repositioning itself. Melee classes don't stand a chance. What was the designer thinking? Clearly, it's designed for mages and archers. Melee classes can't even play. This trial camp is flawed. I agree. An elite monster at the intermediate zone entrance? I thought I was seeing things. Everyone began to voice their grievances. Zhang Tao could hold on no longer. Poisonous bubbles filled the air, leaving him unable to advance or retreat, and he was rendered completely helpless. Realizing he was about to be eliminated, he cursed loudly, "What a garbage trial camp. Damn aminos." This moment was broadcast live, leaving the students in the plaza stunned. How bold. They usually only dared to complain in private. Even Principal Wang frowned. Although he shared the sentiment, such an outburst was far too reckless, especially since this year's trial was being hosted by the military. Before long, Zhang Tao was teleported out and appeared in the plaza. Moments ago, he had been cursing and flailing about. But now, under the weight of countless gazes, he quickly coughed, dusted himself off, and straightened his clothes. Despite the ordeal, Zhang Tao remained an S-rank professional and had lasted the longest in the trial camp so far. Students around him began to praise him. "Brother Tao, you're incredible for lasting this long. You're the best in our school." Yeah, even the other S-ranks, Du Qingran and Zhang Hao, were eliminated ages ago. If not for you, we wouldn't have known there was a venomous marsh monster guarding the zone. Truly worthy of an assassin. Your stealth skills are unparalleled. If I had even half of them, I wouldn't have made it past the intermediate zone. Hearing their compliments, Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned before slowly realizing something. A smile spread across his face. So, everyone else is even worse than me? Relief washed over him, especially when he learned that the other two S ranks hadn't even encountered the venomous marsh monster. His confidence soared. "I've got this." Though things had been a bit embarrassing, as long as he came out on top, who cared about the details? This victory was his to declare. He grinned ear to ear, boasting exaggeratedly about his 300-round battle with the venomous marsh monster, portraying himself as a fearless warrior who only suffered a narrow defeat. His storytelling was vivid and dramatic. The other students, though aware of the truth, didn't expose him. Principal Wang chuckled. Although the process hadn't been perfect, Zhang Tao being the eventual winner was sufficient. He stood up, preparing to announce the results when the central screen abruptly switched to a new feed. With Zhang Tao's elimination, only one person remained in the trial camp, Li Yang. The sudden change in the display left everyone frozen in shock. What? There's still someone in the trial camp? I thought Zhang Tao had lasted the longest. Look. Is that Li Yang? It's actually him. Oh, it's Li Yang. Makes sense. He always. Wait, hold on. This time something's off. He's a jobless nobody. How could he outlast 3 S ranks? Du Qingran stared at the screen, startled. The familiar figure was indeed Li Yang. She had assumed Zhang Tao would be the first to break through. Zhang Tao's smile hadn't yet faded when it was replaced by a dark scowl. It should have been me. Not him again, he cursed inwardly. How does this useless guy always cling on like this? Principal Wang was equally stunned, his gaze fixed on the screen in disbelief. The display didn't show the beginner's zone or even the intermediate zone. What was this place? The teacher beside him checked the tablet's data and exclaimed, "The data shows Li Yang has already reached the latter stages of the advanced zone and is nearing the exit." The revelation left everyone's expressions sour. They hadn't even reached the intermediate zone, yet Li Yang was nearing the end of the advanced zone? What did this imply? Faces burned with shame, especially those who had mocked Li Yang earlier. They wished they could vanish into thin air. "This is impossible," Principal Wang exclaimed. "How did he get past the venomous marsh monster? He couldn't even clear the river crab king." Everyone had assumed Li Yang was hiding in some corner of the beginner's zone. No one imagined he'd reached the latter stages of the advanced zone. The realization dawned on the crowd. Zhang Tao, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, declared, "Li Yang must have cheated. There's no way he beat the venomous marsh monster. He must be punished severely." He refused to accept that Li Yang might steal first place yet again. Having fought the venomous marsh monster head-on, Zhang Tao knew just how powerful it was. As an S-rank professional, even he couldn't defeat it. 10 Li Yangs wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah. He must have used some underhanded trick. Tao Gu is right. I've never even seen a toxic swamp monster. How could Li Yang, a rookie with no class, possibly defeat one? The students nodded in agreement. No matter how absurd it sounded, they simply refused to accept that an unclassed Li Yang could be stronger than them. Principal Wang frowned. In truth, having someone from the academy pass the trial camp was a good thing. But if that someone was Li Yang, that wouldn't do. He had previously announced that the first-place winner would receive a Golden Tier equipment exchange card. Originally, this reward was intended for Zhang Tao, or more accurately, it was for the sake of Zhang Tao's guild leader father. But if Li Yang took first place, that would be such a waste. Giving it to someone like Du Qingran, an S-class prodigy, would at least make sense. There'd be returns in the future. But giving it to an unclassed rookie? You'd be better off selling it for cash. The problem now was that the reward had already been announced, and there was no going back. Unless... Principal Wang's eyes fixed on the central screen, calculating in his mind. Unless he could find proof that Li Yang cheated. On the screen, Li Yang was steadily advancing through the high-level zone, holding his crudely repaired spear. The area was a valley, with steep and obstructed paths. His footsteps were solid, each step leaving a clear print in the ground. As he passed by a cave entrance, a foul stench and heavy breathing wafted out. Li Yang gripped his spear and cautiously leaned forward to check. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed. 3 large, black bat-like monsters flew out, their wings beating furiously. A gust of wind stirred up dust as their piercing screeches filled the air. Bloodthirsty black bat. Level 9. Health 1500. Description: strong endurance, its attacks cause continuous bleeding damage to its target. Ability: Bloodthirst, B. Bloodthirst, endurance damage caused by attacks makes the target bleed, dealing 20% attack power and damage per second for 5 seconds, while restoring 10% of the damage dealt to its own health. Replicable. Li Yang hesitated briefly. With his S-class Guardian Shield, he didn't lack endurance. However, the bleeding effect would be particularly effective against agile and troublesome monsters. He still had 2 replication attempts left, saving one for later would suffice. Replicate. Replication successful. You have obtained the ability, Bloodthirst, B. Hidden critical hit triggered. The ability Bloodthirst has been upgraded from B to S. Bloodthirst, S. After an attack, the target bleeds, dealing 500% strength damage per second for 10 seconds and restoring an amount of health to the user equal to the damage caused. Li Yang was stunned. Upgrading directly from B to S? This was insane. And this bleeding effect was practically a death sentence for enemies. The damage per second was 5 times his strength. If his strength was 1000, a normal attack would deal 1000 damage, while the bleeding effect would deal 5000 damage per second, equivalent to 5 attacks in 1 second. At that point, he could replicate a mage or archer's abilities to refresh the bleeding effect from a distance, letting enemies bleed out on their own. This ability would be especially devastating against bosses. Screech, screech, screech. The bloodthirsty black bats circled in the air, emitting sharp cries. They didn't attack Li Yang immediately but instead observed him cautiously, searching for weaknesses. After all, Li Yang was the intruder here. The piercing cries snapped Li Yang out of his thoughts. He looked up into the sky. These bats were undoubtedly masters of aerial combat. Perfect, he could test his new ability. After a moment, one of the bloodthirsty black bats couldn't hold back any longer. It swooped down, its sharp wings slicing through the air, fangs bared as it lunged at Li Yang. Li Yang remained calm. With a swift motion, he thrust the silver spearhead into the bat's open mouth. Blood splattered everywhere. 261. The bloodthirsty black bat shrieked in pain, flapping its wings frantically as it struggled to ascend. 300. 300. 300. The bloodthirst ability began to take effect. Even as the bat distanced itself, its health continued to drain. The bats could never have imagined that they would be undone by their own ability. Seeing their companion injured, the other two bloodthirsty black bats attacked Li Yang simultaneously. Li Yang dodged nimbly, avoiding one attack, and quickly thrust his spear at another. 260. Screech, screech, screech. The injured bat cried out in pain as its health dropped noticeably. The continuous bleeding amplified its agony. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang turned and struck the third bat as well. 260. The two injured bloodthirsty black bats screeched and quickly retreated. 300. 300. 300. The bleeding alone had already reduced the health of all three bats to less than half. Combined with Li Yang's initial strikes, they were now critically injured, so weak they could barely stay airborne, struggling just to avoid falling. Can't fly anymore? Li Yang gripped his gun, leapt lightly, and struck down forcefully, cleanly, and decisively, killing one. You killed a level 9. Bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. The remaining two tried to escape, but they were too injured to get away from Li Yang. You killed a level 9. Bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. After taking down 3 bloodthirsty black bats, Li Yang was about to move forward when suddenly, a flash of light appeared from the cave where they had been hiding. Li Yang froze and slowly approached. You discovered a hidden exit, allowing you to directly settle your score. After witnessing Li Yang effortlessly take down 3 level 9 monsters, the school square fell into an uncomfortable silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape like hungry baby birds, unable to close them. If a bird flew by, it might not resist leaving a little white mark. Did I see that right? 3 level 9 monsters taken down just like that? Is he cheating? That damage is ridiculous. I saw him fire only 2 shots, and the monsters were dead. Are high-level zone monsters really this fragile? No one except Li Yang had been to the high-level zone, so naturally, they had never seen level 9 monsters. Witnessing this scene left everyone stunned. Li Yang, is he really this strong? Du Qingran exclaimed in shock, covering her face. She hadn't even seen the poisonous swamp monsters in the intermediate zone, only knowing about them through Zhang Tao's footage. Yet Li Yang was already rampaging through the high-level zone. The old principal, Wang Yun, shook his head. He now had to admit that Li Yang's talent and fundamentals were truly exceptional. Unfortunately, this level of skill should belong to someone like Zhang Tao, who had an S-class profession. No profession meant being useless, and useless was useless. Zhang Tao frowned and suddenly shouted. Something's not right. Didn't you all notice? Li Yang's damage is definitely abnormal. Taking down a level 9 monster with just 2 shots, this is clearly suspicious. As soon as Zhang Tao spoke, many people jolted awake, realizing what he meant. That's right. The damage doesn't add up. He must have secretly used some method, probably cheating. Cheating results should be disqualified. Hearing these voices, Principal Wang's eyes lit up. If Li Yang was proven to have cheated, he wouldn't have to give him the gold-tier equipment voucher. After all, that voucher was never meant for Li Yang. Wang Yan's eyes shifted, and he raised his hand, speaking sternly, quiet. Everyone, quiet. He put on a righteous demeanor and asked, I, Wang Yun, have always upheld principles. Zhang Tao, you claim Li Yang cheated, what do you think? How exactly did he cheat? Turning the focus, he handed the decision directly to Zhang Tao. Whatever Zhang Tao said would have to be accepted. Zhang Tao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, everyone saw Li Yang's damage, it's clear he used something to enhance his attack power. Hearing this, the teachers and students in the square nodded quietly. Although Zhang Tao's claim lacked evidence, it seemed reasonable to everyone. At this moment, Zhang Tao stared at the screen showing Li Yang, his eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Found it. Look closely, what's that on Li Yang's wrist? Everyone turned to look at the screen. At that moment, Li Yang was gripping his spear, sprinting swiftly. On his wrist, there was something green wrapped around it. Is that equipment? When everyone saw it clearly, the square erupted in an uproar. Li Yang was actually wearing equipment on his wrist. Damn, now it all makes sense. No wonder he could defeat the Crab King and enter the advanced zone. Isn't this cheating? The trial camp clearly doesn't allow students to bring their own equipment. Tao Bro's sharp eyes caught it. We almost got fooled. Cheating. Violation. Disqualify him. Everyone was indignant, their voices rising one after another. Zhang Tao was overjoyed, thinking that this loser Li Yang could never be better than him. Du Qingran's eyes were full of disdain. So it was all because of cheating. I can't believe I used to think highly of him. Disgusting. Principal Wang smiled. This guy, you always know how to behave. This way, he could justifiably return the first-place title to Zhang Tao. As everyone was condemning Li Yang, a military off-road vehicle stopped at the school gate. Lu Xian, dressed in an army green short-sleeved shirt, glanced at the navigation and spoke into the radio. This is the place. Everyone, move out. Meanwhile, in the trial camp. After finding the hidden exit, Li Yang hesitated for a moment before deciding to go in. After all, he didn't know how the other students were doing, and leaving earlier would secure a better score. Stepping into the teleportation array, a white light flashed, and his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, Li Yang found himself in the school square. His sudden appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Hearing the murmurs around him, Li Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Before he could think much, Zhang Tao stormed over, putting on a mature and experienced demeanor. Li Yang, I know you can't accept losing, but a rank achieved through cheating is ultimately fake. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. As soon as he said this, the murmurs around them grew louder. Li Yang could clearly feel the schadenfreude in many of the gazes directed at him. Looking at Zhang Tao, he sneered. No matter how Zhang Tao and Du Qingran had tried to curry favor with him before, he had seen through them completely. So now that their attitudes had changed, he wasn't surprised or bothered. In fact, it was a relief. Li Yang simply wanted to ask, you say I violated the rules? Do you have proof? This was about the rewards, and he wouldn't give up so easily. Zhang Tao pretended to be confident and shook his head. Li Yang, you know the trial camp footage is broadcasted live outside, right? You clearly had a cheating device on your wrist, and now you're still demanding proof? Do you think everyone here is stupid? Li Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at his wrist. It was the water spirit bracer he had brought out from the trial camp. You mean this? Li Yang smiled. This dropped from the poisoned swamp water. Monster! Haven't you fought it? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Tao's face turned red, and he could no longer keep up the act. Even if it dropped from a monster, wearing it is still against the rules. I'm the rightful first place. At this moment, Du Qingran also stepped forward to support him, saying, Li Yang, if you have any sense, you should stop fighting for first place. The reward won't do you any good. Besides, I've already decided to accept Zhang Tao's date invitation. As she spoke, she linked arms with Zhang Tao. Li Yang sneered. Did these two really think they were that important to him? If I'm the first place, then the reward naturally belongs to me. Hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Principal Wang, who was standing nearby. Principal Wang coughed twice. All right, I now announce that the first place in this trial camp is. Before he could finish, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Seal off the area. Begin the search immediately. Before the words were fully spoken, Principal Wang's eyelid twitched violently. He looked at the fully armed personnel who had suddenly rushed in and hurriedly asked, What's going on? Who are you? Lu Xian stepped forward and said coldly, Military strike team, here to catch a spy. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly wary of those around them. Only Li Yang's expression changed slightly. So there was a spy here. No wonder he had encountered so many strange abyssal demon incidents at the trial camp. Principal Wang's eyes widened. You're here to catch a spy? Why would you come to my place? Lu Xian didn't say much, only spitting out two cold words, classified. Principal Wang was taken aback and dared not ask further. The teachers and students in the square, unaccustomed to such a scene, didn't dare to move recklessly. About half an hour later, two well-equipped, burly men escorted the disheveled Director Han to Lu Xian. Minister, we've caught him. Lu Xian nodded. The old principal, Wang Yun, was immediately startled. Wait, isn't this our school's director? You must have made a mistake. Director Han was his confidant, privy to many of his dark secrets. Lu Xian frowned, his expression cold as he glanced at Principal Wang. In his view, it was rare for someone in such a position to be so incompetent. To think that someone from the Abyssal Church had been lurking for so long and even reached a core position. His face darkened. If I hadn't been overseeing this year's trial camp, who knows how many more talents would have been ruined. More? Principal Wang felt a vague sense of unease. That's right. This Director Han tampered with the trial camp using abyssal power, already causing the death of an S-class professional talent. And you didn't even notice? Even Lu Xian couldn't help but lose his temper. How could this principal be so negligent? Principal Wang was stunned. An S-class professional talent? He quickly scanned the students. 1, 2. Sure enough, one was missing. Are you talking about Zhang Hao? Lu Xian nodded impatiently. Principal Wang was at a loss for words, stammering, there are so many people in the trial camp, how could I possibly keep track of everyone? Lu Xian sneered. A spy infiltrated the control room, and you still want to shirk responsibility? If I hadn't acted in time, that student Li Yang would have been doomed too. As soon as he finished speaking, the students and teachers present all turned to look at Li Yang, their eyes filled with shock. It was him again. After everything he had gone through in the trial camp, he was still standing here as if nothing had happened. Once again, he had stolen the spotlight. Zhang Tao muttered under his breath, what's so great about him? Isn't it just luck? Lu Xian continued, this isn't just luck. The spy's methods were extremely sophisticated, and even I didn't notice at first. Before I intervened, Li Yang relied on his own strength to defeat a level 10 abyssal demon. The crowd instantly erupted. What? A level 10 abyssal demon? Li Yang actually killed it? That's impossible. A level 10 abyssal demon is several times stronger than an elite monster of the same level. He just awakened his profession yesterday. How could he improve so quickly? At that moment, the large screen in the center of the square began replaying footage. Li Yang, holding a dagger, moved swiftly and nimbly, facing none other than a level 10 abyssal demon. For ordinary people, a single mistake would have been fatal, but Li Yang relied on exhausting his opponent and ultimately took him down. Alive! Everyone was stunned. It turned out that even someone without a professional background could achieve this. Lu Xian looked impressed, just like the scene here. Fortunately, I acted in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Principal Wang, you are far too casual about being a principal. Principal Wang's face turned red and was about to defend himself when Lu Xian waved his hand to interrupt. I've already reported it. Starting today, you are suspended. The crowd began murmuring in low voices again. Principal Wang stood frozen in place. This was a huge blow to him. Moreover, Lu Xian hadn't mentioned how long the suspension would last. Principal Wang wanted to say something, but Lu Xian said indifferently, this matter ends here. Then, he suddenly looked at the students in the square and said, I have one more thing to announce today. His words caused another commotion. Something else? Many people became restless. The previous news was already shocking enough, and now there was more? Was their batch particularly unlucky? Lu Xian chuckled lightly, I came here to distribute the rewards for this trial camp. This year's top student from your school is truly a special genius, the most promising I've seen in years. Principal Wang's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity, and quickly said, Your Excellency flatters us. I, Principal Wang, have always cultivated students without expecting anything in return. Nurturing talents like Zhang Tao is my contribution to the country. I was even planning to give him an extra golden level exchange voucher. Zhang Tao's face was full of joy. The most promising genius, Lu Xian must be talking about him. Being named, he was overwhelmed with excitement and even shot a provocative glance at Li Yang. Times had changed. From now on, he would trample Li Yang underfoot. He smiled smugly, ready to accept his reward. At that moment, Lu Xian announced loudly, that person is Li Yang. He was the only student to emerge from the trial camp, and the result was indisputable. Lu Xian's words instantly silenced the entire square. The previously noisy crowd was dumbfounded. What was going on? It wasn't the highly anticipated S-class professional Zhang Tao, but Li Yang. Principal Wang and Zhang Tao's faces froze. Principal Wang quickly said, Your Excellency, is there some mistake? He certainly didn't want to give the golden level exchange voucher to a nobody. Zhang Tao, almost hysterical, stepped forward to refute, impossible. Li Yang must have cheated. I'm an S-class professional, and he's just a blank slate. Enough. Lu Xian interrupted coldly, Are you questioning our decision? With these words, both of them trembled in fear. Principal Wang's heart tightened, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, no objections." Zhang Tao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and remained silent. Everyone was watching. Lu Xian walked up to Li Yang and handed him a check. "This is not only the original first place prize of 100,000, but I've also added an extra 100,000 as compensation. Regarding the trial camp incident, I deeply apologize." Li Yang accepted the check and said calmly, "No need to dwell on it, these are just despicable tactics used by those who worship the abyss." These people were completely slaves to the power of the abyss, specializing in actions harmful to humanity. It was nothing new. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. S-class profession detected. Breaker Archer S-class profession. Breaker Archer profession talent. When arrows hit enemy weak points, damage is doubled. During continuous attacks, attack speed and damage gradually increase. Passive skill, attacks come with a 10% penetration effect. Can be copied. Hearing the prompt sound, Li Yang looked at Lu Xian and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Feeling his gaze, Lu Xian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Classmate, are you dissatisfied?" Li Yang quickly waved his hand, "No, no. How could he dare to say he was planning to steal his profession? Stealing a profession. Copy." Li Yang shouted silently in his heart. "Card replication successful. You have obtained the S-level profession, Breaker Archer. That's amazing." Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim. He thought to himself, since monster abilities can be fused, can professions be as well? But for now, he only had this profession and couldn't test it yet. Moreover, his cards were used up. The next time he could obtain one would be at level 15. Looks like he needed to hurry and farm monsters. Lu Xian didn't notice Li Yang's thoughts and turned to look at the silent Principal Wang. He frowned and asked, "Principal Wang, didn't you say you'd give an extra golden grade exchange voucher to the first place? Why haven't you handed it over yet?" Principal Wang Yun's heart tightened. In the square, teachers and students were all staring at him. He had said it himself, and now there was no way to avoid it. With a grim expression, he reluctantly took out the item and walked toward Li Yang. His heart was truly in agony. This was originally intended to win over the guild behind Zhang Tao. Now he had to give it to this useless Li Yang. Zhang Tao watched, grinding his teeth in anger. This should have been his. Li Yang, on the other hand, curiously stared at Wang Yun. From what he knew, Principal Wang wasn't the type to be so generous. This was too sudden. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he handed it over. "Li Yang, this is a personal extra reward. I prepared for the first place in the trial, a golden grade weapon exchange voucher. Keep it safe." Li Yang's mouth twitched, and seeing the principal's expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Thank you, Principal Wang. I won't hold back." With that, he reached out to take it. As soon as his hand touched the voucher, he couldn't pull it out. He looked at Wang Yun, whose face was contorted in pain. "Ha ha!" Li Yang finally couldn't hold back his laughter. With a slight tug, he directly took the exchange voucher. "Take it, then." Principal Wang's face instantly fell, full of reluctance. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian left satisfied. Before leaving, he left his phone number with Li Yang. "If you ever need help, feel free to contact me. Keep it up. The higher-ups have high hopes for you. A profession isn't everything. Once you make it onto the rookie leaderboard, someone might come to support you." This scene made Zhang Tao grind his teeth in frustration. After Lu Xian left, he finally couldn't hold back and cursed, "Li Yang, don't think that cheating your way to first place will turn your life around. No profession means no profession. Trash is trash. You'll only get weaker and weaker, while I'll only get stronger. Besides, I've already secured a guaranteed spot at Dragon Rider Academy, with exclusive resources to support me. I'll become the first advanced profession holder in Shanghai City. Once I top the rookie leaderboard, you'll only be able to watch me from below." The crowd erupted in boos. True, Li Yang only stood out early on because of his solid foundation. Yeah, effort works in the short term, but long term depends on talent. Hearing this, Du Qingran initially wanted to step forward but stopped herself. Zhang Tao is right, Li Yang is already a thing of the past. He's only ahead in level for now. It won't be long before I catch up. The gap between us will be like night and day. Li Yang looked at the furious Zhang Tao with calm, emotionless eyes. "I want to ask, after all this time, what exactly have I done to offend you?" Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. "Offend me? You've been a thorn in my side for the past 3 years. Everything about you, everything you have, should have been mine. Now, I'm going to take it all back. Li Yang let out a cold laugh, unwilling to engage further. He took his reward and walked straight out of the crowd. After leaving the school, Li Yang headed directly to Shanghai's largest public equipment mall with his golden equipment exchange voucher. Shopping here came with state guarantees, so there was no need to worry about after-sales issues. The mall was well organized, with sections divided first by profession and then by profession level. With his S-rank archer profession, Li Yang found the corresponding area and arrived at the floor housing the golden grade weapon counters. The display was dazzling, with all kinds of bows and arrows lined up in an array that left one overwhelmed. Crimson Flame Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, attacks inflict a burning effect, causing continuous damage to enemies. Frostwing Hunting Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, attacks carry a freezing effect, slowing enemy movements and offering a 10% chance to freeze the target. Venom Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, attacks cause poisoning, reducing the target's recovery ability by 50%. Each golden grade weapon had its own unique effects. Archers, like mages, were critical backline damage dealers. Choosing the right weapon was essential and couldn't be taken lightly. Li Yang carefully examined the weapons on the shelves, selecting them one by one. Finally, his gaze settled on a particular spot. Explosive Bow Grade, Golden Level Requirement, 10 Strength plus 300 Exclusive Effect, attacks carry an explosive effect, causing arrows to detonate upon hitting the target and dealing 80% damage to surrounding enemies. The king of area damage? You're the one. Li Yang grabbed the explosive bow and gave it a simple test, pulling the bowstring to feel its tension. Not bad. Satisfied with his choice, he walked to the mall's front desk to register. The clerk at the front desk was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Seeing Li Yang, he smiled warmly and processed the paperwork while chatting enthusiastically. Young man, you're here to buy equipment for that wild boss, aren't you? Oh, Li Yang raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged man looked surprised. You don't know? Sorry, I thought you were here for that. I was just about to advise you not to bother. What's going on? Tell me, Li Yang asked. The man leaned in closer and lowered his voice. The news just came out this morning. A golden grade boss will spawn outside the city soon. They say this boss is special and will drop rare items. But now, he shook his head, if you go, you probably won't even catch a glimpse of it. Oh, why's that? Li Yang placed 100 dragon coins on the counter. The man's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he said, a lot of major forces have their eyes on it now. Even top members of the Legendary Guild are leading teams out there. Ordinary people don't stand a chance. Legendary Guild? Li Yang froze for a moment. That name sounded familiar. Oh, right. Isn't that Zhang Tao's family's guild? But no matter what, this boss was something he absolutely didn't want to miss. He had all the weapons for a ranged DPS class ready, and the S-level skill, Bloodthirst, was prepared as well, making taking down the boss a breeze. At a time like this, asking him to back off and hand it over to someone else? No way. Tell me the location. After leaving the Shanghai Merchant Guild, Li Yang received news about the wild boss. Soon, many high-level players would be flocking there. Since there was still some time before the boss respawned, he decided to use this time to improve himself. According to his plan, he headed to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm. This multi-zone secret realm was perfect for newcomers to level up. The monster levels were clearly divided. The normal zone was for levels 1 to 10, the hard zone for levels 10 to 15, and the unopened nightmare zone was likely for levels 15 to 20. The difficulty here was moderate, making it suitable for newly awakened players or those with some experience, and the overall popularity was very high. The entrance was already bustling with noise. Newbie looking for a carry, healers please. Take me. Veterans forming a team, frontliners come quick. Preferably with full team buffs. Looking for DPS, sweeping through the hard zone. Li Yang glanced briefly at the secret realm information. Cloud Sea Secret Realm, level. Restriction, 1 to 20, features, high monster density, randomly respawning boss on the map, normal zone, recommended for 3 or more players, with a healer, hard zone, recommended for a 5-person team, with a frontliner and healer. Nightmare zone, unknown. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Li Yang? He turned to see Du Qingran. She was wearing a purple mage robe, with the emblem of the Legendary Guild hanging on her chest. Upon seeing Li Yang, she frowned and walked closer. What are you doing here? This place is beneath you. Li Yang didn't show any emotion, but her words made his gaze turn cold. Before he could respond, Du Qingran started speculating on her own. I get it. You must have found out where I was going and followed me here. Zheng Tao is busy with his family guild's boss battle, so I'm soloing the secret realm today. Don't think that just because your level is a bit higher, you can suppress me. I'll surpass you soon enough, and I'll never team up with you. Li Yang frowned, feeling annoyed. It seems you and Zhang Tao have both chosen your paths. Du Qingran snorted coldly. We're both S-level experts, we know what we're doing. Stop trying to stir up trouble here. You'd be better off grinding monsters and leveling up, so you don't fall so far behind us that you lose all your dignity. Li Yang chuckled. Listening to your chatter is less productive than getting things done. With the crowd noisy around him, he had no intention of arguing with her. He headed straight for the secret realm entrance, ready to enter. Du Qingran was stunned, her eyes widening. Are you crazy? You don't even have a class, and you dare to solo a secret realm? Are you looking for death? Li Yang ignored her and disappeared into the portal. Du Qingran quickly distanced herself from the situation. Everyone, take note, I didn't drag him in. He's the one courting death. The people around started whispering. Not worth it, just for the sake of pride. What do you know? That's just how men are. Men? More like a kid. Going into the secret realm alone, I bet he won't survive. As an S-level mage, Du Qingran's presence attracted many people looking to team up with her. A glint of pride flashed in her eyes. See that, Li Yang? I'll surpass you in no time. You used to ignore me, but soon you won't even be able to reach me. Li Yang teleported into the Cloud Sea secret realm and found himself at the edge of an island. Waves crashed against the rocks, and the sea breeze howled. He immediately pulled out his newly purchased weapon, the explosive BOW.By the way, he checked his status, name, Li Yang profession, none level, 10 strength, 600 constitution, 105 agility, 150 spirit, 105 talent, cards talent skills, Pajun Archer, S level, Guardian Shield, S, Bloodthirst, S, Enhancement, C. The bonus from the explosive bow boosted his strength to a staggering 600 points. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle echoed from above. He looked up to see a massive white eagle circling in the sky, clearly targeting him. Without hesitation, Li Yang raised his bow, aimed, and fired 3 consecutive arrows. Whoosh! 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 557. 559. 601. Weak point. Hit, you killed an 8th level white chalk eagle, gaining plus 80 experience. The giant eagle was easily dealt with. Glancing at the map, he found himself in the lower part of the normal zone, with a boss lair not far away. He immediately set off along the route. Along the way, he continuously cleared monsters, killed a 7th level gorilla monster, plus 70 experience. Killed a 9th level unicorn ape, plus 90 experience. Killed a 10th level electric snake, plus 100 experience. Level up, 10-11. The monsters along the path were dense, and as soon as one wave was cleared, another quickly appeared. If he didn't stop to rest, it was almost continuous combat. No wonder the system recommended at least 3 people with support roles to practice teamwork here. For newcomers, this was indeed a great place to improve team coordination. Before long, Li Yang arrived at a valley. From a high vantage point, the entire scene was visible at a glance. Comparing it to the map, Li Yang confirmed this was the boss location. Below, there was a sunken terrain, and in the distance, a brown dot could be seen. BOSS Rock Bear level, 10 skills, Rock Shield, Claw Strike, Rock Throw. At that moment, he noticed 5 small black dots slowly approaching along the path near the Rock Bear. This was clearly a complete professional team, and they had already arrived ahead of him. This type of boss was a public resource. Having traveled a long way to get here, Li Yang certainly wasn't going to give up easily. He immediately started descending the mountain path. Halfway down, Li Yang stopped. The professional team ahead had already prepared to attack the boss. They knew that weaker bosses like this were highly contested, and if they didn't act quickly, others would soon arrive. A shield-bearing frontline charged ahead to draw aggro, while the healer at the back continuously restored health. Li Yang estimated the distance. Finding a suitable position, he raised his bow. From here, he could directly hit the boss. Li Yang aimed and fired an arrow straight at the boss below. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the mist with a crisp sound, traveling at incredible speed, and struck the rock bear with precision. Boom! Fire illuminated the mist, followed by an explosion. At the same time, the front line of the professional team was caught in the blast and sent flying. Li Yang froze, his eyes full of surprise. He had forgotten that the explosive bow's arrows would detonate on impact. This was going to be hard to explain. Fortunately, only the frontline member was hit by the explosion. Since they had strong damage resistance, they hadn't been knocked down. Li Yang awkwardly scratched his head. Down in the valley. What the heck is going on? My shield got blown up. Did one of you eat some magical candy? How are you this strong? The frontliner who had been blasted away climbed up, his face covered in dust, thinking it was friendly fire. Did you shoot that arrow? The mage in the team asked the archer beside him. The archer looked bewildered. I didn't shoot. No way. If I had that kind of damage, why would I even need you guys? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. At that moment, the boss, enraged after its aggro was interrupted, began to go berserk. The team was immediately forced into retreat. This is bad, we've lost our rhythm. Everyone, fall back, the mage shouted. I can't move, the injured frontliner said anxiously. Please don't leave me behind. He glanced at the approaching deep rock bear behind him, his face turning pale. Who the hell shot that damned arrow? In the team, an assassin hesitated for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Damn it, I'll save you. He was the fastest, and rescuing people was definitely his job. The frontliner, nicknamed Chubby, looked grateful. My savior, maybe you should go first. I don't want to drag you down. Cut the act. If you keep talking, I might actually leave you behind, the assassin gritted his teeth. Chubby immediately shut up. How much do you eat every day? Why are you so heavy? Seeing the deep rock bear getting closer and closer, the assassin began to regret his decision. This is it. My A-rank class is going to die with you. The massive figure of the deep rock bear blocked out the sun, and its low growl sent chills down their spines. Just then, a glowing arrow shot out like lightning, carrying a powerful energy wave. The arrow pierced into the deep rock bear's back, sparking an explosion. The bear staggered, almost losing its balance. This time, Li Yang had deliberately adjusted his position, avoiding any harm to the unfortunate adventurers. The deep rock bear's health dropped rapidly. 2,400. 2,400. It inflicted bleeding damage equivalent to 5 times the attacker's strength per second. Even after factoring in defense, the damage was still astonishing. Even a high health boss was struggling under the assault. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the assassin successfully dragged the frontliner to safety. He looked up just in time to see the deep rock bear's health plummeting at an incredible rate. His face was full of shock as he shouted, "Guys, look at this boss. It's like it's bleeding out on its own." The other team members looked over and were equally stunned. What the heck? Is this a cheat? Why is the boss losing health on its own? Chubby was the first to react. What are we waiting for? Let's go finish it off. Wait, the mage quickly stopped them. Didn't you notice? That arrow was shot by someone. This kind of damage isn't from an ordinary person. Anyone who dares to steal from them deserves to die. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly held back. At that moment, Li Yang, aiming at them, curled his lips into a slight smile. At least they knew their place. He didn't kill indiscriminately, but anyone who tried to steal his prey would face serious consequences. 2,400. 2,400. You have slain the level 10 boss Deep Rock Bear, gaining 2,500 experience. Level up. 1113, obtains silver grade equipment, Rockhide armor. Rockhide armor quality, silver grade level requirement. 10 constitution plus 75 agility-20. Li Yang had the shield of protection, a comprehensive defensive piece of equipment, so this Rockhide armor wasn't of much use to him, especially with the significant agility loss. He stored it away immediately to avoid damage. This set of silver grade equipment could still fetch several thousand dragon coins if sold. Without lingering, he turned and left. The team of professionals below watched everything unfold, their faces filled with shock. To encounter such a powerful individual in the secret realm, it was terrifying. Throughout the entire battle, they barely saw a figure, and in the blink of an eye, such a strong boss was taken down. Their team had to tread carefully when fighting monsters, fearing any mishap. They silently felt fortunate that they had restrained their greed earlier, otherwise, they might not be standing here safely now. About 10 minutes after Li Yan left, another fully assembled team arrived at the scene. The captain was a noble fire element female mage. Du Qingran walked to the boss's death site and saw the explosion marks on the ground, her face full of astonishment. To cause such an effect, the strength involved was undoubtedly extraordinary. She had rushed toward the boss as soon as she entered the secret realm, only to be beaten to it. There's still residual warmth here, which means someone left not long ago. Du Qingran's eyes lit up. Naturally gifted in socializing, she was eager to meet this powerful individual. After all, this dungeon was for levels 1 to 20, neither too low nor too high. To deal such high damage at this level range was absolutely remarkable. Continue along the path ahead. She didn't consult her teammates and directly issued the order. As an S-grade mage, Du Qingran was the core of the team. Although the others were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to follow. 611. 610. Killed level 11 Centaur. Monster, experience plus 110. At this moment, Li Yang had already entered a more challenging area and started frantically farming monsters. With a bow and arrow, kiting enemies became much easier, and long-range monster kills had become the norm. Moreover, with the bonus from the Breaker Archer profession, hitting weak points dealt damage that almost ignored defense, making the attacks incredibly powerful. About an hour passed. Li Yang had completely cleared out the difficult area. His level had also risen to 15. You have obtained a card finally, it was in his hands. Every 5 levels, he could obtain a card. Having used them many times, Li Yang deeply understood the card's power. Even S-grade professions could be copied. He now possessed an S-grade profession, Breaker Archer. Logically, if he could copy another profession, he could achieve a dual profession combination. This was the thing he looked forward to the most. As he thought about it, Li Yan saw a monster darting ahead and quickly disappearing into the bushes. He immediately followed. Just as he was halfway through the chase, a system notification sounded. The area ahead is undeveloped. Low-level professionals are advised not to approach. Low-level professionals are advised not to approach. Li Yang stared at the notification, pondering. The area ahead was likely the Nightmare Zone, where monsters between levels 15 and 20 would spawn. But he was already level 15, so technically, he wasn't considered a low-level professional. Forget it, he decided to chase ahead first. Even if he encountered monsters he couldn't defeat, he was confident he could retreat safely. Inside the secret realm monitoring room, the inspector was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair when the alarm suddenly blared. He immediately opened the dynamic interface of the secret realm, and a green light spot appeared prominently in the Nightmare Zone of the Cloud Sea secret realm. What? Someone has entered the Nightmare Zone. His expression changed drastically. Today was the first day for rookies to change professions, and many new professionals had come to clear the Cloud Sea secret realm. It was likely that some rookie had gotten lost. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the radio to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Du Cohen was busy browsing online to find a suitable match for his daughter when he suddenly received an emergency call from his workplace. He initially wanted to decline, as he was on vacation, but upon hearing the details, his expression immediately turned serious. He hurriedly put on his protective gear and rushed to the Cloud Sea secret realm. It wasn't uncommon for rookies to cause trouble by wandering into dungeons, but this time the incident occurred in the Cloud Sea secret realm. And his daughter, Du Qingran, had also gone there today. Although the chances were slim, what if something happened? Outside the Cloud Sea secret realm, Du Cohen met up with the inspector and anxiously inquired about his daughter's whereabouts. Upon learning that Du Qingran had indeed entered the secret realm, he became even more uneasy. The inspector reassured him, "Brother Du, don't worry too much. Your daughter has good talent. Even if she entered the Nightmare Zone, she has some ability to protect herself, as long as she doesn't encounter that monster." Du Cohen clenched his fists, his body trembling. If that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's set out to rescue her immediately. Got you. A sharp arrow sliced through the air, striking a wolf-like monster with precision. You killed a level 16 red wolf, EXP plus 160. Li Yan let out a long breath. Was he being overly cautious? The monsters in the Nightmare Zone weren't densely packed. In fact, Some areas were even sparser than the hard zone. The monster levels weren't particularly high either, making the fights relatively easy. Just as he was feeling a bit disappointed, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the distance, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Li Yang focused his gaze and widened his eyes. What's going on? A beast tide? A small-scale beast tide was approaching. He had only read about such scenes in books. No wonder the monsters along the way had been so sparse, they had all been drawn to this. But for a secret realm around level 20 to have a beast tide? Normally, beast tides were powerful forces of wild monsters gathering to attack human towns. Although this one was weaker, the monsters were all level 15 or above. If not handled properly, even professionals over level 20 could easily meet their end. Li Yang quickly stepped back. If these monsters got close, they could tear him apart in seconds. He recalled the advice of a seasoned veteran: the only way to deal with a beast tide is to scatter them. Hiding in the shadows, Li Yang observed the overwhelming swarm of monsters, which resembled a locust plague. After a while, he noticed two special elite monsters at the center of the tide, holding staffs and commanding the horde's movements. These two creatures were small in size and had initially escaped his notice. If he could take them down, the beast tide would disperse. Li Yang drew his bow and fired an arrow in one swift motion, aiming directly at the two elite monsters. The arrow, glowing red, shot forward at high speed. Clang! The arrow was deflected, landing heavily on the ground with a loud thud. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. A shield? The opponent's shield had blocked his arrow, preventing any damage, which also meant his bloodthirst skill wouldn't activate. Without hesitation, he immediately changed positions and retreated at full speed. In a life-or-death situation like this, he wouldn't gamble on luck. After the two elite monsters spotted Li Yang, they angrily swung their staffs, summoning wave after wave of creatures to search everywhere. When they couldn't find Li Yang, he changed positions again. Let's see how many arrows you can block. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. Clang! The shield blocked the arrow. Li Yang kept repositioning and shooting, his arrow speed increasing, with his class talent's attack speed bonus stacking up. Finally, the shield shattered with a crisp cracking sound. Crack! Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. 666. 667. The sound of arrows and explosions was relentless. Li Yang was ecstatic. The bloodthirst skill activated. 3000. 3000. You have killed a level 15 elite beast of manipulation, black, EXP plus 3500. You have killed a level 15 elite beast of manipulation, dark, EXP plus 3500. Level up, 1517. After the two elite monsters died, the beast horde instantly fell into chaos, with the creatures scattering like headless flies. Li Yang was astonished. It turned out that the culprits behind this massive beast horde were just two level 15 elite monsters. The power of this group was evident, sweeping through the entire area like a swarm of locusts. Anyone else would have been terrified at the sight. But for Li Yang, aside from the tough shields, the overall challenge wasn't too difficult. Taking down the leaders first and then dealing with the minions was the correct strategy. Coupled with his ability to kite and continuously regenerate health, solving the problem became much simpler. Now, he could farm monsters at ease. At the same time, in a difficult area, Du Qingran was leading her team, searching everywhere. They hadn't encountered any powerful professionals yet, but under her strong leadership, the team members were full of complaints. Hey, boss, how much longer do we have to walk? Weren't we here to farm monsters? What are we even doing? Yeah, it's been so long, and aside from clearing the monsters blocking our way, have we even taken the initiative to fight anything? Du Qingran seemed a bit impatient. What's the rush? Monsters can be fought anytime, but once people leave, the opportunity is gone. But what does that have to do with us? We're here to fight monsters. If we're looking for someone, why not just wait outside? One teammate grumbled. Unexpectedly, Du Qingran's eyes lit up after hearing this. Thank you for the reminder. Let's head to the exit right away. Ha! Everyone was stunned. They had just entered, and now they were leaving without doing anything? Although they were reluctant, they couldn't argue with Du Qingran. Their team revolved around her as the core mage. Without her, it would be hard to continue. Besides, everyone wanted to get out of this dangerous place quickly. After some thought, they agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du Cohen was leading his group, searching the secret realm and closely following Li Yang's trail. Seeing the ground littered with the corpses of slain monsters, the group was stunned. He killed so many monsters? Du Cohen couldn't help but ask the inspector. The inspector, sweating profusely, replied, "Yes, we only detected one person. A rookie professional this strong is rare in Jianhai City." Hearing this, Du Cohen grew even more anxious. The only person capable of such feats could only be his daughter, Du Qingran. He rushed over in a hurry, worried that something might have happened to her. "There's no time, we need to pick up the pace." In the nightmare zone, there were still terrifying beasts of manipulation, and if provoked, ordinary novices wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from ahead. The group immediately stopped in their tracks. "It's just ahead. Hurry!" Du Cohen was the first to charge forward. Soon, they arrived at the scene. The area was already empty. Scorch marks were left on the ground, and two charred corpses lay nearby. Judging from their vague shapes, neither of the corpses was human. Du Cohen let out a sigh of relief and calmed down slightly. "What's the situation? Can you determine what happened?" The inspector analyzed the marks on the ground. "The person who came here must be a powerful professional. There are many monster footprints here, but all the monsters have disappeared. These two charred corpses." After examining the bodies, the secret realm staff's face changed drastically. "These two are beasts of manipulation." "What? Are you saying the beasts of manipulation were killed? No wonder there are so many footprints here. It seems there was a beast tied here just now. Who could it be?" "Someone who managed to kill the beasts of manipulation and resolve." "The beast tied." Everyone was shocked. Judging from the battle marks on the ground, this person must be a powerful fire-type ranged professional, otherwise, they couldn't have precisely killed these two beasts of manipulation. Fire-type, ranged. The inspector looked at Du Cohen. "Brother Du, isn't your daughter an S-class fire mage? With such powerful explosion marks, it must have been her." "Yes, it must be her," Du Cohen said with a mix of helplessness and pride. "She's too reckless. We've all reminded her to be careful, but she just won't listen." The inspector laughed. "Young people are bold and daring. Judging from this journey, your daughter's level must have already surpassed 15, right? Unlike my useless kid. It's good for young people to have drive. Congratulations, brother Du, on having such an outstanding daughter. She's not only powerful but also courageous and decisive." "Is your daughter married?" "I have an A-class talent nephew." The atmosphere suddenly lightened. Earlier, they had been worried about how difficult the beasts of manipulation would be to deal with, but now they found out they had already been killed. Du Cohen felt much more at ease. His daughter was indeed a genius, and fortunately, she had distanced herself from that Li Yang early on. That useless Li Yang, who didn't even want an SSS class profession, was probably still fighting slimes now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Li Yang was on a killing spree. After the beast tide dispersed, the monsters began to scatter everywhere. As his level increased, the difficulty of the nightmare zone significantly decreased. Half an hour later, Li Yang reached level 20. On the first day, his speed was astonishing. He was likely not far from the first transformation at level 40. For professionals, the first transformation was a huge leap, even giving ordinary professions a second chance to shine. For someone like Li Yang with a special situation, what new changes would occur when he stood on the awakening platform again? Only practice could provide the answer. As night fell, Li Yang headed toward the exit. After an unknown amount of time, Du Cohen and the others searched everywhere for Du Qingran but found nothing. "This is strange. We've searched everywhere, but apart from monster corpses, there's nothing else. Inspector, check again. Are there any other people in the nightmare zone?" The inspector took out a signal detector and shook his head. After a minute. "Nothing. Right now, it's just us in the nightmare zone." Du Cohen's face was tense. "Qingran won't be in trouble, will she?" The inspector shook his head. "She should be fine. Everyone has seen her strength, and there's no sign of her being harmed. It's very likely she has already left through the exit." "You're right. Let's head back first and try to contact her once we're outside the secret realm." As soon as Li Yang was teleported out, he saw Du Qingran waiting there. When Du Qingran saw someone coming out, she approached with a face full of anticipation. But upon recognizing it was Li Yang, Her expression immediately darkened. Well, well. Lucky, aren't you? You actually made it out alive. Looks like those 3 years of marathon training weren't wasted, huh? She mocked. Li Yang had been in a good mood, but upon encountering her, his brows furrowed. Was Du Qingran waiting here just to mock him? How disgusting. Du Qingran impatiently said, move aside, don't block the way. I'm still waiting for the strong one who killed the rock bear in the secret realm. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. The strong one who killed the rock bear? It sounded very familiar. Detected S-class profession, explosive. Mage, available for replication. Li Yang's heart stirred. Replicate. Dare to provoke me? Then I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Replication successful. You have obtained the S-class profession, explosive mage. At this moment, another blue light beam rose from the secret realm's exit. In the next instant, Du Cohen, the inspector, and some secret realm guards appeared together. The father and daughter exchanged glances and froze. Seeing her father, Du Qingran's face lit up with joy, and she was about to speak. Du Cohen hugged her excitedly. Good girl, don't take such risks next time. His tone was serious. Du Qingran listened but seemed a bit puzzled. Father, why are you here too? And you even entered the secret realm? Du Cohen patted her head and said, of course, I came to find you. Don't casually enter such dangerous areas in the future. Safety is the most important thing, take it slow. Du Qingran paused for a moment, then asked curiously, what dangerous area? Wasn't it too dangerous for me to go there now? Du Cohen's eyes widened. You didn't go in? Then who killed all those monsters? He had originally thought these feats were his daughter's doing, and now he felt a bit disappointed. Although Du Qingran didn't fully understand, her eyes lit up after hearing this. Are you talking about that mysterious strong one who left behind explosion marks? So impressive. I've been waiting here for him, but unfortunately, I haven't seen him. Du Cohen was stunned, stroked his chin, and thought of the traces in the secret realm. They did match what she described. He then praised her, I see. As expected of my daughter, thinking things through thoroughly. More paths, more friends. However, it's getting late now. That person has probably already left. Oh. Du Qingran looked a bit disappointed. No worries. Jianghai City isn't that big. As long as I see that kind of explosion effect again, I'll recognize it immediately. By the way, the special outdoor boss will refresh tomorrow. Zhang Tao promised to take me there, and I might get a share of the rewards. Sigh, I wonder who will be the lucky one. As she spoke, Du Qingran glanced around. She had initially wanted to mock Li Yang again, but she noticed that he was chatting happily with a few secret realm staff members, completely ignoring her. This made her so angry that she stomped her foot when Du Cohen reunited with his daughter. Li Yang looked at the people coming out of the secret realm together and said, I need to apply for an exit permit, which requires proof of strength. He remembered that the special boss was about to respawn, so he needed to head to the wilderness. Solo travel outside the city required proof of strength. This was one of the reasons he came to clear the secret realm. The secret realm administrator was momentarily stunned, glanced at Li Yang, and shook his head, saying, no, the wilderness is dangerous. Issuing you a permit casually would be harming you. Someone nearby impatiently interjected, you haven't even cleared the secret realms in the city, and you want to go outside? You rookie professionals are all so overconfident. Du Qingran sneered, Li Yang, this is just ridiculous. You can't just go outside the city whenever you want. Coincidentally, I'm heading out with the legendary guild tomorrow. Why don't you come along as my attendant and help me handle some chores? Li Yang had no intention of wasting words with them. He directly took out his explosive bow and drew the bowstring. The people around him were startled. The administrator exclaimed in surprise, this is gold-tier equipment. He had assumed Li Yang was like most rookies, lacking in strength, but he hadn't expected him to already be above level 10. Gold-tier equipment required at least level 10 to equip, and Li Yang clearly met the requirement. Li Yang nodded calmly, can I get the proof now? The administrator's attitude became serious, and he nodded, yes, I can. Issue it. With his level and gold-tier weapon, Li Yang could ensure a certain level of safety when venturing outside alone. Seeing the equipment in Li Yang's hand, Du Qingran's eyes turned red with envy. That was gold-tier equipment, something she didn't even have. She hadn't realized that Li Yang had exchanged his trial camp rewards for this equipment. Although she wasn't even level 10 yet, she felt it was unfair. In terms of strength, 10 Li Yangs couldn't compare to her. If she had that equipment, Li Yang wouldn't stand a chance. Du Qingran said sourly, relying on equipment isn't a long-term solution. One day, you'll understand that the gap between people can't be bridged by equipment alone. Li Yang completely ignored her. At this moment, Du Quan frowned and asked, Li Yang, was it you who was fighting monsters in the Nightmare Zone? Li Yang replied calmly, I did go to the Nightmare Zone. Why? To be honest, he didn't want to deal with this father-daughter pair. Du Qingran exclaimed in surprise, You? Even I don't dare to go there. Only that mysterious expert could venture there. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Some people just couldn't understand plain words. He didn't say much more and followed the secret realm administrator to get his proof. Du Qingran was so angry that she kept stomping her feet. Don't get cocky. Once I get the boss rewards tomorrow, it won't be long before I surpass you. Du Quan, however, fell into deep thought. Well, how could it be him? After obtaining the proof of strength, Li Yang returned to his small apartment. It was clean and cozy, just right for living alone. He sat on the sofa in the living room and glanced at his panel. Name, Li Yang. Profession, blank level, 20 strength, 700 constitution, 205 agility, 250 spirit, 205 talent. Cards number of cards, 1. Talent abilities, Pajun Archer, S-tier profession, Explosive Mage, S-tier profession, Shield of the Guardian, S, Bloodthirst, S. Enhancement, C, both Pajun Archer and Explosive Mage were S-tier ranged damage dealing professions with high compatibility. Fuse? Fuse. Li Yang's heart was filled with anticipation. These two professions, one for sustained damage and the other for burst damage, complemented each other perfectly. What kind of effect will the fusion have? Fusion successful. You have obtained an SS class. Profession, Soul Sorcerer. Soul Sorcerer, SS class, innate skill, all attacks carry a soul capturing effect, increasing the damage. The target takes, stackable up to 10 layers. When using magical weapons, skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%. When using physical weapons, severely injures hit enemies, reducing their defense by 50%. Passive, sacrifice the soul of a defeated target to gain additional experience. Li Yang's eyes widened. An SS class profession. He had anticipated that fusing two powerful S-class professions would yield good results, but he hadn't expected it to directly upgrade to SS class. This wasn't a simple 1 + 1 = 2, it was more like turning into 11. Moreover, this profession was extremely versatile. The innate skill was highly practical for both mages and archers, compensating for the weaknesses of both professions. More importantly, sacrificing souls after kills to gain extra experience meant leveling up faster. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, but this skill allowed him to level up astonishingly fast in the early stages. He could advance to the next profession earlier than others and quickly gain a significant advantage in strength. Of course, the specific effects would need to be tested in practice. The next morning, Li Yang arrived at the city gate. Although he had come early, the place was already packed with people, forming long queues to leave the city. Many had even started waiting since the previous night. The allure of that special wild boss was too great, and the public information had made many people want to take a gamble. Make way, make way. The legendary guild is here, clear the path. A shout came from behind. Immediately after, a powerful team of professionals strode forward, each step resounding like thunder. The team consisted of about 30 people, all brimming with energy and exuding confidence. The city guards, upon seeing them, immediately stepped forward to open the gates and respectfully stood aside. Within this massive team from the legendary guild, Li Yang recognized two familiar faces. They were Zhang Tao and Du Qingran, walking hand in hand at the front of the group. The crowd immediately began whispering. Looks like the legendary guild is going all out this time, sending so many elites. Our chances here are probably slim. Exactly, and I heard people from the other side are making a move too. The other side? The Qingshan Guild. Oh, it's them. This boss fight is going to be interesting. The Qingshan Guild is no less formidable than the legendary guild. No wonder the legendary guild sent so many experts. Clashes between the two major guilds are rare. Even if we can't get any benefits, watching will be thrilling enough. Li Yang heard all of this clearly. Although it wasn't immediately useful, knowing more about the situation was always beneficial. Understanding your enemies is key to winning every battle. 2 major guilds? Interesting. Li Yang murmured softly. Unlike others, he only saw endless opportunities. In the wild, outside the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins, the crowd was growing larger and larger, with teams arriving from all directions. The cold wind howled, carrying a biting chill. The boss was about to respawn, and everyone was stationed near the entrance, ready to charge in. Li Yang was puzzled. Had he ever seen this many professionals combined in his lifetime? Once the gates opened, it would probably take a long time to even get inside. Faced with the massive crowd, Li Yang decided to take a gamble and search for a hidden entrance. Places like this usually didn't have just one main gate. Like secret realms in games, there were always hidden entrances and exits. He left the crowd and began carefully searching the surroundings. Using the descriptions of hidden mechanisms from books, he systematically investigated. Half an hour passed, and he found nothing. Just as he was debating whether to return to the line, he suddenly noticed a suspicious figure. It was a young man in a purple robe with a hood, glancing around nervously as he walked. Occasionally, he would stop and whistle nonchalantly. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss. He crouched down, hiding behind some bushes, and quietly followed the man in the purple robe. The man walked faster and faster, turning his head more frequently, almost 3 times per second. Li Yang, agile and quick, kept up by constantly switching hiding spots. After about 10 minutes, the man in the purple robe stopped in front of a dead-end wall. He lowered his hood, his face full of excitement. Looking around nervously, he scratched his head. Strange, why do I feel like someone's following me? Li Yang, hiding behind a tree more than 10 meters away, felt sweat dripping to the ground. His heart raced at the near miss of being discovered. After confirming no one was around, the man in the purple robe excitedly reached into his pocket, seemingly about to activate some kind of mechanism. At the entrance. 10 minutes left until the ruins open. Everyone, get ready to charge the boss. Zhang Tao waved the flag of the legendary guild, his voice full of confidence. Understood, the crowd behind him responded in unison. On the other side, a similarly sized team was not to be outdone. Humph, our Green Robe Guild is determined to win this time. They were dressed in green robes, with the guild emblem emblazoned on their chests, exuding an aggressive aura. Zhang Tao frowned. It was his first time leading a team on behalf of the guild, and he couldn't afford to make mistakes. He hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. The Green Robe Guild had sent many elites, clearly well prepared. Beside him, Du Qingran asked worriedly, Zhang Tao, we brought so many elites. We won't lose, right? Zhang Tao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Aside from the Green Robe Guild, the others are just here to make up the numbers. We've brought only top-tier experts this time. Victory is certain. Du Qingran smiled charmingly. That's good to hear. Zhang Tao, slightly distracted, tried to move closer to her, but Du Qingran pushed him away firmly, saying seriously, no way. I only believe in pure platonic love. Zhang Tao laughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Li Yang hasn't tried anything inappropriate with you, has he? Du Qingran snorted. Of course not. He's not even as good as you. I've never been with him. You're the first. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was overjoyed and brimming with confidence. I'm way better than Li Yang. Stick with me, and you'll have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, as everyone anxiously waited, no one realized that the coveted cave had already been entered by someone. Li Yang had smoothly made his way into the ruins, moving swiftly and skillfully through the area. Even he found it unbelievable how easily he had slipped in through the back entrance. It turned out that the man in the purple robe had a special item that opened the back door to the ruins. Just as the man was about to enter, Li Yang acted quickly and managed to get in first. Now, his goal was clear, to loot the treasures here as quickly as possible. There wasn't much time left before the ruins' main entrance opened. Surrounded by crumbling walls and ruins, the intact main hall was the most likely place to hide treasures. Li Yang didn't have time to check each area individually and headed straight for the largest abandoned hall in the center. Just as he reached the entrance, the ground suddenly trembled, as if something was about to break through the surface. Li Yang immediately stepped back. The next moment, the ground split into 3 protrusions, and thin, green, rotting arms reached out from underground, slowly pushing upward. Shortly after, 3 emaciated, maggot-covered, sinister-looking zombies crawled out from below. Without hesitation, Li Yang pulled out his explosive bow, created some distance, and quickly fired arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. Boom, boom. 711710713. You killed a level 20 green cold zombie, gained plus 200 experience. You killed a level 20 blue cold zombie, gained plus 200 experience. You killed a level 20 earth cold zombie, gained plus 200 experience. Cold zombie souls have been automatically sacrificed, experience plus 300. Li Yang hadn't expected the passive ability of the soul wizard to be this powerful. Killing 3 monsters only yielded 600 experience, but sacrificing their souls directly added another 300. That's a whole 50% more. Truly worthy of an SS class profession. After dealing with the monsters blocking his path, he stepped into the hall. The sight before him made him pause slightly. Although the outside was in ruins, this place was well preserved, not dilapidated at all. And surprisingly clean, there wasn't even a speck of dust. What lay before him was a spacious corridor, with many doors lining both sides. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins, after patiently waiting, everyone finally saw some movement. The massive door began to tremble with a rumbling sound. The giant stone blocking the entrance slowly shifted to the right, kicking up a cloud of dust. A few seconds later, a passage about 2 meters wide appeared before the crowd. The door is open, charge. Victory belongs to the Legends. The members of the Legends Guild rushed in first, followed closely by the Green Robe Guild, unwilling to fall behind. There were also several scattered teams. The long-waiting crowd surged forward like hungry wolves spotting prey, scrambling to get inside. Inside the main hall of the ruins, Li Yang gripped his weapon tightly and pushed open the first door. To his surprise, there was nothing behind it, just a small, enclosed room. He moved to another door and yanked it open. This time, there was a wooden treasure chest in the center of the room. Li Yang walked over and easily opened it. A silver light flashed from the chest. Wind Spirit Short Blade Quality, Silver Grade. Level Requirement, 20 Attributes, Strength plus 75, Agility plus 25. Li Yang's eyes lit up. This was actually a silver grade weapon. Among equipment, weapons were the most valuable. A silver weapon like this could sell for nearly 100,000. He hadn't even exerted any effort, just opened a door and a treasure chest. It was practically a free gift. It seemed this place had plenty of hidden treasures. Before the others outside could catch up, Li Yang began carefully inspecting each door one by one. Of course, not every door hid treasures behind it. Most of the time, the rooms he opened were empty. If luck wasn't on his side, he might even encounter monsters. As he pushed open one door, a terrifying corpse creature lunged at him. Fortunately, Li Yang had the Guardian Shield on him. After blocking the attack, he quickly created some distance and fired several arrows in quick succession. 701. 703. Huge numbers popped up. The health bar quickly dropped, almost hitting bottom. You killed a level 20 green cold corpse, gained experience plus 200. Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. This place was truly dangerous. It seemed it might have been a prison in the past. Moving forward, he became even more cautious to prevent sudden ambushes. By the corpses, he gripped his newly acquired Wind Spirit dagger tightly, ready to counterattack while opening doors. After several attempts, he opened another door, revealing another treasure chest. Knight Armor Quality, Silver Grade Level Requirement, 20 Attributes, Constitution plus 100, Agility-10. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Li Yang had already opened all the dozens of doors in this area. Although many doors were empty and he had killed quite a few monsters, as long as there was a treasure chest, it was definitely worth it. Most of the equipment was silver grade. Vanguard Legard's Quality, Silver Grade Level Requirement, 20 Attributes, Agility plus 75. Shadow Spirit Armguard's Quality, Silver Grade Level Requirement, 20 Attributes, Strength plus 50. Magic Gloves Quality, Gold Grade Level Requirement, 20 Attributes, Spirit plus 80. Equipment Effect increases magic damage by 25%. Li Yang glanced at them and equipped everything. Although some attributes were temporarily unused, the basic improvements were significant. The surprise was that he had obtained a piece of gold-grade equipment this time. No matter what happened in the future, he had already made a huge profit. After equipping these items, Li Yang's personal attributes improved significantly. Meanwhile, during this period, He had killed many corpses, sacrificed their souls, and leveled up to level 23. Name, Li Yang class. Blank level, 23 strength, 780 constitution, 335 agility, 325 spirit, 295 talent. Cards talent abilities, Soul Sorcerer, SS grade class, Shield of Protection, S, Bloodthirst, S, Enhancement, C. After confirming there were no overlooked rooms, Li Yang reached the end of the corridor and discovered a staircase leading to the upper level. At this moment, he noticed a hole at his feet. The hole seemed to lead underground, occasionally emitting strange squeaking noises. Li Yang didn't dare take the risk, certain it wasn't rats but definitely monsters. Going down would be tantamount to suicide. After some thought, he casually cut a thin wooden plank from an open treasure chest and brought it back. The hole was too conspicuous, relying solely on this wouldn't fool anyone. So, Li Yang used the wooden plank to cover the hole. Having one less competitor was always a good thing. He hoped whoever stepped on it would be light enough not to break the plank. Calculating the time, the entrance to the ruins should have opened as well. After preparing, Li Yang bypassed the hole and went straight up the stairs. The second floor was a spacious, enclosed area with a platform ahead. On the platform lay a roll of parchment tied with a red ribbon. Just as Li Yang was about to take it, the mechanism gears began to turn. The floor suddenly rose, and an underground platform slowly ascended, revealing 5 fishmen. They had zombie-like sharp teeth, blue skin, fish-like lower bodies, and steel forks in their hands. Cursed Murloc level, 25 talent, cursed sonic wave description, a Murloc-type monster capable of emitting ultrasonic waves to curse enemies, causing them to fall into chaos. Li Yang's eyes lit up. This talent is impressive. The chaotic state is extremely lethal. Chaos, like burning, poisoning, and bleeding, is an abnormal status effect, but far more dangerous. Those afflicted by chaos experience mental disarray, as if they had consumed poisonous mushrooms, losing their sense of direction and control over their actions. You might intend to use skill A but end up activating skill B. You might aim to attack an enemy but accidentally harm yourself or your teammates. At this point, healing and control clearing equipment become crucial. Of course, in actual combat, things don't always go ideally. The enemy's mental strength and level influence the effect. Those with strong mental resilience can resist this impact. As Li Yang was pondering, a crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling above him, and water began pouring out. He instinctively looked back. At some point, the staircase had been sealed off. Li Yang's expression changed. This meant he was now trapped in an enclosed space. The water level was slowly rising, submerging his feet. If he didn't find a solution quickly, he would be drowned by the flood within 10 minutes. At that moment, 5 cursed Murlocs in front of him raised their steel forks and charged at him in unison. Due to the water, the Murloc's movements had become more agile. Li Yang instinctively raised his bow and arrow but quickly lowered it again. The distance was too close, drawing the bow would take time, and the space here was too cramped. He immediately pulled out his wind spirit dagger. In fact, close combat was also his strong suit, it's just that ranged attacks were more convenient. Why walk when you can ride? Although he had spent a long time in a wheelchair, his basic skills were still solid. The wind spirit dagger, while lacking the powerful bonuses of the explosive bow, was still a physical damage weapon. It also benefited from the talent bonuses of his soul wizard class. Critical strike. Li Yang began retreating. Facing 5 Murlocs head-on was too difficult. He could only break through one by one. However, the space here was extremely narrow, leaving little room for maneuvering. On top of that, the rising water level was increasingly restricting his movement speed. Soon, Li Yang was struck by a fork. Instantly, a string of damage numbers burst from his body. Shield. Value -420. Such high damage. This single hit directly shaved off 1/3 of Li Yang's shield. But Li Yang didn't back down and immediately counterattacked. 511 critical strike. The advantage of the dagger lies in its speed. After landing a hit, Li Yang quickly pulled back to create distance. Before long, the bleeding damage from bloodthirst began to take effect. 2800. 2800. You killed a level 25 cursed Murloc, EXP plus 250. Although the damage was expected, Li Yang was still slightly surprised. His strongest output currently relied on the bleeding effect of bloodthirst, which deals damage equal to 5 times his strength per second. Although monsters have defense and damage reduction, his undead wizard class skill grants him 50% defense penetration. This caused his damage to skyrocket. A Murloc monster instantly collapsed. Li Yang's maneuvering space greatly increased. However, the continuously rising water level underfoot remained a major problem. He had to finish the battle quickly. Shortly after, Li Yang seized another opportunity. He slashed a Murloc monster with his dagger. 510. After landing the hit, he immediately retreated to create distance. 2800. 2800. Massive bleeding injuries kept appearing, and that Murloc monster also fell. Only 3 Murloc monsters remained on the field. Li Yang calculated silently in his heart, keep fighting like this, deal with these Murloc monsters, grab the parchment on the platform, and then get out of this cursed place as quickly as possible. By now, the water level had already risen to his knees. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The hole in the ceiling, which had been eroded by water for who knows how long, suddenly expanded, and water poured down like a waterfall. Li Yang's eyes widened. He looked at the parchment on the platform nearby. Is this thing waterproof? Before he could think further, the water level rose rapidly, instantly submerging half of his body. In stark contrast, the Murloc monsters became increasingly agile. As the water level rose, these cunning Murloc monsters dove directly into the water. Li Yang sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to use that move. Copy. Copy successful, you have obtained Cursed Soundwave, Grade A. After activating the copy skill, Li Yang immediately unleashed a soundwave interference. The surrounding air instantly became blurry and distorted. The 3 Murloc monsters, which had been swishing their tails in the water and aiming their tridents at him, suddenly froze, their movements stiff and their eyes losing their sharpness. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it worked. He took a deep breath and dove into the water. Facing the 3 Murloc monsters that were now disoriented and chaotic, he struck each one with his blade, not missing a single target. 513. 510. 515. 2800. 2800. You have slain level 25 Cursed Murloc *3, EXP plus 750. Sacrificed Cursed Murloc Souls *5, EXP plus 600. Level up, 2324. Not bad. Thanks to the extra experience bonus from sacrificing souls, the leveling speed had significantly increased. The originally slowing pace of leveling due to higher levels had returned to peak efficiency. After finishing off these Murloc monsters, the staircase behind him opened up. The water flowed out through the exit. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief, stepped onto the platform ahead, and reached out to grab the parchment. After checking it, he was relieved to find that its waterproofing was excellent, and it hadn't been damaged. Just then, faint shouts and footsteps could be heard from outside. There was no time to waste. Li Yang stowed the parchment and quickly ran back in the direction he had come from. After the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins opened, a large number of professionals flooded into the ruins, spreading out across various areas. Some were joyful, some envious, some cooperative, and others engaged in conflict. The competition for unclaimed treasures was always like this. You needed strength to seize treasures and the ability to keep them, otherwise, you were courting death. The 2 major guilds, Legend and Green Robe, had very clear objectives. As soon as they entered, they headed straight for the largest main hall in the center of the ruins. The overall strength and numbers of these 2 guilds were the strongest in this operation. Other scattered adventurers didn't dare provoke them. Seeing the 2 groups heading toward the main hall, they wisely avoided them and went to scavenge fragments on the outskirts. In the Legend Guild's team, Zhang Tao, who was walking at the front, had a grim expression. The Green Robe Guild clearly intended to compete with them for the prize. Both sides stopped simultaneously in front of the main hall. Then, they stood face to face. The representative of the Green Robe Guild was a man in his 20s, with flowing long hair and wearing a green guild uniform. Zhang Tao spoke loudly, his voice carrying an oppressive tone. Hey, be smart and let us go in first. The representative of the Green Robe Guild snorted coldly. Oh, getting on in years but still have a sharp tongue, huh? Go ahead, make a move if you dare. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow but didn't actually make a move. Just the guild's name alone wasn't enough to intimidate the other party. This showed that the other side was quite confident as well. He wasn't afraid of the Green Robe Guild either. With his usual temperament, he wouldn't back down from trouble. But this time, his target was that boss. He was even willing to forego other rewards for it. Therefore, he had to conserve his strength and couldn't afford to clash head-on with the Green Robe Guild. The members of the Green Robe Guild seemed to have guessed this as well and chuckled lightly. Our guild leader was right, you people from legend are nothing more than dogs raised by the Cyclops. Cyclops. When Zhang Tao heard these 3 words, his expression turned extremely grim. He had heard this name many times from his father. From what? He knew, his presence here was also under the Cyclops' orders. He had to kill the boss here and retrieve the item to bring back. He hadn't expected the Green Robe Guild to show up and interfere. But the forces behind the Green Robe Guild were no small matter either. From their words, Zhang Tao could tell they were quite confident. With a helpless expression, he said, brothers, since you already know this, why don't we stay out of each other's way? How about you search the main hall first? After enduring for 3 years in school, he had also learned to be patient. The representative of the Green Robe Guild laughed heartily. In truth, he didn't dare openly offend the Cyclops behind Zhang Tao that was a major underground figure in Shanghai. But taking this opportunity to gain some benefits was still possible. Didn't expect you to be so sensible, kid. Alright, we'll go in and take a look first. With that, he led his people into the hall ahead of them. Seeing this, Du Qingran felt displeased. If things went on like this, wouldn't they end up with nothing? With so many people here, there wasn't enough to go around in the first place. Might as well just fight it out. Hey, Zhang Tao, are you just going to back down like this? Their people aren't much stronger than ours. Zhang Tao sighed and reassured her, don't rush. This time, we're here to take down the big boss. Preserving our strength is what matters. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Besides, even if they get something, they still have to be able to take it away smoothly. Hearing this, Du Qingran's emotions finally calmed down a bit. In truth, it was mainly because she had been infuriated by Li Yang yesterday, which made her eager to improve herself and unwilling to keep falling behind. Meanwhile, the members of the Green Robe Guild, who had entered the main hall first, were dumbfounded. Their previously excited expressions instantly turned to disappointment. On both sides of the corridor ahead, dozens of doors had all been opened. How was this possible? Elsewhere, Li Yang stood at a distance, nervously watching the main hall, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had arrived quickly, otherwise, he would have definitely run into those people. He glanced at the parchment in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. The parchment detailed the history of this place. It turned out that someone had once tried to resurrect the wind dragon here, but the price was to use lives as sacrifices. No wonder there were wandering corpses everywhere. The main hall seemed to house many treasures, but in reality, it was an altar, imprisoning numerous undead. Li Yang's earlier suspicions were correct. The small rooms on the first floor were prison cells, while the basement and second floor were a dungeon and water prison, respectively, holding corpses and monsters. The parchment even included a map, with several locations specially marked. Li Yang guessed there must be something valuable hidden there. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had just started searching, he immediately set off toward the nearest target. At that moment, members of the Green Robe Guild emerged from the main hall, their faces dark. Zhang Tao, surprised to see them come out so quickly, asked, "Where are you going? Why are you out so soon?" Xingfeng, fuming, said, "Damn it, someone must have gotten here first. It's probably a super-fast assassin. Search everywhere. Something important must have been stolen from inside." Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow, his heart tightening. Someone faster than them? Who could it be? They had been the first to rush in as soon as the entrance opened. Du Qingran suddenly spoke up, "Could someone have been hiding here all along?" Her words made everyone tense. Zhang Tao said coldly, "Whoever it is, our legend guild isn't to be trifled with. If anyone dares to steal our boss, I'll make sure they pay dearly." As he spoke, he waved the golden weapon in his hand. Meanwhile, Li Yang moved through the ruins, the cold wind occasionally brushing past him. He glanced at the map. No mistake, it's just ahead. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from up ahead. Li Yang frowned. Someone got there first? He quietly approached and saw a 4-person professional team working in perfect coordination to fight off several undead. Behind the undead, in a dilapidated house, was an exquisite treasure chest. The team was diligently CLCing Li Yang. He shouted, "Yeah, run." Li Yang raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you the one who messed up and forced me to clean up the mess?" Yeah wasn't sad at all, only retreating in terror. "Who are you?" she asked fearfully. Li Yang didn't answer. He stepped past the fat man, gripping a short knife, and approached step by step. Yaya anxiously looked at the fat man. Save me. The fat man desperately tried to stand up, but his body was weak, and his life was quickly slipping away. Yaya's expression turned cold, and she cursed, useless. Then she turned to Li Yang, pleading, "Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want." As she spoke, she began taking off her clothes, revealing her fair skin. The fat man behind her stared wide-eyed, shouting angrily, "Stop! Don't insult my goddess." But the goddess didn't care at all. Instead, she kept saying, "Don't listen to him. Go ahead and humiliate me, as long as you spare me." Her attitude seemed to fear that Li Yang might mistake her for some pure, unyielding goddess. As she spoke, she confidently displayed her figure. The fat man was dumbfounded. Seeing his goddess like this, he felt a wave of sorrow. In an instant, it was as if his entire belief system collapsed, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Li Yang couldn't help but want to applaud. Impressive! The woman's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him pitifully, evoking sympathy. Unfortunately, Li Yang had no interest in being a simp. Watching her use others as scapegoats earlier had only disgusted him. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly sensed something was wrong. He turned around to look behind him. Without hesitation, he dodged swiftly, quickly distancing himself from his original position. Along the way, he grabbed a few items from a treasure chest without looking closely and stashed them away. The woman was still twisting seductively in place, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Seeing Li Yang's movements, she thought he had softened, and showed a hint of joy on her face. But immediately after, fireballs and arrows came flying in from outside the door. Her face turned pale in an instant, and before she could react, she was engulfed in the barrage. Li Yang ignored the woman, who had been riddled with holes, and kept his gaze fixed on the doorway. The next moment, a group of people emerged from the smoke, at least a dozen of them, all wearing the uniform of the Green Robe Guild. Li Yang squinted his eyes. Although not the entire group had come, the scale was already significant, about 2.5 full squads. "Well, your reaction's pretty quick," said the burly man leading the group, holding a shield and watching Li Yang warily. "This kid seems capable. He might be the one the boss told us to find. Humph, he even gave up the woman. How strong could he be? Get him. Block the door so he can't escape. Send a few people to ambush him from behind." The group noisily discussed their plan, clearly not taking Li Yang seriously. Soon, they began to surround him from both sides. Li Yang shrugged. "What's this about? We have no grudges. Don't make a fuss." The burly man snorted coldly. "Hand over what you just took." Li Yang lowered his head and said nothing. The burly man signaled to his companions with his eyes. The next second, over a dozen professionals attacked simultaneously. Warriors swung their greatswords, mages began chanting spells, archers drew their bows, and healers activated buffing magic. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly raised his head. Bright ripples began to spread from his eyes, quickly expanding to envelop the entire battlefield. The surrounding professionals who were originally preparing to attack suddenly slowed down, falling into chaos. This was the skill, Cursed Soundwave, that Li Yang had previously copied from the Merman monster. Of course, not everyone was completely affected. Some high-level professionals or those wearing equipment that enhanced mental strength quickly regained clarity after a brief daze. However, those who fell into chaos began to see their clear-headed teammates as enemies and started attacking each other. "Are you blind? Why are you slashing me? Stop fighting. Stop. What the hell is going on?" The clear-headed ones struggled to deal with their out-of-control teammates, leaving them no time to pursue Li Yang. Li Yang exhaled. "This effect is even more effective than I expected." Watching the group turn on each other, he calmly walked out of the room. The clear-headed ones shouted, "Damn it, he's getting away. Stop him." One of them angrily slapped an out-of-control teammate, only to be met with 2 retaliatory slaps. "They've gone mad, all of them. What the hell is wrong with these people? Stop. What did you do to everyone?" Someone roared as they charged at Li Yang. Seeing his composed demeanor, they finally realized that the cursed soundwave was his doing. "Who the hell are you?" Li Yang didn't answer and simply left, leaving them to their chaotic infighting. The reinforcements from the Green Robe Guild would arrive sooner or later, which would be a big problem. For now, he had no intention of clashing head-on with any guild. After all, aside from himself, the main competition was between the Green Robe Guild and the Legendary Guild. The big boss hadn't appeared yet, and the 3 sides were temporarily holding each other in check. Breaking the balance now would only allow a third party to reap the benefits. After walking some distance away, Li Yang took out the item he had just retrieved from the treasure chest for a closer look. He had been in such a rush earlier that he hadn't examined it carefully. It wasn't equipment but a type of item, a transparent bottle containing half a bottle of red liquid. Rage potion, rare instantly. Restores full status upon consumption, reduces damage taken by 80%, usable 3 times. Li Yang was slightly startled. It was actually a rare grade potion. So far, the highest grade of potions developed by humans was rare grade. As a result, any rare grade potion, regardless of its effect, was incredibly valuable. Although it was a consumable, its value was comparable to gold grade equipment. Major factions on the market were always willing to purchase such potions at exorbitant prices, with virtually no upper limit. As expected, the location marked on the sheepskin scroll definitely hid treasures. Li Yang was overjoyed. If there was a rare potion here, what kind of treasure would be at the next location? He immediately set off for the next marked point. If he delayed too long and someone else got there first, it would be troublesome. Not long after, Li Yang followed the guidance of the sheepskin scroll to an abandoned clearing. He stopped under a giant tree. The ground was scattered with piles of dirt, and the hole beneath his feet was empty. Could he have arrived too late? Li Yang sighed. Just as he was about to take out the sheepskin scroll to check the next location, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps nearby. Without making a sound, he quickly put away the scroll and hid behind the tree. Moments later, a man covered in blood ran past from the front. He kept looking back, his expression tense. Behind him were several aggressive professionals in hot pursuit. Catch him. Don't let him get away. He's so scrawny, but he sure can run fast. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. If they weren't busy exploring, something big must have happened. Unless the treasure under the tree had been dug up, and these people were chasing the culprit. It seems quite a lot has just happened here. He immediately darted forward to follow. As he chased, he observed along the way. These relentless pursuers were quite strong, clearly after something valuable. Just as Li Yang was pondering, the man fleeing ahead suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. The pursuers were stunned, completely clueless about what had happened, and stopped in their tracks. Where did he go? Even Li Yang, hidden in the shadows, showed a hint of surprise. In his last glimpse, he seemed to see the man put on something. The pursuers were so furious they were about to explode. The person they'd been chasing for so long had suddenly disappeared. Sure enough, he must have taken the treasure. Keep searching. Turn this area upside down if you have to, but find him. Li Yang shook his head and quietly retreated. It seemed the man had used an invisibility item. But it was better to cut losses quickly, wasting more time wasn't worth it. He headed back the way he came. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from the grass ahead. Li Yang thought it was a monster and didn't pay much attention, raising his bow to prepare to shoot. But then, a human head emerged from the grass. He froze, then lowered his bow. Good heavens, there was someone crouching here. He almost mistook them for a monster and shot. As he approached, he saw 3 people lying in the grass, 2 men and 1 woman, severely injured. When they saw Li Yang, they looked both terrified and wary. A limping warrior struggled to stand, awkwardly picking up a silver glinting spear. Li Yang said coldly, "I advise you to think carefully. I hate it when people point weapons at me." The warrior's hand trembled as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Where's Arrow?" Li Yang replied, "Arrow? If you're talking about the man who was being chased earlier, I can tell you he's safe for now." The 3 visibly relaxed upon hearing this, clearly realizing Li Yang wasn't an enemy. But their faces quickly turned pale. Arrow, he's still being chased. Damn it! He risked his life to draw those people away to protect us. From their reactions, Li Yang deduced that these 3 were old teammates, not a temporary group. They exchanged whispers, looking tense. But this had nothing to do with him. Li Yang turned to leave. After walking a few steps, a voice called out behind him, "Brother, wait." The warrior stopped him. Li Yang paused and asked, puzzled, "What is it now?" The warrior took a deep breath and said, "As you can see, we're in a terrible situation and don't want to abandon our companion. If you can rescue Arrow, we'll give you everything we have." Li Yang glanced at their equipment. Honestly, it was quite ordinary black iron and silver. Not even a single piece of gold gear. His expression turned a bit strange. It seemed these people were truly desperate, resorting to asking a stranger for help. He sighed. You ended up like this because you took the treasure buried under that tree, didn't you? The three's faces changed drastically, staring at him in shock. Li Yang already understood. Obtaining something precious without the ability to protect it would inevitably lead to trouble. The warrior sighed, his eyes full of regret. If we had known it would turn out like this, we never should have touched that treasure. He said, as long as you can bring him back, you can have whatever you want, including the treasure. Saying this, he took out a walkie-talkie. With this, you can contact Eru. Li Yang squinted his eyes and decided to let it go. Without saying much, he walked over and grabbed the walkie-talkie. Mutual assistance among professionals was normal. Everyone aimed to maximize their benefits. Initially, he had planned to give up on the treasure, but since the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't let it slip away. He turned and walked in the direction he had come from. Moments later, Li Yang disappeared from sight. The three professionals left behind watched his figure vanish and sat back down. Do you think he can rescue Eru? I think it's unlikely, he looks quite young. The warrior shook his head and sighed. There's no other choice. We can only trust him. This place is too remote to find anyone else. Li Yang returned to the spot where Eru had disappeared. With no one around, he took out the walkie-talkie and held down the button to activate it. After a few minutes, a mix of static and faint voices came through. Hello? Are you guys okay? Over there? I'm temporarily safe here. Li Yang asked, where are you? The other end of the walkie-talkie remained silent for a long time. Hello? Who are you? How did you get your hands on the walkie-talkie? The voice asked cautiously. Li Yang chuckled. I'm the teammate sent to rescue you. How do I know you didn't kill my teammate and impersonate him? Li Yang smiled helplessly. When there's treasure involved, people tend to be extra cautious. Then I might as well leave. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied with a bitter laugh. Those people are blocking the exit. I can't get out. They're gambling with their lives to make sure I die. Li Yang asked directly, what's your exact location? The person hesitated for a moment. At the coordinates, -1211, 2001, near the exit. They're very strong, so be careful. Li Yang ended the call and headed toward the coordinates. Before long, he spotted several professionals blocking the road. They were squatting by the roadside, cursing. That brat sure knows how to run. We'll just stay here and wait for him to come out. We need to teach him a lesson later. He's made us waste so much time. Waiting is worth it if we can get the treasure. It's a rare great item, something you don't come across often. Hearing this, Li Yang's heart stirred. As expected, the items marked on the map were all valuable. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps quickly caught the attention of the group ahead. Ha! Where did this kid come from? Gave me a scare. The group initially thought he was a competitor. But upon seeing he was just a teenager, they relaxed. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. Go play somewhere else. Wait, this kid's gear looks pretty good. One man noticed the explosive bow hanging at Li Yang's waist, his eyes lighting up with greed. He reached out to grab it. Come on, let me take a look at that. Li Yang sighed and covered his face, feeling speechless. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head. His clear eyes peeked through his fingers, with green ripples flashing in their depths. A powerful surge of energy instantly spread out, sweeping across the entire scene. Compared to major forces like the Qingshan Guild, these random groups were far weaker. Chaos broke out among them immediately. Although it wouldn't cause fatal injuries, the chaos had a significant impact. In a real battle, even a moment of distraction could lead to complete failure. Li Yang calmly stepped forward, lightly slashed with his dagger, and blood splattered. 513, 515, 517. The attacked individuals panicked and started fighting each other. This saved Li Yang a lot of effort. He moved to the side and took out a radio to make contact. About a minute later, the call connected. Whose voice came through. What's the situation? Did you see those people? Are they still guarding there? You can come out now, Li Yang said indifferently. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the radio was stunned. What do you mean? It's already taken care of. You can come out now, Li Yang repeated. So quickly? Who asked in confusion, starting to doubt whether Li Yang was deceiving him. Why don't you come out and see for yourself? Hurry up, I'm busy, Li Yang said impatiently. All right. About 5 minutes later, who cautiously appeared from behind, walking as if he were sneaking around. Li Yang waved at him. Seeing only Li Yang at the intersection, who quickened his pace and walked over. When he saw several professionals lying on the ground, who was shocked. This was a strong, fully staffed team, otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. And now, they had been dealt with in such a short time. This was done by you alone? Who asked with newfound respect. Li Yan neither confirmed nor denied, walking ahead. Hurry up, your teammates are still waiting for you. Who quickly nodded and followed. On the way, he couldn't help but say, thank you, boss, for helping me. Someone as strong as you personally coming to rescue me really makes me feel honored. Li Yan nodded perfunctorily, just wanting to complete the task as soon as possible. They continued walking. Whose face was full of hesitation. As they approached their destination, he took a deep breath, as if making a big decision. He stopped and said, boss, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to get out. Thank you so much. I don't have anything valuable, but take this. As he spoke, he took out a delicate cloak from his backpack. Concealment cloak, rare, functional item effect. When worn, it grants invisibility for 1 minute, making the wearer unseen by others. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Oh? Seeing the item, Li Yan raised an eyebrow. This effect. He had a bold idea in mind but wasn't sure whether to voice it. He glanced again at who was still struggling. Not bad, this who, though a bit rough, was quite sensible and could resist temptation. He hadn't even brought it up himself. With some reluctance in his eyes, who said, we originally planned to give this item to the Qingshan Guild. Maybe then we could join the guild. You should take it, I'm afraid I'll regret it later. Li Yan chuckled and accepted the cloak. Whose thoughts were actually quite normal. In this world, it's hard to survive alone. When there's something good, it usually doesn't end up with people like them. They can only pick up leftovers. If they could rely on a powerful organization, life would be much easier. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from ahead. It sounded like there were more than 10 people. The noise grew closer. Whose expression changed. That direction, his teammates were still there. Could something have happened? Soon, several of his teammates appeared. Their condition was clearly much better, but frowned. What exactly happened? He noticed that a group of strangers was following his teammates. Watching the figures gradually approach, Li Yang frowned. These people, it seems like I've seen them somewhere before. Oh, they're from the Green Robe Guild. They've actually come looking for us? Walked over, intending to greet his teammates, while curiously glancing at the people behind them. Upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. He recognized the clothing of these people. It bore the emblem of the Green Robe Guild. This was the guild he had always dreamed of joining. But at that moment, the warriors saw that was unharmed and showed expressions of relief. However, the squad leader of the Green Robe Guild stepped forward impatiently, pushed aside, and walked toward Li Yang with a sinister smile on his face. Brat, we finally caught you. You sure run fast. As soon as he said this, the warriors were stunned. Ha? What do you mean? Seeing that they were about to make a move, the warriors were confused. Heh, you guys are useless now. Get lost. Don't think we ever wanted to help you. The members of the Green Robe Guild sneered coldly. The warriors' faces changed drastically. Froze and hurriedly asked his nearby teammates, what's going on? The warriors stammered as they recounted the events. It turned out that shortly after Li Yan left, a group of people from the Green Robe Guild arrived. They were asking about someone. Based on their description, the warriors quickly associated it with Li Yang. At first, they kept silent, unsure of the stranger's intentions. Later, these Green Robe Guild members pretended to be Li Yang's friends and even helped the warriors heal their injuries. The warriors assumed that since Li Yang was so strong, he must also be part of the guild, so they brought the group along. But now, the Green Robe Guild members had revealed their true colors. If they were truly friends, how could they treat them like this? The warriors were filled with anguish. He saved you, but I accidentally betrayed him. It's all my fault. Listened, his face full of disbelief. His perfect image of the Green Robe Guild was completely shattered. The place he had once yearned for turned out to be full of cunning and malicious people. It's all because they're too deceitful. No way, he helped us, and we can't just stand by and watch him fall into danger. Determined glints flashed in the eyes of the four warriors. Without hesitation, they charged toward Li Yang's side. Seeing Eru and the others' reaction to the Green Robe Guild members, Li Yang roughly understood the situation. He stared at the aggressive Green Robe Guild members ahead, his gaze becoming sharp. It seemed this battle was unavoidable. Li Yan would never let anyone bully him. The Green Robe Guild's captain, Wang Mang, strode forward arrogantly and said, "Brat, I know you have equipment that can create chaos. Hand it over. And the treasures you snatched earlier, they don't belong to you." Li Yang sneered, "If everyone in your guild is like you, then you truly deserve your misfortune." Wang Mang's face darkened. "You're asking for death." Li Yang wasted no time and immediately unleashed Cursed Soundwave again. A wave of sound instantly spread out. Wang Mang snorted coldly. "Fool, do you think we'll be scared by this move?" He waved his hand and commanded, "Purify." A team member behind him raised a staff and struck the ground forcefully. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, enveloping everyone. Li Yang's soundwave attack was instantly neutralized. "Oh?" Li Yang squinted. Thinking to himself that this guy was indeed prepared, Wang Mang laughed triumphantly. "Is that all you've got? Without this trick, we could send anyone to crush you easily. Prepare to take down this useless trash. Dare to provoke the Green Shirt Guild, and you'll pay the price." Li Yang stared coldly at him while pulling out his explosive bow. Erhu frowned, trying to find an opportunity to persuade them. The Green Shirt Guild was too powerful, and the odds of winning were slim. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he quickly stepped forward and said to Wang Mang, "Big brother of the Green Shirt Guild, could there be some misunderstanding? With so many of you, why resort to violence? Wouldn't it be better to keep the peace?" "Peace?" Wang Mang sneered. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now that you've lost, you want to talk peace with me? Step back, Erhu," Li Yang said in a deep voice. He pulled out a cloak of stealth and swiftly draped it over himself. In an instant, his figure disappeared. Wang Mang and his men were stunned. "What? He disappeared? Where is he? Did he run away?" Realizing what had happened, Wang Mang gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this kid has so much gear. We must kill him. All of this belongs to the Green Shirt Guild. Catch his companion first. Let's see if he dares to come out." The members of the Green Shirt Guild locked onto the bewildered Erhu. No way. Cannon fire targeted Erhu, and he panicked. Unlike Li Yang, he didn't have many skills or the courage. He ran around frantically, trying to escape in a pathetic manner. At that moment, a silver arrow shimmering with light shot down from the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound. Wang Mang was stunned as the arrow flew straight toward him. He couldn't even see where the arrow had been fired from, it was too sudden. He quickly fell backward, losing his balance and landing on the ground. Fortunately, the arrow pierced the dirt between his legs, just a few centimeters away from his groin. Wang Mang broke out in a cold sweat, his heart racing. It missed. That's all there is to it. But soon, as he watched the arrow tremble violently and turn red, he began to sense something was wrong. "No, it can't be." Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Thick smoke billowed into the air, and chaos ensued. The members of the Green Shirt Guild scrambled in disarray. "Where's the boss? Boss, are you okay? Captain, where are you?" Wang Mang's desperate voice came from within the smoke. This explosion is from a gold-tier weapon. We must catch that damn kid. *T, the boss turned into fried chicken. Meanwhile, several more arrows shot over. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Each arrow caused a wide-range explosion. Wang Mang and his men no longer dared to gather together and quickly scattered. The healer exerted all their strength, their staff smoking, while the entire team descended into chaos. Erhu and a few teammates were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Green Shirt Guild was an invincible force. They never expected these mighty figures to be so pathetic now. Was this really the top guild of the Zhanghai region they knew? It felt like they were watching themselves being beaten to a pulp, but in reverse. The illusion was completely shattered. "Damn it, we can't keep playing. Run!" Wang Mang shouted as he fled back the way he came. How could they fight like this? They couldn't even see the enemy. If it weren't for the purification array still active, and the healer holding on, they would have been wiped out long ago. Even now, the casualties were severe. Erhu and the others were utterly shocked. The Green-Shirt Guild was retreating. The battle had just started. They couldn't even dream of such a scenario. Watching the Green-Shirt Guild flee in disarray, Li Yang sneered. These people, if they don't die, they'll at least get a good beating from me. The invisibility effect of the cloak of concealment, combined with his tiger-like explosive attacks, made him practically invincible. The members of the Green Robe Guild were indeed powerful, and their levels were much higher than his. But it didn't matter. The enemies couldn't see him and could only take hits passively. If it weren't for the purification array still being active, he could have drained them to death using bloodthirst. Soon, the effect of the cloak of concealment ended, and Li Yang's figure reappeared. By then, the members of the Green Robe Guild had all fled without a trace, leaving behind only Arrow and his teammates, who looked bewildered. Arrow cautiously stepped forward and asked incredulously, "Bro, was this really your doing? Wow. So strong. Who else could it be besides the big shot himself? Arrow, your brain is really slow sometimes." His teammates teased him, lightening the mood. Arrow chuckled sheepishly. When Li Yang had disappeared earlier, he thought he had run away. But then he saw the Green Robe Guild being beaten so badly that they were screaming in agony. If it really was Li Yang, it was terrifying. One man taking on the entire Green Robe Guild team and driving them away, he could hardly believe it. Li Yang laughed. Thanks to this cloak of concealment, it saved me a lot of trouble. Eru was filled with amazement. The same item in his hands and Li Yang's hands was like night and day. When he used it, it was only good for running away. It was useless for anything else. Looking at Li Yang, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. "Sorry, these people were brought here by my teammates, causing you trouble." The three warriors lowered their heads, ready to be scolded. Li Yang waved his hand. "It's fine. I was bound to have a tough fight with them sooner or later. It was just a matter of time." Green Robe Guild. Legendary Guild. Zhang Tao. A sharp glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes. The time was almost up. The boss was about to respawn. Li Yang prepared to leave and looked at Arrow and the others. "What are you planning to do next?" The group exchanged glances and smiled. Arrow replied, "We plan to head back for now. We're too injured to compete for treasures here." Li Yang nodded. It was indeed the wisest choice. Arrow smiled and said, "Brother, see you again someday. I need to start chasing my dreams again. I hope one day I can be as strong as you." "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what would have happened to us. When we meet again, we'll definitely repay you properly." After bidding them farewell, Li Yang turned and headed toward the final point marked on the sheepskin map. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. 750, 750, 751. You killed level 24 White Frost Corpses *3, gained experience plus 720. You killed level 25 Windfire Wolves *2, gained experience plus 500. Sacrificed Souls *5, gained experience plus 600. On the way to the new location, Li Yang cleared monsters along the path. He was now level 25. Name, Li Yang. Class, blank. Level, 25 Strength, 800 Constitution, 360 Agility, 350 Spirit, 320 Talent. Cards: Talent Abilities, Soul Sorcerer, SS Class. Profession, Shield of Protection, S, Bloodthirst, S, Curse Soundwave. A, Enhancement, C, Cards, 1 few. Li Yang exhaled. As long as he kept grinding and leveling up, he would eventually achieve class freedom. Of course, since I'm here, I have to fight for the treasure. Think about it, is it possible to replicate another SSS level class and directly combine it into an SSS level 1? Ahem. Li Yang chuckled and shook his head. In reality, how many geniuses are there? Most people would consider it a miracle to get an A-level class, and getting an S-level 1 usually means having some serious connections. Better to focus on leveling up and climbing the rookie leaderboard. There are generous and mysterious rewards waiting at the top. Li Yang continued toward his target. He had already wasted quite a bit of time earlier and didn't want someone else to find it first. As he got closer to the final point, Li Yang was surprised to see more and more people along the way. Every few steps, he would encounter other teams of class holders. Everyone here had the same goal: fighting monsters and collecting treasures. Generally, people wouldn't start fights without reason, and conflicts only arose when competing for treasures. Most people were quite friendly. Seeing Li Yang alone, no one said anything bad. Some even greeted him. "Hey, brother, you're alone? Want to join our team?" We can split the loot evenly. Li Yang usually declined politely. Hey, young man, how's the haul? Found any treasures yet? Li Yang was speechless. Brother, that's way too direct. No normal person would answer, yes, I found some. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to fish for information? It's way too obvious. Li Yang kept moving forward. As he neared his destination, he was shocked to discover that the location was a boss arena. The final point on the sheepskin map turned out to be a boss respawn area. Was this a hint that defeating the boss would yield good items, or? Li Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, if that were the case, there wouldn't be a need to make it so complicated. There must be some treasure hidden nearby. He climbed to a high vantage point on the outskirts of the boss arena. Looking down, he saw that the main forces of the Qingshan Guild and the Legend Guild were already waiting below. Li Yang frowned. This was going to be tricky. If there really was a treasure, it would be best to grab it quickly. Otherwise, once the boss respawned and everyone started fighting, there would be even less time. With so many people here, sneaking off with the treasure would be difficult. Plus, there was no guarantee the treasure hadn't already been taken. The Qingshan Guild members were also present, and if they recognized him, they wouldn't let him off easily. Li Yang glanced at his stealth cloak. Its cooldown time was over. Forget it, he thought. Let's take a look and finish this quickly. Even if he was discovered, escaping unscathed wouldn't be too hard. At that moment, in the boss arena, Zhang Tao's expression was dark and uncertain. He glared at the Qingshan Guild representative and said, Brother Xingfeng, didn't we agree earlier that you'd let us from Legend have the boss? What's the meaning of you bringing your people here now? Xingfeng snorted, clearly displeased. We just went into the main hall and came up empty-handed. Some of our teammates even fell into a dungeon. Who do you think sealed the entrance? We tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. We can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Zhang Tao was furious. So now, you're going back on your word and trying to take our boss? Do you really think Legend is afraid of you? What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean, your boss? This is a public resource, everyone has a share. Are you saying Legend wants to go against the whole world? Xingfeng retorted. Zhang Tao was left speechless, his anxiety growing. This wasn't just about completing the task assigned by his family, it was also his first public appearance. And he couldn't afford any mistakes. Moreover, Du Qingran was watching from the sidelines. Seeing the clear disappointment on Du Qingran's face, Zhang Tao's heart tightened. I'm not a useless person like Li Yang. Thinking of this, he became even more resolute. This should be his home turf. So what are you planning to do? Our Legend Guild doesn't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. We will definitely take down this boss. As soon as the words were spoken, the professionals on both sides immediately adjusted their stances, gripped their weapons tightly, and tensions rose. Seeing the atmosphere on the verge of erupting into a fight, the surrounding spectators stepped back, ready to watch the drama unfold. Xingfeng shook his head and sighed. Young man, I advise you not to act impulsively. Fighting and killing every day is pointless. This concerns the cooperation between two major forces. It's not a trivial matter. Not all problems can be solved through fighting. Although we don't get along well, we can cooperate. Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. How do we cooperate? The boss was about to appear. He didn't want to create conflict at such a critical moment. Unless absolutely necessary. Xingfeng spoke up. In a moment, we can fight the boss together. It'll be more efficient, and we won't have to worry about any chaos. We can split the rewards evenly afterward. What do you think? Zhang Tao frowned, clearly reluctant. Several core members of the guild gathered around him, whispering in his ear to persuade him. His expression gradually softened. Fine, we can cooperate, but that item must go to us. Xingfeng waved his hand generously. No problem. He naturally understood what Zhang Tao was referring to. To be honest, that item was indeed very valuable. But the risks it brought weren't something ordinary people could handle. Being a good person was fine, but carrying a treasure often invited trouble. Xingfeng's guild wasn't strong enough to protect that item. The Legend Guild would handle the matter, but the real manipulators behind the scenes were those lunatics from Jianghai's underground forces. Xingfeng agreed, and only then did Zhang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. Du Qingran snorted unhappily and turned her head away. Great, now we have to split half again. Her impression of Zhang Tao had dropped significantly, especially since she used to claim half of the rewards for herself. At this moment, she recalled the mysterious expert she had encountered yesterday in the Yunhai secret realm. Her eyes sparkled. That person was much stronger than Zhang Tao and seemed to be a young genius. Meanwhile, Li Yang stood at the edge of the boss square, blending into the crowd as he observed. He noticed the two guilds deciding to cooperate and frowned slightly. This was troublesome. He had hoped the two sides would fight so he could take advantage of the chaos. Now it seemed the difficulty would increase significantly. Oh well, the most important thing now was to find the remaining treasure. Li Yang, cloaked, quietly moved through the crowd. Eventually, he stopped in front of an open-air marble slab. The surface of the white marble was smooth, with deliberately crafted patterns, clearly polished with care. Several professional players were sitting on the stone, evidently a small team. Li Yang's heart tightened, thinking, could they have already discovered the treasure? He quickly reconsidered. If they had found the treasure, they wouldn't be acting so casually and staying here. With so many people around, directly snatching it would definitely cause trouble. When the boss fight started, their attention would surely shift. That would be the perfect opportunity to act. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yang walked straight over, quickly drawing the attention of the group. They initially stared at him curiously, and as he approached, one of them finally spoke up. Hey, little brother, are you here alone? A burly man asked, his face full of vigilance. Li Yang appeared young, his cloak covering his face, giving off a mysterious and dangerous aura. Who in the martial world doesn't stay on guard? Li Yang smiled faintly, lowered one side of his cloak, and said, I'm a bit thirsty, could I borrow a cup of water? The burly man was momentarily stunned and exchanged a glance with a mature woman beside him. The woman smiled, took a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, and tossed it to Li Yang. Catch, brother. Without hesitation, Li Yang caught it, unscrewed the cap, and drank deeply, as if parched. Seeing this, the group visibly relaxed. They thought to themselves, this guy is way too trusting, drinking water from strangers without a second thought. Their guard dropped significantly. In truth, Li Yang wasn't worried about poison in the water. His shield of protection made him immune to all toxins. This was a perfect way to dispel their doubts. The mature woman covered her mouth and chuckled, then gestured, drink. Slowly, come sit over here. As she spoke, she shifted over to make room for Li Yang. Li Yang nodded and walked over to sit down. My name is Yan Zi, this big guy here is Shi Lei, and the two over there are De Tian and Xiao Tian, their brothers, the mature woman introduced warmly. The group consisted of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 30 years old. Li Yang nodded, this was normal. In this wilderness, most people were adults from society, and young people like him were rare. My name is Yang Li Yang said, pulling his cloak back over himself. Yan Zi was curious, why do you keep wearing that cloak? Isn't it stifling? Li Yang smiled, actually, I'm being hunted and can't show my face, afraid of being recognized. Shi Lei burst out laughing, you're a funny guy. Who on the run would admit it like that? It's like rich people wouldn't casually say they're rich. The others laughed along. Li Yang just smiled faintly without saying more. He could tell these people weren't bad. At that moment, Yan Zi suddenly spoke seriously, little brother Yang, you didn't come to us just because you were thirsty, did you? Li Yang froze for a moment and looked up at her. Yan Zi continued, you've been wandering alone in this boss zone for so long and even came here. How could it just be for a bottle of water? Hearing this, the other 3 also stared at Li Yang, their gazes now tinged with caution. Li Yang was silent for a moment, just about to speak when Yan Zi suddenly laughed and said smugly, I bet you want us to cover for you, right? Got scared of the monsters, huh? Her teammates rolled their eyes, clearly thinking she hit the mark. Li Yang's mouth twitched slightly, well, you're not wrong. The group continued chatting casually. At that moment, Li Yang noticed a familiar figure. That pretentious posture, who else could it be but Du Qingran? She was leading a few people directly toward them. Li Yang frowned, thinking, have I been discovered? He pulled his hood lower. Du Qingran quickly approached. Yan Zi and the others were puzzled by the situation. Why were people showing up one after another today? Noticing the legendary guild emblem on Du Qingran and her companions' chests, Shi Lei immediately stood up and respectfully asked, so it's the esteemed members of the legendary guild. May I ask what brings you here? Yan Zi and the others were equally astonished. Such prominent figures had actually come to them? Li Yang stared coldly at Du Qingran. She wore an arrogant expression, rolled her eyes, and muttered under her breath, ugh, all The good spots are taken by these people. Although her voice was low, everyone present heard her. Shirley's face stiffened, but considering the background of the legendary guild, he forced a smile and said, "If the esteemed members are tired, you can sit here and rest. We'll find another spot." Yanzi and the others lowered their heads. This was the reality for unaffiliated players without any backing. They could only endure in silence. Du Qingran looked disdainful and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, but hurry up." Li Yang chuckled inwardly. So, they thought this spot was comfortable and wanted to take it over. Makes sense, given her temperament. What good ideas could one expect from her? At that moment, Du Qingran noticed Li Yang. She frowned and pointed at him. "Hey, why are you dressed so heavily in broad daylight? Got something to hide?" Li Yang replied disdainfully, "What? Even this is under the legendary guild's jurisdiction now?" Du Qingran was stunned. She hadn't expected Li Yang to talk back like that. Anger flashed across her face, but soon she felt something was off. "Wait, your voice, and your figure, why do you seem so familiar?" She frowned, quickly trying to recall. Li Yang didn't respond, his mind already calculating rapidly. First, use curse soundwave to confuse the members of the legendary guild, then quickly locate the treasure beneath his feet. Put on the cloak of concealment and slip away unnoticed. But just then, the boss plaza suddenly began to shake violently. What the hell, an earthquake? No, it's the boss. The boss is about to appear. The scene instantly descended into chaos, the noise erupting like a boiling pot. "Everyone, gather. Quickly, gather." The members of the Green Robe Guild and the Legendary Guild shouted, hurriedly calling their teammates and organizing their formations. Du Qingran, realizing what was happening, no longer cared about the spot and immediately led her people toward the plaza. The crowd quickly dispersed. The boss really appeared? Li Yang let out a sigh of relief, his gaze locking onto the center of the plaza, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Yang Li, do you want to come with us?" Yanzi asked while packing up her things. The fight for the boss wasn't something ordinary people could get involved in. Earlier, with so many people around and the two major guilds experts guarding the area, the unaffiliated team had dared to use this spot as a temporary resting place without worrying about monster attacks. But now that the boss had appeared, any accidental involvement could spell disaster. Everyone sensibly packed up and left, Yanzi and her group included. Li Yang shook his head. "No need, you all go ahead." Yanzi hesitated for a moment before continuing to pack. "Take care of yourself, then." Such was life in the martial world. Partings were inevitable, and everyone had their own path to follow. Perhaps they would meet again someday. After seeing off Shirley, Yanzi, and the others, Li Yang looked toward the plaza. The boss had already appeared. It was a towering figure, shrouded in dust, emitting a low, rumbling growl that made hearts race. As the dust settled, a massive creature came into view. The members of the Green Robe Guild and the Legendary Guild had already adjusted their formations, tightly encircling the plaza. Li Yang took a deep breath. Time to get to work. He pulled out his explosive bow, aimed at a nearby marble slab, and fired an arrow. Boom! Sparks flew, and smoke billowed high in the distance. Du Qingran froze, suddenly looking over with joy on her face. "It's him! He's here too!" This sound reminded her of the battle traces discovered in the Cloudsea's secret realm yesterday. Yes, it was this mysterious powerhouse. Her mind was filled with excitement, and without much thought, she left the team and ran over excitedly. The faces of the members in the team, dressed in green robes and legendary gear, all changed. The original formation was completely disrupted by her actions. Zhang Tao shouted in alarm, quickly calling out, "Qingran, come back." Du Qingran hesitated for a moment, turned back, raised her hand, and said, "You guys hold on first, I'll be right back." After saying that, she walked away without looking back. With so many people fighting the boss, it shouldn't matter if she's not there, right? The faces of the two guilds turned grim. She just left like that? What kind of joke is this? Actually, it's not that they couldn't manage without her. The key issue was the positioning. Earlier, Du Qingran had volunteered to take the core position. Seeing that she had an S-level talent, everyone didn't object and agreed. But now, she suddenly left the team, and with the boss already appearing, there was no way to immediately compensate for the loss. Efficiency dropped significantly, and it could even lead to major problems. Zhang Tao, you can't even manage a woman, and you think you're fit to be the heir of the Legendary Guild? Xingfeng said coldly. The heir of the legendary guild, and yet he's a weakling. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he might as well have led the team himself. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. After all the effort to win over the goddess, what else could he do? He couldn't let all his previous efforts go to waste. Gritting his teeth, he said, let's keep fighting and wait for Shinran to come back to finish it off. The others shook their heads. Too reckless. But she's a genius, so it's hard to say anything. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed. In the center of the square, the boss's figure fully emerged. A massive body stood before everyone. Its aura was overwhelming, shaking their hearts to the core. Silver-white armor covered its entire body, and it held a broken greatsword in its hand. The blade gleamed coldly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The oppressive feeling made it hard for everyone to breathe. Zhang Tao swallowed hard. Although he was currently in the limelight, he had only recently awakened. This boss was clearly no ordinary foe. Only now did he realize he had underestimated its strength. Elite Commander of the Heavenly Gate Gold Level Boss Level, 40 HP, 500,000 Description: the legendary Knight Commander guarding the Heavenly Gate, who achieved great feats and once sacrificed himself to block tens of thousands of demons. His deeds are eternally remembered. People believe, on the day the broken sword is reforged, the knight will return. Seeing this colossal figure, the members of the two guilds were dumbfounded. This was way too strong. A level 40 gold boss. The intelligence was wrong. Completely different from what they had expected. They had thought a level 30 boss would be about right. Unexpectedly, it was a level 40 gold boss. Although they had brought guild experts, the pressure was immense. Zhang Tao and Qingfeng exchanged glances. Without cooperation, they probably wouldn't be able to take down this boss. Soon, the boss moved. It stared at the members of the two guilds around it, and the eye area of its helmet lit up with a red glow. What are you standing around for? Attack! Qingfeng shouted, pulling everyone back into formation as both sides launched a full-scale assault. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battlefield was filled with explosions and gunfire. But the results were far from ideal. 6-0. 7-0. 9-1. The damage numbers were pitifully small. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see it. Qingfeng frowned. This gold-level boss was too strong. The formation was in chaos, and the pressure was overwhelming. Damn it, Legend, hurry up and call your girlfriend back. This is no joke. Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. Zhang Tao panicked too, looking around. Du Qingran was already nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Du Qingran, her face full of excitement, arrived at the source of the explosion. The mysterious expert she was anticipating was a handsome young man, preferably with a good family background. To be honest, she looked down on Zhang Tao deep in her heart. She just hadn't found anyone better yet, so she was settling for now. In her view, dating and marriage were two completely different things. Dating was just for immediate benefits, while marriage was for a stable future. Although Zhang Tao was a top-tier professional with an S-level rank, she herself was now also S-level. Their statuses were equal, which made her feel like she was at a disadvantage. Naturally, she wanted to find someone stronger than herself. At this moment, the smoke gradually cleared, and the once smooth marble floor had turned into a pile of rubble. Li Yang stood in the center and suddenly heard footsteps, his heart tightening. At this time, the two major guilds were busy fighting the boss. Who would have the time to come here? He quickly gathered up the items that had just dropped. Turning around, he saw a familiar yet exasperating figure. Du Qingran? Why is it this unlucky pest? Again? Li Yang frowned, feeling truly annoyed. He was wearing a cloak, so Du Qingran didn't recognize him. She walked up excitedly, looking at the mess on the ground, her face full of excitement as she asked, "Did you do this? Were you at the Cloud Sea Secret Realm yesterday? I waited for you for so long, my legs were sore, and you didn't even say hi when you saw me. Why are you so cold? Don't you know I'm also an S-level professional?" Before he could finish speaking, she started introducing herself and bragging non-stop. Li Yang's face darkened as he listened. As expected, this person was just as odd no matter where she went. Come on, are we even close? The boss was about to be engaged, and he had no time to waste on this nonsense. Just as he was getting a bit impatient and looking at Du Qingran, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Du Qingran had been talking for a while, but the other party showed no reaction, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Could it be that this mysterious genius had no interest in girls? At all? Moreover, she had felt that this person seemed familiar the last time she saw him, and now that feeling was even stronger. That's it. Didn't Li Yan used to treat her with the same cold indifference? As soon as she thought of this, she shook her head vigorously. Impossible. These two people are worlds apart, completely unrelated. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, can you take off your cloak and let me see? Always hiding your face, could it be that you're really ugly? If that's the case, points will definitely be deducted." Li Yang snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at her. He was well aware of Du Qingran's intentions. She was definitely trying to cozy up to him and build connections. Since that was the case, he decided not to hold back. "Sure, but you have to do me a favor first." Du Qingran, full of confidence, replied, "No problem, just tell me." Doing a favor could even be an opportunity to get closer and make friends. Totally worth it. Li Yang continued, "Actually, I've been looking for a guild, but I haven't found the right place yet." Du Qingran's eyes lit up. "That's easy. Come with me, and with just one word, I can get you into our legendary guild. Someone as strong as you is always welcome. Then I'll trouble you," Li Yang thought to himself with a smirk. So easy to agree, truly living up to expectations. "Come on, let's go fight the boss." Du Qingran was overjoyed. Being in the same guild meant more opportunities to interact and better understanding. Li Yang nodded without saying much and followed her to the boss's location. Du Qingran walked ahead, humming a tune, her mood soaring. This time, she really hit the jackpot, recruiting a top player for the guild. Asking for a few pieces of golden equipment in return wouldn't be too much. Before long, the two arrived at the center of the boss square. From afar, they could see the tall and terrifying figure. Members of Qingshan and legendary guilds were attacking together, wearing down the boss. Li Yang was also taken aback. A level 40 golden boss with 500,000 HP, how outrageous. Luckily, the two major guilds were working together, otherwise, everyone would have come here for nothing. Back at the team, Du Qingran proudly introduced, "This is the strong player I recruited for the guild. He's even better than you, so don't worry about the rest." Zhang Tao frowned, feeling unconvinced and thinking this person looked familiar. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Dealing with the boss was the priority. "Qingran, hurry back to the team. This boss isn't easy to handle." "Du." Qingran snorted, "Don't call me Qingran, we're not that close yet." She pulled Li Yang into the team. Zhang Tao was so angry he almost spat blood. Where did this mysterious cloaked man come from? Nearby, Qing Feng was sweating profusely. "Can you stop flirting here? The front line can't hold on anymore." Zhang Tao snapped back to reality and quickly commanded, "Hurry, legendary guild's front line, move up." The guard commander was strong, and both guilds had sent their elites, all B-level or higher professionals, truly sparing no expense. But against a level 40 golden boss, everyone was exhausted. Only through rotation tactics could they barely hold on. Minutes passed, and they managed to wear down the boss by over 10,000 HP. This gave everyone hope, and they were so excited their weapons seemed to be on fire. After all, this was a golden level boss. Defeating it would be something to brag about for a long time. Kill it. What's a golden boss? Just another defeated foe under our legendary guild. Zhang Tao was fired up, brimming with confidence. If they succeeded this time, his reputation would surely soar, and the veteran members of the guild would no longer look down on him. Just thinking about it made him laugh out loud. Qingshan Guild's Qingfeng was equally thrilled. A level 40 golden boss would surely drop a ton of dazzling equipment, and there was a high chance of rare gear above golden level. This time, they were bound to return fully loaded. Even the previous disappointment at the main hall felt insignificant now. Everyone seemed to see a bright future ahead. But was that really the case? As soon as Li Yang saw Qingfeng, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. S-level profession detected. Berserker. Would you like to copy? Copy. Li Yang's heart stirred. No matter what, an S-level profession couldn't be wasted. Copy successful. You have obtained the S-level profession. Berserker. Berserker S. Talent, the more consecutive hits, the higher the damage and lifesteal. Passive skill, increased melee damage, 20% damage reduction. After glancing at the new class, Li Yang turned his attention back to the battle. The two major guilds had joined forces and were locked in a fierce fight with the boss. How could he let them have it so easily? It would be best if they were both heavily injured. That way, it would be easier for him to make his move. The ownership of this gold-tier boss had to be his. Following Du Qingran, he easily blended into the legendary team and moved into the core of the formation. Du Qingran stood beside him, as if eager to show off her skills. She first took out her staff, charged it for a few seconds, and a fireball formed, radiating intense heat as it shot straight toward the boss, the Heavenly Gate commander. Boom! The fireball struck the boss. A string of small numbers appeared above its head. 101. Du Qingran smugly lowered her staff. See that? I'm an S-class player. Although this amount of damage was negligible against a boss with 500,000 HP, considering the boss's high defense, dealing over 100 damage in a single hit was already impressive. So, she was quite proud. Li Yang glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. He muttered to himself, that damage is way too low. I could kick harder than that. He then pulled out his explosive bow, quickly drew the bowstring to its limit, and without hesitation, aimed directly at the boss in the center and released the arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air echoed. Du Qingran, standing nearby, was startled and frozen in place, staring at the arrow in shock. From her position, she could clearly feel the power behind it. The arrow, carrying immense force, struck the boss's body with precision. A number popped up from the boss, 777. Severe injury. And that was just a normal attack. Although the gold-tier boss had strong defenses, Li Yang's arrow was a physical attack, enhanced by the bonuses from his Soul Sorcerer class, which included a 50% defense penetration effect. Du Qingran stared at the number, her face full of astonishment. She was also an S-class player, a mage specializing in burst damage. At full power, her best attack could only deal a little over 100 damage. Yet Li Yang's casual arrow dealt several times that amount? Just how strong was his true power? It was simply unimaginable. Her resolve grew stronger as she silently decided that she had to cling to this powerhouse, no matter what. Even if the face under that cloak turned out to be a chubby one, she wouldn't care. The power of that arrow wasn't just in its damage. Many players around them also noticed this extraordinary shot. Before anyone could react, a loud bang resounded. Li Yang's explosive bow had a built-in explosion effect. The front lines of the two major guilds, standing in front of the boss, were caught completely off guard and were directly affected. The sudden explosion damage threw two frontline players into the air, and their formations instantly fell into chaos. Li Yang smiled faintly, thinking, now this is more like it. He wasn't so kind as to help others farm monsters. This time, he hadn't even used his bloodlust skill. It was just a normal attack. Watching the two guilds slowly deplete their strength, Li Yang quietly observed. Stunned by the sudden strike, everyone froze. Especially the players in the front lines. What the hell was that? Who shot that arrow? It just exploded out of nowhere. That's so sneaky. That arrow was way too strong. Don't shoot again next time. They were completely dumbfounded, unable to figure out whether it was intentional or a mistake. Another two arrows like that, and who could survive? The boss wasn't dead, but they were the ones who fell first. Li Yang had intended to shoot a few more arrows. However, just as he drew his bow, Du Qingran quickly stopped him. Brother, stop shooting, stop shooting. Du Qingran was drenched in sweat. She hadn't expected Li Yang to be so fierce, let alone that his move would come with a self-destruct effect. At this rate, their own team would definitely suffer the most. Li Yang chuckled and lowered his weapon, not wanting to make it too obvious. But that move just now had instantly turned the tide of what had been a difficult battle. Li Yang looked indifferent after all, it was others who were suffering, not him. Qingshan Guild's Qingfeng, however, had a dark expression on his face. Your legend guild is such a mess. What kind of people are you bringing in? He had thought that Du Qingran's return would improve the situation. But what happened? After all this time, she had only caused him a bigger problem, killing 800 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of their own. Zhang Tao also forced a bitter smile, frustration building inside him. After all, this was someone the goddess had brought in. What could he say? He was deeply annoyed. It seemed like ever since they arrived here, nothing had gone smoothly. Qingfeng also shook his head helplessly at this eccentric heir of the Legend Guild and said bitterly, keep an eye on your newcomer. Don't let him cause any more trouble, or we really won't be able to handle it. He swore that if there were any future collaborations with the Legend Guild, he wouldn't agree to it even if it killed him. The team soon plunged back into a grueling battle. After all, the opponent was a level 40 gold tier boss, leaving no room for the slightest slack. Every class was busy, occasionally casting reproachful glances at Li Yang. Li Yang, however, was quite pleased with his masterpiece. With one move, he had thrown the entire battle into chaos. The more the two major guilds exhausted their strength, the easier it would be for him to swoop in at the end. Meanwhile, Du Qingran, having witnessed Li Yang's strength, was beyond infatuated. She couldn't stop fussing over him, which made Li Yang chuckle. He knew very well that Du Qingran had treated him the same way in the past, flattering him when there was something to gain, and distancing herself the moment trouble arose. He wondered what her expression would be when she discovered his true identity, the loser she had once mocked. It would definitely be interesting. Nearly an hour had passed. The boss's health had dropped to below half. Although Li Yang hadn't made a move, the others' attacks felt like mere tickles against the boss's high defense. But with enough people, even tickles could chip away at its health. Li Yang marveled at the fact that he hadn't fallen asleep. Not just Li Yang, those who had been exhausted and gasping for breath earlier were now energized. Qingfeng from Qingshan Guild and Zhang Tao from Legend Guild, the two representatives, were both calculating their own plans. Although everyone was united for now and had agreed in advance on how to split the rewards, when it came to interests, no one was truly a friend. The key question was, who would claim the final kill on this boss? Everyone understood that only the person who landed the final blow would be considered the true slayer. The others would at most be credited with assists. The one who actually killed the boss would gain a massive amount of experience and the kill record. Zhang Tao, having only recently awakened, found the temptation immense. He wanted to grow quickly, surpass his peers, and even make it onto the rookie leaderboard. All of this required him to personally kill the boss and claim the massive experience points. Zhang Tao, an S-rank assassin, was agile, quick, and explosive. While the front line attracted the boss's attention, he could swiftly deal damage from close range, outpacing everyone else. Qingfeng, being a seasoned veteran, naturally had his own plans. He deliberately slowed down his output. "Hey, Zhang. Little president, why are you only using normal attacks and not saving your skills?" Zhang Tao's face darkened. Though his strategy was seen through, he remained calm and composed. Qingfeng was indeed a tough opponent. As the representative of the Qingshan Guild, he himself was an S-rank warrior. Despite his slow movements, his damage output was significant, wielding a golden-grade greatsword. Zhang Tao knew that while Qingfeng's burst damage wasn't as strong as his own, the level advantage made it hard to predict the outcome when fighting for the boss. He smiled and said, "Don't say that, I'm just a bit tired." Qingfeng grinned and replied, "Oh, I see. I thought you were saving your skills to snatch the boss." The air was thick with tension, both sides hiding daggers behind their smiles. From Qingfeng's attitude, Zhang Tao understood that the ownership of this boss would inevitably lead to a fierce contest. His expression hardened. "Then let's settle this with strength." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Qingfeng's face turned serious. Slowly wearing each other down, there would eventually be bloodshed. After a while, the boss's health bar had turned completely red, leaving only a sliver of health, as small as a fingernail. The moment of truth had arrived. Who would claim victory? The experienced Qingfeng saw the opportunity and decisively ordered the rear line to stop attacking. Immediately after, he commanded the entire front line to retreat. This caused the boss's aggro to shift entirely to Zhang Tao and the members of the legendary guild. With half of the front line and healers gone, the legendary guild couldn't hold out on their own. Zhang Tao's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Qingfeng to be so ruthless, completely disregarding how many people they might lose. "Damn it! Zhang!" Tao quickly pulled back. As the main damage dealer, he had attracted most of the boss's aggro. He was fragile, and even one hit could be fatal. Qingfeng chuckled lightly. "Zhang, little heir, this is your first lesson. Leave no room for mercy." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the heavily scarred boss, his eyes gleaming with greed. This was a level 40 golden boss. Defeating it would grant enough experience to level up several times instantly. At this moment, Zhang Tao, retreating, had a darkened expression. "Fine, leave no room for mercy, huh? Then I'll take your advice." He shouted loudly, "All rear line. Members of the legendary guild, don't hold back. Take down that idiot from Qingshan in one go. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. If I can't have it, no one else can." In an instant, dozens of fireballs and arrows flew toward Qingfeng. Qingfeng, who had planned to use Zhang Tao to attract aggro and then step in for the final blow, suddenly widened his eyes. He quickly pulled his people back. "You little brat, are you crazy?" This was practically a declaration of war against their guild. "The boss is mine and mine alone." Zhang Tao's eyes were bloodshot, fixed firmly on the target. "You," Xing Feng glared at him furiously. "After today, our guilds will be sworn enemies." At this moment, the legendary guild's front line had adjusted their positions, forcefully holding off the boss and temporarily stalling it. Zhang Tao, relying on his agility as an assassin, charged forward once again. "Qingshan healers, focus all your healing on me." Seeing this, Xing Feng ignored his injuries and led the charge toward the boss. Victory or defeat would be decided in this moment. At the critical juncture, an arrow descended from the sky, piercing straight into the boss. The arrow began to glow red and tremble. A strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. It was about to explode. Xing Feng and Zhang Tao froze simultaneously, their faces turning pale in an instant. As soon as they approached the boss, their footsteps immediately turned, and they desperately ran back. But it was already too late. Boom! Flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Everyone in the front row was blown away. "Ah! Who the hell shot that arrow?" Xing Feng, being an S-class warrior with decent resistance and a high level, managed to endure being blasted away. Zhang Tao, however, was not so lucky. With his low level, poor resistance, and frail build, he was directly slammed into the wall, breaking half his bones and instantly falling unconscious. At that moment, a shadow flashed by. Before anyone could react, the shadow was already beside the boss. A series of cold flashes streaked across the boss's body. The golden tier boss immediately lost its balance, fell to its knees, and stabbed its short sword into the ground to support itself. Then, a milky white glow emanated from its body, slowly turning into a mist and dissipating. Right after that, a pile of dazzling, multicolored light points burst out from where the boss had disappeared. Li Yan didn't hesitate and scooped them all into his arms. Then, he donned his stealth cloak and vanished instantly. The entire process was swift and seamless. By the time everyone came to their senses, the scene was already empty. The members of the Qingshan and Legend guilds stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded. What had just happened? Many people didn't even understand the situation. As the smoke cleared, the boss was gone, and not a single reward was left. What the hell? I clearly saw such a huge boss just now? Everyone was stunned. Xing Feng, the representative of the Qingshan guild, was the first to react. It was that shadow just now that had stolen the boss they had worked so hard to defeat. All the rewards were taken, not even the worst bronze equipment was left. His face turned ashen as he recalled the earlier events. That's right, it was that explosive arrow. The timing was terrifyingly precise, directly forcing him and Zhang Tao back. This was definitely intentional. It was that mysterious man who had come with the legend team. Qingfeng's face darkened as he thought of Li Yang's appearance when he arrived, cloaked, hiding his face. It seemed he had been prepared all along. He felt a wave of regret. How could he have made such a rookie mistake? He should have noticed earlier. Who would keep their face hidden under a cloak the entire time? But back then, everyone was focused on the boss and had no time to think about it. Moreover, it was Du Qingren who had brought him along. Wait! Xing Feng suddenly turned to the still-dazed Du Qingren and roared, "Where did he go? Who the hell is he?" The two major guilds had fought so hard for half a day, only to have their efforts stolen by an unknown nobody. If word got out, their reputation would be in shambles, and other factions would surely mock them. They'd also face a scolding when they returned. Du Qingren, looking flustered, glanced at the unconscious Zhang Tao, unsure of what to do. Startled by Qingfeng's roar, she stammered. With a tearful face, I don't know. She truly knew nothing. She didn't even know Li Yang's identity, let alone his name. All she knew was that this cloaked man was incredibly strong. Thinking carefully, Du Qingren suddenly froze. The mysterious cloaked man's bow looked familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. That's right. She remembered seeing Li Yang with a similar bow before. This. Du Qingren's eyes widened in disbelief. The two people were completely different. How could they possibly be the same person? It can't be. No, it definitely can't be. There are so many types of weapons, and the marketplace sells a large number of them every day. In the same city, there are at least hundreds, if not thousands, of people using the same model. She felt a bit uneasy, recalling what had happened before. If it really was Li Yang, she would be in big trouble. In the end, she refused to believe it. That's right, there are so many people using bows and arrows, it can't all be the same person, right? She thought to herself. Next time they meet, she must get to the bottom of it. There's no way he could be that useless Li Yang. Meanwhile, Xingfeng squinted his eyes. He had initially planned to continue interrogating Du Qingran, but a sudden thought struck him. He remembered a shortcut, a path that must be taken to reach the exit. The person who stole the reward would definitely pass through there. He immediately ordered the members of the Qingshan Guild to prepare to set off, vowing to reclaim what was rightfully his. This matter could not be left unresolved. However, he did not inform the legendary guild about this. He planned to deal with the thief himself and then keep the reward for his own. After finishing his business, Li Yang had already made his way through the square, taking several turns before arriving at a hidden, dilapidated house. While resting, he began to sort through his spoils. I'm rich! I'm rich! Even now, the glow of leveling up continued to flicker around him. After defeating that level 40 golden boss, he had gained an enormous amount of experience, which was still surging into his body. His level was rising rapidly, and with the experience gained from the Soul Sorcerer class's soul sacrifices, Li Yang had already reached level 35. This level was just in time to reap the rewards of the monsters he had been grinding for so long. Just 5 more levels, and at level 40, he could directly participate in the first-class advancement ceremony. This was the most incredible part. In just a few days, he had managed to progress at such a speed that he was on the verge of becoming the first to complete a class advancement as a new profession, truly unprecedented. He was also curious about what powerful abilities he would gain after the advancement. Speaking of which, this times haul was so abundant it was dazzling. Rare-grade potions, an invisibility cloak, and the last item he had quietly picked up in the boss square. He hadn't had the chance to examine it earlier, but now Li Yang took it out. It was an ancient token, covered in cyan patterns that formed a vivid and lifelike azure dragon. Wind Dragon Token Effect, upon use, summons the shadow of the Wind Dragon, inheriting 500% of the summoner's attributes. Description: a wisp of the Wind Dragon's soul from ancient times, sealed within the token. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Amazing! This item was even stronger than the previous two. Not bad, I now have a new class, Beastmaster? And my pet is actually an ancient wind dragon? No doubt, if other Beastmasters saw this, they'd probably question their entire existence. But the show wasn't over yet. Li Yang then took out the items dropped by the level 40 golden boss earlier. A golden light instantly burst forth, so dazzling that it was hard to keep one's eyes open. There were a total of 4 items, each radiating a brilliant glow. The first was a red cloak, exuding a bright and radiant light. Ever victorious cloak level, 40 quality, gold physical attack power, plus 300. Attribute bonus, spirit plus 75, strength plus 50 special effect, enter fearless state upon wearing, immune to 35% of mental attacks. Description: this is the cloak of the gatekeeper of heaven, having endured countless battles and glory. Wear it, and you will become the next undefeated general. A rare gem. Li Yang's eyes lit up, unable to hold back his praise. Even among gold-tier equipment, there are good and bad ones, with significant price differences. This one, with its comprehensive and practical attributes, is highly valuable. The second item was a pair of silver armor greaves, adorned with golden threads, exceptionally ornate. Commander's Greaves level, 40 quality, gold agility plus 75 constitution plus 50 special effect, increases movement speed by 15% upon wearing. Description: crafted from top-tier materials, these greaves effectively protect the legs while enhancing agility. These greaves were also impressive, with a high agility bonus. Li Yang urgently needed equipment, and gold-tier items like these could be used immediately without being picky. Unless it was equipment specifically tailored for a profession, like a healing staff for healers, such items would typically be traded. Fortunately, Li Yang could use both of these gold-tier pieces himself. Li Yang's gaze shifted to the third item, another piece of equipment. It was a dragon-shaped mask, intricately carved and lifelike, as if a real dragon had come to life, its soul seemingly visible. Li Yang picked it up, instantly feeling a surge of excitement. Dragon Lord Mask level, 40 quality, radiant strength plus 500 special effect. Increases all damage by 20%. Passive skill, gain 1 layer of rage upon a successful attack, each layer increases maximum HP by 10%, up to 10 layers. Description: a mask left behind by the legendary dragon. Lord, imbued with supreme dragon energy, capable of unlocking inner potential. This turned out to be a radiant tier piece of equipment. Although only one tier above gold, its value was at least 10 times higher. Seeing its effects, Li Yang was utterly stunned. The passive skill could stack rage, with each layer increasing his HP by 10%, up to 10 layers, effectively doubling his health. Previously, he had been worried about his fragile health, fearing danger once his shield was broken. But now, with this mask, his pure HP could rival that of a tank. Equipping all three items would undoubtedly result in a massive leap in strength. Li Yang, currently at level 35, decided to leave this place and focus on leveling up. Once he reached level 40, he could equip these items and proceed directly to his first class advancement. Surely, no other newcomers had reached level 40 yet, right? He thought to himself that he should act quickly. Li Yang's peripheral vision caught sight of the last item, which made him freeze. It wasn't equipment but an ordinary-looking, ancient key, its surface mottled and rusty, clearly aged. Li Yang was puzzled, unable to recall when he had picked it up. It didn't seem like a treasure dropped by a gold-tier boss. He picked it up, rubbed off the rust, and felt the key was nothing special. Suddenly, he remembered hearing that a legendary player had come here specifically to obtain a unique item. Could it be this key? Li Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If that were true, it would be far too disappointing. He thought it might be some kind of dazzling artifact. However, since so many people were fighting over it, he decided to keep it for now and slowly figure out its purpose. Resisting the urge to throw the key away, he put it back on himself. Then he stood up, checked the map, and headed in the direction he had come from. Li Yang knew that he had just snatched resources from 2 major guilds, and those people would definitely not let him off easily. It was likely that someone was already waiting at the entrance to block him. But Li Yang wasn't worried. He had used a side route to enter, so naturally, he would take a hidden passage to leave. After organizing his gear, Li Yang walked out of the room. This time, he took off his cloak. He had been wearing the cloak all along, which had the advantage of keeping his true identity hidden. It was safer this way, and he didn't have to worry about being recognized by enemies. Li Yang headed straight for the hidden passage. On the way, he encountered monsters and dealt with them effortlessly. To avoid exposure, he didn't use his explosive bow. With his current level, the Wind Spirit Dagger was more than enough to take them down easily. In the ruins, flashes of blades flickered as his figure darted swiftly. Puff, puff, puff. 851, 897, 951. Li Yang had copied Qingfeng's Berserker class, delivering continuous strikes with increasing damage, along with a lifesteal effect. As expected of an S-class warrior, the damage from his combos was on par with those long-range burst classes. The entire process was smooth and enjoyable. The downside was that some monsters, after taking 2 hits, realized they couldn't win and fled directly. The higher their level, the smarter they were. Li Yang chased them if he could, if not, he let them go. As he passed a crossroads, Li Yang suddenly heard a commotion in the ruins. His eyes lit up, thinking it might be monsters guarding a treasure chest. But when he approached the doorway and saw the scene before him, he froze. Li Yang's sudden appearance also startled the people on the other side. For a moment, both sides stared at each other without saying a word. Could it really be such a coincidence? Li Yang was speechless. The people in front of him, weren't they Wang Mang and his group from before? Seeing Li Yang appear, the group was momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. Wang Mang quickly shouted to the back, "We found him. It's this guy." During the previous boss fight, they had followed the team and vaguely recognized Li Yang by his cloak. Not long ago, they had even volunteered to say they had seen the person who stole the boss. Qingfeng had promised them a promotion if they found Li Yang. Unexpectedly, they ran into him so soon, and their faces were full of excitement. Although they had been utterly defeated by Li Yang last time, this time they were with the entire Qingshan guild, with double the manpower. Soon, following Wang Mang's call, heavy footsteps echoed from behind the house. A group of Qingshan guild members emerged from all directions, completely surrounding the area. At a glance, there were more than 20 professionals. Li Yang's expression changed slightly. With so many people, he had no choice but to fight his way out. He regretted not dealing with them at all costs last time, which would have saved him from this bigger trouble now. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. But this time, he wouldn't give them another chance. Is this the guy who stole our boss? Several core team leaders of the Qingshan Guild looked at Li Yang with disdain in their eyes. Really? Just this scrawny-looking guy? Could it be they're pointing at someone random? Some people couldn't believe their own boss was taken by such a frail-looking young man and warned Wang Mang, "You better not be lying to us. Boss Qingfeng will be here soon. If this is fake, watch out for his temper." After all, Li Yang looked just like a student. Who would believe he had the ability to snatch the boss from two major guilds? Wang Meng's face was serious. "I can guarantee, it's him." "Alright, we'll trust you this once," said one of the core members as he stepped forward. Wang Mang quickly stopped him. "No, this kid is pretty tough. It's best if we all go together." He knew very well how strong Li Yang was, having been utterly defeated by him earlier, and even felt a bit afraid. He understood that going up one by one was just asking for death. This reaction immediately drew ridicule from the other squad leaders. "What do you mean by that? You think I'm not good enough? Where's the tough Wang captain we used to know? How did he become so useless? Look at him, acting all scared, as if the guy in front of him is some kind of monster." Their tone was light and mocking. Wang Mang usually talks big, but now he's chickened out in front of a kid. I'm embarrassed for him. They thought their numbers gave them the upper hand, and with Li Yang surrounded so tightly, there was no way he could turn the tables. They completely failed to understand Wang Meng's concern. Wang Meng's face turned as red as a ripe apple, both angry and amused. These people were unbelievably stupid. They didn't understand why he was nervous and even laughed at him. "Fine, you're so capable, you go. Hurry up and take him down," he sneered, and made a gesture of invitation. The core member from earlier, Zhang Chang, immediately said, "In that case, I'll go." No need for everyone to get involved. Hearing this, the other squad leaders, who had been planning to step in themselves, secretly cursed him. "What an old fox. Brother Chang, for such a small matter, you stepping in is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito." "Yeah, if you have to make a move, does that mean our guild has no one else? I think just sending a few regular members would be enough, but I'm willing to put in a little extra effort." Zhang Chang waved them off. "Enough talk. Let me handle this. Last time, I barely had to lift a finger to kill a level 30 gold elite monster. As you said, I'm a bit stronger, so I can control my strength and avoid accidentally killing this pretty boy with one punch." The squad leaders were already calculating how to claim credit and rewards. Wang Mang frowned deeply. Only he knew that this seemingly frail kid was actually incredibly strong. He hadn't believed it before, but after being utterly defeated, he knew better. It was best to wait for Qingfeng to arrive. Qingfeng was the representative of the Qingshan Guild this time and also the strongest. He had some elite members with him. Once Qingfeng arrived, the situation would stabilize. Although Wang Mang had been mocked by his colleagues earlier and said some angry words, for the sake of the guild's interests, he still said, "Everyone, don't act rashly. To be safe, let's wait for Boss Qingfeng to get here. Otherwise, we should all go together and not act impulsively." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately labeled him a coward. "Get lost. If you don't want the credit, we do. Coward, just watch how we claim the rewards." Zhang Cheng stepped forward, beckoned to Li Yang with a finger, and said disdainfully, "Kid, let me teach you a lesson." Listening to their chatter, Li Yang almost fell asleep. Seeing that they only sent one person, he raised an eyebrow. Taking turns? They were really underestimating him. Li Yang shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fine, if these fools wanted to come at him one by one, who would be the one to lose out? Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as the stick in his hand whistled through the air, smashing fiercely toward Li Yang. "Hey! I'm taking credit for retrieving the treasure." Meanwhile, Qingfeng, who had taken a group of elites to block the exit, was riding on an assassin, rushing over quickly. "Faster, faster! Did you skip your meal?" To get there faster, he had no choice but to use this method. Carrying a burden, the assassin's face was as red as a ripe apple, sprinting with all his might toward the destination. However, with someone on his back, his movements were inevitably restricted, and he was panting heavily. "Boss, I think we don't need to rush too much. The captains are all over there, they should have already caught that thief. Whether we arrive early or late doesn't make much difference." Qingfeng shook his head. "That thief is quite cunning. Being able to snatch the boss at the last moment shows he's not weak. It's not that I don't trust those captains, I'm just afraid they'll let their guard down and let him escape." Qingfeng, experienced and perceptive, saw through the situation clearly. At the boss's location, on the edge of the ruins, more than 20 members of the Green Shirt Guild were gathered in a circle. Passers-by who saw the scene couldn't help but take a detour, afraid of getting caught up in trouble. At the center of the storm, Li Yang's face was cold and stern, the short knife in his hand exuding sharp killing intent. In front of him, Zhang Cheng stood stiffly, his face full of astonishment, holding nothing in his hands. Bang! A loud noise erupted. A silver glowing stick fell from the sky, smashing into the ground with a deafening sound. Zhang Chen looked down at his hands, hardly able to believe it. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't even seen what had happened. It wasn't until the sound of the stick hitting the ground rang out that he came to his senses, his face changing dramatically. The speed and power were terrifying. Li Yang turned his body, slashing backward with his knife across Zhang Cheng's body. 791. The damage number instantly popped up. Li Yang's heart stirred. It seemed Zhang Cheng's level was similar to his own, as the damage was hardly reduced. Thanks to killing the boss earlier, his level had skyrocketed, allowing him to respond more flexibly in direct combat. However, he didn't underestimate his opponent, as Zhang Cheng was a warrior with strong resistance to attacks. Zhang Cheng reacted quickly, immediately, pulling back and retreating at high speed, not giving Li Yang a chance for a second strike. Zhang Cheng's face turned grim. As soon as he created some distance, he felt his life rapidly draining away. Was it a bleeding effect? He hurriedly shouted, "Healer, save me!" On the field, since Zhang Cheng had been knocked away and lost his weapon to Li Yang, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Did the team leader slip up? The healers snapped out of it, waving their healing staffs, and green light sprinkled over Zhang Cheng's head. Once the healing effect ended, Zhang Cheng let out a sigh of relief. This kid is really something. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yang yawned and said, "You all come at me together, don't waste my time. So arrogant. I'll teach you some manners." A hot-tempered guy rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. "Don't act impulsively. Watch out for traps." Wang Mang quickly pulled him back. "That's right. No matter what, being able to push back Brother Chang is impressive. He might have gotten stronger after stealing the boss's power." The others also became more cautious. "Then let's go together." Soon, they began adjusting their formation, each taking their role, well-trained and highly professional. Two frontliners raised their shields and slowly approached. The rear began charging up to prepare for output. Without hesitation, Li Yang donned his stealth cloaked eye. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. The members of the Green Robe Guild were instantly stunned, their faces full of confusion. That move again. Wang Mang's expression darkened. He had been baffled by this trick before. "Keep attacking. Don't stop, he's still there," he shouted. Having suffered losses before, he was much more vigilant this time. His shout snapped everyone back to attention. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out. Arrows shot into their formation. Li Yang had started his move. Two shield bearers in the front row were blasted back several meters, almost crashing into the rear row. Li Yang had long studied the Green Robe Guild's formation. It was a stable setup commonly used by mainstream teams, designed to maximize their strength. However, it heavily relied on the front row's defense. Once the front row collapsed, the entire team would fall into chaos. With the healers continuously providing support, the front row quickly pressed forward again. "Fire!" Wang Mang shouted from the rear. The mages and archers in the back unleashed their attacks, bombarding the central open area with fireballs and arrow rain. Unable to see Li Yang's figure, they aimed to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. If one shot missed, they'd fire 100 more. At this moment, the invisible Li Yang stood in the field, carefully observing. This time, the Green Robe Guild had sent their elites. Several squad leaders were professions above A level. He had initially planned to use a curse soundwave to disrupt them, but the guild's healers kept purifying the effects. Moreover, to break through this formation, he had to first breach the front row. Even for him, it wouldn't be easy. Li Yang dodged while searching for weaknesses. The first round ended. The Green Robe Guild had expended significant mana and paused to rest. They stared at the scorched ground from the bombardment. Not even a fly could be found. Zhang Chang wiped his sweat. "This time, we should be fine." Wang Mang frowned. Although the field was temporarily quiet and seemed resolved, Li Yang hadn't shown himself, leaving him uneasy. His intuition was correct. Although Li Yang had been hit a few times, his shield kept regenerating energy, leaving him unharmed. Taking advantage of the enemy's rest, he raised his bow and fired a series of arrows. Whiz! 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 The second phase began. Now it's my turn to strike back. Boom! 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 Flaming arrows exploded one after another. A guild frontliner was caught off guard, blasted away along with his shield. Losing combat capability. Damn it, that guy's still alive. Keep pushing forward. The Green Robe Guild began to panic. Despite facing only one enemy, it felt more exhausting than fighting a boss. Fighting a boss only required following a routine, but Li Yang was like a ghost, unseen and untouchable. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Xingfeng, riding on an assassin, charged into the field. Behind him, a group of green robe elites followed closely. The scene looked somewhat comical, but no one paid attention. Seeing Xingfeng, the crowd felt as if they'd found their savior. Boss, you're finally here. Ha, now we're secure. Quick! We've already cornered that thief, we're still fighting him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xingfeng, an S-level profession, was their backbone. Li Yang looked at the newcomers, his brows slightly furrowed. Well, it seemed the entire Green Robe Guild had arrived. Li Yang knew full well that he and the Green Robe Guild were now locked in a deadly feud. If he showed himself in front of these people today and didn't resolve it, trouble would surely follow in the future. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Li Yang decided not to let any of them go. Suddenly, his figure began to flicker. Li Yang froze for a moment, then immediately realized the effect of the cloak of concealment had ended. As his figure was fully revealed, the members of the Green Robe Guild noticed him and shouted to Xingfeng, "Look! He's appeared again." Xingfeng looked up, raising an eyebrow. Clearly, he hadn't expected the person who had snatched their boss to be so young. But soon, he let it go. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to oppose them would have to pay the price. So, it was you who took our boss? Get ready to face the punishment of the Green Robe Guild. I took it with my strength. So what? Li Yang sneered. Sighing, he knew he had no choice but to use his trump card. Suddenly, a token appeared in his hand, engraved with a fierce-eyed azure dragon. The Wind Dragon Token. This was the treasure he had obtained earlier at the Boss Plaza. It could summon the phantom of a wind dragon. Come forth. Li Yang focused his mind. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the field. A stream of azure energy flew out from the token, gathering in front of Li Yang and slowly forming the massive shadow of a dragon. The faces of the Green Robe Guild members changed drastically, and the weaker players were almost blown over by the wind. What? Is that? A dragon? Xingfeng's eyes widened. Li Yang stared at them coldly. You came looking for trouble. First, don't think you can leave so easily. The combat power of the Wind Dragon's phantom was several times that of Li Yang himself. Li Yang was already a level 35 player, and the attributes of this Wind Dragon far surpassed his. In terms of strength, it was almost at the level of a gold tier boss, only slightly weaker than the gate commander from earlier. Even Li Yang himself couldn't guarantee he could defeat it. No matter how many members the Green Robe Guild had, they were no match for the Wind Dragon's phantom. What the hell is this? Monster? Is this a beast summon? Its aura is way too strong. Could Li Yang actually be a beast master? No, that couldn't be right. Wasn't he an archer? Staring at the massive Wind Dragon phantom before them, Xingfeng and his team were all dumbfounded. Even if he were a beast master, he shouldn't be this strong in the early stages. The members of the Green Robe Guild were all stunned, shocked by the scene before them. Xingfeng was the first to react, shouting, "Don't just stand there. Charge! Even if a god comes today, we have to take him down." The others snapped out of it and began adjusting their formation. Another group of elites Xingfeng had brought joined in, setting up their usual boss fighting stance. With their numbers growing, their confidence surged. Dragon or worm, today I, Xingfeng, will be a dragonslayer. Frontline, hold the line. Healers, stay close. Xingfeng skillfully commanded the team. With him leading, everyone moved more fluidly. Several frontline players charged forward with shields in hand. The Wind Dragon phantom flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind that sent debris and rubble flying. In the next moment, the wind surged toward the Green Robe team. The frontline players braced against the wind, leaning forward and holding their shields, but they were still pushed back. I can't hold on. My shield is about to break. Hold steady, Qingfeng shouted anxiously. If they collapsed at the start, how could they fight later? The wind dragon continued flapping its wings, the powerful gusts directly blowing the backline into disarray. Qingfeng's face turned pale. Several front-line players couldn't hold on, were blown away, and their shields shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang unleashed Cursed Sonic Wave. With his level skyrocketing, the penetration power of the Sonic Wave had also increased. In an instant, half of the Green Robe Guild members fell into chaos. Damn it, where is everyone? Shit, why? Are there so many monsters? You monsters, prepare to die. Qingfeng, where are your people? I just killed a monster. I'm right in front of you. Why the hell are you killing teammates? And pointing a gun at me? Qingfeng was furious. Now, not only did he have to deal with the terrifying wind dragon, but also the chaotic mess of his teammates. Still thinking about slaying the dragon? Li Yang sneered, watching Qingfeng flustered and disorganized. He raised his bow and shot an arrow toward the center of the crowd. Bang! An explosion rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Like chasing me, huh? Li Yang said calmly as he drew his bowstring again. Another arrow flew out. Then stay here forever. The wind dragon wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of Li Yang's arrows scattering the enemies, it charged directly into the crowd, slaughtering wildly. Before long, the Qingshan Guild suffered heavy casualties, overwhelmed with despair. Li Yang stood nearby, finishing off survivors, his damage increasing with each strike, each arrow more ruthless than the last. Qingfeng was utterly shocked. Why did Li Yang's output feel so much like a warrior's talent? But he was an archer, this didn't make sense. Fear spread across Qingfeng's face. This battle was utterly hopeless, suppressed from the very beginning, with no chance to fight back. Worse still, Li Yang always seized the perfect moment, coordinating with a wind dragon to create immense pressure. He'd rather face a level 40 golden boss than endure this humiliation. No way. We can't win this. Qingfeng panicked and quickly pulled out his communicator to call headquarters for reinforcements. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene before. The entire Qingshan Guild mobilized, yet they still couldn't defeat Li Yang. Especially that wind dragon, just looking at it made his heart race, feeling like death was imminent at any moment. Terrifying. This guy was insane. He was completely convinced now, swearing never to clash with Li Yang again. Seeing the situation turn dire, he also prepared to flee. Not just him, others began thinking about escaping too. There was no choice, staying meant certain death. They might be members of the Qingshan Guild, but they didn't want to die here. Li Yang wasn't about to let them go. These people had been hunting him everywhere. If not for the wind dragon's protection, he would have been done for long ago. His gaze locked onto each person. The moment he saw someone trying to escape, he didn't hesitate, firing several arrows first. Everyone would pay the price for their choices. Whoosh! 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 The sharp sound of arrows piercing through the air was deafening. Wang Mang and the others couldn't dodge in time and were hit directly. Bang! 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 Explosions thundered. Damage numbers jumped wildly. 1050, 1150, 1125. Li Yang's damage stacked up, and the group screamed in agony. They began to regret focusing their attention on this monster, Li Yang. But it was too late now. Their life drained away bit by bit, leaving them in utter despair. They could only watch helplessly as they bled out and collapsed. After dealing with these people, Li Yang turned his focus to the Qingshan Guild's front line. Anyone who knew his identity wouldn't leave alive today, to avoid future trouble. At this moment, the Qingshan Guild was in complete disarray, struggling not only against the wind dragon's attacks but also against the chaos among their teammates. What made it worse was that they could, although he was unwilling, he knew that if the fight continued, they would definitely suffer losses. The people he brought this time were simply not enough to deal with Li Yang, who had the wind dragon's help. It would be better to retreat for now and use the guild's power later to slowly cause trouble for Li Yang. After all, he had already memorized Li Yang's appearance. Oh, Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Being able to bow and admit defeat worthy of being a leader of a major guild. But, sorry, I have to return your words to you. You were the ones who insisted on hunting me down. Now that you can't win, you want to run? Haha, is it that easy? All of you, go to hell. Hearing this, Xingfeng's expression changed drastically. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to declare war on our Qingshan guild? Li Yang sneered, do you think I'm as gullible as Zheng Tao? That I would let you treat me like a fool? If I let you go today, your guild will only come back with even more trouble tomorrow. Xingfeng's eyes flickered, clearly not expecting Li Yang to be so difficult to deal with. He calmed himself and said, in that case, return the items dropped by the boss, and we'll call it even. We've already lost so many people, and the experience you stole from us, we won't pursue it further. You should know how powerful our Qingshan guild is. We're not someone you can afford to provoke. Even if you manage to escape today, you won't avoid death in the future. Opposing us will lead to no good outcome. He spoke earnestly, but Li Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now you understand, right? Your Qingshan guild is just a bunch of fools, and it seems you still don't realize how dangerous your situation is right now. Xingfeng's smile immediately froze, and his face turned anxious. Do you really want to make an enemy of us? You're still young, don't be so reckless. Li Yang shook his head with a smile. You people are just too arrogant. Talking to you is lowering my IQ. These major forces always had an inexplicable sense of superiority over ordinary players, thinking they were a cut above the rest. Previously, even legendary players like Du Qingren looked down on Yanzi and the others. But Li Yang believed that only the weak relied on the strong. These people, arrogant and domineering because of the power behind them, were ultimately just lackeys under someone else's command. As for him, Li Yang, he would stand at the very top one day. At this moment, the members of Qingshan were already scattered and fleeing under the assault of the Wind Dragon's phantom. With just a single thought, the outcome could be decided instantly. Li Yang drew his bowstring, aimed at Xingfeng, and released an arrow. Xingfeng was stunned, not expecting Li Yang to suddenly attack. Madman! He raised his greatsword to block. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Xingfeng stood firm, his eyes filled with rage. Since joining the Qingshan guild and climbing step by step to where he was today, this was the first time he had felt so humiliated. If you won't agree, then don't think about leaving here alive, he said, pulling a red potion from his backpack. He uncorked it and drank it in one gulp. Soon, a red glow erupted around him. His entire being exuded a renewed aura, appearing stronger and more powerful. Xingfeng's heart ached. This rare potion was incredibly valuable, comparable to a piece of gold-tier equipment. But this time, he had no choice. He had to make Li Yang hand over the items, or he would truly suffer a double loss. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking, resorting to potions when you can't win? But will that work? If victory could be achieved through external means, what would be the point of being strong? Li Yang's expression turned cold as he drew his bow once more and released another arrow. Xingfeng charged forward with his sword. His figure flickered, moving at incredible speed, easily dodging the arrows, and slashed down with his sword. Pretty fast. Li Yang was slightly surprised. It was indeed the rare potion that had boosted his strength, coupled with Xingfeng's own power, whose level was no lower than his. The situation was getting complicated. He quickly retreated, jumping out of the attack range. Although his reaction was swift, he was still grazed by the sword energy. Shield value -615. He couldn't avoid all the damage, and his shield was significantly reduced. Li Yang took a deep breath and looked up. Interesting. Xingfeng was also surprised that Li Yang managed to pull back in time, but he immediately swung his sword to attack again. I'll play with you. Li Yang drew out the wind spirit dagger. In close combat, a bow was useless, but fortunately, he had picked up this silver-grade dagger earlier. Though it wasn't great, it was usable. Xingfeng frowned, staring at the dagger in Li Yang's hand, which was barely as long as a forearm, his face turning red. Its damage wasn't high, but the insult was overwhelming. Are you looking down on me? He roared, slashing down forcefully with his greatsword. Die! In his view, Li Yang, clearly an archer, had abandoned his bow to engage in close combat with a small dagger. This was sheer suicide. Li Yang stood firm, facing the greatsword's attack, and struck with his dagger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Xingfeng was shocked to find his sword completely immobile, unable to cut through the dagger. Do you understand now? Li Yang said calmly. You can't beat me. I possess multiple talents and skills. Impossible. Xingfeng's eyes widened, nearly losing his mind. He had just consumed a rare potion. How could he lose in close combat to an archer? He almost suspected the potion was fake. Just as he was bewildered, Li Yang's figure flashed, and the dagger pierced into his chest. 910. Though small, the dagger was agile. Theoretically, in close combat, it had an advantage over a cumbersome greatsword. In an instant, several blood marks appeared on Qingfeng's body. 950. 1010. Qingfeng panicked, swinging his sword wildly. Li Yang easily dodged backward. Qingfeng quickly pulled back, staring at Li Yang in terror. He was truly scared now. Before he could react, half of his health was already gone. What kind of class are you? You're strong even in close combat? Li Yang didn't answer, elegantly wiping the dagger. If you're dead, don't ask so many questions. Qingfeng's eyes showed fear as he suddenly felt his life force rapidly draining away. Bloodthirst effect activated. No, help me. Qingfeng struggled with all his might to prop himself up, trying to retreat. But he realized that most of the other guild members were already dead or severely injured, and the remaining ones were barely holding on. The powerful Wind Dragon's phantom was overwhelming. Unstoppable. The entire team was utterly crushed. Qingfeng's face was filled with despair. Li Yang stepped forward, one step at a time. Seeing this, Qingfeng shouted in panic, "No, you can't kill me. I'm a core member of the guild. If you kill me, the Green Shirt Guild will fully retaliate, killing everyone connected to you." Before he could finish, Li Yang slashed, severing his last thread of life. "In that case, I can't let you go." After dealing with the representative of the Green Shirt Guild, Li Yang was about to turn away when he suddenly heard a beep-beep sound. Curious, he walked over. He saw a walkie-talkie drop from Qingfeng's body, with a voice coming through. "Qingfeng? How's it going over there? Hey! The guild has already sent reinforcements. Where are you? No need to send them. He's dead." Li Yang responded coldly. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie froze, incredulously asking, "Who are you? How did Qingfeng's belongings end up in your hands? What did you do to him?" "I already told you, he's dead. All of your Qingshan members have been wiped out." "No. Impossible. Who the hell are you?" An angry voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Ha, idiot, I'm Zhang Tao from the Legendary Guild. Feel free to come and settle the score. Just you wait." Before the sentence was finished, Li Yang stomped on the walkie-talkie, smashing it. At this moment, under the suppression of the Wind Dragon's phantom, the remaining members of the Qingshan Guild were also completely eliminated. Li Yang tidied up the scene and left without looking back. At the entrance to the boss area, people began to emerge one after another. After such a long time, the treasures and opportunities inside had already been emptied. Some wore smiles and walked lightly, others hung their heads and sighed deeply. The most eye-catching were the members of the Legendary Guild, who now appeared dusty, dejected, and empty-handed. Zhang Tao woke up, holding his forehead, his face pale and weak. Two guild members supported him, while Du Qingran silently followed behind without saying a word. Zhang Tao asked weakly, "Baby, who exactly was that person? Tell me, will you?" He had never expected that what seemed like a sure-win debut operation would encounter obstacles at every turn, ending in such a disastrous outcome. Even if they hadn't managed to seize the boss, there should have at least been some reward points. But now, they had gained nothing, losing both the prize and their resources. This meticulously planned operation had been completely disrupted by a stranger brought in by Du Qingran from who knows where. Du Qingran remained silent. She knew she had indeed made a mistake this time. For now, Zhang Tao was still useful to her, so she could only offer soft words of comfort. "Brother Tao, our Legendary Guild is so powerful, we won't be lacking in equipment." Zhang Tao sighed. "If it were just about equipment, it wouldn't be so bad. You don't understand how important this debut was to me. I brought so many people, and yet we lost so miserably. How will the guild members view me? The most critical thing is..." Zhang Tao paused, a wave of fear washing over him. "That item was taken, the mission failed, and I don't even know how to explain it when I return." Du Qingran asked curiously, "What exactly is that item? Why is it so important to you?" Zhang Tao shook his head. "I only know one thing. It's like a key that can open the ancient heavenly gate. I don't know the specific details." "The ancient heavenly gate?" Du Qingran's eyes lit up. "There must be treasures inside, right?" "Probably, but it's not something small forces like us can compete for." "Small forces?" Du Qingran's heart tightened. The legendary guild was a top-tier force in Jianhai, yet when it came to this matter, they referred to themselves as a small force, unqualified to vie for it. Looking at the once high-spirited and fearless legendary guild, now reduced to such a sorry state, the crowd at the entrance began to chatter. Hey, why do all the legendary guild members look so grim? I have no idea what happened. A group of people gathered together. Some who had witnessed the entire process started bragging. Want to know the inside story? Pay 100 dragon coins, and I'll spill the tea. Shameless. Profiting off the legendary guild's misfortune, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Hurry up and tell us, or we'll report you. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. We're all broke brothers here, how could I deceive you? Damn. You're saying both major guilds became a joke? Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but the boss was also snatched by someone else? Is the news reliable? That's explosive. Absolutely reliable, I saw it with my own eyes. Amazing. The two major guilds are probably going crazy. Jianhai is likely to be restless from now on. By the way, where are the people from the Qingshan Guild? Why haven't we seen them come out? They're probably still inside, looking for someone, but it's likely a waste of time, they've already fled. I know. Suddenly, a young voice rang out. Everyone immediately perked up, starting to speculate. Oh, you know? Tell us. Really? You're just a kid, what could you possibly know? We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. The boy smiled faintly. I know, and you'll understand once you hear it. But you have to promise me one condition. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking it was another ploy to ask for money. Warning you, if you want dragon coins, forget it. If you don't talk, we'll report you. Exactly, don't try to be clever. The boy shrugged helplessly and shook his head. I don't need that little bit of money. All I ask is that you promise not to spread this around. As soon as he said this, everyone became even more curious. What could be so secretive that it required confidentiality? Alright, fine, we promise not to spread it. Yeah, little brother, hurry up and tell us, I can't wait any longer. The crowd urged him on. Although they promised not to spread it, they didn't say they wouldn't share it within their circle. Li Yang smiled. He didn't expect these people to truly keep it confidential, he said it only to make the story seem more authentic. Judging by their expressions, they already believed most of it. Alright, I'll tell you, but remember to keep it secret. The person who snatched the boss was later caught. The two major guilds fought fiercely over the equipment on him, and in the end. And then? Everyone stared intently, their expressions tense. Fighting over loot was common, but this time it was a clash between Jianhai's two strongest guilds. Just as you saw, the legendary guild won and came out, while the Qingshan Guild's people stayed inside forever. Li Yang continued. Wow, an uproar broke out on the scene. It wasn't unusual for two major forces to fight over loot, but hearing that one side was completely wiped out was unprecedented. This was serious enough to spark a war. No wonder. If it's true, no wonder the Qingshan Guild has completely disappeared, and the legendary guild's people have all come out. That explains it. Oh my god, this is terrifying. I'm leaving now. The outcome turned out to be mutual destruction, neither side willing to back down. What kind of treasure could it possibly be? Almost certain now. Remember when the two guilds were on the verge of war as soon as they entered? Li Yang's move quickly spread the news. What happened next didn't require him to say more. This time, everything's settled. Li Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Qingshan Guild's people had all been dealt with, leaving no evidence behind. With this, the Qingshan Guild wouldn't be able to trouble him for the time being. After arranging everything, Li Yang left with peace of mind. Not long after, several black SUVs sped over and stopped by the roadside. Damn it, where did those legendary guild bastards run off to? The POPE led his men to surround everyone here and began gathering information. His domineering attitude made the people here feel displeased, but no one dared to resist. After all, these people seemed very aggressive and hard to deal with. After some inquiries, Qinglong's last shred of hope was completely shattered. Qingfeng and the others had indeed died inside. Upon hearing the news, the members of the legendary guild immediately withdrew. The people here said that members of different guilds had clashed with the legendary guild, resulting in their complete annihilation. Among the members sent by the Qingshan Guild, this time, there were quite a few promising talents. Losing even one person, like Qingfeng, who was an S-class professional, was a huge blow. The legendary guild truly deserves it. Zhang Tao, you may escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. Just wait to face the wrath of Qingshan. On the other side, Zhang Tao was completely unaware of this and returned home exhausted. He lay on the sofa to rest, still wondering why he had such bad luck today. Not long after, Zhang's father walked into the living room. Dad. Zhang Tao saw him and his gaze became evasive. Stop avoiding me, I already know, Zhang's father said. Don't worry about this for now, I'll find a way to locate the people. Zhang Tao sighed and patted his leg. Ah, it's all because of those Qingshan guys messing things up at the end. Otherwise, we would have taken down the boss already. Zhang's father frowned. You guys fought inside? Zhang Tao froze for a moment. Sort of. Although he had passed out in the end, he was indeed the one who started the fight. Zhang's father thought for a moment and said, it's fine. The Qingshan people wouldn't cause too much trouble over something so minor. By the way, this operation caused significant losses. The elders in the guild have some complaints about you. Be more careful in the future. The guild has arranged an escort for you. Upgrade quickly. Complete your first transition soon, and aim for a good ranking on the rookie leaderboard. Got it. Zhang Tao nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. Once rookie professionals complete their first transition, they can compete on the rookie leaderboard. As long as he levels up quickly and surpasses others to be the first to complete the transition, the top spot on the leaderboard would be secure. Of course, whether he can maintain it depends on his strength. If he makes it onto the leaderboard, would anyone in the guild dare to talk behind his back? At this moment, Li Yang returned home, already planning his first transition. Completing the first transition is a crucial stage for all professionals, as it grants entirely new career talents, creating a significant gap. The first transition requires reaching level 40, and completing it before the college entrance exams earns extra points. However, to complete the first transition, one must first go to a specialized dungeon to obtain transition materials. Then, the materials must be submitted to the professional association to process the transition certificate, and finally, the transition ceremony can be performed. The dungeon for transition materials is quite challenging, and most people only attempt it after reaching level 40 or directly spend a lot of money to buy the materials. Li Yang was only level 35 and not yet prepared for the transition, but he wanted to complete it quickly. So, he planned to go directly to the dungeon to farm transition materials. The dungeon contained high-level monsters. He intended to defeat all the monsters in the dungeon, level up to 40, and collect the materials in one go. After making up his mind, he lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Li Yang got up, packed his things, and prepared to head to the trading post. Today, he planned to challenge the transition dungeon. To be on the safe side, he decided to sell some low-level equipment first and buy gear more suitable for his current strength. Located in the city center, Zhanghai Trading Center is the most authoritative trading hub in Zhanghai City, officially endorsed to ensure transaction security. Here, various items can be sold, and market equipment can be purchased at reasonable prices. Li Yang walked to the counter and handed over the Wind Spirit Dagger and several silver-grade pieces of equipment. The trading center offers two selling methods. One is to place the equipment in the marketplace, wait for someone to buy it, and then deduct a handling fee before giving the seller the money. The other is to sell directly to the trading center at a slightly lower price but receive the money immediately without waiting. The price difference is less than 10%. Li Yang chose the second option, wanting to quickly get money to buy equipment. In the end, these items sold for 210,000 dragon coins. This was a good price, enough to buy some basic gold-grade equipment. Adding the money he had left from before, he now had a total of 400,000 dragon coins, enough to buy a decent gold-grade weapon. The trading center is very large, and browsing the exhibition area alone is endless. It is also equipped with tablet computers to help customers view product details. This makes buying equipment straightforward and avoids being scammed. Based on his budget, Li Yang filtered for suitable price ranges. His profession is long-range attack, though he can handle close combat as well. He already has a powerful gold-grade explosive bow for ranged combat. His close combat capabilities are slightly weaker, so this time he plans to buy a melee weapon for emergencies. Previously, he had copied Qingfeng's S-class warrior profession, so he switched the marketplace interface to warrior weapons. Greatswords, clubs, arm guards, long knives, Spears? Li Yang began selecting. He prefers lightweight weapons. Eventually, he focused on pole weapons. Pole weapons excel in close combat by leveraging their length to strike from a distance. As long as the distance is managed well, they are powerful, have a wide attack range, and can be used for both offense and defense. The only drawback is their length, which may limit movement in certain environments. Iron Cavalry Spear Grade, Gold Type, Heavy Spear Price, 333,000 Dragon Coins. Tiger Spear Grade, Gold Type, Ornamental Spear Price, 350,000 Dragon Coins. Tidal Spear Grade, Gold Type, Long Spear Price, 380,000 Dragon Coins. Li Yang scanned the options, and finally fixed his gaze on a halberd. Clicking on the details, the weapon's attributes were clearly displayed. Lightning War Halberd Grade, Gold Requirement, Strength 500 attributes, Strength plus 350, Spirit plus 100, Critical Rate plus 20%. Exclusive Effect 1, Attacks inflict lightning damage in form chains, transferring 50% of the damage to surrounding enemies. Weapon Passive, Lightning attacks increase enemy paralysis value. When the value is full, the enemy is directly paralyzed. Price, 399,000 Dragon Coins. Li Yang nodded and decided to buy it. Although the price was high, its performance was top-notch among all gold-grade weapons. Compared to other weapons, its cost-effectiveness was clearly superior. After making his choice, he immediately placed the order. The trading center operates with high efficiency. While waiting in the lounge area for less than 10 minutes, a staff member arrived with the weapon case. Li Yang opened the case and carefully inspected the Lightning War Halberd. This halberd was slender and refined, emitting a golden glow as if lightning danced along its shaft. He equipped the halberd. Name, Li Yang. Profession, None. Level, 35 Strength, 1000 Constitution. 460 Agility, 450 Spirit, 420 Talent. Cards. Talent. Abilities, Soul Sorcerer, SS-level Profession, Berserker, S-level Profession, Shield of Protection, S, Bloodthirst, S, Curse Soundwave, A, Enhancement, C, Cards, 3 Base Strength directly surpassing 1000. Facing the upcoming first-tier dungeon challenge, Li Yang was full of confidence. The recommended strength for the dungeon was above 800, and he had already far exceeded that. Coupled with various talent bonuses, this challenge would be a breeze. After completing the payment, Li Yang left the trading post and headed straight for the dungeon entrance. The first-tier dungeon wasn't far from the trading post, located on the outskirts of the city center. It didn't take long for Li Yang to arrive. The scene was even livelier than he had imagined, with a large crowd gathered early in the morning. However, upon closer inspection, only about half were actually there to farm first-tier materials. The rest were mostly guards and salespeople from various studios. Newbie professionals were the easiest to exploit. They lacked resources, had no experience, and most couldn't even distinguish the quality or value of items. As soon as Li Yang reached the entrance, several people in suits carrying briefcases approached him to strike up a conversation. He ignored them all. For one thing, he didn't have a single penny in his pocket. Even so, there were still people trying to get him to take out loans or sell items. Li Yang sighed inwardly, thinking that dealing with people was harder than dealing with monsters. Entering the dungeon hall, the atmosphere was much quieter. Though there was still some noise, it came from professionals preparing for the first-tier dungeon, discussing strategies. Observing the crowd, Li Yang noticed that most were veteran professionals, low-level players around C or D rank. They hadn't given up on this path and were still persevering. There were also some rookies from this year, but most of them came from wealthy families. Judging by the timeline, the awakening ceremony had only taken place a few days ago. Even the more capable professionals would only be around level 30 at this point. As for Li Yang, he had managed to take down a level 40 golden boss, boosting his level to 35. This gave him the confidence to start farming first-tier materials ahead of schedule. Those who came early to farm materials usually paid for escorts to guide them through, as it was the only way they dared to attempt it. No matter where you were, money was always the fast track. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a chubby young man in his early 20s with a simple, honest smile on his face. Wasn't that Erhu? Thinking back to what happened yesterday at the boss area, Erhu was indeed a loyal and righteous person. He had even taken the initiative to give Li Yang a stealth cloak. Standing beside Erhu was a shorter girl, probably around 17 or 18 years old. She had short hair, wore a white long-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt, and her face looked a bit pale, as if she wasn't in good health. Erhu, looking worried, tried to persuade her, "Sister, our pride as ordinary people doesn't matter. Let's wait until we get stronger to talk about that." The girl nodded, but there was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I understand. But the people I found, I don't even know if they're reliable. If they find out, they'll probably laugh at me again." Erhu sighed deeply. "There's nothing we can do. This is the life of ordinary people. You'll understand in the future. We can only fight desperately to catch up with them, even if it means breaking ourselves in the process." He braced himself and said, "If they bother you again, just tell me, and I'll back you up." The girl looked at him, sighed, and shook her head. "Thanks, bro. I'll try to avoid them in the future." She knew how hard things were at home. If it weren't for her luck in awakening an A-level profession, she wouldn't have come to clear a first-tier dungeon early just to keep up with those geniuses. Li Yang glanced at them, a trace of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. He felt his presence was a bit inappropriate and decided not to disturb them. Just then, Eru turned his head and locked eyes with him. Li Yang saw him, and Eru saw Li Yang. Eru's previously gloomy expression shifted. He froze for a moment before breaking into a joyful smile, as if seeing an old friend. He waved excitedly. "Hey, my savior! Over here! Alright, stop making a scene." Li Yang rubbed his forehead. It was a bit over the top with so many people around. He walked over. Since he'd been recognized, it was only polite to say hello. Eru greeted him warmly. "This is great. I didn't expect to run into you here. I didn't even get to thank you properly yesterday. How did your battles go yesterday?" Li Yang smiled. "Not bad. What are you doing here?" "Oh." Era suddenly slapped his forehead. "I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Lin, and this is my sister, Linyu." As he spoke, he introduced Li Yang to Linyu. "This big brother saved me in the boss area yesterday. He looks young, but he's really strong." Linyu nodded, listlessly turning her head to the side and sighing. Arrow scratched his head awkwardly and said to Li Yang, "Sorry, my sister's not in the best mood today. By the way, big brother, what's your name again?" "Just call me Li Yang." Lin Arrow nodded and said with a wry smile, "I'm really sorry. I probably can't thank you properly today. I hired an escort to take my sister through a first-tier dungeon." "How about leaving me your contact info? Next time, I'll definitely treat you to a drink." "Oh?" Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. What a coincidence. At that moment, Lin Eru also realized something. "Whoa, wait. You're here too? Are you also here to farm first-tier materials?" He finally understood. What else could someone be doing here but farming materials? Li Yang smiled and nodded, not denying it. Eru's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. The escort will be here soon. Let's go in together later." Li Yang thought for a moment and said, "Better not. Hiring someone for a dungeon run is pretty expensive." From what he knew, even the cheapest escort service cost a lot. He was confident he could handle the dungeon alone. Arrow waved it off generously. "It's fine. You're my savior, don't be so polite." He knew full well that without Li Yang, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive yesterday. He genuinely wanted to help Li Yang. At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind. 3 well-equipped professionals strode over, the clinking of their armor echoing with every step. They carried an air of calm confidence. All 3 were level 50 A-level professionals, each with at least one piece of gold-tier equipment. "Is Boss Arrow here?" a warrior stepped forward and asked. Lin Arrow quickly stepped up to greet them. Here, over here. Are you ready?" Arrow nodded and asked. "All set. When do we start the dungeon?" The warrior waved his hand, signaling him to wait. "No rush. There's something I need to tell you first." Arrow was taken aback. "What is it?" "It's nothing, really. We originally arranged for 2 groups to escort you, but the other group cancelled at the last minute due to unforeseen circumstances, so you'll have to cover all the costs yourselves." Arrow's face changed, and he became anxious. "That's not what we agreed on before." He didn't even have any extra money left. He had given his only chance to his talented younger sister. Even paying half the cost had already drained his family's savings, and he couldn't possibly afford the full amount. The warrior shook his head. "That's not our problem. There's still half an hour before the scheduled start. If you can find another team to share the ride during this time, that's fine too." Arrow frowned deeply. Who could he find in just half an hour? Suddenly, a loud, husky female voice rang out. "Linyu? The speaker was a plump woman wearing high heels and a fashionable dress. She was accompanied by 5 muscular, handsome men dressed in luxurious armor, looking like PR personnel. The contrast made her appear somewhat comical, but she seemed completely unaware of it, instead striking a haughty pose. Li Yang glanced at them. The equipment of these escorts was excellent, almost at a gold level, gleaming brightly. Wang Meili. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu's face turned pale. Oh, what a coincidence. You're here to run the first-tier dungeon too? Wang Meili spoke in a mocking tone, looking at them with amusement. Are these men your escorts? TSK, they suit you quite well. Hearing this, the 3 escorts hired by Eru didn't get angry. In the escorting circle, higher-level escorts always had more prestige and were more valued than lower-level ones. They were long used to being looked down upon and didn't care at all. Eru's face showed an awkward expression. Comparing their escorts to hers, the gap was indeed significant. His sister losing face naturally reflected poorly on him as her brother. Eru understood that the actual situation was even worse because they might not even be able to afford the fees for these low-level escorts. Li Yang remained silent. This matter had nothing to do with him. He had only intended to say hello and leave but ended up being stuck for several minutes. At this moment, Wang Meili threw out a few more sarcastic remarks, showing no intention of leaving. Instead, she led her group over. She stared at the 3 escorts on their side and asked, "How much did Lin Yu pay to hire you?" The escorts frowned but still shook their heads and replied, "We haven't decided yet." There were supposed to be 2 groups, but the other one cancelled at the last minute. Wang Meili burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha, so you even have to carpool." She covered her mouth, laughing so hard that her fat jiggled. Lin Yu's face turned red with anger. "Is it funny?" Eru couldn't help but snap. "Of course, it's funny. You poor people should stop dreaming about turning your lives around after the first tier. Just stick to your life skills professions and muddle through." Wang Meili laughed loudly and then turned to the escorts hired by Eru. "Don't bother with them. They definitely can't afford to pay you. Come with me, and I'll pay you double." Her own escorts were already sufficient. She was doing this purely to provoke Lin Yu and her group. Upon hearing this, the 3 escorts' eyes lit up. They could tell that Eru was very likely unable to pay. Switching to the other side and earning double the pay was undoubtedly a huge win. Finally, the lead warrior impatiently said to Eru, "There are 20 minutes left until the start. Have you made up your mind? Our time is precious." Eru smiled bitterly. "Can it be cheaper?" "No." Eru lowered his head. Seeing this, the escorts understood the answer and muttered curses. "TCH, what bad luck. No money and still want someone to carry you? Bah, a pauper wants to do a first turn?" Without hesitation, they stood by Wang Meili's side. "Boss, we're with you. See that, Lin Yu? Compared to me, you're nothing." Wang Meili smiled smugly and left with her group. The air instantly fell silent, but the atmosphere on site became awkward and heavy. Lin Yu couldn't help but squat down, hugging her head and crying. Eru sighed, looking at Li Yang with a dejected expression and an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I said earlier I'd take you along. Look at me, my life is a mess, my friends have abandoned me, and my family suffers on my behalf. Every time, bad luck clings to me, and it feels like the whole world is against me." "Who says so?" Li Yang looked up at him. "Meeting me means you're not truly unlucky yet." Eru froze for a moment, not quite understanding, but still cooperated with a smile. "Of course, meeting a strong person like you is the greatest fortune of my life." Li Yang shrugged. "I'm no god or Buddha, but we can work together." Eru was puzzled. "How do we work together?" "Later, you 2 will enter the dungeon with me. The first turn dungeon can only be challenged once a month per profession, and during the cooldown period, you can only rely on others to take you in. This way, Li Yang could clear the dungeon 3 times, easily leveling up to 40. The monsters and difficulty of the first turn dungeon are set for level 40, making it very stable. It serves as both leveling up and helping Eru and the others, which also repays the favor for the hidden cloak. Eru listened, his face full of confusion. "Ha? Just the 3 of us?" "That's right," Li Yang nodded, "the 3 of us together." Eru felt a bit troubled and said awkwardly, "Brother, you know my strength is too weak. I won't be able to deal much damage inside." He's not a main attack profession, more suited for team support. Li Yang shook his head. "I'll handle the fighting, you 2 don't interfere. I'll solo it. And let me make it clear first, the monster kills inside are mine, and the titles are mine too. This request was a bit selfish. All the damage would be dealt by Li Yang, the kills would be his, and so would the experience. The others wouldn't get anything. Even if they cleared it 3 times, there wouldn't be much benefit. But Li Yang promised to give them a first-turn item in the end. Era hesitated for a moment. If they could really get the item, even with the 1-month cooldown, it would definitely be worth it. But the dungeon difficulty was high, and with only 3 people charging in, it was too crazy. At this moment, he recalled the scene of Li Yang single-handedly driving away the Qing Shan guild team during the boss fight, like a god. Eru's eyes became resolute. Alright, I trust you. Li Yang nodded. That settled it. He could clear the dungeon multiple times and gain more experience. Currently, many dungeon monsters outside were too high level for him, but the ones in the first turn dungeon were just right. After discussing, Eru squatted down and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Sis, let's go. Lin Yu looked up, her eyes slightly red. Where to? Go and clear a dungeon. Thinking about the previous events, Lin Yu's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. Forget it, I'll wait until my level is higher and clear it myself. No way, you have an A-level talent, you can't let these things hold you back. That Wang Meili is jealous of your talent. She only has a B-level herself, so that's why she's targeting you. Don't take it to heart. Then, without Xiao Dai, can we win? Lin Hu shook his head. Don't worry, we have Brother Yang helping us. I told you before, he's an incredibly strong expert. When you become stronger in the future, remember to never forget the favor he's doing for you this time, understand? Lin Yu looked at Li Yang and nodded seriously. Alright, let's go then. Li Yang led the two to the dungeon entrance. Because there were too many people and limited resources, they could only enter in batches. Besides them, there were many others waiting in the rest area for the next batch. In the rest area, Li Yang saw Wang Meili again. She was surrounded by several guards, serving her tea and water, putting on a queen-like demeanor that was particularly eye-catching. Especially her obese figure and self-important smile, wherever she went, she seemed out of place. The scene was almost theatrical. It was like a group of campus beauties and goddesses surrounding a short, fat, sloppily dressed person with utmost care. Li Yang noticed some people around secretly laughing. Wang Meili appeared again, and Lin Yu instinctively stepped back, hiding in a corner, afraid of being seen. Let's not go over there. Waiting in the hall is fine too. Lin Yu's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Li Yang frowned upon hearing this. He couldn't quite understand. Since she had awakened an A-level profession, she was at least stronger than 90% of people, most of whom were C-level or D-level. Why was she still so timid? Earlier, Hu had said that although Wang Meili was arrogant, she was actually just a B-level profession, relying entirely on her family's wealth to act so brazenly. What was this called? Using borrowed power to intimidate others. What are you afraid of? You're stronger than her, and your professional talent is better than hers. Hu hesitated and said, Brother Yang, you don't know. Wang Meili has a powerful background. I heard she's the only daughter of Jianghai's underground king and is deeply pampered. So what? Li Yang responded indifferently. This place is for everyone to rest, there's no need to avoid her. I don't want to stand around waiting all the time. It's up to you. After saying that, he walked straight over. He didn't seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He believed that things that needed to be faced should be faced, avoiding them would only make the other party more arrogant. Hu hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said to Lin Yu, let's go, we'll follow him. After saying that, he braced himself and led Lin Yu into the rest area. Lin Yu's eyes showed fear as she hid behind Hu. Even so, their entry still attracted attention. Most people were busy with their own affairs and wouldn't look much. But Wang Meili, who had nothing better to do, noticed them immediately. She said mockingly, oh, everyone, look who's here. Her voice was greasy and annoying, making people instinctively dislike her. I say, this rest area should have private rooms. Otherwise, all kinds of people gathering together, how awkward. Her guards chimed in as well. My princess, don't bother with these small characters. Being in the same room as you is truly a stroke of luck. Wang Meili laughed heartily. She glanced at Li Yang and the others, noticing there were only a few of them, and a look of doubt appeared in her eyes. This is interesting, she said. Everyone, come with me and take a look. She stood up and led her group over At this moment, Li Yang and his group found a spot to sit down. Except for him, Arrow and Lin Yu were both very nervous. To ease the tension, Li Yang said casually, "It seems we're in luck. There's an event happening right now, and it looks pretty interesting." "An event?" Arrow asked, puzzled, as he had been too nervous earlier to notice. Li Yang nodded and pulled out a flyer that had been placed on the seat. "To celebrate the launch of new professionals embarking on their journey, there's a limited-time event for the first dungeon run. The team with the fastest completion time will receive a mysterious reward." Arrow laughed. "Is that so? But I doubt we'll get the reward. Those studio guards will definitely fight tooth and nail for it." "Don't worry, we have 3 chances," Li Yang said with a smile. The dungeon's completion time wasn't about strength but about the speed of killing monsters. If they performed well in the first 2 attempts, and he leveled up to 40, he could equip the level 40 gear dropped by the boss. That would significantly boost his strength, giving them a fair shot. "Look over there. Isn't that the noble A-rank professional? Why is she always hanging out with a bunch of useless people? Doesn't she have any friends?" At that moment, Wang Meili and her group approached. "I never expected this, a bunch of paupers, not even worthy of having guards, and yet you dare to come here." Arrow, enraged, glared at her and said, "Wang Meili, what exactly do you want?" Before she could respond, one of the guards beside her stepped forward. "Shut up. What right do you have to address our princess by name? I think you're asking for trouble." Arrow's momentum faltered, and he pointed at them in frustration. Li Yang's expression grew complicated. Aside from her expensive attire, there was nothing about Wang Meili that resembled a princess, not even her name. However, it was understandable that these people, having been paid, would turn a blind eye and speak nonsense. Wang Meili took a step forward, her demeanor aggressive. Like a shrew. "Ha! What do I want? You should ask your sister. She dared to seduce my man. I wish I could kill her." "Shut up. I believe my sister isn't that kind of person," Eru retorted. "She is. Your whole family is useless," Wang Meili shouted loudly. "Enough." Lin Yu suddenly stood up and said firmly, "Back then, it was your boyfriend who came to me asking about career advice. I explained everything clearly. Why do you keep pestering me?" "Shut up. Then why did he break up with me?" "It's all because you seduced him. No one would blame me." Wang Meili screamed hysterically, her voice breaking as she lost control. Just then, the lounge's broadcast suddenly chimed. "Ding dong. Please remain patient and quiet while waiting. Thank you for your cooperation. We wish you all the best and a triumphant return." The room instantly fell silent. Wang Meili's eyes widened as she realized her earlier outburst. She let out a cold laugh and said, "Lin Yu, you've awakened an A-rank profession, and now you think you're something special, daring to talk back to me. Let me tell you, once I complete my first transition, I'll still crush you." "Who said that?" Li Yang suddenly shouted firmly. "Not only are we going, but we're also taking first place." Wang Meili was stunned. She glanced at Li Yang and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Lin Yu, stop joking with me. Is this the helper you brought in?" Hu frowned. "What do you mean? He's my friend." "Oh, I thought you guys were so broke that you could only rely on someone like this for help. He doesn't even look older than you, Hu. Young in age, but big talk." Wang Meili mocked. "Just the 3 of you? And you want to form a team to clear the dungeon and farm first-turn materials? You even dare to say you'll take first place? That's hilarious. Let me tell you, first place this time is mine. With me here, you don't stand a chance." Her escorts straightened their backs, exuding confidence. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see," Li Yang responded coldly. He couldn't stand Wang Meili's arrogance. If it weren't for the lack of connection, he wouldn't even bother with her. She was always stirring up trouble, which was already annoying enough. "Ah, fine, let's wait and see. If a team like yours takes first place, I'll eat crap backward." Wang Meili laughed so hard she almost choked. This was the first time she'd heard such a bizarre wager. Her escorts behind her were like decorations. And yet, they dared to talk about taking first place? Truly overestimating themselves. "That's what you said. Don't go back on your word later." Li Yang glanced around. Quite a few people in the rest area were idle, and, hearing their argument, naturally, some came over to watch. Many people heard her words. Wang Meili sneered disdainfully. "Heh, as expected, trash only associates with trash. Instead of this, I suggest you think again. Don't go in and end up unable to get out, needing the rescue team to save you. That would be truly embarrassing. Then you don't need to worry about that, Li Yang replied with a smile. From his tone, anyone who didn't know better might think he actually had the skills to clear the dungeon. Ding dong, the first turn. Dungeon is now open. Challenging professionals, please proceed to the entrance in order. The broadcast sounded. People in the rest area got up to prepare. Let's go. Wang Meili snorted coldly and left with her escorts. Li Yang looked at the heir whose siblings and signaled, let's go too. Heir who was a bit worried. Big brother, can we really do this? Just the three of us. Should we find more people? He was afraid Li Yang might make a rash decision. Li Yang waved his hand. Don't worry, I said I have confidence. Let's go. Heir who nodded and said no more. At the dungeon entrance, teams needed to register their information. Leading the way was Wang Meili and her escorts. No one dared to compete with them. The information showed Wang Meili was only level 25, but her escorts were all level 50. A team of high-level professionals tackling a level 41st turn dungeon was as easy as playing a game. When the information was revealed, the crowd buzzed. Many professionals were envious. This team was practically guaranteed to win without lifting a finger, just waiting for the rewards. Wang Meili's face showed a smug expression, as if she were the center of attention. Soon, it was Li Yang's team's turn. They had only 3 people, all young, and no escorts. Team leader. Li Yang, level 35. Team member, Lin Erhu, level 39. Team member, Lin Yu, level 30. Ha ha ha, what kind of amateur team is this? Not even one of them is level 40. If they really go in, the rescue team will have to be on standby ahead of time. Among the crowd, Wang Meili laughed the hardest. This is hilarious. Are you here just to get my attention? 3 people, none of you even level 40, and you dare to challenge the dungeon and aim for first place? Ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule, Erhu's face turned red. Wang Meili, you're only level 20-something yourself, and you dare to mock us? I may be level 20, but I have strong support. I can take first place, can you? Erhu rolled up his sleeves, ready to retort, but Li Yang held him back. Don't waste your breath on people like this. Strength is the only way to shut them up. Erhu wiped his tears and nodded. Brother Yang, I want to win. Li Yang smiled. Of course, we will win. Lin Yu looked up, her gaze firm. I want to become stronger, to surpass those who look down on me. She knew that these 2 had come this far for her, and she couldn't afford to be weak anymore. Li Yang nodded approvingly. This was the fighting spirit young professionals should have. Let's go. The 3 of them walked resolutely into the dungeon's teleportation portal. A flash of blue light, and they disappeared. The people outside the dungeon were stunned. Damn, they really went in? Oh my god, 3 people dare to go in, truly desperate. Wang Meili stared in surprise, then snapped back and sneered. What a bunch of fools. They don't listen to good advice. Alright, time to go. My knights, follow me into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Li Yang had just teleported in. He looked around. It was a cold, damp cave with almost no light. In such an environment, movement would slow down, as no one could tell whether the motionless shapes ahead were rocks or monsters. Dungeon Stage 1, abandoned mine. At that moment, a click sound came from behind. Then, a warm orange light lit up. It turned out Erhu had taken out a tool from his backpack. The light gradually illuminated the surroundings. Li Yang gave a thumbs up and praised, nicely done. With light, their movements would be much easier. Erhu chuckled and scratched his head, but his smile quickly faded. As the light spread, it revealed the stone walls and passageways around them. Above their heads, clusters of gray-black bats hung upside down, sleeping. The light shone on their bodies, revealing a dense, chilling scene. Ghost-faced bats level 40 description. Bats living in dark, damp nests, highly aggressive, usually moving in swarms. Erhu quickly covered his mouth. At that moment, the bats began to stretch their heads out, their eyes glowing blood red, their mouths revealing sharp teeth. Erhu's face tightened as he frantically reached for his gear. There were at least a dozen of these bats. Don't panic, Li Yang said calmly. He pulled out his lightning war halberd and swept it across, leaving a streak of lightning in its wake. The electric light jumped in the air, crackling. The attack hit one ghost-faced bat, instantly cutting down a large chunk of its health. 1000. At the same time, an electric arc flashed, conducting from this bat to the surrounding ghost-faced bats, with damage numbers floating up one after another. 500. 500. Li Yang noticed that this conductive damage could also trigger the bloodthirst bleeding effect. 500. 2500. 500. 2500. Large and small numbers alternated, efficiency was astonishing. Some grimace bats were directly paralyzed. Their bodies stiffened, and they fell to the ground. Li Yang stepped forward and finished them off one by one. You killed Grimace Bat, EXP plus 400. You killed Grimace Bat, EXP plus 400. In less than 2 minutes, the ground of the mine was already covered with the corpses of Grimace Bats. Li Yang exhaled, looked around to confirm there were no omissions, and then turned around. Lin Arrow and Lin Yu were already stunned, their weapons completely unused at the moment, looking somewhat bewildered. The space was narrow, and with so many bats, they originally thought Li Yang would face some difficulties and were ready to assist at any time. But the result? Li Yang was simply too fierce. You have to know, these Grimace Bats were all level 40 monsters. They had prepared for a tough battle. Li Yang waved at them, and only then did they snap out of it. Let's go. Li Yang still looked calm. Arrow and Lin Yu quickly followed. After digesting the unbelievable battle just now, Arrow excitedly asked while walking, Bro, how did you take down so many level 40 monsters in one go, and so effortlessly? You're truly a low-key master. Li Yang's mouth twitched. With this joker around, dungeon grinding would definitely not be boring. Lin Yu stood beside him, staring at Li Yang with wide eyes, for the first time having a vague understanding of the super strong person her brother always talked about. Era noticed his sister's unusual gaze and quickly coughed twice. Ahem, Xiaoyu, don't let your imagination run wild. A strong person like Brother Yang isn't someone you can casually fantasize about. Snap out of it. He was quite worried. His sister was at that age, and Li Yang was handsome, strong, young, and talented, a huge temptation. If he weren't a guy himself, even he might. Ahem, the main issue was the gap was too big. If she really fell for him, the consequences would be hard to handle. Poof. Lin Yu pouted and made a face at him. Eru's face darkened a bit. Li Yang watched the two bicker and smiled helplessly. He continued walking deeper into the mine. Soon, a massive shadow of a monster blocked the path ahead. Under the light, the monster's full form was revealed. It was a giant rat, its long tail constantly swaying, too large. Incisors protruding from its mouth, lying on the ground in a way that made people uncomfortable. Rockland. Giant rat, elite level, 40 HP, 20000 description, lives by eating rocks, possesses rock element power, extremely destructive, activates rock shield defense when attacked. Talent ability, rock shield. Rock shield, automatically summons a rock shield to absorb damage when attacked, can absorb up to 5,000 points, and converts the shield into HP recovery after it disappears. Copyable talent. Li Yang took a look, and directly chose to copy. His guardian shield could already immunize negative effects, but its defense wasn't strong enough. These two defensive abilities seemed like they could be merged. Copy successful. You have acquired the ability, Rock Shield. Rock Shield automatically summons a rock shield to absorb damage. When attacked, can absorb up to 3,000 points, and then converts it into HP recovery. You currently possess 2 defensive ability cards, Guardian Shield, Rock Shield, and can merge the abilities. Merge abilities? Merge. Cards Guardian Shield and Rock Shield added merging, merge successful. You obtained Ethereal Shield, Ethereal Shield, grants a shield capable of withstanding 10 times your attack power. While the shield is active, any damage taken is directly converted into shield energy, up to 10 times the initial shield value. It also has a purification effect, making you immune to all negative statuses. Li Yang's face lit up with joy. As expected of an SS grade ability, this power is ridiculously strong. As attack power increases, the shield value will also grow. Theoretically, as long as the shield isn't broken in one hit, it can stack and become increasingly tougher. In other words, from now on, if anyone wants to defeat Li Yang, they'll have to break the shield in one go, otherwise, it's practically impossible. This is incredible. After obtaining this ability, Li Yang couldn't wait to test it against the giant rat in front of him. Hey, brother rat, let's see who's tougher. After settling Arrow and Lin Yu, Li Yang made no attempt to hide his actions and charged straight ahead. Arrow broke into a cold sweat at the sight, taking a sharp breath. Hiss. Is he really being this blatant? At least show some respect, this is its territory. This was a level 40 elite monster, and he wasn't giving it any face at all. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness. Can Brother Li Yang handle it? This giant rat is far stronger than the bat from earlier combined. The strength of elite monsters was on a completely different level from ordinary ones. Moreover, this creature was massive, and the aura it exuded was intimidating. Era took a deep breath and said, although it sounds unbelievable, I trust Brother Yang. In my eyes, there's nothing he can't do now. Sis, you might not know what happened in the boss area yesterday. My brother Yang single-handedly drove off an entire squad from the Green Robe Guild. Are you serious? Lin Yu was stunned, her eyes full of shock. That was the Green Robe Guild, one of the top professional forces in Jianghai City, known by everyone. Arrow said proudly, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I was there in person. Since then, the Green Robe Guild's status in my mind has been far below that of Brother Yang. Lin Yu fell silent, her gaze toward Li Yang growing brighter and filled with admiration. I want to become a strong person like him in the future. Come on, hit me. Li Yang strode up to the Rockland giant rat, spread his arms wide, and showed no fear. The Rockland giant rat froze, encountering such provocation for the first time. Seeing Li Yang's nonchalant attitude, it gnashed its teeth in anger. It suddenly swung its tail, whipping up dust as it lashed out fiercely. Li Yang stood calmly, unmoving. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the tail struck Li Yang. The Rockland giant rat's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, but as the dust settled, Li Yang stood firmly in place, completely unharmed, even inspecting himself carefully. A transparent shield had appeared around him, thicker than before. Strangely, instead of diminishing, the shield had grown stronger after absorbing the attack. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he beckoned to the giant rat with a finger. Keep going. He planned to stack the shield to its maximum. The Rockland giant rat let out an enraged roar, its eyes turning blood-red as it charged forward. Raising its sharp claws, it swiped down with a whoosh. Li Yang still didn't budge an inch. In the back, Arrow was so nervous he was about to rush in to help with this as an elite monster, and normally, one person wouldn't be able to defeat it alone, it would require a team to slowly wear it down. However, Li Yang had previously stated that no one was allowed to intervene, so Erhu could only hold back. Seeing that Li Yang was unharmed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. But when the giant rat attacked again, Erhu's heart tightened. Once more. This monster seems to be getting serious. Li Yang should dodge now, right? Brother, why isn't he dodging? Let's go help him. Lin Yu gripped her weapon anxiously. Erhu hurriedly stopped her, his face full of conflict. Wait, just wait a little longer. He stared at the battlefield, unable to understand why Li Yang remained motionless. Bang! The giant rat's attack landed as if striking a rock, failing to hit Li Yang. Li Yang smiled faintly and raised his head. The next moment, he grabbed the lightning war halberd and directly stabbed at the giant rat's eye. Squish! 1150. The Rockland giant rat squealed in pain, flipping over and falling to the ground. A dirt-colored shield suddenly appeared on its body, beginning to absorb damage. Come on, let's play slowly, Li Yang said with a smile, stepping closer step by step. With each attack he received, his shield grew thicker. Fear began to appear in the giant rat's eyes. It attacked twice in succession, but both strikes landed on Li Yang without causing any harm. The rat was visibly shaken. Li Yang swaggered closer, completely fearless. Squeak squeak. The rat shrieked, frantically swinging its claws. Li Yang remained calm, his shield absorbing every attack. Had enough? He raised his weapon and struck forcefully. Whoosh! 1250. The damage continued to climb. Chirp chirp chirp. The Rockland giant rat was pushed back 2 steps. Li Yang seized the opportunity and swung his halberd again. 1450. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the rat's shield shattered. Instantly, the bloodthirst effect was triggered. The Rockland giant rat suffered massive damage in quick succession. 5000. 5000. In just moments, half of its health was gone. The rat howled miserably and turned to flee toward the cave. Trying to run? Li Yang immediately pulled out his explosive bow. The cave was narrow, and the rat's large size left it with nowhere to escape. Arrows whistled through the air, sparks flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom! 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 The giant rat collapsed with a thunderous crash. You have slain the elite Rockland giant rat, EXP. plus 6,000. Level up, 3536. Obtains silver grade equipment, rock shield. Obtained Rockland giant rat. Incisor, crafting material. It actually dropped silver grade equipment. Although it was meant for frontline use and Li Yang couldn't use it himself, it could still sell for several thousand dragon coins. He sheathed his weapon and waved to Lin Erhu and Lin Yu, signaling that he had taken care of it, then took the lead in stouting ahead. Erhu was dumbfounded. Was this giant rat a bit weak? He felt like he would die instantly if he even touched it. But he had just witnessed Li Yang endure so many attacks without a scratch. Was this even reasonable? It was too absurd. Just how strong was Li Yang? He couldn't figure it out. Big brother Li Yang is so tough. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with amazement. This was her first time seeing a level 40 elite monster, and just looking at it was terrifying. Yet it had been dealt with so easily, it felt unreal. Li Yang had already walked far ahead, and the two didn't dwell on it, quickly catching up. Along the way, Li Yang cleared the path, and monsters were killed almost as soon as they appeared. When Erhu and Lin Yu caught up, the ground was littered with the corpses of powerful monsters. These monsters exuded a fierce aura. Yet they had all been instantly killed. It was hard to imagine what kind of person Li Yang truly was. As they continued deeper into the mine tunnel, a ray of sunlight shone in from ahead. You killed a stone scorpion. EXP plus 450. You killed a rock lizard. EXP plus 430. After dealing with the two monsters guarding the entrance, Li Yang stepped out of the cave and took in the scene outside. On both sides were towering stone walls, leaving only a waterway directly ahead, about 100 meters wide. The water surface was far from calm, resembling turbulent waves. From time to time, water monsters emerged from the surface, creating a highly dangerous atmosphere. Where Li Yang stood, a medium-sized wooden sailboat was anchored on the water, tied to a wooden stake on the shore with a rope. Li Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this the boat they were supposed to use to cross this perilous waterway? He glanced at the waterway. The opposite shore was roughly over 1,000 meters away. The creatures in the water seemed to be growing more active, constantly splashing the surface, heightening the tension. Soon, Erhu and Lin Yu caught up from behind. They looked at the scene before them, their faces full of shock. Wow, they really think we're kids toying around. This little boat, on such turbulent waters, looked worrisome. It seemed likely the boat would be smashed by the waves before even making it halfway. Li Yang had already jumped onto the boat and waved to them, "Get on quickly." Erhu and Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before scrambling aboard. "Hold steady." Li Yang picked up the lightning war halberd and gave it a light swing, cutting the rope that tied the boat. The boat immediately shot forward like a loosened bowstring, drifting with the wind. "Brother Yang, catch this!" Erhu shouted. Li Yang reached out and caught it, discovering it was a hemp rope. He looked at Erhu with some confusion. Erhu grinned and said, "Tie this around your waist. If you fall into the water, you can use it to climb back onto the boat." The other end of the hemp rope was tied to the mast. Erhu and Lin Yu both secured the rope around themselves. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. What a genius! If the boat really started leaking and sank, did they plan to drag the boat along while floating? He didn't say much. With him around, things wouldn't get too disastrous no matter how bad they got. The sailboat continued gliding forward, but before long, the hull began to shake violently. Li Yang stood at the bow and looked down. A group of fish monsters was ramming the bottom of the boat repeatedly. He frowned. This was trouble. These fish monsters were extremely difficult to deal with in the water. They were smart, aiming to damage the boat and force them into the water. The water was their territory. At this rate, if the problem wasn't resolved, the boat could indeed be sunk. Worse still, these fish monsters were hiding under the boat, making them hard to attack. Li Yang initially considered using the explosive bow to shoot, but he worried about accidentally damaging the boat. Using a sharp blade to stab at them wouldn't reach far enough. It seemed the only solution was for him to personally dive into the water and deal with these aquatic monsters. But once in the water, he'd truly be entering their domain. Just as he hesitated, a crack sound rang out. Immediately, Erhu shouted urgently, "Not good, Brother Yang. The bottom of the boat is broken, water is coming in." Li Yang's expression changed, knowing he had to act immediately. He shouted, "You two, block the hole first. Leave the rest to me." "Understood." Erhu and Lin Yu quickly got to work. Erhu focused on plugging the hole, while Lin Yu scooped out the incoming water. Li Yang glanced at the rope he had tossed aside earlier and smiled wryly. He hadn't expected it to actually come in handy. He picked it up and tied it around himself. Taking a deep breath, he moved to the bow and leapt into the water. Splash! The sound suddenly became distant. As soon as he entered the water, several merman monsters surrounded him. Azure Water Jiao Li Yang immediately unleashed Cursed Soundwave. A soundwave spread out from his side. However, these monsters were of a higher level than him, and few were affected. Most of them just froze for a moment before quickly recovering. Li Yang gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze resolute. Movement in the water was restricted, and his speed slowed down, while the merman monsters were more agile. Facing so many enemies, even a slight mistake could cost him dearly. He utilized the length advantage of his lightning war halberd to maintain distance and maneuver. A merman monster quietly approached from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Li Yang reacted swiftly, swinging backward. Swish! 1000. The attacker was hit precisely. At the same time, an arc of electricity flashed. He felt a tingling sensation on his body. Turning his head, he saw the other merman monsters frozen in place. 500. 500. Damage numbers kept popping up. The conductive effect of the lightning war halberd had activated. Li Yang was surprised to realize that water could conduct electricity. What a discovery! Amazing! Although he was in the water, his ethereal shield could immunize him against paralysis and other negative effects, while also absorbing damage to convert into a shield. Who said fighting in water was difficult? This underwater battle was exhilarating. He immediately transformed into the Thunder King, sweeping through the water. Zzzzz. Golden electric light flashed continuously in the water. On the boat, Eru blocked the hole and felt relieved as the noise from the bottom of the boat ceased. Wiping his sweat, he noticed a burst of electric light rising from the water. Holy crap, who's discharging electricity? Brother Li Yang, did he go underwater? Lin Yu asked in surprise, covering her mouth. Eru's face changed drastically. This was no joke. The underwater monsters were so fierce that the boat had almost capsized. He quickly tied the rope around his waist and walked to the bow. Looking into the water, it was murky, and he could only see a shallow layer. However, the occasional flashes of electric light underwater allowed him to glimpse the situation below. He saw Li Yang surrounded by a group of merman monsters. This was truly dangerous. Underwater was the monster's territory. Era hesitated for a moment, then sat at the bow and lightly touched the water surface with his toe. A surge of electricity instantly spread through his body, an unbearable sensation. Damn! He quickly withdrew his foot. Just a light touch on the water surface felt like this. Underwater must be even more terrifying. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "Brother, you're just shouting at me. How am I supposed to respond? I'm still soaking in the water." Lin Yu complained beside him. "True." Arrow scratched his head awkwardly. "The electric current in the water is too strong. I was thinking of going down to check, but with this current, I'd probably be paralyzed and unable to move within seconds." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Brother Li Yang seems fine. We better not act recklessly and cause trouble. If things go wrong, we'll pull him up together." At this moment, Li Yang was lurking underwater, moving as agilely as a swimming dragon. The paralysis effect in the water caused the merman monsters to remain in a state of slowed movement almost the entire time. Li Yang thought to himself that buying the lightning war halberd was definitely the right choice, otherwise, he'd be in big trouble. Holding the halberd, he swam through the water, continuously slashing at the paralyzed merman monsters. 1100. 1250. The electric current spread and conducted with each attack, while Li Yang remained completely unaffected. The merman monsters triggered the bloodthirsty effect, their health rapidly depleting at an astonishing speed. 5000. 5000. One by one, the powerful Murloc monsters fell. You killed a Murloc monster, experience plus 400. You killed a Murloc monster. Experience plus 400. A large number of Murloc corpses sank to the seabed. Li Yang's level rose to 37. Just 3 levels away from reaching level 40. He grabbed the rope and slowly swam toward the surface. Meanwhile, Eru, at the bow, noticed movement below the rope and quickly began pulling it. Before long, Li Yang emerged from the water, clinging to the bow as he climbed back onto the boat. "Who Li Yang exhaled deeply. Brother Yang, are you okay? Eru asked with concern. Li Yang shook his head. I'm fine. The monsters below have been dealt with. Let's keep moving forward. Eru nodded, though his face still showed lingering fear. Just now, there were flashes of lightning underwater, and the entire surface was covered in currents. It was terrifying. He asked curiously, Brother Yang, are you a main combat class? Seeing Li Yang easily take down so many level 40 monsters, Eru was convinced he must be a powerful main combat class. Sort of. Why do you ask? Li Yang replied. Eru's eyes widened. But you seem tougher than any tank I've ever seen. It was hard to believe. Earlier, he had witnessed Li Yang withstand multiple attacks from level 40 elite monsters, which was already astonishing. He had guessed it might be due to powerful equipment, but couldn't imagine what kind of gear could be so extraordinary. Li Yang chuckled. Eru, the more you know, the more dangerous it gets. Eru quickly covered his mouth and said no more. The boat continued forward. Li Yang stood at the bow, carefully observing the waterway. The waterway wasn't long, and the opposite shore was visible. However, the boat moved very slowly. Eru simply picked up a paddle and began rowing to slightly increase the speed. Li Yang's sharp gaze remained vigilant, not daring to relax. Things usually weren't this smooth. The first stage was harder than this, something felt off. Li Yang always prioritized caution in his actions. Sure enough, the boat stopped halfway across. Eru froze. What's going on? Before long, a massive water column rose in front of the boat. As the water fell away, a red head was revealed. Li Yang looked down. Several long tentacles tightly gripped the boat's hull. A water monster appeared ahead. Earthshade Octopus, Elite Level, 40 HP, 30000 Description, a ferocious aquatic beast that actively attacks all living creatures, possessing a powerful self-healing ability. Innate ability, self-healing, SS, self-healing, when HP drops below 70%, recovers 5% per second, when below 10%, instantly restores to full health. Whoa! Li Yang was shocked. An SS-level self-healing ability, absolutely insane. HP below 10% instantly restores to full. This means that unless it's killed outright, this monster is practically immortal. Theoretically, it's a living perpetual motion machine. Such a monstrous ability could only belong to creatures. Moreover, while monster abilities often aren't as prominent, if applied to a class, they could directly change the course of a battle. Li Yang glanced at the Earthshade Octopus's HP, 30,000. He had to kill it while its HP was still above 3,000. Otherwise, once its HP dropped below 10%, it would immediately revive to full health. This would require either overwhelming power to kill it instantly or multiple damage dealers attacking simultaneously to prevent it from healing. Even for Li Yang, his current strength was only 1,000. Even with maxed out damage stacking, it would be difficult to deal such high damage in a single strike. The only way was to rely on the high multiplier bleeding damage brought by bloodthirst. Li Yang picked up his bow, ready to face the battle. But just then, copy successful. Ability acquired, self-healing, SS, self-healing, when HP is below 70%, recover 5% per second, when below 10%, instantly restore to full. Li Yang successfully copied this ability, feeling much more assured. However, he couldn't let his guard down, this only increased his margin for error. The Earthshade Octopus was still extremely dangerous. At this moment, Li Yang noticed his view was rising. It turned out the Earthshade Octopus's tentacles were lifting the ship upward. Wang Defa. Why has it turned into a flying ship? Who lost his balance and fell to the deck. Li Yang quickly drew his bow, without hesitation, and shot arrows at the Earthshade Octopus. Whoosh! 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 An astonishing scene unfolded. The Earthshade Octopus opened its mouth and sprayed black-green ink. The ink corroded all the incoming arrows. Li Yang's eyes widened. It can play like this? Realizing what had happened, he didn't hesitate and aimed his bow at the tentacles gripping the ship, firing several arrows in quick succession. Whoosh! 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 The Earthshade Octopus reacted swiftly, retracting its tentacles almost immediately, but Li Yang still managed to hit it with 2 arrows. Bang! A loud crash echoed. The sailboat fell back onto the water once again. Fortunately, the drop wasn't too high, and the ship didn't sustain serious damage. Meanwhile, the damage numbers from the 2 arrows appeared on the Earthshade Octopus. -980, -1080, Immediately afterward, massive bleeding damage numbers emerged. 5,000. 5,000. Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. The bloodthirst skill had been triggered. At least it could drain some of the Earthshade octopus's HP. The Earthshade octopus let out a sharp cry, its skin turning even redder, and its body radiating intense heat. Its HP began to recover, visibly improving before their eyes. Its self-healing ability had activated. The Earthshade octopus moved again. This time, it raised several long tentacles high and slammed them forcefully onto the water's surface. Instantly, waves over 2 meters high surged toward Li Yang's ship. This forced Li Yang might be able to withstand it, but the ship beneath his feet certainly couldn't. There was still some distance to the finish line, and abandoning the ship now would be too risky. At this moment, if only there were a tank-class character, they could simply hold a shield at the bow of the ship and block most of the damage. Suddenly, Li Yang's eyes lit up. That's right. When he fought the rocky field giant rat earlier, it had dropped a shield. Thinking of this, he quickly rummaged through his inventory. Although he didn't have tank-class skills, with his current defense, he could hold the front line just fine. It's over. Erhu's eyes widened as he saw the massive wave, taller than a person, rushing toward them. Seeing the ship about to be destroyed and their lives in danger, he hurriedly said, "Bro, let's run. Swimming back might still give us a chance. Don't panic. You two go hide in the cabin, leave this to me." Li Yang grabbed the rocky shield and charged forward. Having fought so hard to get here, he absolutely couldn't give up easily. "Boss, be careful." Erhu quickly nodded and took Lin Yu into the cabin to hide. After everything they'd been through, he now had complete trust in Li Yang's words. Although Li Yang looked younger than him, in his heart, Li Yang was like an elder. The river roared as waves crashed relentlessly. Li Yang raised his shield in front of him, holding on with all his might, while others formed teams to fight monsters, each playing their role, tanks absorbing damage, damage dealers attacking, and healers restoring health, all working in perfect harmony. He had to handle everything alone, tanking, dealing damage, and even healing himself. Such was the life of a lone wolf. High risk, but high reward. He got to keep all the experience and loot for himself. Bang! The river water slammed against the shield, the force causing it to tremble violently as its durability rapidly decreased. The boat rocked fiercely. Gritting his teeth, Li Yang stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Bearing the heavy responsibility of becoming the top rookie on the leaderboard, he could not afford to lose. The massive water impact was mostly absorbed by Li Yang and his shield. The water came fast and receded just as quickly. The entire boat was drenched, but it remained intact, save for a few leaks. Li Yang exhaled in relief and straightened up. The shield in his hand now bore several cracks. What a pity. This was a silver-tier piece of equipment. Erhu emerged from the cabin, and, seeing that the danger had passed, beamed at Li Yang. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the leaks in the boat and quickly called Lin Yu to help patch them up. Although this Erhu's sibling duo didn't directly help in the fight, they'd been quite reliable in other ways. I'll share some of the loot with them later, Li Yang thought to himself. He turned his gaze back to the Earthshade octopus in front of him. During the wave defense, the Earthshade octopus had taken the opportunity to heal itself. Its health had now recovered to 2/3 and was still climbing. Li Yang raised his bow but paused. This Earthshade octopus was highly reactive and could corrode his arrows with its ink, making it hard to land a hit. He needed to catch it off guard to succeed. After pondering for a moment, he came up with a potentially effective strategy. As long as the Earthshade octopus couldn't see the arrow being fired, no matter how quick its reflexes, it wouldn't be able to dodge. With this in mind, he pulled out his cloak of concealment. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. Once he donned it, his figure instantly vanished from the boat. The Earthshade octopus was dumbfounded by the sight, looking around frantically for him. Li Yang had already knocked an arrow and aimed it at the creature. He had to finish the fight within the duration of his invisibility. Before the Earthshade octopus could react, several arrows suddenly shot through the air. Bang! 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 The arrows struck the octopus, sparks and water splashing everywhere. Bloodthirst effect activated. Earthshade octopus's health is continuously decreasing 5000. 5000. In the blink of an eye, its health bar turned red, with less than 20% remaining. The critical moment had arrived. This was the ultimate test of a professional's fundamental skills, seizing the opportunity. If he failed to finish it off now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The Earthshade octopus began sinking, attempting to retreat into the water to heal itself slowly. Li Yan, with sharp eyes and quick hands, fired several more arrows. He couldn't let it succeed. Arrows lose power when passing through water, reducing their damage. Fortunately, Li Yang acted swiftly, and his precise shots hit their mark, piercing the creature and triggering explosions. The bloodthirst bleeding effect refreshed. Even as the Earthshade octopus submerged, its health continued to drop. 5000. 5000. You have slain the elite monster Earthshade octopus. Experience gained, plus 6000. Level up, 3738. Obtained Earthshade octopus tentacle, blue quality. Obtained Earthshade octopus ink, blue quality. Obtains silver equipment Earthshade breastplate. Obtains silver equipment red leather spellbook. Successfully defeated the Earthshade octopus. Besides a few blue materials, it also dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment. Li Yan let out a long breath. It was rare to encounter such a tanky monster. Ordinary monsters usually die after 2 rounds of bleeding. The Earthshade octopus's self-healing ability was astonishing, demanding high burst power and solid fundamentals from professionals. Using it to test whether a professional has first-turn strength was indeed appropriate. Li Yang looked across the river. That was the final stage. Brother Yang. Who ran over. Is it done? Li Yang nodded. We can move on. Wow. Whose face was full of shock. It feels like, ever since I met you, fighting monsters and clearing dungeons has become incredibly easy. Just scooping water and patching holes on the boat counts as passing the stage. Were the dungeons I cleared before all fake? Ahem. Li Yang coughed twice and said with a smile, stop exaggerating, let's row the boat. Who chuckled, walked to the boat, picked up the wooden oar, and started rowing. Now we're literally rowing. That's the point. Lin Yu smiled, walked to Li Yang's side, and summoned a fireball from her spellbook. Warm heat immediately spread out. You've worked hard, let me warm you up. Her face was slightly flushed. After the battle just now, Li Yan was soaked from head to toe. Thank you. Li Yan wiped the water off his body while keeping his eyes fixed ahead. The boat continued forward, getting closer and closer to the opposite shore. Get ready to disembark. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Li Yang leaped onto the land. In front of him was a cold, dark cave. Roar! A deep growl echoed from within the cave. Clearly, a powerful monster was guarding this place. This must be the final boss of the first-turn dungeon. Defeating it would yield the first-turn materials, marking the completion of the dungeon. Li Yan looked at Erhu and Lin Yu beside him and said, you two stay here and don't move around. He sensed that the upcoming battle would be tough. The aura inside the cave was stronger than any monster he had encountered before. It was likely a boss-level creature. He would need to give it his all. He didn't want Erhu and Lin Yu to know too much, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Erhu and Lin Yu obediently nodded, like chicks pecking at grains. Brother Yang, be careful yourself. After giving his instructions, Li Yang stepped into the cave. The surroundings instantly darkened. As he ventured deeper, the growling became more distinct. Soon, his view opened up. Ahead was a massive space. Final stage, guardian battle. In the center stood a colossal creature. It resembled a giant hippopotamus, covered in blue ice spikes, with 2 deer antlers on its head. Colton. Hippopotamus silver level boss level, 40 HP, 100,000 description, a furious mutated hippopotamus that wields ice elements. Capable of dealing heavy damage in both melee and ranged combat. Talent skill, Frost, S-level, although not as terrifying as the previous gold level boss, it was already an extremely strong guardian monster within the dungeon. Li Yang understood now why so many people hired bodyguards to clear the first-turn dungeon. With this guy guarding, teams of the same level generally can't defeat it. Only if the entire team has top-tier damage output and the frontline can withstand the aggro, there's a chance to wear it down. This is clearly a battle of endurance, testing the patience of the players. But, is that really the case? Li Yang took out the Wind Dragon token. When dealing with magical monsters, magic is the most effective. Come forth, Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon token emitted a cyan glow and trembled slightly. The cyan light condensed into a massive cyan dragon shadow. As Li Yang's level and attributes improved, the Wind Dragon's shadow also became stronger and more ferocious. Attack! Li Yang commanded the Wind Dragon, pointing directly at the mutated hippo. The wind dragon let out a low roar and flapped its wings, charging at the enemy. The mutated hippo noticed and turned to face the attack. It raised its front hooves, and two large horns shot out a series of ice spikes toward the wind dragon. The wind dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a whirlwind. The ice spikes were all blown back by the whirlwind. The sharp ice spikes counterattacked, hitting the hippo, but they had little effect. The defense of a silver tier boss was simply too strong. Li Yang wasn't idle either. With the wind dragon holding the front, he picked up his explosive bow. No wonder. Everyone loves mages and archers. With the front line tanking, the rear can unleash damage freely. What a satisfying feeling. Whoosh! 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 Fiery red arrows sliced through the air, shooting toward the mutated hippo. It was too busy dealing with the wind dragon to react. Arrow after arrow hit their mark. 950, 1150, 1300. When there's an opportunity, Li Yang never holds back. Arrows rained down mercilessly. With the large size of the monster, almost none of the arrows missed. As the attacks continued, the damage bonus from his class talent stacked up. The high bleeding effect from bloodthirst, combined with the wind dragon's frontal assault, caused the mutated hippo's health bar to plummet rapidly. Unlike the previous Earthshade octopus, which required careful control of its health, this fight was all about relentless damage output. And that was Li Yang's specialty. A minute later, the mutated hippo entered berserk mode. Its entire body and the ice spikes on it glowed red. Its health instantly gained a thick layer, and its movements became more agile. "It's just stalling for time," Li Yang said, aiming at the boss and pulling the bowstring hard. "A first-tier creature, obediently become the prey of my arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of arrow rain shot out swiftly. The arrows whistled through the air, and explosions echoed one after another. A few minutes later, the mutated hippo froze, let out a miserable cry, and collapsed with a loud thud. You defeated the silver tier boss Colton Hippo. Gaining experience plus 15,000. Level up. 3840. You have met the conditions for a class advancement. You can now proceed with the advancement. Obtained Colton Bone, blue quality. Obtained Colton Horn, blue quality. Obtained class advancement material. Colton Crystal Core, gold quality. Obtained silver tier equipment, steel helm. Obtained silver tier equipment, ice spike armor. Colton Crystal Core, gold quality, a class advancement material designated by the Professional Association. Submit it to complete the advancement. Finally, the class advancement material was in hand. It also came with a few blue quality materials and silver tier equipment. These items could fetch a good price when sold. Unfortunately, this was a silver tier boss, so the chances of dropping gold tier equipment were slim. But that's normal if every class advancement dungeon casually dropped gold tier equipment, the market would have collapsed long ago. Most importantly, his level had finally reached 40. This meant he could now equip level 40 gear. Li Yang eagerly took out several level 40 gold grade pieces of equipment obtained from killing the gold level boss earlier, along with the coveted radiant grade equipment. Ever victorious cloak grade, gold level 40 bonus, enter fearless state upon wearing, reducing mental attack damage by 35%. Commander's Greaves grade, gold level 40 bonus, increases movement speed by 15% when equipped. Dragon Lord Mask grade, radiant level 40 bonus, increases all damage by 20%. Passive, gain 1 layer of rage upon hitting an attack. Each layer increases max HP by 10%, up to 10 layers. Li Yang glanced at the equipment and unhesitatingly equipped them all. Name, Li Yang. Class, none. Level, 40 strength, 1600 constitution, 560 agility, 585 spirit, 545 talent. Cards: talent skills, Soul Sorcerer, SS grade, Ethereal Shield, SS grade, Self-Healing, SS grade, Berserker, S grade, Bloodlust, S grade, Curse Sonic Wave, A grade, Enhancement, C grade. Equipment bonuses: mental attack damage reduced by 35%, movement speed increased by 15%, all damage increased by 20%. Number of cards, 2. Breaking through to level 40, combined with the boost from these pieces of equipment, Li Yang's attributes underwent a remarkable leap. This was only the first stage. Once he officially changes his class, his strength will rise to an even higher level. He could hardly wait to discover what abilities he would gain after the class change. But for now, he still had 2 chances to clear dungeons. Missing out would be a waste. Dungeon cleared. Automatic teleportation in 10 seconds. Outside the dungeon hall, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Hey, did you hear? Someone accidentally entered the dungeon. Accidentally? How does one even do that? Basically, it's just some overconfident fools pretending to be tough but are actually just putting on a show. You don't know? Last round. 3 level 30 professionals rushed into the dungeon. Their fate is still unknown. Level 30 daring to challenge a first-class dungeon? That's a death wish. 666, they must have been elite teams. As they were talking, the dungeon hall's broadcast suddenly sounded. Ding! The professional team led by Li Yang successfully cleared the dungeon, setting a new record. Completion time, 7 minutes, ranked first on the timed leaderboard. The crowd erupted in shock. First place is out? Who's Li Yang? Never heard of him. 7 minutes. That's practically non-stop monster killing. The team must be incredibly strong. In the history of records, this achievement is top tier. Shortly after, another broadcast followed. Ding! The professional team led by Wang Meili cleared the dungeon, also with a time of 7 minutes. Ranked second on the timed leaderboard. With a similar time, Wang Meili's team ranked second. Wang Meili? That famous underground tycoon? She's challenging the first-class dungeon too and got second place. With her personality, she definitely won't let this slide. This is going to be interesting. As the broadcast ended, Li Yang and Hu emerged first from the teleportation portal. Look, someone's coming out. They were the first team to come out in the last round, among so many teams. Everyone understood in their hearts that this must be the team that took first place, as announced in the broadcast earlier. However, after watching for a while, the crowd frowned. They had expected more people to come out one after another, but after Li Yang and his team emerged, the portal remained still. What's going on? Only 3 people? Did I see it wrong? 3 people? How could they possibly be the first place? Just as everyone was puzzled, Li Yang and his team walked out with smiles on their faces. The dungeon recorder's expression changed. He had a deep impression of Li Yang and his team. All 3 of them were only in their 30s level-wise, not even reaching level 40. Moreover, he had personally seen them enter the dungeon. Hu was so excited that he seemed to be flying as he walked, his arms swinging wildly like wings. Facing the crowd outside, he felt immense pride, his face flushed red. Lin Hu had finally made something of himself. With so many people waiting outside to clear the dungeon, he had already completed it. Clearing a first-tier dungeon meant officially stepping into the ranks of professionals and earning the qualification to stand firm. Li Yang, on the other hand, wasn't as excited. In his view, clearing dungeons was normal. What was worth celebrating was obtaining the class advancement materials, which meant he could now advance to the first tier. And, of course, the ranking. Just as he was about to ask about it, the bald dungeon recorder suddenly stepped forward and blocked their path, his face full of astonishment. You've already cleared it? Ha! Hu also recognized him. He immediately puffed out his chest and said, So, what do you think? Our team keeps its word. Even at level 30, we can clear it. The dungeon recorder's face darkened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Hu looked at him, grinning from ear to ear. It felt so good. Who else dared to look down on them? Now, 3 professionals in their 30s had actually cleared a first-tier dungeon. He was so excited he almost wet his pants. It felt like a dream. Of course, he knew it was all thanks to Li Yang. Without Li Yang, they wouldn't have been able to clear it. The dungeon administrator frowned, finding it hard to believe. He had been in this line of work for decades and had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The higher-ups wouldn't believe it either. The problem was, the current first place in the time-limited event was indeed Li Yang's team. Could it really be that such a low-profile team had taken first place? Just as he was hesitating, the portal flashed blue again. The next moment, a short, chubby woman with a face full of freckles stepped out. Following her were several tall, well-equipped guards. The scene was almost comical. Wang Meili beamed with confidence, clearly very satisfied with the results of clearing the dungeon. Ha ha, your first-place team has arrived. Next up is the first-tier advancement. I'm going to be the first new professional to complete the first-tier advancement this year. The first new professional to advance? You're not even level 30 yet. Based on what? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wang Meili's smile froze. Who's talking? She was in high spirits and wouldn't tolerate any provocation. You say you're first? I don't recall hearing that, Li Yang said calmly. Although he didn't know the other party's ranking, he was certain it wasn't as high as his own, because Wang Meili's team had come out later. When Wang Meili turned her head and saw Li Yang's team, she was stunned. Why is it you three losers? She sneered. Oh, you guys are quick. Already rescued by the emergency team? Lucky you didn't die in there. Hey, watch your mouth. Arrow stepped forward. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. Am I wrong? You couldn't clear the dungeon yourselves and came here to vent your anger. It's truly ridiculous. Arrow was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he'd been rendered speechless out of frustration. Lin Yu also spoke up angrily. We cleared the dungeon a long time ago, much faster than you, and we've been out for quite a while. I don't believe it. If you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Wang Meili spat disdainfully. You three aren't even level 40. And you dare claim you cleared the dungeon? Don't blame me for not warning you, there are records here. Lies like yours can be exposed with a simple check. Exactly. By your logic, any random passerby could clear the dungeon. Then, what are people like us even here for? That's right. If you could really clear it yourselves, you wouldn't have paid us for an escort earlier. The escort team members Wang Meili had poached from Arrow's side chimed in agreement. Ha ha ha. Wang Meili burst into laughter. Listen to this. What a joke. Looks like your lies have been exposed. Hearing these words, the surrounding onlookers began pointing and whispering. So that's how it is. I almost fell for it. Not being able to clear it is a matter of skill, but lying is a matter of character. Exactly. No one should team up with these three in the future, or they'll get stabbed in the back. Seeing the crowd turn against Arrow and the others, Wang Meili's face showed satisfaction, her gaze arrogant. This was the price of opposing her. How can you do this? Lin Yu's eyes reddened. Oh, feeling wronged now, are we? Wang Meili sneered at her. Your lies have been exposed, and now you're panicking? Ha! Li Yang suddenly chuckled. Wang Meili frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Just a simple first transition dungeon, and you all made such a fuss. Do you really think it's that hard? Li Yang shook his head. This was truly the most unjust accusation he'd ever faced. If you say it's fake, then take a look at this. As he spoke, he pulled out a crystal cluster emitting a dazzling purple light. Colton's Core, A. First transition material designated by the Professional Association. Submit this item to proceed with the first transition. The moment this item appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Wang Meili's face was full of shock when she saw it. The shape and glow, wasn't this the essential material for the first transition? No one present failed to recognize it. As Li Yang displayed it, everyone fell silent. How could Li Yang have this? This item could only be obtained by clearing the dungeon and defeating the final boss. And now, Li Yang had taken it out. Didn't that mean they really had cleared the first transition dungeon? This can't be possible, right? Wang Meili couldn't believe it and took out the material she had just obtained. Comparing it to the one in Li Yang's hand, they were exactly the same. Seeing this, everyone's gaze toward Li Yang and his group changed. They looked at each other, starting to murmur. Oh my god, can someone tell me what's going on here? I'm stunned. This doesn't look fake at all. Could they really have cleared it? Impossible. Just the three of them? How could they be so fast? Alright, maybe we were wrong. These three might actually be hidden experts. Could they all be S-class or higher professionals? Now do you believe us? Eru exhaled heavily, finally relieved. Wang Meili's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to nitpick further, but with the evidence right in front of her, she was left speechless. Yet admitting defeat like this felt too humiliating. She had brought a team of escorts to tackle the dungeon, only to be outperformed by these random kids? And they were faster too? She simply couldn't accept it. Wang Meili shouted, where's the staff? Check the records. Did they really clear it? All eyes turned to the bald recorder. The recorder looked troubled. In his decades of work, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. But he had to admit, Li Yang and his team had indeed cleared the dungeon. Not wanting to say much, he directly handed over the tablet. The records are all here. See for yourself. Humph. Wang Meili angrily grabbed the tablet and looked at the data displayed on it. Timed event rankings: first place, Captain, Li Yang, team. Members: Lin Arrow, Lin Yu, clear time, 7 minutes 10 seconds. Second place, Captain, Wang Meili, team members, Wang Chang, Zhang Lang, clear time, 7 minutes 25 seconds, only a difference of a few seconds. Wang Meili glared at her escorts, her eyes full of blame. It was as if she were saying, "It's all your fault for holding me back, being slow, and embarrassing me." The escorts looked helpless, bitterly resigned. To be honest, with so many escorts, their performance shouldn't have been this poor. The main issue was Wang Meili's constant meddling, checking here, monitoring. They're wasting a lot of time and energy. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the escorts quickly tried to console her. "Boss, this was just an accident. We haven't played in a while, so we're rusty. Give us another chance. I wasn't even going all out earlier, didn't even bring my gear. I didn't expect that kid to actually have skills. Next time, we'll break the record for sure." "Exactly, my Princess Piggy, trust your brave knights." Although Wang Meili was somewhat annoying, she was a wealthy benefactor. Who wouldn't want to stay on her good side? Despite their inner frustration, they had no choice but to endure. After a round of comforting and encouragement, Wang Meili's mood slightly improved. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Eru. "Fine, I admit you do have some skill, but I will definitely take that. First place. You won't hold on to it." Eru froze, confused, and pointed to his own chest. "Dude, what does this have to do with me?" "Heh," Wang Meili sneered. "Sure, you managed to clear the dungeon with just 2 people, which is somewhat impressive. But my escorts weren't serious earlier. Soon, first place will be ours again." Hearing this, Eru was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know he was that capable, clearing a first-tier dungeon with just 2 people? He wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. "You must be mistaken. If I were really that skilled, I wouldn't have needed escorts earlier. Don't make stuff up." Eru quickly waved his hands. This was all Li Yang's doing. How could he dare take credit? Wang Meili raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Lin Eru the highest level player during registration? Was there another expert? This was all thanks to brother Li Yang. "My idiot brother wouldn't match him even in 10 years, Lin Yu stepped forward, firmly correcting her. "Eru, that really stung, sis." Wang Meili was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to Li Yang. "Humph, compete however you want. You still can't beat us. First place will soon be ours." She stepped forward toward the crowd. 2 more escorts. "I'll pay 10 times the market rate." The team limit was 10 people. And Wang Meili's team already had 8 escorts, meaning they could still recruit 2 more. This time, she was serious. She had to reclaim first place and restore her reputation. With such a high offer, she quickly attracted a crowd. In no time, 2 escorts decisively abandoned their original employers and jumped to her side. Those unfortunate employers, who were just about to enter the dungeon, could only stand there, glaring in frustration. "I just wanted to watch some drama, and now I can't even enjoy being a bystander? Where's the justice in this world?" one of them muttered to himself. Though he grumbled inwardly, he didn't dare to directly confront Wang Meili, the so-called underground princess. Left with no choice, he sat back down in resignation. At last, Wang Meili's team was complete. She glanced smugly at Eru and the others before leading her team straight toward the dungeon. Normally, a team with 3 veteran escorts could pass the dungeon easily. But she had brought 9. All of this was just to break the record for completion time and seize the first place. Her grand display of power left the onlookers murmuring in admiration. What a true boss. Meanwhile, Li Yang watched her strange tactics with a calm expression, feeling no ripple of emotion. If anything, he found it a bit amusing. Did having more people guarantee victory? He had just reached level 40, armed with several powerful pieces of equipment, including some dazzling great items. If he tried again, he would only be faster. The records he set could only be broken by himself. He turned to glance at Eru and another teammate. "Let's go. We need to get ready to head in as well. Brother Yang, that Wang Meili is too overbearing. Maybe we shouldn't pay too much attention to the rankings this time," Eru said with some concern. Wang Meili's team was overwhelmingly strong. Apart from her, the entire team was comprised of escorts. It was nearly impossible for anyone to surpass them. "Not necessarily," Li Yang replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. He led the 2 of them back into the portal. Entering the dungeon for the second time, they were now familiar with the process. Li Yang dashed ahead and quickly encountered the elite giant rat guarding the first stage. This time, he didn't bother with any tricks. A few arrows were all it took to bring down the giant rat blocking his path. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," he muttered as he moved on. Eru and the others, trailing behind, were stunned. By the time they caught up, all they saw was the giant rat's lifeless body. They hadn't even witnessed how it died. Li Yang had already reached the waterway of the second stage. This time, he didn't bother with the boat. Instead, he summoned his wind dragon, soaring across the waterway at lightning speed. The entire process took just over 10 seconds. The monsters in the water could only stare helplessly. They had no way to stop him. By the time Arrow and the others reached the water's edge, all they saw was the boat tied to the shore and the swirling winds left in Li Yang's wake. He was already nowhere to be seen. "Ha, where did Brother Yang go?" Arrow panted, hands on his knees, utterly confused. All along the way, they had seen nothing but the corpses of defeated monsters. Lin Yu was equally astonished. Could Li Yang have already crossed the river? But the boat's still here. By now, Li Yang had reached the cave of the third stage. Riding his wind dragon, he launched a fierce assault on the mutant hippopotamus that guarded this area. With his upgraded equipment, not only had his strength increased significantly, but the wind dragon's power had also grown tremendously. The mutant hippo didn't even have time to react before being obliterated in an instant. "You have slain the silver tier boss, Colton Hippopotamus. Experience plus 15,000. Level up. 4041. Obtained Colton's remains, blue. Obtained first tier material, Colton's crystal core, gold. Obtained silver grade equipment, black iron bracers." The dungeon is about to close. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Outside, the broadcast in the dungeon lobby sounded again. Ding dong. The team led by Li Yang has successfully cleared the dungeon, setting a new record. Clear time, 3 minutes, currently ranked first. Soon, Li Yang and his two teammates appeared at the portal. Lin Arrow and Lin Yu looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. They only remembered running behind Li Yang the entire time, and suddenly, the dungeon was cleared. The onlookers outside were equally stunned. 3 minutes? Did the broadcast make a mistake? My brother couldn't even do it in 3 minutes. Ha, you're joking. Only you and your wife would believe that. Look, they're really coming out. Someone pointed at Li Yang and his team. It really was 3 minutes. The dungeon record keeper's hands were trembling, his eyes wide open, and he stammered as he spoke. This time, it broke the record. Not only had they topped the leaderboard, but they had also shattered the all-time best record. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Yang shook his head silently. 3 minutes? It could be faster. He believed he could do it in under 2 minutes. Let's go again. He patted Lin Arrow and Lin Yu, snapping them out of their daze. Come on, we can clear it again. Lin Arrow snapped back to reality, nodding like a pecking chicken in shock. The three of them stepped into the portal once more. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. No way? They're going in again? Wow! A 3-minute record that no one can break, and they're going for another run? Are they planning to set an even higher record? Just as the crowd was reeling in shock, the broadcast sounded again. Ding dong! The team led by Wang Meili has successfully cleared the dungeon. Time, 5 minutes, ranked second. Wang Meili walked out of the portal with her head held high, brimming with pride. Seeing that Li Yang's team hadn't come out yet, she was overjoyed. "See? I won! Come on, cheer for me. I am the strongest, the one and only number one." But the applause and cheers she anticipated never came. The surrounding professionals looked indifferent, barely reacting, and continued chatting among themselves. Wang Meili froze awkwardly. She turned to the nearby dungeon record keeper and complained, "Hey, I'm the first place in this event. Isn't there supposed to be a welcome ceremony?" "First place?" A light chuckle suddenly came from nearby. "Don't make things difficult for the staff. Maybe confirm if you're really first place first." The speaker was a tall, short-haired man walking toward her. Wang Meili raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Oh, isn't this Elder Yang Tong from the Golden Guild?" The crowd gasped in surprise and began whispering among themselves. Someone from the Golden Guild? Elder Yang Tong? I thought I was seeing things. Such a big shot standing right in front of me. Wang Meili, unwilling to back down, retorted, "What brings you here, Elder? Don't tell me you're here just to annoy me." The Golden Guild was the top guild in Jianhai, far ahead of the others. It was also the sworn rival of her family. Yang Tong smiled, you don't need to worry. I'm just bringing a newcomer to take a look, we have no interest in you. Wang Meili clenched her fists, her voice sharp. Still saying you're not here to provoke me? Just because my dad is polite to you doesn't mean I have to be. Yang Tong burst into laughter. Just joking, don't get mad. After speaking, he walked toward the dungeon recorder and asked, where's the team that just broke the record? What? They went in again? After some inquiries, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Tong's face. However, considering they completed it in just 3 minutes last time, this time should also be quick. Wang Meili watched them, listening to words she didn't understand, her brows tightly furrowed. She wanted to ask what was going on but didn't want to talk to Yang Tong. At that moment, the portal flashed with a blue light, and Li Yang and the others emerged from it. Wang Meili immediately brightened up and hurried forward. Ha ha ha, took you this long to come out? I was about to lose my patience. Come on, can't you perform a bit better? There's no challenge at all. As soon as Wang Meili spoke, the atmosphere instantly became silent and tense. The people present had no reaction, and no one echoed her words. Only a few cast her strange glances. Wang Meili frowned, sensing something was off. Strangely, the audience's reaction had been unusually cold from the beginning. She felt like a joke, everything seemed abnormal. Even Yang Tong suddenly came over to say inexplicable things, leaving her even more confused. What exactly had happened during this time? Why did everything feel so different? At this moment, the broadcast finally sounded, ding dong. The team led by Li Yang has successfully cleared the dungeon, breaking the current record. Completion time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Real-time ranking, first place. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, the sound overwhelming everything. Just over 2 minutes, that's incredible. Amazing. True experts. Taking first place, I'm not even jealous, their skill speaks for itself. Wang Meili and her guards were all stunned, frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Wang Meili, disregarding her image, shouted loudly, no, everyone shut up. This isn't right. We entered the dungeon almost at the same time, and they came out later than us. How could this be their time? There must be something fishy. Fishy? Yang Tong laughed heartily. Others might fear this underground princess, but he didn't. As a rival, he was happy to see her humiliated. Take a closer look. This is their second time going in. Their previous record was 3 minutes, which is already higher than your current score. Yang Tong handed her a tablet. What other excuses do you have? Impossible. Wang Meili's eyes widened as she snatched the tablet. Seeing the data, her entire body trembled. How is this possible? Her eyes turned wild as she violently smashed the tablet to the ground. Impossible. This is fake, it must be fake. Or maybe they cheated. Look at them, just 3 people, each one lower level than the next. They'd struggle with the first stage, how could they clear it so quickly? Is that so? Li Yang smiled faintly. He had already anticipated Wang Meili's reaction. Then, he took out the mutated hippo's loot, Colton's crystal core. This is the first-tier material, designated by the Professional Association. Li Yang actually had 3 of them in his hand. Wang Meili's eyes widened, and she was speechless. Alright, skill speaks louder than excuses. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't, Yang Tong said with a smile. You? Wang Meili, already furious, glared at him, her anger flaring even more. At this moment, Arrow saw Yang Tong, rubbed his eyes, and looked at him in astonishment, recognizing him. Wow, you're actually the chief elder of the Golden Guild, Wang Tong. Yang Tong nodded slightly. Arrow's jaw dropped. Lin Yu, standing beside him, nudged him. Hey, your idol is here. Ahem. Arrow coughed and rolled his eyes at her. Stop it. My only idol is Brother Yang. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Yang Tong took the initiative to step forward and asked, are you the team currently ranked first, with Li Yang as your captain? The broadcast had just mentioned it. Arrow chuckled, scratched his head, and said, actually, it's all thanks to Brother Yang. The 2 of us are just helping out. Without us, he might have been even faster. Oh, a one-man carry? Hearing this, Yang Tong's eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement. Could it be a rare class? To clear dungeons in such a short time without a level advantage, this was even stronger than an ordinary S-class profession. He looked at Li Yang and, fulfilling his role as an elder, warmly invited him, Brother Li Yang, would you consider joining our guild? You could become a squad leader right away, with double the Benefits of others at the same level. Also, that Wang Meili over there, she's narrow-minded and will definitely cause you trouble later. If you join our guild, she wouldn't dare bother you, and things would be much easier for you. As soon as he said this, the surrounding professionals were filled with envy. Elder Yang personally inviting someone? That's incredible. With these benefits, I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams. Having this status, you could brag about it for a lifetime. As the top guild in Shanghai City, the Golden Guild had resources far beyond other factions. It was the dream destination for all professionals, and many people fought tooth and nail to get in. Young Tone, I'm still here. Are you deliberately going against me? Wang Meili couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily. Young Tong, however, seemed to see right through her thoughts, accurately guessing her intentions. To be honest, in Shanghai City, the only ones who dared to openly oppose her were the high-ranking members of the Golden Guild. Young Tong shrugged. I'm just recruiting talent for the guild. What's wrong with that? It's none of your business. If you don't like it, you can leave or keep running dungeons. To see if you can break the 2-minute record. Yeah, who was it earlier that said they'd do a handstand and eat crap? With backing, Arrow grew bolder and added fuel to the fire. Ha ha ha. That actually happened? You all just wait. Amid the laughter, Wang Meili stormed off in a rage. She knew that staying any longer would only make her look more ridiculous. Besides, she had no way of surpassing Li Yang's record. Li Yang, right? This isn't over. Originally, she had planned to easily step on Lin Yu, but unexpectedly, a roadblock appeared. Losing first place and her dignity, she now bore a grudge against Li Yang. Li Yang sneered. Wang Meili, the daughter of the Underground King. But it didn't matter. He had already stolen something from the Underground King before, so they definitely wouldn't let him go and were probably searching for him everywhere. Sooner or later, there would be a confrontation. Today was just to warm up. Brother Li, have you made up your mind? Yang Tong asked again. Only then did Li Yang turn to look at him. The Golden Guild, he had heard of it. However, with so many troubles at hand, joining a guild was unrealistic. Besides, he was doing well on his own and didn't need to rely on others. He politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm not planning to join any organization for now. I still need to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams during this period. I hope you understand. As soon as he said this, not only was Yang Tong stunned, but even Arrow and the nearby professionals were too shocked to speak. Yang Tong frowned, unwilling to give up. Think it over again. We can improve the terms. Whatever we can do, just name it. Joining the guild won't affect your studies. It can even help you gain experience and make you more competitive than others. Li Yang paused for a moment but still shook his head. I'm really sorry. This caused a commotion at the scene, with many people watching and grinding their teeth in frustration. Brother, you're incredible. Getting into the Golden Guild is a dream opportunity for most people. Even college students fight tooth and nail to get in. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? If you won't go, I will. Yang Tong sighed. Alright, if you change your mind, feel free to come find me. My offer will always stand. After saying this, he handed Li Yang a business card. Li Yang nodded and accepted. Not long after, Yang Tong left. The nearby professionals also gradually dispersed. Some continued their dungeon runs, while others left. Li Yang took out some job transfer materials and handed a copy each to Arrow and Lin Yu. Arrow exclaimed in surprise, I get a share too? Li Yang smiled, of course. I don't need extras, so take it. Arrow was so moved that his eyes grew moist. Brother Yang, you're just like family. If you ever need me for anything, I'll give it my all. Alright, this is what you deserve. I've got things to do, so I'll head out first. After chatting briefly with Arrow and Lin Yu, Li Yang left the dungeon hall. Time was of the essence. He was preparing to head to the professional association for his first job transfer. What abilities would he gain after the transfer? Just thinking about it was exciting. In the city center of Shanghai, inside a high-end hotel, Wang Meili unlocked the door and kicked it open forcefully. Her face was full of anger, still fuming over the earlier dungeon incident. Once inside, she began smashing things indiscriminately. The high-end tableware on the table was thrown everywhere, and the expensive decorations on the walls were sent flying. The room was instantly in chaos, and only then did she feel her anger subside. She then took out her phone and dialed her best friend's number. Hello, Meili, why are you suddenly calling me? Why aren't you saying anything? Who upset you this time? Ah, Wang Meili couldn't hold back and started venting nonstop. Who would understand? I was so happy to go dungeon running today, but I ran into this disgusting guy, it's so annoying. I even suspect he has a crush on me and is deliberately causing trouble to get my attention. Ha ha. On the other end of the line, Du Qingran couldn't help but laugh, quickly coughing to cover it up. Ah, men are all like that nowadays, especially with someone as beautiful as you. Who wouldn't be smitten? Wang Meili snorted smugly, you're right. I feel like you understand me best. Want to go out for dinner today? My treat. Oh, by the way, didn't you recently make a new guy friend? Bring him along. Hearing this, Du Qingran was visibly deflated and complained, don't even mention Zhang Tao, that guy. All men are equally annoying. He even blamed me, saying I messed things up with good intentions by bringing a stranger, which ruined the plan. The boss got snatched by someone else, and it's all my fault. What? That bad? Wang Meili was shocked. Exactly. Life is so stifling every day. If I could find someone suitable, I would have kicked him out long ago, Du Qingran said angrily. Wang Meili said indignantly, perfect, bring him here today, and I'll help you educate him properly. I guarantee he won't dare to say anything about you again. Really? Du Qingran's eyes lit up. She was well aware of Wang Meili's capabilities and background, otherwise she wouldn't have felt so confident in seeking her help. Truly, it's like raising an army for 1,000 days, only to unleash its power when needed. Where should we meet? At Dongfeng Pavilion. At this moment, Li Yang was on his way to the professional association and was almost there. Along the way, he felt both anticipation and a bit of worry. He opened the panel to check more than once. The profession column still displayed the words blank. He couldn't understand what this meant. Did it indicate that he had no profession? Logically, he should have a hidden profession. He just couldn't figure out why it was like this. This made him a bit concerned about whether there would be any issues with his first transition. For a professional to undergo the first transition, they must have a profession. Without one, could it succeed? Everything would have to wait and see. In no time, Li Yang arrived outside the grand entrance of the city's professional association. From the exterior alone, the building was resplendent, like an ancient palace, passed down through generations, both solemn and pristine. At the entrance stood a row of soldiers in armor, standing straight-backed. Li Yang presented his credentials and entered smoothly. Inside, it was even more luxurious, with floors and walls gleaming with golden light. He walked to the front desk. The receptionist was a woman of about 30. Wearing light makeup and a professional smile on her face. Li Yang stepped forward and explained his purpose. First transition? Which year's cohort are you from? This year's. Oh, this year. Wait. The woman suddenly froze, looking at Li Yang in surprise. What did you just say? Li Yang didn't say much more and directly took out the first transition material, Colton's crystal core. Seeing the material, the woman finally reacted. You're a new professional from this year? Yes, I want to apply for the first transition certification. The woman smiled and said, professionals, the first transition requires not just the materials but also reaching level 40. Yes, I'm already level 40. The woman was momentarily stunned and quickly asked, are you sure? Level 40, not level 4. If your level isn't high enough, the first transition will fail. Think it through. Li Yang nodded. The woman didn't say much more. After all, she was just following the rules. As long as the materials were complete, no one would normally attempt the first transition without reaching the required level. She took Li Yang's credentials and operated the machine for a few moments. 2 minutes later, she said, all right, you now have the qualification for the first transition. She handed the certification to Li Yang and reminded him, remember to reach level 40 before proceeding with the first transition. But Li Yang had already walked straight into the depths of the association. The woman stood in place, scratching her head and muttering to herself, did he really just go? Could it be, he's really level 40? Wow, are this year's newcomers that amazing? Reaching level 40 in just a few days? Li Yang, holding the certification, followed the association's directions, turned a few corners, and finally arrived at his destination. This is an independent venue, spacious and spotless. At the center lies a massive formation. An elderly man sits on a chair by the entrance, glancing at Li Yang. Here for your first transition? Li Yang steps forward and hands over his proof. Oh, a new professional this year. The old man examines the proof, his interest piqued, and stands up to scrutinize Li Yang closely. You're the first to attempt the first transition this year. If you succeed, the association will reward you. Once the rookie leaderboard opens, you'll go straight to the top. Li Yang nods, he already knows this. But what concerns him more is whether the first transition will succeed and what abilities he will gain. He can't help but feel nervous. This feeling is even stronger than when he first awakened his profession. The old man double-checks the proof and points to the central formation. Then go ahead. All right. Li Yang takes a deep breath and says, firmly, first transition, here I come. He strides resolutely into the center of the formation. The hardest days are behind him, this minor setback is nothing. Even if he fails this time, it won't stop him from soaring to great heights. What doesn't defeat him will only make him stronger. Li Yang steps into the formation. Immediately, a blinding white light bursts forth. Suddenly, the surroundings become eerily quiet, and his vision begins to blur. His consciousness is drawn into an enclosed space, identical to the day he awakened. When he opens his eyes again, the empty venue is gone. Countless cards form a long chain, spinning and dancing around him energetically. Soon, the cards begin to shorten, stacking together until they merge into a single massive card. The card bears only a large question mark, nothing else. Li Yang is momentarily stunned but filled with joy. Although he doesn't fully understand what is happening, it signifies that his transition isn't impossible. Gazing at the giant card before him, Li Yang reaches out and gently touches it. The card trembles instantly, transforming into a burst of multicolored light that rushes into his chest. He is taken aback, feeling a warm current surge through his body. Then, a new talent skill appears on his panel, Shapeshifter. When killing monsters, there is a chance to directly acquire their talent abilities. Li Yang is momentarily stunned, then bursts with excitement. The impact of this short sentence feels like being reborn into a new world. With this skill, he'll never have to worry about running out of cards again. If he wants a monster's ability, he just needs to kill it for a chance to obtain it. Didn't get it? Kill a few more. Though it might take some effort, success is inevitable. If he encounters a particularly rare or unique monster, he can even use a card to actively replicate it. This is simply too powerful. At that moment, the environment begins to shift. When he opens his eyes again, Li Yang is back in the original venue. He looks up to see the elderly man smiling warmly, his eyes filled with admiration. Congratulations, child, you've successfully completed your first transition. I hope the result didn't disappoint you. You are the first rookie in Shanghai City to complete the first transition. Once the rookie leaderboard opens, your name will undoubtedly be at the top. Prepare well for the Genius Tournament and aim for a good ranking. Li Yang nods slightly. He is now the first rookie professional to complete the first transition. When the rookie leaderboard opens, his name will undoubtedly be at the top. But this is only temporary. To maintain the ranking, one must participate in the Genius Tournament, compete against other top professionals, and truly claim the top spot. He was confident about the Genius Tournament. With such a significant lead over others and new abilities acquired, maintaining his position wouldn't be a problem. The elder continued smiling and said, I've already recorded your information. Now, you can go to the front desk to collect the first turn newcomer reward. Li Yang nodded and left the venue. Behind him, the elder stared at his back, shook his head, and showed a puzzled expression. This year, Shanghai City is truly bustling. Li Yang returned to the front desk. This time, the woman in charge of reception was completely different. Before he could speak, she greeted him warmly, clearly aware of what had just happened. Congratulations, professional, on completing your first turn. Would you like to claim the special reward? Yes. Please wait a moment, I'll check for you. She walked over to the equipment to check, her expression gradually darkening, and finally looked at Li Yang with some embarrassment. I'm sorry. There's been a sudden notice from above that the rewards will be distributed uniformly. Please go back and wait for further updates. Li Yang frowned slightly. This explanation sounded odd. However, he understood that the so-called front desk was merely a facade. The real decision-making power lay with the higher-ups in the association. He didn't dwell on it and turned to leave. He knew deep down that rules are made by the strong, and only by becoming stronger can one change the rules of the game. Shortly after leaving the association, he received a message. Li Yang, how are you? I'm Lu Xian. Please come to Dongfeng Pavilion for a meeting. Mentioning Dongfeng Pavilion, And Lu Xian stirred something in Li Yang's heart. He remembered Lu Xian as someone from the military, whom he had met at the end of the trial camp and who had even given him rewards. This time, reaching out to him must mean something important. Dongfeng Pavilion was located in the city center, not far from him, making it convenient to visit. After some thought, he headed toward Dongfeng Pavilion. Dongfeng Pavilion was the most prestigious leisure venue in Jianghai, with an architectural style that was both ancient and elegant. A black sedan was parked by the roadside outside. Two young individuals, around 18 years old, stepped out of the car. They were Du Qingran and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wore a mask and had been looking around nervously since getting out of the car, paying special attention to corners, treetops, and other places where people might hide, like a thief. Beside him, Du Qingran rolled her eyes, feeling he was embarrassing. But Zhang Tao couldn't be blamed. Ever since the boss incident a few days ago, members of the Green Shirt Guild had been watching him like mad dogs, warning him to be careful and threatening to kill him. Now, he even had to sleep with his windows closed, fearing that someone from the Green Shirt Guild might suddenly appear and stab him. If it weren't for Du Qingran dragging him out, he wouldn't have dared to risk leaving home. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, and they didn't encounter anyone from the Green Shirt Guild. The two successfully met Wang Meili, who was waiting inside Dongfeng Pavilion. Zhang Tao's masked and overly cautious demeanor made Wang Meili burst into laughter. "Ha, Qingran, your taste needs improvement. I thought you brought a thief to steal from Dongfeng Pavilion." Du Qingran sighed. If he were a thief, he'd be a master thief. After all, he's an S-level professional. Ahem. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Zhang Tao awkwardly coughed, removed his mask, and introduced himself to Wang Meili. "Hello, I'm Zhang Tao, the future heir of the legendary guild." "The heir of the legendary guild?" Wang Meili frowned slightly. "That's not bad. What level are you now? Have you completed your first turn?" "Ah. Well," Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. "Sigh, I've been busy discussing some matters with the Qingshan Guild lately, so I haven't had time to level up. I might not be the first to change professions anymore." He was holding back a wave of frustration, blaming it all on that cloaked man who had suddenly appeared and slowed down his progress. If not for that, he would have already reached the profession change dungeon by now. However, he quickly regained his confidence. "But don't worry. Even if I'm a bit behind, I'll still climb to the top of the rookie leaderboard in no time." He knew that although the professions were different, the starting level was the same. As long as he had a team to grind monsters with, no one could be slower than him, an S-class professional. But none of that mattered. The real competition would be in the upcoming Genius Tournament. He was an S-class professional with the backing of a guild. Forget others, even he himself believed he was destined to win. Once his level increased, everyone else would have to step aside for him. As he spoke, Wang Meili sighed and began venting about her experience today. "It's so infuriating. I could have been the first to clear the profession change dungeon today, but someone cheated and stole it from me. And that person was so well prepared that I couldn't find any evidence at all." "Something like that happened?" Du Qingran asked in surprise. "Yeah. It was an incredibly infuriating guy, and he looked." Wang Meili was in the middle of speaking when she suddenly noticed a figure outside. It was exactly the person she had been imagining in her mind. Her eyes widened in shock. "Why is he here too?" Zhang Tao and Du Qingran froze for a moment and followed Wang Meili's gaze. They immediately saw a figure they were all too familiar with, the shadow that had once left them gasping for air, Li Yang. The moment they saw Li Yang, their bodies instinctively tensed. "Li Yang? It's actually him?" Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. "What's he doing here? Can he even afford to come to a place like this?" Wang Meili, seeing their reaction, was also taken aback. "You know him too?" she asked. Du Qingran looked at her. "You know Li Yang?" Wang Meili's face turned red with anger. "That's right, it's him. He's the jerk I was telling you about, the one who stole the first place that should have been mine and made me lose face." Zhang Tao was confused. "What do you mean? Li Yang stole the first place in the dungeon time limited event? When did this happen? Impossible, right? Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? Isn't he just a useless nobody without a profession?" Du Qingran frowned. Suddenly, she recalled the incident at the boss area a few days ago, and that suspicion resurfaced in her mind. Could it really be him? Exactly. I knew it. He must have cheated to steal my first place, Wang Meili said angrily. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and stood up. That loser, just watch how I teach him a lesson today. Du Qingran quickly grabbed her. Mei Jia, calm down. You can't cause trouble here. This was Dongfeng Pavilion, a place backed by the military, frequented by the rich and powerful. Zhang Tao also scoffed. Don't get worked up over a fake first place. If I hadn't been so busy lately, I would have cleared the dungeon myself long ago. A mere first place means nothing to me or my guild brothers. I wouldn't even bother competing for it. Only fools would cheat to get first place. Those with real vision are already preparing for the genius tournament. If it were me, I'd wait to defeat all those so-called geniuses one by one and prove to everyone that I'm the strongest. Upon hearing this, Wang Meili calmed down a bit. Oomph, he got lucky this time. Next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. Forget about him. Let's continue enjoying the services of Dongfeng Pavilion. Zhang Tao raised his glass with a smile. Du Qingran, however, lowered her head, lost in thought, watching Li Yang leave as she made up her mind. I must ask him about it later. Meanwhile, Li Yang entered Dongfeng Pavilion and walked toward the location Lu Xian had given him. Strange, I felt like someone was watching me just now. With his heightened mental acuity, he was more sensitive to his surroundings. But he didn't dwell on it and soon arrived at the door of the reserved private room. He knocked, and the door opened automatically. Lu Xian was already seated by the coffee table, waiting for him. Seeing Li Yang, Lu Xian stood up happily. You're here. Have a seat. Li Yang smiled and walked over to sit down. I was nearby and came over as soon as I saw your message. He asked curiously, why did you suddenly want to see me? Lu Xian nodded. I heard you've completed your first advancement? Yes, I just came from the professional association. As I thought, Lu Xian said in surprise. I just heard that the first professional to complete their first advancement this year has emerged. When I saw it was you, I contacted you immediately. He sighed as he spoke. But you probably didn't get the reward you deserve, did you? No, I didn't. Li Yang looked at him, also feeling puzzled. Why? Was it suddenly delayed? As expected. Lu Xian sighed. Do you remember the incident at the awakening ceremony a few days ago? It caused quite a stir, and it seems the professional association doesn't recognize your status. Don't recognize it? Li Yang laughed upon hearing this. So, they just didn't want to give it to him and were stalling. Seeing this, Lu Xian said, don't worry, I've already sent someone to negotiate. No matter what, you're the first professional to complete the first advancement, and that's a fact. Besides, you can still participate in the genius tournament as usual. When the time comes, use your strength to shut those people up. They're just a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. Li Yang nodded. Levels could be boosted by others, but strength was his own. They might not acknowledge him, but he could use his strength to slap them in the face. When the genius tournament came, he'd show them what this unrecognized professional could do, how many geniuses he could crush. Lu Xian didn't dwell on the topic and instead said, by the way, now that your level is up, if you want to quickly improve your strength in a short time, I know a place. It's tough, but it's perfect for you. Where? Li Yang asked. The genius tournament was approaching, and the stronger he was, the better. He was still too weak now, especially when facing legendary guilds and even stronger underground forces. He was just a rookie. Lu Xian uttered two words, Koan City. Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Koan City. One of the most unstable city-states in Longhua. The place with the largest military presence. Near the border, overrun with monsters. Inside and outside the city, there were frequent clashes with illegal forces such as the Abyss thugs, who were constantly at odds. Although dangerous, it was indeed an excellent place to improve strength. However, he remembered that entering and leaving Koan City required a pass. Li Yang looked at Lu Xian, expressing his concern. I want to go, but I might not be able to get the documents in time. Lu Xian, already prepared, said, don't worry about that. I'll recommend you directly to the local military. There, you can not only learn techniques to deal with various monsters but also master methods to handle professionals. Li Yang listened, his heart stirred, and his gaze gradually became resolute. All right, when do I set off? He didn't have the strong background or favorable conditions that others did. To compete with those family heirs, he needed a stronger determination than anyone else. Lu Xian was also moved by Li Yang's attitude and said, I originally planned to leave tomorrow, but if you're in a hurry, tonight works. 2. It's just that traveling at night can be more dangerous. Let's leave tonight. I don't have anything else to do anyway, Li Yang replied without hesitation. No problem. Later, head to the city gate, and I'll arrange for someone to escort you out of the city, Lu Xian agreed readily. Prepare some essentials first. The situation there is complicated, and many things are in short supply. Li Yang nodded and bid farewell to Lu Xian. Walking out of the private room, he arrived at the front courtyard of Dongfeng Pavilion and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Du Qinran had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Li Yang appear, he immediately approached. Du Qinran stared at Li Yang and directly questioned, Li Yang, do you think it's fun to treat me like a fool and toy with me? Why did you pretend to be a mysterious person to get close to me? Li Yang was momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter this troublemaker here. He hadn't intended to pay her any attention, but upon hearing her words, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Could she already know that he was the one who had snatched the boss earlier? If that were the case, he couldn't let her off easily. However, this wasn't the right place to act. He decided to probe first to see if Du Qinran was the only one aware of this or if the legendary guild and the underground forces behind it also knew. Li Yang sneered, do you even know what you're talking about? Just seeing you makes me sick. Who would actively approach you? You're really good at imagining things. His words were merciless and completely heartfelt. As for her accusations, he would never admit to them, at least not now. If he did, the legendary guild and underground forces would undoubtedly hunt him down like a flood of wild beasts. Du Qinran frowned, can't you speak properly? How come I never noticed before that you're just as annoying as Wang? Mei Li said. Wang Mei Li? Li Yang's eyes flickered. These two knew each other? Birds of a feather flocked together. It seemed. But he didn't have time to deal with this now. If there's nothing else, please step aside and don't block the way, Li Yang said coldly. Du Qinran not only didn't leave but instead stood in his way. No way. You haven't answered me yet. Was the cloaked man at the boss site you? Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't been exposed yet. Du Qinran was merely suspicious and had come to vent her frustration. He thought to himself, words alone prove nothing, who cares what you think? Who am I? Do you think everyone looks like me? Li Yang pushed her aside and walked away without looking back. Ah! Du Qinran was caught off guard and nearly fell, her face full of anger. So rude, so annoying. She gritted her teeth. You, a useless nobody without a profession, dare to act so arrogant? You're just a low-level cheat, and that's the only reason you're so cocky. Li Yang completely ignored her and strode away. Since he hadn't been discovered yet, there was nothing to worry about. He had to seize the time to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough could he truly feel at ease. After leaving Dongfeng Pavilion, Li Yang first went to the shop to buy some recovery potions, then returned home to rest well and gather his energy for the evening's operation. He didn't bring much with him, the key was to be present. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. The streets appeared fragmented and incomplete under the dim lights. A shadow flickered past, heading straight for the city gate. Li Yang actually quite enjoyed operating at night. The late hours were quiet, making it more convenient to get things done without causing trouble. He hurried along the road and soon arrived at the city gate. Lu Xian had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Li Yang approach, he waved to the guards, and the gate opened in response. Technically, the city gates weren't supposed to open at night, but with Lu Xian's military status, the rules could be flexibly applied. As Li Yang drew closer, he saw an open-top truck parked outside the gate. A man and a woman, both in their 20s, stood in the truck bed, waving at him. Lu Xian said, the road at night might be dangerous, so take care of yourself. Someone will meet you on the other side. See you in a week. Li Yang nodded. A week later was the start of the Genius Tournament registration, and he would return to participate. After saying goodbye, Li Yang walked toward the truck and climbed into the back. A small stool had been prepared, and the space was spacious enough for all three of them to sit. Hold on tight, young man, the driver said as he started the engine, which roared to life. Li Yang watched as the city behind him gradually receded into the distance. The man in the truck spoke up, hey, little brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Feng, and this is Chen Mei. We're part of the logistics team. What about you? Li Yang. Li Yang, huh? Chen Mei stared at him curiously. You're so young. Why would you want to go to Kuan City? Are you out of options? To her, only those who had lost all hope in life would risk going to such a place. At Li Yang's age, he should have a bright future ahead of him. Why would he choose to go there? Li Yang shook his head. I won't stay long. I'm just going for some training. It was boring on the truck, so chatting wasn't a bad idea. Training? Wang Feng and Chen Mei exchanged glances, both visibly surprised. Who would go to Kuan City just for training? That was like using a calculator to solve 1 plus 1, completely unnecessary. Wang Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Going to Kuan City for training, that's hardcore. Did Officer Lucian force you to go? Chen Mei asked with a laugh. No, I decided to go myself. The three of them chatted casually along the way. Wang Feng and Chen Mei had been in Kuan City for a long time, and Li Yang learned a lot about the place from them. The city was even more chaotic and complex than he had imagined. Because of this, many opportunists sought to exploit the chaos, and underground forces were everywhere, with hidden currents surging beneath the surface. Although the military tried to mediate, they were too busy dealing with monsters and heretics to spare any effort for these issues. Li Yang felt a twinge of unease. It seemed this journey would be even tougher than he had anticipated. Ordinary people couldn't survive there, only the ruthless and brutal remained. As the three of them joked and talked, the night grew deeper. The truck moved along a winding path, relying on faint headlights, and had already traveled dozens of kilometers outside the city. The journey was entering its latter half. The number of monsters around them increased, and the frequency of encounters with powerful ones rose significantly. The expressions of everyone in the truck turned serious. Driving through the wilderness at night meant they could be stopped or attacked by monsters at any moment. Wang Feng and Chen Mei immediately stood up, carefully observing the surroundings of the truck. The sky has turned dark, Li Yang. You should sit in the front passenger seat, Chen Mei suggested. Li Yang shook his head. It's fine, I don't need to change seats. As soon as he finished speaking, the vehicle suddenly shook violently and came to an abrupt stop. Hey! Why did we stop suddenly? Wang Feng shouted nervously. This was absolutely not the time to stop. This was no joke. If they stopped now, the surrounding monsters, who were already eyeing them hungrily, would immediately swarm in. At that point, breaking out would be far from easy. The three of them turned their gaze to the front seats, their faces instantly filled with terror. The front seats were empty, the car door was still gently swaying. Where was the driver? When had it become a self-driving vehicle? Wang Feng's eyes widened. Guys, this is no joke. Boom! Suddenly, the truck was struck by something, producing a loud noise. The vehicle tilted, nearly flipping over. We're under attack. Chen Mei pulled out her automatic mechanical gun. She flipped herself out of the truck. Wang Feng also drew his twin-bladed knife and jumped out right after her. Before leaving, he thoughtfully reminded Li Yang to hide himself well. Soon, only Li Yang was left in the vehicle. He frowned, surrounded by darkness, with only the faint light from the headlights illuminating the area. He didn't dare to get out of the truck recklessly. Wang Feng and Chen Mei's levels were far higher than his. If he acted rashly, he would only cause trouble for them. But he couldn't just sit and wait for death either. Before long, the sound of gunfire and blades clashing rang out. Li Yang peeked out from the truck. In the darkness, shadows of monsters surrounded them. While Wang Feng and Chen Mei darted back and forth, their movements so fast they were almost impossible to follow. These two were indeed Wang Feng and Chen Mei. Li Yang was stunned. Professionals who had spent years surviving in a place like Kuan City, brushing shoulders with death every day, were truly extraordinary. Their skills were refined, their levels were over 100. The surrounding monsters weren't low level either, at least level 50 and above. Yet in their hands, they were dispatched as easily as chopping vegetables. This was the true strength of seasoned professionals. They had undergone countless life and death trials, completely different from ordinary professionals. Li Yang felt more and more that following them this time was the right decision. Before long, the surroundings returned to silence. Wang Feng and Chen Mei, covered in blood, walked back. Li Yang, are you scared? Chen Mei tossed her gun onto the truck and climbed back in. Li Yang shook his head. Are all the monsters dealt with? Temporarily, Wang Feng replied, his expression still tense. The situation is complicated. Our driver is missing, and this place is desolate and full of danger. We can't leave him behind. Chen Mei will stay to protect you. I'll go look for him. If I don't return within half an hour, Chen Mei will drive you onward. Wang Feng said calmly, clearly accustomed to being ready to face death at any moment. Li Yang's heart trembled. Just moments ago, the three of them had been sitting together, chatting, and now the next second could mean life or death. Chen Mei nodded silently, her expression cold and composed, a calmness that was almost frightening. Soon, Wang Feng equipped himself, grabbed his weapon, and disappeared into the darkness. Now, only Li Yang and Chen Mei were left in the truck. Chen Mei held a white mechanical gun in her arms, wiping it with a handkerchief while vigilantly observing the surroundings. The silver moonlight spilled onto the ground, carrying a chilling aura. Time ticked by, the clock hands inching toward the deadline. Chen Mei suddenly stood up. Half an hour is up. Let's go. Li Yang hesitated. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? There don't seem to be any monsters around right now. Chen Mei shook her head. The mission is to escort you to Kuan City. Sit in the passenger seat and don't stray too far from me. After saying this, she walked over to the driver's seat and sat down. Li Yang didn't say anything. Further, went to the passenger seat and closed the car door. Chen Mei turned the key and started the engine. Seeing this, Li Yang frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Wasn't this car just damaged in a crash? Sure enough, as soon as the car moved half a meter forward, it suddenly jolted and stalled. Fortunately, Li Yang was prepared, otherwise, he would have slammed straight into the windshield. He looked at Chen Mei in surprise. Hey, do you even know how to drive? Chen Mei replied calmly, I've driven once before. When was that? Now. Li Yang's face darkened, and he wiped the sweat off his forehead. We're doomed. Don't be scared. It's just pressing the gas pedal. Hold on tight. Chen Mei turned the key again, and as the engine roared to life, she slammed on the gas pedal. The car shot forward instantly. Li Yang's eyes widened as he gripped the car door tightly. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared ahead. Wait, there's something in front. Stop. Stop. Bang. The car crashed into something. The windshield instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Unable to take it anymore, Li Yang quickly opened the car door and jumped out. Damn it, looks like we need to go back and find a driver. Otherwise, I'll either die at the hands of a monster or get killed by Chen Mei's driving. He looked ahead at the car. The dark shadow they had hit was a pitch-black monster. Hellhound level, 50 talent skill, Infernal Flame, A. The monster's attention wasn't on Li Yang, it was fixated on the car. Only then did Li Yang notice that Chen Mei was bleeding from her head and unconscious. Come on, don't mess with me. A level 50 monster, Chen Mei could easily take it down with a couple of strikes. But as the backbone of the team, she was the first to fall. Li Yang was completely panicked. Reliable yet unreliable. In this wilderness full of dangers, he realized he'd have to rely on himself in the end. Fortunately, the opponent was just a regular monster, and its level wasn't much higher than his. Li Yang drew his lightning spear, his expression focused. This was definitely not the time to use the explosive bow. The noise would attract more monsters, creating even bigger problems. The hellhound's eyes glowed red, making it look extremely eerie in the darkness. Li Yang could hear the sound of its tongue constantly secreting saliva. It opened its bloodthirsty jaws and lunged at the unconscious Chen Mei. Li Yang reacted quickly, thrusting his spear fiercely into its mouth. An arc of electricity flickered continuously in the darkness. 1550. For a level 40 professional, this damage was already quite impressive. But against a level 50 monster, it only caused a bit of pain. The hellhound felt the pain and turned its attention to Li Yang. Its other head opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at him. Li Yang quickly retreated, creating distance. The hellhound swiftly turned and charged at Li Yang. Its two heads were ferocious and terrifying, emitting a nauseating stench from their mouths. Facing a monster 10 levels higher than himself, Li Yang didn't dare to be careless. Every move he made was extremely cautious. As the hellhound lunged at him, Li Yang stepped back to avoid direct confrontation. Although he didn't attack directly, numbers kept appearing on the hellhound's body. 8000. 8,000 points of continuous damage. This was the result of the bloodthirst effect triggered by his earlier strike. Li Yang relied on the bleeding effect of bloodthirst to continuously weaken his opponent's health. Once the effect wore off, he followed up with attacks to maintain the pressure. This approach not only minimized injuries but also conserved stamina. With the movement speed bonus from his golden equipment, Li Yang ran even faster. He anticipated the Hellhound's actions in advance, moved nimbly, and dodged all its attacks. Unable to touch Li Yang, the Hellhound grew increasingly enraged. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of black-purple flames, rushing toward Li Yang. Li Yang quickly dodged the flames, but the Hellhound tilted its head and continued to chase him with fire. Li Yang's expression changed as he hurriedly pulled out the rock shield to block in front of him. This shield was something he had picked up in a dungeon earlier, though it was already somewhat damaged. The flames collided with the shield, causing its surface to heat up. The fire spread around the sides of the shield, blowing hot air. The rock shield emitted cracking sounds. Li Yang held the shield while retreating. When the shield was about to give out, he decisively let go and dodged to the side. The rock shield shattered completely. This silver-grade equipment had reached its limit. Li Yang thought to himself that if he could make it through this safely, he would need to find a sturdier shield. It was still very useful. The Hellhound didn't stop and continued to charge at him, giving him no chance to catch his breath. By now, the bleeding effect had ended, and Li Yang needed to find another opportunity to deal damage. Earlier, he had managed to strike because the Hellhound was focused on Chen Mei. Now, to attack proactively, he would have to take the risk of closing the distance. Facing the charging Hellhound, Li Yang stopped dodging. He locked onto the timing and charged forward, simultaneously activating Cursed Soundwave. The massive level gap made it impossible for the confusion effect to work, but it could make the Hellhound pause for a brief moment. In that fleeting second, Li Yang swiftly slid behind it, turned, and stabbed fiercely at its hind leg. Thud! The sharp tip of the lightning war lance pierced into the flesh. Numbers appeared on the Hellhound's body. 1700. With a successful strike, Li Yang quickly pulled back. The bloodthirst effect began to activate again. 8000. The Hellhound let out a low growl. It was clearly struggling, its breathing rapid, its red eyes fixed on Li Yang. It stopped attacking, and Li Yang also paused to observe. Suddenly, the Hellhound turned and ran in another direction. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, thinking it was trying to escape. But when he saw where it was headed, his expression changed immediately. The Hellhound, drooling, was charging toward the vehicle where Chen Mei was. Li Yang didn't have time to think. He immediately pulled out his explosive bow. Just as the Hellhound leaped to attack the vehicle, Li Yang drew the bow and fired an arrow. The arrow streaked through the night sky, carrying the scent of gunpowder, and struck its waist. The Hellhound was blasted away. Boom! The explosion lit up the surroundings. 1850. 2000. It crashed heavily to the ground. Since he was already exposed, Li Yang didn't hold back and fired consecutive glowing red arrows, like fireworks in the night sky. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 2000. 8000. 2150. The combined damage from the explosions and the bleeding effect rapidly drained the Hellhound's health. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer, abandoned the fight, and started to flee. Trying to run? Too late now. Li Yang was furious. After causing such a commotion, it still wanted to escape? That would be a huge loss. He raised the explosive bow and fired. Relentlessly, arrows pierced through the darkness, hitting their mark every time, striking the Hellhound. Sparks flew as it ran, but the outcome was already decided. You have slain the Hellhound, EXP plus 1000. Sacrificed soul, EXP plus 200. You have obtained silver-grade equipment, curse symbol book. You have acquired the talent skill. Alien Fire, Alien Fire, a fire-based ability, allows fire element attacks and continuous summoning of fire. Pillars. Li Yang was stunned, then overjoyed. This was a first-tier reward. Killing monsters had a chance of granting their talent skills. He initially thought it was just an A-grade skill and hadn't planned to replicate it. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to obtain it this time. Who wouldn't love something free? But there was no time to celebrate. The situation was still dangerous. The other two teammates had gone missing, nowhere to be seen. Chen Mei was still unconscious. With such a commotion earlier, monsters nearby were bound to gather and might arrive soon. Li Yang quickly returned to the car and shook the sleeping Chen Mei awake. She didn't respond. Li Yang frowned, covered her mouth and nose, and leaned close to her ear, shouting, "At your age, how can you still sleep? At a time like this? Wake up!" After a moment, Chen Mei suddenly jolted, her eyes snapping open as she struggled desperately, looking around in surprise. Seeing her awake, Li Yang finally let go. Chen Mei coughed and gasped for air. When she saw it was Li Yang, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her chest heaving violently. "Phew! You scared me to death," Li Yang said helplessly. "While you were sleeping, I almost got killed." Chen Mei froze for a moment, her gaze shifting to the surroundings. Not far ahead lay a massive corpse, burned beyond recognition, its shape unidentifiable. She jumped in fright. "Did you do this? What kind of enemy did you provoke? If you knew you almost became its dinner, you wouldn't think that way." Her eyes widened. How long was I asleep?" "Not long, but long enough for us to die several times over," Li Yang replied irritably. "Let's get out of here quickly, or the nearby monsters will come soon." "No, it's already too late," Chen Mei said with a bitter smile. Li Yang looked up and saw countless dark shadows surging in from all directions. "You stay in the car. I'll protect you," Chen Mei said with a smile. She picked up her weapon, pushed open the car door, and jumped out without even wiping the blood off her face. Li Yang frowned slightly inside. Things were escalating too quickly. Earlier, Wang Feng had been there to assist, and the two level 100 experts had worked together to deal with the monsters. This time, there were many monsters, but only Chen Mei was left to fend them off. Chen Mei's marksmanship was incredibly precise, each shot a headshot, dealing over 10,000 damage. Facing the horde of monsters, she took them down in just a few shots. Her movements were agile, her actions clean and efficient, her attack speed astonishing, as if she were dancing. Sparks flew everywhere with her movements. But Li Yang had no time to admire her. His eyes were fixed on the surrounding monsters. There were simply too many. Although Chen Mei was clearing them quickly, the noise was only attracting more. The scene was like a beast tide, endless and overwhelming. Even someone as skilled as Chen Mei would eventually reach her limit. There was no other choice. Only that move remained. Li Yang glanced at the wind dragon token in his hand. The noise it made was far louder than that of the explosive bow. But given the urgency of the situation, whether to use it or not seemed to make no difference. As he hesitated, a figure came sprinting from behind. It was Wang Feng. He strode forward, the mechanical exoskeleton's assistance propelling him like the wind. "Chen Mei, take Li Yang and leave quickly. I'll hold off these monsters." His voice arrived before he did. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Mei immediately felt a sense of relief. But upon seeing Wang Feng's condition, her face turned pale in an instant. Wang Feng appeared full of vitality and energy, but that was due to adrenaline and the exoskeleton's effects. His face was pale, and the wounds on his body were shocking, making him look like someone who shouldn't even be standing. What did you just go through?" Li Yang was equally stunned. Wang Feng's body was covered in wounds, almost spanning his entire frame. They were clearly bite marks from monsters. Wang Feng's expression stiffened as he said, "We encountered night demons." Chen Mei shuddered violently, her eyes widening. Night demons. These were terrifying creatures that lived in the wild, with extremely strong combat abilities at night, resembling werewolves. At night, they moved like ghosts and were particularly difficult to deal with, ranking among the top 3 monsters that professionals least wanted to encounter. Their tracking abilities were exceptional, allowing them to pursue prey through scent and blood trails, making them nearly impossible to shake off. A single night demon often required several professionals of the same level to defeat. News of night demons destroying entire villages outside the city was common. Encountering a night demon at night left a survival rate of less than 10%. Chen Mei's face turned ashen. Li Yang was also startled upon hearing the name. He had only read about these creatures in books. Moreover, it was said that night demons often acted in pairs, typically one male and one female. So if a night demon was spotted, there was likely more than one nearby. If that were true, they were in big trouble. Chen Mei instinctively took out a signal flare, ready to call for help, but hesitated as she raised her hand. Li Yang also shook his head silently. It was useless. Their current location was unfavorable, and reinforcements from the nearest city would likely arrive only by dawn. The light and sound from the signal flare might instead attract more monsters, worsening the situation. They could only rely on themselves. Now, Li Yang moved to the driver's seat and tried to start the vehicle. As expected, the previous collision had damaged the car. Chen Mei forced a bitter smile. According to the pre-planned route, we shouldn't have encountered the night demon at all. Wang Feng, wielding dual blades and slaying the surrounding monsters, said, when I ran into the night demon, it was already injured, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back alive. But with the night demon's speed, it'll catch up to you all soon. Hurry and leave. Chen Mei gritted her teeth, ran to the car, and waved at Li Yang. Without saying much, Li Yang got out of the car. What now? Li Yang asked. There's a temporary camp nearby. Let's hide there for a while, Chen Mei replied. Li Yang nodded. Running back to Koan City on foot was unrealistic. The safest option was to shake off the night demon, find a safe spot to rest, and then continue the journey. However, hearing Wang Feng mention that the night demon was injured, Li Yang began to entertain other thoughts. Logically, if two night demons had attacked together, even if one was injured, Wang Feng wouldn't have been able to escape. The fact that he made it back indicated there was only one night demon, and it wasn't highly ranked and it was injured. Li Yang touched the Wind Dragon token in his pocket. If he teamed up with Wang Feng and Chen Mei, there was a chance of victory. But he shook his head and didn't voice this crazy idea. It wasn't a decision he could make alone. After all, this involved 3 lives, and it wasn't something he could gamble on his own. Wang Feng and Chen Mei were only escorting him to Koan City, not here to risk their lives for him. Asking them to take such a risk was too much. Let's go, Chen Mei said, charging forward first. Li Yang stood still, hesitating. Although the situation was urgent and someone needed to hold off the monsters, he didn't want to abandon Wang Feng outright. Especially not by stepping over a companion's corpse to escape. He didn't want to carry that psychological burden. Li Yang paused, then pulled out a concealment cloak from his belongings and tossed it directly to Wang Feng. Put this on. Wang Feng, having just finished off the monsters in front of him, stared at the cloak in surprise. Li Yang continued, wearing this will hide your aura, even from the night demon. But the effect is limited. Once we're safe, you can use the cloak to leave here and catch up with us. Wang Feng was stunned, but with the monsters closing in, he could only utter 2 words, thank you. Chen Mei, standing nearby, was equally shocked. She hadn't expected Li Yang to have such a valuable item, something so rare that ordinary professionals couldn't possibly own it. But regardless, it was a huge help this time. Alright, let's hurry up and leave, or we won't be able to later. With Wang Feng protecting them from behind, Li Yang and Chen Mei quickly broke through the encirclement and headed straight for the temporary camp. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monsters blocking their path, but Li Yang and Chen Mei easily dealt with them. Only a few kilometers left. If we keep going, we should reach it in about 10 minutes, Chen Mei said, breathing a sigh of relief. The number of monsters around them was decreasing, and the sense of safety was growing. Li Yang spoke up, why don't we wait for Wang Feng here? There shouldn't be any monsters chasing us now. His concealment cloak was still with Wang Feng, and he felt uneasy not seeing it brought back. It was rare equipment, and he had felt a pang of regret when he handed it over. Chen Mei thought for a moment and said, alright, let's rest for a bit and then make a final push to the camp. She stopped, carefully inspecting the surrounding areas where monsters might be hiding, then took out some supplies from her backpack to replenish her energy. Li Yang looked in the direction they had come from, thinking to himself, with Wang Feng's skills in the concealment cloak, he should be able to shake off those monsters. What he was worried about was that Wang Feng's injuries were too severe and he might not make it halfway through. Hard work pays off. After a few minutes, just as they were about to move forward, Wang Feng staggered into view. Although he was still alive, he dragged his exhausted body and looked as if he might collapse at any moment. It's good that you're alive. Li Yang quickly stepped forward to support him. Wang Feng solemnly returned the cloaking cape to Li Yang and said, being able to come back alive, my life is yours from now on. If you ever need anything. Before he could finish, Li Yang interrupted him, don't say too much, save your strength. We might still have to fight monsters later. Afterward, Chen Mei took the lead, heading toward the camp. Before long, they climbed a slope, and the outline of the camp gradually appeared in sight. Chen Mei quickened her pace with excitement. Soon, the group arrived at the camp's entrance. The camp resembled a fortress, tightly sealed all around, with the large central gate firmly shut. 2 sentries stood on a high platform, aiming their bows at them. Who are you? One of the sentries shouted. Chen Mei explained, we are passing professionals who were attacked by monsters and want to take shelter here. Monsters? The two sentries whispered to each other. They didn't respond, and Chen Mei grew anxious. Hurry up, someone is injured. One sentry slowly turned his head. Where are the monsters? We've already shaken them off, but a night demon might still be chasing us. Let us in to heal first. Night demon? Stay away. Upon hearing night demon, the sentries immediately became alert and hostile. Chen Mei was stunned and quickly said, "It hasn't caught up yet. We'll rest for a while and then leave. If you linger, don't blame us for being rude." The sentry raised his bow and aimed. Night demons were a hot potato, no one wanted to provoke them. Being targeted by one meant big trouble. Chen Mei hadn't expected these people to be so cold, and her face darkened. Wang Feng shook his head and said, "Let's go. This is their territory, it's not up to us." Just as they were about to turn away, a voice suddenly came from inside the camp. "Wait a moment, everyone." A short, plump middle-aged man with high cheekbones hurried over and climbed onto the platform. He sternly reprimanded the sentries. "Didn't I say professionals should help each other? Open the gate." "But I said open the gate." "Yes." The sentries reluctantly nodded and operated the mechanism. The heavy gate slowly opened, and a warm light spilled through the gap. Chen Mei and Wang Feng exchanged a glance. "Looks like we can go in after all. Let's go in." Wang Feng's injuries were severe, and he wasn't fit to continue traveling. Li Yang frowned but said nothing, following them into the camp. The gate closed with a loud bang. The interior of the camp was simple, with a few basic wooden huts, a shed for livestock, and bright firelight. The middle-aged man descended from the platform and warmly said, "I'm the manager here. You've had a tough journey. Rest in the house first. I'll call the medic and prepare some food." Chen Mei gratefully said, "Thank you so much." The manager smiled, "It's nothing. Just treat this place as your home." With that, he left. Chen Mei urged, "Let's go, get some rest inside." Li Yang nodded, supporting Wang Feng into the wooden house and settling him onto a chair to lie down while observing the surroundings. The wooden house was warmly lit with golden firelight, and everything was spotlessly clean. Li Yang walked over to a nearly 2-meter tall wooden cabinet, which held some tools on top. He reached out and touched the surface of the cabinet, and when he withdrew his hand, a layer of dust had settled on his fingers. "What's wrong?" Chen Mei asked curiously. "Nothing, this room has been cleaned quite thoroughly," Li Yang replied. He found a spot to sit down. Shortly after, the steward arrived with a few people. A healer approached Wang Feng, conducted a brief examination, and said, "The injuries are severe, he won't recover anytime soon." The steward waved his hand. "Take him to the infirmary. If we're late, the wounds will get infected." 2 people carried Wang Feng downstairs. The steward stayed behind, sat down, and started chatting with them. After a while, someone came over carrying 2 baskets, opened them, and placed them on the table. Inside the baskets were pork head meat, roast chicken, and fish heads, all looking and smelling delicious. Enough to make anyone's mouth water. The steward smiled and said, "Hungry? Don't be shy, it's all from our own farm." Along the way, Chen Mei and Li Yang had already been starving and desperately needed to replenish their energy. Chen Mei thanked him again, picked up her chopsticks, and eagerly began eating. Li Yang also grabbed a chicken leg and took a big bite. The steward's face was full of smiles. After eating for a while, Chen Mei suddenly became unsteady, her body swaying, and her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Ah, what's happening?" "Everything's blurry," she said, rubbing her eyes and trying hard to stay awake. The next second, she collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Li Yang finished the last piece of chicken wing in his hand and also slumped onto the table like her. However, his eyes quietly opened a sliver, sneaking a glance downward. At this moment, the steward stood up and spat on the ground. "They ate like starving ghosts, such a mess. Quick, strip their clothes off." "Boss. Bad news, there are a lot of monsters gathering at the front gate." "What?" The steward squinted his eyes. "Forget it, throw these 2 into the woodshed and keep an eye on them. I'll come back later." With that, he hurriedly headed toward the high platform. After the steward left, 2 workers stepped forward. Just as they were about to move Chen Mei, Li Yang suddenly lunged at them from behind, slamming their heads with both hands. Bang! The 2 workers instantly collapsed. Only then did Li Yang notice that Wang Feng's belongings were on them. Had these people already started dividing the spoils? It seems this camp is a den of bandits. They must be repeat offenders. Li Yang thought warily. If it weren't for his immunity to toxins and similar effects, he would have fallen for their trap long ago. After securing the items, Li Yang returned to Chen Mei, who was still sound asleep. Although he had sensed something was off when they first arrived, there hadn't been time to warn them. After all, he wasn't sure whether these people were enemies or allies. He hid one of the workers in a cabinet, then put on the other worker's clothes, hoisted both the worker and Chen Mei, and quietly slipped out the door, closing it gently behind him. The camp outside was bustling, with people coming and going in a hurry. Li Yang counted and realized there were far more people here than he had imagined. Everyone was heading toward the main gate, likely to deal with the approaching monsters. Hey! Stop! Suddenly, a rough voice called out to him. A man with a scar on his face approached, scrutinizing Li Yang closely. Li Yang lowered his head and remained silent. You're with the new group, right? Hurry up and take them to the woodshed, then come to the front to help, the scar-faced man said impatiently, pointing toward the backyard. Li Yang nodded, carrying the two people as he walked forward. Before long, he arrived in front of a dilapidated wooden hut. There were far fewer people around here, and no one was guarding the entrance. It seemed that most of them had gone to assist at the main gate. With a single kick, he forced the door open. Inside, the room was filthy and chaotic, a pungent stench of mold assaulting his senses. Cockroaches scurried across the floor. Inside, Wang Feng was tied up by his hands and feet, with a dark, filthy cloth stuffed into his mouth. He lay on the ground, struggling desperately. His wounds had split open, and fresh blood was pouring out. When the door was flung open, Wang Feng's eyes widened in shock, recognizing Chen Mei and Li Yang being carried inside. Don't be afraid, it's me, Li Yang said, setting the two down and offering comfort. Wang Feng's expression immediately brightened with relief. Li Yang walked over, removed the cloth from Wang Feng's mouth, and untied the ropes binding him. Wang Feng gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh air. How are things on your side? These people pretend to be friendly, but in reality, they're a bunch of villains. Wang Feng said angrily. Don't worry, they're all fighting the monsters at the main gate right now and won't notice this place for the time being, Li Yang reassured him while returning Wang Feng's belongings. Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief, but his expression grew tense as he looked at the still unconscious Chen Mei. What happened to Chen Mei? He asked. It seems like she was poisoned or affected by something else, which is why she's still asleep, Li Yang analyzed. Wang Feng was stunned, staring at Li Yang in confusion. Then how did you manage it? Everyone here is ruthless. How did you counter them and even bring Chen Mei here? Li Yang waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly, I'm fine. I was prepared in advance and managed to deceive them. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment. No wonder Li Yang had earned Lu Xian's trust, he was more experienced than any of them. Having Li Yang around was the only reason they hadn't been completely wiped out. Without him, Wang Feng figured he would have died at the hands of the monsters long ago. Li Yang, it's such a relief to have you here, Wang Feng said sincerely. Save those words for later. Things are still looking grim, Li Yang replied, his expression serious. Once the people here realize something is wrong, they'll definitely take action. Wang Feng, you're almost out of combat strength, and Chen Mei is still unconscious. Li Yang had already observed that the camp had only one exit, the main gate. To escape, they would have to pass through the enemy's line of sight. With the fierce battle still raging at the gate, attempting to flee with two people who couldn't fight was nearly impossible. As for himself, he could escape using his invisibility cloak. But in this desolate wilderness, without knowing the way to Koan City, he would eventually get lost. While racking his brain for a solution, Li Yang's gaze landed on Wang Feng and a flash of inspiration struck him. A-class profession, Swift Walker. Profession trait, Swift Movement. Swift Movement increases movement speed by 50%, with an additional 25% speed boost in darkness. Passive, damage dealt increases by 50% when attacking from behind. Yes, that's it, Li Yang thought, his mind suddenly clear. An A-class profession, it wasn't the best, but it would do. What he really needed was the speed boost from the assassin's traits. With his already gold-tier speed-enhancing equipment, combined with this profession, who could possibly catch him? With a spark of determination, Li Yang shouted, Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained the A-class profession, Swift Walker. After confirming that he could use the abilities, Li Yang immediately sprang into action. He turned to Wang Feng and said, Stay here for now. I'm going to find reinforcements. Reinforcements? Wang Feng was stunned, then gave a bitter laugh. In this desolate wilderness, where are you going to find reinforcements? In Wang Feng's mind, This situation was far too difficult for someone like Li Yang, who wasn't even 20 years old. But Li Yang's expression was unwavering. There will be reinforcements. Trust me. Wait here, I'll be back soon. Wang Feng sighed and nodded. He understood that he was now just a burden. Good luck, it's all up to you. They had once been top-tier professionals brimming with confidence, never fearing powerful monsters. But who could have imagined that they would now be so pathetic, relying solely on Li Yang to turn the tide? If it really doesn't work out, you should escape on your own. I believe that with your strength, you'll definitely surpass us in the future. Li Yang simply smiled without responding. He stepped outside, carefully closing the door behind him, as if nothing had happened. Then, he fixed his determined gaze on the direction of the main gate. Now, it's our turn to shine. Li Yang followed the crowd toward the gate. Wearing clothes he had just stripped off someone, no one recognized him. At this moment, everyone was focused on supporting the front lines. At the gate, soldiers in the front row held up shields to block incoming damage. On the high platforms, archers continuously fired flaming arrows, aiming at the monsters outside the gate. Damn monsters! The overseer couldn't help but curse. He still couldn't understand how those three godlike individuals inside had triggered such a massive beast tide, forcing them to clean up the mess. The losses were so great that it would be hard to recover. Fortunately, there were many people. The defensive facilities were well equipped, and their coordination was decent, allowing them to barely manage the situation. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed in from afar, like a nightmare, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The shadow charged toward the gate, and several front-row soldiers raised their shields to block it, but the shadow ignored them and directly sent them flying. The overseer's eyes widened. Is that a night demon? Though shocked, he didn't panic. The camp had been stationed in the wild for years and occasionally encountered night demons. Quick, pull back. With the night demon causing chaos, the previously stable situation instantly fell apart. Some monsters began climbing the walls. The overseer noticed. Don't panic, this night demon is injured and missing an arm. Night demons were troublesome, but they carried valuable treasures. The risk was high, and most people dared not hunt them. Greed flashed in the overseer's eyes. Brothers, stay sharp. Take it down, and we can recover our losses and even make some extra profit. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. No one noticed that at this moment, a figure silently left the camp. Reaching a safe spot in the wild, Li Yang carefully removed his cloaking cape and stored it away. From here, he could still see the intense flames from the camp. Since they refuse to be reasonable, I won't hold back either, Li Yang thought to himself. He wouldn't spare any of these monsters or humans who harmed their own kind. The fiercer the battle, the better. He needed to help them accelerate the chaos. Li Yang pulled out a yellowed signal flare. Before setting out, each person had been given one, and now it was time to call for reinforcements. Of course, these reinforcements weren't ordinary people. He wasn't sure if anyone had seen it, but he was certain that monsters within dozens of miles would notice. Using his assassin's swift movement talent, Li Yang quickly traversed the wild. Even if monsters spotted him, they couldn't catch up. This was precisely why he dared to leave the camp. The people in the camp naturally saw the signal flare, but since it came from outside, no one suspected Li Yang had lit it. They all assumed it was a passerby calling for help and continued fighting the monsters without giving it much thought. 10 kilometers away, a team of well-equipped professionals was advancing in an orderly manner. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face. Suddenly, a fiery red pillar of light rose in the distance. They stopped in their tracks and looked up. Is this someone calling for help? Let's go check it out. That direction is exactly where the injured night demon fled earlier. It urgently needs to replenish its energy, and if it sees professionals, it'll definitely treat them like prey. The group headed toward the camp. The blazing signal flare shattered the silence, awakening monsters from all directions, which charged toward the camp. When monsters arrive, they inevitably launch a frenzied attack on the camp. The battle between monsters and humans would either end in mutual destruction or the annihilation of one side. Eventually, the fishermen would appear. With everything ready, Li Yang quietly returned to the camp. The wilderness was teeming with monsters, making it extremely unsafe to stay outside. The battle at the main gate was still raging fiercely, so Li Yang avoided disturbing them and turned to enter the camp's interior. By now, the camp was sparsely populated, as most people were on the front lines. He returned to the woodshed and saw that Wang Feng's condition had slightly improved, though his injuries were still severe. Chen Mei remained unconscious. Wang Feng, seeing Li Yang return, let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Li Yang, you're okay. Where did you go just now? Don't let the people here find out. Li Yang glanced at Chen Mei, who was sleeping as if she'd taken a massive dose of sleeping pills, and couldn't help but sigh. The stuff from that small workshop was really potent, she'd probably be out for a day or two. Wang Feng propped himself up and stood. Cough. I'm feeling a bit better now. I'll go with you. Li Yang shook his head. No need, you should rest. He noticed that aside from the 2 items he'd retrieved for Wang Feng, all his other equipment was gone, including his dual blades. It was likely taken by someone else. Thinking about the cunning of these people, Li Yang guessed they must have stashed everything in a treasure trove. With nothing pressing at the moment, it was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. He quietly slipped out of the camp. Before long, a camp servant came rushing by, seemingly to replenish supplies. Using his speed boost, Li Yang appeared behind him in an instant, pressing a blade to his neck. The servant's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to shout, but Li Yang threatened in a low voice, if you make a sound, I can't guarantee my hand won't slip. The servant swallowed hard and froze in silence. Our people ate your stuff and passed out. Are there any side effects? How do we fix it? Li Yang asked. The servant quickly replied, no, they'll wake up naturally when the time comes. Li Yang nodded and continued, where did you stash the things you took? Take me to them. Where's your warehouse? The servant froze, looking like he was about to cry but had no tears. They were still fighting desperately at the front, yet their own camp was already being looted. It was exasperating, these old foxes. With a troubled expression, he cautiously said, there's nothing I can do. The warehouse key is always with the steward. I don't have access. Regardless, if it was discovered that he had led someone there, given the steward's temper, he'd be in serious trouble. Don't play dumb. There must be a spare key. Li Yang's voice turned colder. For something this important, there was bound to be a backup plan. As he spoke, he nicked the servant's neck with the blade, drawing blood. The servant trembled all over, his face full of fear. There is. Of course, there is. It's in the steward's office. I'll take you there right away. Only then did Li Yang release him. Hurry up, and don't try anything funny. The servant nodded repeatedly and led the way. Before long, Li Yang finally arrived at the so-called steward's office. The walls were covered with luxurious murals, the chandeliers and wall decorations were all edged in gold, and the tables and chairs were part of a branded set. He thought to himself, even the luxury suites in 5-star hotels aren't this extravagant, are they? This shows just how many people have been exploited behind this temporary camp. Li Yang began rummaging through drawers and cabinets to find the key. Luxurious murals? Smash them. Expensive porcelain? Smash it. He didn't leave a single place untouched where the key could be hidden. After all, these things were bought with stolen money, and Li Yang didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. The young servant leading the way was twitching nervously. It was over, completely over. No one could ever know that he was the one who brought this devil here. Any random luxury item here would take him a lifetime to repay. Finally, after breaking open countless drawers and smashing luxury items, Li Yang found a hidden compartment. Inside was a brand new, well-preserved key. He looked at the servant beside him, who was already dumbfounded. The servant trembled all over, staring at the wreckage of the office with a pale face, muttering, it's over, it's all over. Li Yang gave him a look that said, is it really that serious, and said, all right, take me to the warehouse. The servant looked like his soul had been drained, his ashen face filled with existential despair. Under threats and bribes, he had no choice but to continue leading the way. It's over, the manager will definitely kill me, he muttered as he walked. Li Yang was already annoyed. Say that one more time, and I promise you'll die along with the manager. The servant stopped talking, only sighing. Soon, they arrived at a hidden passage. The servant pointed to the secure door ahead and said, this is it. He sighed, as if resigning himself to fate. Ah, it's all karma. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Li Yang. Young man, you're still young. You shouldn't be here. You can't beat the manager. In the end, you'll end up just like us. Li Yang was baffled, wondering if the servant had lost his mind from the shock. But he noticed the servant's eyes were unusually clear, as if this was his final moment of clarity. Filled with urgency. Brother, seriously, you should run now and never come back. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, I get it. You're trying to mess with me, aren't you? They were already at the warehouse, and he was saying this? The servant shook his head and said earnestly, you might not. No, but I was just like you once. I came here seeking refuge after being attacked by monsters in the wild. At first, the manager and his people were quite welcoming, but later, you know how it goes. We were completely plundered and left with only two choices, either die or join them. My companions refused to compromise and were brutally killed. I still have family. I don't want to die so senselessly. There are many like me. Quite a few people in the camp have lost themselves, indulging in it all. Li Yang listened, shocked. He hadn't expected the manager and his people to be even more ruthless than he'd imagined. Not only did they rob people, but they also killed them. If you wanted to survive, you had to join them in their evil deeds, eventually becoming trapped on the same sinking ship with no way out. You all never thought about resisting? The servant sighed. That's what I wanted to tell you. There was once a team of professionals who suffered the same torment. They were quite strong, all second-tier professionals. They pretended to comply and found ways to get weapons, but in the end, his expression turned fearful. The manager has something particularly powerful that can make people lose consciousness and turn into puppets. Oh, Li Yang's interest was piqued. So, that fat manager has a treasure in his hands. The servant said he guessed that thing could affect the mental state of professionals. However, like the drug from before, I have the innate skill, ethereal shield, which can make me immune to negative statuses as long as the shield isn't broken. When the drug took effect, even a professional of Chen Mei's level fell unconscious, but I was completely fine. That's right. The servant nodded anxiously. You must leave here quickly. If you manage to escape alive, please tell the people outside to save us. Li Yang smiled faintly. Thanks for the warning, but it's unnecessary. I don't want to delay today's matter until tomorrow. The opportunity was rare. He had almost completed his setup, only waiting for the monsters to gather. How could he give up now? After tying up the servant, Li Yang took the key and walked toward the treasury door. The servant's face was filled with urgency. Li Yang completely ignored his words. This was no joke. Watching Li Yang's back, the servant gave a bitter smile. Sigh, kind words can't persuade the damned. Perhaps we are destined to be trapped here forever. Outside the camp, the battle had reached a fever pitch. No one had expected their home to be on the verge of a sneak attack. Everyone was desperately resisting the ferocious monsters. Most of the firepower was concentrated on that terrifying night demon. As a result, some smaller monsters took the opportunity to wreak havoc, climbing the walls and throwing the defenders into chaos. The overseer's eyes were fierce. These damn small monsters, fine, then, all of you can die. As he spoke, he pulled out an exquisite and luxurious purple magic book, about the size of 2 palms, engraved with strange symbols. Rise. The book floated in midair, its pages flipping rapidly, emitting a dazzling purple light. The light illuminated the entire battlefield, falling upon the monsters. Enveloped in the purple glow, the monsters' movements froze instantly, as if they had lost consciousness, and they toppled from the walls one after another. In an instant, the defenders had a chance to catch their breath. Don't just stand there, finish them off while you can. Hearing this, the others immediately charged at the immobilized monsters, ready to slaughter them. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the battlefield was ablaze with explosions. Just then, a heavy stomping sound suddenly came from the distance. From the sound alone, one could sense the overwhelming numbers. An archer standing on a high platform drew his bowstring and shot an illumination arrow. The milky white light instantly lit up the scene ahead. The crowd erupted in shock. Holy crap! The dense, black mass of creatures before them, what else could they be but monsters? Damn it, after fighting for so long, there were still so many monsters left? Could it be that all the monsters in the wild were converging here? The overseer's face turned ashen. He shouted at the stunned team members, "Don't panic. Hold your ground. Anyone who retreats, I'll kill them myself." Faced with the endless wave of monsters, everyone was terrified. But hearing the overseer's harsh words, they could only grit their teeth and brace themselves for battle. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Li Yang arrived at the treasury door, took out the key, and inserted it into the lock. With a gentle twist, There was a click, and the lock opened. He placed one hand on the door handle and gave it a strong pull. A dazzling golden light instantly shot out, so bright it nearly blinded him. Behind the door was a chaotic pile of equipment and items, clearly rarely organized. The overseer obviously cherished these spoils of war, allowing no one else to enter. As Li Yang stepped closer, he immediately spotted Wang Feng's equipment and weapons. Since they had been placed there recently, they were right on top, easily visible at a glance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This temporary camp is practically a bandit den. How many people must they have swindled to accumulate so many treasures?" Li Yang showed no hesitation and jumped straight into the pile of equipment, indulging himself. "If I don't take this stuff, it's a waste." Although he couldn't carry everything on his own, it would be even better if he had a truck. After picking and choosing for a while, aside from Wang Feng's equipment, Li Yang selected a few excellent golden grade items. Golden battle shield quality, golden grade attributes, constitution plus 350, spirit plus 100 exclusive. Effect, each time the shield blocks damage, defense increases by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. This shield was very practical. Although it wasn't top tier, it was sturdy and durable. He had been looking for a solid shield, and finding one here saved him a lot of trouble. The second item was a magic book, which was even more intriguing. Ancient spirit book quality, golden grade attributes, strength plus 500, spirit plus 100 effect, attacks. Have 20% penetration exclusive skill magic burst, continuously launches rockets within a range, attacking the target. After use, it enters. Cooldown. Duration, 5 seconds, cooldown, 10 seconds. This was the piece of equipment Li Yang found most valuable. It even had an exclusive skill. The skill lasted for 5 seconds and had a cooldown of 10 seconds, which seemed decent at first glance. But Li Yang's reason for choosing it went beyond that. His SS grade profession, Soul Sorcerer, reduced cooldown times by 50% when using spell damage weapons. In other words, he could almost use this skill infinitely, summoning rockets non-stop. This was the truly overpowered aspect and the main reason he chose it. With this weapon, he could also make use of the talent skill Exotic Flame that had dropped from the Hellhound earlier. Finally, there were 2 tactical tools. One was a detector that could sense nearby fluctuations and sometimes pinpoint monster locations. The other was a grappling hook that could pull enemies closer, preventing them from escaping during one-on-one fights. These were very useful for him at the moment. Although there were many other items left, most of them were not particularly useful. Li Yang didn't linger. He grabbed the equipment and retraced his steps. Soon, he returned to the woodshed and handed Wang Feng's equipment back to him, not missing a single piece. Wang Feng was astonished. "Li Yang, how did you get it back?" He carefully inspected the items, finding them intact and in perfect condition, which was hard to believe. Li Yang replied casually, "I went into their treasure vault and retrieved them." Wang Feng's eyes widened, almost choking in surprise. "What?" Li Yang chuckled. "Just kidding. A mountain man has his ways." Wang Feng stood up. After resting, his combat strength had somewhat recovered. He looked at Li Yang and asked, "What do we do now?" At this moment, he had already started relying on Li Yang. He understood that if there was a way to turn the situation around, it would definitely depend on Li Yang. Li Yang didn't hold back and briefly explained the situation. "The night demon that was chasing us earlier has arrived, along with other monsters attacking the camp. I took advantage of the chaos to escape and threw a signal flare." He smiled at Wang Feng's puzzled expression and continued, "But the reinforcements I called aren't ordinary helpers." Wang Feng listened, growing more and more shocked. He hadn't expected Li Yang to have done so much behind the scenes. Even his equipment had been recovered. Although Li Yang spoke lightly, every step he took was incredibly challenging. Such capabilities were far beyond what a novice should have. He looked at Li Yang, his eyes filled with a touch of admiration. Li Yang said again, "Chen Mei hasn't woken up yet. Stay by her side and keep watch. Leave the matters outside to me." He was most afraid of Wang Feng causing trouble by acting recklessly. After repeating his instructions several times, Li Yang left. At the camp's gate, monsters swarmed the walls like a tide, relentlessly pounding and smashing the gate. With the monsters sharing the pressure, the night demons became even more aggressive. The dark shadows were like nightmares, making one's scalp tingle. No one dared to imagine what would happen if they broke into the camp. At this moment, Li Yang quietly approached the edge of the battlefield. He personally witnessed the power of the tools in the manager's hands. To be honest, it far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that with so many monsters attacking at once, the camp would surely fall. But thanks to the manager's tools, they managed to hold on. This wouldn't do. Li Yang moved like a ghost, donning an invisibility cloak, unnoticed by anyone. He boldly circled to the side of the gate, arriving behind several monsters in the front row. Taking out the newly acquired ancient spirit book, he immediately summoned a barrage of rockets. With the invisibility cloak and rapid movement, he easily maneuvered behind the enemy, without being detected. Coupled with the assassin skills he had copied from Wang Feng earlier, Li Yang launched a high-damage attack from behind. The enemies were caught off guard, and the front row formation was instantly disrupted. The night demons and other monsters didn't stop their assault, seizing the opportunity to break through all defenses. Finally, the camp's gate was smashed open. After achieving his goal, Li Yang silently retreated. Soon, the camp suffered heavy losses. A large number of monsters swarmed in, and chaos ensued. This is insane. Absolutely insane. This is bad. The defenses have collapsed. These damn monsters. Once the gate was opened, the monsters flooded into the camp from the entrance and the walls. Like a tide. The camp's defenses were completely out of control, like a kite with its string cut. Damn it, how did these cursed monsters even find this place? The manager frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. Everyone had been enjoying hot pot and singing in the camp, even capturing a few people as prisoners. Now, who had caused this disaster? Seeing the gate completely breached, the manager immediately abandoned his subordinates and rushed toward the treasury in a hurry. When he arrived at the treasury, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The door was wide open, and the inside was in complete disarray. This can't be, a thief broke in? His heart sank. No way, how could my treasury end up like this? The manager's face turned pale. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. In the shadows, Li Yang held a thunder spear and thrust it fiercely into his back. 2300. As an assassin, the damage from a back attack was greatly enhanced. The manager staggered forward, but reacted quickly, using his hands to support himself before falling, and swiftly creating distance. Oh, quite a quick reaction. Li Yang sneered as he looked at him. The manager stared at Li Yang warily, recognizing him and exclaiming in surprise, "It's you? Weren't you already poisoned?" Li Yang replied coldly, "You bandit leader, while the battle rages outside, you're hiding in the treasury planning to sneak away?" Having followed him all the way, Li Yang had long guessed the manager's intention to escape. Caught off guard by his plan being exposed, the manager was momentarily speechless. "All right, I'm in a hurry. What do you want?" He tried to bribe Li Yang directly. "Is that so?" Li Yang smiled meaningfully. "I heard you have a magic book. Hand it over and let me play with it." The manager's face darkened. "You're courting death," Li Yang said lazily, "then there's nothing to talk about." The manager's eyes narrowed sharply, and suddenly two darts shot out from his sleeve, speeding toward Li Yang. Li Yang was prepared and immediately raised his golden battle shield to block them. Bang! Bang! The darts bounced off the shield. "This is my equipment," the manager recognized the shield in Li Yang's hand, and his eyes instantly turned red. He understood now, the treasury had been infiltrated by Li Yang, which led to its current state. "Damn you!" Li Yang sneered and charged forward with the shield. The battle shield was not only for defense but could also be used for offense. Though heavy and difficult to wield, Li Yang compensated with speed. In this narrow space, the shield's advantage was evident. In an instant, Li Yang rushed to the manager, leaving him no room to escape. Bang! The sound of the shield colliding rang out. 1600. The frontal attack. Damage wasn't as high as a backstab, but the manager was still knocked to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, but Li Yang was already in front of him. Just as he managed to prop himself halfway up, the shield struck again. Bang! 1750. The damage wasn't high, but it was extremely humiliating. Li Yang activated the bloodthirst effect, preparing to slowly wear the manager down. Although the manager's level was higher than his, the terrain and advantage left him powerless. It was like an elephant fearing a mouse or a mosquito biting a tiger. A high-level ranged class being pinned down by a lower-level melee burst class could still end in disaster. The manager staggered back 2 steps and got up again, only to Find the space too narrow. Wherever he tried to escape, he ran into Li Yang. He regretted entering this place. It was a trap from the moment he stepped in. Li Yang gave him no chance to breathe and charged again. Bang! The manager, who had just stood up, was knocked down again, looking utterly pathetic. Don't come any closer, he cried out in panic, swinging his weapon wildly. But Li Yang's shield blocked all the attacks, rendering the damage almost negligible. Li Yang advanced with the shield, cornering him against the wall. Any last words? Li Yang asked coldly. Take it. Take it. The manager hurriedly pulled out the purple magic book. Just as Li Yang was about to inspect it, the manager suddenly made his move. The magic book emitted a dazzling purple light, flashing onto Li Yang. Taking advantage of the moment, the manager bolted for the exit. But Li Yang quickly recovered. The ethereal shield had blocked the magic book's light, leaving him unaffected. Li Yang sneered, trying to run? He raised the shield with his left hand and threw a grappling hook item with his right hand toward the manager's back. The hook accurately latched onto him. Li Yang pulled hard, dragging the manager back, and immediately struck him with the shield. Bang! 2000. Ah! The manager screamed, his face full of terror. Why weren't you affected? He asked in shock. Li Yang mocked, I don't ask why. But you tell me, why do you have hands and feet, yet rely on harming others to profit? He cornered the manager against the wall, his lightning war spear glowing in his hand. The manager's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. After prolonged combat, his stamina and health were nearly depleted. Without time to think, he quickly offered the magic book with both hands. Take it. Everything in the treasury is yours. Just let me go. Don't kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yang had already pierced his throat with the war spear, ending his life instantly. His health bar dropped to 0. This manager's camp had existed for countless years, harming numerous innocent adventurers. Even Li Yang himself had barely escaped their traps. If they had caught him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thus, Li Yang showed no mercy. After dealing with him, Li Yang picked up the purple magic book from the ground. After securing the magic book, he walked outside. The outside was already in chaos, and he needed to step in to handle the situation. At this moment, the camp was completely engulfed in disorder. Monsters had invaded every corner of the camp. Worse still, the overseer had suddenly disappeared. The entire camp was in turmoil, with ferocious and terrifying monsters everywhere. But these were not the biggest problem. The real trouble was the night demon. In the darkness, it moved like a ghostly shadow, accompanied by a low, eerie roar that instilled fear in everyone. It was so powerful that no one dared to confront it head-on. Entering the camp was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep for the night demon. At this moment, the night demon sniffed the air and began heading toward the woodshed. Li Yang's expression darkened. This night demon truly held grudges. It wouldn't even spare Wang Feng here. Wang Feng was still in the woodshed, gravely injured, along with the unconscious Chen Mei, completely unable to resist. Without hesitation, Li Yang pulled out the Wind Dragon token. He had long set his sights on this injured night demon. Moreover, the overseer and the others had just expended considerable effort fighting the night demon. It was still uncertain who was the prey and who was the hunter. As the night demon approached the edge of the woodshed, a fierce gale suddenly swept through the camp, causing some weaker professionals to struggle to stay on their feet. In an instant, a massive dragon shadow descended heavily upon the night demon. Li Yang summoned the ancient spirit book and launched a barrage of fire arrows. The fire illuminated the dim surroundings and struck the night demon. Simultaneously, the wind dragon's phantom created a massive wind field. In an instant, the night demon was completely enveloped. 1700, 2000, 8000, 11200. Damage numbers continuously appeared on the night demon. The fire arrow damage, bleeding damage, and the wind dragon's wind damage all stacked together. The night demon's health visibly plummeted rapidly. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, Wang Feng quickly peeked out from the doorway. The scene he saw would remain etched in his memory forever. A dragon, a dragon. A massive azure dragon shadow, majestic and imposing, filled him with awe. He had only ever heard of dragons before. This was the first time he had seen a real one. Normally, the most he had encountered were flood dragon monsters. But this was undoubtedly a true dragon. Wang Feng's eyes widened, momentarily thinking he was dreaming. But soon, he saw the night demon being attacked by the Azure Dragon and immediately recognized it. Isn't this the night demon that was chasing me earlier? It actually broke into the camp. His expression changed, and he thought of Li Yang. What about Li Yang now? Judging by the situation, the camp had already fallen and was in complete crisis. Not only was he in danger, but Li Yang might also be at risk. As he was thinking, Wang Feng shifted his gaze and noticed Li Yang still standing there. A look of relief appeared on his face. Li Yang seemed fine. But soon, Wang Feng noticed Li Yang attacking the night demon. He froze. Li Yang was actually attacking the same target alongside the Azure Dragon. This didn't make sense at all. Thinking he might be seeing things, he rubbed his eyes and shook his head. That's incredible. After confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he gasped in amazement. Looking at Li Yang, he really wanted to go up and ask, where did this dragon come from? Why is it different from the ones you usually summon? And it's even helping you fight monsters? However, the scene was too chaotic. He wanted to help, but his injuries hadn't healed yet, so he could only stand there dumbfounded. At this moment, a faint sound came from inside the house. Wang Feng's expression changed, thinking a monster had broken in. He quickly grabbed his weapon and walked over. Seeing it was Chen Mei, he breathed a sigh of relief and put down his weapon. Chen Mei? You're finally awake. Chen Mei sat up, holding her head, her mind still a bit foggy. She looked around blankly, then at Wang Feng, and asked in confusion, where are we? What happened? I don't remember anything. Wang Feng let out a long breath. It's good that you're awake. He briefly explained the situation to Chen Mei. Listening to this, Chen Mei was stunned. She hadn't expected so much to have happened while she was unconscious. She said angrily, those damned bandits. They could have taken the right path, but instead, they chose the crooked one, harming others and themselves. Thanks to Li Yang. By the way, how is he now? Chen Mei asked anxiously. She hadn't seen Li Yang. Wang Feng replied, Li Yang is fine, he's just outside. You can go see for yourself. A flash of doubt crossed Chen Mei's eyes, and she immediately got up and walked to the door. When she saw the scene outside, she was shocked. The camp was in chaos. The most striking sights were the massive Azure Dragon and the terrifying Night Demon. The Night Demon chased us here? She searched around for Li Yang's figure. Finally, she spotted him in the distance. Li Yang was holding the Book of the Undead, continuously firing at the Night Demon. Countless fire arrows accompanied his movements, relentlessly shooting at the Night Demon. She suddenly realized, while she was unconscious and Wang Feng was seriously injured, it was Li Yang who had been holding the line alone. Thinking of this, her eyes filled with guilt and shame. The three of them were supposed to protect Li Yang on the journey to Kuan City, but so much had gone wrong along the way. The key issue was that the two of them had been the first to fall. It felt like they had been a burden to Li Yang. If it weren't for him, she couldn't imagine what would have happened after they arrived at this bandit camp. Hey! Li Yang saw her and shouted, what are you standing there for? Now that you're awake, come help me. Chen Mei snapped out of it and quickly nodded. She grabbed her gun and rushed to Li Yang's side. At that moment, a pitch-black crawling monster charged at Li Yang. Her sharp eyes caught it, and she quickly raised her gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A scorching energy bullet shot out from the barrel, hitting the monster squarely and sending it flying. Immediately after, Li Yang fired several more shots, finishing it off completely. That's it, just help me clear out the smaller monsters around here, Li Yang said. He was not only commanding the Wind Dragon but also attacking the Night Demon, leaving him no time to deal with the nearby smaller monsters. Fortunately, with Chen Mei's help, things became much easier. Chen Mei nodded repeatedly. She had no doubts about Li Yang's decisions and trusted him completely. After all, she'd heard from Wang Feng that if it weren't for Li Yang, they would all have perished long ago. The Night Demon's health was down to less than half. Under the fierce attacks of Li Yang and the Wind Dragon, it wasn't long before the Night Demon was on the verge of death. Li Yang's assault was relentless, with almost no pause, as he continuously summoned fire missiles. Chen Mei watched in awe. Was Li Yang a mage? She couldn't understand his skills at all. This kind of unlimited firepower was terrifying. Soon, the Night Demon could no longer hold on and collapsed with a thunderous crash. You have slain the Night Demon. Its soul has been automatically sacrificed. Experience plus 35,000. Level up, 4145. You obtained A gold tier equipment Nightfall Mage hat. You obtained Night Demon Arm, rare material. You obtained Night Demon Eye, rare material. You obtained Night Demon Bone, rare material. Truly worthy of being the Night Demon. Defeating it is equivalent to taking down dozens of ordinary monsters. From a certain perspective, it's actually more efficient. Did we succeed? The Night Demon fell. Wang Feng and Chen Mei's faces lit up with joy. However, they didn't have time to relax. A commotion suddenly erupted in front of the camp. A well-trained elite squad appeared. Most of them were level 100 or above professionals. Their movements were swift and clean, cutting through the area and eliminating all the invading monsters around. In less than 5 minutes, the monsters surrounding the camp were completely cleared. Who are these people? Li Yang asked with a frown. After what had just happened, he understood one thing: in the wild, you can't easily trust any professionals. Sometimes, humans are scarier than monsters. Wang Feng and Chen Mei stared at the group, stunned. These people are very strong, Wang Feng said, watching them cautiously. Monsters were one thing, but now a group of powerful professionals had shown up. This was trouble. At that moment, a young woman walked over. She was dressed in a tight combat suit and held a red-tasseled spear. She glanced at the fallen Night Demon first, her face showing surprise. Wait, isn't this the Night Demon we've been chasing all along? She hadn't expected it to end up here. Did you kill this Night Demon? She stared at Li Yang and the others, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Yes. Who are you? Li Yang admitted openly, gripping his weapon. The woman frowned, her expression turning displeased. How could you do this? This was our prey. We spent half the day wearing it down, and you just swooped in to take advantage. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then frowned. Why couldn't we kill it? Does it have your name written on it? Her words left Li Yang speechless. He suspected she was deliberately causing trouble. Admittedly, if the Night Demon hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been able to kill it himself. But since the Night Demon had come to them looking for trouble, were they supposed to just stand there and take the hit? Her argument made no sense. You? The woman glared at him. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a square face walked over. Alright, Linger, there aren't so many rules in the wild. Everyone's just trying to survive. Zhao Linger snorted, pouting and turning her head away arrogantly. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Yang curiously. Li Yang was very young. Venturing into the wild at such an age was indeed rare. After observing him for a moment, the man shifted his gaze to Wang Feng and Chen Mei and spoke. My name is Zhou Jiangwo. Are you people from this camp? Chen Mei shook her head and replied, No, we ran into some trouble on the road and came here to rest. Zhou Jiangwo. Wang Feng scratched his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name but unable to recall where he'd heard it before. Zhou Jiangwo continued, Was the signal sent out earlier from you? Signal? Chen Mei was completely confused. She had only recently awakened and knew nothing about this. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that these people had come because of his signal? That must be it. After all, the signal was just sent out not long ago. It's impossible for someone to arrive so quickly. Based on Zhao Linger's words, it seems the other party was already nearby. However, it's still unclear whether they are friend or foe. That's right, is there a problem? Li Yang asked cautiously. The opposing group was too strong and posed a significant threat. Just think about it, standing next to them were two lions. Even if they didn't show hostility, a careless move could send you flying. Zhao Linger interjected, You're really bold. How can you casually send out signals in the wild? This place is desolate, only monsters would respond to you. You should be grateful we were nearby, otherwise, the monsters would have overwhelmed you by now. Linger, don't be rude, Zhou Jiangwo sternly stopped her. Then he turned to Li Yang and the others, saying, Don't take it to heart. Linger's words were a bit harsh, but in this kind of environment, you can't act recklessly. A single mistake could lead to big trouble. Li Yang couldn't be bothered to argue. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. Zhou Jiangwo, squad leader of Guard Unit 1? Oh. Zhou Jiangwo looked at Wang Feng. You know me? Wang Feng's eyes widened. Of course, you're practically one of our leaders. Chen Mei was also surprised and said, You're from Guard Unit 1. They hadn't expected to run into their own people here. So you're one of us. Which camp are you from? Zhou Jiangwo asked with a hearty laugh. We're from the Inner Camp, Logistics Department. What a coincidence. Are you planning to return to Kuan City? Zhou Jiangwo asked. That's right. Knowing the other party was one of their own, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Wang Feng enthusiastically chatted with them. He then briefly recounted the events that had occurred here. Upon learning that the so-called containment camp was actually a bandit hideout, Zhou Jiangwo and his team were shocked. His face showed anger. Such actions were absolutely intolerable, using the guise of a camp to harm their fellow citizens. Whether in terms of duty or morality, he couldn't accept it. At this point, the camp had already been ravaged by monsters, leaving it in ruins. The casualties among the camp's personnel were severe, with only a few survivors remaining. Zhou Jiangwo's expression turned serious as he waved to his team members and said, "Go, capture all the remaining enemies in the camp and gather them together." Yes. Soon, several powerful professionals solemnly split up to take action. I didn't expect something like this to happen, Zhou Jiangwo said, taking a deep breath. Most of the time, they were busy dealing with monsters, neglecting the fact that these rogue professionals were also a major threat. He turned to look at Wang Feng and Chen Mei. You've helped expose these criminals today, which is a great contribution. When we return, I'll report this to the higher-ups and try to secure rewards for you. Wang Feng shook his head after hearing this. Actually, the two of us didn't really do much here. The reward should go entirely to Li Yang. If it weren't for him, we would have been captured by those people long ago. Yeah, the two of us were more of a burden, Chen Mei added with an embarrassed smile. Ever since arriving here, she had been sleeping until now. She hadn't done anything, yet she was about to share in the credit. Thinking about this made her feel quite uneasy. Oh, Zhou Jiangwo listened and turned his gaze to the silent Li Yang. He didn't know what had happened, but based on Wang Feng and Chen Mei's words, it didn't seem like they were lying. This made him start to take things seriously. Who is this? This is Li Yang, recommended by Officer Liu. He's here to train for a while, Wang Feng introduced. Lu Xian? Zhou Jiangwo suddenly understood. I see. So, he's a rookie professional? He looks about the same age as Linger. But, no matter how he looked, Li Yang didn't seem as impressive as Wang Feng claimed. Moreover, coming to Kuan City to train at such a young age seemed overly risky. The environment here was harsh, and the surrounding monsters were often dozens of levels higher. Could a rookie professional who had just awakened a few days ago really handle it? He stared at Li Yang and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, what level are you now?" Professional level? Li Yang thought for a moment. Around level 40, I guess. As soon as he said this, Zhou Jiangwo was stunned. Wang Feng and Chen Mei were also taken aback. They hadn't paid attention to this detail earlier. Li Yang's performance and strategies were so seasoned that everyone had forgotten he was still a rookie. Now, with his casual remark, they suddenly realized the truth. Zhou Jiangwo asked, "Are you a professional who just started this year? At this level, have you already completed your first class advancement?" Li Yang nodded. Beside him, Zhao Linger covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. She was also a rookie professional. Level 40 wasn't that higher than her? What was even more unbelievable was that someone had already completed their first class advancement this year. She had always thought that her strength, honed through rigorous military training, far surpassed her peers. But today, she was overtaken by someone who had appeared out of nowhere. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. So fast? Could it be that someone helped him level up? Zhou Jiangwo was utterly shocked. He understood the significance behind this level. No wonder Lu Xian held him in such high regard. Regardless, this must be the first rookie this year to complete a class advancement. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Li Yang, can you tell us what happened before? Sure, Li Yang replied casually, with nothing to hide. It's simple. Not long after I arrived here, I felt something was off about this camp. Everyone's attitude was contradictory, and the manager seemed overly enthusiastic when someone sought refuge. What's so special about that? Maybe it's just their way of welcoming people. You might think that, but I was very cautious, Li Yang continued. Later, it turned out my suspicions were correct. Chen Mei suddenly fell unconscious, and I blended in with her. At that moment, I saw the true nature of this camp. Later, I found an opportunity to rescue Chen Mei and regroup with Wang Feng. Chen Mei gasped. So, from the moment she entered, Li Yang had been observing everything. During her unconsciousness, Li Yang had done so much on his own. In contrast, she had stumbled right from the start and only managed to survive thanks to Li Yang. She couldn't help but blush. Zhou Jiangwo asked incredulously, "Then how did you send the signal without being discovered?" Li Yang answered calmly, "While they were busy fighting monsters, I sneaked out of the camp, sent the signal, and returned." They never suspected it was someone inside the camp, so naturally, they didn't suspect me. After hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo was even more astonished. Li Yang spoke lightly, but everyone knew how difficult it was to pull off. To enter and exit the camp unnoticed, he himself couldn't guarantee success. But does that even matter? I told you earlier, sending a signal is asking for trouble. You don't even understand these basic survival skills. An amateur is just an amateur. Zhao Linger snorted indignantly. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there hadn't been someone nearby, sending a signal would only attract monsters and be completely pointless. However, the fact that Li Yang managed to do this was already impressive. Li Yang shook his head and said, "No, I never expected reinforcements. In this desolate area spanning 10 miles, by the time reinforcements arrive, it'll already be dawn." Zhao Linger was stunned. "Then why did you send the signal? Isn't that contradictory?" Li Yang replied calmly, "I wanted to attract monsters to attack the camp. That way, there would be a chance to escape. So that's how it is." Zhou Jiangwo suddenly understood, his emotions mixed. He hadn't expected someone as young as Li Yang to have such a mature mindset. Wang Feng and Chen Mei also gave him another look. If he hadn't said anything, no one would have guessed that Li Yang was so calculating. He truly treated this place as his own home. At this moment, Wang Feng's expression changed. "Wait. What? About that manager? The one who tricked us into coming here and caused all this mess, he's the culprit. We can't let him get away." "Don't worry," Li Yang said, "he's already dead." Wang Feng froze. When did that happen? He increasingly felt like he was clueless, even though he was also caught up in the situation. When the camp was breached by monsters, that cowardly manager tried to escape immediately. "I caught him." Li Yang paused. There was no need to say more, everyone understood. "Ha, you finally slipped up." Zhao Linger patted her chest triumphantly. "You just said you're only level 40. I haven't seen this manager myself, but according to the camp residents, he's at least a second-tier professional. How did you beat him?" Li Yang looked at her, speechless. She was all confidence but no brains. "What benefit would I get from lying to you?" Wang Feng and Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Although Zhao Linger didn't understand, they knew Li Yang indeed had the capability. After all, not long ago, Li Yang had single-handedly taken down the night demon. And that terrifying wind dragon was Li Yang's summoned creature. So, if it came to a fight with the manager, Li Yang wouldn't be afraid at all. What he said was entirely true. Alright, now that the situation is clear, let's not dwell on it. Everyone has their own secrets, Zhou Jiangwo said, still inwardly shocked. Was this really a rookie professional? At this moment, all the remaining people in the camp were brought back. Li Yang understood that these people were pitiful in their own way. Although they had committed many wrongdoings under the manager's orders, they would ultimately have to return to the city to face judgment. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. These people made a shocking move. The young servant from earlier walked at the front, leading the others, and they all bowed deeply to Li Yang. In unison, dozens of voices said, "Thank you, benefactor, for avenging us." Seeing this, Wang Feng, Chen Mei, Zhou Jiangwo, and the others were stunned. They hadn't anticipated such a scene and didn't know how to react for a moment. Li Yang waved his hand lightly and said, "Don't call me a benefactor. If you can correct your mistakes, that will be the true good deed." To him, it was merely a small effort. Clearly, these people had been severely oppressed by the manager, and now they were finally free. After finishing up matters here, Zhou Jiangwo took the initiative to speak. "Let's go together. We're planning to head back to Kuan City as well. It's safer to have company on the road." Li Yang and his group were naturally happy to agree. After all, their car had broken down halfway, and traveling at night wasn't safe, which would also delay them significantly. Traveling with the larger group was both convenient and secure. Li Yang didn't want to stay in this eerie place any longer either. Who knew what other troubles might arise? They had just reached the outskirts of Koan City and had already encountered so many issues. On the way, Zhou Jiangwo chatted amicably with Li Yang and even introduced Zhao Linger to him, hoping they could learn from each other and improve together. Li Yang didn't mind, he had only planned to stay for a few days before heading back. His goal was clear, to become stronger and reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Zhao Linger, still with her haughty demeanor, said, just because you're clever doesn't mean I fully acknowledge you. Let's see how things go. At the first sight of Koan City, only one word came to Li Yang's mind: chaos. He hadn't even realized that he had somehow inexplicably arrived in Koan City. Though it was called a city, there wasn't even a city gate or any recognizable landmarks. Initially, he had been walking along a mountain path when a few scattered households suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, Wang Feng informed him that they had entered Koan City. Their only basis for this judgment was an unremarkable old tree by the roadside. It was then that Li Yang truly understood what it meant to be utterly disorganized. This city had no logic to it whatsoever. As night fell, Koan City became even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even when they arrived at the military camp's entrance, Li Yang still held onto a sliver of hope, but that hope quickly dissipated. Lu Xian arranged for him to stay in the central military district of Koan City, which was relatively safer. However, this military camp was no different from the wilderness camps they had seen before, just larger in size, without even a patch of concrete ground. Zhao Linger snorted coldly and said to Li Yang, "So, how do you feel? A sheltered kid like you has probably never seen a place like this. If you can't handle it, just go back. After all, not everyone can endure hardship." Li Yang replied indifferently, "That's none of your concern." He hadn't come here for comfort, on the contrary, he had come specifically to endure hardship. He wanted to quickly improve his strength so that he would have more opportunities when facing the legendary guilds and underground forces. Besides, during his 3 years of high school, hadn't he been pushing himself to the limit every day? Sleeping less than 5 hours a night, the first thing he did upon waking was to plan his training. Compared to the hardships of this military camp, he was already used to it. At this moment, Chen Mei took Wang Feng to get treated for his injuries. Zhou Jiangwo, on the other hand, ordered the people they had brought back from the camp to be escorted to the holding room. Zhao Linger made a face at him before turning and leaving. Just then, a young man in his 20s approached. "Are you Li Yang? Teacher Lu Xian asked me to come and get you." "That's right," Li Yang nodded. Lu Xian had indeed mentioned that someone would come to meet him. "My name is Huang Long. Let's go. I'll take you to your accommodation. First, it's getting late, and we can arrange everything else tomorrow." Li Yang was tired, so he naturally had no objections. He followed Huang Long deeper into the camp. Before long, Li Yang was brought to a military tent. "Take a look, this is where you'll be staying. Pick a spot, and you'll be here for the next few days," Huang Long said. The tent wasn't large, just enough for one person to sleep in. If there were any belongings, they would have to be left outside. Li Yang didn't mind. He lifted the flap, bent down, and went inside. The interior was cramped, with only a single quilt that nearly filled the entire tent. But for Li Yang, this was more than enough. "Get up early tomorrow for assembly and attend the morning meeting. Everyone must be there," Huang Long instructed before leaving. After Huang Long left, Li Yang pulled the tent flap shut and sat on the quilt. He took out the magic book he had obtained earlier from the bandit camp manager, Book of the Sage, grade, Radiant. Attributes, Strength plus 1000, Spirit plus 100, Exclusive skill, Summon the power of Izanami, 100% chance to charm the target, putting them to sleep for 10 seconds. The same target can only be affected once in a short period. Special effect, can be used without equipping, does not occupy a weapon slot, and weapon bonuses still apply. Seeing this, Li Yang was stunned. This item was actually Radiant-grade equipment. To be honest, he had initially taken it on a whim, never expecting it to be so incredible. No wonder the manager had guarded it like a treasure. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary piece of Radiant-grade equipment, especially with its special effect, which made it even more sought after than most Radiant-grade items. It didn't occupy a weapon slot, meaning Li Yang could carry an additional piece of Radiant-grade equipment. Even more outrageous was its exclusive skill, a 100% chance to charm the enemy. Everyone knew that such negative status effects usually had a success rate, and even the highest rates were only a few percent. But this magic book skill had a guaranteed success rate. This meant that as long as the opponent didn't have extra resistance equipment or items, no matter if they were a high-level expert, an advanced class professional, or even a monster, they would have to obediently comply with Li Yang. The stronger the equipment, the more versatile it became, the weaker the opponent, the more overwhelming it felt. It was simply an unexpected windfall. After equipping it, Li Yang's stats underwent a qualitative leap. Name, Li Yang, class, first transition card master, unique hidden class, level, 45, strength, 2700, constitution, 610, agility, 635, spirit, 600, talent, cards, number of cards, 2, talent abilities, soul sorcerer, SS grade, ethereal shield, SS grade, self-healing, SS grade, berserker, S grade, swift walker, A grade, bloodlust, S grade, exotic flame, A grade, curse soundwave, A grade. Equipment bonuses, 35% immunity to mental attacks, plus 15% movement speed, plus 20% all damage. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly noticed that his class slot was no longer blank, clearly indicating that he had obtained a first transition class. And thanks to the Book of the Sage, his strength had increased by a full 1000. What did this mean? Just from the bleeding effect alone, his damage per second could now easily exceed 10,000. This level of damage was almost comparable to professionals like Wang Feng and Chen Mei. Just this boost alone made the trip to the military camp worthwhile. It was an absolute jackpot. Many people couldn't achieve this level of improvement even after months of effort. But since he was here, he might as well continue grinding monsters to further enhance his strength. Li Yang understood that there would always be someone stronger in this world, and he could never afford to grow complacent due to temporary success. Ever since he embarked on this path, it felt like he was gambling on an adventurous wager. Only by becoming stronger could he protect everything he had now. Li Yang once again took out the ancient key that looked as ordinary as could be. It was a special item he had risked much to snatch from the hands of the legendary guild. What secret did this key hold? It had even driven the underground forces behind the scenes into madness. From its appearance, it looked just like a regular key, something that wouldn't even be worth scrap metal at a junkyard. But precisely because of this, Li Yang had to stay vigilant and tread carefully. At every step. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Hopefully, the final reward will be worth the risk. He put the key away and immediately went to sleep, conserving his energy for tomorrow's upgrades. The next day, dawn had barely broken, and the moon still hung low on the horizon. Li Yang woke up early, opened his tent, and stepped outside. In the camp, soldiers were already moving back and forth. Their work was even tougher, as they took turns standing guard almost around the clock. Busy logistics personnel carried pots and pans as they bustled through the camp. The soldiers had already started their morning training, so Li Yang had to wake up even earlier. No wonder Lu Xian had recommended him to come here. In such an environment, surrounded by role models, anyone would naturally become more disciplined. Li Yang walked to the agreed-upon location and gathered at the square. Here, he saw a few familiar faces again, like Huang Long and Zhao Linger. Most of the people had already arrived and were waiting for the meeting to start. Huang Long saw him and waved to greet him. Li Yang walked over. Along the way, others also noticed this new face. Many took the initiative to wave and say hello. Li Yang responded to each one. Hey, looks like little Linger isn't the youngest newcomer in our camp anymore. No, that's just temporary. He's from the city. So naturally, he won't stay here for long. Oh, I see. So he's just here to build up some credentials? What else could it be? Life in the city is good, and he comes here to take our jobs? Clearly, many people had already heard about Li Yang's arrival. But everyone was long accustomed to such things. Those who wanted to leave couldn't, and those who wanted to come showed up every day. Many young professionals chose to spend some time in the army, some for a few months, others for just a few days. This not only enriched their professional experience but also broadened their horizons. Huang Long thought the same and said to Li Yang, since Lu Xian sent you here, for the next few days, you can follow the logistics team to learn about equipment maintenance and monster research. On your last day here, I'll take you out to the wild to hunt monsters. Does that arrangement work for you? Li Yang frowned slightly. So this was deliberately assigning him easy tasks. However, he accepted the gesture. If he was really here to do this kind of work, he might as well not have come at all. Before he could say anything, a sharp voice suddenly interrupted. No. Zhao Linger walked over with her head held high. In the camp, everyone is equal. No one gets special treatment, just because they have connections. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers began to chatter. Oh, the newcomer's already clashing with our little princess. This should be interesting. I smell drama. Anyone got insider info? Guaranteed to be true? Huang Long looked at Zhao Linger, his face showing embarrassment. He hadn't expected her to be so direct. Moreover, he didn't know about the relationship between Li Yang and Zhao Linger beforehand, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Although Zhao Linger was young, her status in the army was higher than his. She was exceptionally talented, favored by the commander, and came from a family with generations of military service and significant contributions. Huang Long looked helplessly at Li Yang. Zhao Linger disrupted the arrangement, yet she was smug, as if she had finally caught Li Yang in a bind. However, Li Yang wasn't as angry as she expected. Instead, he remained calm. He had never intended to come here just to idle away and gain superficial accolades. Zhao Linger's opposition actually helped him. Besides, Zhao Linger wasn't wrong. To be honest, he never expected to receive special treatment. At this moment, people in the camp began to gather, naturally forming orderly lines. A white-haired, middle-aged man in a military uniform, adorned with medals on his chest, walked over. Everyone stood at attention, puffed out their chests, and shouted, "Greetings, Commander! This is Commander Wang of our military district, Wang Tong," Huang Long introduced while standing next to Li Yang. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Finally, he had encountered another S-class professional. The ones he had met before, Zhou Jiangwo and the seemingly formidable Zhao Linger, were merely A-class professionals. In fact, A-class talent was already considered genius level among ordinary people. But the value of an S-class professional was on another level, and for good reason. Out of a population of 1 billion, fewer than 100 S-class individuals emerged each year. The odds spoke for themselves. The commander before him, Wang Tong, was an S-class professional. At the same time, Li Yang's mind began to analyze automatically. Detected S-class profession Iron Warrior, profession talent, when taking damage, counterattack the opponent, reflecting 50% of the damage. Passive, when dealing damage, gain a resilience effect, increasing defense and strength by 5%, stackable up to 3 times. Replicable, replicate. Replication successful. Acquired S-class. Profession Iron Warrior. Before Li Yang could celebrate, a voice echoed in his mind again. You currently possess 2 S-class professions. Would you like to fuse them? Berserker plus Iron Warrior equals? Without hesitation, Li Yang chose yes. What a joke! Fusing 2 S-class professions would undoubtedly result in an SS-class profession. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the SS class. Fusion successful. Acquired SS-class profession Holy Knight Warrior. Holy Knight Warrior, SS class, profession talent. At the start of combat, enter an invincible state and gain a 100% damage reflection effect. Passive, in close combat, increase both resistances and strength by 40%. Li Yang gasped. This was a true warrior, able to tank, deal damage, and reflect 100% of incoming damage. Commander Wang nodded at everyone and leisurely walked to the front of the formation, facing the group. Today, in addition to the martial competition, there's another matter to announce. It concerns the new professional who just joined us. I believe everyone has heard about him. As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Li Yang. Moments ago, they had been gossiping about him and Zhao Linger, and now the topic shifted back to him. Could it be that he caused trouble and is about to be criticized publicly? Possibly. Zhao Linger wouldn't oppose him for no reason, right? There must be something going on. I don't think so. This might not be a bad thing. At this moment, Commander Wang continued, yesterday, we discovered a bandit hideout in the wilderness operating under the guise of sheltering travelers. Many people were injured, and the culprits have been apprehended. Right here. Commander Wang raised his voice slightly. We owe special thanks to Li Yang for his contribution. Not only did he discover and report the hideout, but he also assisted in the raid, saving many of his comrades. Based on his performance and the positive impact he has brought, we have decided to award him the first-class merit medal. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted in excitement. First-class merit? They had been here for countless years and had never even seen a shadow of it. And now, it was taken by a newcomer. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise, envy, and disbelief. Could it be a mistake? He's so young, what skills could he possibly have? Hiss. I heard this newcomer named Li Yang has quite an extraordinary background. Bah, don't talk nonsense. No matter how impressive, it's impossible for even the battalion commander to be this convinced. Stop spreading rumors. The soldiers were all discussing, but no one knew the actual situation. TCH, just lucky, that's all. If it were me, I could have gotten it too, Zhao Linger muttered under her breath, turning her head away. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yang stepped forward to receive the medal personally awarded by Battalion Commander Wang. Many people couldn't help but drool at the sight. Ah, too bad he's a temporary soldier. Even if he gets it, it's not much use. If it were me, I could at least get promoted 2 ranks and save 10 years of effort. Fate is truly different. Some people can't get this in a lifetime, and he gets it effortlessly. It's infuriating. How can someone so young get a first-class merit? What's the reason? Li Yang touched the first-class merit medal on his chest. It was his first time seeing it. However, he knew it wouldn't be of use for now, but it was better than nothing. Returning to the team, Huang Long gave him a thumbs up. Whoa, impressive. Low-key big shot. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry. The compliment was a bit too exaggerated. There's one more thing, our annual sports competition will start in 2 days, Battalion Commander Wang continued. Li Yang had just arrived and hadn't heard about this event. Huang Long explained beside him, we hold a sports competition every year to select outstanding soldiers and provide rewards and support. Headquarters and various divisions in Koan City will participate. Li Yang nodded, thinking it was quite normal. People in high-pressure environments need activities to relax. Huang Long suddenly said, by the way, you're one of us now. You can participate in a few days, and who knows? You might even get a good ranking. Me? Li Yang laughed. I just switched roles, my skills are far behind, I don't have that ambition. But, friendship first, competition second. It's good to just have fun. Yeah. Huang Long nodded. That's a good mindset. I'll sign you up later. The morning meeting ended, and everyone dispersed to their respective posts. Li Yang proactively asked Huang Long for a map, planning to go level up on his own. Huang Long was a bit worried but still gave it to him, reminding him, Koan City doesn't have many rules. If you encounter trouble outside the camp, reveal your identity. Those people outside wouldn't dare openly oppose the military. Alright, Li Yang agreed. And don't go out of the city alone. Some places marked on the map are off limits, and some underground streets aren't under military control. Huang Long gave a bunch of precautions before leaving. Li Yang yawned, almost falling asleep. He glanced at the map, which clearly marked Koan City's boundaries, power divisions, and areas outside the city. But he had only one feeling in his heart, chaos. Looking at the distribution of forces, he estimated this map would need updating in at most 2 days. Because every 2 days, the power structure could change. When he chose a low-level area for levels 40 to 60 and was ready to set off, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hey, since you're free, come be my sparring partner. Zhao. Linger walked over with her hands on her hips, holding a long spear, looking imposing. On the surface, she said sparring partner, but in reality, she wanted to curb Li Yang's arrogance. Li Yang's appearance made her a bit uneasy. Zhou Jiangmo and Captain Wang both thought highly of Li Yang. On his first day, he earned first-class merit and stole the spotlight. During the morning meeting, if he stayed a few more days, wouldn't her status be gone? So she decided to strike first, to give Li Yang a wake-up call and let him know who the senior was. But Li Yang didn't pay her any attention. Without stopping for a moment, he walked straight out. Zhao Linger was stunned and shouted, Hey, I'm talking to you. She was shocked to see that Li Yang didn't even turn his head and disappeared around the corner. How arrogant. She widened her eyes. Sure enough, it's only his first day, and he's already like this. If he stays a few more days, wouldn't he treat her like a servant? Shaking her head, she quickly chased after him, shouting, Hey, where are you going? The military regulations forbid wandering around. Come back. So, why are you following me? Li Yang frowned and couldn't help but ask. He had walked out of the military camp and reached the southern district, with Zhao Linger trailing him the entire way. It was truly baffling. Sparring partner? He didn't believe it. Out of all the people in the camp, she had to pick him? Zhao Linger stopped and said confidently, Captain Zhou told me to take care of you, afraid you'd get lost. With me guiding you, you should be thanking me. I'm not joking. I'm not an official member, so I don't need your care, Li Yang replied bluntly. He didn't say it more directly. Judging by Zhao Linger's abilities, she probably wasn't that strong either. Without Zhou Jiangwo and the others leading her out of the city, she'd likely be in trouble. Clearly, she hadn't thought much about this. Zhao Linger assumed that wherever he could go, she could go too. If she wanted to court disaster, it had nothing to do with him. But if she followed him and something happened, he'd inevitably be implicated. Frustrated at the delay in his monster hunting, Li Yang lost patience and said directly, if you don't want to live, just find a place to bury yourself. Don't drag me down, got it? You? Zhao Linger froze, her face full of disbelief, turning red as her chest heaved. You? I kindly offered to guide you, and you say this to me? You inexperienced rookie. Going out of the city alone is just asking for death. I'm asking for death. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore. Zhao Linger stomped her foot and stormed off angrily. She felt wronged. It seemed like she was being unreasonable. If she hadn't been worried that Li Yang might get into trouble because he wasn't familiar with the area, she wouldn't have followed him at all. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Watching her walk away, Li Yang finally calmed down. No matter what, he had finally shaken off this trouble. Then, he headed toward the southern district's city gate. Zhao Linger walked back toward the city, her heart full of anger. Along the way, the grass was trampled no higher than half a meter. The stones on the ground were no bigger in the wild. Experience and familiarity with the map are extremely important. Without someone guiding you through a few times, a rookie rushing out directly is practically courting death. Just wait for him to regret it. Zhao Linger thought to herself, unable to help imagining Li Yang trembling in a corner. On the other side, Li Yang had already stepped out of the city gates. As soon as he entered the wilderness, his attention became highly focused. He was well aware of how dangerous it was. Here, one careless mistake, and he might not even know how he died. Although this wasn't his first time venturing into the wild, this area was more challenging than any place he'd been before, so he had to be extra cautious. About 10 kilometers beyond the southern outskirts of Kuan City, there was a naturally formed underground cavern leading deep below. It was home to all sorts of creatures that shunned the light. This was Li Yang's destination. Roughly 2 kilometers into the wilderness, wild beasts began to appear, occasionally charging out to attack. Suddenly, a massive bristled boar appeared before him, its 2 sharp tusks and blood-red eyes brimming with fury. Dense forest bristle boar, level 50. HP, 20,000, skills, charge slam, sharp tusks, description, a mutated boar living in dense forests, its double rows of sharp teeth are highly destructive. A level 50 monster. Li Yang's expression darkened as he gripped his weapon tightly. Worse still, it wasn't alone. Alright, let me show you the power of my new class. Li Yang showed no fear, raising his lightning war halberd and charging forward. The high resistance granted by his paladin class, combined with the protection of the ethereal shield, made his body tougher than an ordinary tank. He rushed at one of the bristle boars, driving his halberd fiercely into its body. A massive blood hole exploded instantly, and an arc of electricity quickly spread to the other boars. The entire battlefield flickered with golden lightning. Numbers kept popping up. -4000, -2000, -2000. One bristle boar attempted a sneak attack from behind, charging at Li Yang. He quickly used swift step to dodge to the side, only to collide with another bristle boar. The boar charged head-on, but Li Yang was completely unaffected. His dominance effect activated, and the damage was absorbed by the ethereal shield. At the same time, a flash of holy white light passed over him. The damage was reflected. The boar that had just rammed him had a number pop up over its head. -2000. Li Yang sneered. Is that all you've got? The bristle boar seemed stunned, retreating 2 steps with confusion in its eyes. Before it could react, Li Yang had already thrust his weapon forward. Thud! The sharp halberd tip pierced through its thick hide effortlessly, as if plunging into soft mud. -9999, critical hit. The bristle boar let out a miserable cry. The other boars snapped out of their daze and charged at Li Yang together. Without hesitation, Li Yang pulled out the Sage's Tome. Activate! The Sage's Tome floated in midair, its pages flipping automatically and emitting a dazzling light. All the bristle boars, touched by the light, froze instantly, swaying unsteadily in place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang darted across the battlefield, his blade flashing. One bristle boar after another fell to the ground. You have slain a dense forest bristle boar, EXP plus 1000. You have slain a dense forest bristle boar, EXP plus 1000. Talent ability acquired, Furious Strike. Grade B, ***, Furious Strike. Grade B, unleash all your strength to increase the damage of your next attack by 10x, but you will enter a brief fatigued state afterward. After clearing out the group of bristle boars, Li Yang continued forward. When he arrived at the entrance of the underground cave marked on the map, he found that other adventurers were already there. He thought he had come early, but it turned out someone else was even more diligent. Many tents were set up here, and it seemed that quite a few people, tired of traveling back and forth, had simply decided to stay here for convenience while farming monsters. With the growing number of people, a small human settlement had formed. Dozens of tents were crowded together, and there were even small roadside stalls selling various daily necessities. Truly, where there are people, there is a market. Everyone gathered together, and in case of danger, they could help each other. Li Yang walked through this path and arrived at a massive black hole. The entrance was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Fortunately, he had brought a torch, and when he lit it, the warm yellow glow illuminated the surroundings. Li Yang stepped inside. In the dim cave, the torchlight illuminated a 2-meter radius. He could see ahead clearly. He stopped abruptly. In front of him were 3 paths, essentially 3 small openings. Clearly, he could only choose one. In such situations, usually only one path was the correct one, while the others were dead ends. This step was crucial. A wrong choice here would lead to mistakes later on. Li Yang approached and crouched down, bringing the torch closer to the ground. He carefully examined the traces beneath each of the 3 openings. At this moment, he needed to bridge the information gap. As a novice with no guide, he naturally had no idea which path was correct. Finally, he compared the traces of the 3 paths and chose the one with the most marks, stepping forward. From ahead in the cave, a piercing squeaking sound echoed continuously, as if something was about to rush out. Li Yang continued walking along the passage. In the dim cave, he moved like a ghost, silent and stealthy. Thanks to the bonuses of his assassin class, he was incredibly fast yet caused no disturbance. As he ventured deeper, Li Yang could clearly feel the ground sloping further downward. Strangely, he hadn't encountered any monsters along the way. Could it be that the people ahead have already cleared out all the monsters? Li Yang wondered. However, he wasn't worried. The deeper he went, the more monsters there were bound to be. After a while, the first batch of monsters finally appeared. Ahead, 3 massive brown scorpions, their bodies covered in green patterns. Poison scorpion level, 50 description, scorpions that live in damp environments, containing venom in their bodies. Seeing the monsters appear, Li Yang could no longer hold back. Like a hungry wolf eyeing a fat sheep, he immediately pulled out his explosive bow and unleashed a barrage of explosive arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions lit up the dim cave in flashes of light and shadow. With his current strength, taking down these small monsters was a piece of cake. In no time, all 3 poison scorpions were annihilated. You have killed poison scorpion *3, EXP plus 3000. Sacrificed poison scorpion souls *3, EXP plus 1000. Level up, 45-46. As his level increased, Li Yang noticed that the experience required for leveling up was growing significantly. Killing small monsters, no matter how many, was not as effective as defeating an elite monster, like the night demon he encountered yesterday. Li Yang continued to delve deeper into the cave, exploring in all directions. As expected, the deeper he went, the more monsters he encountered. This was because most adventurers who weren't strong enough didn't dare to venture too far in. They would retreat after clearing the monsters near the entrance. This method was slow but safe. Unless someone had absolute confidence in their abilities, no one dared to go deeper. You have killed porcupine, EXP plus 1000. You killed black crow, EXP plus 1200. You killed poison beetle, EXP plus 1200. Wherever Li Yang went in the cave, no monster was spared. Suddenly, intense sounds of battle came from ahead. Oh! Li Yang raised an eyebrow and quickly sprinted toward the source of the noise. Hiss, hiss. The sound grew clearer and clearer. Soon, he saw the scene before him. A massive red spider stood in the center, surrounded by dense webs. On the other side was a team of 5 professionals. Both sides were locked in fierce combat, the situation tense. Blood Spider, Elite Level 50 HP, 180,000. A bloodthirsty monster, attacks are poisonous. Li Yang glanced at it. This was clearly a rare elite monster. Evidently, the team was in trouble. Although they were well equipped, encountering an elite monster right off the bat left them unable to fight back. Li Yang estimated that the team wouldn't last long and would soon be forced to retreat. At that moment, the warrior suddenly exposed a flaw. The blood spider spat out webbing, instantly wrapping him up like a dumpling. The warrior lost his combat ability in an instant, collapsing to the ground. The other team members' faces changed drastically. They were already at a disadvantage, and the warrior's sudden failure made the situation even more dire. They were caught in a dilemma, unable to defeat the monster but unwilling to abandon their teammate and flee. They resisted while retreating, the warrior's face filled with despair. Just then, a fiery red arrow pierced through the air, striking the blood spider's leg. 28000. Li Yang was seen in the distance, drawing his bow, the head of his explosive bow still emitting heat. Furious strike, though it could only trigger once, dealt 10 times the damage. This single arrow instantly shaved off a massive chunk of the blood spider's HP. The team members were so shocked they couldn't speak. This damage was terrifying. A player of this caliber shouldn't logically be in such a low-level cave. Though they couldn't understand what was happening, hope quickly appeared on their faces. This meant they were saved. The collapsed warrior was on the verge of tears. This savior was more important than death itself. Normally, if someone suddenly intervened to steal their kill, they'd be furious. But now, this was their lifesaver. They turned to see who this powerful figure was. To their surprise, it was just one person, a young boy who looked even younger than them. They could hardly believe their eyes. Before they could react, the blood spider's HP continued to plummet rapidly. Target has entered bleeding state. 15000, 15200, 15400. Bloodthirsty status activated, the blood spider continued to lose HP. In just a few seconds, its HP dropped below half. The team members were all stunned as they watched this unfold. They had been fighting for ages, exhausted to the brink, yet this unknown expert dealt massive damage in mere seconds. This level of skill was simply monstrous. Li Yang slowly approached, glancing at them. Why aren't you retreating to the side yet? The team members snapped out of it and quickly nodded. One of them carried the collapsed warrior, leading the team back toward the rear passage. Faced with such a powerhouse, they dared not show the slightest disrespect, fearing they might end up as his prey. In the chaotic Kuan city, understanding the situation and knowing when to yield was the only way to survive. Watching those people leave, Li Yang gripped the lightning war halberd tightly and swiftly charged at the blood spider. He struck the blood spider repeatedly, constantly adjusting his position to evade its attacks. The high bleeding damage stacked continuously, combined with precise movement. Soon, the rampaging blood spider collapsed to the ground, unable to move. You defeated the elite monster blood spider, sacrificed its soul, and gained plus 15,000 experience. Level up, 4647. You acquired the talent skill, Execution. Execution. When attacking enemies with less than 10% health, you can instantly execute them with one strike. Li Yang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the blood spider to hold such a useful skill. Execution. This skill was incredibly practical. From high-level bosses to ordinary mobs, it could be applied almost universally. Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the more pronounced the effect. After all, the damage was calculated as a percentage, increasing from hundreds to tens of thousands. Calming his emotions, Li Yang tidied up briefly and continued exploring ahead. The leveling process always had a way of immersing people, making them lose track of time. He had been sweating profusely in the dim underground cavern, unable to see the changes in the outside world. While Li Yang was still engrossed in leveling, the day had already turned to evening. In the Kuan City military camp, the soldiers, weary from a day's work, finally welcomed their rest time. Everyone chatted and laughed while eating dinner. Huang Long sat at the table, surrounded by a feast, but he hadn't touched a bite, his brows furrowed. I saw Li Yang this morning, but he hasn't shown up all day. It's mealtime. Where could he have gone? As he pondered, Huang Long suddenly noticed a figure. It was Zhao Linger. She was carrying a plate full of food, humming softly as she walked by. Thinking about what had happened in the morning, Huang Long's heart stirred. Zhao Linger seemed to have some connection with Li Yang. He immediately stood up and approached her. Miss Zhao, may I have a word? Zhao Linger stopped and turned to see Huang Long, asking curiously, what's the matter? Do you need something? Huang Long took a deep breath. Have you seen Li Yang today? Do you know where he went? Zhao Linger was startled, her expression changing slightly. Hearing Huang Long's words, she suddenly remembered. It seemed Li Yang hadn't returned to the camp yet. He was likely in trouble. This isn't good. What happened? Huang Long's expression tightened as he hurriedly asked. Seeing Zhao Linger's reaction, he realized the situation was serious. Zhao Linger hesitated before saying, Li Yang seems to have gone leveling alone. Huang Long's face changed dramatically. Alone? This was bad. Even experienced professionals wouldn't venture out of the city alone, it was far too dangerous. Let alone Li Yang, who was new and unfamiliar with the map. The moment he stepped out, trouble was almost guaranteed. He quickly asked, where? The southern wilderness. The southern area? Huang Long's eyes widened. This is bad. Notify Captain Chen and the commander immediately. I'll gather the soldiers and take action right away. With that, he rushed out. Seeing Huang Long's reaction, Zhao Linger was stunned and frowned, questioning herself, is it really necessary to be this tense? But she still went to find Zhou Jiangwo. What? Li Yang went to the southern wilderness alone? Zhou Jiangwo was even more agitated than Huang Long, doubting his ears. Zhao Linger confirmed it without a doubt. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath. Does the commander know? Zhao Linger froze. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss? She couldn't help but say, isn't this a bit over the top? We can handle it ourselves. After all, the place Li Yang went to wasn't particularly dangerous. As she said this, she felt a bit guilty. It was her failure to notify earlier that had led to the current tense situation. Zhou Jiangwo let out a heavy sigh. Sigh, you don't know. This afternoon, we just received news that a beast tide has erupted in the southern wilderness, and the beast horde is charging toward the city gates. This news shocked Zhao Linger. When did this happen? Why hadn't she heard about it? Really? Of course. The situation had escalated to this point, and Zhao Linger could no longer smile. If this was true, Li Yang's situation was practically life-threatening. He's so unlucky. Now's not the time to complain, we need to act quickly. We just received the beast tide news and haven't had time to prepare. We'll have to face it head on. Zhao Linger pursed her lips. Going unprepared is too risky. Is it worth it just for Li Yang? After all, he's not part of our military. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. At that moment, a voice rang out. Linger, have you forgotten the principles of our army? Never abandon a teammate, never leave a comrade behind. Wang Tong walked in from the doorway. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Linger immediately stood up and saluted. Wang Tong waved his hand and said, Linger, if I were trapped in the southern wilderness, do you think we should send people to rescue me? Zhao Linger nodded. Of course, we should rescue you. You're our battalion commander, you've made great contributions, and even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must ensure your safety. But Li Yang, Wang Tang interrupted her. In our army, everyone is equal. If I deserve this treatment, so does Li Yang. If it were you in this situation, we would rescue you too. Zhao Linger fell silent, her emotions complicated, guilt welling up inside her. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not stopping Li Yang from leaving the city and not informing the others in the army, which led to this situation. But Wang Tang and Zhou Jiangwo's expressions remained calm. Zhou Jiangwo smiled. Don't blame yourself, no one will hold it against you. Wang Tang nodded. Let's start discussing the emergency plan now. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. You killed Giant Snail *2, EXP plus 3000. You killed Shadow Wolf *2, EXP plus 3500. You killed Explosive Crow, EXP plus 1500. At this moment, in the southern wilderness, inside an underground cave, Li Yang was constantly moving, killing monsters. His level had already risen to 48. Even he didn't know how far he'd gone, although he had encountered other professionals. Along the way, as he ventured deeper, he could clearly feel the presence of people becoming much scarcer. Suddenly, Li Yang felt a pang of hunger. He paused for a moment before realizing it was a reminder that he should head back. Li Yang smiled wryly. It was probably already very late outside. The cave was pitch black, and he hadn't paid attention to the time. Just eating one meal wouldn't make him stronger. So, Li Yang started heading back in the direction he came from. It was much smoother on the way back since the monster respawn rate wasn't as frequent and he encountered almost no obstacles. Before long, he was close to the cave entrance. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside. Li Yang frowned. The noise didn't sound like a celebration of victory at all. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the cave entrance. The sounds grew closer. Li Yang heard the shouts of other professionals, but louder than that was a dense, muffled noise, like heavy stones slamming into the ground, drowning out the human voices. Li Yang hurried to the entrance and looked out. The scene before him left him speechless with shock. A dense swarm of monsters, like a mudslide, was surging madly down the distant hillside. Outside the cave, the professionals' camp was in complete chaos. People were running around in panic, trying to return to the city as quickly as possible. This monster tide had come too suddenly, with no prior warning, and the sheer number was staggering. Li Yang's face darkened. The city wasn't far, but it was still a considerable distance. They probably wouldn't make it back in time before being overwhelmed by the monsters. These people were panicking, completely losing their composure. It was also Li Yang's first time witnessing such a terrifying scene. After regaining his senses, he stepped to the cave entrance and observed the professionals rushing back and forth. He recognized a few familiar faces, those same individuals he had seen earlier fighting the blood spiders when he first arrived. Li Yang shouted loudly, "Don't panic, everyone! Get inside the cave and take cover." At times like this, someone needed to step up and take charge, ensuring everyone acted in an orderly manner. The enemy was too numerous and too strong. The only way to survive was to unite. Li Yang's words were like a beacon of light piercing the darkness. A group of people, desperate and frantic, rushed toward the cave entrance. The panicked professionals began entering the cave one after another. Within minutes, nearly 20 people had made it inside, except for a few who had gotten lost. Though the cave entrance was crowded, no one made a sound. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. The horrifying scene on the hillside earlier lingered in their minds like a nightmare, suffocating everyone. They all had the same thought. It's over. We're doomed this time. Seeing the despair on everyone's faces, Li Yang stepped forward and said, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live? If you want to die, go outside now. If you want to live, wipe those sorrowful expressions off your faces." Li Yang's voice echoed through the cave, loud and clear for everyone to hear. Some people's eyes lit up as they took a deep breath. "I haven't reached my second-class advancement yet. I can't die here. I've saved up so much money to buy new equipment, it can't go to waste. I'm an A-rank professional with a bright future, I can't fall here." Soon, determination appeared on some faces. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight to the death. A final stand was better than waiting for death. "Good. Pick up your weapons and hold the entrance. Don't let a single monster through. Hold out until reinforcements arrive," Li Yang shouted. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The monsters were getting closer. Roar! Clack, clack, clack. The monsters' cries echoed from the cave entrance, wave after wave. Before long, black crawling creatures appeared at the entrance, scuttling toward them at high speed. Li Yang reacted quickly, pulling out his ancient spirit book and unleashing a skill. Arrows of fire shot out, striking the crawling monsters with precision. Boom! 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 The advantage of unlimited firepower became immediately apparent. The skills from the ancient spirit book, combined with the cooldown reduction effect of the Soul Sorcerer, provided a continuous stream of firepower. Li Yang stood at the forefront, and the crawling monsters couldn't break through at all. But it was unrealistic for him to hold off thousands of monsters alone. "Stop standing there! Everyone, use your skills," he shouted. This group wasn't here to put on a show. Now was the time to unite and fight the enemy. Seeing Li Yang's decisiveness, many people rekindled their hope, and morale soared. "Brothers, charge! Fight these monsters to the end. Human strength lies in courage." Bang! 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 Soon, various skills were hurled fiercely toward the cave entrance. It must be said, Li Yang had chosen the right spot. Only here, the narrow entrance could block waves of monsters. Otherwise, with thousands of monsters attacking from outside, who could hold them back? Thanks to everyone's efforts, the first wave of the monsters' assault was repelled. Everyone became excited. If they could hold on, reinforcements might really arrive. "Keep it up! We can win!" Morale was high, and some even began singing inspiring songs. "Fight for your dreams! Charge into battle like a storm! Darkness will eventually see the light. The undefeated hero. Li Yang's face darkened. What was with this sudden surge of passion? Forget it, whatever, let's crush these monsters. The ancient spirit book in his hand spun continuously, launching dense volleys of rockets, each hitting its target. 2900, 3200, 3500. With sustained output over time, Li Yang's skills stacked up, and his firepower reached its peak. At this moment, the number of monsters at the cave entrance began to dwindle. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance. Boom! 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 It sounded like a giant beast striking the ground, the noise deafening. Many professionals quickly covered their ears. Then, a massive green, cylindrical object appeared at the entrance, blocking most of it. Before anyone could react, a colossal figure bent down. A gigantic face appeared outside the entrance. Its eyes moved, staring at everyone inside the cave. Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts tightened, and chills ran down their spines. What is this monster? Li Yang gasped. Since encountering the Guardian Commander in the boss territory last time, this was the first time he'd seen such a massive, overwhelmingly oppressive monster. Rock Giant Silver Tier. BOSS level, 55 HP, 300,000 talent skills, defense, Stone Fist. It was actually a mini-boss. Li Yang's gaze sharpened, his expression turning serious. The monster's enormous body nearly filled the entire entrance, making it impossible to see its full form. At this moment, the rock giant extended its stone-like, hardened arm, slowly reaching into the cave. The professionals inside the cave immediately launched a frenzied attack on the arm, but its defense was incredibly strong, and their attacks had almost no effect, with damage so minimal it was negligible. Who's in the front row? Get up there now. Seeing this, many people were already paralyzed with fear, completely unsure of what to do. Quite a few began retreating. We can't retreat, Li Yang shouted. If they retreated now, the entrance would surely be breached, and swarms of monsters would pour in. At that point, they'd have nowhere to hide and would be forced to retreat deeper into the cave, but that would only provide temporary safety. Eventually, the monsters would catch up, leaving them with no escape. Therefore, this spot could not be abandoned. Li Yang gritted his teeth, raised his golden battle shield, and charged forward. The massive shield formed a fan-shaped barrier. Li Yang firmly held his ground against the incoming attacks. With the bonuses from Ethereal Shield and Holy Knight, he endured the rock giant's attacks while countering with reflective damage skills. Standing there, he remained unmoving and unwavering. It was as if one person was blocking hundreds of others. I'll take the lead, everyone give it your all and attack. If anyone dares to run, I'll be the first to kill them. Li Yang's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. He didn't believe that dozens of professionals at levels 50 or 60 couldn't defeat a silver tier boss. With him drawing aggro and absorbing damage at the front, the others could slowly wear it down from behind. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was a boss-level monster, and Li Yang could actually hold it off alone? This wasn't just an ordinary frontline fighter, this was professional level. Just a second ago, he was still a mage. But there was no time to think about it. With Li Yang holding the line, things were clearly much easier for the group, and they all unleashed their strongest attacks. They had to take down this rock monster, or it would eventually break through. A continuous barrage of attacks rained down on it. The rock monster was repeatedly struck, and its movements slowed. Damage numbers kept popping up. 1300, 1350, 1260. The damage amount didn't matter, as long as its health was being depleted, that was enough. Under the concentrated firepower of the group, the rock monster couldn't break through and had to pull back its hands. Seeing this, everyone became excited. If they could hold this position, they would have a natural monster farming spot. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. But their joy didn't last long. The rock monster outside quickly launched another attack. This time, it didn't charge directly. Instead, it used its stone-like hands to lift chunks of rock and soil, hurling them toward the cave entrance. Li Yang's expression changed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, the rock monster swung its arm, throwing the stones in its hand toward the cave entrance like a pitcher. The dense barrage of stones flew into the cave, accompanied by a constant whistling sound. Not good. Li Yang gasped sharply. These stones were shooting into the cave from all directions, and he couldn't block them all by himself. Soon, while the area in front of Li Yang was shielded, stones from other directions flew into the cave. Many professionals were caught off guard and struck by the stones. Ah! My hand is broken. It hurts. Healer! Is anyone here? Heal me quickly. This is impossible. We can't win. Let's retreat and find a place to hide. Some were writhing on the ground in pain. Chaos erupted inside the cave, and their formation fell apart. Seeing this, Li Yang had no choice but to put away his shield and retreat. This rock monster was even smarter than he had imagined. If they couldn't hold the line, they would have to go on the offensive. Everyone, get up. Follow my orders. We can't fall here, let's take down these monsters together. Before anyone could respond, the rock monster threw something else. This time, it wasn't stones or soil but clusters of black shadows. The black shadows grew closer, and everyone's faces turned pale. Not good. These are monsters. What the rock monster had thrown in this time were ferocious creatures. Li Yang frowned deeply. He couldn't let them enter the cave. He could still hold on, but the professionals behind him couldn't. They had to go on the offensive. Clear out the monsters in the cave first. Li Yang commanded loudly. The others gritted their teeth, their hands trembling as they launched attacks. The monsters were too fast, rushing in all at once, leaving no time to react. They quickly closed in on the group. The team could only defend while retreating. Seeing the dire situation, Li Yang didn't hesitate and pulled out the sage's book. The sage's book emitted a dazzling purple light, illuminating the dim cave. The monsters that rushed in froze as soon as they came into contact with the purple light, unable to move. Now! Li Yang pulled out his explosive bow and fired one explosive arrow after another. Boom! 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 Flames erupted throughout the cave. The monsters hit by the explosions staggered but were completely immobilized, their health rapidly decreasing. Seeing this, the professionals behind him snapped out of their shock and quickly joined in the attack. Although they didn't know what method Li Yang had used to paralyze the monsters, they finally had a chance to fight back. Charge! Kill them all! Bang! 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 Sizzle! Sizzle! Countless attacks rained down on the monsters, who could only stand there dumbly and take the hits. Under Li Yang's leadership and command, the number of monsters quickly dwindled. As they fought, everyone's levels steadily increased. Just like that. Hold on. After a hard-fought battle, the cave was finally cleared of monsters. Li Yang had leveled up twice in a row. This wasn't just fighting monsters, it was clearly farming experience. All the professionals were thrilled. Ha, we're amazing. Charge! Let's make a big move today and wipe out all these monsters. Li Yang frowned and said, don't get complacent. Dragging this out won't work. We need to find an opportunity to counterattack. Their stamina was limited, but the monsters came in waves like a relentless tide, showing no signs of stopping. Boss, what should we do now? A level 60 professional asked urgently. At this moment, everyone had come to rely on Li Yang as their core leader. Although Li Yang looked younger than the rest, it was thanks to his command that they were able to act in an orderly manner and survive until now. It could be said that without Li Yang's leadership, they would have been devoured by the monsters long ago. The others also turned to Li Yang, their eyes full of admiration. Li Yang pondered for a moment, then looked up and calmly said, take down that stone monster. First, Kuan City. At this moment, the entire city was on high alert. In front of the southern district gate, the army stood in neat formation, soldiers ready for battle. Wang Tung, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood firmly at the front of the ranks, his gaze unwavering. The entire camp was prepared to mobilize at any moment. Those rampaging monsters in the wild have set their sights on us again. This time, we'll take the initiative and completely eliminate them. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Move out. Linger, this operation is extremely dangerous, and we can't guarantee complete safety. You're still young. There's no need for you to come along, Zhou Jiangwo said, his tone full of concern. Ahead lay the wilderness. Outside the city. Zhao Linger was still a rookie professional and hadn't completed her first advancement. Normally, taking her out for training and learning was fine, but this time they were facing a true beast tide. And even Zhou Jiangwo couldn't guarantee he could protect her at all times. Zhao Linger shook her head, her eyes resolute. Captain Zhou, things have come to this because of my impulsiveness. Even if it costs me my life, I must bring them back. Zhou Jiangwo sighed and said no more. A well-trained squad of soldiers marched out of the city, their heavy footsteps echoing through the night, heightening the tension in Kuan City. Meanwhile, in the underground cave in the wilderness, the battle between humans and monsters continued. The entrance was piled high with the corpses of monsters. Li Yang stood at the front line, unleashing skills while commanding the numerous professionals to fend off the frenzied onslaught of monsters. You killed the blade mantis, experience plus 500. You killed the angry bear, experience plus 550. You killed the violent water elephant, experience plus 1050. It must be said, this is an excellent spot for farming monsters. At most, only 6 monsters can squeeze into the cave entrance at a time. Dozens of professionals just need to stand at a distance and continuously cast skills, making it impossible for the monsters to break through. More importantly, Li Yang possesses the execution talent, allowing him to land the final blow on almost all the monsters and gain the most experience. Although exhilarating, Li Yang knows this is only because no truly powerful monsters have appeared yet, enabling them to hold out for so long. If a few elite monsters over level 100 were to show up, they wouldn't stand a chance in direct combat. Meanwhile, the giant rock monster outside continues to glare at them menacingly. Although it hasn't appeared again for now, it occasionally throws smaller monsters into the cave, clearly not giving up on its plan to trap them. This battle feels like slow suicide, draining their stamina and willpower. Li Yang took a deep breath, knowing he had to prepare for the worst. It was nighttime, and the beast tide had come suddenly. Waiting for reinforcements would take at least 1 or 2 days. He could hold out, but at the rate the rock monster was sending in smaller creatures, the other professionals likely wouldn't last through the night. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Li Yang's gaze hardened as he turned to the other professionals. Everyone, I need to leave for a while, maybe just a few minutes. While I'm gone, guard the cave entrance. What? No way. Boss, don't leave us. Don't abandon us. Yeah, without you, we can't hold out. Everyone knew it was Li Yang's presence that gave them the confidence to fight the monsters. Hearing that he was leaving, they all grew anxious. Without Li Yang, they felt hopeless. No matter what, I have to go, Li Yang said coldly. This wasn't a request for permission, it was a notification. Hold your ground and don't back down. You should be fine. Where are you going? Planning to run away on your own? At that moment, a man with strange attire and multicolored dyed hair stepped forward and questioned him. He was dressed in black, bizarre clothing, exuding a chilling aura. Li Yang's eyes turned cold as he looked at him. He hadn't expected someone so foolish. Before Li Yang could respond, the other professionals couldn't hold back and retorted on his behalf. You freak, can you even talk properly? It's bad enough you look weird, but your mouth doesn't know how to speak human words? If you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. Unbelievable, there's all kinds of people out there. Boss, don't mind this guy. We all trust you. If anyone can lead us to safety, it's you. Listening to everyone supporting Li Yang, the eccentric man glared angrily. You fools, getting tricked and still helping count the money. He's just trying to stall you while he escapes alone. Isn't the fact that we're still safe here the result of everyone's collective effort? Why should all the credit go to him? Wake up! He's just a rookie, how strong could he possibly be? Can't you see he's still young? And you're putting all the responsibility on a kid? I warn you, stop talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up first, someone shouted angrily. Nonsense? Everyone here in Koan City has some dirt on their hands. Humph. Guard the cave if you want. I'm not going to be the fool who gets tricked and ends up paying the price. After speaking, he walked away alone and stared at the scene from a distance. Seeing him like this, everyone felt their blood boil. If it weren't for the pressure from the monsters, they would have already gone up to teach him a lesson. At such a critical moment, he was still spouting conspiracy theories. To take a step back, even if Li Yang really left, it wouldn't be wrong. After all, he wasn't obligated to lead everyone. Everyone was voluntarily following his commands. Several professionals said to Li Yang, brother, don't listen to that fool's nonsense. Go ahead, we'll fight with all our might to hold this place. That's right, we trust you. Without you, we would have already been a feast for the monsters. Li Yang nodded and said no more. What he wanted to say had already been said by others, saving him a lot of trouble. He didn't care what others thought of him, as long as it didn't affect him. People could think whatever they wanted. They were only connected because they happened to face trouble at the same time. After today, if they met on the street, they might not even recognize each other's faces. Li Yang turned to look at the cave entrance. Outside was a massive group of monsters, lined up in a long queue, desperately trying to rush in, as if they wanted to tear them to pieces. There were so many monsters that the end of the line couldn't be seen. Without hesitation, he pulled out his invisibility cloak and draped it over himself, disappearing instantly. Using his invisibility and speed, Li Yang silently passed through the cave entrance and reached the outside, completely unnoticed by the monsters. The sight before him left him stunned. The entire mountain was covered densely with monsters, not a single blade of grass remained. The original flowers, plants, and trees had all been devoured. The monsters, with their blood-red eyes, stared at the cave entrance, drooling from their mouths. At first glance, Li Yang was momentarily frozen by the scene. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, he quickly passed through the monster horde and found a place to sit down. Only then did he realize that the situation was even worse than he had imagined. Li Yang began to ponder. Honestly, all the monsters' attention was currently focused on the professionals inside the cave. If he relied on his invisibility and speed to rush back to the city at full speed, he did have a chance to escape and then call for military reinforcements. But if he did that, in a way, he would be using the trust of those professionals to save himself, just as that flamboyant man had said earlier. After thinking it over, Li Yang abandoned the idea of escaping. It was also very dangerous. If he left, the cave entrance would eventually be breached, and those professionals would die in the monsters' mouths. By then, the monster's target would shift to Kuan City, and they might even catch up to him. In this scenario, he would offend both sides, achieve nothing, and make things worse. Ultimately, he decided to stick to the original plan, which was more reliable. First, deal with the giant stone monster in front of him. Li Yang stared at the giant stone monster not far from the cave entrance, taking in its full appearance. This creature was enormous. It stood 20 meters tall, its entire body encased in hard stone. Fortunately, its size was too large to fit into the cave. Li Yang quietly circled to its back. To finish the fight quickly, he planned to use the damage bonus from the assassin profession's backstab attack to deal maximum damage. Once in position, he pulled out the Wind Dragon token, preparing to summon the Wind Dragon. As soon as the attack began, it would definitely attract the attention of other monsters and lead to a siege. Although he was tough, he couldn't withstand so many monsters. With the Wind Dragon's help, the battle would go much more smoothly. A stream of green energy floated out from the token, condensing into a green dragon's shadow in the sky. As Li Yang's strength increased, the Wind Dragon also grew more powerful, now resembling a true dragon, vivid and lifelike. The moment the Wind Dragon appeared, all the monsters froze in place. They hesitated, unsure if this sudden, formidable enemy could devour them. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Li Yang quickly circled behind the rock monster, thrusting his lightning spear with force. 42000. A massive damage number popped up. The rock monster's health instantly dropped significantly, causing it to stagger forward. This was the highest damage Li Yang could currently deal. The Furious Strike provided a 1000% damage boost, combined with the Assassin class's 50% backstab damage increase and equipment bonuses. 40,000 damage in a second, absolutely explosive. Unfortunately, Furious Strike could only be used once. The rock monster quickly recovered, turning to smash down with its thick stone arm. But Li Yang was prepared. Daring to act alone, he naturally had a complete battle plan. With the success of his initial strike, half the plan was already accomplished. He immediately pulled out the Sage's book and activated its exclusive skill. The pages turned automatically, floating in the air and emitting a dazzling purple light that enveloped the rock monster and the surrounding creatures. In an instant, the scene seemed frozen in time. All the monsters lost consciousness, stiffly frozen in place, unable to move. As expected of a top-tier weapon, Li Yang silently praised in his heart, his actions uninterrupted. He quickly circled behind the rock monster and began a frenzied assault. Bang! 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 Lightning flickered on the lightning spear, golden sparks illuminating the night. Each strike landed heavily on the rock monster's back. 4000. 4100. Taking advantage of the Sage's book's effect, Li Yang launched rapid consecutive attacks, quickly depleting the monster's health. The Wind Dragon in the air roared furiously and joined in the assault on the rock monster. Soon, the rock monster's health bar plummeted. Li Yang had a natural Execution talent. Once the rock monster's health dropped below 10%, he could execute it directly. Man and dragon fought desperately, and finally, the rock monster's health bar hit 0. You have slain the rock monster, gaining plus 20,000 experience. You have obtained a gold tier item, stone armor. Level up. Current level, 52. After killing the rock monster, Li Yang didn't linger. With the Sage's Book's effect nearing its end, he recalled the wind dragon and quickly returned to the underground cave. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness, a massive army was heading toward the underground entrance. Along the way, Wang Tang felt something was off. By this time, the monsters should have already launched their attack. Yet, halfway through their journey, they hadn't encountered a single monster, let alone any signs of a beast tide. What was going on? Could the intel be wrong? Or had something happened ahead? He leaned toward the ladder. Stay alert, everyone, and keep moving forward. This situation is too unusual. What's Li Yang's status now? Zhou Jiangwo frowned. As well. Unusual situations often meant trouble. The intel couldn't be wrong, which meant something must have happened. Ahead. As everyone was puzzling over the situation, a massive shadow gradually appeared in the distance. As they approached, the shadow grew larger, revealing its form. It was a dense horde of ferocious monsters. The beast tide is really here. Everyone's hearts tightened. Up to this point, Li Yang was still nowhere to be seen, but the monstrous tide was already surging toward them like a flood. Huang Long's heart sank. It seems that Li Yang might already be in mortal danger. Captain, what should we do now? Zhou Jiangwo asked anxiously. Why did the monsters stop here and not continue charging forward? Wang Tung frowned. If this is the situation, the safest option is to retreat back to the city and use the city gate's defenses to deal with these monsters. Venturing out of the city was already a risky move, intended to rescue Li Yang. But now, forget it, let's go back. We need to think this through slowly. Wang Tang sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. After all, as the captain, he had to take responsibility for everyone's safety. The others lowered their heads, understanding there was no better choice at the moment. Just as Wang Tang was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The monsters were all gathered in one place, as if preparing for a collective attack. What was going on? At this moment, Li Yang had already returned to the cave. His appearance immediately relieved the previously worried professionals, their faces lighting up with smiles. Big brother, you're back. Finally, we've been waiting for you. I knew you weren't the type to run away. Those people with ulterior motives should stop guessing. A group of people rushed forward, creating a lively scene. In the corner, the man dressed in a flamboyant Kilmat style snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt. Humph, a bunch of foolish professionals. The cave entrance was unusually quiet, with no monsters appearing for the time being. Li Yang knew that those monsters were still outside looking for him, likely unaware that he had already returned. He spoke up, take this chance to rest and replenish your energy. Soon, there will be another wave of attacks. Hearing Li Yang's words, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. Almost all of them sat directly on the ground, not caring whether it was dirty or not. At this moment, a professional walked over to Li Yang, sat down, and asked curiously, Hey, where did you go just now? I saw you coming in from the cave entrance. Nothing much, just went out to take care of that giant stone monster. It was too much of a nuisance, Li Yang replied casually. What? Lu Hai, the professional, froze, almost thinking he had misheard. But Li Yang's serious expression made it clear he wasn't joking. Wow, I didn't expect you to have some guts after all. Just don't exaggerate. The flamboyant man walked over at this point. Hey, weren't you hiding like a coward? Why are you back now? Lu Hai said impatiently. The flamboyant man wasn't angry. Instead, he provocatively said to Li Yang, You claim you killed that giant stone monster? What a joke. That thing is a level 50 plus boss. You might fool these foolish professionals, but you can't fool me. He finished speaking and glanced at the crowd with a smirk. See? Now you should believe me, right? Someone who spouts lies like this, do you really want him as your leader? To follow his commands? Be careful, or you'll end up losing everything. As soon as he said this, the scene erupted. Although everyone had a poor impression of the flamboyant man, this time his words did seem to make some sense. Li Yang suddenly claiming he killed the giant stone monster was indeed hard to believe. If he was lying, why would he do so? What was he hiding? After all, everyone's lives were on the line, and there could be no room for carelessness. Seeing no one refute him, the flamboyant man smiled even more smugly. It seemed his words had worked. To the more dangerous the situation, the more people tend to doubt and overthink. Lu Hai glanced at Li Yang secretly. Li Yang's face showed no expression. The matter had started because of him. He pursed his lips and said, I trust this brother. At least he didn't run earlier, right? He said he'd come back, and now he's here. As soon as Lu Hai spoke, some hesitant individuals began to express their opinions. Exactly, we've made it this far thanks to him. If we don't trust him, who else can we trust? That's right. If we don't follow his lead, who else can we follow? The crowd began to discuss fervently. The situation eased compared to earlier, and everyone finally had a chance to pause and think clearly. Someone cautiously said, we're all in the same boat now, sharing honor and disgrace. This is not the time for conflict. I hope everyone can be honest. If you have thoughts, speak them out so we can discuss together. Many nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that the most terrifying thing at this moment would be someone stabbing them in the back. Li Yang shrugged helplessly. He hated situations like this the most. That's why he disliked team actions. Being alone was much easier, without so many concerns. At this moment, the flamboyant man spoke again. Since that's the case, before confirming he's not lying, I suggest we change leadership. My abilities are limited, but I can barely take over. Lu Hai frowned. Oh? You want us to listen to you? The flamboyant man replied nonchalantly. If you're willing, I have no objections. Li Yang squinted his eyes and looked at him. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such fools, but now, this person was trying to disrupt his plans and affect him. It was obvious to everyone that only he could lead them to survival. The flamboyant man kept stirring trouble, not causing substantial harm but clearly harboring ill intentions. Li Yang had lost patience to argue with him and thought, this guy is either stupid or malicious. Keeping him around would only lead to big trouble. Thinking about the complex forces in Koan City, where good and evil were intertwined, even anti-human factions had infiltrated, the flamboyant man's behavior was too conspicuous. Others might not see it, but in Li Yang's eyes, this place was full of danger. Better to err on the side of caution than let him go. Suddenly, Li Yang, holding the thunder war halberd, flashed forward and slashed horizontally at the flamboyant man. His movements were too fast. The flamboyant man's eyes widened in shock. He quickly retreated but was still cut, leaving a wound. Ah! Are you crazy? He roared, clutching the wound. But black smoke emerged from the wound instead of normal red blood. He quickly pressed it with his clothes. The situation was dire. Li Yang didn't waste words and continued to chase him, swinging his weapon down again. Are you trying to kill me? The flamboyant man cursed while dodging. Li Yang ignored him completely, thrusting his spear straight at his chest. The crowd was stunned, thinking, why did they suddenly start fighting? In this situation, fighting benefits no one, right? Yet it was Li Yang who made the first move. Many frowned, wondering if they had misjudged him. Could Li Yang's impulsive actions really lead them? At that moment, Li Yang's every strike was fierce, forcing the flamboyant man into a corner with no way to retreat. Damn it! You're forcing me, the flamboyant man roared, suddenly pulling out a large black blade. When he looked up, black patterns appeared on his skin, making him look like a demon from the abyss. Kid, you're really courting death. His voice became hoarse and heavy, sending chills down everyone's spine. What? Seeing this appearance, all the professionals were stunned. My God! What kind of monster is this? This outfit, could he be from the abyss? Someone actually infiltrated here. From the abyss. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. They never expected this. The Abyss cult is a notorious anti-human organization, despised by both righteous factions and gangs alike. If someone from the Abyss cult appears, it's bound to bring trouble. Everyone present felt a lingering fear, realizing how close they had been to being manipulated by him. It was truly a close call. How did Li Yang discover it? Damn, I always felt he wasn't a good person. Terrifying. We didn't notice anything at all. This guy must have ulterior motives. He could stab us in the back at any moment. Even in Koan City, members of the Abyss cult are universally hated and hunted. Li Yang began to ponder. The last time he encountered someone from the Abyss cult was during the school trial camp. They were like natural enemies, always causing Trouble for powerful professionals. If Killmat really is from the Abyss cult, then everything makes sense. Normally, no sane person would deliberately jump out to oppose him while spouting divisive words. It's either stupidity or malice. It seems his suspicions were correct. Humph. A bunch of lowly professionals, Killmat said in a hoarse, angry voice. In that case, I'll make you all disappear under the power of my abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful black aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire cave, spreading like thick fog. The oppressive aura of the abyss surged forward. Some professionals were blown away by the force of this aura. This power. Is it 2-star level? Someone exclaimed in shock. The power of the abyss is also divided into star levels, with 2-star equivalent to a second-tier professional, meaning at least level 100 strength. The highest level among the professionals present was only in the 60s, otherwise, they wouldn't be here grinding this underground cave. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Although his current burst damage was high, compared to a second-tier professional over level 100, there was still a gap, making it difficult to deal with. The situation had become dangerous. Not only did they have to face this powerful abyss follower, but they also had to guard against attacks from monsters outside the cave. Everyone felt bitter and miserable. What terrible luck! Soon, Killmat's gaze locked onto Li Yang. Kid, I have to admit you're clever, but you didn't expect this, did you? Fixating on me was your biggest mistake. Now, I'll use your blood to sacrifice to the abyss. With that, he raised his hand, and a terrifying abyssal force shot out of thin air, heading straight for Li Yang. Li Yang's figure flickered as he quickly dodged backward. But the aura seemed to have tracking capabilities. Wherever Li Yang went, it followed. Brother, I'll help you. Lu Hai shouted, waving his hands. A dirt yellow shield immediately appeared in front of Li Yang. When the abyssal force touched the shield, it shattered instantly. But it actually blocked the attack. Li Yang was somewhat surprised. This was equivalent to an attack from a second-tier professional. He looked at Lu Hai, only to see Lu Hai spit out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in pain as he staggered backward. Shield of transfer adds a shield to allies. When the shield breaks, the damage received is transferred 1-to-1 to the caster, up to a maximum of 90% of the caster's health. Seeing Lu Hai's condition, Li Yang understood the other party had taken the hit for him and was barely holding on. Seeing his attack blocked, Killmat flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, a black orb, imbued with abyssal power, shot toward Li Yang. Come on, I want to see how long you can dodge. Sure enough, the attack had a tracking effect. Wherever Li Yang dodged, the orb followed. There was no way to evade it, he could only take it head-on. Li Yang's eyes narrowed as the black orb drew closer. He pulled out his explosive bow, preparing to withstand the hit and fight Killmat to the death. Just then, the sound of footsteps rang out. A short, stout man holding a shield charged forward. Li Yang gasped and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The man slammed his shield into the black orb, sending himself flying and crashing into the wall, blood streaming from his head as he collapsed. Was he insane? That attack was equivalent to damage from a level 100+ strike. A low-level professional, even a tank, couldn't possibly withstand it. Even Killmat was momentarily stunned. Although he planned to kill others after Li Yang, these professionals were shockingly fearless. At that moment, several professionals rushed forward to attack Killmat together. Hold him off. Don't let him succeed. Protect the boss. If you want to hurt the boss, you'll have to step over my dead body. First, you'll all die. Killmat roared, unleashing abyssal power indiscriminately. Li Yang's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he pulled out an exquisite spellbook. The Sage's Tome, effective against both monsters and humans. Though it was uncertain whether it would work against abyssal cultists, there was no time to think. He had to use it. A purple halo shot straight at Killmat, momentarily affecting him. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but the impact was minimal. Killmat didn't fall into silence like other monsters. His body continued to move. Li Yang's figure flickered as he quickly maneuvered behind Killmat. This time, there was no room for failure, only success. He knew this opportunity was hard-earned, bought with the lives of other professionals. Li Yang let out a loud shout, gripping his lightning war halberd tightly, and fiercely stabbed Killmat in the back. Thud. 39000. Black blood spurted from Killmat's back as he coughed up blood, his eyes widening. No, how is this possible? How can you deal such powerful damage? Li Yang wasted no time, continuing to swing his weapon. Taking advantage of the opponent's weakened state, a few seconds were enough to turn the tide of battle. Thud, thud, thud. 4000. Target in bleeding state. 14000. Bloodthirsty effect. Activated, combined with Li Yang's relentless attacks. Kilmat's health rapidly plummeted. He was utterly shocked. This seemingly young professional could inflict such severe damage on him. So, you're determined not to let me leave, he roared furiously. Breaking free from his restraints, he struck a powerful palm toward Li Yang. Li Yang quickly raised his halberd in front of him, attempting to block the immense force. But the blow still sent his entire body flying. In mid-air, he twisted his body, planted the weapon's tip into the ground, and dragged it along, carving a long groove to gradually dissipate the impact until he finally came to a stop. A faintly shimmering transparent shield flickered around him. This is the effect of the ethereal shield activating? Not only that, but there's also the exclusive 100% damage reflection of the paladin. At that moment, Kilmat's expression suddenly stiffened. A number popped out from his body. 25000. What was going on? He had clearly just attacked Li Yang, so why was he the one getting hurt instead? Kilmat burned with rage, glaring at Li Yang and preparing to continue his pursuit. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks rained down on him. Fireballs and arrows intertwined, striking him fiercely and leaving him unable to move. Other combatants kept attacking as well. Though their damage wasn't high, it was enough to hold him back. Li Yang adjusted his stance, dodging nimbly and aiming his attacks at Kilmat's back to maximize his output. With the bloodthirst effect, every strike inflicted massive bleeding damage. Kilmat was gradually unable to withstand it. You despicable ants! I am the 49th executor. Are you courting death? He roared. I don't care what number you are. Even if you're the 91st, you'll still kneel, the group retorted, counterattacking together. The battle inside the cave was intense. Just then, a commotion came from the cave entrance. Everyone's expressions changed. More monsters were coming? Amidst the piercing howls and the sound of dense footsteps, monsters charged into the cave one after another, rushing in wildly. They had almost managed to take down Kilmat, but the sudden interference of the monsters disrupted everything. Kilmat laughed triumphantly. Ah, you foolish combatants, just wait for your deaths. Lu Hai's face turned ashen, veins bulging. What are you so smug about, you scum? This place is overrun, you won't fare any better. Kilmat sneered. Me? I'm with the Abyss. I can leave whenever I want. That's the power of the Abyss. Lu Hai was so furious he couldn't speak. Kilmat smirked coldly. I didn't want to waste my energy, so why are you all struggling? Why not just wait for death obediently? Lu Hai, take your men and guard the entrance. Leave the rest to me. Li Yang said calmly. Reasoning with someone from the Abyss was pointless. Understood. Lu Hai nodded reluctantly. Li Yang's words carried more weight than orders here. The group had no choice but to shift their focus to blocking the incoming monsters. Kilmat cracked his neck, the sound echoing, and sneered at Li Yang. Now no one will interrupt us. Are you ready to die? Li Yang narrowed his eyes. The one who should die is you. The earlier siege had left Kilmat severely injured, nearing the threshold for execution. Li Yang activated his execute talent, preparing to finish him off in one blow. Oomph, you think you can? Kilmat snorted, swinging his black blade with ferocious momentum. Li Yang didn't waste words, pulling out his explosive bow and firing a volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Is that all? Kilmat swung his blade, cutting down the arrows mid-air. Boom, boom, boom. He hadn't expected the arrows to have explosive effects. Flames erupted all around, and explosions went off in succession. When the smoke cleared, Kilmat's entire body was charred black. I'll tear you to pieces, he roared, charging at Li Yang with his blade. Li Yang calmly pulled out the Wind Dragon token, and a Cyan Dragon shadow appeared instantly. In the confined space of the cave, the dragon's shadow shrank to about twice the height of a person, which was its limit. A dragon? Kilmat froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Such a tiny dragon? Is it a pet? He even gestured to indicate its height, his face full of disdain. Come on, hit me here, he said, pointing to his face smugly. Li Yang. smirked coldly in his heart. Although the dragon's shadow had shrunk, its power remained undiminished, and Comet was about to pay the price. The wind dragon roared, and a fierce gust of wind swept up. Comet widened his eyes, barely managing to stand firm, desperately resisting. What? The wind dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful whirlwind suddenly struck, hitting Comet heavily. Put! Comet spat blood and was sent flying. Bang! 13000. Target's health has entered the execution range. Impossible. What is this? Beast control? Comet was utterly shocked, his eyes wide open. No! At this moment, he finally understood that Li Yang hadn't been lying. Li Yang truly had the ability to defeat that stone monster. Comet hurriedly activated the abyssal power, attempting to escape. Li Yang didn't give him the chance. Firing arrows in rapid succession, the projectiles piercing through the air and striking Comet directly. No! But... boom boom boom. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside the cave entrance, growing louder and louder. The previously frenzied influx of monsters suddenly diminished significantly, and the pressure eased. Having dealt with Comet, Li Yang turned to look at the cave entrance. Seeing this, he took out the detector he had previously obtained from the chief's treasury, activated it, and began scanning the fluctuations at the entrance. Lu Hai, seeing Li Yang return, exclaimed with joy, "Big brother, did you take down that damned abyssal follower?" As soon as he finished speaking, the others also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. "Big brother is amazing. That was a 2-star abyssal follower. With you here, we still have hope. Hold on, we will definitely make it out alive." Li Yang smiled faintly. "You all performed well too, holding the entrance at the first moment. It was your order, of course, we couldn't make any mistakes." Lu Hai scratched his head and smiled, feeling as though he had been praised by a leader. The others also felt somewhat similar. Li Yang glanced down at the detector. "It seems we won't have to spend the night here tonight." The detector showed that the area outside the cave entrance was filled with red dots, undoubtedly representing monsters. Surrounding this circle of red dots was a layer of green dots, forming a tight defensive line encircling the monsters. Li Yang immediately understood the reinforcements from the city had arrived. Sure enough, before long, the number of monsters at the cave entrance rapidly decreased, and the darkness and oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated. What followed were the shouts of soldiers and the clanging sounds of metal collisions. Hearing the sounds, all the professionals cheered, as if hearing a heavenly melody that brought salvation. So moving it nearly brought tears to their eyes. "This is great, someone has finally come to save us. We're still alive. Our efforts weren't in vain." Only those who have experienced the brink of life and death truly understand the value of life. It's time to counterattack. "Big brother, let us in a charge." The people outside were clearing the monsters, seemingly coordinating from inside and out. Everyone turned to Li Yang, their eyes full of anticipation. Of course. Li Yang smiled, stepping forward and swinging the long spear in his hand, a silver light sliding from the shaft to the tip. "Charge with me." "I knew it. There's still a group of professionals hiding here. They're so clever, taking refuge in the cave to fend off the monsters, holding out until we arrived. It's truly incredible that they managed to withstand the beast tide for so long." Outside the cave, the human army was encircling and attacking the monsters. Wang Tong sighed, "The person who came up with this strategy must be extraordinary, no wonder they survived. Li Yang is very likely inside." "Let's hope so." Zhou Jiangwo nodded. As long as the people were rescued, this trip was worth it. He also picked up the Xian iron battle axe and joined the fight. Wherever he went, the monsters wailed, fully showcasing the strength of a third-tier professional. The human professionals charged forward with overwhelming momentum, leaving the monsters no time to react. Meanwhile, dozens of professionals, led by Li Yang, were also fiercely battling monsters at the cave entrance. Li Yang charged ahead, with the others following closely behind. Braving heavy resistance, they gradually broke through the fog. Hope was right in front of them. Everyone gave their all, faces lit with smiles. The two sides coordinated seamlessly, finally carving out a path. "It's the military coming to rescue us." The professionals who rushed out of the cave saw the reinforcements and were filled with hope. Freedom was within reach. But at this moment, no one rushed forward recklessly. Everyone instinctively made way for Li Yang to take the lead. "Big brother, you go first," Lu Hai said, looking at Li Yang. The others also focused their gaze on him. Although everyone was eager to escape, the first position was reserved for Li Yang. They truly regarded him as their leader. Li Yang stepped forward. By now, the beast tide had been completely dispersed, with monsters fleeing in all directions, unable to regroup. This was the strength of the Dragon Nation's military. Across the way, a familiar figure waved at him, Huang Long. Beside him were Captain Wang Tong and Zhao Linger. Li Yang walked forward, followed by the entire group of professionals, orderly and disciplined. After regrouping, Huang Long let out a long sigh and said, Brother Li Yang, you really took a big risk, running out into the wild alone. If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to Officer Lu Xian? Li Yang smiled and replied, you gave me the map, remember? I thought you knew. I gave you the map to prevent you from getting lost, not to let you run around recklessly. Forget it, as long as you're safe. Huang Long shook his head helplessly. Wang Tang looked at Li Yang with admiration. You have guts, daring to take on challenges. That's commendable. I imagine you've gained quite a bit this time, but you should still be cautious in the future. By the way, who are these people? Li Yang glanced at the people behind him and answered, they're also professionals from near the cave. They encountered the beast tide and just fought alongside me against the monsters. So you're with the military? My apologies for not recognizing you earlier, Lu Hai said cautiously. Everyone had been speculating about Li Yang's identity, but they hadn't expected him to be connected to the military. The fact that the military had dispatched so many people, almost their entire force, showed that Li Yang was no ordinary person, otherwise, they would have heard of him long ago. Boss? Huang Long asked, puzzled. He hadn't seen Li Yang for a while and had no idea what he'd been up to. Earlier, he noticed that these people all treated Li Yang as their core, even though many of them were of much higher levels than him. Li Yang shrugged. You don't need to call me boss anymore, it's safe here now. In our hearts, you'll always be the boss, Lu Hai said. With a smile. The others echoed his sentiment. That's right, we'll never forget your life-saving kindness. If you ever need help, just ask. It was Li Yang who led them in resisting the monsters, who guided them through the most dangerous moments. Without Li Yang, they would have died countless times over. Thinking about the imminent separation, everyone felt a bit reluctant. Zhao Linger watched this scene, too stunned to speak. So much had changed in less than half a day? These people, who might not all be good people in their daily lives, now showed such respect for Li Yang, it was almost unbelievable. It seemed that Li Yang didn't need her at all. He was doing just fine surviving in the wild. Sigh, the joke's on me. Thinking about her words from the morning, Zhao Linger's face flushed. Zhou Jiangwo patted her on the shoulder. Looks like you've got a peer to look up to now. Learn from him, young people always have things to talk about. Zhao Linger gave a bitter smile and said nothing. Let's go. The group, victorious in battle, marched triumphantly back to the city. Inside the city, a group of professionals bowed deeply to Li Yang. Big brother, we part ways today, but if you ever need anything, come find me at the Black Dragon Gang, Lu Hai said earnestly. The Green Gang will always welcome you as a guest. A few other professionals stepped forward to say, if you ever have time, you must visit the North District. We'll make sure to treat you well. Seeing this, Wang Tang and Zhou Jiangwo both nodded, sighing. This Li Yang is truly a young man with potential. He's only been here 2 days, and he's already turned this place upside down. It's a pity he's not part of our military. If we could recruit him into our camp, that would be fantastic. After bidding farewell to these people, Li Yang followed the team as they continued toward the military camp. On the way, Li Yang couldn't help but reflect. Although this city was a bit chaotic, the people here were genuinely sincere, without any complicated schemes. However, to survive here, he knew he had to adapt. To be honest, today's training had been incredibly rewarding. It was well worth the trip. Li Yang checked his level and saw that he had directly risen to level 55. This was much higher than he had expected, like catching the most valuable fish in a stormy sea. He had originally planned to reach level 50 at most. However, he had ended up killing so many monsters, mainly because he had taken most of the kills himself, which earned him a significant amount of experience. Not only that, but his backpack was now filled with equipment of various levels, ranging from bronze and silver to gold tier gear. Back at the military camp, Li Yang was too exhausted to think about anything else. He quickly ate a meal and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep almost instantly. Kuan City. That night, a sensational piece of news spread rapidly throughout the entire city. In just 1 night, everyone learned that the military had a mysterious young man who had made great contributions while resisting the beast tide in the wild. As for the identity of this young man, opinions varied. Some said he was a mage, others guessed he was a tank, while some speculated he was a warrior or a beastmaster. But everyone agreed on one thing: this young man was incredibly strong. Not only was his combat power astonishing, but his tactical mind was also exceptional. The next morning, the military camp was already bustling with activity. Banners were hung everywhere, and preparations for the grand sports competition were in full swing. As an annual large-scale event, everyone was extremely excited. Not only was it a chance to relax, but there were also generous rewards to be won. For most soldiers, this was even more exciting than the New Year. After all, they still had to stand guard during the New Year. Of course, the impact of the sports competition extended far beyond the military camp. All the major forces in Koen City were paying attention. Once the competition began, betting houses would open in the city, and even the military would participate. Clearly, the interests tied to this event were extraordinarily complex. But those are matters for the higher-ups. We ordinary soldiers don't need to worry about that. Being able to rest well during these preparation days is already a blessing. Huang Long spoke casually while eating. Li Yang listened, his mind starting to churn. He had initially thought this was just a recreational activity organized by the military, but he hadn't expected there to be so much behind it. Huang Long noticed his doubts, chewed on his meat, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you participate, there's no pressure. We're just going through the motions." Li Yang took a deep breath. "But why didn't you tell me earlier that participating in the competition requires some sort of investment?" Huang Long smiled awkwardly. I mentioned it casually before and forgot to tell you. This time, I'll cover it myself and invest 1,000 dragon coins for you. That's it? I might as well pay out of my own pocket." Li Yang shot him a glance, full of disdain. Participating in the competition had a strict requirement: there had to be an investment. It could be 1,000,000,000, or it could be just 1 coin, but it absolutely couldn't be 0. Li Yang had only learned about this rule today and couldn't help but ask Huang Long about it. After some inquiries, he finally understood the gist of it. The so-called investment was essentially betting. Investors would bet on a contestant's abilities, and if the contestant performed well, they'd share in the profits. How large could the investments get? It was said that some standout contestants from previous years attracted millions of dragon coins in investments within the first minute of opening. The higher the investment, the greater the rewards for the contestant. Of course, behind these massive sums were often the power struggles of various factions in Koen City, making the competition far from simple. Li Yang felt like he had been inexplicably dragged into this circle. Huang Long patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Li Yang, don't stress too much. Those unknown contestants usually don't get any investments. I've got something to do, so I'll head out first." With that, he pulled 1,000 dragon coins from his bag, placed them on the table, and ran off. "You have so little faith in me?" Li Yang stared at the 1,000 dragon coins in his hand and shook his head helplessly. At least he had some backing now. He couldn't have come all this way for nothing. He glanced at his balance. He had plenty of equipment, but his funds were running low. "Li Yang, are you here?" a voice suddenly called out. Li Yang turned to see Zhao Linger walking toward him. "Finally found you. I heard you're participating in the sports competition? What about it?" Li Yang responded coldly. The last time they met, things hadn't ended well. Why was she seeking him out now? Zhao Linger blinked and said, "How about I invest in you?" Li Yang was stunned, his expression complicated. Why was she suddenly being so friendly? He had thought she'd come to mock him, but instead, she was offering to help. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly, a soft hum escaping her nose as if she were secretly delighted. It was truly baffling. Li Yang glanced at the sky. The sun hadn't risen in the west. How strange. "I'll invest 660,000 dragon coins in you." Last night, Zhao Linger had come to a realization. If she couldn't beat Li Yang, she might as well join forces with him. Upon learning that Li Yang was participating in the competition, she decided to lend a hand. She guessed that Li Yang was probably worried about not having any investors, so she seized the opportunity to be his savior. She planned to sweet-talk him and become his sole female supporter. How could Li Yang not be grateful? Once that happened, she could get him to do whatever she wanted. The thought made her chuckle to herself. The more she thought about it, the smarter she felt. She was certain Li Yang would be moved to tears. Not only would she eliminate a competitor, but she'd also gain a loyal little follower. This money was well spent. She looked at Li Yang with a smug expression, eager to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, Li Yang's face remained completely calm. "Alright, then hurry up and transfer the money," Li Yang said indifferently, thinking there was no reason to refuse free money. "But it's a bit too little." "Huh? This is still too little?" "Yes, at least add another 5 million, Li Yang thought for a moment and named a price. Zhao Linger was stunned. So, keeping a man was this expensive? Her face showed hesitation. She hadn't expected any return from Li Yang and just wanted to use money to appease him. Now the cost had suddenly multiplied tenfold. However, she was somewhat of a rich girl, and squeezing out the money was still manageable. "Fine, just remember, in your most difficult times, I was the only one who believed in and supported you. You can't let me down." Li Yang was slightly taken aback. He had just said it casually. He hadn't expected Zhao Linger to actually agree. Over 5 million, and she was willing to invest just like that? He couldn't help but scrutinize her, starting to calculate in his mind. What was this girl up to? Judging by her words, she definitely wasn't speaking casually. Although he had heard that Zhao Linger's family had some background, he hadn't expected her to be this bold. Had he asked for too little? Zhao Linger stared at him sharply. Li Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Fine, what was there to be afraid of? If she dared to give, he dared to take. Alright then, transfer the 5 million to this account number, 6215 asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Yang recited the bank account number skillfully. "Okay, wait here. I'll transfer it right now," Zhao Linger said, hands on her hips. "Zhanghai Bank, 5 million credited." Seeing the notification on his phone, Li Yang was completely stunned. "You're not joking, are you? Are you serious about this?" At that moment, all the previous arguments and doubts turned into cold, hard numbers. Li Yang smiled and said enthusiastically, alright, have you eaten? There's half a plate of steak left here, take it and eat." Zhao Linger smiled brightly and agreed cheerfully. Sure. Even though she had already eaten, Li Yang was in high spirits at the moment. Going along with him would definitely yield great results. This money couldn't be spent in vain. She happily sat down beside him. Both of them wore smiles on their faces, each feeling like they had struck a great deal. After saying goodbye to Zhao Linger, Li Yang left the cafeteria with the huge sum of money, feeling lighthearted. Even now, he still found the events that had just transpired unbelievable. He had never dared to dream of something like this. Although he couldn't understand why Zhao Linger had suddenly become so generous. This was truly a windfall, a sudden fortune overnight. Of course, Li Yang wouldn't invest all the money. He wasn't that foolish. Losing it all would be disastrous. At most, he would gamble with half of it. Even if he lost, he wouldn't feel too bad. He could just consider it as supporting the competition organizers. With Zhao Linger's money in hand, Li Yang headed straight for a place in Koan City called Yanhua Alley. This was Koan City's infamous red light district. Yanhua Alley was just one street, filled with temptation and secrets. However, Li Yang wasn't here for entertainment. Ahem, calling it serious business might be a stretch, but those who came here for serious business were usually looking for something not so serious. In any case, he wasn't in the mood for fun right now. Following the map's directions, Li Yang walked into Yanhua Alley and arrived at a small, inconspicuous shop in a secluded corner. He knocked on the door 3 times on the left, once on the right, then 3 more times on the left. A few seconds later, the door creaked open with a click, the door handle turned, and the door creaked open. What appeared before him was a pitch-black corridor, filled with noisy sounds emanating from within. At the end of this passage lay Koan City's infamous underground black market. Here, anything could be bought: equipment, tools, intelligence of unknown origins, everything imaginable. Upon entering, Li Yang donned a cloak and walked down the corridor. The noise grew louder, and the surroundings gradually brightened. An ancient street came into view, lined with stalls and bustling with people. Koan City's underground black market was lively and brimming with a variety of goods. Li Yang had always wanted to find an opportunity to visit, and now was the perfect time. Many intriguing items had just been put on display and hadn't yet been snatched up. As he walked along, Li Yang saw many strange and peculiar things, broadening his horizons. This street seemed to showcase all the secrets of Koan City. Various prohibited items filled the stalls, their effects alone hinting at their danger. There were even ruthless individuals selling themselves into slavery. Seeing all this, Li Yang felt even more excited, sensing the possibility of finding treasures. As he strolled and observed, he suddenly stopped in front of a small shop. The shop was tiny, with a signboard scrawled in chalk that read Treasure Pavilion in crooked handwriting, resembling a child's scribbles. A curtain hung at the entrance. Suddenly, loud arguing and cursing erupted from inside the shop. The next moment, a man was thrown out of the doorway. "Bah! You useless fool, how dare you come to my treasure pavilion?" The man who had been thrown out widened his eyes in disbelief. "How arrogant! This is the first time I've seen someone selling goods while judging people by their looks. What, not convinced?" A peculiar-looking old man in white stepped out of the shop. "You useless fool, how dare you even look at my treasures?" The man was so furious his face turned red, and he retorted, "What kind of shop refuses to do business?" The old man pointed at the signboard and said, "This is called the Treasure Pavilion. It's for hiding treasures, not selling them. If you're hiding them, then why open a shop?" The man trembled with anger. "I enjoy watching people want something but can't have it, left only to envy," the old man replied smugly. Li Yang was dumbfounded. Koan City truly had its share of eccentric characters. He initially didn't want to linger and prepared to bypass the shop. But the old man suddenly fixed his gaze on him, his eyes lighting up as he smiled and said, "Hey, young man, want to come in and take a look? There's a big treasure inside." Li Yang cursed inwardly, "Don't try that trick on me." If he hadn't just witnessed the old man throwing out a customer, he might have almost believed him. "Next time for sure," he replied, ready to leave. But the old man suddenly chased after him. "Young man, don't go." Li Yang frowned. This old fellow really wouldn't let him off. At that moment, the man who had been thrown out hurriedly advised, "Brother, don't pay him any attention. This old man does have some treasures, but he just loves to mess with people." The old man glared at the man. "Get lost. Don't interfere with my business." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight. The man was so frightened he quickly ran away. Now, only the old man and Li Yang remained. Li Yang frowned, wondering why the old man was so insistent on stopping him. He didn't believe the old man could force him to stay if he wanted to leave. Just then, the old man suddenly said something that shocked Li Yang to his core. "The key, it's on you, isn't it?" Li Yang's eyes widened. The key? It must be referring to the special item he had snatched from the boss's domain earlier. That item was indeed still on him. But how did this old man know? Li Yang was on high alert, as if facing a mortal enemy. He was ready for a tough battle. After hiding for so long, had this old man seen through him at a glance? Who exactly was this old man? The fact that the other party mentioned this item indicated he knew its value. But before figuring out the man's intentions, Li Yang dared not relax for even a moment. Of course, he wouldn't admit anything easily either. "What key?" Li Yang feigned ignorance. The old man sneered, "Why don't we go inside and talk? Too many prying eyes out here, and you wouldn't want others to know about this secret, would you?" Li Yang's eyes flickered as he tried to guess the man's intentions. Naturally, he didn't want more people to know about the key, that would spell trouble. Since the man had already spoken so plainly, there was no way to avoid it anymore. So, he followed the old man into the shop. Zheng. As soon as Li Yang entered, he immediately drew his lightning war halberd, its golden arcs of electricity flickering incessantly. The old man merely chuckled. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. Impulsiveness is what makes us young." Li Yang pointed the halberd's tip at him. The old man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Good lad. You old geezer. What exactly are you up to?" Li Yang asked warily. Su Changfeng replied leisurely, "Relax, I won't harm you, otherwise, I would have acted already. Also, I don't like being called old geezer. Just call me Su Changfeng." "Fine, Su Changfeng." Li Yang remained vigilant, fully aware that this item was so tempting that it had sparked competition between two major guilds and underground forces. Even trusted allies couldn't be easily believed. Su Changfeng shrugged. "You've got guts, carrying something like this around without fear of being targeted." "Lucky for you, you ran into me." "That's not necessarily true," Li Yang retorted. He still couldn't figure out how the old man knew the key was in his possession. Glancing around the room, his eyes lit up slightly. The place was filled with various rare treasures. These items were incredibly valuable, even a single one shouldn't appear casually. "Don't bother looking, they're all fake," Su Changfeng waved his hand lightly. In an instant, the glittering treasures transformed into ugly stones. An illusion? Li Yang's heart tightened. Su Changfeng continued, it seems you still don't know the true purpose of the key. The key in your hand is meant to open the heavenly gate. Heavenly gate? Li Yang frowned. Ever since obtaining the key, he hadn't delved into its significance. Hearing the old man's words, it was clear the man knew a lot. That's right. Legend has it that ancient artifacts are hidden behind the heavenly gate, each one possessing incredible power, attracting countless factions to fight over them. Li Yang was shocked, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze growing even more cautious. The key's value far exceeded his imagination. Anyone who knew this information was extremely dangerous. What was the old man planning? Noticing Li Yang's doubts, Su Changfeng smiled faintly, don't be nervous. Although everyone wants these artifacts, they're useless to me. Besides, I know the location of the heavenly gate. Li Yang's heart trembled as he scrutinized the old man, trying to discern the truth. The treasures were precious, and the old man actually knew where the heavenly gate was? Coupled with the fact that he had the key, anyone would be excited in this situation. Where is it? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. Su Changfeng chuckled, kid, you don't trust me, so why should I tell you? Li Yang's curiosity was piqued to the brim, but these words were like a bucket of cold water, leaving him itching with frustration. If you don't speak, I'll cut you down. Li Yang raised his weapon, unable to suppress his anger. Too infuriating. This old man was clearly toying with him on purpose. Since he couldn't figure out the old man's intentions, he might as well kill him to silence him. Hey, why are you so impatient, kid? Put the weapon down. Su Changfeng's eyes widened. He had intended to leave some wiggle room, hoping Li Yang would take the initiative to plead with him. He hadn't expected this young man to be so straightforward. You called me over just to say this? Li Yang asked suspiciously. If he couldn't get to the bottom of things, he wouldn't fully trust the old man, nor could he ensure that what he said was true. Su Changfeng sighed. The heavenly gate hasn't reached the time to open yet. Even if you know, it won't do you any good. What's your real purpose for approaching me? Li Yang pressed on. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Su Changfeng paused for a moment. I also want to enter the heavenly gate, to make up for my regrets. Ha, finally showing your true colors, huh? Li Yang's gaze sharpened, ready for a fight. He had long suspected that no one would go seeking the heavenly gate without a key, let alone without ulterior motives. Seeing this, Su Changfeng quickly waved his hands. My purpose for entering the heavenly gate doesn't conflict with yours. I don't want those divine artifacts. I just want to find an answer. An answer? That's right. Su Changfeng's eyes grew distant. Legend has it that entering the heavenly gate is like stepping into reincarnation, where one can see past and present lives. Life is short, and in the end, it's all for that one answer. Li Yang looked puzzled. Alright, one last question. How did you discover the key was with me? Fate, or perhaps destiny? I've searched for the key with the heavenly eye for many years without success, and I never expected to find it here with you. Su Changfeng took out a blue, translucent, smooth, and glossy bead. Li Yang immediately felt a familiar aura, as if it resonated with the key in his hand. This is called the heavenly eye, a treasure brought out from the heavenly gate. Hearing this, Li Yang understood. He squinted his eyes and thought. If he refused to cooperate, the old man wouldn't reveal the location of the heavenly gate. That was his bargaining chip. Finding the heavenly gate on his own would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and cooperation seemed like a win-win. But the problem was, could the old man be trusted not to stab him in the back? No one could say for sure. After all, these were ancient divine artifacts, an irresistible temptation. Even if the old man had no such intentions now, seeing the actual artifacts might change his mind. He had to prepare in advance. When will the heavenly gate open? Li Yang asked calmly. He had already made up his mind. The old man knew the location of the heavenly gate, so he couldn't shake him off. Because sooner or later, Li Yang would go to open the heavenly gate, and as long as the old man kept watch, they would inevitably cross paths again. There was no avoiding it. Very soon. When the time comes, I'll contact you. You have to stay alive, don't die on me, or the key will fall into someone else's hands. Su Changfeng picked his nose and flicked it casually. Li Yang rolled his eyes hard. This old man's name and his behavior were completely at odds. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, he prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Su Changfeng called out to him and tossed something to Li Yang. Li Yang froze. When he caught it and took a look, it turned out to be the heavenly eye. Didn't that old man say earlier that this was something only found in Tianmen? Eye of Tianmen time-based item exclusive effect, lock onto a target, slow their movements, and reduce their time flow by 1000%. This is actually the rarest time-based treasure. Li Yang's heart trembled. Moreover, this effect could slow down the target's time. Su Changfeng frowned in pain and threatened, "Listen, if you die, I won't let it go. I'll go to your grave every day to pee on it, got it?" Li Yang was dumbfounded, looking at this seemingly stingy old man in surprise. He hadn't expected him to be so genuine and to go all out. He couldn't help but question, "Hey, old man, with something this powerful, why didn't you think of killing someone to steal it earlier?" Su Changfeng dug into his pocket and snorted disdainfully, "I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. I'll just wait until you make it through, then sit back and enjoy the benefits." "Isn't that much better?" Li Yang's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that this old guy was indeed no good. So, his plan was to treat the Tianmen key like a hot potato. Once its existence was revealed, it would bring endless danger. Let someone else bear the risk first, and when Tianmen opens, he could reap the benefits without taking any risks. What a sly old fox! Li Yang cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he pocketed the Eye of Tianmen and walked out of the shop. Leaving the underground black market, he returned to the military camp. Not long after, Zhao Linger came looking for him. "Hey, Li Yang, where did you go? Haven't seen you all afternoon." Li Yang turned around and saw the little rich girl. She had just given him gold coins in the morning, so he hadn't fallen out with her. Yet basic courtesy still applied. He smiled slightly. "Nothing, just went out for a walk." "Forget it, let's not talk about that. Come with me, I'll get you a change of clothes." Zhao Linger excitedly linked her arm with his. Li Yang was taken aback, feeling the warmth from her arm. Only then did he notice that Zhao Linger was dressed in a luxurious custom-made gown, with sheer fabric like morning mist and intricate embroidery on the skirt, resembling a dreamlike illusion. What was she up to now? Wait, change clothes? Why? Oh. Zhao Linger patted her head and laughed. "Oops, I forgot to tell you. You're coming with me to a party later." "A party?" Li Yang was puzzled. Zhao Linger waved her hand and said, "Didn't you sign up for the sports competition? As your primary investor, of course, I need to bring you out to make an appearance." She thought to herself, "This is also a great opportunity to boost your loyalty, definitely can't miss it." "Oh, got it." Li Yang suddenly understood. Being new here, he was completely clueless about these things. "Alright, I'll follow your lead. No need to change clothes, what I'm wearing is fine." He patted the dust off his clothes, smoke swirling around him. Zhao Linger was stunned. In the end, Li Yang still changed into a cleaner outfit. By evening, the sunset painted the sky like an orange silk tapestry, dyeing half the horizon red. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the worn-out streets, casting a golden hue over the gray Kuan city. An old phoenix tree leaned at the street corner, a few dry leaves swaying in the wind, rustling softly. The city lights began to illuminate, one by one. Li Yang followed Zhao Linger by car to the bustling city center of Kuan City, stopping in front of a hotel named Next Life. Zhao Linger hopped around excitedly, with the roadside lined with luxury cars. Li Yang yawned and glanced around. This was clearly the liveliest area in Kuan City. The gap between the rich and the poor was immense. Neon lights, towering buildings. Major powers had all established themselves here, driving economic growth. Zhao Linger presented a membership card to the staff, and soon a dedicated guide respectfully led the way. They took the elevator straight to the top floor of the hotel. The scene here was entirely different, a spacious, brightly lit hall illuminated with dazzling lights. Surrounding them were specially designed glass walls offering a panoramic view of the city's nightscape, with twinkling stars visible above. Several long tables were laden with a variety of delicious dishes. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, chatting and laughing. Some were high-ranking members of major powers. Others were business tycoons, and there were also powerful professionals. Li Yang noticed a banner hanging on the wall, 13th Sports Tournament Investment Gala. Zhao Linger smiled and pointed to the table in the center. "Come on, let's sit there." Li Yang nodded, walked over, and found an empty seat. Without hesitation, he grabbed an Australian lobster and began devouring it. The salt and pepper flavor was crispy and delicious. "Is it good?" Zhao Linger attentively poured him some water. "It's all right. Tastes like chicken," Li Yang replied, taking a sip of water. The people nearby were stunned. Was this reasonable? Especially the self-important young masters whose eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of decorum was this? Was there any fairness left in the world? Such a stunning beauty was smiling warmly and catering to a scruffy, unkempt man. Was this still their country? What kind of place was this? Many felt goosebumps, completely unable to comprehend this peculiar behavior. Zhao Linger looked at Li Yang, her face full of smiles. This was exactly her intention. By giving him face here, Li Yang would surely feel proud and become even more attached to her. But Li Yang had no interest in any of this right now. He just wanted to enjoy his meal. Holding a lobster in one hand and a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup in the other, he ate with great relish. Zhao Linger? A voice came from behind, and a tall figure approached. It really is you. I thought I had mistaken you, said a woman in a blue dress, covering her mouth in surprise. Zhao Linger noticed her, her eyes flickering as she waved. You? Before she could finish, the woman hurriedly stepped forward, pulled her aside, and whispered, "Who is that guy?" "Never mind that, what are you doing? Don't you feel embarrassed? Haven't you noticed how everyone around is looking at you too strangely?" Zhao Linger blinked and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I noticed." "You noticed and still act like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At the very least, find someone who looks more presentable," the woman in the blue dress said, shaking her head helplessly. Zhao Linger, however, let out a mysterious hum. "You don't need to worry about this. Just know that I have my reasons for doing this." "What kind of reason was that?" The woman in the blue dress wanted to say more, but Zhao Linger's eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, right, Xiaoyu, you should invest for me too." "Invest? Invest in who?" "Of course, in my friend," Zhao Linger said, pointing at Li Yang, who was focused on eating, while secretly calculating in her mind, she worked so hard to help Li Yang secure investment. If Li Yang knew, he'd definitely be deeply moved. One step closer to the goal. "I'm not doing it," said the woman in the blue dress, crossing her arms. Zhao Linger was stunned. "Why not? You won, aren't you my best friend?" "Yes, which is why I can't go crazy with you and have to pull you back," you won said confidently. "I don't know where you found this guy, but he's clearly unreliable. Dress like that at an event like this, don't you realize he's embarrassing you?" Zhao Linger felt a headache coming on. She had prepared a brand new suit for Li Yang, but he didn't wear it, and she didn't want to force him. As for whether it was embarrassing, that didn't matter much to her. As the little princess of the military camp, she was already different from typical young ladies. "You one side. If you still consider me your best friend, listen to me, get this partner of yours out of here. Him staying here makes him look like he's from another world. It's bad for you and bad for him." At that moment, Zhao Linger also heard people around her whispering, from the countryside. "Ha, look how ridiculous he's dressed. Even my housekeeper dresses better than that." Zhao Linger suddenly realized that her impulsive decision hadn't taken all this into account. She quickly pushed through the crowd and ran back. "Slow down," Yuan called after her. In the center of the hall, Li Yang had become the focus of attention. More and more people gathered around, pointing and whispering. "What's the matter? Haven't you eaten before? Or are you jealous of how I eat?" Li Yang continued eating hot pot while singing, inexplicably drawing hostility. He was baffled. Eating a meal and still being judged? "Kid, you're such an eyesore here. You'd be better off guarding the door." Exactly. At his level, sharing a room with us? Dressed like a beggar, how did security even let him in? Tonight's event is important. We can't let him ruin it. Security, get him out of here. Who dares to touch him? Zhao Linger stormed over, furious. It was infuriating, her hard-earned goodwill had been completely ruined. She had only herself to blame. "Zhao Linger? Is this the person you brought? So sloppy. Have you been in the military camp too? Long and gotten infected, hanging out with someone like this," a young man who recognized her said disdainfully. Zhao Linger slammed the table and glared. "What do you mean, someone like this? Who I choose to hang out with is none of your business." "You?" The young man was left speechless. Zhao Linger fully displayed her domineering side. She sat down, imitating Li Yang, grabbing a large lobster with one hand and eating it with relish. Dressed in her elegant gown, her hands and mouth were soon covered in grease. So uncouth. They're hopeless. TSK, a girl learning to fight and kill all day, it was only a matter of time before she turned out like this. A group of people shook their heads arrogantly, sneering as they slowly dispersed. Not long after the crowd dispersed, Li Yang looked at Zhao Linger with a puzzled expression. He was certain she had lost her mind. He had originally planned to leave after a while and probably never return in his lifetime. Naturally, he didn't care about any of this. But Zhao Linger was different. By doing this, she had offended everyone in her social circle, making her life much harder. Li Yang laughter and chatter echoed through the hall. Hey, have you heard? The military has a young genius. I've heard too. I'm sort of involved. A brother from our gang was there, and according to his description, this young man is incredibly strong. Yeah, I heard he's a top-tier fighter. I also heard he's a mage. Insider news says this young man came from the inner city for training, probably a scion of a prominent family. On his first day at the camp, Captain Wang personally awarded him a first-class merit. Really? Wow, if I get the chance, I must meet him. He's no ordinary person. Li Yang listened with great interest while eating a large abalone. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Ah, Zhao Linger, so it really is you. I thought I was mistaken. Just a few days without seeing you, and you've become so down and out? A plump woman with heavy makeup walked over, her figure bloated, wearing a short skirt. Beside her stood a burly man, his muscles bulging as if ready to explode. Behind them were two bodyguards, in suits and sunglasses. Jiang Ting? I'm in a bad mood, don't provoke me, Zhao Linger said without looking, recognizing the voice immediately. Provoke you? I wouldn't dare. I'm just thrilled to see you fall from grace. I'm here to show off my contestant. The plump woman tilted her head toward the burly man and shouted, Sang Diao. The burly man jumped forward, and the floor seemed to tremble. His muscles swelled, making him look like a primitive man, brimming with power, with a slave mark on his forehead. Startled by the commotion, Zhao Linger snapped impatiently, Jiang Ting, are you out of your mind? Jiang Ting's face was full of smugness. Zhao Linger, didn't you always like to mess with me? Sang Biao is the top hunter of the Northern District military. He's representing me in this sports event. And you? Just go huddle with those useless people every day for warmth, ha? With that, she laughed triumphantly and left with her entourage. The more Zhao Linger thought about it, the angrier she became. Slapping her leg hard. So annoying. Now even people like her dare to bully me. Just then, the broadcast in the living room suddenly sounded. The evening event is starting. As soon as the broadcast ended, the entire living room plunged into darkness. After a moment, the lights came back on, focusing on a high platform. On the background wall of the platform, a projector displayed an image, and a large red curtain hung beside it. At that moment, a man in a black suit emerged from behind the red curtain. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to the audience. Welcome, heroes. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this investment evening. I believe everyone is eager, so let's get started. Some in the audience stood up excitedly, while others remained calmly seated, exuding the composure of seasoned investors. Next, let's welcome the first contestant, a veteran from the Eastern Military District, Black Tiger. And of course, his agent, the deputy leader of the Green Gang, Wang Tao. As the words fell, a tall, dark-skinned man walked onto the stage, accompanied by a courteous middle-aged man. The audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. After all, figures of gang leader status rarely appeared publicly, and the deputy leader's presence almost represented the entire faction's stance. So it's Deputy Leader Wang. I must support him. I'm investing 1 million dragon coins. The strength of Black Tiger is not to be underestimated. He made it into the top 10 in the last competition. The man in the black suit picked up the microphone and said, friends interested in investing can act at any time. Let's achieve greatness together. As he finished speaking, the projection on the high platform began to display the investment amounts. The numbers climbed rapidly, from 100,000 to 1 million, then to 10 million, finally stopping at 51 million. Everyone present started taking out money, partly to gamble and partly to show respect to the Qing gang. Casually throwing out tens of millions, this was the boldness of a major force. Li Yang was dumbfounded. This amount of money could buy several pieces of top-tier equipment. And this was just the first contestant to take the stage. Beside him, Zhao Linger pouted and said, the real strong ones haven't even appeared yet. Every year around this time, the forces in Koan City reshuffle, allocating resources based on the final rankings of the competition. Her words implied that the Qing gang was at best a minor player. Li Yang was startled. Such drastic changes? Oomph. After these people finish showing off, should we go up and grab a share too? We? Li Yang was stunned. Why would we get involved in this? Zhao Linger replied confidently, of course. We're from the military, attending this gathering. My family has some reputation, and those old folks who care about face will definitely give us some benefits. If we can take it, why waste the opportunity? Li Yang gave her a helpless look. Who knew you had such a cunning side? This was practically daylight robbery. Fine, I'll trust you this time. As one contestant after another took the stage, the investment amounts repeatedly broke records, always higher and higher. Li Yang realized that the competition among major forces had already begun. Only a few major forces truly controlled the situation, the rest were merely followers. For instance, the Qing gang had just thrown out tens of millions, only to end up giving the same amount to a force called the Black Dragon Society. Tonight's event had already revealed the general landscape. Once the major forces finished their power struggle, ordinary people would have their chance to shine. While the big players were busy fighting, some contestants hoping to gain fame through the competition began showcasing themselves. The atmosphere was noticeably less intense than before. The investments they attracted were pitifully small, mostly polite gestures from allied forces. Only a few promising candidates managed to catch the attention of investors. At this moment, Zhang Ting, who had appeared earlier, leisurely walked onto the stage with a burly man. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Ting, and my contestants all come from the Northern Military District. This contestant here may be unfamiliar to you, but you've surely heard of the name Northern Hound. Northern Hound? I've heard of him. I remember. He's said to be a new recruit brought back from the exile zone, very strong. I'll invest 500,000. I'll invest 100,000. 2. He has great potential. The investment amount quickly surged, soon reaching several million. This time, the investments were purely based on strength, with no factional disputes, and the numbers were astonishing. Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled as she smiled and thanked everyone, her words carrying a hint of provocation. Investments are not only about the contestant's strength but also the investor's vision. Some people are short-sighted and can only treat useless things as treasures. Well said. So sharp. Applause erupted from the audience. Although no one knew who Zhang Ting was referring to, everyone supported anything that could make money. Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. These words were clearly aimed at her. Humph, if you have millions, I must have tens of millions. Come on, let's go up too. Zhao Linger stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze resolute. Li Yang opened his mouth slightly. $1 million investment, apart from the struggles between major forces, it was practically impossible. What happened next left him stunned. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Tianqing's granddaughter. You must invest in my contestant, or I'll go back and complain. 666, no playing around this time. Li Yang stood behind her, his feet almost grinding the floor to dust. This approach was direct enough. Damn, is robbing money this blatant now? What nonsense! Forget it, since she's old Zhao's granddaughter, I'll invest 660,000 to support her. Old Zhao has been kind to me, so on behalf of the Koi Association, I'll support with 2.88 million. For a moment, the heroes in the audience cursed inwardly but obediently handed over their chips. Li Yang was slightly surprised. Almost everyone present was a high-ranking figure. What kind of background did old Zhao have for his name to carry such weight? However, dealing with Zhao Linger, this filial granddaughter, was truly exhausting. She was too extravagant, spending money without hesitation. Only then did Li Yang realize that this matter had nothing to do with him. Still, he was happy to take it easy. Before long, the investment amount quickly surpassed the $1 million mark. Zhao Linger revealed a satisfied smile. Standing in the audience, Zhang Ting, who had been quite smug earlier, could now only stare blankly. This was truly a case of relying on family connections. She couldn't compete at all. At this moment, people around began to discuss. Wow, this contestant really lucked out, getting $1 million investment without doing anything. Humph, what good is high investment for someone who relies on others? When it comes to the actual competition, it still depends on their own strength. If they can't hold the market, the money will eventually come back to us. Exactly, I also think this person looks unfamiliar, not famous at all, and even dresses quite poorly. Oh, I see. In that case, I won't hesitate either. Xinghai will invest 5 million for old Zhao. After all, he helped me back in the day, it's a matter of repaying a favor. Initially, everyone supported solely out of respect for old Zhao, without paying attention to who the contestant was. But then, someone suddenly found Li Yang's voice familiar. Hiss. This guy, I think I've seen him somewhere before. Him? Isn't he that guy from the countryside? I can't believe it, I ended up investing in him. Someone recognized him and laughed angrily. Forget it, he's a nobody. The money I invested will surely come back to me during the competition. So that's how it is. Among the crowd, Jiang Ting stood with her hunting dog, muttering under her breath. She had been feeling terrible because Zhao Linger overshadowed her in investments. But, listening to the surrounding discussions, her mood gradually improved. Having a lot of investment is useless, the contestant needs real skills. When the time comes for the competition, I'll personally crush you all, sang Biao. Roar! The northern hunting dog let out a low growl, like a beast detached from modern society. On the stage. Wait. The young man shook his head, scratching his head as he tried to recall something. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. It's him. I remember now, it's Big Brother. We were fighting together just yesterday. Hey, Big Brother. The man jumped up excitedly and shouted. Li Yang, who was idly standing on the stage, heard the shout and turned to look. He saw the familiar figure. Scratching his head, he said in confusion, Lu Hai? What a coincidence to run into you here. Lu Hai jumped up excitedly, completely disregarding his image. The middle-aged man next to him patted his shoulder, reminding him to stay calm. Only then did he compose himself, his face beaming with excitement. As he said, Uncle, it's him. He's the Big Brother who let us out of the beast tide. The middle-aged man was stunned. Are you sure you haven't mistaken him? I'm sure. This face saved my life. I'll never forget it, and I definitely won't mistake him. Really? Then he's the new genius in the military? Absolutely. Lu Hai's earlier outburst had already drawn everyone's attention, and now his words spread to everyone's ears. The crowd erupted. Whoa, it's actually him? Many people had just been discussing this mysterious newcomer. They hadn't expected him to be so young, let alone encounter him here. Is he the one Captain Wang holds in such high regard, the young man who recently earned a first-class merit? All eyes turned to Li Yang on the stage. Li Yang appeared ordinary, with the only noticeable thing being his out-of-place attire. Wow, so he's been here all along, and we just didn't notice. Say no more. On behalf of the Qing gang, I want to thank this young friend. We'll add another 1 million to our initial investment. I'm Xia Ming, Vice President of the Tingxing Guild. Sincerely, thank you, young friend. It's thanks to you that 3 of our guild members returned safely. The guild will add another 3 million dragon coins. The fierce tiger helm always repays its debts. We've heard about the beast tide incident, and one of our men benefited from your help. We'll add 1.5 million to your investment. Various major factions stepped forward to express their gratitude. Some bystanders who didn't understand the situation were dumbfounded, completely stunned. Jiang Ting was even more bewildered. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless country bumpkin? Zhao Linger also widened her eyes. This momentum was even stronger than when she had been rallying votes earlier. She had originally planned to use her family background to help Li Yang make some money, but now it seemed Li Yang's connections far surpassed hers. After all, no matter how powerful Grandpa Zhao was, she was just a junior borrowing his reputation. Li Yang, on the other hand, had been on the front lines, and these people had all come to repay him personally. Young brother, I toast to you. Wang Tao, the vice leader of the Qing gang, stood up, raised his glass, and downed it in one gulp. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier. Li Yang wiped his sweat. Watching his investment skyrocket with more and more contributions, he should have been happy. But instead, he felt immense pressure. If he lost, wouldn't all this effort be for nothing? Excuse me, can this investment be withdrawn? Walking out of the hotel, Zhao Linger was still exhilarated. Even though it was already dark, she showed no signs of fatigue, still reveling in the events of the evening banquet. That was amazing. An investment of 39.99 million were rich. Zhao Linger exclaimed excitedly. This figure was astonishing even to her. Even Li Yang himself hadn't expected the final amount to be so high. This number was only slightly less than the top forces in Koan City and ranked among the top 5 in the city's power structure. The key was that this money came without any manipulation or entanglement of interests, which was the most shocking part. How about we take the money and run? Zhao Linger began suggesting. Bad ideas again. Do you think that's possible? Li Yang gave her a helpless glare. Zhao Linger giggled, but her expression gradually turned serious. By the way, you need to give it your all in tomorrow's competition. Don't let all this go to waste. I'll be there to cheer you on. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the side. TSK, cheering won't help, will it? What's the use of having a mountain of gold if you can't hold on to it? You're just like a walking ATM. Jiang Ting walked over with Sang Biao, swaying her thick legs. Jiang Ting? It's you again. Zhao Linger frowned. Jiang Ting arrogantly said, yes, it's me. Scared? Relax, I won't touch you for now. Wait until tomorrow's competition, then you'll understand the real gap. Who's afraid of you? I wouldn't mind eating 2 extra bowls of pork and vermicelli, Zhao Linger retorted disdainfully. You. Jiang Ting's face shook with anger, the fat trembling. Humph, you're no better than me, hanging around with some ragged man. Your judgment is worse than my dog's, at least the dog knows which smells better, ribs or buns. You're not much better either, parading some ugly primitive man around everywhere. Zhao Linger fought back mercilessly. After all, verbal sparring wasn't a skill she lacked either. Fine. Jiang Ting's face reddened like a ripe apple. Do you dare to make a bet with me? A bet? What kind? Tomorrow's sports meet, let's see who in our teams can run the fastest. The loser has to announce their resignation. How about it? Zhao Linger hesitated, why should I bet with you? Although she was angry, she hadn't completely lost control. Li Yang was strong, much stronger than she was, but she'd heard of the North Division's Hound team, whose members were better than many veterans. She felt it was almost impossible for Li Yang to beat them. Noticing Zhao Linger's lack of confidence, Jiang Ting grew increasingly smug, her face brimming with self-assurance. Ha, trash is trash. The difference is right there. Even if you want to avoid participating, I can understand. Just apologize now, and we'll pretend this never happened, okay? What's there to be afraid of? We accept. Li Yang stepped forward casually. But I have a condition. If we win, you'll kneel down and apologize to us. How about that? After all, Jiang Ting had been provoking him back and forth, even dragging him into the mud. Did she really think he had no temper? If it weren't for his plan to keep a low profile and quietly leave later, he wouldn't even bother with such matters. But since someone was asking for trouble, he was happy to oblige. It also served as a way of repaying Zhao Linger for helping him find investors earlier. When Jiang Ting heard this, she was so excited she nearly jumped up. You said it. No backing out now. Zhao Linger was slightly stunned, then moved closer to Li Yang and whispered, Hey, are you serious about this? This isn't a joke. Are you confident? Li Yang smiled confidently. Don't worry, I've always been reliable. He gave her a reassuring look. Zhao Linger sighed and pursed her lips, then grit her teeth and made up her mind. Turning around to face Jiang Ting, she said, Fine, we agree. Just don't cry and beg us for mercy later. Jiang Ting laughed triumphantly, her voice sharp like a drake's. Zhao Linger, who knew you were so foolish? Get ready to apologize to me, huh? She happily led her people away. After her plump figure disappeared, Zhao Linger's face showed concern. Did we just go too far? I just wanted to show off a little in front of Li Yang and maybe make some money. But now everything spiraled out of control. Not only had she secured a massive investment, but they were also wagering on a competition where they had almost no chance of winning. The grand sports competition was about to begin, and she couldn't care less about any follower training program. She absolutely didn't want to lose to the overweight Jiang Ting. It's definitely a bit over the top, Li Yang shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to escalate like this. But since it had already happened, he could only grit his teeth and see it through to the end. Do we still have time to head out of the city and grind monsters? Zhao Linger smiled wryly. Don't overthink it. It's getting dark. If we don't return to the military camp soon, Captain Zhou and the others will worry. At this point, it was better to rest first. Compared to Zhao Linger, Li Yang seemed much more relaxed. Early the next morning, Koan City was already bustling with activity. Firecrackers sounded everywhere, celebrating the opening of the grand sports competition. Of course, there might also be the occasional sound of gang fights mixed in, but no one could tell. Li Yang was awakened by the noise of the firecrackers. He got up and walked out of the tent, just in time to run into Zhao Linger, who had her hair tied in a high ponytail and was dressed in a tight military uniform, looking sharp and energetic. She waved her hand, let's eat first, then head out of the city together later. The venue for the grand sports competition was outside the city, in a military-controlled area where it was held every year. People from all factions in Koan City would attend, and naturally, there were plenty of spectators. Li Yang nodded and found a spot to sit down. Zhao Linger took out an exquisite lunchbox and placed it on the table. What's this? I made it myself. You're in for a treat today. Li Yang pursed his lips, thinking to himself, can this food even be eaten? After all, Zhao Linger was a proper lady, and military personnel had a bunch of buffs added to them. But his body had strong resistance to toxins, so it should be fine. When Zhao Linger opened the lid, the food surprisingly looked quite good. Li Yang suspiciously thought, what's up with Zhao Linger? Since yesterday, she's been inexplicably attentive to me, investing in me, taking me to parties. It's too strange. We used to have a tense relationship, and others might not even dare to eat her food. But Li Yang directly picked up a sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth. He was immune to negative effects, so even if it was poisoned, he wouldn't be afraid. As he ate, he found the taste surprisingly good. It was edible. Seeing Li Yang eating heartily, Zhao Linger was overjoyed inside. Now that she had captured Li Yang's wallet and stomach, with a bit more effort, she could soon cultivate a promising free underling. Li Yang thought to himself, although I don't know what's gotten into Zhao Linger, this service is quite considerate. If she can keep it up, I might consider taking her in as a subordinate. After breakfast, breathing in the fresh morning air, his spirits were lifted. Let's go. That day, the streets of Koan City were much quieter, with many shops closed for the day. Because of the grand sports competition, everyone had gone to the venue. This event was tied to the interests of the entire Koan City, and all factions were closely watching. At the venue outside the city, soldiers were fully armed, strictly maintaining order. High-ranking officials from various military districts had gathered, including key figures like Wang Tang and Zhou Jiangwo. On this day, they would also convene to discuss the situation in Koan City. The underground forces weren't entirely under control, but the intense competition among the various factions had instead created a delicate balance. Everyone avoided interfering with each other, and even when issues arose, they were dealt with perfunctorily. No one wanted to tear things apart, as it wouldn't benefit anyone. At this moment, the commanders of the military districts were gathered, chatting enthusiastically. Our southern district is indeed the most chaotic. Recently, a group of outlaws has emerged. They don't obey orders or associate with any faction, acting like madmen. This superficial calm, who knows how long it can last? Let's hope the changes this year aren't too drastic. By the way, old Wang, I heard you have a newcomer? A military officer looked at Wang Tong, and the others also turned their attention to him. I heard you gave him a reward. It's rare to see you value young people so much. That's right, but I heard he hasn't officially enlisted yet. He's here for training. Wang Tang smiled. Yes, but don't think about targeting him. He's planning to return inland. He's not someone who's hit rock bottom. Having their thoughts seen through, the officers could only smile awkwardly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss the competition. Are the same veterans participating this year? Any newcomers? Newcomers? That word feels so unfamiliar. You're asking on purpose. In this place, even the higher-ups don't want to send people here, and no one wants to come. Except for that barbarian who came to the Northern District. Earlier, there haven't been any newcomers. The Northern District officer sighed. He's strong, but he gives off the impression of having no self-awareness, like a cold, lifeless machine. That's how it is. This year's champion will probably still be one of those few. The barbarian from the Northern District might have a chance to make it into the top 10. As the sound of drums echoed, the competition was about to begin. This year's event was grand in scale, drawing the attention of the entire city. The contestants had already lined up, ready to start at any moment. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man in military uniform stood on the stage and announced loudly, "It's rare to see everyone actively participating in this event. The competition is not only an opportunity to test your strength but also a bridge for comrades from different military districts to strengthen their bonds. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's continue with the process. Next, I'll explain the rules of the athletic competition. Do you see that forest in the distance? The middle-aged officer pointed to a dense forest far away. That's the competition venue. The veterans should be familiar with it. It's the same every year. I'll repeat the rules. The competition uses a points system. Once you enter the venue, you'll encounter various monsters. Each monster you kill will automatically earn you points in the system. Ultimately, rankings will be determined based on the total points. The middle-aged officer reminded them. Again, the competition is important, but it's dangerous inside. Don't risk your life out of arrogance or to chase points. Staying alive is the most valuable thing. Don't let your impulsiveness make your loved ones and friends pay the price. Everyone, get ready. The competition officially starts in 5 minutes. In the crowd, Li Yang listened while pondering. The rules were simple: keep killing monsters. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. This wasn't just a test of strength, it was also a test of speed. As long as you killed quickly, winning through sheer numbers was entirely possible. Li Yang glanced at the venue. It was an extremely vast forest, with no end in sight. Occasionally, giant birds swooped through the sky, adding to the tense and dangerous atmosphere. In such a place, acting alone would be difficult, surviving even harder. And you still had to kill monsters to earn points. For professional players, this was a dual test of raw strength and wilderness survival skills. Li Yang scanned the surrounding contestants. Every single one was a battle-hardened veteran, brimming with energy. These were all competitors, each at least level 100, with second-tier professions or higher. Li Yang, good luck! A sweet voice called out from the edge of the crowd. Li Yang looked over. It was Zhao Linger. She had somehow made her way to the side and was waving at him. Li Yang's face darkened. He didn't want to acknowledge her. Soon, the voice of the middle-aged officer rang out again. All right, time's up. Everyone, stop what you're doing and enter the arena in order. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened. To prevent immediate conflicts between contestants, they would be randomly assigned to different locations in the arena upon entering the portal. As one contestant after another stepped into the portal, the number of people in the waiting area gradually decreased. When it was Li Yang's turn, he stepped in without hesitation. A flash of blue light, and he disappeared instantly. At the same time, the square was packed with a sea of people. Of course, such a large audience wouldn't just sit idly by. Each contestant wore a wristband that projected their real-time status. The grand competition was a highly anticipated event every year, with professional teams broadcasting it live. In the center of the square stood a massive screen. The audience seats were packed to the brim, the atmosphere electric, as everyone cheered loudly for their favorite contestants. Zhang Ting's figure was also among the crowd, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sang Biao, you're the hunter of the northern district. Li Yang isn't even worthy of your little toe. Zhao Linger, just watch. Inside the arena, Li Yang came to his senses and found himself deep in a forest. He looked around and saw towering trees all around him, making him feel incredibly small. From the outside, it was hard to tell, but stepping inside, the difference was palpable. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a tense atmosphere, as if a monster could appear at any moment. The entire area was primarily forest, but it also contained complex terrain. The path ahead was unclear, the direction hard to discern, and the environment was shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang glanced at the wristband on his arm. It had been issued before the competition began, used to record points and display basic information. Name, Li Yang Military District, Central Points. 0. Retracting his gaze, Li Yang gripped the lightning war spear in his hand and began walking in a chosen direction to explore. Before long, a rustling sound came from the woods. A massive lion's head emerged. Li Yang looked over. It was a lion covered in fiery red fur, with flames burning at the tip of its tail. Blazing lion. Level 60 innate abilities, fire, overlord body. A formidable level 60 enemy right off the bat. Although Li Yang was strong, he didn't let his guard down. Heaven's Eye, activate. This was an ability he had obtained from that old man, and he hadn't used it yet. This was the perfect opportunity to test it out. As Heaven's Eye activated, a mysterious eye emitted a fan-shaped beam of light. The blazing lion lunged forward. The beam enveloped the lion, and the air seemed to freeze. The blazing lion's body stiffened, frozen mid-pounce, as if time had slowed down. This was the effect of Heaven's Eye. It could drastically slow the target's movements. Perfect opportunity. Li Yang silently praised the power of Heaven's Eye while quickly moving behind the lion. He swung his war spear down with full force. 41000. The back attack bonus, combined with furious strike, caused the damage to skyrocket. The blazing lion's health bar instantly dropped by more than half. Li Yang didn't relax. While the lion was still under the slowing effect, he continued to swing his spear, each strike landing heavily on its body. Numbers kept popping up as its health rapidly decreased. 4500. 4750. You have killed the blazing lion, points plus 60. A level 60 monster corresponds to 60 points. The points were instantly recorded on Li Yang's wristband. When the blazing lion fell, it didn't even understand how it died. After swiftly dealing with the monster in just a few moves, Li Yang didn't linger and turned to continue forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. You have killed the deer centaur, points plus 60. You have killed the black rhino, points plus 70. Relying on his heavenly eye, Li Yang darted through the forest like the wind, quickly searching for prey as his points skyrocketed. Encountering a formidable enemy? No problem. Heavenly Eye slowed the enemy's movements, making it impossible for them to touch him. From his perspective, the enemies appeared as if they were in slow-motion replay. While his strength might not be the absolute best, with Heavenly Eye, defeating monsters was effortless. The monsters didn't even have time to counterattack before being utterly overwhelmed. Li Yang only needed to keep attacking without expending energy on drawn-out battles, making the entire process smooth and efficient. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. In comparison, the other contestants were not having such an easy time. In the plaza outside, the central big screen displayed the contestants' progress. A female host in a black professional outfit appeared on the screen, seated in the studio. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live coverage of this year's sports competition. I'm Lin Lin, your host from Coen City Broadcasting Station. I'm sure you're all eager to see how the contestants are performing, so without further ado, let's get started. The host spoke clearly and fluently, exuding professionalism. As soon as she finished speaking, the screen switched to the competition footage. In the footage, a man clad in silver armor wielding a sharp broadsword was fiercely engaged in close combat with a ferocious monster. Beside him, it was displayed that this contestant had invested 8.5 million dragon coins, with around 200 contestants in the competition. This investment amount already surpassed over 80% of the participants, indicating his formidable strength. Facing the powerful monster, the man, equipped with top-tier gear, avoided direct confrontations and constantly sought opportunities to launch sneak attacks. Like a seasoned veteran, his movements were precise, dodging numerous attacks while steadily wearing down the monster. The man, drenched in sweat, demonstrated skilled maneuvers and ultimately succeeded in slaying the monster. The host praised, "This contestant is truly experienced and has solid fundamentals skills that take years to develop. I believe he'll achieve an excellent result in the end." As soon as she finished speaking, the footage switched again. This time, a wild-looking man with disheveled hair, wearing nothing but a grass skirt, appeared on the screen. His primal aura was palpable, and his muscular physique exuded raw power. Contestant number 105, Northern Warzone, investment, 9.6 million. Many in the audience immediately recognized him. He was none other than the recently renowned Hound of the North, Sang Biao. His cold, ruthless gaze and beast-like ferocity left a deep impression, making the title Hound truly fitting. At this moment, two level 60 monsters appeared before Sang Biao. But he showed no fear, his eyes gleamed red, and a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. His weapon was simple, a massive spiked club adorned with the teeth of ferocious beasts, with traces of blood still lingering in the gaps between the teeth. Gripping the spiked club, he charged at the two monsters with excitement. His fighting style was primitive and brutal, recklessly smashing into them like a madman. His eyes were fixed solely on the attack. The monster bit into him, but his expression remained unchanged. He continued to strike the monster relentlessly with his spiked club, his face filled with killing intent, sharp canine teeth showing from his mouth. Looking at him, he didn't seem human at all, more like a wild beast. Soon, the audience began to feel uncomfortable, with some young professional players even unable to hold back and vomiting. Only Jiang Ting watched with particular excitement, her face full of smug satisfaction. "Li Yang, oh Li Yang. Just wait and see how you'll win." This player is also quite formidable. Even the host showed a troubled expression. This frenzied fighting style was hard for her to watch, and she thought it best to show less of such scenes to the audience. After saying this, she quickly switched to another screen. This time, the player shown was named Wang Biao, whose performance was even more exaggerated. Investment amount: 76 million. It was the highest figure seen so far. His monster fighting method was simpler. He was a high-level summoner who barely moved throughout the match, while his summoned creatures hunted monsters all around him. Seeing this, several military officers in the audience began discussing. Wang Biao? I remember he's the representative chosen by the Night Wanderer Hall, right? One officer said. Currently, the power dynamics in Koan City were divided into three major factions: Night Wanderer Hall, Black Dragon Gang, and Cape Gate. Among them, Night Wanderer Hall was the oldest and most established force, consistently holding a dominant position. Compared to the other two factions, Night Wanderer Hall had a much deeper foundation. That's right, Wang Biao is a veteran from our Western Military District. He was last year's champion. Not just last year, I remember he's been the champion for several years now. I heard he's won 5 years in a row. Indeed, although the backing forces behind him might have changed, his champion status has remained constant. This year should be no exception. As the crowd continued their discussions, the host began preparing to switch screens again. A top-tier player like Wang Biao was, of course, worthy of special focus, but not yet. It was better to save him for the grand finale. Otherwise, after seeing a god-tier player like Wang Biao, who would still be interested in watching the others? In the early stages of the competition, it was enough to show the performances of players at various levels. Just then, the host suddenly noticed an intriguing scene. Liyang, Central Military District, investment amount, 39.99 million. The host froze. Who was this? She had never seen him before. He looked like a newcomer, so how could he have such a high investment amount? Curious, she clicked on the player's information. With the host's operation, the large screen in the center of the square zoomed in on Li Yang's footage. The atmosphere on site instantly became more heated than before. The reason was simple: the investment amount was astonishing. 39.99 million. The entire venue was shocked. Holy crap, what's with this investment amount? How does this young guy have so much money? No way, is it fake data? He doesn't look like any veteran player. Everyone on the field was bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Even the military officers in the VIP seats were stunned. What's going on here? 39.99 million, did I see that right? Is there a data error? Someone from the Central Military District. Captain Wang, what's the story here? Several officers turned their gaze to Wang Tang. At this moment, Wang Tang himself found it unbelievable. He had no idea about this matter and hadn't heard that Li Yang was participating in the competition. Let alone knowing where the investment came from, he was completely baffled. He could only smile wryly and say, he's a newcomer sent from the inland to train in our military district. He just advanced to the first rank this year. As for why there's such a high investment, I'm not sure either. A newcomer? Is he the one you've been particularly impressed with? That's right. No wonder. He's this year's new professional. Awakened just a few days ago, less than half a month, right? And he's already at the first rank. He's definitely a genius, but this is a bit exaggerated. A 49 million investment? Even Wang Biao, the champion for 5 consecutive years, only had a little over 70 million. Everyone started discussing. Although surprised, many were not optimistic. With such a large investment, if he didn't have real skills, wouldn't it just be giving money away? Moreover, Li Yang looked very young, and his strength surely couldn't compare to those veteran professionals. In the crowd, Jiang Ting sneered. What's the use of more investment? If he doesn't rank high, he won't recover the cost at all. Sooner or later, it'll become ours. Zhao Linger stared at the screen nervously, silently praying in her heart. Li Yang, you have to do your best. The screen continued to play. Everyone, look. Something is approaching from the surroundings. The host was the first to notice the anomaly, and the camera zoomed out. Centered on Li Yang, 3 monsters were charging at him from different directions. Li Yang, however, seemed completely unaware, as if he hadn't noticed at all. What's going on? Didn't he notice? Could he be useless? It's over. He's really just a cash cow. I thought there was a special reason for the investment on him. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's already Impressive for a young man to have the courage to participate in the competition. On the battlefield, 3 level 60+ monsters ferociously lunged at Li Yang. Yet, he remained completely calm. By continuously using his heavenly eye, Li Yang's operations became increasingly proficient. He effortlessly activated the heavenly eye. Instantly, the movements of the 3 monsters slowed down tenfold, freezing in midair. Li Yang calmly stepped forward, adjusted their positions and directions slightly, then turned around and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the monsters' movements returned to normal, but due to the change in their positions, they collided with each other uncontrollably. Bang! Li Yang chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying himself. He stepped forward and finished off the monsters one by one. Puff, puff, puff. You killed the forest giant ape, points plus 60. You killed the bloodthirsty fox, points plus 70. You killed the crimson firebull, points plus 70. You obtained the talent skill, giant strength, A, with the bonus. Brought by his second rank, he occasionally even gained talent skills while farming monsters. It was incredibly satisfying. The points and experience brought by the monsters poured continuously into Li Yang's body. He now felt that signing up for the competition was the best decision he had ever made. At this moment, he was unaware that his actions were being broadcast live. The flashy moves he had just performed were all recorded. Seeing this extraordinary display of skill, everyone was stunned. When the powerful monsters fell to the ground, they finally realized what had just happened. 666, this kid is amazing. Hiss. 3 monsters dealt with so easily? Damn, who taught him? That was way too simple. How did he do it? So far, several other well-known powerhouses have dealt with the monsters with ease, but none of them were as relaxed as Li Yang. Absolutely no pressure. It was as if he had activated cheats. This is ridiculous. Does anyone know what's going on? I can't keep up. Is it a professional talent? The monsters seem hypnotized. How is this different from cheating? This guy. Wang Tang smiled wryly, once again, having his perception refreshed by Li Yang. Captain Wang, it seems the Central War Zone has hidden a top expert. Hidden this deep. With this speed of point accumulation, he can rival frontline players. Judging by this, he might even break into the top 10 this year. Wang Tang shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected Li Yang to suddenly become so strong, repeatedly overturning his expectations. However, Li Yang's performance had also earned him respect in front of the other military zones. Wang Tang's gaze toward Li Yang now carried more admiration. A young man with talent who could also bring glory, who wouldn't appreciate that? This is impossible. Jiang Ting stared at the screen, her eyes wide open. How could Li Yang be this strong? They were the same age, but if it were her, she would have long been chased by the monsters, scrambling desperately without any ability to fight back. She couldn't believe the gap between people of the same age could be this enormous. The strength Li Yang exhibited was absolutely at a veteran level, rich in experience. She started to feel nervous. Could Li Yang really defeat Sang Biao? Just the thought of it made her shake her head in denial. No, impossible. Sang Biao was the top powerhouse of the Northern War Zone. How could a young guy like Li Yang compare? That's right, Sang Biao is not someone easily surpassed. She recalled the tough exile grounds from years ago. Sang Biao had fought his way up from the very bottom. Facing enemies, he was a ruthless killer. Against monsters, he was like a terrifying beast. Such an overwhelming figure couldn't possibly be bested by Li Yang. As everyone continued their debates, a dramatic scene suddenly unfolded. On the screen, Li Yang was holding his weapon as he searched for prey. Suddenly, the host's eyes lit up and shouted, "Everyone, look quickly. Contestant number 105 is heading this way. The two are about to collide." Before the voice concluded, a bloodied, beast-like figure appeared on the screen. At first glance, wasn't this the Northern Zone's hunting dog that everyone had been discussing earlier? Everyone froze. No one expected these two to have such an accidental encounter. What were the odds? Few. Are they going to fight? Very likely. Didn't you see Sang Biao's crazy demeanor? Even passing dogs aren't spared a beating from him. This is going to be interesting. Who would have thought we'd see a contestant showdown from the start? So exciting. This Li Yang is so unlucky. The Northern Zone's hunting dog isn't called that for no reason. He's truly a beast. Yeah, he's still a rookie with limited experience. Even the previous top 10 contestants wouldn't dare face Sang Biao lightly. Someone remarked with interest, Li Yang may be new, but he seems stronger than most people. Who knows, maybe he'll actually put up a fight. The spectators, naturally drawn to the drama, instantly became eager upon seeing the confrontation between the two sides. Jiang Ting was slightly surprised too. In a competition this large, the chances of these two meeting were incredibly slim. Realizing this, a glimmer of delight crossed her face. Yes, that's it, she had anticipated this situation long ago and had specifically instructed that if Sang Biao encountered Li Yang, he should not hesitate to make a move. After all, the relationship between competitors was inherently one of rivalry, and fighting was normal. Eliminating one opponent would be advantageous for her. Moreover, if Li Yang were eliminated, the bet would naturally be hers to win. She quickly found Zhao Linger and walked over with a smile. Ha ha ha, didn't see this coming, did you? It seems even the heavens are on my side. At this moment, Zhao Linger was staring intently at the screen, feeling a bit worried. But she hadn't expected Jiang Ting to come flaunting so eagerly, which instantly ignited her anger. She frowned and said, "The outcome isn't decided yet. What are you so smug about? Besides, even if she lost, it would be because of Sang Biao's strength, and Jiang Ting had no right to boast here." Jiang Ting smiled triumphantly. "Sai, don't give up. Before the last moment. Watch closely and see how our Sang Biao beats your pretty boy to a pulp. Just don't come begging me for mercy later." Zhao Linger frowned, looked at the screen, and took a deep breath. "I believe in him." Meanwhile, on the screen, Li Yang and Sang Biao had indeed run into each other. When Sang Biao saw Li Yang, he revealed an unprecedented ferocity, crouching like a tiger eyeing its prey, ready to strike. Li Yang, of course, recognized him as well. Looking at Sang Biao's menacing face, he showed no fear. With the heavenly eye in hand, why should he be afraid? The next second, Sang Biao charged. He pushed off with both legs, moving as fast as a hunting dog, and swung his blood-stained spiked club fiercely at Li Yang. Li Yang shook his head and calmly said, "Do you know why beasts can never defeat humans? Heavenly Eye, activate." Sang Biao's spiked club was just a step away from Li Yang's forehead, seemingly about to strike. Everyone held their breath. But at that moment, Sang Biao suddenly froze like a stone. He was so close, yet he stopped. The audience, who had thought Li Yang was about to be knocked down, only realized what had happened when they saw this scene. Sang Biao, why did he stop? Some people who had been reluctant to watch the bloody scene opened their eyes. Seeing Li Yang unharmed, their eyes lit up. After all, if he had been eliminated right at the start, there wouldn't be much to watch. Jiang Ting panicked. Victory was within reach. Why had Sang Biao stopped? She wished she could rush into the arena to give instructions. What's going on? Didn't I make it perfectly clear? If you see Li Yang, don't hesitate, just attack. Zhao Linger blinked. Although she didn't understand what had happened, seeing that Li Yang was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Yang moved. With Sang Biao under the control of the Heavenly Eye, he had lost the ability to fight back. The Heavenly Eye wasn't just effective against monsters, it worked on human professionals as well. Although the Heavenly Eye's duration was limited, and some powerful mental-type professionals could resist it, Li Yang had yet to encounter anyone who could withstand it. Li Yang, wielding his lightning spear, nimbly circled behind Sang Biao and mercilessly pierced his body with a single strike. Thud. 29000. Even though Jiang Ting had equipped Sang Biao with multiple pieces of gold-tier gear, they could only buy him a few extra moments. Li Yang's successive attacks all hit their mark, rapidly depleting Sang Biao's health. Soon, Sang Biao's life points were nearly zero. With the final blow, Sang Biao's body trembled and turned into a beam of white light, disappearing. Li Yang's wristband emitted a mechanical notification. Sound. You have eliminated contestant number 105. Points plus 460. In the competition, defeating an opponent directly awarded their points. Li Yang didn't react much, as if he had expected it, and completed the task effortlessly. It was as simple and straightforward as dealing with other monsters. He glanced at the information on his wristband. Name, Li Yang Military District, Central Points, 1400. After tidying up, Li Yang continued forward. What he didn't know was that the audience outside had already exploded. Everyone stood up. A Dozong expert is truly terrifying. The spectators were dumbfounded, their expressions exaggerated to the extreme, almost drooling, unable to utter a word. Rarely did a situation arise where everyone reacted like this. Someone rubbed their eyes, their face full of disbelief. Wang Defa, did I see that wrong? What on earth is going on? Why was Sang Biao carried away? Where's the promised intense showdown? They were clearly about to fight just now, so why did it suddenly stop? Was there some deal behind the scenes? What the heck is happening? Everyone had assumed that the two would erupt into a fierce battle upon meeting, at least a hard-fought, evenly matched duel. But the result was completely unexpected and utterly absurd. Even a butcher slaughtering pigs would be more exciting than this. Looking at the massive investment in Li Yang, people couldn't help but wonder if he had secretly used some kind of financial leverage. Not only the regular audience, but even the big shots in the VIP seats were baffled. However, their experience allowed them to analyze the situation. This kid is impressive. Wang Tang grew more astonished the longer he watched. Li Yang always managed to pull off new tricks. This is just too exaggerated. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Controlling some monsters was one thing, but even a top-tier professional like Sang Biao could be controlled? If it were him in Sang Biao's place, he'd probably be done for too. Wang Tang suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The big shots from other military districts, despite their rich experience, couldn't figure out what Sang Biao was doing either. Li Yang must have some kind of mental control ability. Yes, it could be a professional talent, or perhaps some equipment or item. Such a powerful ability must have limitations, we just haven't seen them yet. Several officers gathered to discuss in hushed tones. This was an entirely unprecedented situation. With their sharp eyes, they could usually analyze the underlying meaning of anything they saw instantly. But Li Yang's performance was too abnormal. Without any apparent action, he had won effortlessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting was trembling with anger. Impossible. She was utterly unconvinced. In her view, if Li Yang had won fair and square, she could accept it. But he had clearly used underhanded tactics. Sang Biao hadn't even touched him before losing. This infuriated her. She had always believed that even several Li Yangs combined couldn't defeat one Sang Biao. Reality, however, was the complete opposite. On the other hand, Zhao Linger was beaming with joy. She had been secretly sweating earlier, as the outcome of this match was crucial. Everyone knew how strong Sang Biao was. Seeing Li Yang win, she felt a wave of relief. This victory also meant their bet had paid off. It was truly a case of hardship giving way to triumph. She looked at the furious Jiang Ting and smugly said, "We won. You'd better keep your promise, apologize to us, and then get out of the military headquarters." Jiang Ting's eyes widened. Her face contorted. Though unwilling, the result was clear: she had indeed lost. However, "No. I refuse to admit defeat. You must have cheated, this doesn't count." She stubbornly refused to believe that Sang Biao could lose. Surely Li Yang had used some kind of trickery. She turned her head and said, "Besides, the competition isn't over yet. Your little brother might not last until the end. Who knows, a monster might show up and eliminate him any moment." The competition was still ongoing, and she hadn't lost yet. The total duration of the competition was 4 hours, and it wouldn't end until the time was up. As long as Li Yang was also eliminated, it would be considered a draw. Who really thinks they're invincible? Even without Sang Biao, there were plenty of other experts. Someone would surely take him down. She didn't believe Li Yang could sit back and relax the whole time. Zhao Linger was so angry she laughed. "Fine, then just watch. Anyway, your northern hounds have already lost. As long as we hold out until the end, you've lost." Meanwhile, in a spacious venue, a group of people was seated. Many of them were powerful professionals, all high-ranking members of Koan City's major factions. They were divided into several camps. Koan City, a chaotic place with few rules, had complex relationships among its factions. Although there were mutual interests and collaborations, most of the time, they were at odds with each other. Every year, they would gather at this time. The results of the competition were extremely important to them. The performance of the contestants directly impacted their struggle for interests. Unless something unexpected happens, this year's first place will still be Wang Biao. The central territory of Koan City will remain ours, the Night Wanderer's Hall, a middle-aged man in black clothing said leisurely, a cigar in his mouth. "The rest of the territories, you can divide among yourselves." This man was none other than the leader of the Night Wanderer's Hall, Night Owl. With just a few words, he claimed the most promising and profitable territory in Koan City. For a moment, no one at the scene refuted him. The Night Wanderer's Hall was the oldest faction in Koan City, far surpassing the others in both foundation and strength. The rule was that the faction of the competition's champion got first pick of the territories, with the rest distributed in order of ranking. Those at the bottom could only take what was left, as long as nothing unexpected happened. At this moment, the Black Dragon Gang's leader, Black Dragon, wearing sunglasses, had a sharp gleam in his eyes. He was the only one in the room seriously watching the central screen, following the live competition. Li Yang? Is this the newcomer? Not bad, he's the one who saved my nephew Lu Hai. Over the past few days, his nephew Lu Hai had been raving about this young man's prowess. Li Yang's exploits had caused quite a stir recently, and Black Dragon had heard about them too. Seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Not bad, but that's about it. At most, he'll make it into the top 10. No need to pay too much attention, the leader of the Cape Gate said nonchalantly. The contestants sent by the Night Wanderers Hall, the Black Dragon Gang, and the Cape Gate were all very strong, almost guaranteed to take the top 3 spots, a tradition that had persisted for years. What truly worried them were the second-tier factions. They feared that the military might suddenly produce a dark horse, breaking into the top ranks and disrupting their plans, thereby affecting their interests. Li Yang's rise was the best example of this. Originally, they had been concerned about Sang Biao, but now Sang Biao had already been defeated by Li Yang. Judging by Li Yang's current performance, he was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in this competition. Heh, what if this kid makes it into the top 3? Black Dragon said with a smile. He was actually quite looking forward to such an outcome. After all, he had long been fed up with the fact that, despite all being first-tier factions, the Night Wanderers Hall always took the lion's share every year. Of course, he hoped for an upset. Top 3? Black Dragon, stop joking. It's been over a decade, and that's never happened. Keep dreaming. Zhang Yi from Haijiao Gate sneered. The people from Night Tour Hall followed suit with laughter. Do you really expect this kid to beat those 3? Forget Wang Biao. Even the other 2 are way out of his league. Black Dragon hesitated for a moment and said, I know, but haven't you noticed how extraordinary this kid is? His monster-killing speed, if he can keep it up, he might actually. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. The leader of Night Tour Hall, Night Owl, let out a strange laugh and said mockingly, all right, your judgment is as poor as ever. Why don't you go ahead and bet everything on Li Yang right now? I'm sure the other factions would be thrilled. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Haijiao Gate has no objections. Black Dragon, since you think so highly of this young man, why not take a gamble? The people from Haijiao Gate started egging him on. Black Dragon frowned, seemingly deep in thought. The other factions watched him expectantly. Fine, let's bet. Black Dragon's face darkened. At worst, my Black Dragon Gang will reclaim it next year. He had made up his mind, knowing that if he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to come by again. He decided to take the gamble. As soon as he spoke, everyone cheered. Although they didn't understand why Black Dragon suddenly made this decision, they were all happy to profit from it. The members of Black Dragon Gang widened their eyes and tried to dissuade their leader from acting impulsively. Don't be impulsive, boss. Boss, think it over. Good job, that's gutsy. Night Owl also laughed. Who would complain about having less for themselves? Everyone had to live with the consequences of their choices. Looks like this year, I won't just take the Central Territory, I might even grab the Northern Territory. Calming down, Black Dragon took a deep breath. Since he had made his decision, he wouldn't go back on it. He looked at the large screen in the center. Now, the future of the Black Dragon Gang rested entirely on this young man. Don't let me down, Li Yang. The future of the Black Dragon Gang depends on you. I'll personally visit to thank you later. In the square, everyone stared at the screen intently, filled with curiosity. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care at all, they just wanted to know how Li Yang was pulling it off. Was there anyone who could reign in this lawless guy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud. Thud, thud. At this moment, Li Yang was still busy, continuing his frenzied monster hunt. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass was left standing. You killed a venomous chicken, points plus 80. You killed an ice-hoofed horse, points plus 100. You killed a flame bull, points plus 90. You acquired the flame bull's innate ability, Scorch, another innate ability dropped? Li Yang was slightly surprised and glanced at it. Scorch, attacks cause the target to burn continuously, dealing 200% strength damage per second. The effect was similar to bleeding, but since Li Yang already had the more powerful bloodthirst, this ability wasn't particularly useful to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, you currently possess 2 bleeding-related abilities. Would you like to fuse them? Bloodthirst, S, plus Scorch, A, equals? Li Yang paused for a moment, but didn't hesitate. With a thought, he said, fuse. Soon, the voice sounded again, fusion successful. When fused, triggers a critical hit, upgrading to SSS-level ability. Death suppression, SSS. When an attack hits, absorb 20% of the opponent's current health to replenish your own. When health is below 50%, the absorption effect doubles. Li Yang's eyes widened. This was his first SSS-level ability. Previously, he had been reluctant to use Bloodthirst for fusion, but now he realized how short-sighted he had been. With this ability, who needs to wait for the opponent to bleed out slowly? Just directly drain their health. Although the absorption is based on the opponent's current health, the less health the target has, the less you absorb. It's still unbeatable for wearing down enemies. A single touch, and 20% of their health is gone. Li Yang suddenly stopped moving and began to think. He knew that grinding monsters here had its limits. There was a cap on the points he could earn. To gain points faster, he needed to change locations. Now that he had the incredible death suppression ability, he was brimming with confidence. After making up his mind, he strode quickly in a certain direction. The people outside who were monitoring his movements noticed something unusual. Look, he's heading in that direction. That's the high-level zone. Is he crazy? That's not a place for low-level professions like him. Exactly, going there isn't as simple as killing a few monsters. He's doing fine grinding here. He's definitely in the top 10 rankings. Why take the risk? Everyone was confused. What was Li Yang thinking? Zhao Linger frowned, blinking nervously, unable to understand Li Yang's intentions. The only person happy about this was Jiang Ting. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. If Li Yang played it safe, her chances of winning would be slim. But now, he was walking into his own doom, practically handing her the victory. Ha ha ha. A fool will always be a fool. Go ahead and get yourself killed, she said, completely ignoring Zhao Linger standing nearby. Zhao Linger, already in a bad mood, couldn't help but snap at her. How dare you say that? You've already been eliminated, yet you're still gloating. Why don't you focus on the punishment you'll face for losing? Oh my, such a fiery temper, a gentle male voice suddenly chimed in. The moment Jiang Ting heard it, she lit up with joy and jumped up to greet him. Brother Lu, you're finally here. While you were gone, some people took the chance to bully me. Sorry, babe. The organization had some matters to handle. But I just received some great news, the man said with a smile, his face full of excitement. Jiang Ting was curious. What news? After this year, our Haijio sect will rise to an even higher level. Lu Yu said proudly. When that time came, his status would naturally rise as well. Jiang Ting was overjoyed. Really? Haijiao sect already held a top position in Koan City, so even a small advancement would be significant. Of course it's true. That Black Dragon gang, who knows what they're thinking, actually believes they can rely on rookies to turn the tide in the competition, Liu said with a smirk. They think they're clever, trying to gamble everything, but in reality, they're just handing us resources. Jiang Ting believed him and said happily, that's wonderful. Brother Lu, don't forget about me when you make it big. Don't worry. When the time comes, you won't have to stay in that boring military camp. You can enjoy life with me. Jiang Ting's eyes sparkled. She had been worried that Li Yang might succeed by some fluke, which would put her at a disadvantage. Ha, no need to stay in the military camp anymore. Zhao Linger, do you have anything else to say? She was smug. Zhao Linger sneered, heh, I hope you'll keep your word when the time comes. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and asked Jiang Ting what had happened. Jiang Ting didn't hide anything and told him about the bet. Lu Yu was stunned after hearing it. It's still that Li Yang? What a coincidence. Over there, the Black Dragon gang suddenly valued Li Yang so much that they were even willing to bet the gang's future. And now, here, it also involves Li Yang. Is a newcomer with a bit of talent really worth it? After coming to his senses, he confidently said, Tinger, don't worry. Your brother will personally step in and deal with this Li Yang for you. Zhao Linger's background was very powerful, so he might not dare to touch her, but as for a small fry like Li Yang, she could still teach him a lesson and let him know the rules of Koan City. Jiang Ting shyly nodded, her face full of pride. Zhao Linger sneered again. Seeing through their intentions, she certainly wouldn't sit idly by. But for now, her gaze shifted to the screen. She hoped Li Yang could pass the test smoothly. The monsters in the advanced zone were far stronger than those in the regular zone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Yang. He moved swiftly and soon reached the advanced zone. The probability of encountering high-level monsters here was greatly increased. In the previous area, there were strong monsters too, but most were between levels 60 and 100. However, in the advanced zone, monster levels easily exceeded 100. Once a monster surpasses level 100, its strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Players who haven't undergone a second job change can only flee miserably when facing such monsters. But Li Yang dared to come here voluntarily, which showed he had confidence and wasn't afraid. Rankings had to be earned. Staying on the outskirts meant you could forget about climbing higher. In this competition, most contestants were over level 100. Everyone would enter the advanced zone to hunt monsters and strive for high points. If Li Yang didn't go up, he'd definitely be left behind, unable to catch up. The environment in the advanced zone was noticeably more complex, with intricate terrain and many blind spots. Not only were the monsters stronger here, but the environment was also more dangerous. Li Yang gripped his lightning war halberd tightly, golden electric sparks dancing around it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he encountered his first monster. A massive green python lay hidden in the grass, motionless and extremely hard to detect. As Li Yang passed by, it launched a sudden attack. Fortunately, he was alert and quickly retreated after taking a hit, narrowly avoiding being entangled by the snake's body. Green Forest Soaring Snake, Elite, level, 100 HP, for 80,000 talent abilities, Venom, Petrification. Seeing this monster, the spectators gasped. It's here! This is a monster from the advanced zone, level 100. Not just that, it's an elite monster. Encountering one so quickly, that's terrifying. Can he handle it? If not, he should hurry back. A level 100 elite monster isn't something to mess with. Even the top 10 players from before would avoid it. No, you're underestimating this type of monster. Only Wang Biao, the perennial number 1, dares to face them. If I had so many resources, I definitely wouldn't take risks. At most, I'd hunt small monsters and safely return after the event. But now, he's run straight into a big one. Don't end up with 0 points and get eliminated instead. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Although Li Yang was young and had been impressive before, the gap became immediately apparent when facing a true level 100 monster. However, despite knowing the strength of his opponent, Li Yang felt no fear. He quickly used swift movement to create distance and took a deep breath. A formidable enemy was troublesome, but the most dangerous ones were cunning. The biggest difference between monsters and human professionals was that monsters never let their guard down. A lion would go all out even against a rabbit. Li Yang became serious. This was his first time facing such a high-level monster. The green forest serpent opened its mouth, spewing a stream of green venom with a corrosive aura. Li Yang was prepared and dodged swiftly, his lightning spear striking directly at the giant serpent. Bang! The serpent's scales were as tough as iron. Although Li Yang's penetration ability added significant damage, most of it was mitigated. However, the important thing was that he landed a hit. Li Yang's eyes sharpened. Plunder! In the next moment, the previously menacing serpent suddenly shuddered, and its health bar plummeted dramatically. 120000. A massive white number appeared. It lost 20% of its health in one blow. This attack ignored all defenses and damage reduction effects. Damage per second in the hundreds of thousands. This was all thanks to Li Yang's death suppression skill, which grew stronger against stronger enemies. The tougher the opponent, the higher the damage. Whether it was low-level mobs or high-level bosses, the effect was the same. This was the power of an SSS grade talent. Wow, that damage is insane. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Level 100 monsters usually had to be worn down slowly. Even level 100 human professionals with full gear and support could barely deal damage in the tens of thousands. Each damage threshold represented a milestone, like the difference between first and second tier professions. Breaking 100,000 damage was unheard of, practically a fantasy. It meant being able to kill a level 100 monster in just a few hits. And this was an elite monster most people wouldn't even dare to look it in the eye. Yet Li Yang charged in headfirst, and the result was off the charts. Many people thought they were seeing things, unable to believe the scene before them. What kind of damage is this? I told you he was cheating. Did I see that right? 120,000 damage? Oh my god, even 10 of me couldn't survive one hit. When I was a kid, this scene would have Scared me to tears. Holy crap, can he really take down a level 100 elite monster? Wow, is he really this strong? Zhao Linger also widened her eyes. She had rarely seen Li Yang truly fight before, whether in Koan City or during the Beast Tide battle. It wasn't until today that she witnessed his real strength. She had thought the gap between them wasn't that large since they were both newcomers. But at this moment, she realized just how vast the difference was, greater than the gap between humans and dogs. It seemed everything she had done was worth it. In the audience stands of the square, the crowd's expressions grew complex. The jokes subsided, replaced by seriousness, as everyone began sharing their opinions. Don't be so sure. Level 100 elite monsters aren't that easy to deal with. Many nodded in agreement. Level 100 elite monsters were no ordinary creatures, they were more like leaders. They could easily command other monsters and lead the formation of beast tides. Defeating one easily was simply impossible. Sure enough, on the screen, after Li Yang landed his hit and was preparing to find his next opportunity to attack, the serpent suddenly let out a sharp screech. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the entire area. The rustling sound of grass came from all around, as if something was rapidly approaching. Before long, terrifying roars of monsters echoed. Oh, are you calling for reinforcements? Li Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately pulled out his detector to check. Sure enough, red dots on the detector were converging toward him one after another. Monsters from all directions, summoned by the soaring serpent, were rushing to the scene. Li Yang's eyes narrowed, knowing he had to end this quickly. The scene was almost like a mini beast tide, with all the monsters being elite-level creatures around level 100. Dragging this out would put him at a severe disadvantage. Li Yang flipped his hand, pulling out his explosive bow, quickly aiming at the soaring serpent and drawing the bow to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows, imbued with immense power, sliced through the air. Bang! The arrow struck the soaring serpent, but it had little effect, causing the serpent to only pause slightly. Li Yang wasn't surprised. The soaring serpent's level was too high, and elite monsters had incredibly sturdy defenses. Ordinary attacks could hardly deal significant damage. His golden-grade weapon was already struggling against these level 100 monsters. Upgrading his gear would cost money, and he had millions in cash tied up in investments. But to turn that money into profit, he had to achieve good results in this competition. He could only rely on himself to fight. Li Yang stared at the massive soaring serpent, his eyes gleaming with determination. Plunder! Hiss, hiss! The soaring serpent flicked its tongue, its body trembling. A massive number floated above the serpent. 75000. The soaring serpent's health dropped by 20%. Li Yang gained 75,000 points of temporary health. This was fake health, with no defensive bonuses, and any damage taken would directly deduct from it. But he didn't care real health or fake health, as long as it could absorb damage. It was enough. Just as he was about to press his advantage, the ground suddenly began to shake, like an earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed one after another. They're here, they're here. The audience grew tense. The soaring serpent's reinforcements had arrived. On the big screen, the host zoomed out the view. It was clear that Li Yang was surrounded by monsters from all sides, with no way to escape. It looks like this battle is about to end. There's no denying that Li Yang is strong. Being able to threaten level 100 elite monsters is better than most in the military. But that level of strength is still not enough to handle level 100 elite monsters. In the wild, smart people wouldn't provoke such creatures. If you can escape, you escape. Fighting head-on will only lead to severe consequences. The audience discussed fervently. At this moment, Li Yang stopped attacking the soaring serpent and turned his attention to the commotion around him. A fire wolf suddenly lunged at him from behind one of the soaring serpent's reinforcements. Li Yang had no choice but to deal with the immediate threat first. This fire wolf was also level 100. I haven't even defeated the soaring serpent yet, and now I have to deal with you? Li Yang gripped his lightning spear tightly and thrust it fiercely. Plunder! 25000. The death suppression effect stacked with the base damage, instantly cutting the firewolf's health in half. The firewolf howled in pain and collapsed, twitching. Li Yang prepared to finish it off, but when he looked up, he saw shadows all around him. He realized he was already surrounded by monsters. The firewolf's mouth curled into a cunning smile. Without hesitation, Li Yang thrust his spear into the firewolf again. Slash! You have killed the fire spirit wolf, points plus 150. This fire wolf's points were equivalent to him having killed 2 monsters earlier. The surrounding monsters bared their fangs and claws, lunging at Li Yang. At the critical moment, Li Yang pulled out the Book of the Sage. A purple radiance illuminated the surroundings. The monsters were stunned by the light, their movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang quickly broke out of the encirclement. To be honest, he hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly and in such numbers. The sheer quantity of monsters was overwhelming. Gaining some distance, he gripped his lightning war halberd and thrust it fiercely at a monster. Plunder. 27000. The monsters were momentarily incapacitated. The lightning war halberd's effect was unleashed to its fullest, golden chains connecting all the monsters, transmitting damage between them. Numbers kept flashing. ZZZZZ. 6000. 6200. 6350. Plunder. Taking advantage of the monsters' daze, Li Yang launched a frenzied assault, continuously plundering their health using death suppression. His pseudo-health stacked higher and higher. Suddenly, a new strategy came to mind: drain the monster's health completely, amass his own health to hundreds of thousands, even surpassing the resilience of the soaring serpent. Then, he could rely on melee combat to deal damage and see who was stronger. Li Yang was confident in his damage and defensive capabilities. His body was stacked with countless overpowered talents and class bonuses. Sweating profusely, Li Yang swung his halberd with excitement. He could clearly feel his health bar climbing steadily. This feeling was pure security. Puff, puff, puff. Using his assassin talents, he weaved nimbly through the battlefield, launching backstabs to maximize the damage of each attack. Before long, one monster after another began to fall. Li Yang's bracelet kept chiming with notifications of points being credited. You defeated the Furious Goose, points plus 150. You defeated the Black Yak, points plus 150. You defeated the White Fang Snake, points plus 200. Li Yang's points skyrocketed. This wasn't a beast tide, it was more like a bonus stage. He truly had to thank that soaring serpent elite monster for gathering all the creatures together, saving him the trouble of hunting them down individually. His efficiency had increased significantly. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Damn, he actually turned the tables? These monsters, it's like they're here just to die. Feels like that soaring serpent lured all the nearby monsters over. Honestly, compared to them, he's the real monster. No way, this is ridiculous. How is this even possible? The spectators outside were all in shock, watching Li Yang as if he were casually farming monsters in a game, facing no difficulty at all. If it's like this, I feel like I could do it too. The weapon in his hand is radiant grade, no wonder the monsters can't move. Equipment like that is rare. Radiant grade, definitely a rich kid with connections. I have to be so careful with my gold grade gear, and even a scratch makes my heart ache for days. Man, I envy the rich. Radiant grade equipment? So, what's your plan for what's next? The soaring serpent hasn't even entered its second phase yet. In the VIP seats, Wang Tung muttered to himself. To be honest, he hadn't expected such a dark horse to emerge from this year's military district. Being able to injure that soaring serpent in a first-tier state was exceedingly rare. He suspected Li Yang's class level was at least SS grade. The commanders of other military districts all showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Old Wang, this young man hasn't officially joined your military department yet, has he? Recommend him to us later, will you? Yeah, talents like this are rare. He could be sent to the northern desert for some training. Wishful thinking. If he hasn't officially joined, don't even think about taking his resources. Wang Tang snorted coldly. These people were all making plans, but he hadn't even made his move yet. Meanwhile, somewhere underground, a dramatic scene was quietly unfolding. Damn! This kid is so fierce? Is it still possible to revote? The underground faction leaders gathered together, their expressions subtly shifting. Only the Black Dragon gang leader, Black Dragon, looked smug. Black Dragon, are you challenging my bottom line? Night Owl, the head of the Night Wanderer, Hall, spoke grimly. Initially, he hadn't taken Li Yang seriously, thinking he was just a rookie with some skill who couldn't stir up much trouble. He had scoffed at Black Dragon's opportunistic gamble and hadn't taken it seriously. But now, the situation had changed, and he couldn't sit still. Li Yang's potential exceeded expectations, and Black Dragon had made the right bet. Here came the problem. Although the outcome wasn't decided yet, the threat to him was already significant. Not to mention, if Li Yang killed this elite monster, his points would undoubtedly surge ahead. If Li Yang snatched first place from Wang Biao, the Night Wanderer Hall would be overshadowed by the Black Dragon Gang in the future. Decades of accumulated foundation would be easily surpassed. He absolutely couldn't accept this. The atmosphere at the scene instantly grew tense. Black Dragon noticed and smiled faintly, adjusting his sunglasses with a calm and composed demeanor. Hallmaster Knight, you're overestimating me. As you said, this was just a moment of impulse and a stroke of luck. In the past, he might have feared Night Owl somewhat, but now the two were evenly matched, and he naturally wouldn't bow his head. Night Owl trembled with anger but couldn't do anything for the moment. The rules had long been set, and he couldn't openly violate them. His only hope was that Wang Biao could still secure first place. Ha! Night Owl suddenly seemed to recall something, took a deep breath, and calmed down, sitting back down. Do you really think Wang Biao will lose to a young rookie? Just wait and see. Black Dragon frowned but said nothing more, his eyes fixed on the screen in the center. At the same time, Li Yang had already cleared most of the monsters. The effect of the sage's book was about to end. The green forest soaring snake regained its ability to move. As it came to its senses, it let out a furious roar and charged at Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang was finishing off the remaining small monsters. The soaring snake's posture was swift and aggressive, leaving no time to dodge. Li Yang gritted his teeth, ready to block the attack with his shield. He pulled out the golden battle shield, and the ethereal shield on his body also activated. He braced himself and pushed forward. Bang! The golden battle shield instantly cracked. Crack! With a sharp sound, the shield shattered completely. Li Yang was startled. The battle shield had already been damaged before, and this strike completely destroyed it. He had underestimated the strength of this level 100 elite monster. He couldn't withstand it at all. The powerful impact forced him to take several steps back. Fortunately, he had just taken down quite a few monsters, so his health was high, and he wasn't seriously injured. The fake blood on his body decreased by over 50,000. After steadying himself, Li Yang gripped the lightning war halberd, his gaze resolute. Now it's my turn. In a flash, he dashed to the soaring snake, swinging the halberd fiercely. Swish! The halberd's tip pierced deeply into the soaring snake's body. Plunder! The fake blood that had just been knocked out by the soaring snake was instantly absorbed back. The soaring snake's entire body trembled violently, its health dropping to below half. Li Yang's eyes lit up. If this continues, it won't take many more attempts to use execution to finish it off directly. Just then, the Tang snake suddenly roared. Its body began to swell, its eyes turned red, its scales thickened, and its size grew significantly larger. Seeing this, Li Yang was slightly stunned but quickly reacted. This was the second phase, the red blood phase. Most monsters, especially elites and above, activate self-preservation when their health is low, unleashing all their potential for a desperate fight. Clearly, the Tang snake was no exception. Li Yang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. The Tang snake was already strong enough, and now with this enhancement, how terrifying would the consequences be? Soon, the Tang snake proved everything with its actions. In the next moment, the previously dying Tang snake suddenly emitted a thick aura and soared into the air. It flew up like a flood dragon. The entire area was instantly engulfed in a storm of fierce winds and waves. Li Yang almost lost his footing. This wind is way too strong. The Tang snake spiraled in the air, its movements agile. The sunlight reflected off its scales, making them shimmer brilliantly. The scene was so breathtaking that it was hard to look away. This isn't even the same creature anymore. Li Yang's mouth twitched. Before he could think further, the Tang snake had already spewed a massive amount of venom at him, spraying like a faucet. Li Yang quickly used sprint to dodge. However, with the Tang snake holding the high ground, wherever Li Yang ran, its massive jaws followed, spewing venom at his position. This won't work, Li Yang thought to himself. He had to find an opportunity to bring the Tang snake down. While dodging, he pulled out his explosive bow and aimed at the Tang snake's position. This was a test of his basic skills, but for him, it was a critical moment to prove the results of his hard work. After a round of precise aiming and prediction, he seized the opportunity and quickly drew the bow, releasing an arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrowhead tore through the air, gleaming with a silvery cold light, heading straight for the Tang snake's forehead. Bang! Bang! The arrow struck the Tang snake's head, sparks flying. The Tang snake immediately stopped spewing venom. Hit! Li Yang felt a surge of joy and took the opportunity to follow up with continuous attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Plunder! Under Li Yang's relentless assault, the Tang snake began to falter. It was no match for Li Yang's powerful life-steal skill. Each hit drained a significant amount of its health, and no matter how many health bars it had, it couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. Damage off the charts, feels amazing. With a loud crash, the tongue snake was finally defeated. Bang! Its massive body slammed heavily onto the distant ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The defeated could only admit their loss. The Tang snake's body began to tremble violently, its surface swelling uncontrollably. Li Yang turned coldly and walked away. A real man never looks back. At explosions. Boom! You have slain the Green Forest Tang snake, elite, points plus 1000. Acquired gold tier equipment, Tang Kai shield, acquired Tang snake's heart, rare, acquired Tang snake venom, rare. After slaying the Tang snake, Li Yang directly obtained a piece of gold tier equipment. At the same time, he gained a pile of precious rare materials, worth a fortune. More importantly, this level 100 elite monster provided a massive amount of experience. Counting the monsters he had killed earlier, Li Yang's level had already reached level 70. A faint smile flashed in Li Yang's eyes. As expected, Lu Xian was right, this was the best place to level up. He glanced at the information on his wristband. Name, Li Yang Military Region, Central Points. 4500 estimated rank. 1 of 5. Li Yang was surprised to find that the last line included a ranking update. After some investigation, he understood that this was a temporary ranking, based on the contestants' real-time points and performance, not the final result. However, it hinted at one thing: if he maintained this pace, he might actually become number 1 in the end. Li Yang was ecstatic. To be honest, his initial goal in coming here was just to preserve his points and earn as much as he could. He never expected to accidentally activate the SSS-level talent death suppression. With this, he truly had a chance to compete with other top players. By then, the rewards would be far beyond the millions he had invested in himself. Thinking about this, Li Yang couldn't contain his excitement. Filled with motivation, he continued to venture deeper. Monsters, come out and let me teach you a lesson. As Li Yang was slaying the green forest serpent, the outside world was in an uproar. The host's voice trembled with excitement, and the hand holding the microphone shook slightly. He did it! He actually defeated a level 100 elite monster on his own. The host's words ignited the atmosphere at the venue. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted. Amazing! Wow! This is making my blood boil. I was planning to relax after watching the match, but now I want to go grind monsters. Women only drain my energy. Li Yang, the archer, is absolutely flawless. Whether it's his accuracy, movement, or reaction time, it's nearly perfect. This isn't just about professional skill levels anymore, it's a testament to solid fundamentals. I've been an archer for almost 30 years, and as a veteran, I can say this rookie's fundamentals are incredibly solid. No wonder he's so gifted. It's no surprise that his arrival has completely reshaped the dynamics in Koan City. Meanwhile, in another corner of the square, my god, Tinger, is this guy really a rookie? There's no way. Someone this strong is new. Having just witnessed Li Yan personally defeat a level 100 elite monster, Lu Yu was drenched in sweat. If it had been him, he would have died several times over. What was even more shocking was Li Yang's current state. Could he really turn the tables? Previously, Lu Yu had thought the Black Dragon Gang made a mistake in choosing Li Yang, practically handing over an opportunity. But now, it seemed Li Yang truly had the strength to compete with top players. It appeared the Black Dragon Gang's trust in him wasn't unfounded. Perhaps there was a reason behind it. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Not just him, Jiang Ting, who had been smug earlier, was now completely dumbfounded. Li Yang had actually done it. He had slain such a powerful elite monster and even taken out a bunch of smaller ones along the way. His strength was overwhelming. Where on earth did Zhao Linger find such a talent? He was a total monster. In comparison, the northern hound Sang Biao, whom she had recruited, was utterly insignificant. At this moment, Zhao Linger was completely captivated by Li Yang. She had even forgotten why she had chosen him in the first place or why he was participating in the competition. All she knew was that Li Yang had truly brought them glory. She even forgot about the awkward expressions of the two people beside her. Captain Zhou, if it were you, would you dare to take on a level 100 elite monster alone? In a certain spot, Huang Long asked Zhou Jiangwo beside him. Zhou Jiangwo froze for a moment, then, after some serious thought, smiled wryly. That would depend on the situation. If there were also a group of monsters attacking at the same time, I wouldn't be able to handle it alone. His words were honest, because Li Yang managed to hold on just now. It was entirely due to the sage's book controlling the other monsters. Without this assistance, who knows what the outcome would have been, most likely disastrous. In such a situation, even he would find it difficult to cope. Of course, this is just speculation, as the future is unpredictable. Huang Long nodded. To be honest, when he initially brought Li Yang to participate in the competition, it was just for fun. He didn't expect him to achieve anything and was purely gambling on luck. But seeing Li Yang perform so well, he was naturally very pleased. After all, this also brought some prestige to the Central Military District. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and sighed softly. By the way, if things continue to develop like this, and Li Yang ends up achieving an unbelievable result, the situation in Koan City might descend into chaos. As members of the military responsible for organizing this competition, they were naturally aware of the complex relationships hidden behind the scenes. This competition was tied to the underground dynamics of countless forces. Li Yang's emergence disrupted the original plans and could ultimately lead to a series of unpredictable consequences. As military administrators, they were bound to face a certain degree of impact. Zhou Jiangmo nodded. He had considered this matter as well and had even prepared for the worst. What he feared most was that after Koan City and the Federal Military Department held a meeting, they might erase Li Yang's achievements outright to maintain city stability. This was what scared him the most. Of course, everyone could clearly see Li Yang's accomplishments, and even if they were erased, they would leave a profound mark in history. It could only be said that luck was not on his side, and the timing was wrong. If it really came to that, he would have no choice but to seek Wang Teng's help to fight for it. For now, they could only take things step by step and observe the situation as it unfolded. Unlike the commotion outside, the expressions of various forces at the Koan City Power Conference were unusually complex. The forces led by the Night Wanderer Hall all had grim faces. Who could have expected such a major problem to suddenly arise this year? Night Owl sat in his chair, silent, as the oppressive atmosphere at the scene was suffocating. Meanwhile, members of other forces were watching the drama unfold with relaxed attitudes. This year, Koan City was truly lively. Ever since the emergence of the newcomer named Li Yang, the situation had become uncontrollable. Moreover, many present were actually pleased to see the Night Wanderer Hall's long-standing dominance being challenged. In contrast, the Black Dragon Gang was genuinely celebrating, with a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Some members even couldn't help but hum a tune. Previously, they had been puzzled by their leader's seemingly inexplicable decision. Now, one by one, the members of the Black Dragon Gang began praising and lauding him. No wonder he's the Black Dragon. He truly has vision. Such decisiveness. I have to admit, I was wrong before to doubt our great Black Dragon leader. What a fool I was. The boss was absolutely right. Not only that, but Black Dragon excitedly called his nephew Uncle. Lu Hai's voice came from the other end of the line. Dear nephew, do you remember the Li Yang I mentioned before? Black Dragon asked excitedly. Yes, I remember. What's up? Nothing much, just wanted to trouble you to help make an introduction. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. I need to keep watching the competition. Oh, by the way, I sent you some pocket money. Make sure to check your account. Before the words were finished, Heilong had already hung up the phone and casually transferred 2 million as pocket money. Li Yang's performance just now was entirely comparable to Wang Biao's. If Wang Biao had been the one handling the situation earlier, he might not have done better than Li Yang. It was precisely for this reason that Heilong was so excited. For him, introducing his nephew to Li Yang was about doubling future benefits. It was far more significant than just 2 million. Sometimes, life is just that strange. You can toil for decades without a chance to turn things around, but seizing one opportunity can change everything. Heilong understood that this gamble was so heavy it left him breathless, but he had bet correctly. He had keenly recognized Li Yang's extraordinary qualities. The matter was settled now, and there was no way for anyone to back out. At the Night Wanderer's Hall, Yi Xiao let out a cold snort. These fools have no idea that Wang Biao is no longer the Wang Biao of last year. Just last month, he completed his third-class advancement, becoming a powerful third-tier professional. If Wang Biao were still the same as before, Yi Xiao might indeed be panicking now. But with each class advancement, professionals undergo a qualitative leap. These people had no idea just how strong Wang Biao had become. Meanwhile, in the VIP section of the plaza, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Congratulations, old Wang. The Central region has finally produced a genius. This level of strength can rival the most seasoned veterans in the military. Indeed, to have such strength at such a young age, his potential is immense. Ha, this is all thanks to Li Yang's own hard work. We didn't do anything, we're just basking in his glory. Wang Teng's face was glowing with pride. He waved his hand modestly, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. It had been a long time since the Central region had seen such an outstanding talent. In past competitions, the championship was almost always taken by Wang Biao from the Western region. Regardless of Li Yang's final results, he had already brought enough honor. This level of strength is impressive. Perhaps he could even compete with Wang Biao for first place, a general remarked. No. While I must admit Li Yang is very strong, Wang Biao is no longer the same Wang Biao, the general from the Western War Zone suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, brother Sun, what do you mean by that? Are you saying? Sun Hao smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. Wang Biao recently completed his third-class advancement, and his strength has improved significantly. This revelation left the other generals wide-eyed and stunned. Wang Biao truly lives up to his reputation as the reigning champion for years. Third advancement? I remember he was only level 120 last year. How did he progress so quickly without us knowing? Brother Sun, you've been keeping this well hidden. With this, Li Yang is at most at the second advancement. While strong, he can't compare to Wang Biao. Indeed, expecting him to surpass other top contenders right from the start is too unrealistic. Wang Teng sighed inwardly. As the reigning champion for years, Wang Biao's strength was undoubtedly formidable. This world was never short of geniuses. How far Li Yang could go depended entirely on himself. He looked up at the screen, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. If the future belongs to you, then prove it to me. If Li Yang could truly achieve it, no matter what happened next, Wang Tang would give him his full support. The development of the Dragon Nation and the future of humanity required professionals with both potential and strength. At this moment, a man dressed in a purple mage robe, holding a wand, was leisurely strolling through the mountains and forests. Several fierce summoned beasts guarded him at all times, ready to surround and kill any enemy that appeared with ease and composure. Wang Biao yawned, still as boring as ever. There's never a real opponent each year. I'll talk to the organizers later, might as well just give me first place directly from now on. Just then, his radio buzzed. Oh, Wang Biao raised an eyebrow, took out the radio, and answered. Soon, a deep voice from Night Owl came through. Wang Biao, there's a new professional, uses a bow. He briefly described Li Yang's appearance. If you encounter him, take action immediately. He's dangerous, understand? Dangerous? Wang Biao raised an eyebrow. It had been a long time since anyone had said that to him. However, since Night Owl had personally reached out, it was certainly no trivial matter. Still, he had just advanced to his third-class transition and was brimming with confidence. Got it. Don't bother me. With that, he impatiently hung up. Li Yang, huh? If I run into you, that would be interesting. I'm bored anyway. Time ticked by, and the grand competition was nearing its end. There was about an hour left in the match. Li Yang was darting through the forest, frantically hunting monsters, with his points flowing in like a stream. Holding his explosive bow, he stood at a high vantage point, skillfully observing his prey. His wristband refreshed its information again. Name, Liyang Military District. Central points, 7,500 estimated rank. Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. His hard work had paid off, his points had now reached 7,500. The wristband showed he was firmly in first place. With less than an hour left in the competition, as long as he maintained this pace, the championship was his. At that moment, a monster suddenly darted across in front of him. Li Yang immediately nocked an arrow and fired. The arrow sliced through the air, hitting its target with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Biao, who had been casually glancing at his wristband, was stunned by the numbers before him. Name: Wang Biao Military District, Western Points, 6,500 estimated. Rank: 2. He had actually dropped to second place? Wang Biao had always held first place, never surpassed by anyone. Now, with his greatly enhanced strength and a point-gathering speed faster than last year, how could someone overtake him? Who stole my first place? Wang Biao's eyes widened in shock. As an SS-level necromancer who had undergone 3 class transitions, there were few in the Kuan City military who could rival him. How could someone have more points than him? He recalled Night Owl's earlier warning, which he hadn't taken seriously at the time. Now it seemed there was something to it. Damn, this guy's pretty impressive. Wang Biao frowned deeply. With less than an hour left in the competition, it would be difficult for him to overtake the lead. As he was pondering his next move, a series of explosions echoed in the distance. His eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered one of the rules: defeating other contestants allowed you to directly inherit their points, which was far more efficient than hunting monsters. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the source of the explosions. You killed a unicorn ape, points plus 120. You killed a wind scorpion snake, points plus 150. At the same time, after dealing with the fleeing monsters ahead, Li Yang was preparing to turn onto the path beside him. Suddenly, 3 armored puppets emitting a chilling aura stepped out from the side, each about 2 meters tall and wielding sharp blunt weapons. Li Yang turned around, his brows slightly raised. What are these things? They don't look like ordinary monsters. As he pondered, a robust man in a mage robe slowly emerged. Wang Biao approached, sneering coldly. Sorry, I need to snatch some points. He waved his hand, and the 3 undead puppets immediately surrounded Li Yang, closing in on him. Li Yang's eyes turned cold as he thought, this is clearly trouble, and they've set their sights on me. What? It's Wang Biao. He's here. The real show begins. As Wang Biao appeared, the audience in the square immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed on the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Everyone knew this would be the decisive battle for first and second place. Whoever won would be the champion. Li Yang, don't lose. Zhao Linger stared nervously at the screen. The members of the Black Dragon Society were also tense. Black Dragon's face was heavy. He had initially thought Li Yang could secure first place by farming monsters, but now, with the two facing off, the outcome was suddenly uncertain. Alright, the moment of truth is here. Night Owl let out a sinister laugh. He had been most worried that Wang Biao wouldn't find Li Yang to settle the score. Now it seemed victory leaned more toward Wang Biao. He was confident Wang Biao could easily defeat the newcomer. Wang Biao wasn't an ordinary competitor, his confidence came from countless championship medals. At this moment, Li Yang was unaware of the attention he was receiving. Faced with Wang Biao's sudden attack, he remained calm. After all, he wasn't easy to deal with either. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. SS class profession detected, undead acolyte. Would you like to copy it? Oh, Li Yang's heart stirred. An SS class profession, this was valuable. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS class profession, undead acolyte. You now possess 2 SS class undead related professions. Would you like to perform Super Revolution Fusion? Soul Sorcerer plus Undead Acolyte equals? Li Yang was astonished. Super Revolution Fusion? Is there really such a thing? He glanced at Wang Biao, unable to resist the urge to thank this guy for delivering an SS class profession. What would result from the fusion of 2 SS class professions? Li Yang was filled with anticipation. Fusion successful. You have obtained the SSS class profession, Necromancer. SSS class profession? Li Yang's eyes widened. After confirming he hadn't misread, he couldn't contain his excitement. Ever since he rejected an SSS class profession during the awakening ceremony, he had now obtained an even stronger SSS class profession, proving his decision back then was correct. In less than a month, he had already made up for it. Thanks to Wang Biao's trip to Kuan City, it was truly worth it. He looked at Wang Biao with newfound affection. Although he didn't know who this guy was, his contribution couldn't be ignored. Seeing Li Yang remain unresponsive, Wang Biao began to grow contemptuous. Ha, are you scared stiff? Fine, just surrender obediently. And save me the trouble. Several skeletons had already closed in. Li Yang finally reacted. He calmly activated his heavenly eye. The summoned creatures instantly froze in place. Don't mess around, I'm busy here. With that, he relaxedly focused on the effects of his newly acquired SSS class profession. SSS class necromancer profession talent. For every level gained, the number of summoned creatures increases by 1. Skill, summon skeleton knights to assist in battle. When the summoned creatures are present, any damage received by the user is transferred to the summoned creatures. Amazing! Li Yang stared at the effect before him, his heart trembling. This truly deserves to be an SSS level summoning skill. With each level up, he could summon one more helper. Now he could summon 70 skeleton soldiers? Even more impressive. As long as these summoned creatures remained alive, he wouldn't take any damage. In other words, as long as they were still around, he was invincible. Want to hurt me? First, take down all 70 of my skeleton soldiers. Just as Li Yang was secretly feeling smug, Wang Biao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't my summoned creatures move? His face darkened. He hadn't expected the seemingly ordinary Li Yang to be so powerful. Again, Wang Biao waved his magic staff. Necromantic secret art. A ghostly green aura sprayed from the staff, forming several shadows on the ground, which then transformed into a group of undead puppets. How about this? Now that I have so many helpers, how long can you hold out alone? Attack! Li Yang, who was in high spirits, was suddenly interrupted, feeling a bit annoyed. Fine, I'll let your meager contribution serve as my stepping stone. It's undeniable that Wang Biao is an SS-level profession, a 1 in 1,000 talent. But what does an SS-level profession amount to in front of me? Watching the group of undead puppets charging at him with weapons raised, Li Yang chuckled lightly. Necromantic secret art? Have you heard of the undead scourge? He waved his hand, revealing the sage's book. This was no ordinary weapon. The sage's book itself was a top-tier artifact, perfect for summoning an undead army. In an instant, the sky darkened, and fierce winds arose. From all directions came eerie, chilling growls that sent shivers down the spine. Dozens of skeleton soldiers densely appeared on the field, emitting a faint white glow, their bones gleaming ominously. Undead? So many skeletons, all undead. Exclamations erupted from the audience. I thought he was joking. Dude, you're really playing this. For real? This number is terrifying. How did he manage this? In the VIP section. Is this really Li Yang? Wang Tang stood up excitedly. This is insane. A regular match, and he summoned an undead army. Old one, what's his background? Do you have secrets you haven't told us? This truly is the undead scourge. This kid is destined for greatness. The other military commanders all wore expressions of shock. Was this still an ordinary person? If Wang Tang claimed he didn't know, they wouldn't believe him. Wang Tang smiled bitterly, feeling emotional. Times have changed. The younger generation is already surpassing us. It's time for us old folks to retire. At this moment, the skeleton army had completely surrounded Wang Biao and his summoned creatures. What? What's going on? Wang Biao froze, his eyes wide open. So many undead? How could he summon so many? Who exactly was this person? He had never heard of him before. His own summoning skill was already at the 3rd tier, and he could only summon up to 10 puppets. Li Yang's skeletons were clearly of a higher level. Wang Biao was utterly terrified. As an SS-level profession, this was the first time he had been so easily crushed. Who exactly are you? He stared at Li Yang, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Startled, he suddenly realized, this trait, could it be the newcomer Night Owl mentioned? Looking closer, it indeed matched Night Owl's description. He took a deep breath. No wonder it felt familiar earlier. But something's off. He remembered that person was an archer, right? An archer who can summon the undead? Then wouldn't that make him a necromancer? Completely useless? Was the intel wrong? Just as his mind was filled with questions, Li Yang gently waved his hand. The skeleton soldier wielding a greatsword charged forward. In comparison, the few undead puppets seemed insignificant and were instantly overwhelmed. Wang Biao broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. How could anyone fight this? Who could possibly withstand this? He finally understood why his wristband ranking had dropped to 2nd place. The 1st place turned out to be this person in front of him. It seemed his trip here was a complete loss. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Staying alive and holding onto second place was at least something. After all, a summoner without their summons was nothing. Noticing the opponent trying to flee, Li Yang moved swiftly, pursuing relentlessly. Trying to run? No way. As Wang Biao ran, he realized Li Yang was right on his heels, his eyes turning cold. Still daring to chase me? Tired of living? He waved his magic staff, summoning 2 undead puppets. Quick, while he's separated from his group, take him down for me. The 2 undead puppets brandished their weapons and charged at Li Yang. Li Yang didn't dodge at all. He knew it would be too troublesome to deal with them individually, a waste of effort with no benefit. It was better to go straight for Wang Biao, the leader. He charged directly into the attack. Bang! The undead puppets blocked his path, their weapons striking him. But Li Yang didn't take any damage. It wasn't that the puppets were weak, but rather that his necromancer skill, damage transfer, had activated. All the damage was transferred to his skeleton soldiers. Among the vast skeleton army, one skeleton soldier collapsed with a crash. However, it was just one among thousands, and over 60 skeletons remained standing strong. Are you insane? Wang Biao gasped, fear flashing in his eyes. He never expected Li Yang to withstand the attacks head-on. What shocked him even more was that Li Yang was completely unharmed. His undead puppets were at the 3rd tier level. This was too bizarre. The 2 undead puppets continued to chase Li Yang, but their attacks neither slowed him down nor had any effect. Wang Biao was dumbfounded. What kind of cheat was this? In the blink of an eye, Li Yang was already in front of him. His vision blurred. Bang! Li Yang struck the magic staff out of his hand, and the lightning war spear in his hand slammed into Wang Biao. Zzzzz. Immediately, a paralyzing sensation spread throughout his body. This was precisely the weakness of summoner-type mages. Their power was primarily concentrated in their summons, making their own strength inferior to that of pure mages. Time passed. You have defeated player 001, points plus 6,500. As the notification sound from the wristband rang out, Li Yang was slightly stunned. His points had increased by so much? 6,500 points, leaving only a 1,000 point gap between him and the top spot. It was already very close. His ranking was undoubtedly near the top. This was a huge gain. Name, Liang, Military District, Central, points, 14,000, estimated ranking. 1, his points had reached 14,000. This was solid. Li Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected that the opponent he had just casually defeated was none other than the legendary Wang Biao, who had won the championship for consecutive years. When Li Yang defeated Wang Biao with an overwhelming advantage, the outside world erupted in excitement. Although this victory seemed somewhat unbelievable, a win was still a win. Wang Biao lost? The championship has changed hands. It's been ages since someone broke this record. This match was absolutely worth it. Over 10,000 points? A record breaker, right? This is the highest score in history. Finally, some fresh blood. The old champion staying the same every year was getting boring. This is thrilling. Especially among the soldiers of the Central War Zone, one after another, they cheered excitedly, Li Yang! Li Yang! Li Yang! Ha ha ha! Central is #1 this year. Let's go back and celebrate properly. Pork chop rice with 2 extra sausages. I've been fed up with those guys from the West for a long time. Finally, we can breathe easy today. In contrast, the soldiers from the Western War Zone wore bitter expressions, unable to believe the reality before them. Wang Biao actually lost to a newcomer. The situation has changed. I must be dreaming. Someone punch me awake. But the impact of this match went far beyond the surface. What? Wang Biao lost? In the hall, Night Owl stood up in shock. He could no longer remain calm. Wang Biao's defeat meant a heavy blow to their faction, and everyone would be affected to varying degrees. What exactly happened? Could Wang Biao have lost on purpose? I don't think so. This time, it was clear he couldn't win. This year's dynamics are going to be chaotic. Kuencheng has been stable for too long. This might not be entirely a bad thing. The forces here were almost saturated, leaving no opportunities for newcomers. With this development, smaller factions might seize the chance to stir things up. Meanwhile, members of the Black Dragon Society on the sidelines couldn't help but laugh. We won. This is truly our victory. Ha ha ha. Black Dragon laughed uncontrollably. He hadn't misjudged Li Yang, his performance exceeded everyone's expectations. The once powerful Wang Biao now fled like a drowned rat, chased and beaten relentlessly. Lord Night Owl, a loss is a loss, Black Dragon said with a smile to Night Owl and his group. Night Owl and the members of the Night Wanderer Hall looked grim, but they couldn't afford to lose their temper at this moment. Black Dragon seized the opportunity to provoke them, leaving them feeling utterly stifled. Well played. Night Owl clenched his fists, a shadow flickering in his eyes. If that's the case, don't blame me for flipping the table. He stood up and led his people away. Take care, Black Dragon said, his smile growing even more smug. They had been mocked as fools before, but now, who would dare underestimate them? On the field, the attitudes of some small and medium-sized factions toward the Black Dragon Society had clearly changed, becoming more ingratiating. This was the kind of treatment they should have been receiving from the Night Wanderer Hall all along. Black Dragon's face was full of pride, knowing that all of this was thanks to Li Yang. He resolved to find an opportunity to repay him properly. Later. Meanwhile, after defeating Wang Biao, Li Yang checked the time. There were still 30 minutes left until the end of the match. He commanded the skeleton warriors to split up and continue hunting monsters. This way, he didn't have to lift a finger, yet the efficiency was much higher. Li Yang, on the other hand, relaxed. He jumped onto a tree branch and lay down to rest. 3 skeletons stood guard below, ensuring he had no worries about being ambushed by monsters. Before long, his wristband began to beep with notifications. You killed an eel, points plus 100. You killed a deer, points plus 100. These were all monsters slain by the skeleton warriors. Li Yang could harvest while lying down, feeling utterly thrilled. Outside, the discussions reached a peak. Everyone stared intently at Li Yang's movements, shocked to see him suddenly lying down motionless. Whoa, is he really just lying flat now? While others are fighting desperately, he's just sleeping? He's got skills, having so many points makes him bold. If I had as many points as him, I'd lie down too. In the VIP seats, Wang Tang sighed, he really beat Wang Biao. Impressive, but the forces in Koan City are probably going to stir up trouble. They're anxious and might resort to extreme measures. Several high-ranking officials felt both pleased and troubled. Originally, the competition was meant to help soldiers relax, but it might end up creating more work for them later. Let's take it one step at a time. Wang Tang sighed. The competition had only a few minutes left. Li Yang opened his eyes and glanced at his wristband. Name, Li Yang Military District, Central Points, 24000. Estimated rank, 1. His performance was excellent, just as he had expected. During his rest, the skeleton warriors continued fighting, steadily increasing his points. The feeling of harvesting through summoning was fantastic. Although there were some professional limitations, they didn't matter to him. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the arena, and flocks of birds flew across the distant sky. It seemed like something terrifying was approaching. What's going on? Li Yang stood up and looked toward the direction of the sound. It was the boundary connecting to the wilderness. He frowned, sensing that something was amiss. At the same time, people outside also noticed the unusual situation. Something's wrong. There's an abnormal wave coming from the connection point, heading this way. What? Wang Tang's eyes widened. He stared at the soldier delivering the report, his face full of disbelief. Is the information reliable? This shouldn't be happening. The competition venue was set up in the wilderness, with the far end not fully controlled. Even so, they had established barriers, which should have prevented such a large disturbance. Moreover, there were people regularly clearing out small monsters, and the area had been thoroughly inspected before the competition. There was absolutely no chance of an issue. After all, nothing like this had ever happened in the past few years. This was the first time. Without time to think further, Wang Tang quickly issued orders. Notify everyone immediately to prepare for support. Use the wristbands to alert the participants inside, telling them to retreat to the rear square immediately. Danger is approaching. It was important to note that many participants were still inside. Those who had lasted until now were essentially top-tier experts, completely unaware of the crisis outside. If something went wrong, the losses would be enormous. Alert! Dangerous wave approaching. All participants must retreat to the rear square immediately and await support. Repeating, retreat immediately. The participants in the arena all received this urgent notification. Li Yang's wristband also delivered the same message. He paused briefly, scanned his surroundings, quickly grasped the situation, and immediately ran toward the rear. Using his swift movement skill, he darted through the forest. Along the way, he increasingly felt the abnormal wave drawing closer. If there truly was danger, it would likely reach here very soon. At this moment, the contestants gathered on a vast open field. This was the final line of defense for the arena. By the time Li Yang arrived, several contestants were already standing there. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had received the notification. Others had also rushed to assemble immediately. Everyone had fought desperately, their stamina nearly depleted. Most of them were injured, their faces pale and exhausted. Li Yang stepped into the crowd, his gaze sweeping toward the large, dark shadow creeping closer from the mountainside, his brows furrowed tightly. If reinforcements were delayed, they would have to hold the line themselves. But judging by their current state, to be honest, Li Yang doubted they could withstand the first wave of attacks. Meanwhile, outside in the plaza, the military was urgently mobilizing forces. The sudden situation had caught everyone off guard. Time was of the essence, they had to hold this position. Soldiers bustled back and forth, their faces filled with tension. Soon, Wang Tong and several high-ranking military officials arrived at the teleportation gate with their teams. Suddenly, they noticed the light of the teleportation gate dimming. Wang Tang's heart sank, and he quickly inspected it. Moments later, his expression darkened as he said, "This is bad. The teleportation gate has malfunctioned. This power, it's the abyss." As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in shock. The abyss? How is that possible? How could the power of the abyss appear here? Could that strange fluctuation earlier have been caused by the abyss as well? At the mention of the abyss, everyone's nerves tightened. They were a group of crazed enemies, and no one wanted to face them head-on. The methods of the abyss were extremely ruthless and without limits. When had they orchestrated all this? How had no one noticed? The teleportation gate is broken. Everyone's expressions turned grim. This meant they couldn't provide immediate reinforcements. The contestants inside were in grave danger. Wang Tong gritted his teeth. Li Yang was still in there. He was a genius and absolutely could not be harmed. Losing him would be a tremendous blow to the nation. Zhao Linger, upon hearing the news, was first shocked and then grew anxious. What do we do now? How can we provide support? If we don't go soon, they won't hold out. A staff member stepped forward, examined the teleportation gate, and said gravely, "The teleportation gate has been contaminated." A massive group of monsters emanated a dark, abyssal aura. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, you weak human. Professionals, why not surrender to the abyss now? Otherwise, you'll all become food for the monsters." The demonic voice reverberated through the area, relentlessly testing everyone's final line of defense. From afar, the monsters approached, causing people to tremble, their legs weak, instinctively retreating. Who is speaking? Stop scaring us. So many monsters. What on earth is happening? Li Yang's gaze sharpened as he stared at the densely packed monsters before him. These creatures had been strengthened by the abyss, their aura several times more powerful than before. Roar! The monsters roared in unison. Before anyone could react, the abyss-powered monsters had already charged forward. "Don't just stand there. Pick up your weapons." Li Yang's eyes were resolute. It seemed he could only rely on himself now. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Someone had to step up and take command. Undead. Li Yang focused his thoughts. Instantly, the sky changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, fierce winds howled. The eerie murmurs of the undead echoed. One by one, sinister skeletons appeared before the crowd, exuding a chilling, icy aura. Their mere presence overwhelmed the abyssal monsters. These undead stepped forward, standing as a barrier, giving everyone an unparalleled sense of security. As they appeared, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Boom! 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 The skeletal warriors moved. Their heavy footsteps thundered as they charged fearlessly toward the swarm of monsters. Li Yang followed closely behind. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Who is this guy? What is he trying to do? So many skeletons, did he summon them all? What should we do? What else can we do? There's no way out. Fight! Everyone, follow him! Some gripped their weapons tightly, gritting their teeth as they followed Li Yang into battle. Others froze in place, unable to react. Crazy. You're all crazy. There's no way to stop this. You're all mad. Fight. Despite the complaints, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, shouting as they charged forward. At the front, the skeletal warriors moved swiftly, like lightning, rushing toward the monsters. Bang! 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 The two sides collided fiercely. The skeletal warriors, with immense strength, swung their massive blades, slashing mercilessly at the monsters several meters tall. Despite the monsters being empowered by abyssal forces, the skeletons showed no fear. Instead, they fought back with overwhelming force, like crushing machines. Dozens of skeletal warriors formed a solid defensive line, halting the monsters' frenzied assault. Begin the counterattack. Li Yang stopped not far away, pulling out his explosive bow and starting to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between humans and monsters erupted completely. For the sake of protecting our homeland, defeat them. The players instantly transformed into true warriors, soldiers. Facing the swarming monsters, they bravely stood their ground for survival. Each warrior's face was flushed, their necks tense, their bodies radiating an aura of fearlessness. The most critical factor was the skeletal knights. They were unstoppable. With each swing of their blades, they took down a monster in just 2 strikes, carving out a bloody path. For a moment, they managed to hold off the monster's relentless attacks. You killed a scorpion leopard, points plus 120. You killed a blade mantis, points plus 100. You killed a red snake, points plus 150. You killed the bear arm, points plus 150. You gained a talent skill, acceleration, B. You gained a talent skill, blazing fire, B. The sound of monster kill notifications kept echoing in Li Yang's mind. The strength of the skeleton warriors exceeded everyone's imagination. Their killing speed was incredibly fast, and their bodies were unbelievably tough. Everyone was dumbfounded. If these things were enemies, they wouldn't last a second. Hey, what's the deal with these skeletons? They're way too powerful. I remember. Wang Biao is also a summoner. I thought his skeletons were already strong, but I didn't expect there could be even stronger ones. Wang Biao's undead puppets are ridiculously weak compared to these skeleton warriors. Under the counterattack of Li Yang and the skeleton warriors, resisting this wave of monster tide was much easier than everyone had imagined. Before long, not only were they not overwhelmed by the monsters, but they also carved out a bloody path. We've got a chance. This guy is too strong. His skeletons are like cheats. What kind of profession is this? It's incredible. I feel ashamed in comparison. This scene shocked everyone. It was simply unbelievable. It felt like relying on this skeleton army alone could hold off this wave of monsters. Time ticked by. Li Yang and the skeleton warriors fought more and more valiantly. The number of monsters on the battlefield dwindled. Finally, the mastermind behind the scenes couldn't sit still anymore. The voice of the Abyss Demon echoed again. No. This is impossible. What kind of monsters are these skeletons? Soon, a dark figure appeared high in the sky. Demon-like horns, silver armor, razor-sharp claws. The Abyss Demon revealed itself. Its appearance was similar to before, but this time it wore silver armor, exuding a much stronger aura. Seeing it, everyone tensed up. No wonder. Now it makes sense. Turns out they were behind this. This is a 3-star demon. Only a 3-star demon has the ability to use abyssal power to summon so many monsters and create this monster tide. Everyone's hearts tightened. A 3-star demon. This was an existence capable of threatening an entire city. And now, it had appeared right before their eyes. Many people felt a chill down their spines. How can we possibly deal with it? A 3-star demon not only could control and enhance monsters but was also extremely powerful itself. Even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be able to defeat it. At this moment, the silver demon revealed a ferocious expression. These skeleton warriors had killed so many of its monsters it had spent a tremendous amount of energy infecting and enhancing. It was furious to the point of madness. Moreover, it had already marked Li Yang as its greatest enemy. Very well. You're strong, which means I absolutely cannot let you live. Powerful enemies have no place in this world. I will never let you grow. A mass of abyssal energy rose in its hand, condensing into a large blade, shrouded in black mist. Being targeted by the 3-star demon would make anyone's heart tighten. The faint-hearted might even wet their pants in fear. However, facing the demon in the sky, Li Yang showed no fear. I have over 70 skeleton warriors, which means I have over 70 lives. I can make countless mistakes, but no matter how strong you are, you can only make one. The silver demon let out a furious roar and dove down like a meteor, charging straight at Li Yang. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. A 3-star demon, he couldn't afford to be careless. His figure flickered as he quickly retreated. The demon crashed heavily into the ground, causing spider-web-like cracks to spread across the surface. Black smoke billowed. Suddenly, the demon burst out from the black smoke, swinging its blade at Li Yang. Li Yang raised his weapon to counter. Clang! The black blade and the lightning war halberd collided, producing a crisp sound. Li Yang's expression changed slightly. This won't do. His weapon was clearly far inferior to his opponent's. At this rate, his weapon would soon break. He had no choice but to abandon defense, leaping backward and retreating swiftly. The silver fiend seized the opportunity, a vicious expression appearing on its face. It swung the black blade fiercely, slashing down with force. Ha ha ha, now's the time, die for me. The black blade, forged from the power of the abyss, exuded a terrifying aura, distorting the surrounding air. Clang! Block! However, the strike landed on Li Yang without causing any effect, not even a ripple. All the damage was transferred to Li Yang's skeletal warrior. The silver fiend froze in shock, its face full of disbelief. Li Yang's figure flickered. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, he silently circled behind it and swung his halberd with force. Slash! 30000. Death suppression. Plunder. 150000. The silver fiend's eyes widened. What? The damage was absurd. Before it could even react, its health had dropped by more than half. Its entire body trembled violently as a surge of black energy erupted from within. The black energy quickly coalesced into a mass and shot away like lightning. Moments later, it reappeared on the distant ground, staring at Li Yang in shock. Impossible. I clearly hit you, yet you're completely unharmed? It looked at its own hands in disbelief, even beginning to doubt itself. Li Yang stared at it coldly, saying nothing. Why don't you try again? The silver fiend's expression darkened. Arrogant human brat. Don't think I fear you. Its figure flickered, rising into the air. Raising its hand, a mass of black energy rapidly condensed into a massive energy sphere. The sphere grew larger and larger, brimming with destructive power. Humph, this move will kill you 10 times over. The silver fiend waved its hand, and the black energy sphere hurtled toward the ground. A deafening explosion followed, and the earth-shattering shockwave nearly engulfed the entire plane. The immense energy drew everyone's attention. What is that? It's terrifying. Get out of the way, or you'll die. The overwhelming pressure struck fear into everyone's hearts. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. Although the skeletal warriors could absorb damage for him, they couldn't withstand every attack. The skeletal warriors at the front of the formation were already bearing the brunt of the pressure. If too many were lost at once, the situation would become dire. With this in mind, Li Yang took out the Wind Dragon. Token. Wind Dragon. In the next moment, a mass of azure energy flew out from the token, gradually forming the figure of a green dragon before him. It had been a long time since he last summoned the Wind Dragon, and he now realized how much it had grown. It was completely different from before. The dragon's scales were vivid and lifelike, radiating a green glow. But there was no time to admire it now. Without hesitation, Li Yang leapt onto the Wind Dragon's back. The dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky at incredible speed. The massive energy sphere crashed into the ground, unleashing a devastating impact. The land was leveled, not a single blade of grass remaining. But both man and dragon had already left the scene. What? The silver fiend and everyone else were stunned. The figure of the man and dragon glided gracefully across the sky. That's a dragon. He has a dragon? My God. Seeing this fantastical sight, everyone was left utterly speechless. Hiss. Who is he? Those skeletons are also his summons. How can he be so powerful? Terrifying. Our army actually has such a master. The newcomer is incredible. If it were me, facing a 3-star demon, I probably wouldn't last a moment. At this moment, the azure dragon turned and flew toward the demon. Li Yang held his explosive bow, shooting arrows repeatedly. The silver demon panicked, feeling true fear for the first time. It ignored everything else and fled in haste. Meanwhile, at the external entrance, everyone gathered, the atmosphere heavy. They knew the contestants inside were in danger but were powerless to help. Several repairmen squatted by the portal, anxiously working on repairs. Wang Tang and others stood fully armed, waiting at the front, ready to rush in. The moment the portal was fixed. "Can you hurry up?" Zhao Linger urged impatiently. The repairman looked troubled. Beside her, Zhou Jiangwo patted her shoulder. "Calm down. Your impatience will only slow them down." Zhao Linger sighed and said no more. "What's the situation inside? So much time has passed. The losses must be severe. By the time we get in, it might already be too late." A chorus of sighs echoed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "No, our people are fine. There's a dragon. And a skeleton army." A man ran over from the direction of the square. "What? A dragon?" Mentioning the skeleton army, everyone immediately thought of Li Yang. They had all seen his powerful skeleton legion. But could Li Yang alone withstand these monsters? And what about the dragon? The man didn't elaborate, instead pulling out a projection orb. The orb landed on the ground, quivering slightly, and emitted a beam of light. A scene appeared in the air. In the image, monsters cloaked in abyssal power swarmed densely, sending chills down the spine. These monsters attacked frantically. But in front of them, a group of skeleton warriors stood ready, their blades rising and falling, cutting down the monsters like chopping vegetables. Behind them was a group of human professionals. Under the protection of the skeleton warriors, they fought fiercely against the monsters. "There. Okay." Everyone was startled but finally breathed a sigh of relief. The skeleton warriors are so strong. This is the undead army I imagined. Thank goodness, they're still holding on. Truly worthy of being our warriors. Where's Li Yang? Why isn't he visible? Could he have already? Just then, two shadows flew across the sky. At the forefront was a mass of black mist, within which was undoubtedly the abyssal demon. But at this moment, this evil creature appeared extremely disheveled. It fled in panic, moving at lightning speed. Is that a 3-star demon? What on earth happened? This scene left everyone stunned. Even more shocking was the appearance of another green dragon shadow following closely behind. Is that a dragon? Is it really a dragon? Those who saw this scene realized what was happening, their faces filled with astonishment. It was indeed an azure dragon. At this moment, someone noticed something. Look! There seems to be someone on the dragon's back. Everyone turned to look. On the massive dragon's back stood a figure. Though small in stature, he exuded an unyielding aura. He held a bow and arrow, continuously shooting at the silver demon ahead. Holy crap! Someone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Someone is riding a dragon and chasing down a demon? Who is that? He looks familiar somehow. The projection began to enlarge. Gradually, the figure became clearer and clearer. A familiar silhouette appeared before everyone. Li Yang! It's him, someone exclaimed. After all, they had just been observing him not long ago. Many people recognized him at a glance. It really is him. Is this dragon his too? Amazing. While others run away from demons, he chases them down. Oh my god. No one here can stop him now. He's completely insane. Watching the projection, Wang Tang also felt relieved. As long as he's okay. Li Yang's current strength had already exceeded his expectations. He sighed, at a critical moment, we actually have to rely on a new intern to hold the fort. A senior executive beside him chuckled bitterly, old Wang, don't take it to heart. We're human, but his strength, it's already like that of a monster. It feels like they don't even need us to intervene, they can solve all the problems themselves. Meanwhile, the aerial chase was still raging on. The demon, arrogant and domineering, with its powerful abyssal energy, felt for the first time that it had encountered a lunatic. It couldn't be killed, and its attacks were absurdly strong. Was this really a human professional? Terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp arrows flew past. The silver demon. Li Yang pursued relentlessly. The silver demon dodged frantically, like a panicked bull being chased, each evasion filled with desperation. Helpless, it could only flee toward the rear of the beast tide, feeling utterly aggrieved. What terrible luck! It had intended to end the battle in one move, but now it could only flee in disgrace. What was going on? It had always been the one hunting others. Now the tables had turned. The contestants fighting monsters below were all stunned by the scene. This was a 3-star demon. And it was scared enough to run away? Even more shocking was that one dared to flee, and the other dared to chase. This world was getting crazier and crazier. Trying to escape? Sensing the silver demon's intentions, Li Yang would never let it go. Accelerate! Full-speed sprint, he commanded the wind dragon. Roar! The wind dragon let out a furious roar and flapped its wings fiercely. A cyan glow emanated from its wings. Instantly, its speed doubled. Awesome! That's it! Li Yang stood on the wind dragon's back, almost thrown off. Man and dragon united, chasing at top speed. The figure rapidly closed in on the silver demon. Whiz, whiz! Li Yang seized the moment, drew his bow, and fired an arrow. Thud! The arrow struck the demon's back directly. Plunder! 72000. What? The demon turned back in terror, unable to believe. It had been caught. It clutched its chest as abyssal energy gushed from the wound. Its figure wavered and began to fall. The azure dragon immediately dove downward. Boom! Boom! 2 loud crashes, dust flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Li Yang, holding a lightning spear, engaged the demon in battle once again. The wind dragon wasn't idle either, launching wind field attacks that left gashes everywhere. Damn human, the demon roared. Heh, you can say that in hell. Li Yang's lips curled into a smirk. Heaven's Eye, activate. What? The demon's eyes widened. No, this is impossible. Thud. The lightning spear pierced its heart. Plunder. No, the demon screamed in agony. If that's the case, then accompany me to hell. Ha ha ha. You're so incredible, it's worth it. After saying this, the demon lunged at Li Yang, its body beginning to tremble violently. Is it going to self-destruct? Boom! Black smoke billowed, and thick dark energy shrouded the battlefield. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the center of the smoke. Is he still alive? Someone asked, shaking their head. It seems the demon self-destructed. The higher the demon's star level, the more powerful its self-destruction. The explosion of a 3-star demon could destroy an entire village. At the center of the blast, Li Yang's life hung by a thread. Sigh, no matter what, he sacrificed himself to buy us time. He's a hero. To kill an abyssal demon is truly impressive. What a pity. If he makes it back alive, I'll make sure to handle his funeral arrangements properly. Seriously, can't we get some good news for once? As the abyssal energy in the smoke slowly dissipated and drifted into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared within the haze. Li Yang stood there unharmed, looking slightly exasperated. The people who had just been mourning him were stunned. What? He's still alive? Damn, he's a monster. Unbelievable. I've seen some of the strongest tanks, but I never thought anyone could come out of that unscathed. Li Yang exhaled. That guy's self-destruction cost me 10 skeleton warriors. He let out a long breath. The power was indeed immense. Otherwise, why would it be called self-destruction? If it had been anyone else, they'd probably have died several times over. Meanwhile, after the demon was defeated, the abyssal energy entwined around the monsters dissipated. The monsters froze one by one, reverting to ordinary creatures. Their eyes became clear. Humanity's warriors officially sounded the horn of counterattack. Ha ha ha. Still daring to mess with me? Die. Small fry, you're much weaker now than before. Take this punch. These days, everyone gets their turn. 30 years later, when you're old, it'll be my turn to catch you. The tide of battle turned in an instant. With the silver demon, the main culprit, defeated, everyone's morale soared, and the counterattack began. The skeleton army grew even fiercer. The monsters previously infected by abyssal energy were no match for the skeleton warriors and were now crushed like clay. The monsters screamed in agony and began to flee in panic. In a flash, the warriors erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. Every face was filled with excitement and joy. We won! We won! I'm still alive! This is amazing, we all survived. Having faced life and death, they now cherished life even more, savoring the moment. Li Yang had just regained his composure when he was surrounded by the crowd. Brother, you're incredible! If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it this far. Boss, your skeleton warriors are so cool. Can I touch one? Brother, your archery is amazing. Take me as your apprentice. Li Yang coughed lightly. I don't take apprentices. He hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic. But for now, he decided to enjoy the victory. This hard-earned achievement belonged to everyone. This scene was mirrored in the square outside, where people were just as exhilarated as expected of our Koan City army. A few monsters, a few demons, and they took them all down. Amazing. So strong, they're absolute heroes. Li Yang from the Central War Zone may be a rookie, but thanks to him, we were able to resolve this. Attack! That's right, he directly took down a 3-star demon. That's no ordinary monster. That damned demon even tried to blow itself up with Li Yang at the end. It gave me a scare, but thankfully, nothing happened. When they come out, we must throw them a proper celebration banquet. Even Wang Tang's eyes grew moist as he watched all this. This is the true strength of a human warrior. Unfortunately, Li Yang is very likely not going to stay. He was already starting to feel reluctant. Li Yang began to tally up the spoils of battle. He discovered that these monsters, which had suddenly barged into the arena, also contributed to his points. Although his ranking remained unchanged, still firmly in first place, his points had skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Name, Liang Military District, Central Points, 110,000. Estimated ranking, first. Not only that, but these monsters had also given him a massive amount of experience. Li Yang's level had already soared to level 80. In just a few short days in Koan City, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With just 20 more levels, he could undergo his second-class advancement. Moreover, several innate skills had dropped as loot. It's time to synthesize them, Li Yang said as he looked at the list of innate skills and decided to consolidate his abilities. Acceleration, mighty strength, blazing fire. You have too many innate skills. Would you like to merge them with one click? Begin fusion. Fusing, fusion successful. You have obtained the following innate skills. Shadow clone, SS creates a clone that inherits 80% of your attributes. The clone can be controlled, can self-destruct, and disappears upon taking fatal damage. Metamorphosis, SS greatly enhances the attack power of yourself and your summoned creatures. 2 more SS-level innate skills. Li Yang's strength had already reached a level where he could easily crush his peers. It's time to head to Jianhai and reclaim everything that belongs to me, he murmured. At that moment, a voice simultaneously rang out from everyone's wristbands. The abyssal force has dissipated. The portal has been activated. Upon entering the portal, you will be transported back, and the competition results will be settled as usual. As soon as the announcement ended, a blue portal appeared in the square. Everyone became excited. Finally, we can go back. I just killed so many monsters, my points have increased a lot. Don't get cocky. Everyone's points are increasing. I've already surpassed 10,000. I only have 6,000. Li Yang smiled faintly and said nothing. The contestants began entering the portal one by one, disappearing as they did. The scene shifted, and all the contestants emerged safely from the portal, completely unharmed. The results of this battle were exhilarating. As soon as Li Yang appeared, Huang Long and Zhao Linger ran over excitedly. That was amazing. We saw everything, Huang Long said enthusiastically. Thanks to you, not too many of our people died. Otherwise, we couldn't have guaranteed a safe return. You're our hero. Wang Tong, with moist eyes, stepped forward and announced, since everyone is safe and sound, we'll proceed as planned. Tonight, we'll hold a celebration banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd. Yeah, a celebration banquet. Fantastic. The joy of victory needed no further words, everyone understood it in their hearts. At that moment, the sound of point calculations came from their wristbands. Points have been calculated. Points have been calculated. Points have been calculated. Current points, 110,000. Li Yang listened and nodded to himself. No one could surpass his points. Organizing the leaderboard. The wristband displayed the rankings. Sports competition leaderboard, finalized. First, Li Yang, Central War Zone, 110,000 points. Second, Wang Tsongming, Northern War Zone, 10,000 points. Third, Lu Shixiang, Southern War Zone, 9,800 points. Fourth, the gap is huge. The first place is ahead of the second by 1,000 points, someone remarked. Only 1,000? That's already a massive lead. You didn't look closely, it's 110,000 points, more than 10 times the second place. The crowd burst into laughter, discussing animatedly. 110,000 points, this must be a record, right? Yeah, this score will be hard to surpass in the future. 110,000 points, how many monsters would you have to kill? A level 100 elite monster is only worth 1,000 points. This is insane. Wang Tong and other high-ranking military officials sighed. Li Yang's points are actually even higher than this. After all, those monsters carried abyssal power, making them stronger, so the points should be higher. But regardless, he is the undisputed first place. I never thought our Koan City record would be broken by an outsider. Yeah, we have to admit the gap in strength. So what now? Koan City might start to become unstable. Let's just leave it at that and try to protect Li Yang's score, Wang Teng suggested. Everyone fell silent, neither opposing nor agreeing. After all, it was thanks to Li Yang that they had all returned safely. They wouldn't be ungrateful. Tiring as it is, we've lived in Koan City for decades and are used to the hustle. We're just the unlucky ones sent to clean up the mess. The sports competition concluded perfectly. Zhou Jiangwo took Li Yang to claim his rewards. First, the prize for ranking first in the competition, a selection qualification for a Radiant Grade weapon. He could choose any Radiant Grade weapon from the military arsenal. Li Yang calculated in his mind. Ideally, he wanted to equip each class with its exclusive weapon. His Necromancer class already had the Sage's Book, a top-tier weapon, so getting another one wasn't necessary. Then, there was his earlier thought. His Lightning War Halberd in Silver Fiend had suffered severe wear and tear after a recent battle. Gold-grade weapons were no longer sufficient for Li Yang. He had already planned to replace them with something stronger. This was the perfect opportunity. Soul Reaping Spear, quality, Radiant Grade, type, cold weapon, attributes, strength plus 1,500, penetration plus 20%, weapon effect, attacks have a chance to penetrate defenses, dealing true damage. The first attack is guaranteed to deal true damage. You're the one. Li Yang glanced at it and made his decision without hesitation. Penetration weapons were the most practical, always useful in any situation, ensuring his minimum combat effectiveness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He lightly swung the Soul Reaping Spear, feeling its excellent balance. After storing the weapon, the real highlight began. Before the sports competition, he had already invested tens of millions of funds. This time, he secured first place. For him, the rewards were incredibly lucrative. The investment funds of eliminated contestants would all flow into his account. Not only that, but contestants ranked lower than him would also share a portion of their earnings with him proportionally. After deducting the revenue share and other expenses, the remaining amount was astonishing. Ding, Zhanghai Bank Deposit, 66,600,000. Wow! Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the celebration banquet and closing ceremony of the competition had ended. Li Yang took a day to rest. Although he had only stayed in Koan City for a few days, the experiences during this time were incredibly enriching and rewarding for him. Before he knew it, it was time to return. Li Yang received a message from Lu Xian that the genius competition was already warming up, and he needed to hurry back to Zhanghai. That's right. Not only had he accomplished his purpose for coming to Koan City, but he had also exceeded expectations. As for what changes might await him in Zhanghai, no matter what, this time, he was determined to reclaim everything that belonged to him. Before leaving, Li Yang bid farewell to Wang Tong, Zhou Jiangwo, Huang Lon, and the others, thanking them for their care during this time. Everyone was reluctant to see him go. But as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a perpetual gathering. Wang Tong knew Li Yang had more important matters to attend to, so after a few simple words, he didn't say much more. He told Li Yang that he was always welcome to return to Koan City after finishing his business. Li Yang packed his belongings briefly and set off on his journey back to Zhanghai. To avoid the troubles he encountered on his way to Koan City, Wang Tong insisted on having the military escort him. After declining a few times, Li Yang eventually accepted, as time was tight this time. If he were delayed for half a day like before, he might arrive in Zhanghai too late. And so, that afternoon, a convoy of military vehicles grandly escorted Li Yang on his way back to Zhanghai. The scene was incredibly impressive. With such a display, a sense of security was instantly overwhelming. Along the way, there were hardly Any reckless monsters in sight? Li Yang thought to himself, if I were a monster, I'd definitely steer clear of this kind of formation. Compared to his journey to Kuan City, the road was exceptionally smooth, and no one dared to intercept them. A few hours later, they arrived at the outskirts of Jianghai City. The convoy stopped for the first time. Ahead was a wide avenue, heavily guarded. It was essentially a checkpoint. Beyond this point lay the Jianghai urban area, so registration was required to proceed. In recent years, the abyssal cultists had become increasingly rampant, often disguising themselves as ordinary people to infiltrate cities, leading to stricter inspections. As the saying goes, it's easy to leave the city but hard to enter. However, since Li Yang's group consisted entirely of certified military personnel, the guards didn't dare to slack off. Everyone passed through a contraband inspection channel, and with no issues found, they were quickly cleared to proceed. Just then, Li Yang suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. But the person disappeared almost immediately. He frowned but didn't dwell on it. Returning to the vehicle, the convoy continued forward. Before long, the convoy grandly entered the gates of Jianghai City. By now, it was evening, and the city was brightly lit. Li Yang got out of the car and took a deep breath. Looking at the bustling and vibrant scene around him, he felt as if the journey had been a dream. The familiar streets made him feel like he was home. The other escort personnel also got out of their vehicles. Brother, now that we've arrived, we'll be heading back. There's still work to do in the military. Brother Li Yang, come back to Kuan City to visit whenever you have time. The Kuan City Military Department always welcomes you. We're heading back to the countryside, we don't quite fit in with you city folks. The atmosphere was cheerful, perhaps this was Kuan City's unique way of saying goodbye. Li Yang smiled and bid farewell to those who had escorted him. Watching the convoy drive away, he turned around, ready to head home. If he didn't return soon, his landlord might think he had run off. Li Yang familiarly walked through the streets and alleys, returning to the old apartment he had lived in for several years. The buildings here were relatively old, but better than many places in Kuan City. There were few people around, completely different from the bustling atmosphere of Kuan City. Li Yang felt a bit out of place for a moment. Entering the hallway, the worn-out walls and doors were plastered with various small advertisements. Arriving at his own door, Li Yang's mouth twitched. As expected. Damn it, someone actually lives here? He had only been away for a week, and the entire wall was covered with ads and mysterious phone numbers. Li Yang tore down all the ads in one go. Normally, this place had few people, yet the ads were always plastered everywhere. At this moment, a poster for the Genius Tournament appeared before his eyes. He glanced at it and noticed a familiar name, Legendary Guild. The Genius Tournament is about to begin. Legendary Guild is recruiting heroes. All professionals eligible to participate in the Genius Tournament can sign up. Li Yang was slightly stunned, then quickly understood. This annual Genius Tournament was only accessible to top-tier professionals. It was also the time when various forces scrambled to recruit talent. From what he knew, once the tournament started, major forces and universities in Jianhai would send people to scout. It was somewhat like the awakening ceremony back in the day, but the difference was that the awakening ceremony focused on professional identity, while the Genius Tournament assessed potential. Those who made it into the Genius Tournament were already the top-tier new professionals in Jianhai, highly sought after wherever they went. Li Yang shook his head, tossed the poster aside, and pushed the door open to enter his apartment. Looking at the familiar furniture and arrangements, his mood gradually calmed down. Phew! I need to find a better place to live later. Money wasn't an issue now. The main problem was that this place was too remote, making things inconvenient. For tonight, he'd just make do. Beep beep beep. Just as Li Yang lay down on the sofa, the phone rang. It was Lu Xian calling. Hello? Li Yang, I heard you've safely returned to Jianhai? Yeah, just got home. Good, I was worried you might be asleep and I'd disturb you. What's up? Lu Xian said, it's about the Genius Tournament. I thought about it and decided to explain it to you clearly. This year's Genius Tournament is more important than you think. Remember, the higher your ranking on the newcomer leaderboard, the better. Newcomer leaderboard? Li Yang squinted his eyes. This ranking was based on the results of the Genius Tournament, which meant the tournament's performance was extremely crucial. Previously, he only knew the newcomer leaderboard offered generous rewards, but he hadn't realized its deeper significance. Hearing Lu Xian's words, he began to take it seriously. Could there be some hidden secrets behind it? Both the Genius Tournament and the Newcomer Leaderboard were organized by the state, so Lu Xian must know something to specifically remind him. Li Yang tentatively asked, "Is there a special event for being on the Newcomer Leaderboard?" Lu Xian replied, "No, this year is a bit special. I can only tell you that this is a rare opportunity. I hope you can give it your all and secure a good ranking, which is why I'm reminding you." "Got it, thanks," Li Yang said earnestly. Lu Xian had first sent him to Kuan City to level up, and now he was specifically reminding him. For someone he'd only met a few times, this was quite a lot of concern. Li Yang felt a bit touched. "No problem," Lu Xian said with a smile. "As long as you understand. Oh, and don't go around talking about this, it could cause trouble." "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Li Yang nodded. "Alright, then I won't disturb you anymore. Rest well and recharge your energy." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Li Yang sat on the sofa and began to think. Lu Xian's words made sense. The Genius Tournament was about to begin, and he wouldn't become complacent or careless just because of a slight improvement. Thanks to the people sent from Kuan City, he arrived in Shanghai that same day. There were still 2 days left before the tournament began. To be on the safe side, Li Yang decided to take a look around tomorrow to get a sense of the situation. The next day, at dawn, Li Yang left home early. After grabbing a quick bite, he headed to the professional association. During the day, he realized that the entire city of Shanghai was already bustling in preparation for the Genius Tournament. Advertisements and banners were everywhere, the atmosphere was festive, and everyone was talking about the event. The scale of the excitement was no less than that of the awakening ceremony back then. Clearly, the authorities placed great importance on this tournament. Before long, Li Yang arrived at the professional association to register and gather information about the Genius Tournament. This wasn't his first visit, so he quickly passed the identity verification. Inside the association, everything was focused on promoting the tournament. As soon as he entered, a player ranking list caught his eye. Player First Advancement Time Rankings, Xiaoyang, Profession, Mage, SS Rank, Affiliation, Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yushoa, Profession, Swordsman, SS Rank, Affiliation. Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Wang Meili, Profession, Priest, B Rank, Affiliation, Dark Hall, Zheng Tao, Profession, Assassin, S Rank, Affiliation, Legend, Luwei, Profession, Warrior, S Rank, Affiliation, None. Although this ranking was based solely on first advancement times and wasn't highly prestigious, with the guidance of strong individuals, even a B-rank profession like Wang Meili's could make it to the top. However, as Li Yang looked at the list, he frowned. Why? Wasn't his name on it? He was clearly the first professional to complete the first advancement, there was no mistake about it. He double-checked and confirmed that his name was indeed missing. Who was Xiaoyang? He had never heard of this person. Li Yang felt that something was off. Still, he calmly walked to the front desk. This time, he was greeted by a man in a uniform, wearing a fake smile. "Sir, how can I assist you?" Li Yang asked calmly. "I heard that the first professional to complete the first advancement this year is named Xiaoyang?" "That's correct. May I ask why you're inquiring about this?" The man nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Li Yang's expression darkened. "Who compiled this ranking?" "It was put together by the mid-level management of the association, based on the records. Sir, if you have any objections to the results, you can submit feedback." Li Yang frowned. It seemed this was an internal decision by the association. This was going too far. Back then, he was clearly the first professional to complete the first advancement, and he had let it slide when he didn't receive the reward he deserved. But now, they had outright removed him from the rankings. These people were really pushing their luck. He just wanted to know, on what basis did these people make such decisions? Constantly backing down would only embolden them further. Fortunately, he had come to check today, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. He decided not to say more and planned to inform Lu Xian about the situation. If the military didn't intervene, he wanted to see if they could. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly called out. "Oh, isn't this Li the scholar? It's been a few days, what brings you here?" Zheng Tao walked over from behind, with Du Qingran following closely. When she saw Li Yang, she exclaimed in surprise, "Li Yang? It's you again. I thought you'd long since disappeared from Shanghai." Li Yang frowned. These two were truly everywhere. Looking at them, he sneered coldly. "Ha, Wasn't someone being hunted down by the Green Robe Guild? How dare you show your face now? Zhang Tao's expression darkened. Cut the nonsense. What are you doing here? Planning to join the Genius tournament? Do you even qualify? How could that be possible? This useless guy without a profession qualifies? Forget about a first transition, his level has long fallen behind ours. Du Qingran said disdainfully. Ah, almost forgot, Zhang Tao laughed. Li Yang's gaze turned cold. I don't have time to waste on you two. Don't provoke me. What? Getting angry? Li Yang, I really misjudged you. Your name isn't even on the player rankings. I'm ranked 4th, and you don't even qualify to compete with us. Zhang Tao said smugly. He had endured for 3 years and finally felt vindicated. 4th place is impressive? Even Wang Meili, with a B-level profession, is ranked 3rd, Li Yang retorted dismissively. Li Yang, stop being bitter here. Your mouth is the toughest thing about you. Du Qingran sneered. Exactly, and we haven't seen you on the rankings either. Don't tell me you haven't even had your first transition? Zhang Tao mocked. Who said that? Li Yang replied calmly. When I had my first transition, you guys were still grinding somewhere. Ha 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 ha. Impressive. Why don't you claim you're ranked 1st on the leaderboard? Such a tough mouth. Are you questioning our association's statistics? At that moment, a sturdy man walked over. The front desk staff saw him and immediately looked relieved, bowing quickly. Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang? Zhang Hong? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Cousin, why are you here? Zhang Hong waved his hand and walked up to Li Yang, speaking without hesitation. I didn't want to get involved in this, but what you said is wrong. Our Jianghai Professional Association has always been fair and impartial. There can be no mistakes. If you claim you've already had your first transition, it's impossible for us not to have a record. Speak with evidence. Our association's reputation won't allow outsiders to slander it casually. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed. Li Yang, oh Li Yang, you've really cornered yourself this time. Let's see how you get out of this. Du Qingran stood nearby, his face full of schadenfreude. I used to think you might be that mysterious genius. Now it seems you're nothing but a complete failure. Only Xiao Yang, ranked 1st on the leaderboard, could truly be a genius. Zhang Hong shook his head and said, Kid, I understand young people care about their pride. If you leave now, I won't pursue this further. Consider it giving you a chance. Cousin, you're being too kind. For someone who spouts lies like this, just give him a good hit. Zhang Tao fanned the flames from the side. Li Yang glanced at them coldly. He had to admit, they were truly a perfect match, a nest of snakes and rats. Well, sorry to disappoint you. If this leaderboard is ranked based on the time of a newcomer's first transition, I am indeed ranked 1st. First? Are you talking about yourself? Ha ha ha. Are you still dreaming? Zhang Tao laughed so hard he bent over. Unbelievable. A few days without seeing you, your strength hasn't improved much, but your bragging has reached new heights. Zhang Hong frowned. He hadn't expected this kid to be so ungrateful, refusing to admit his mistake even when given a chance. Kid, listen carefully. Whatever you're planning, you'd better not cause trouble here. In a while, some important figures will arrive. If you affect their mood, don't blame us for kicking you out directly. Clap, clap. Li Yang couldn't help but applaud, laughing so hard he bent over. What a way with words, kicking people out without distinguishing right from wrong. Is this really our Jianhai Professional Association? I'm embarrassed for you. Earlier, he hadn't received the rewards he deserved after his first transition and was casually dismissed, leaving him simmering with anger. Now, he had a reason to speak up. As soon as his voice rang out, the surrounding people were drawn in. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, curiously looking over, while nearby individuals gathered closer. Everyone pointed and whispered, discussing animatedly. What happened? What's the news? Let me hear it. Isn't that Supervisor Zhang? Interesting. The crowd grew larger, and Zhang Hong's face became increasingly grim. He snorted coldly, if you insist that you're the first professional to transition this year, then when the people from Luyun Pavilion arrive, you can tell them yourself. They're not as easygoing as I am. Luyun Pavilion? Upon hearing that Luyun Pavilion was coming, Zhang Tao and Du Qingran's expressions changed. Luyun Pavilion was currently in the limelight, this mysterious force had finally made an appearance this year. As soon as they emerged, they claimed the top 2 spots on the rankings. Zhang Tao was on high alert. In his eyes, Li Yang was no longer a threat. Just a small ant. The real threat came from the 2 experts of Luyun Pavilion. Du Qingran, on the other hand, was already imagining meeting the mysterious Xiao Yang. She had begun fantasizing about a Princess and White Horse Prince story. If he came, she was determined to leave a good impression. Luyun Pavilion? Li Yang remained indifferent. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't change the facts. Besides, he had indeed transitioned here, the data was definitely still there and could be checked. Despite Zhang Hong bringing up Luyun Pavilion, Li Yang remained unperturbed. Zhang Hong's forehead furrowed deeply. This kid was really stubborn. Was he an idiot? The surrounding professionals also began discussing. This is explosive. I don't get it, what does this kid mean? Is he saying he's the first? 666, this is big news. If it's true, this could be huge. Yeah, and now Luyun Pavilion is involved. The top 2 spots belong to them. That said, I think it's unlikely. The current top-ranked Xiao Yang is a bona fide SS-level expert. I can't imagine anyone leveling up faster than him. True, let's not rush to take sides. Maybe this guy is just here to stir things up. Zhang Hong's face turned red with anger. Did this junior really think he couldn't deal with him? Fine. I'll check. If I find no issues, you'd better prepare to be sued. Check what? Cousin, there's no need to waste time. He's just a useless nobody without a profession. How could he have transitioned? Zhang Tao interjected. No profession? Zhang Hong froze. Yeah, I forgot to tell you earlier, he doesn't even have a profession. What? Zhang Hong's eyes widened in fury, feeling utterly duped, as if he could spit blood. Luckily, Zhang Tao reminded him, otherwise, if he had really gone to check, he would have become a laughingstock, and his colleagues would have laughed him to death. Someone, get this brat out of here. Zhang Hong roared. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. No profession? Impressive. Should have suspected him earlier, he's just dreaming. Ha, this is killing me. The competition hasn't even started, and there's already so much drama. Just then, a loud shout rang out, Luyun Pavilion has arrived. The scene instantly quieted down. Shortly after, a group of imposing individuals walked over, and the crowd automatically made way for them. Leading the group was a mature woman around 30 years old, with a voluptuous figure and an air of nobility. Beside her was a young girl, delicate and lively. Oh my, so many people gathered here. What's the big event? As soon as the leading woman appeared, everyone turned their gaze toward her. She was none other than the pavilion master of Luyun Pavilion, Yuin. The girl beside her was Yu Xiaohe, ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. It was said the 2 were sisters, with an age gap of about 10 years. Their features were exquisite, and their expressions bore a striking resemblance. Madam, you've arrived. Zhang Hong immediately transformed into a loyal lapdog, his face full of flattery as he approached, almost wagging his tail. Du Qingran glanced at the newcomers, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It seemed the genius Xiao Yang hadn't come. Manager Zhang, what are you all doing here? Yuin asked softly, her voice gentle yet captivating. Zhang Hong replied with a smile, oh, it's nothing, just a brat. Who doesn't know the rules? Not worth disturbing the pavilion master's mood. Please, pavilion master, come in. The elders are waiting for you in the reception hall. Yu Yin's gaze swept over Li Yang, her bright eyes shimmering slightly. At that moment, Li Yang felt as though he was being deeply scrutinized. SS-level profession detected holographic eye, equipped with replication ability. Li Yang's thoughts stirred, and he acted without hesitation. Replicate. Replication successful. You have obtained the SS level. Profession holographic eye. Holographic eye, SS level, profession talent, insight, can see through all components and weaknesses of a target. Passive, when using the holographic eye, all illusions can be exposed. Yuin had no idea that just by being glanced at in the crowd, her profession had been stolen. Hey, why are you staring at my sister like that? Yu Xiaohe asked, displeased. Li Yang snapped back to reality, realizing the question was directed at him. He had been so focused on examining the new profession that he hadn't noticed his gaze lingering on Yuin. He quickly shifted his eyes to Yu Xiaohe. SS-level profession. Detected, swordmaster, can be replicated. Want to give it a try? Swordmaster, SS level, profession talent, can summon a lifebound sword. The stronger you are, the stronger the sword becomes. When using the lifebound sword, critical hit rate instantly rises to 100%. Li Yang was slightly stunned. He hadn't even started replicating, yet the profession information had already popped up. He suddenly understood it was the newly acquired holographic eye ability at work. It could directly reveal profession details. He glanced at it. The Swordmaster profession was a typical slowburn type. It wasn't particularly strong in the early stages, at most reaching S level, but its potential was immense. Its strength depended entirely on gradually nurturing the sword. The stronger the person, the stronger the sword, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle. It was undoubtedly a profession that skyrocketed in power during the later stages. Without hesitation, he replicated it. Replication successful. You have obtained the SS level profession. Sword Master. Hey, are you even listening to me? What are you staring at? Yu Xiaohe asked, a mix of shyness and irritation. This guy had stared at her sister for ages, and now he was staring at her. She was about to speak when Yuin suddenly interrupted, her gaze falling on Li Yang, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Just now, she had casually used the holographic eye to glance at Li Yang, but she couldn't see through him. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It was too strange. Could there be something special about him? At this moment, Zheng Hong snapped back to his senses and quickly stepped forward to calm the situation. Miss Yu, don't bother with this brat. He's just a worthless nobody without a profession, here to cause trouble. I'll call someone to throw him out right now. Yuin and Yu Xiaohe were both stunned, and the disciples of Luyun Pavilion behind them began whispering among themselves. So he's just a pitiful guy without a profession. A trace of pity flashed in Yu Xiaohe's eyes, and she felt a bit guilty. If she had known, she wouldn't have minded letting him look a few more times. It wouldn't hurt her anyway. Yui nodded, finally understanding why the holographic eye couldn't see through him earlier. It was because he didn't have a profession at all. She shook her head in disappointment, unwilling to bother further. Just as Zhang Hong was about to call security to remove him, a voice came from inside. What's going on? Why is the entrance so crowded today? A middle-aged man walked out. Zhang Hong quickly bowed in greeting. Elder Ma. The middle-aged man nodded and, seeing Yuin and her group, smiled and said, so it's the people from Luyun Pavilion. Welcome, welcome. I'm Ma Baogua, one of the elders here. Just arrived, Yuin responded expressionlessly. Ma Baogua turned to Zhang Hong and reprimanded him. Xiao Zhang, what's going on? Why haven't you invited the experts from Luyun Pavilion inside to sit? Zhang Hong was startled, breaking into a cold sweat as he scrambled for an excuse. It's not that, elder. A young man came here pretending to be number one, disrupting my work. I was just about to have him thrown out. Pretending? That's a serious matter. Have you investigated it thoroughly? Ma Baogua frowned. What's there to investigate? Does he look like someone who could compare to Xiao Tian, the genius? The disciples of Luyun Pavilion are right here. He's more like a joke. Zhang Hong pointed at Li Yang dismissively. Upon hearing this, Yuin glanced sideways. What do you mean? Our Xiao Yang went to a dungeon today. What does this have to do with him? Ma Baogua frowned. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. We will definitely give Luyun Pavilion a proper explanation. He looked at Zhang Hong and said, regardless, the association values fairness and justice. We can't convict someone without evidence. You should investigate properly, follow the procedure, and then decide on a punishment. Understood. Zhang Hong nodded and turned to leave. Ma Baogua said to Yuin and the others, please wait a moment, it won't take long. Ha ha ha, Li Yang, oh Li Yang, this time you've really brought trouble upon yourself. You won't get out of this unscathed. Zhang Tao laughed gleefully, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Having offended Luyun Pavilion, Li Yang was bound to face dire consequences. Satisfied with the situation, he said to Ma Baogua, Elder Ma, since that's the case, we won't get in the way. Those who break the rules must be severely punished. Ha ha ha. With that, he and Du Qingran left triumphantly. Yu Xiaohe also understood now, hesitating as she looked at Yuin. Why don't we just let it go? There's no need to be so serious with him. He is quite pitiful. Pitiful? Yuin laughed as she looked at her. Xiaohe, if he's pitiful, then isn't your senior brother Xiao Yang pitiful too? Yu Xiuhua fell silent. Yu Yin sighed. You're too kind-hearted, unable to distinguish between good and bad. Go. Tell him to apologize to Xiao Yang, and then we won't make things difficult for him. Yu Xiuhua's eyes lit up, and she said, happily, really? Sisterine, you're so kind. Saying this, she quickly walked up to Li Yang and said, you can leave now. As long as you admit your mistake and apologize to Xiao Yang, we won't hold it against you. Since it's the pavilion master's decision, our association won't pursue it either. Zhang Hong nodded and waved at Li Yang. Go ahead, consider yourself lucky. Half a day passed, and Li Yang remained motionless. Yu Xiuhua frowned and reached out to pull him. Aren't you leaving? Why should I leave? Didn't you say you were going to check the data? Li Yang retorted. He was waiting, the truth would naturally come to light in due time. Yu Xiuhua froze, unable to react. The others also widened their eyes. They hadn't expected Li Yang to be so stubborn. Wow, does he have a problem with his brain? Could he be one of those lunatics my dad, the psychiatric hospital director, mentioned? Is this a joke? What's he trying to do? He's really asking for trouble, going head-to-head with the association and Luyun Pavilion? This is too exciting. Let's keep watching. Ma Baogwa squinted as he looked at him. This kid. He couldn't understand where the other party's confidence came from. That kind of determination seemed like he truly had something to rely on. If he were sent to do pyramid schemes, he'd definitely become the top salesperson. Good kid, you're tough. Let's wait and see then. The results are about to come out. Let's see if you can still be this tough. The opportunity was given to you, but you just don't appreciate it, he said angrily. Yu Xiuhua frowned and finally sighed. She had done her best. The problem lay with Li Yang himself. He was too prideful and deserved to suffer. There was nothing she could do but turn around and leave helplessly. In doing so, she seemed overly concerned instead. Ewing patiently looked at her. Xiuhua, did you see that? Some people just don't understand your good intentions. In their eyes, things that come easily have no value. We just need to do our part well. Yu Xiaohua lowered her head and didn't respond. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Hong had already returned. How did it go, Xiao Zhang? Ma Baogwa's voice was calm. Zhang Hong looked noticeably more nervous, walking cautiously, lacking his usual confidence. Ma Baogwa squinted and leaned closer to ask, are the results out? Zhang Hong nodded, his expression complicated, and said in a low voice, Elder Ma, can we talk privately? A trace of vigilance flashed in Ma Baogwa's eyes. He turned to the crowd and said, everyone, excuse me. There might be an issue with the system. I'll go check it out and be right back. Don't keep me waiting too long, Elder, Yuin said lazily. Yes, yes. Ma Baogwa forced a smile and quickly followed Zhang Hong away. The crowd watched their actions with puzzled expressions. Li Yan also furrowed his brows. When Zhang Hong returned earlier, he seemed to know something, so why did he leave again? Meanwhile, the two quickly walked backstage, confirmed there was no one around, and Ma Baogwa stopped Zhang Hong. Is this the place? Speak up. What exactly happened? Why did you suddenly call me out? Zhang Hong stopped, took a deep breath, and said, Elder, take a look. At this, he took out a tablet. Ma Baogwa glanced at it casually, but suddenly his whole body shook, his eyes widened, and he almost dropped it. Where did this data come from? Is it real? Zhang Hong nodded seriously. Ma Baogwa took a deep breath. If this was true, then the first breakthrough wasn't Xiaoyang. Someone had already completed the breakthrough 2 days ago. They had been completely clueless before. They had assumed Li Yang was causing trouble, but unexpectedly, there was an earlier record. Zhang Hong was drenched in sweat. Zhang Tao shouldn't have lied to me. Elder, what should we do? Zhang Hong asked. Ma Baogwa's eyes shifted, and he said, void it. The rankings are already set, let's pretend we didn't see this. I remember Elder Lu is in charge of this matter. I'll ask him about it later. All right. Zhang Hong nodded. After the two had discussed, they headed toward the hall. In the hall, the people from Luyun Pavilion had already started complaining. What are those two doing? Sneaking around, coming and going. Are they going to make us wait here for nothing? They haven't even handled the main issue, and it's taking so long. At this moment, Ma Baogwa and Zhang Hong returned. They're here. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, Zhang Hong said, panting. Let's get straight to the point, Yuin said coldly. Yes, yes. Zhang Hong said, we've just verified that the first professional to complete the breakthrough this year is indeed Xiao Yang from your Luyun Pavilion. Rest assured. Ma Baoguo also smiled and said, that's right, congratulations. This year, both first and second place belong to Luyun Pavilion. We hope you perform well in the Genius Tournament. As soon as the words fell, the hall was filled with chatter. So the truth is finally out. I was hoping for some surprises. Luyun Pavilion is truly impressive, I'm not jealous at all. Was everything that guy said a lie? Of course. Not just anyone can compare to people from Luyun Pavilion. Li Yang frowned deeply. He had personally completed the breakthrough, it was impossible for it not to be recorded. The only possibility was that someone had tampered with the records, deliberately concealing the truth. Brother, do you have anything else to say? A member of Luyun Pavilion asked impatiently. Everyone was dissatisfied, mocking and ridiculing him. Let's end this farce and stop wasting everyone's time. What a pity Xiao Yang isn't here, otherwise, he would have made that guy kneel and admit his mistake by now. All the blame was directed at Li Yang. Zhang Hong stepped forward and said, Kid, are you leaving on your own, or should I have someone throw you out? At this moment, a steady voice rang out. A mere junior official from the professional association dares to throw out the first person to complete the breakthrough this year? Zhang Hong's face darkened. Who's speaking? Me. A tall, middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward. It was Lu Xian. Many people in the crowd recognized him. Someone from the military? What's he doing here? Lu Xian? I remember seeing him at the Genius Tournament opening ceremony. Why would someone like him come here? What did he mean by what he just said? Ma Baoguo immediately reacted and cupped his hands respectfully. So it's Lord Lu. My apologies for the oversight. Lu Xian waved his hand, his face filled with anger. We in the military don't play these games. Where's Elder Lu? Didn't we agree on this matter earlier? Why is it different now? Which matter are you referring to? Ma Baoguo asked cautiously. Of course, the matter of Li Yang clearly being the first to complete the breakthrough but not receiving the reward. I heard you even removed his name from the list? Ma Baoguo's expression changed. He hadn't expected Li Yang to have someone as influential as Lu Xian backing him. He was caught in a dilemma. The truth was out now that Lu Xian had arrived, and there was no way to cover it up. But the people from Luyun Pavilion were still present. If he admitted it, wouldn't he offend people? For the first time, he felt how difficult it was to be an elder. After thinking for a moment, he decided to shift the responsibility. This ranking was arranged by Elder Lu, I had no knowledge of it. How about I ask him for you later? No need to ask. Your association should have records, right? Everyone who completes the first transition would have a file. Ma Baoguo's face stiffened, and he stood there awkwardly. Yuan also sensed something was off and squinted as she said, Are the two of you talking about the same matter as what I'm referring to? Elder Ma, can you give me a clear answer? Isn't the first place in this year's first transition our Xiao Yang? She glanced at Li Yang and continued to ask. The Li Yang you're talking about, is it this young man here? Lu Xian turned his head and looked at her, saying, That's right, Pavilion Master you. I'm sorry, but the first place in this year's first transition was already taken by someone else. Yu Xian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Yu Xiaohao was also so shocked that she covered her mouth. Is it really him? Isn't he an unclassified individual? The people around were also confused. Although everyone says so, if you think about it carefully, there's no real evidence for that. By the way, where are the people who said those things? Where did they go? Damn, they ran off long ago. Ma Baoguo smiled bitterly, cursing himself inwardly for getting involved in this matter in the first place. What? Bad luck, and it just happened to be his turn on duty today. Now that things had reached this point, he could only honestly tell the truth. Sigh, the database does indeed show an additional transition record, and the time is 2 days earlier than Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the scene erupted. Is this for real? Is this really happening? 2 days earlier than Xiao Yang? How incredible must that be? I can't even imagine. A group of people turned their eyes to Li Yang, full of shock. So he wasn't bragging, he really is the first. Damn, I was just mocking him earlier. How stupid of me, please forgive me. Upon hearing this news, the most shocked were undoubtedly the people from Luyun Pavilion. When did this happen? Why wasn't it mentioned earlier? And when the rankings were announced, Xiao Yang was still listed as first. This is too ridiculous. What is wrong with this association? If this is true, wouldn't our senior brother Xiao become a laughingstock? In fact, Lu Yun Pavilion was completely unaware of this matter and was entirely innocent in being implicated. Everyone was furious. With such an incident, their reputation would definitely be affected, especially Xiao Yang. If you weren't first, it would be fine, but being declared first, praise to the skies, and then later exposed as a mistake, this kind of backlash would be severe. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene spiraling out of control, Ma Baoguo looked helpless, inwardly cursing Elder Lu for putting him in such an embarrassing situation. So, what do you plan to do? Lu Xian continued to ask. Ma Baoguo took a deep breath. Facing the pressing gazes from both sides, he couldn't hold up anymore. Forget it, after all, it's not him who's unlucky, this matter has nothing to do with him. In this situation, if handled unfairly, Lu Xian would definitely seize the opportunity to remove him from his position. We will continue to update the rankings, and the positions may change. This young man named Li Yang can also participate in the Genius Tournament. After forcing out these words, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Is this a compromise? Is this an admission? My goodness, this is explosive. The entire Jianhai is going to blow up. The Genius Tournament is about to start, and something like this happens now. The rankings might change. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Lu Yun Pavilion felt as if the sky had fallen. The results had clearly been announced long ago, but now they were saying the rankings might still change. This meant their first place position was no longer secure. Oh, is this confirmed this time? Will it change again in the future? A rare look of anger appeared on Yu Yin's face. The rankings were determined by the professional association, and now they wanted to change them again. The people of Lu Yun Pavilion felt like they had been toyed with from start to finish, kicked around repeatedly. No one would be happy about this. Alright, we won't discuss our collaboration anymore. We'll talk another day. We're leaving. With that, Yu Yin stormed off with his people. Ma Baoguo smiled bitterly, knowing he had caused a huge mess this time and had thoroughly offended Lu Yun Pavilion. Elder Wang, remember what you said. I'll review it tomorrow, Lu Xian said, giving him a sharp look. Yes, yes. Ma Baoguo responded with a bitter smile. He turned to Zhang Hong beside him, his face livid with anger. What are you standing there for? Quickly see the guests out. Oh. Zhang Hong snapped out of it and quickly nodded. He impatiently waved at the people around him. Don't block the way here. Move aside, don't block the path. Seeing a few security guards who had initially planned to drive Li Yang away, he sighed. What are you standing there for? Escort the guests. The stunned security guards quickly nodded and hurried forward to disperse the crowd. For a moment, everyone forgot why they had come in the first place. Under careful escort, Li Yang and Lu Xian left the association. Apologies, this was my mistake, Lu Xian said as soon as they stepped out. I had said earlier that someone would be sent to communicate, but it wasn't handled well, and now it's still like this. Li Yang shook his head. It's fine. As long as I can still participate in the Genius Tournament, that's all that matters. Lu Xian said seriously, don't worry, I'll make sure to get to the bottom of this. Li Yang nodded and asked, what's the background of Lu Yun Pavilion? I haven't heard much about them before. This faction had produced 2 SS-level professionals this year. After today's meeting, even their pavilion master turned out to be SS-level. With such strength, they were undoubtedly among the top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, since he might have offended them this time, it was better to understand them in advance to avoid trouble. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, you can think of them as a powerful branch faction. Their main force isn't in Jianhai but in Yanjing. The Lu Yun Pavilion here is just a branch. A branch? Li Yang's heart tightened. A branch alone was this strong, with 3 SS-level professionals. How terrifying must their overall strength be? Lu Xian nodded. Yes, the forces in Yanjing are very strong. They've absorbed the top talents from across the country. Any one of them is incomparable to those in other places. Li Yang immediately understood. So you're saying that the 2 people from Lu Yun Pavilion on the rankings aren't native to Jianhai but came specifically to participate in the Genius Tournament? That's right. It's like the college entrance exams. Some people can't compete locally, so they go to smaller places to win championships, Lu Xian said bluntly. Although his words were direct, Li Yang completely understood. He took a deep breath. It was actually quite simple. They couldn't compete in their own area, so they went to a less competitive place to fight for rewards. Why not? It might seem a bit cunning, but they still relied on their strength to win. By the way, I heard about what happened with you in Kuan City, Lu Xian suddenly said. What about it? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Wang Tang even called me specifically, saying you have great potential, helped them a lot, and mentioned that you were the champion of this year's sports competition, Lu Xian said excitedly. In fact, when he heard the news, he could hardly believe it. In the past, he had occasionally supported some newcomers who seemed promising, but only Li Yang had reached this level. Everyone couldn't help but praise him, and even Lu Xian himself felt particularly proud. He couldn't resist asking, Li Yang, how strong are you now? Li Yang thought for a moment and replied, not bad. He used to be quite confident, but now Jianghai had suddenly seen the emergence of a force called Luyun Pavilion, and he had no idea how strong they were. Lu Xian patted his shoulder and said, no matter what, do your best in the genius competition. Since Li Yang didn't want to say more, Lu Xian didn't press further. In a dense forest, a boy of about 18 was wielding a long sword. The sword's light flickered, and wherever it passed, the vegetation instantly withered. No monster passing by could escape his blade. Suddenly, the boy stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, put away his weapon, and took out a communicator. Hello? A voice quickly came from the other end of the communicator. Xiao Yang, things aren't looking good. Your first place has been taken. Xiao Yang froze. What? Wasn't the leaderboard already finalized? What happened? Here's the thing. Today, we were planning to go to the association to discuss cooperation, but suddenly someone appeared claiming to be the real number one. After checking the records, it turned out he reached the first transition 2 days earlier than you. 2 days earlier than me? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Who is he? Xiao Yang's eyes widened in shock. Someone was actually stronger than him. Reaching the first transition 2 days earlier meant this person's strength could already rival those monsters in Yanjing. You have to understand, Xiao Yang had come all the way from Yanjing to Jianghai City for the genius competition's first place. If he couldn't secure the top spot, it would be truly embarrassing. His name seems to be Li Yang. Li Yang? Is he from out of town? No, he's a local. Xiao Yang relaxed slightly upon hearing this. Fortunately, he was a local, so there was likely some exaggeration involved. This was just a leaderboard for leveling speed and didn't represent everything. He remembered that the previous third place was only a B-level profession. They must have used some kind of trick. Everyone knew that such things were common in small places. The differences between regions were significant. In Yanjing, even with a team, it wasn't necessarily faster than some geniuses grinding monsters solo, because team scores had to share experience. I understand. No need to panic. The final ranking in the genius competition is what truly matters. These leaderboards are at best unofficial rankings, Xiao Yang said calmly. He didn't believe Jianghai City could produce a true top-tier genius. Someone must have helped boost the ranking. He himself had relied on grinding monsters day and night with sheer strength to achieve his results. His achievements had real value. Those who flaunted their first-place titles would be easily knocked down during the genius competition, which would be amusing. After hanging up the communicator, Xiao Yang continued focusing on grinding monsters. On the other side, Li Yang had just said goodbye to Lu Xian. After this incident, he understood one thing even more clearly: only strength is the true path. After learning about Luyun Pavilion's situation, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. With 2 days left until the genius competition began, he decided to strive to reach level 100 before the competition. Only by constantly improving can one avoid being eliminated. He found a street vendor and spent 100 dragon coins to buy a comprehensive guide to the Jianghai leveling routes. These sellers had put in considerable effort, mapping out leveling paths for professionals of all levels, covering all leveling areas in Jianghai. Li Yang was currently in the 70 to 100 level range. He glanced at the map, which listed several areas suitable for him. Green Plains. Recommended level, 7100, located in the grasslands on the outskirts of the western city. It's advised not to venture too deep. Northwind Village. Recommended level, 7100, and abandoned village occupied by monsters. Shadow Valley Lake. Recommended level, 7100, a dangerous lake in the northern region. Li Yang ultimately chose the area closest to him. Crimson Rock Ridge. Recommended level, 7100, a rugged and harsh mountainous area. This is the one, Li Yang decided, immediately setting off for Crimson Rock Ridge. He planned to spend the next few days there. With his current strength, he could go several days without sleep. The Genius Tournament was about to begin, and he wanted to grind for a few more SS-grade talents to perform well in the competition. To be honest, if his opponents were still at Zheng Tao's level, he'd find it boring. Now that Lu Yun Pavilion had entered the scene, the challenge felt more meaningful. Before long, Li Yang arrived outside the Crimson Rock Ridge dungeon. There weren't many people around, as the minimum level requirement was 70. In a small place like Shanghai, there weren't many rookie professionals who had reached level 70. Shanghai's resources were limited and couldn't retain the strong. Most local professionals would move elsewhere after leveling up. Everyone aspired to climb higher, no one wanted to linger in low-level areas. Without the incentive of profit, no one was willing to accommodate lower levels. As a result, it was rare to see high-level, strong professionals around. Just as Li Yang arrived, his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Yang Tong, an elder of the Golden Guild, who had once invited him to join the guild, leaving a lasting impression. Li Yang was a bit surprised and was about to avoid him to skip the greetings. After all, they didn't have much of a relationship, and there was no need to exchange pleasantries. But soon, he spotted another familiar figure. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yang's eyes. Wasn't that Lin Eru? In just a few days, Eru seemed like a changed person, exuding a newfound resilience. He remembered that Eru had been under level 40 just a few days ago. Now, seeing him here, it was clear he wasn't just casually grinding monsters. As Li Yang was wondering, Eru walked over to join Yang Tong. Curiosity piqued, Li Yang decided to approach them. Since they had run into each other, it wouldn't hurt to say hello. As he got closer, the two also noticed him. Lin. Eru's eyes lit up, and after a brief moment of surprise, his face broke into excitement. Brother Yang? You're here too. It's been days since I last saw you. Li Yang smiled. What a coincidence. I've been out of town grinding monsters these past few days. What about you? What brings you here? Lin Eru scratched his head with a grin. Brother Yang, don't be surprised when I tell you, I've completed my first class advancement. My strength has improved significantly, and I've even joined the Golden Guild. Hearing this, Li Yang immediately understood. No wonder he was with Yang Tong. Not bad. Looks like you've made a name for yourself now, Li Yang joked with a smile. After all, the Golden Guild is a top-tier force, and joining it is no easy feat. Eru's first advancement must have significantly boosted his strength. However, Li Yang was genuinely happy for him. Not at all. Eru said with a smile. I'm still far behind you. It's all thanks to the materials you gave me for my first advancement, Brother Yang. Without them, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Hello, Li Yang, we meet again. At this moment, Yang Tong, standing nearby, also recognized Li Yang and happily raised his hand in greeting. Are you going to participate in the Genius Tournament? Yang Tong asked. Li Yang nodded. Impressive, Brother Yang. I knew you weren't ordinary, Eru said, stunned for a moment before becoming excited. Being able to participate in the Genius Tournament already marked someone as a top-tier newcomer. What a pity. Lin Yu almost qualified but ended up 2 spots short, Eru sighed. If she performed well in the Genius Tournament, prestigious schools would definitely take notice of her. It doesn't matter. Not participating won't affect her college entrance exams, Li Yang comforted him. By the way, Brother Yang, which school do you want to go to? With your strength, becoming the provincial top scorer should be no problem, huh? Eru said with a laugh. Me? Li Yang thought for a moment. In truth, he hadn't given it much thought. The college entrance exams were just a few days after the Genius Tournament, leaving little time. The Genius Tournament was designed to select the most promising professionals. Participants could earn bonus points for the college entrance exams, and those who made it onto the rookie rankings were highly sought after by universities. Li Yang shook his head. I'll decide when the time comes. Ahem. Honestly, the exams aren't that important. As long as you're strong enough, there are good opportunities everywhere. For example, our Golden Guild is pretty great, Yang Tong said with a smile. Eru rolled his eyes. Elder Yang, Brother Yang has helped me a lot, so I have to speak up for him. Then he looked at Li Yang. Brother Yang, don't listen to them. You're so strong, you could totally go to the capital and become the national #1. Staying here would be such a waste. Li Yang's mouth twitched. What a guy, always full of ideas. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I need to go. Grind some monsters. Grind monsters? Are you saying you're heading to Hongyan Ridge? Yang Tong asked in surprise. Only then did Arrow realize and stared at Li Yang. You're here to level up? What's wrong? Li Yang was puzzled by their reaction. You're going alone? That's a high difficulty dungeon, at least for levels 70 to 100. Are you at the right level? Yang Tong asked in astonishment. More or less. As soon as he said this, Arrow and Yang Tong exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Arrow, who had recently experienced a significant power boost, had thought he might catch up to Li Yang. Now it seemed the gap would only grow wider. By the way, Yang Tong suddenly remembered, since that's the case, why don't you go in with our team later? Yeah, Arrow said excitedly. There's a wormhole zone in Hongyan Ridge. We came here specifically for it, and Elder Yang is personally leading the team. Wormhole zone? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this term during his high school theory classes. It referred to a special area formed by the collision of a dungeon and unknown energy. Such places didn't last long and would soon close. Past experiences had shown that these zones were a paradise for professionals, often hiding treasures from another world. Entering one could lead to massive gains. These areas were extremely rare and hard to locate. Even when discovered, the Golden Guild has actually taken control of the wormhole area, which must have required a significant investment of manpower and resources. Saying they don't want a share of the profits is impossible. However, Li Yang remained cautious. Can we really go? I have no objections, but let me make it clear, I don't plan to join the guild. He understood the principle of taking favors makes you indebted. Yang Tong smiled. Don't worry, although I'd love to recruit you, this isn't something that can be forced. Having one more potential strong ally is also good for us. Exactly, Brother Yang, don't be shy, we're all on the same side, Erhu added. So, when do we set off? Li Yang didn't hold back. Since they'd come this far, there was no reason to hesitate. The Genius Tournament was approaching, and he urgently needed to improve his strength. Soon. The wormhole area is very risky, so we're waiting for a few more people, Yang Tong said. Alright. While waiting, Erhu stood nearby, excitedly recounting his experiences and changes over the past few days. Brother Yang, ever since I met you, my life has completely changed. I never dared to imagine becoming a member of the Golden Guild before. That's your own ability, I just helped a little. Li Yang waved his hand, not thinking he was particularly remarkable. At that moment, footsteps sounded. 3 fully armed professionals approached, 2 men and 1 woman. Judging by their equipment, they were a frontline warrior, a mage, and a healer. Yang Tong gathered everyone together and introduced them to Li Yang. These 3 are members of our Golden Guild, Warrior Song Gang, Mage Yuan San, and Healer Ji Ying. Then he added, this is Li Yang, who will be our teammate from now on. We'll head to the wormhole area together. The 3 were very enthusiastic. Hello, Li Yang. Finally a handsome guy. Facing a bunch of scruffy old men every day is torture for my aesthetic sensibilities, Ji Ying exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Brother, what's your profession? You look pretty young, Mage Yuan San asked. Main combat profession, Li Yang replied. Alright, let's not delay. Get ready to head in, if the black hole closes, it'll be troublesome, Yang Tong urged. Got it. Wormhole, here I come. Amazing. Overnight riches. Charge. Hearing the word wormhole, everyone cheered excitedly. Great, Lin Yu's tuition is covered, Lin Erhu said with a smile. Then let's set off. Yang Tong also smiled. The group headed toward the teleportation gate. I'm walking with Li Yang. Ji Ying laughed, holding onto Li Yang's arm. Xiaoying, look. At my muscles, don't they give you a sense of security? Song Gang raised his arm to show off his muscles, speaking sourly. No way, you don't look safe at all. Song Gang weakly asked, then. If both Li Yang and I were injured, who would you save first? Isn't it obvious? You've got thick skin, you'll recover on your own. Savage. At that moment, a strong heart silently broke. That's really heartbreaking, bro. Ha ha ha. Don't be so honest. What are you laughing at, Yuan San? You're not much better, you don't even have muscles like Song Gang. Yuan San. Jokes aside, everyone laughed as they entered the teleportation gate together. The scene shifted. After passing through the teleportation gate, the group opened their eyes again and found themselves at the entrance to Hongyan Ridge. Ahead was a narrow mountain path, winding and treacherous. Yang Tong took out a map, his expression serious, and led the way at the front. Everyone, follow me, don't fall behind. The others quickly put away their thoughts and followed closely, not daring to relax for a moment. The environment here was harsh, and the slightest carelessness could lead to trouble. The group cautiously walked along the mountain path. Everyone, pay attention. Up ahead is the inner area, where there are many monsters. Avoid them if possible and don't cause trouble. Yang Tong's plan was clear: preserve their strength and avoid wasting time until they found the black hole area. Monsters could spawn at any time, but black holes were rare. If they made too much noise fighting monsters and attracted more, it would be counterproductive. Li Yang nodded in understanding. Apart from Hu and himself, the others were experienced professionals. Especially with Elder Yang Tong leading the way, they managed to avoid almost all dangers. Before long, they arrived outside a cave entrance. Yang Tong stopped and said, "Everyone, stay focused. Up ahead is the wormhole area, and we must pass through this cave. There are many monsters inside, and it's dark. Hu, stay by my side. Li Yang and Ji Yingying, follow Yuan San. Song Gang, you take the lead." Yang Tong methodically arranged their positions. Once the formation was adjusted, he gave a low command, "Enter the cave." Swish, swish, swish. The group quickly raised their weapons. Song Gang, as the vanguard, walked at the front, scouting the path as instructed by Yang Tong. They slowly entered the cave. Screech, screech, screech. As soon as they entered, a swarm of bats flew toward them. "Get down!" Yang Tong ordered in a low voice. Everyone immediately dropped to the ground. Li Yang crouched against the stone wall. The bats frantically flew out, taking several seconds before gradually dispersing. Yang Tong explained, "These are explosive bats. They don't attack proactively, but if provoked, they explode instantly. With this many, if they detonate, we'll definitely be buried in the cave." Hearing this, Hu was dumbfounded. He knew nothing about these creatures and was visiting such a dangerous place for the first time. What surprised him even more was how calmly Yang Tong explained it. "Elder Yang, you're amazing. If you hadn't warned us, I probably would have run away in fear. With so many bats, even tiny bugs could suck me dry one bite at a time," Hu said, still shaken. "You can't run. These bats explode upon contact with sunlight," Li Yang reminded him. Just as he finished speaking, an explosion sounded outside. Boom, boom, boom. Hu stared in shock. "Why do I feel like I'm the clueless one here when I'm with you guys? You all know this stuff, and I'm the only one who doesn't?" Ji Yingying and Yuan San both nodded. Song Gang scratched his head and said, "So that's what it was. I almost swung my sword earlier. No wonder Elder Yang told me to stop." Hu's eyes lit up, and he wiped his nose. Finally found a kindred spirit. At this moment, Song Gang asked again, "By the way, what exactly are we here for?" Ji Yingying rolled her eyes. "I almost forgot because of you. Your memory loss still hasn't improved, huh?" Song Gang frowned in thought and patted his head. "Oh right, we're here to find the wormhole area. That swarm of explosive bats really startled me." Memory loss. Hu's mouth twitched as he stood frozen, thinking he'd found someone relatable, only to be teased. Yang Tong spoke up, "All right, let's keep moving. The explosion earlier was too loud and will definitely attract more monsters." Li Yang nodded. As a seasoned professional, his judgment was spot on. The group reorganized and continued forward. The cave grew darker and darker, to the point where they couldn't see their hands in front of them. The damp air sent chills down their spines. Yang Tong moved with extra caution, holding a map in one hand and a detector in the other. Soon, he stopped at a corner. "There are 2 monsters guarding ahead. We have to take them out to pass," Yang Tong said in a low voice. Everyone perked up. "Just 2? Let's finish them off quickly," Yuan San whispered. "Don't be careless. Make it quick and don't give the monsters behind a chance to catch up," Yang Tong said, then shot a flare arrow forward. The firelight instantly illuminated the entire cave entrance. Song Gang charged ahead with his shield and sword. He had only taken a few steps when the others hadn't caught up yet. Suddenly, Song Gang was struck by a force and sent flying. Everyone froze. After snapping out of it, Ji Yingying quickly tapped Song Gang with her staff. A surge of green energy flowed into his body. Then, she slammed her staff into the ground, and a golden light enveloped everyone. Li Yang looked at the buff notification on himself, "Angel's Light, All damage increased by 15%, restores 2% health per second, lasts for 180 seconds. This was Ji Yingying's class skill, which not only healed but also boosted damage, far superior to most healing classes. Song Gang, covered in dust and glowing green, quickly recovered his health. Damn it, they're 2 level 100 elite monsters. I can't hold them. Retreat. Fall back. Yang Tong shouted. Urgently. Without a tank, no one could withstand 2 elite monsters, not even him. At this point, there was no room to discuss damage output. If Song Gang couldn't hold them, the DPS and support players certainly couldn't either. Chaos erupted. Everyone knew that they had cautiously made their way in step by step, navigating the winding and complex passage. Trying to retreat now wouldn't be easy. By this time, the 2 elite monsters had already appeared. They were 2 massive scorpions, their shells emitting a dim glow. Li Yang immediately used his holographic eye to lock onto the targets. Twin Venom Scorpions, Elite, level, 120 HP, 700,000. These are twin monsters that usually act in pairs and prefer damp environments. Weakness, their tails are relatively fragile, severing them will cause confusion. How did level 120 monsters suddenly appear? Could it be due to the special conditions of the wormhole area? For a moment, no one could figure out what was happening. Yang Tong and the others quickly retreated. However, due to class limitations, the weakest Ji Yingying was left behind. One of the twin venom scorpions silently approached her from behind, its massive pincers snapping forward. Under the looming shadow, Ji Yingying turned her head and stared, wide-eyed at the enormous pincers. Yuan-san and the others, who had already run a few steps ahead, turned back and saw the scene, exclaiming in alarm, Yingying, watch out. Dodge quickly. The danger drew closer and closer. Ji Yingying was so terrified that she trembled all over and closed her eyes. Bang! Ha! Ji Yingying flinched slightly. She thought she would be attacked but instead heard a crisp metallic clash. She cautiously opened her eyes. The scene before her was one she would never forget. Li Yang had somehow already positioned himself in front of her, holding a large shield, his entire figure radiating like flames. When you're about to collapse and ready to give up, a superhero suddenly appears, standing in front of you to take all the damage. Ji Yingying's face involuntarily turned red. I'll draw the monster's attention, you focus on dealing damage. Li Yang's voice pulled everyone back into the battle. Damn, an attack even I couldn't block, and he managed to stop it. Song Gang's eyes widened. That was a level 100 elite monster. A thought emerged in everyone's mind, top-tier tank. Isn't Li Yang a main combat class? How does he have this skill set? Although surprised, the battlefield changes in an instant, leaving no time to ponder. Quick! Everyone, follow Li Yang! Yang Tong shouted. Ji Yingying, who was still in a daze, snapped back to reality and quickly cast a skill on Li Yang. Angel's Blessing establishes a symbiotic relationship with the target, sharing health points between both parties. As a fragile healer, this skill was rarely used. But with Li Yang sacrificing himself for the team, she couldn't hesitate. As long as they could hold on, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Yang Tong and the others returned to the battlefield. Now, the aggro of the 2 twin venomous scorpions was entirely focused on Li Yang. Yang Tong seized the opportunity, wielding dual daggers and swiftly darting across the field, leaving countless blade shadows and carving wounds into the giant scorpions. 32500. 34000. Over 30,000 damage per second. Li Yang was slightly startled. This damage was no joke, as expected of a senior member of a major guild. At this moment, Mage Yuan-san was also in the rear, unleashing burst skills. The health of the twin venomous scorpions rapidly dropped. But don't forget, there were still 2 twin venomous scorpions. Li Yang alone couldn't tank both simultaneously. For regular monsters, 1 tank was enough to hold the line. But for elite monsters with extremely high attack power, in a prolonged battle, merely tanking wasn't sufficient. Monsters prioritize attacking the person who poses the greatest threat to them. They know who the real danger is. If you just hold up a shield and expect all the monsters to come at you, anyone could be a tank. Not to mention, Li Yang was facing 2 level 100 elite monsters. Sure enough, before long, the aggro of the 2 twin venomous scorpions began to shift. Their hatred for Li Yang decreased, and they turned their attention to Yang Tong, who was sneaking attacks from the side. After all, while Li Yang posed A significant threat, his damage to them was limited. Yang Tong's output slowed as a result, forced to attack while dodging. Now that the main damage output fell on Yang Tong, the team's monster killing speed was greatly affected. Hold on, I'll help. Song Gang, whose injuries had mostly healed, saw the dire situation and charged forward with his shield. With Song Gang's addition, the situation eased slightly. Li Yang bore the brunt of the damage, while Song Gang helped share the pressure. But Song Gang's earlier performance had proven he wasn't a top-tier tank. One monster was manageable, but two elite monsters were absolutely beyond his capacity. Moreover, these two level 100+ elite monsters had never appeared in the Black Hole region before. The highest monster level in the entire Hongyan Ridge was only 100, yet this time they encountered two even stronger ones. Li Yang still couldn't let up. If he did, the entire team would collapse. Yang Tong, with his agile movements and speed, would sneak in 2 strikes before retreating behind Li Yang. This helped reduce the pressure on the tank. This maneuver demonstrated Yang Tong's extensive combat experience. But without stable aggro, the tank couldn't hold the monsters. Li Yang was looking for an opportunity. As the battle wore on, the health of one twin venomous scorpion dropped below half. Not enough, it needs to drop below 30%, Li Yang calculated. Internally, he was preparing for a decisive strike. His death suppression can absorb 20% of the target's current health, and execute can instantly kill a target with less than 10% health. The ideal scenario is to reduce the monster's health below 20%, then take a gamble and eliminate one first. This would ease the tension. Right now, whether it's Li Yang or Yang Tong, any slight mistake could spell big trouble for the entire team. Resolving the situation quickly is the best strategy. Continuing to wear them down, it should be manageable within a few minutes. Suddenly, the two twin venom scorpions flew into a rage, their attack speed increasing several times over. The pressure on the front line instantly doubled. Ji Yingying quickly applied a buff to Li Yang and Song Gang. Li Yang was fine, not too affected, but Song Gang couldn't hold on. The sudden onslaught disrupted his rhythm. Stumbling backward with his shield raised, at that moment, the two twin-tailed venom scorpions simultaneously launched an attack on him. Not good. Song Gang, standing in the front line without the protection of his shield, couldn't possibly withstand the attacks of two level 100 elite monsters. The others' faces showed anxious expressions. Yang Gang gritted his teeth, let out a roar, and charged toward Song Gang's position. Li Yang immediately understood his intention. Yang Gang wanted to use the burst speed of his assassin class to rush in and save Song Gang. The risk was enormous. He was an assassin, with even less defense than Song Gang. Facing just one monster might be manageable. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. He had to take a gamble. He put away his shield. In the next moment, he drew the soul-stealing spear. Activating swift movement, he charged toward the twin-tailed venom scorpion with 40% health remaining. Reaching the scorpion's back, he fiercely stabbed at its tail. Thud. Li Yang's soul-stealing spear accurately struck the tail of the twin venom scorpion. 62000. Earlier, he had used holographic eye to investigate and found that the tail was the twin venom scorpion's fatal weak point. Sure enough, this strike caused double damage to erupt. Without hesitation, Li Yang immediately activated death suppression. Plunder. 80000. In an instant, the twin venom scorpion's health bar plunged into the dangerous red zone. The timing was perfect. Li Yang focused his thoughts and shouted, "Execute." The spear tip slashed toward the twin venom scorpion's tail once more. 70000. A sharp roar echoed through the cave, piercingly loud. The massive figure collapsed to the ground. This strike also bought precious time for Yang Tong. Yang Tong looked at the scene before him, his eyelid twitching, almost slipping on his feet. What kind of maneuver was this? The damage was absurd. After regaining his composure, he quickly grabbed Song Gang and pulled him back. Only one twin venom scorpion remained on the field. Seeing this, Li Yang raised his shield and rushed forward to block for the two. Finally safe, Song Gang said with lingering fear. The others in the rear, including Ji Yingying, were stunned after witnessing this scene. This guy just stabbed the twin venom scorpion a few times with his spear and directly killed it? The monster still had 40% health left. More importantly, is Li Yang really not a frontliner? Everyone had always assumed he was a frontliner, given how long he had been holding off the monsters with his shield. Now that they thought about it, Li Yang had indeed mentioned before that he was a main combat class. Both of them began to doubt their eyes. Yuan-san was so shocked he couldn't even speak. This damage output was even higher than that of him and elder Yang Tong. This guy is both tough and powerful, perfectly fitting his ideal of a top-tier frontline. Eru felt his scalp tingle. In just a few days, Li Yang had grown so much that he could deal such high damage to elite monsters over level 100. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to break through the scorpion's hard shell. He suddenly felt like his own progress over the past few days was as slow as a snail's crawl. Attack! There's only one monster left, let's show them the strength of professionals. Victory is ours. Yang Tong shouted. After taking down one scorpion, the team's morale soared. Fireball. Lightning. Yuan-san and Era took turns casting skills from the rear. Ji Yingying wasn't to be outdone either, waving her staff, Radiance. With only one twin scorpion left, the pressure on the front line eased significantly. I'll tank it. It's just one, how could I not handle it? Song Gang roared. Brother Li Yang, you're a noble main combat class. Focus on dealing damage and stop stealing the front line's job. Exactly, leave the dirty and tiring work to Song Gang. You and I will team up for damage output. Putting you in the front line is such a waste, Yang Tong added. Got it. Li Yang had only stepped up temporarily to draw aggro. Now that there was just one scorpion left, Song Gang should be able to handle it. He raised his shield to block while stepping back to make room for Song Gang. Song Gang charged forward with his large shield, shouting, Aura 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 Aura. His imposing momentum seemed to make up for his earlier embarrassment. Let's go too. Li Yang and Yang Tong exchanged a glance and simultaneously drew their soul-stealing spears. The twin scorpion's carapace was exceptionally tough, capable of deflecting most damage with its high defense. However, Li Yang's soul-stealing spear could deal true damage. He circled behind the scorpion and thrust his spear at its tail. 64000. Attack the tail. That's its weak spot. How do you know? Yang Tong asked in surprise, quickly catching on and slashing at the tail with his dagger. 56000. Just as I thought. Yang Tong's eyes lit up. The damage was significantly higher. The twin scorpions screeched and struggled. The two worked together to rapidly deplete the monster's health. As an assassin, Yang Tong was incredibly fast. Even if the scorpion tried to attack him, it was hard to land a hit. Li Yang, with the added boost from swift movement, was equally agile. With Song Gang holding the front line, the team's coordination was seamless. The twin scorpion's health quickly dropped to half. Victory was within reach. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound came from the passage they had entered through. Everyone's expressions changed. What's going on? Not good, it might be more monsters catching up. Yang Tong's face darkened. With so many monsters and the narrow confines of the cave, the situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Damn it! If we really can't hold out, you all go ahead. I'll stay back to hold off this scorpion. Hurry and move forward. Song Gang gritted his teeth. But what about you? Eru asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. If we don't leave now and the monsters catch up, none of us will make it out. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Song Gang paused, his expression turning solemn and heroic as he said, Inger, if I make it back alive, then you. Stop. You're giving me goosebumps, Ji Yingying quickly interrupted. If you keep talking, I'd rather die here. Song Gang listened, his face showing a trace of tenderness. Lost in thought. I see. You want to die with me, don't you? With those words, dying would be worth it. Yuan-san facepalmed speechlessly. Big guy, have you forgotten you have a family? Don't make such foolish mistakes. Ah, is that so? Song Gang was taken aback, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. I remember everyone saying that. Stop flirting, there's still a twin venom scorpion behind us that hasn't been dealt with. Yang Tong shouted irritably. Everyone, work together. We won't leave any teammate behind. Let's take down this giant scorpion. First, then deal with the monsters chasing us. That's right. Let the storm rage even harder. Li Yang shouted excitedly. His main goal this time was to farm monsters, and now that so many had been attracted, it was like a gift delivered to his doorstep. He wouldn't miss the chance. So, the group launched another fierce attack, charging straight at the twin venom scorpion. Damn, are you guys demons? All you think about is fighting and killing, Who said in astonishment. As the weakest member of the team, with a younger sister at home to support through college, he definitely didn't want to end up as monster food. Seeing everyone determined to fight head-on, he could only smile bitterly in resignation. Erhu, your resolve isn't strong enough. If you want to become a professional player who can stand on his own, you need to step up your game, Yuan-san said, shaking his head. Erhu, you're a man, yet you're more timid than me, Ji Ying teased from the side. Erhu was on the verge of tears. You all say we have to fight, so what choice do I have? At most, I'll risk my life and accept my fate if I die. Just my rotten luck. Damn it, heavens. Ha ha ha, Kuzi, who did you learn that from? Your family should hire an expert. Though crude, the reasoning is spot on. On the path to becoming a god. Following the flow makes you ordinary, but going against it makes you destined. The group threw themselves back into the battle. Li Yang felt the team's enthusiasm, and even the towering twin venom scorpion seemed less intimidating. Li Yang, can you use that move from earlier again? Yang Tong asked. The scorpion still had plenty of health left, and Li Yang had directly one-shot it before. Yang Tong guessed it was due to the effect of an execution-type item. Li Yang thought for a moment and nodded. I can, there's about a 20% chance I can instantly kill it. Alright, I'll assist you. I'll go first, and you focus on the health bar for the execution. Hearing this, Yang Tong took a deep breath and charged at the twin venom scorpion, unleashing his strongest attack. While Song Gang kept the scorpion occupied, Yang Tong circled to its back and fiercely stabbed at its tail. Precision strike. Crack, a massive damage. Number appeared on the twin venom scorpion. 91000. Such high damage, it was indeed Elder Yang Tong's full force attack. Seeing this, Yuan-san and the others widened their eyes. Truly worthy of being an elder. With this move, the scorpion's health dropped directly to just over 30%. Yang Tong frowned. Not good, still a bit short. He had intended to lower the scorpion's health below 30% with one strike, then leave it to Li Yang for the execution. But now it seemed he had overestimated his damage. With such high health remaining, it couldn't be executed directly. Moreover, using burst damage during a fight would cause the monster's aggro to focus entirely on him. The ordinary front row couldn't hold them back at all. As expected, the twin venomous scorpions became enraged immediately after being hit, curling their tails and launching themselves at Yang Tong. Bang! The massive scorpion tail exploded with powerful force, like a spring. Elder! Song Gang exclaimed in shock. Yang Tong quickly retreated. Health at 32%. Li Yang calculated rapidly in his mind, gritting his teeth. Enough! Originally, he estimated that with 20% health remaining, he could easily finish them off. But now, with over 30%, the difficulty had increased, requiring more precise maneuvers. Yang Tong was in grave danger, and Li Yang couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He would never sacrifice his teammates. Shadow clone. Li Yang focused his thoughts. In the next second, a shadow clone appeared. Li Yang controlled the clone to charge at the twin venomous scorpions, shouting, Song Gang, get out of the way. Song Gang had initially intended to help Yang Tong pull the aggro, but upon hearing this, he decided to trust Li Yang and immediately backed off. The clone quickly rushed to within 1 or 2 meters of the twin venomous scorpions. Explode! Li Yang shouted. To deal damage. Faster, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The clone instantly detonated. Boom! The entire body of the twin venomous scorpions trembled violently, their carapaces shattering and scattering. Damage numbers popped up. 100000. It wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the scorpion's momentary stiffness, Li Yang activated rapid movement, dashed forward, and fiercely stabbed the tail with his soul-capturing spear. 70000. Execution. In an instant, the twin venomous scorpions collapsed to the ground. Did we win? Song Gang gasped, staring in disbelief. Yang Tong's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to confirm. They're dead. We did it. Both twin venomous scorpions were down. Cheers erupted at the scene. This achievement was beyond their expectations. Thanks to Li Yang, otherwise we wouldn't have won, Yuan-san nodded in analysis. Handsome, young, and incredibly skilled, can such a perfect man really exist? Gee. Ying's eyes sparkled, her expression dazed. Who jumped up in excitement. Ha, I told you bringing Brother Yang along was the right choice. It's not over yet, they're coming. Yang didn't relax, his gaze fixed on the narrow passage. The commotion there grew louder, a cloud of dust wafting out as the entire cave trembled slightly. Dust fell from above, as if the cave was about to collapse. Yang Tong shot a lighting arrow toward the entrance, instantly illuminating it. A massive terrifying monster head squeezed out, jostling for position, some getting stuck. The scene was like a vision of hell, unforgettable for a lifetime. Li Yang stared at it, reminded of a zombie siege. They're coming. Too fast. Whose face tightened as he jumped up and ran to Li Yang and Yang Tong's side. What do we do? Run? No, we have to fight. The road ahead is still long, we'll fight while retreating. We can't just run straight away. Yang Tong said gravely. He hadn't expected such trouble right at the start. They hadn't even reached the insect nest area and were already exhausted. Exactly. The passage ahead is winding. We can't run fast. If they catch up, it'll be disastrous. The best strategy is to fight while retreating, Li Yang agreed. Everyone, get ready to retreat and face the enemy. Yang Tong shouted, and Hu and the others quickly sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters charged forward like maniacs. Li Yang, what are you doing? Get back here. The monsters drew closer and closer, and Yang Tong shouted in alarm. Li Yang was still standing at the front, not retreating at all. Brother Yang, come back quickly, the monsters are here. Hu shouted urgently. What happened to him? Did he discover something? Yuan San frowned. What is he trying to do? The monster charged in. Li Yang moved his hand, and the sage's book slowly rose, its pages flipping rapidly, emitting a dazzling light. Manifest the undead. The light dispersed, transforming into countless glowing points that fell to the ground. Gradually, they formed humanoid halos. The shadows became clearer. Skeletons appeared one after another, exuding a terrifying undead aura. The skeleton army. Dense skeletons instantly filled the entire cave. They held weapons, emitting low wails, as a chilling wind blew in from the cave entrance. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Block the entrance. Don't let these monsters in. A large number of monsters had already reached the entrance. Upon hearing the command, the skeleton warriors immediately sprang into action. They stomped on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blocking the entrance, they charged at the monsters, launching a lightning-fast assault. Earlier, 2 level 120 elite monsters had been defeated, and most of the experience points were earned by Li Yang himself. His level had already risen to 90. This time, he directly summoned 90 skeleton warriors, completely sealing off the entrance. Li Yang glanced around with satisfaction, then stepped back and looked at the people still standing in place. He spoke, "Let's go. Leave this place to them to guard. The wormhole is more important." As soon as Li Yang spoke, the others snapped out of their shock, filled with questions, and followed him out. This hard-earned time had to be used wisely. You defeated Thunder Eagle Lion, gained plus 2000 experience. You defeated Crimson Soul Horse, gained plus 2100 experience. As they moved forward, the sound of monster kill notifications kept ringing in Li Yang's mind. Although he hadn't personally fought, his skeleton warriors were fighting desperately, and he didn't miss out on any experience points. This is the trouble of being a summoner. Fighting monsters is so effortless it's almost unreal. Clearly, he hadn't done anything, yet his leveling speed was faster than anyone else's. Cough cough, everyone, hurry up. The last stretch is ahead, and will soon break out. Yang Tong shouted. Charge! Hu jumped up excitedly. They rushed forward at full speed. Soon, a blinding light shone in from outside the cave entrance. Before long, the group burst out of the cave. Phew, finally out. Li Yang turned back to glance at the cave, which remained shrouded in darkness, with no monsters chasing after them. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can't move anymore, I'm exhausted. Hu pounded his knees, gasping for air. That was terrifying. There were so many monsters, I thought that cave entrance would be my grave, he lamented. You're a grown man, and you're already this tired after running a bit. You're worse off than me, a little lady, Ji Ying teased him, holding her staff. I'm different. You guys are all veterans of the guild, level 100 experts. Brother Yang is even more incredible, he's a monster among monsters, not someone whose strength can be measured by levels, Yang Tong said, shaking his head helplessly. Alright, you only get half a minute to rest. If you don't catch up, we won't wait for you. Anyway, the monsters behind us can't catch up, so if anyone gets eaten, it won't be us, Yang Tong said seriously. Thank you, Elder. Hu plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat off his forehead with his clothes. After running for so long, no one could avoid being tired, not to mention that they had just fiercely battled two elite monsters, leaving them physically drained. Everyone was resting in place. Ji Ying took out some recovery potions and handed them to the group. Gulp, gulp. Arrow grabbed a bottle and drank it all in one go. Ah, much better, he said, panting. At this moment, Yang Tong suddenly spoke up. Li Yang, are you a necromancer? Earlier, he had assumed Li Yang was some kind of assassin because of his high melee burst damage, which was on par with his own. But, after seeing Li Yang summon undead creatures, he was utterly shocked. The aura emanating from those undead was chilling, and each one was incredibly powerful. Combined with their sheer numbers, it was truly terrifying. It was thanks to these undead blocking the monsters that they were able to retreat safely. Li Yang smiled and casually replied, something like that. Yang Tong nodded, but the shock in his heart lingered. He had encountered necromancers before, but none like Li Yang. Summoning so many undead at once was practically like commanding an army. At this point, Yuan-san and the others expressed their gratitude with admiration on their faces. You're amazing, bro. The fact that we made it out alive is largely thanks to you. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to handle even those two elite monsters. Yeah, can you summon that skeleton from earlier again so I can touch it? Ji Ying asked curiously. They hadn't had the chance to talk about it before, but now everyone wanted to know more about Li Yang. They knew very little about him, even less than they did about Eru. No problem, Li Yang said. With a smile. With a slight movement of his hand, a skeletal warrior appeared before them. Summoning had become much easier now, he simply called it out from the void. The skeletal warriors. Bones were icy cold, exuding a menacing aura. Having just fought monsters, it was still covered in fresh blood, making it even more terrifying. Whoa! Arrow cried out in fright. The others also felt their hearts tighten. Even though they knew it was Li Yang's summoned creature, its fierce gaze and intimidating presence made it hard not to feel fear. It seemed like it could attack at any moment. But the skeletal warrior stood quietly by Li Yang's side, completely still. Without Li Yang's command, it wouldn't move an inch. Don't be afraid, Li Yang reassured them with a calming gesture. He couldn't understand what there was to fear. Weren't those monsters uglier and scarier? They had blurred faces and incomplete limbs. Compared to them, the skeletal warrior was practically a handsome guy. I don't dare get close. I feel like it could crush me with one slap, Era said, his legs trembling involuntarily. Even though he knew the skeleton wouldn't attack on its own, his instincts made him afraid of such a terrifying creature. Maybe, Brother Yang, you should put it away? It was already hot, but the moment it appeared, my back went cold, Era said cautiously. Useless coward, Ji Ying scoffed. She had been scared at first too, but seeing Era like this suddenly made her feel a lot braver. Ha ha ha. Yuan-san burst out laughing. I really don't get it, Eru. How did you end up knowing someone this incredible? Songgang asked curiously. Era scratched his head in thought. Seriously. Maybe I just got lucky, he said. Deep down, he knew that ever since meeting Li Yang, his life as an ordinary person had transformed into that of a member of a prestigious guild. This kind of change was so unbelievable that anyone who heard about it would think he was dreaming. Before, he wouldn't have even dared to imagine it. Li Yang waved his hand and recalled the skeleton warrior. Phew, finally, I can relax. Who let out a sigh of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped danger. Is it really that scary? Li Yang smiled helplessly. Haha, Li Yang, if I were strong enough, I'd really want to drag you back to the guild. But right now, I don't have the confidence, Yang Tong said with a laugh. Elder Yang, you're quite the joker. He's not that easy to fool, Ji Ying said with a smile. Although it was her first time meeting Li Yang, she quickly realized that he was fundamentally different from their group. For them, the Golden Guild was a rare and ideal place where they could settle down for life. But Li Yang was clearly not the same. Alright, enough joking around. How's everyone doing? We should get moving, it'll be troublesome if the wormhole closes later. Ready, let's go. 111. The group crossed several slopes and headed down toward the foot of the mountain. After walking for a while, Yang Tong stopped. We're here. In front of them stood a towering giant tree, but its trunk appeared somewhat blurry, like an illusion, giving off an unreal feeling. This is the place, Yang Tong said as he took the lead and walked toward the giant tree, directly bumping his head against it. Strangely, he didn't show any signs of pain. Instead, his body slowly began to merge into the tree. Young Tong took another step forward, and his entire figure disappeared. Erhu's eyes widened. Elder, he's gone. Is this the entrance to the wormhole? The group exchanged glances, finally understanding. Li Yang gripped the soul-capturing spear and stepped forward. A sense of disorientation surged in his heart. His surroundings began to change, revealing a black spacetime tunnel. He continued walking forward. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. Li Yang squinted his eyes as the scene before him gradually became clear. In the next moment, a spectacular view unfolded before him. They had arrived on an island. At the center of the island was a raised platform, upon which rested an extremely ornate treasure chest. The platform was surrounded by a river, with a diameter of about 500 meters. Li Yang stood at the edge of the island. He turned to look back and spotted Yang Tong not far away. At this point, Song Gang, Erhu, and the others also began to appear one after another. Erhu looked around in astonishment. Whoa, is this the inside of the wormhole? Why does it feel completely different from what I imagined? In his mind, such a place should be a junkyard or a desert. How could it be so beautiful? It was his first time visiting such a mysterious location, and his heart was filled with curiosity. Yang Tong reminded them, stay focused, everyone. Don't let your guard down, there are dangers inside the wormhole as well. Ji Yingying asked, Elder, where should we go now? Do you see that platform in the center? Head there. Alright, I'll lead the way, Song Gang said, raising his shield and stepping forward. They hadn't walked far when a deep roar echoed from the sky. The group looked up. A massive blue dragon was circling high above. It was about 20 meters long, covered in cool-toned armor that shimmered in the sunlight. Its wings flapped continuously, creating a whooshing sound. Erhu and the others shouted in shock, Whoa! A dragon! Am I seeing things? Is this a real dragon? I actually saw a dragon. A dragon? Weren't they supposed to have gone extinct thousands of years ago? The remaining bloodlines couldn't even produce a living specimen. Yang Tong calmly said, Don't panic. The wormhole connects to another small world, it's normal for anything to appear. Ji Yingying couldn't help but say, Can I take a picture before we fight? Yuan San, standing nearby, was speechless. Take a picture? Why don't you post it on your moments too? Honestly, the atmosphere was way too relaxed. Dragons were symbols of mystery, and the most important thing should be figuring out how to survive and leave. Ji Yingying awkwardly smiled. You're right. But she didn't really plan to take risks. That kind of thing was only for experts, like Du Qingran and Wang Meili. She quickly waved her staff to cast buffs on the team. Li Yang was unfazed. What's a dragon? I have a wind dragon token, I can summon one anytime. At first, seeing a dragon was exciting, but after a while, you got used to it. Song Gang said smugly, Exactly, what's a dragon? Once we're done here, I'll get myself a dragon as a sidekick. When we go back. 666, I think you're just looking to go home and kneel on a keyboard, someone joked, and the group burst into laughter. Yang Tong shook his head helplessly. This team was truly bizarre, treating a fight with a powerful enemy like a classroom distraction. He warned, I don't care if you want a dragon or to kneel on a keyboard, but right now, you need to give it your all, or we might not make it out of here. At that moment, the flying dragon opened its massive mouth and unleashed a terrifying breath attack toward them. Here it comes! Song Gang shouted, raising his shield to meet the attack. Use all your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan San stumbled. Damn it, you shouted so loud I almost lost my focus while charging up. Ji Yingying quickly cast a healing spell. Yingying, you're joining the fun too? Everyone, get in there. Arrow, infected by the battle's intensity, shouted excitedly, Today, it's dragon versus tiger. Tiger wants to taste dragon meat. Focus on protecting Yuan San and Arrow. You two are the only ranged classes, the team's success depends on you. Arrow was stunned. What? I was just joking. He had planned to slack off since the team had so many pros, and he was the weakest. Now they were saying the team depended on him? No, I'm just a husky sneaking into a wolf pack. Yuan San, senior brother, you got this. I think you have great potential as a dragon taming master. Yuan San, you got this. The situation became clear, and everyone pinned their hopes on Yuan San, the only ranged mage. Yang Tong frowned deeply. This was exactly the scenario he feared most. As an assassin specializing in melee damage, He had no way to deal with a flying enemy. He could only stand there helplessly. Initially, he and Li Yang together might not have feared the flying dragon. But now, Li Yang was also a melee fighter, and the flying dragon was in the air. While the enemy's skeleton warriors were strong, they were ground-based. Li Yang had no solution either. The two of them were practically useless. At this moment, Li Yang activated the holographic eye to analyze the suddenly appearing flying dragon. Crimson Sky Wine Dragon, level, Gold Tier Boss, level, 90, HP. 1 million, innate ability, Windstride. Windstride, SS tier, possesses the ability to manipulate wind elements. Description: this is a wind dragon from another realm, exuding a fierce aura, and skilled at hunting. If it sets its sights on you, be careful. Weakness: attacking the abdomen of the Crimson Sky Wind Dragon can deal additional armor-piercing damage. Seeing this, Li Yang hesitated. Should he actively copy this innate ability? This power seemed quite strong. Honestly, innate abilities from creatures of another realm were almost unheard of in Li Yang's original world, relying solely on mastering one element. How strong can that be? It's definitely worth a try. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly copied random talent professions before, so he still had plenty of cards on him and didn't need to worry about lacking resources. These cards were meant for moments like this. Copy. Replication successful. You have obtained SS-level talent ability, Windwalker. Li Yang raised his hand and looked at his palm, feeling a surge of emotion. Suddenly, a force of wind element appeared on his hand, and a green glow enveloped his entire wrist. This was the power of the wind element. Li Yang moved slightly. Immediately, his other hand and both legs were also wrapped in wind elements. At this moment, the Crimson Sky Dragon in the air was ferocious, flying wildly. Yuan-san and Erhu and the team were desperately throwing skills at it. Yuan-san's damage wasn't as high as Yang Tong's, and with the wind dragon constantly moving, hitting it from below required exceptional skill and a bit of luck. Even if they managed to hit, the damage barely broke 10,000. Erhu was in an even worse situation. After several attempts, he only managed to land one hit, with a maximum damage of just over 2,000, unable to penetrate the wind dragon's defense. At this rate, it would take hours to wear it down, and any mistake during that time could lead to disaster. Just then, the Crimson Sky Dragon suddenly turned its head, flapping its wings toward them, and unleashing countless wind field attacks. Area attack. Dodge quickly. Yang Tong reacted immediately, shouting. Li Yang also swiftly retreated. With a light step back, the wind element on his body instantly activated, moving him several meters away as if teleporting. Li Yang was startled. Was this the power of the wind element? Could it be used for attacks as well? He picked up the explosive bow, aimed at the Crimson Sky Dragon's abdomen, and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out rapidly, its tip wrapped in green wind elements, leaving a trail in the air. Bang! 39000. The arrow precisely hit the weak spot on the Crimson Sky Dragon's abdomen. From the moment it was fired to the moment it hit, it took less than a second. And this was at an altitude of over 100 meters. Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. This felt amazing. Unfortunately, the explosive bow's level was too low. As a gold tier weapon, it couldn't fully unleash its potential. No problem, activate death suppression. Plunder. 180000. The Crimson Sky Dragon trembled all over, its body dropping several meters. Everyone saw the change in its health bar and froze in shock. Yuan-san? Was that your hit? That damage. Damn, are you secretly trying to steal the spotlight? It wasn't me, Yuan-san said, wide-eyed and bewildered. That damage was at least over 100,000, while he couldn't even break 10,000. He turned to Lin Erhu. Erhu, are you hiding your true strength? Erhu immediately recognized the arrow upon seeing it. Nonsense, do I have that kind of power? That was my brother Yang. Everyone turned to look at Li Yang, who was holding the explosive bow, confirming their suspicions. Their faces showed astonishment. It's you again. After everything that had happened before, they weren't as shocked anymore. Instead, it felt almost expected. Li Yang said to Yuan-san and the others, aim for the dragon's abdomen. That's its weak spot. Oh, got it. Yuan-san and Erhu's eyes were filled with helplessness. The altitude was too high, hitting it was already a matter of luck, let alone specifically targeting the abdomen. The Crimson Sky Dragon, having suffered heavy damage earlier, had now reacted. It flapped its massive wings and flew even higher. Damn, no way, it's too high now, out of my attack range, I can't hit it. Yuan San shouted. Air, who was even more powerless. Li Yang's expression changed as well. The weapons quality limited the maximum range. The explosive bow just couldn't keep up. Should we retreat for now? Air, who suggested. No, the wormhole area can only be entered once. If we leave, it will disappear, and this trip will be wasted. Song Gang frowned. Yang Tong stared intently at Li Yang. Li Yang, do you have any ideas? This was their last hope. If Li Yang couldn't hit the target either, they would have no choice but to leave. Although it was disappointing, staying any longer was too risky. The others also turned to look at Li Yang. If it doesn't work, let's retreat for now. Ji Ying said reluctantly. Originally, they were leading the team, but now they had to rely on someone else to solve the problem. It felt unreliable. Li Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. He took out the Wind Dragon token and gently squeezed it. A green mist emerged from the token, condensing into a massive shadow ahead. The form of the Wind Dragon became increasingly clear. As Li Yang leveled up, the Wind Dragon's body also grew larger, lifelike in appearance. It was about the same size as the Crimson Sky Dragon above them. Holy crap! Another dragon? When did this one show up? I'll shield you all, quick, get behind me. As soon as the Wind Dragon appeared, Song Gang and the others tensed up. Wait! Ji Ying also noticed something unusual. This dragon doesn't seem to be attacking us. Only then did everyone realize that the dragon they had assumed to be a major threat wasn't even looking at them. Don't worry, this is my dragon, Li Yang stepped forward and said. Yours? Air, whose eyes widened as he stared at the massive wind dragon, swallowing hard. The others were equally stunned. Is this a real dragon? A real dragon? Li Yang said softly. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly a living dragon, just a fragment of a soul sealed within the wind dragon token. But as Li Yang's level increased, the wind dragon had gradually transformed from a shadow into a physical entity. Just like the true dragon above them, there was no visible difference. From the outside, Li Yang leapt lightly and landed directly on the wind dragon's back. No time for this, get on. The wind dragon's body was enormous, easily accommodating over a dozen people on its back. Song Gang and the others were stunned. Ji Ying swallowed nervously. Can we really get on? Of course you can. Stop standing there like fools, the dragon above us is about to attack. I won't be able to protect you then. Hearing this, the group gritted their teeth and followed Yang Tong, climbing onto the wind dragon's back. Li Yang, I won't say thank you for this great favor. In the future, if you need anything, I'll repay you with all the resources of the Golden Guild, Yang Tong said gratefully. So this is a dragon? It's so cool. Ji Ying touched the dragon's scales, her face flushed with excitement. Hold on tight, we're taking off. As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, the wind dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Crimson Sky Dragon. Standing on the dragon's back, the group experienced an expansive view for the first time, their eyes shining with awe. Brother Yang, you're the real dragon master. Air, whose mouth hung open, too shocked to speak. Taming a dragon was a miracle in itself. Forget about a true dragon, ordinary people didn't even know how to tame regular monsters. They had thought dragons were long extinct. Now, everything felt like a dream, too incredible to believe. The others felt the same way. None of them had ever imagined they would one day ride on a dragon's back. Ji Ying stared at the ground growing farther away and couldn't help but tease. Li Yang, stop hiding it. Are you the young master of some reclusive power out here experiencing life? Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Stop with the nonsense. Get ready to face the enemy. He fixed his gaze on the wind dragon, slowly crouched down, placed one hand on its back, and channeled the power of wind elements into it to test the effect. A cyan glow blossomed on the wind dragon, and wind elements scattered in all directions. Only then did Li Yang realize that his elemental power and the wind dragons were both of the same wind attribute. It works! Li Yang was overjoyed and accelerated the transfer of wind elements. The wind elements quickly enveloped the entire wind dragon, stirring up a strong gale. The wind dragon's speed instantly increased several-fold, becoming astonishingly fast. The Crimson Sky Dragon in the air noticed the commotion, circled around, and turned its gaze toward them. Seeing its kind being ridden and commanded by a human, its eyes flashed with anger. It flapped its wings and dove sharply, unleashing a burst of wind elemental power at an incredible speed. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed. When the distance was right, Li Yang unhesitatingly drew his bow and fired arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows shot out. The wind dragon deftly adjusted its position, dodging the Crimson Sky Dragon's counterattacks. The coordination between man and dragon was seamless. Yuan-san and Air, who continuously unleashed skills, their attacks raining down on the Crimson Sky Dragon like a storm. Damage numbers kept popping up. 12100, 12500, 41000. Weak point, Ji Yingying suddenly frowned. Air, who, are you doing this on purpose? How come you haven't hit a single shot? Song Gang also curled his lips. He's putting in so much effort, but it's completely ineffective. Is this how you slack off? Ji Yingying shook her head helplessly. Low damage could be attributed to a level gap, but missing entirely was a basic skill issue. The Crimson Sky Dragon was practically in his face, and he still couldn't hit it too. Unbelievable. It made people wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Air, who scratched his head with an awkward smile. I'm nervous, okay? It's my first time in aerial combat. Ji Yingying sighed. Forget it. We weren't counting on you for damage anyway. At this moment, Yang Tong spoke up. Li Yang, can you get me closer? I'll jump on and attack. Li Yang's mind stirred. That was a good idea. Jumping onto the Crimson Sky Dragon's back would make it easier to dodge attacks. He could control the Wind Dragon while also sending skeleton warriors up, speeding up the progress significantly. Alright, let's give it a try. Li Yang commanded the Wind Dragon to slow down, allowing the Crimson Sky Dragon to catch up. Suddenly, the Wind Dragon ascended sharply, gaining altitude. Now, Yang Tong leaped decisively. Bang! He landed steadily on the Crimson Sky Dragon's back. Li Yang focused his thoughts and summoned several skeleton warriors to jump on as well. Yang Tong pulled out a dagger and began a frenzied assault, while the skeleton warriors relentlessly stabbed with their weapons. Damage numbers surged, 23000, 13000, 12300. The Crimson Sky Dragon trembled all over from the attacks. Realizing there were enemies on its back, it roared in fury and soared into the sky, shaking its body violently in an attempt to throw them off. Li Yang, riding the Wind Dragon, pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Death suppression, activate. 150000. A rain of attacks pelted the Crimson Sky Dragon, leaving it severely injured. Its flight speed visibly slowed, and its body began to sink. On its back, the skeleton warriors and Yang Tong continued their relentless assault. As an assassin, Yang Tong dealt even higher damage with back attacks. Before long, the Crimson Sky Dragon's health dropped below half. Air, Hu and the others' faces lit up with excitement. Are we about to win? Keep it up. It can't hold on any longer, ha ha ha. Today, I too will be a dragon slayer. But Li Yang sensed something was off. The body of the Crimson Sky Dragon began to tremble violently, sharp spikes grew from its back, and its scales and skin darkened. There's a second phase? Li Yang's expression changed drastically. He quickly commanded the Wind Dragon to fly beneath the Crimson Sky Dragon. Sure enough, the Crimson Sky Dragon completed its transformation, its aura surged, and it unleashed a powerful force field. The skeletal warriors on its back and Yang Tong were sent flying. Yang Tong panicked, plummeting straight toward the ground. Seeing that he was about to be smashed to pieces, he was ready to give up. At that moment, several familiar figures rode the Wind Dragon over and swiftly caught him. Li Yang had already sensed something was wrong. At the critical moment, he used the Wind Dragon's speed to get ahead and rushed over to Yang Tong. As Yang Tong fell, Song Gang quickly stepped forward and caught him securely. In a princess carry. Phew, just in time, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Riding directly on its back was indeed too dangerous. But as long as everyone was safe, it was fine. He turned his gaze back to the Crimson Sky Wind Dragon not far away. Then, activating the holographic eye, he checked its information again. Crimson Sky Wind Dragon, abyssal corruption, influenced by the power of the abyss, it has fallen into a state of madness. Its life force is burning, and its attack power has greatly increased. It was the power of the abyss. There was an abyss here? Li Yang was slightly startled. What's wrong with this dragon? It looks like it's entered the red health phase, a stage all high-level monsters have. That's right, it means it's almost done for. No, Young Tong said, frowning, this aura feels like the power of the abyss. The power of the abyss? Who in the... Others were stunned. How could there be abyssal power here? Ahem. You two grown men, stop dawdling. Ji Yingying cleared her throat. Song Gang looked down and met Young Tong's gaze. Instinctively, he withdrew his hands. Young Tong glared at him, quickly propped himself up with his hands, and performed a neat backflip to land steadily. What are you doing? He shot Song Gang an annoyed look. Song Gang scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, my hand slipped. Roar! The Crimson Sky Dragon let out a dragon's roar, opened its massive mouth, and unleashed a terrifying breath attack. Li Yang patted the Wind Dragon, which immediately accelerated to dodge. The second phase is strong? Li Yang didn't think so. He was more concerned about why there were traces of the abyss here. Could this wormhole have been a trap set by the abyss from the start? Or was there another conspiracy? He felt the situation was becoming more complicated. It was no longer just a simple treasure hunt. His previous encounters with the abyss had taught him that this was definitely not good news. Yang Tong also became serious. Li Yang, find a chance to retreat. With the abyss involved, things have become complex and uncontrollable. We should report back first. Li Yang nodded subtly. In the wormhole region, danger and treasure always coexist. But now, the risks seemed immense. However, retreating wasn't so simple. The Crimson Sky Dragon had gone mad, and the only way out was to defeat it. Li Yang's gaze sharpened. As he grew serious, he fixed his eyes on the imposing Crimson Sky Dragon ahead and commanded the Wind Dragon to engage it head-on. The two clashed at incredible speed. Just as they were about to collide, Li Yang shouted, Heaven's Eye, activate! A zigzag beam of light shot out, striking the Crimson Sky Dragon. The originally ferocious red-eyed dragon suddenly froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang leapt onto its back. At the same time, he summoned a shadow clone. Two Li Yangs simultaneously swung their swords at the dragon's back. Slash! -35000 -32000 Death. Suppression, plunder. -100,000 -100,000 Even the shadow clone could use death suppression. Li Yang was overjoyed. The Crimson Sky Dragon's body suddenly sank. Li Yang steadied himself and whistled. The Wind Dragon immediately swooped down, and he jumped onto its back. The shadow clone remained on the Crimson Sky Dragon. Li Yang raised his sword and slowly uttered a single word, explode. Boom! The shadow clone exploded, dealing massive damage to the Crimson Sky Dragon. -98000 Execution, effect triggered. The Crimson Sky Dragon's eyes darkened and lost their luster. You have slain the Crimson Sky Dragon, gaining plus 80,000 experience points. Obtain Dragon Scales X5, Rare Material, obtain Dragon Bones X3. Rare Material, obtained Dragon Crystal X1, Extraordinary Material, obtained Gold Tier Equipment, Dragon Shield, obtained Radiant Tier Equipment. Dragon Claw. The Crimson Sky Dragon's body suddenly began to shake violently. Go! Li Yang immediately commanded the Wind Dragon to fly away. The Wind Dragon, imbued with wind elemental power, moved at incredible speed, quickly distancing them from the center. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion sounded behind them. Boom! The group turned back to see the remains of the Crimson Sky Dragon completely obliterated, leaving not even a fragment behind. All that remained was a mass of black, malevolent abyssal energy floating in place. What a pity! I wanted to take a dragon bone back as a keepsake, Ji Yingying said regretfully. Using it as weapon material would be far more valuable, Who said enviously. Yang Tong shook his head. Let's head back. This place will be officially sealed off for investigation. It's not something we can interfere with. Then wasn't this trip for nothing? Nothing we can do about it. Just treat it as leveling up by fighting monsters, Yang Tong said with a smile. He was quite open-minded. Continuing deeper wasn't realistic. The entire situation might be a trap set by the Abyssal Church. They were walking into danger. Let's go back. Li Yang controlled the Wind Dragon to descend slowly. The group landed safely. Phew! They returned to their entry point. The spatial rift was still there. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake. The water in the center of the island started churning, as if something was about to emerge. Yang Tong's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Not good! Get out of here quickly!" Without hesitation, the group ran toward the rift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Erhu, Song Gang, and Jiangying jumped into the rift one after another. Li Yang was about to step in when he noticed something was wrong. He turned back to see Yang Tong's pale face and slow movements. "Are you injured?" Li Yang asked in shock. Yang Tong was an assassin, his speed shouldn't be this slow. He recalled that during the battle with the Crimson Sky Dragon, Yang Tong had been thrown back. It seemed he had been injured all along. The tide surged rapidly, threatening to engulf the area. "Don't worry about me, go first." Yang Tong gritted his teeth and said. Li Yang frowned. "Don't say foolish things, we'll leave together." "That's right, Elder, we're here to help you." Song Gang's voice came from behind Li Yang. The three had returned. "You?" Yang Tong smiled bitterly. Song Gang rushed forward, trying to carry Yang Tong on his back. The tide behind them was getting closer. Too slow. Li Yang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated the power of the wind element. Rushing forward, he grabbed Yang Tong's clothes and quickly pulled him back. Seeing the three still standing there in a daze, Li Yang waved his hand. "Hurry up!" Erhu and the others snapped out of it, quickly following him as they all dashed into the spatial rift. Inside Zhanghai City, in a certain dark space, several people wearing black and purple cloaks were squatting together. In the center, a ghostly green flame burned, rising high, several meters tall. They chanted mysterious incantations, their hands forming strange gestures. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures opened his eyes. He looked up, his face covered in mysterious tattoos, his gaze cold and stern. "Oh, over at Hongyan Ridge, a group of low-level professionals has intruded." As soon as he finished speaking, the others also opened their eyes one after another. "Discovered so quickly? What should we do? How about I go over now and wipe them all out?" One of the cloaked figures made a throat-slitting gesture. "No need. Acting rashly will only alert them. Besides, this won't affect our plan." "That's right, there are only 2 days left until the Genius Tournament. They won't have time to uncover anything." "Third brother, how are the arrangements over there?" "Very smoothly, everything has been set up. Our people have already infiltrated the city and secretly laid down the Blood Moon Formation. This year, we must capture all the geniuses in Zhanghai City in one fell swoop. Using their high-quality blood, we will resurrect our sloth demon god." "Ha, that's the way to do it." The group laughed excitedly. "Start from the inside and bathe the entire Zhanghai City in blood." Meanwhile, Li Yang and his group emerged from the wormhole area, returning to the large tree. The group exchanged sullen glances, the sound of waves crashing still echoing in their minds. "Phew, that was too close," Erhu wiped his sweat. "How could there be abyssal power?" someone asked. "It's very likely a conspiracy by the Abyssal Church. Being able to make it out alive is already fortunate," Jiangying analyzed. "Let's head back. I'll report the situation to the authorities. It's already late, if we don't leave now, we'll have to spend the night here." They had arrived at noon. After a full day of traveling and fighting monsters, the sky had darkened. No matter where they were, the danger of monsters appearing at night would increase significantly. The later it got, the more dangerous it became. Li Yang was well aware of this. They were now deep in Hongyan Ridge, and even if they hurried back with all their might, it would take them until late at night. "Let's go," Li Yang said. "Erhu, carry Elder Yang on your back." Yang Tong was injured and unable to move easily. "Okay," Erhu nodded. As the weakest in the team, carrying people naturally fell to him. Li Yang then turned to Yang Tong. "Give me the map, I'll lead the way." Yang Tong sighed. "All right, I'll recover a bit first." With that, he took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yang. Li Yang took it and examined it carefully. It depicted a detailed route through Hongyan Ridge. This was something unavailable on the market. Much of the information was exclusive to the Golden Guild. With this map, moving around became much easier. Li Yang noted down the route and headed in one direction. "Let's go." The others followed closely behind. There was more than one exit at Hongyan Ridge. According to the map, the journey went smoothly, with few encounters with monsters. Occasionally, when they did run into one, Li Yang easily dealt with it. Over an hour later, the group reached the exit. In front of them appeared a blue teleportation portal. Li Yang stepped in first, followed by the others. The next moment, everyone returned to the external entrance. Seeing the familiar surroundings, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The recent experience had been fraught with danger, leaving everyone exhausted. Yang Tong climbed down from Who's back. Who sat directly on the ground, smiling wryly. What bad luck, feels like we ran around for nothing. Not entirely for nothing. At least we discovered traces of the abyssal cult. They might be planning something. Reporting this might lead to a big breakthrough. Whose eyes lit up. Really? Will there be a reward? Of course, Song Gang said with a smile, maybe even a first-class merit medal. Who stood up excitedly. That's great. I've never even seen what a medal looks like. Jiang Ying covered her mouth and laughed. You two are so silly, one big fool teasing a little fool. Yuan San laughed heartily. Li Yan also chuckled. He suddenly remembered that he actually had a first-class merit medal himself. Speaking of which, this operation wasn't entirely in vain for him either. Killing the Crimson Sky Dragon had yielded a pile of precious materials and even dropped a piece of radiant-grade equipment. His level had also risen to 100, meeting the conditions for a second-tier advancement. After bidding farewell to the group, Li Yang found a nearby 5-star hotel to stay in. It was already late, so he could only find a comfortable place temporarily. Upon entering the hotel, a luxurious atmosphere greeted him. Li Yang walked to the front desk to check in, took the elevator upstairs, and swiped his card to open the door. The room was spacious and bright, elegantly decorated, and relaxing. He lay down on the soft sofa. After battling monsters all day, he was physically and mentally exhausted and could finally rest. This time, the harvest was substantial. He took out the radiant-grade equipment that had dropped, Dragon Claw, and examined it carefully. Dragon Claw quality. Radiant grade type, cold weapon attributes, strength plus 2000, damage plus 20% weapon effect, attacks cause severe injuries, increasing the physical damage the enemy receives by 25% for 10 seconds. Repeated hits refresh the duration. A pure damage boosting weapon. Li Yang looked at it, calculating in his mind. This weapon was quite excellent among radiant grade items. After storing the weapon, he noticed a basket of newspapers beside the sofa. With the intention of passing the time, he casually picked one up and glanced at it. The Zhanghai Professional Auction will open tomorrow. Below are the items for this auction. After reading the headline, Li Yang casually scanned further down. Most of the items were rare materials and equipment above gold grade. Pretty interesting. Li Yang's interest was piqued, thinking it might be worth checking out. Just then, his gaze suddenly stopped. It landed on one particular item. Bear Paw of the Polybear, rare material second tier. Advancement material, usable for professional second-tier advancement. It was actually a second-tier advancement material. Li Yang's heart trembled slightly. It was well known that second-tier materials were much harder to obtain than first-tier ones. First-tier materials could be acquired simply by farming monsters. But second-tier materials could only drop from wild monsters, specifically, the Polybear. This requires professionals to have excellent combat skills in the wild and strong capabilities. Moreover, this also depends on luck. First, you might not necessarily find a Polybear in the wild. Second, even after killing hundreds of Polybears, you might not get the materials. Therefore, these materials are extremely rare and are directly put up for auction. Li Yang originally planned to try his luck when he had time to see if he could farm them. But now it seems that buying them with money is more convenient. The Genius Tournament is the day after tomorrow, and Lu Xian had reminded him that this year's competition is crucial. Improving his strength and securing a good ranking is definitely worth it. After checking the auction location, he found it wasn't far. After thinking it through, Li Yang decided to head there directly tomorrow. Then he lay back on the Simmons bed and went to sleep peacefully. The next day, as the rooster crowed, Li Yang woke up naturally. To be honest, he was a bit puzzled. How could he hear a rooster crowing in the bustling city center of Zhanghai? Perhaps the kitchen here uses fresh ingredients. He went downstairs to the hotel lobby's buffet restaurant, picked up a large lobster, and walked out the door while eating. Holding the auction flyer in his hand, he headed toward the address on it. On the street, several professionals were chatting together. Have you heard? The professional rankings were just updated at 5 a.m. today. What rankings? The rookie first-turn rankings for this year. As soon as the news came out, discussions in Zhanghai exceeded 10 million. Such explosive news? What happened? Originally, the first place was Xiao Yang, the genius from Luyun Pavilion. But after the rankings were finalized, they suddenly updated at 5 a.m. today. The original first place, Xiao Yang, had his name changed by one character, it became Li Yang. Ha! Did he change his name? That's such a naive thought. Obviously, it's a different person. It's hard to believe someone actually took the first spot. Yes, it turns out someone completed the first turn even earlier than Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion. The most shocking thing is that the new first place is actually named Li Yang. Li Yang? Isn't that the fool from the awakening ceremony? Who rejected an SSS-level profession? Could it be the same person? Not sure, maybe it's just a duplicate name. Most likely not the same person. If he hadn't given up the SSS-level profession, his strength would be on a completely different level. Discussions were everywhere, especially with the Genius Tournament approaching, and attention had reached its peak. At this moment, Li Yang, wearing a cloak, headed low-key toward the auction house. He understood the importance of keeping a low profile. Previously, someone leaving the auction house had been targeted and assassinated for the treasures they carried, so concealing his identity was crucial. Walking along the road, Li Yang listened to the conversations around him and nodded silently. It seemed the professional association had already started taking action. Some said those behind the scenes were like rats hiding in dark corners, only daring to act sneakily and retreating at critical moments. Before long, a massive ancient-style building came into view, the largest auction house in Shanghai. Besides auctions, it also offered leisure, entertainment, business, and other services. Because of today's auction, the scene was exceptionally lively, with crowds of people inside. Li Yang arrived at the entrance, where two neatly dressed security guards stood on either side and stopped him. Today's auction strictly prohibited unrelated individuals from entering. An asset certificate was required for admission. The rules were fairly reasonable. Li Yang sighed helplessly. After all, it was impossible to hide his identity as a multimillionaire. He presented his credentials, and the security guard's eyes lit up. Please come in, sir. The auction will start in 2 hours. You can take a seat first, and someone will guide you once you're inside. Li Yang nodded and stepped through the door. Soon, a server approached him. Sir, please follow me. Li Yang followed the server into the hall. At the front was a raised platform, and opposite it were rows of seats that ascended gradually. Looking around, the place was resplendent with gold and jade, and the elegantly dressed crowd gathered here exuded opulence. Li Yang felt a fleeting sense of being immersed in Shanghai's high society. Everyone here was either wealthy or influential. Even if they didn't know each other, they could naturally converse like old friends. However, the voices were kept low, and the entire hall was so quiet that even an echo couldn't be heard. Li Yang had come here solely to purchase materials for his second advancement and had no intention of mingling with others. He found a seat and waited for the auction to begin. After a while, hurried footsteps echoed. A group of professionals entered from outside, led by a short, plump woman accompanied by several tall and imposing men. That ostentatious demeanor. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking, who else could it be but Wang Meili? Wang Meili strutted in with her head held high, like a proud but unsightly swan. She and her entourage grandly occupied the front row seats. Unlike last time, the people around her had changed. Who brings so many subordinates to an auction and takes up several seats at once? Many people cast curious glances and whispered among themselves, but out of decorum, no one said anything directly. When it came to shamelessness, Wang Meili was truly gifted. Anyone else would have been mortified, but not only did she feel no shame, she even put on an air of superiority. Li Yang shook his head inwardly, giving her a mental thumbs up. Keep it up. One day, someone will teach you a harsh lesson. Running into Wang Meili here made Li Yang feel a bit unlucky. However, since he was wearing a cloak, Wang Meili wouldn't be crazy enough to come looking for trouble. Time ticked by, and the hall grew increasingly crowded. After a while, a woman wearing a golden butterfly mask and an exotic-style dress stepped onto the stage from behind the curtain. Good evening, everyone. I'm your host for today. I'm sure you've all been eagerly anticipating this, so without further ado, the professional auction officially begins now. She clapped her hands, and several attendants carried a treasure covered with a red cloth onto the stage. This is the first item up for auction today. The woman dramatically unveiled the cloth. In an instant, a beautifully designed piece of equipment appeared before the crowd. This is a radiant-grade weapon, the Crescent Moon Staff, featuring a rare cooldown reduction effect that allows mages to cast spells faster and unleash more powerful burst damage. Starting bid, 100,000 dragon coins. The auction began with a bang, a radiant-grade weapon for mages, instantly sparking a frenzy among various factions. Li Yang, however, remained indifferent. He had handled plenty of radiant-grade weapons before and wasn't the least bit interested. This was merely an appetizer. Those who liked it bid higher and higher, while those who didn't stayed silent. The attendees had long set their sights on specific targets and knew exactly what they wanted. One precious item after another was unveiled, until finally, it was time for the main event, the paw of the bully bear. The host's voice boomed. Next up is something very practical. Even if you can't use it now, it will definitely come in handy in the future. Second advancement material, the paw of a polybear. Starting bid, 100,000. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a massive bear paw. It's really the paw of a polybear. I'm not at the second advancement yet, but it's never wrong to prepare in advance. If I can't use it, I'll leave it for the kid at home. Saves him the trouble of grinding for it later. Many people in the audience were tempted. After all, this item was like gold, valuable and scarce, always worth hoarding. Bids started flying. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. I bid 5 million. Wang Meili's voice rang out loudly. This was one of her main targets for this trip. Although she hadn't reached the second advancement yet, it was always wise to prepare materials in advance. With others helping her level up, she wasn't worried about her level at all and was determined to secure the item. Her bold bid left everyone stunned, and no one continued to raise the price. She had single-handedly driven the price up, and no one could compete. In previous auctions, she had used her wealth to crush the competition, never missing out on anything she wanted. Seeing her bid, the others knew they couldn't outbid her and simply gave up. 5 million dragon coins, final bid. The host was about to bring down the hammer when Li Yang pressed the button next to his chair. 10 million dragon coins. No questions asked. Li Yang was just rich and willful. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him. Wang Meili was stunned and looked over in disbelief. Li Yang was wearing a cloak, so she didn't recognize him, though he seemed familiar. Her face darkened, and she almost cursed out loud. Someone actually dared to snatch her item. Just as she was about to raise her bid, a man beside her stopped her. Miss, don't rush. Let him have it, so what? Wang Meili frowned, not understanding what he meant. The man leaned in and whispered in her ear, look, he's the only one bidding, and he's wearing a cloak. Even if it disappears later, no one will notice. Wang Meili's eyes lit up as if she'd discovered a treasure. You mean? Ha ha ha. Night number 1, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. This way, we can save a fortune. She became excited. As the eldest daughter of Jianghai's underground forces, she'd done this sort of thing countless times and had no qualms about it. Fine. Want to take my item? Go ahead. Let him hold on to it for now, it's coming back to me anyway. So, she smiled and refrained from bidding further. A minute later, the room fell silent. The host's voice rang out, 10 million. Dragon coins, going once, going twice. Congratulations to buyer number 66 for successfully acquiring the second advancement material, Polybear Paw. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. He had secured it so easily? He had expected Wang Meili to fight fiercely for it. With her personality, there was no way she'd give up so easily. Something was off. He quietly heightened his vigilance. The auction ended, and the crowd dispersed. Li Yang went backstage to collect the Polybear Paw. Polybear Paw, second advancement material, description, obtained by defeating wild polybears. Used for second advancement material submission. After confirming the details, Li Yang left happily, planning to proceed directly to his second advancement. With tomorrow's Genius Tournament, he felt even more confident. About 1 or 2 kilometers away from the auction house, Li Yang sensed something was wrong. Several presences had been tailing him since he left the venue, never breaking off. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence, but as time went on, he realized something was amiss. He raised an eyebrow. Someone was following him, although he could easily shake off the pursuers with his wind element and swift walker skills. He wanted to figure out their purpose. After walking for a while, the group behind him was still following closely. Li Yang reached an intersection, deliberately turned onto a secluded path, and slowed his pace. The number of pedestrians on the road dwindled until there were almost none. The pursuers finally grew a bit anxious. Li Yang turned around and spoke calmly, "Come out. Since you're here, stop hiding. What are you afraid of showing?" As soon as he finished speaking, several people emerged from the shadows. Squinting, Li Yang saw that it was Wang Meili and her group. So that was it. He had already suspected that Wang Meili had deliberately held back at the auction, letting him win. He hadn't expected her to wait for him outside. He wasn't surprised, knowing Wang Meili wouldn't let things go so easily. "Heh, you've been following me for so long. Don't you have anywhere else to go?" Li Yang said expressionlessly. "You little punk," someone cursed angrily. "Such arrogance." The group glared at him. "Brat, give us back our stuff. It's not yours. Hand it over willingly, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise." Wang Meili frowned. As Li Yang spoke, the sense of familiarity in her heart grew stronger. His figure, his voice, she felt like she'd seen him somewhere before. "Who exactly are you?" she stepped forward and asked. Li Yang sneered. "What, you've forgotten me already? Just a few days ago, weren't you saying you'd make me pay?" Wang Meili's eyes widened in shock. Li Yang removed his cloak, revealing his true face. "Today, none of you are leaving." Wang Meili froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Li Yang? It's actually you. Ah, this is too easy." The subordinates beside her looked confused. "Miss, you know him? Then, should we still proceed?" "Of course. Teach this ungrateful guy a lesson." Wang Meili laughed heartily. "I was wondering who it could be. Li Yang, I didn't expect it to be you. This useless trash. Fine, today we'll settle both old and new scores." Li Yang chuckled coldly. "Just as I hoped." "Li Yang? Could it be the Li Yang from the rankings?" one of the subordinates asked in surprise. The name had spread across Jianhai today. "Who cares who he is? There's so many of us, how could we lose?" "Everyone, attack!" With that, the group drew their weapons, their aura menacing. "Cripple him. Make him live in agony for the rest of his life." Wang Meili's expression turned vicious. "This is the price you pay for cheating me out of first place." At her command, her burly subordinates charged forward. These men were all over level 100, with formidable strength. Li Yang said nothing, simply waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, 3 skeletal warriors appeared before him, accompanied by a chilling wind. With a slight gesture, the skeletal warriors burst forth with incredible speed. The burly men were stunned. "Wow, this guy's actually a necromancer? Humph, what's 3 skeletons? There's over a dozen of us, we'll take him down easily." "Yeah, all together. Now, kill him." The two sides quickly clashed. As soon as they engaged, the dozen or so professionals were taken aback. These skeletons are so tough. Even their bones are this hard. Their damage and speed are on par with any of us level 100 experts. Don't underestimate them. We have the advantage in numbers, wear him down. First, the skeletal warriors' strength far exceeded expectations, making them difficult to defeat easily. The battle quickly turned into an intense struggle. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised at how strong his opponent was. He had originally thought 3 skeletons would be enough. In that case, he tapped his finger lightly again, and 10 skeleton warriors appeared. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. His subordinates were shocked. "There are so many more? Retreat quickly." They were terrified. It had already been difficult to deal with 3, and now with over 10 skeletons, they were no match at all. Soon, they were overwhelmed and forced to retreat step by step. Wang Meili watched this scene, a look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. What was going on? She had brought top-tier professionals, any one of whom could easily take down Li Yang. But now, even with a dozen of them working together, they couldn't defeat a few skeletons? Furious, she cursed, "Damn it! Looks like I'll have to handle this myself." With that, she grabbed her weapon and charged at Li Yang. Die. She thought Li Yang was just a weakling. Weren't all summoners like that? Seeing Wang Meili rushing over, Li Yang looked surprised. This woman is really delivering herself to death. He immediately unleashed the power of wind elements, his body enveloped in a green glow. In an instant, he shot forward like a bullet. Before Wang Meili could react, she was sent flying by a fierce kick. Bang! Her eyes widened as she screamed and fell to the ground, her chest caving in as blood spurted from her mouth. "Miss!" Several subordinates hurried over to help her up. Wang Meili weakly propped herself up, completely bewildered by what had just happened. She hadn't even seen Li Yang's movements before being struck down. Once she regained her senses, she was utterly shocked. Who the hell is this guy? Miss, run. These skeletons are too strong, we can't beat them. Her subordinates were also being forced back. What? Wang Mei's face darkened. So many experts, and they couldn't even handle Li Yang alone? Then what was the point of bringing them? Were they here to die? You useless trash. What a waste of resources, she scolded angrily. But scolding aside, if her people couldn't win, she had no chance either. Li Yang, just you wait. I'll bring reinforcements and deal with you properly. Wait, did I say you could leave? Li Yang replied coldly. Leave whenever they wanted? Not so easy. Attack. Leave no one alive. He commanded the skeleton warriors to charge. Wang Mei and her subordinates turned pale and quickly fled. The others managed better, but Wang Mei was too overweight and underleveled to keep up. Her subordinates had no choice but to drag her along as they ran. Li Yang used the wind element to accelerate the skeleton warriors, their speed increasing dramatically as green light flickered. He himself also sped up, keeping pace effortlessly. Before long, he caught up with the fleeing Wang Mei and her subordinates. Wang Mei panicked, glaring at the two subordinates dragging her. Run faster. They're catching up. Are you just going to watch me die, you traitors? At her words, a flash of malice crossed the faces of the two subordinates. At this point, everyone was focused on saving their own lives. Secretly, they thought about just abandoning her. But fearing they wouldn't be able to explain themselves later, they reluctantly held on. Wang Mei continued to act high and mighty, and they were growing increasingly impatient. Shut up, you fat pig, one of the subordinates finally snapped, shouting in anger. They had tolerated her antics for long enough, but now they couldn't hold back. What did you say? Wang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. The two subordinates had had enough. Furious, they said, we mean you. If you're so eager to run, then run by yourself. With that, they let go of her and left her behind. Wang Mei's obese body hit the ground like a jelly, bouncing and wobbling. You shameless lackeys. When I get back, I'll make sure someone treats you like dogs and feeds you. At that moment, she suddenly felt a chill. She turned her head sharply. A towering skeleton stood coldly before her. No, no. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide with terror. The skeleton warrior moved, its bony hand swinging, and the icy blade mercilessly slashed toward her. Put! Ah! Help me! Wang Mei let out a sharp, piercing scream, like a pig about to be slaughtered. She deeply regretted it in her heart, if only she hadn't provoked Li Yang. But now, the skeleton warriors had surrounded her, each wielding a blade and relentlessly hacking at her. Watching her health rapidly deplete, her face was filled with despair. At the same time, Li Yang paid her no attention. He continued chasing down the fleeing subordinates. Today, not a single one of them could be allowed to escape. If they managed to run back and report, the consequences would undoubtedly be troublesome. He had been busy with the Genius Tournament recently and had no time to deal with such trivial matters. At this moment, the fleeing group noticed Li Yang was hot on their heels. This is bad. He's catching up. Damn, wait, he's alone? What are we afraid of? Let's take him down together. They stopped in their tracks, turning to face Li Yang. Not planning to run anymore? Li Yang chuckled lightly, secretly hoping they'd stop and deliver themselves to death. Prepare to die. One man raised a large blade and charged at him. Teach this fool a lesson for daring to chase us alone. The others behind him began gathering strength to attack. Li Yang smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, the sage's book appeared. In an instant, dazzling light enveloped everyone. Zhao Arudo. As Li Yang's level increased, his control skills had grown stronger. In a flash, all the enemies charging at him fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang wielded the soul-reaping spear and swiftly maneuvered through the battlefield. Harnessing the power of wind elements, his agility and attack speed were greatly enhanced, far surpassing many top-tier assassins. The spear moved like the wind, damage numbers continuously popping up. It was a complete massacre. Those once considered powerful professionals by the outside world fell one by one. If anyone witnessed this scene, they might lose sleep for a night. It was truly a nightmare for the strong. Soon, only Li Yang remained standing cleanly and decisively on the battlefield. A bunch of weaklings, wasting my second-tier time. Li Yang turned away. Indifferently, as if he had just completed an ordinary task. In the suburbs of Shanghai, inside a massive, stand-alone villa. In the spacious and bright living room, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh sat on the sofa, a cigar in his mouth. He took a puff, his expression changing, and suddenly threw the cigar in his hand at the nearby butler. "Damn it, I asked you, why hasn't Meili come back yet?" The lit cigar landed on the butler, but the butler didn't dare move, clearly accustomed to the man's unpredictable temper. Bowing his head respectfully, he replied, "Cyclops Master, the young lady went to the auction today with her entourage." "Then, why the hell didn't she tell me? Do I have to ask myself?" Cyclops slammed the expensive coffee table in front of him, which shattered instantly. The butler remained silent. The man panted heavily in anger, taking a full minute to calm down slightly. He said coldly, "Who did she take with her?" "The young lady said she was going to mingle with high society and brought many experts, all professionals above level 100. The butler reported truthfully. The one-eyed dragon nodded, reignited his cigar, and took a deep breath. "Then it should be fine. From now on, notify me immediately about such matters. I, the one-eyed dragon, have only one daughter. If anything happens to her, none of you will survive." The butler quickly nodded. "All right, go inform Meili and tell her to come back immediately. I've prepared new equipment for her for tomorrow's genius competition to help her achieve a good result." "Yes," the butler responded and withdrew. 10 minutes later, the butler returned, pale-faced. Seeing this, the one-eyed dragon frowned, sensing something was wrong. "What's going on? Speak quickly." "Master, Miss is unreachable." Bang! The one-eyed dragon punched the wall. "What did you say?" The butler broke out in a cold sweat. "Master, perhaps Miss was playing too wildly and didn't notice. Similar situations have happened before, and she was reachable later. Find her immediately." "Didn't she bring that group of experts with her? Contact them one by one and find out her whereabouts." Yes. The butler's voice trembled. He knew the one-eyed dragon was truly furious. This only daughter was his lifeblood, and no one was allowed to harm her. She had become a troublemaker, causing the servants to be constantly busy. Half an hour later. "Master, none of the people Miss took with her can be reached," the butler reported nervously. The situation was serious, and he had to admit that something major had likely happened. "How many years have you been with me? Do you remember what I just said?" The one-eyed dragon glared at him, his face dark. "You can't even keep track of one person. What's the use of you?" The butler quickly knelt and kowtowed. "I beg Master to give me one more chance. I will definitely bring people to find Miss." "Where did Meili go? Today?" "The Shanghai auction house." "Then go find her. This is your last chance. Otherwise, bring me your head," the one-eyed dragon said coldly. He had been the underground king for many years, his position unshakable. Now, his only concern was his daughter. Nothing could go wrong. Yes, the butler quickly agreed and hurried away. Meanwhile, Li Yang dealt with those unknown experts, ensuring no one survived. He thoroughly cleaned the scene and quietly left. He always acted with his face covered, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Shortly after, he arrived outside the professional association again. Due to the sudden change in the rankings this morning, the place was now crowded with people. Cars lined the streets, reporters swarmed, and the association's entrance was sealed off. Several staff members stood guard at the door. Through the glass, one could see the people inside busy and overwhelmed. This was truly an unexpected disaster. Originally, the genius competition was approaching, but now such a big problem had arisen, drastically increasing the workload and souring the mood of the association's staff. In the conference hall, several senior elders were holding an emergency meeting. "Elder Lu, you're in charge of the rankings. What exactly is going on?" "Association." President Chen Fan asked sternly. "President Chen, I wasn't present at the time." Elder Ma modified the rankings and issued the notice. Elder Lu quickly shifted the blame. "Elder Ma, explain yourself." All the senior members' eyes immediately focused on Ma Baogua. Now, not only had they been pushed into the spotlight, but they had also angered the Lu Yun Pavilion. Ma Baogua's face instantly darkened. Elder Lu had pocketed the benefits himself and now wanted to shift the blame onto him? Don't blame him for being unkind, the truth had to come out. He said with a bitter smile. At that time, the military came knocking on my door, and I had no choice but to follow the rules. We should ask Elder Lu why he concealed the truth and hid the most critical information. If I hadn't investigated, I wouldn't have known. As these words were spoken, several senior members gradually began to understand. Elder Lu, sensing the unfavorable situation, quickly admitted his mistake. Oh, I was just considering the interests of the entire Jianhai. Li Yang, that useless guy, is completely unworthy of this qualification. President Chen Fan's face turned ashen, and he said coldly, "Is there any point in saying this now? You're suspended, take time to reflect. All performance records are wiped clean." Elder Lu remained silent. Chen Fan sighed, feeling helpless. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." An assistant walked in and said, "There's a professional outside claiming to have something important to handle. Tell him to get lost." Chen Fan interrupted impatiently. He was already overwhelmed and had no time to deal with this. "What's his name?" Chen Fan suddenly asked. "Li Yang." "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Fan stood up abruptly and shouted angrily, "Quick, invite him in." Meanwhile, Li Yang stood at the association's entrance, looking helpless. Why were so many people suddenly gathered here? He hadn't been here for a day, and now the doors were even closed. Just then, the association's main door opened. An assistant stepped forward and said, "Sir, please follow me." Li Yang nodded and followed him inside. Others outside tried to enter but were stopped by security guards. "Why can he go in?" "Exactly, why are we being blocked? How about we go in for an interview? What's there to be afraid of?" Leaving behind the frenzied crowd outside, Li Yang followed the assistant into a lounge. Inside, the association's elders were already seated. Li Yang felt a bit puzzled. He was here for his second transition, so why was he brought here? As soon as he arrived, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. "Are you Li Yang?" Chen Fan confirmed. "That's me. What's the matter?" Li Yang replied. Chen Fan exhaled and said, "I'm Chen Fan, the president. Rest assured, first place is yours, and it will remain yours. Our association will never allow anyone to profit privately. Those people have already been punished accordingly." Li Yang was momentarily stunned before responding, "So it's President Chen. My apologies for the lack of courtesy." He was somewhat puzzled that someone in such a high position would personally come to meet him. Since he was brought here, there must be something going on. Chen Fan said. With a bitter smile, "Apologies, young friend Li Yang. Due to the association's management oversight, you've become the center of controversy. You may have noticed the crowd outside when you arrived. It's all because of this matter." "What exactly happened?" Li Yang frowned and asked. Chen Fan sighed. "The day before the genius competition, we made a last-minute change to the rankings, which caused quite a bit of dissatisfaction. You know, some people just want to see the world in chaos. Don't take it to heart. Many people don't recognize your abilities and think the association is engaging in shady practices to promote you. So, some people, including Xiao Yang's fans, are upset and believe we're in cahoots." Li Yang's eyes widened. How could something like this happen? Honestly, this was too absurd. Besides, the first place was rightfully his. He was merely reclaiming what belonged to him. Chen Fan noticed his thoughts and said helplessly, "That's the reality. Whether it's true or not no longer matters. Those unscrupulous media only care about traffic, recklessly stirring up trouble, and then leaving without taking any responsibility." Hearing this, Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Who could blame the fact that there were bad people among the crowd? This was just a chain reaction. If the truth had been told from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Li Yang asked directly, "So, what exactly do you want me to do by calling me here?" After saying so much, it couldn't just be to complain, right? Chen Fan nodded. "Well, to be honest with you, there is something. But first, let me confirm, did you rise to your position through your own ability, or did someone help you?" Li Yang, of course, through persistence and hard work. Good, good, good," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Since that's the case, I want to ask you to help clarify the rumors. Later, we can make a joint appearance to clear your name. What do you think?" Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Chen Fan's words were going in circles without getting to the point. However, this matter had the greatest impact on the association, and they definitely wanted to restore their reputation. But why should he help? Not to mention once or twice at the very beginning, they didn't even give him a reward for his contributions, and the association just brushed him off. This time, they even wanted to erase his record entirely. If Lu Xian hadn't stepped in to apply pressure later, he probably wouldn't have even had a place to voice his grievances. Now the higher-ups were gathering to talk to him only because they had no choice. Li Yang was well aware of their attitude toward him. They were paying the price now, but he had neither the obligation nor the reason to help. If they hadn't taken him seriously back then, why should he help now? He wasn't the type to suffer losses quietly. Seeing that Li Yang wasn't responding, Chen Fan paused for a moment and said, "Regarding the previous matters, I apologize on behalf of the association. We will compensate you for everything you deserve. Are you satisfied with this?" Li Yang still showed no expression. Chen Fan's heart sank, and he called out to the back, "Elder Lu, come out." The summoned Elder Lu trembled all over and slowly stepped forward. In his early 40s, slightly overweight, with dark eyes and high cheekbones, he spoke in a trembling voice, "President Chen, what is it?" Chen Fan said coldly, "All the unfair treatment Li Yang has faced in the past few days, wasn't it your doing?" Elder Lu reacted strongly, hurriedly shouting, "It was me. But I only wanted to improve the relationship between the association and Lu Yun Pavilion. That's irrelevant. Are you aware of the situation outside? Your actions have severely damaged the association's reputation. What you need to do now is apologize to Li Yang. Only then can you slightly make up for your mistakes." Elder Lu quickly walked up to Li Yang, his face full of regret. "It was all my fault. I apologize to you." As he spoke, he bent down, preparing to kneel. But he stopped halfway. He assumed Li Yang would surely soften and help him up. However, Li Yang still didn't move. To be honest, Elder Lu's attitude was so exaggerated that it seemed fake. There wasn't a shred of genuine sincerity in his apology. It felt more like an attempt at moral coercion. Doing this in public was just a way to trap him, making others think he was being unreasonable. No matter how you looked at it, Elder Lu wouldn't lose out. This left Li Yang with no real choice. Unfortunately for Elder Lu, Li Yang wasn't buying it. All Li Yang wanted was a clear answer. But this so-called Elder Lu didn't even have a sense of responsibility, which made Li Yang particularly disgusted. The professional association was officially recognized by the state, essentially a semi-official organization. Each city-state has such an organization, specifically responsible for handling matters related to various professionals, including career transitions. Someone like this holding a high position in the association is nothing but trouble. Keeping him around will inevitably lead to problems sooner or later. Li Yang remained silent. Elder Lu stood frozen in place, too embarrassed to move. His body was half-bent, unable to advance or retreat. Truly make him kneel and apologize? He absolutely couldn't bring himself to do it. His pride wouldn't allow it. He had dared to act that way earlier because he thought Li Yang wouldn't let him continue. But now, Li Yang showed no reaction at all? Elder Lu couldn't help but glance at Li Yang again and cried out, "I'm apologizing to you." As he spoke, he placed both hands on the ground, looking as if he was really about to kneel. Li Yang, however, watched him with great interest. To be honest, although he wasn't superstitious and didn't fear bad luck, having someone kneel before him didn't make him feel particularly impressive. Especially when it was someone like Elder Lu, who apologized verbally but showed no sincerity in his actions. It was simply too amusing. Even Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch anymore. He patted his forehead, his face full of helplessness. Ahem. Elder Lu, that's enough. This Elder Lu was truly a master. Did he really think he could fool others like they were idiots? Even he couldn't help but laugh at the scene. If his acting were just a bit better, it might have been passable, but this was so fake that even he couldn't keep it together. It was downright miraculous. Not just him, but the other elders also looked at Elder Lu with newfound respect, completely changing their opinion of him. They had thought he was just a greedy old man, but it turned out he was also a seasoned actor. However, at the end of the day, although Elder Lu had done something foolish, his intentions were still for the benefit of the association. So some people couldn't bear to watch any more and spoke up to persuade him. Sigh, Elder Lu is getting old, let's not make him suffer further. Yeah, let's not make him suffer. Give him some face. Alright, you're the real tyrant here, why so? Impatient? Li Yang had seen enough of this clumsy performance. Such a show was amusing for a moment, but watching too much of it made him feel disgusted. He shook his head and said, stop acting. Get up. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's mournful expression instantly vanished, changing as quickly as a face mask. He quickly straightened up. So you agree? Agree to what? To help the association clear its name. Li Yang, I never said I wouldn't help. Elder Lu's eyes widened, then just now, that was your own performance, it has nothing to do with me. I don't accept it. Elder Lu nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Damn it, all that acting just now was for nothing? He knew Li Yang was deliberately mocking him, but there was nothing he could do. He felt utterly stifled. Chen Fan glared at him, still not heading back? Truly embarrassing. Elder Lu quickly retreated. Chen Fan understood that an insincere apology was certainly not enough. Li Yang, rest assured, Elder Lu has been suspended. Even if he returns, he'll have to start from the very bottom. Our association will also prepare compensation for you. Hearing this, Elder Lu's body trembled, his face full of disbelief. The other senior members and elders were also momentarily stunned, then cast sympathetic glances his way. Starting from the bottom? Wouldn't that make him just an ordinary member? After being accustomed to a high position for so many years, how could he adapt to that? It was as good as being killed. Not to mention, he was already old and nearing retirement. Even if he had the chance, there wouldn't be enough time to climb back up. This is practically a dismissal. It seems Chen Fan is truly determined to enforce discipline. After all, no matter what, a mistake is a mistake. Using the guise of benefiting the association, they ended up causing significant negative impacts. They can no longer afford to take such risks. Outside, a group of reporters and concerned citizens directly paralyzed the association. The losses were severe, and they still had to endure criticism from higher-ups. Everyone must learn from this, Chen Fan said coldly. The first part of his statement was directed at Li Yang, while the latter served as a warning to the other senior members. Seeing Elder Lu's fate, the others swallowed nervously. Li Yang, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Chen Fan turned to ask. Li Yang nodded. It's fine. After all, he wasn't the type to insist on saving face. He hadn't come here to escalate the situation unnecessarily. Good. Chen Fan said with a smile. Later, I'd like to invite you to step forward and clarify the facts outside. How will it be done? Li Yang asked. Directly. He was pressed for time. It'll be quick, don't worry. It won't affect your rest or tomorrow's talent competition. We'll set up a formation in the association's plaza, something similar to an awakening formation, which can verify the time you completed your first transformation. You just need to step inside, and we'll invite those with doubts to witness it together. That way, they won't have anything to say. Alright, go ahead and arrange it, Li Yang agreed without objection. Good, it's settled then. With that, Chen Fan instructed his assistant to make preparations. Trash Association, feeding on the blood of the innocent. Give me back brother Xiao Yang's first place. Bah! Everyone report them together and have the authorities shut them down. Unbelievable. Kicking out the original first place, do they really think we're easy to fool? Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside the association. All kinds of people had gathered, true fans, those stirring the pot, justice seekers, and those who simply enjoyed the spectacle. They all came forward to criticize the association's corruption and internal collusion. To be honest, they weren't entirely wrong. The problem was that their target was mistaken. Li Yang had instead been painted as someone colluding with the association, while Xiao Yan was portrayed as the helpless victim. At that moment, the association's doors finally opened. The crowd surged forward instantly. Reporters holding their equipment rushed ahead desperately. Dozens of association security personnel scrambled to maintain order. Soon, the crowd was guided to the association's spacious plaza. Before long, the plaza was packed with people. On the high platform at the front of the plaza, Chen Fan's figure slowly appeared as he walked onto the stage. He was quickly recognized by some. Several reporters immediately approached the stage, raising their microphones. President Chen, are you aware of the details of this incident? Are you not afraid of creating enmity with the flowing cloud pavilion by doing this? Why did you strip Xiao Yang of his first place? In your eyes, is flowing cloud pavilion's genius Xiao Yang inferior to a nameless nobody? Faced with these sharp questions, Chen Fan took a deep breath and raised his voice. Everyone, calm down. Don't rush. First of all, we must admit that this incident was indeed a mistake on our association's part. But I assure you, we have not infringed upon Xiao Yang's rights. From the flowing cloud pavilion, we are simply acting fairly. I understand that many of you have questions. Next, I will address them one by one and provide you with a clear explanation. Prepare to activate the awakening formation. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong blue light burst forth from the high platform. Dazzling and blinding. A pattern appeared on the ground, and the formation activated. Is this the awakening array? What's going on? Is someone about to undergo a first transition? What are they doing? Is this what we came to see? The audience below the stage buzzed with discussion, but no one understood Chen Fan's plan. At that moment, a figure slowly walked onto the stage. Li Yang. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to greet him, leading him to the front of the array and said, "Just like when you awakened before, wait for the array to activate." Li Yang nodded without saying much and walked directly to the center of the array. Instantly, the array erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the entire venue. Wow, what kind of performance is this? The awakening array has been activated. Is this some kind of ceremony? Who is this young man? The audience below the stage was in an uproar. They had been inexplicably brought here, and now some mysterious ceremony was taking place. What exactly was being showcased? Suddenly, someone shouted, "I remember now. This guy looks familiar. He's Li Yang." What? Did you say he's Li Yang? The one who suddenly appeared at the top of the rankings today? So he's the one who took Xiao Yang's first place. I want to see what he's capable of. The crowd finally understood that the young man on stage was Li Yang. The association had arranged for him to appear, clearly with a special purpose. Just as everyone was puzzled, a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the awakening platform. Meanwhile, as Li Yang stepped into the center of the array, he felt his consciousness being pulled into a mysterious space. The sensation was so familiar, just like when he awakened and underwent his first transition. Strange, had he encountered something special? Before he could figure it out, a giant card with a large question mark suddenly appeared before him. Seeing this, Li Yang was certain. Although he didn't fully understand what was happening, he knew he had entered the awakening space. He had to remember that his purpose for coming to the association this time was to undergo a second transition. Now, it seemed, this array was directly facilitating his second transition. With this realization, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the mysterious card. Outside, the audience below the stage watched everything unfold. Completely baffled, Chen Fan and the association elders were equally stunned. Chen Fan's face was filled with shock. What is going on? This isn't what I expected. Why did such phenomena occur after Li Yang entered? The reaction of the array was identical to that of a professional transition. In fact, the underlying logic of the array he designed was similar to that of the awakening array. A thought suddenly struck him. Could Li Yang be undergoing a second transition? The idea sent a shiver through him. This array indeed had the potential to trigger a transition. But Li Yang had only undergone his first transition a few days ago, and now he was already undergoing a second transition? The speed was simply unbelievable. He turned to the elders with a complex expression and asked, "Have you ever seen anything like this?" The elders were equally dumbfounded. To be honest, they could talk endlessly about any matter related to professionals, but this situation was beyond their understanding. This, he might really be undergoing a second transition, one elder stammered. "I've never seen such a young professional undergo a second transition. He's a newcomer, right? If this is true, it's terrifying. But for now, we can't think of any other explanation. Let's keep observing. We should know the outcome soon. If he really undergoes a second transition, it will be good news for us." Yeah, with so many people watching, rumors naturally lose their ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was still confused, the scene on the stage changed once again. 5 beams of light in different colors shot down from above, merging into a massive, colorful pillar of light. The entire square was bathed in brilliant dazzling radiance, reflecting the astonished faces of the crowd below. What the heck is this? I can't make sense of it anymore. This can't be an ordinary awakening ceremony. I've never seen a light pillar like this in my life, not even heard of it. It must be a second awakening. But this scene, I've never seen anything like it before. It's absolutely stunning. Many people completely forgot why they had come here, their eyes fixed solely on the mesmerizing spectacle. Some reporters frantically pushed forward, eager to capture this unbelievable moment. Li Yang, did he really trigger a second awakening? Chen Fan stared at the stage, his face full of shock, his neck craning forward comically. But no one paid him any attention, as everyone else was just as captivated. This is a real second awakening. If he triggered it, it means his level must have already reached 100. This is insane. Level 100? Most professionals take over a year to reach that, and even then, only the top-tier ones do. The scene quickly spiraled into chaos. At this moment, within the consciousness space, the instant Li Yang touched the mysterious card, it transformed into a burst of colorful light, enveloping him completely. You have obtained the devouring power. When killing enemies, you can absorb their attribute strengths. Li Yang was momentarily stunned. Devouring power? What kind of ability was this? He carefully examined the details and was instantly shocked. The devouring power, as the name suggests, could absorb various forms of strength. Even the evil forces of the abyss could be absorbed and converted into his own power. This was unbelievable. Li Yang immediately understood the implications of this ability. Before long, his vision began to blur. The second awakening was complete. When he came to, he found himself back on the stage at the Association Square. The crowd below erupted into an uproar. My God, it's finally over. Incredible. The second awakening was a success. Is he really this year's professional? Many of his peers haven't even completed their first awakening yet. He's already had a second awakening. His level must be miles ahead of everyone else's. Even those two SS-ranked geniuses from Luyun Pavilion can't compare. A second awakening requires at least level 100. How did he level up so fast in just a few days? Li Yang, no wonder he shot straight to the top of the rankings after the update. Who could possibly surpass him? He's definitely the fastest leveling professional in Jianghai City this year. After witnessing Li Yang's second awakening, everyone's attitude completely shifted. Those who had previously been aggressively questioning the association fell silent, and all doubts vanished without a trace. Chen Fan stepped forward, his face glowing with joy, and said, "Thank you all for your support. I've always said that the truth will come to light. Our association would never do anything to harm the public, and any violations will be punished. Please continue to trust us." At this, the crowd erupted into cheers. All right, it seems we were too anxious earlier. Yeah, the association was right. Li Yang truly deserves first place. I have no objections. First place should be his. I'm already looking forward to his performance in tomorrow's Genius Tournament. Haha, say no more. He had already undergone the second advancement, while most of the other players were still at the first, making it impossible to compare. 666, seriously, anyone who goes up against him is definitely out of luck. The association's reputation was instantly salvaged. The staff began to orderly disperse the crowd, as the sheer number of people here could easily lead to accidents. The scene shifted to the association's reception hall, where Li Yang and Chen Fan, along with other high-ranking members, met again. Li Yang, I sincerely thank you. This time, Chen Fan said solemnly, the items I prepared for you will be delivered shortly. Please wait a moment. It's fine, no rush, Li Yang replied with a smile. Although he didn't say he came for the rewards, who wouldn't want to accept something for free? Helping each other is what makes the world a better place. Just now on the awakening platform, did you really undergo the second advancement? Someone couldn't help but ask. That's right, Li Yang answered calmly. Everyone had just witnessed it, so there was no need to hide it. Then have you already reached level 100? More or less, it's not particularly high, just barely meeting the threshold for the second advancement. Hearing this, several elders gasped. If someone else had told them this, they would never have believed it. But now, the facts were right in front of them, leaving no room for denial. Li Yang, are you interested in furthering your development with the association? Chen Fan took a deep breath and extended an olive branch directly. Li Yang was already used to this kind of thing. As long as one's strength was sufficient, they could go anywhere. Previously, the Golden Guild and the military had both invited him, but he wasn't interested. Elder Lu has recently retired. If you're willing, you can directly take over his position. When the time is right, you can continue to rise further. The other elders widened their eyes at this. Wow, this was a direct invitation to become a colleague. Becoming an elder wasn't something just anyone could do, it required not only strength but also experience. While Li Yang was a top-tier rising star, he still fell short of the elder standard. What Chen Fan valued was Li Yang's potential. Everyone understood that, based on Li Yang's performance, he would have a full chance of becoming an elder in a year or so. This was essentially paving the way for him. Li Yang smiled helplessly. No, I don't think I'm suited for such a role. Fair enough, Chen Fan sighed. Of course, I didn't expect you to agree outright. I was just asking. If you're willing, that's great, if not, that's fine too. We just want to establish a good relationship with you, as you're a professional with great potential. Before long, an assistant came over holding a delicate box. Chen Fan took it and personally handed it to Li Yang. This is the reward that rightfully belongs to you. I'm returning it to you now. Li Yang opened the box and glanced inside. Kinetic gun quality, radiant. Type, thermal weapon attributes, strength plus 2000, damage plus 20% weapon effect, fires energy projectiles during attacks, causing large-scale magical damage. Li Yang was slightly surprised. This wasn't just an ordinary gun, it was a true technological weapon. He hadn't used something like this before, but he figured it should be similar to a bow and arrow, just aim and shoot. The weapon might have changed, but his accuracy remained the same. He carefully put the weapon away. At this moment, Chen Fan took out another small box and said, and this, consider it a token of goodwill from our association. This is? Li Yang opened it to take a look. It turned out to be a tactical device, also man-made. Electromagnetic bracelet, unleashes an electromagnetic cannon attack upon use, suitable for close-range rapid attacks with no delay. This showed that Chen Fan had put thought into it. The kinetic gun Li Yang had received was suitable for long-range attacks but was inefficient at close range. With this, things would be much more convenient. Whether it would be used or not wasn't important, the thought behind it mattered. Thank you, Li Yang accepted it directly. No problem, no need for formalities between us. Thanks to you, we avoided a catastrophic public opinion crisis, Chen Fan waved his hand. Exactly, this is just a small token. Whenever you're free, feel free to visit the association again, and I'll give you a proper tour. That's right, good luck in tomorrow's Genius Tournament. We're rooting for you, several elders chimed in enthusiastically. Oh, by the way, Chen Fan suddenly said, the group list for tomorrow's Genius Tournament is out. Have you seen it? Li Yang was about to take his leave but paused upon hearing this. That's right, the Genius Tournament was starting tomorrow, and the schedule and list should already be available. He hadn't looked into it yet. Chen Fan noticed Li Yang's puzzled expression and patiently explained. Tomorrow is the first day of the group stage. Each group has 10 participants, and the system will randomly assign opponents. Everyone will participate in 5 matches, earning 1 point for a win and losing 1 point for a loss. The participant with the highest score will advance. As for the list, hold on, I'll check it for you now. As Chen Fan spoke, he gestured to an assistant nearby. The assistant quickly operated a tablet for a moment and then handed the list to Li Yang. Glancing at the list, Li Yang spotted 2 familiar names, Zhang Tao, Wang Meili. They had actually been placed in the same group. Interesting. Although he was well aware that someone like Zhang Tao, even if there were 10 of him, would be no match for him, the group stage rules were worth noting. The ranking was based on a points system, with 1 point for a win. For example, if 2 participants were of similar strength, and one won 4 matches while the other won 5, the difference would come down to luck. The safest outcome would be to aim for a perfect win record. After all, strength was the deciding factor, no tricks would work otherwise. At this moment, Chen Fan spoke up, I believe with your strength, standing out from your group won't be an issue. In your group, aside from Zhang Tao and another professional genius named Xiaoguo Wang, the others are only mid to lower tier in terms of strength. Li Yang nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. Chen Fan specifically reminded him, Li Yang, pay special attention to this Chao Guowang. Although his ranking isn't high, his hidden strength might be much greater than it appears. He said seriously, you need to understand that rankings don't fully reflect strength. There are quite a few people like Chao Guowang who deliberately slow their pace and keep a low profile, only to explode in the Genius Tournament. Understood. Thanks for the reminder, Li Yan replied. The association generally wouldn't disclose too much information about participants, but Chen Fan had already gone out of his way to subtly hint at things. Li Yan also understood that giving his all in combat was the key. Good, as long as you understand. It's a pity we couldn't recruit you into the association, but given your contributions to us, we all hope you can achieve a good ranking, Chen Fan said earnestly. Although I'm not sure about the intensity of your profession, your level speaks for itself. Aside from those two monstrous geniuses from Luyun Pavilion, the other participants shouldn't pose much of a problem for you. Let's hope so. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Fan and the others, Li Yang bid farewell and left the association. It was getting late, and tomorrow was the Genius Tournament. He planned to return to the hotel and rest early. The next morning, Li Yang was still in a deep sleep when he was suddenly awakened by loud music. Logically, the hotel he was staying at was considered top-notch in Zhanghai City. With excellent soundproofing, he shouldn't have been able to hear anything, even if someone was smashing things outside his door. He got up and looked around, only to discover that the source of the music was the speaker on the coffee table in the living room. Dear professional, good morning. Today marks the start of the group stage of the Zhanghai City Genius Tournament. Wishing you great success. You can tap the tablet to turn off the voice. A mechanical voice came through. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. The high-end hotels in Zhanghai City were truly unbeatable. They even knew he was a participant in the Genius Tournament and had specially arranged a wake-up service for him. He glanced at the time, 6:30. It was just right. He could have breakfast and head to the venue with perfect timing. After tidying up, he opened the door and took the elevator downstairs. The hotel cafeteria had already prepared breakfast. Li Yang grabbed 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, eating a simple meal. At his level as a professional, those with a bit of money typically wouldn't eat such ordinary food. They would usually take energy potions, which were more effective. However, Li Yang wasn't used to it yet and needed time to adjust. Stepping out of the hotel, the entire Zhanghai City was bustling with excitement, even more festive than during holidays. All the major factions were in action. For instance, a powerful faction like Luyun Pavilion had closed all its shops for the day. Citizens from all corners of Zhanghai City were flocking to the city center. The massive arena in the city center, capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people, was finally open. The streets were packed with people squeezing into the entrances. Inside the arena, the space was divided into 10 sections, with the group stage matches for 10 groups taking place simultaneously. The spectator seats were fully equipped, and with the provided devices, viewers could watch the progress of each group's matches. After all, this tournament was the biggest event in Zhanghai City, second only to the college entrance exams. The media had been waiting overnight, their focus naturally on the top 10 players on the rankings, especially the top few. Everyone was eager to witness thrilling battles. Unfortunately, with so many groups on the first day, it was unlikely for top-tier players to face off. On the other hand, the group Li Yang was in was packed with strong contenders. Zhang Tao and Wang Meili, 2 players ranked in the top 5, were coincidentally placed in the same group. This immediately drew significant attention, with many media outlets designating this group as a key focus for coverage and gathering in the area to await the player's entrance. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the arena, and the space instantly dimmed. White smoke slowly rose. Then, the arena's top lights turned on at full brightness, illuminating the space as bright as day. Surrounding speakers began playing rousing music. Good morning, dear audience. I'm sure you've all been eagerly anticipating this day. Who are you rooting for? Shout it out and cheer for your favorite players. There's a QR code on your seat's armrest. Scan it to send comments on the live stream platform, but please be courteous. Next, I'll be providing live commentary on the matches. Who will rise to the top? Who will fall short? Stay tuned for this thrilling battle feast. In an instant, the audience erupted into deafening cheers that reverberated throughout the arena. In the official live stream chat, comments flooded the screen. When are the players coming out? I can't wait. Looking at the group list, it's a bit disappointing my favorite player isn't in the same group. Who will be the dark horse this year? It's so exciting. Supporting Xiao Yang. Friends from Flowing Cloud Pavilion are here. Senior brother Xiao Yang, go for it. Senior sister Xiao He. You too, go for it. The Fierce Tiger Guild is here too. Xiao Hu, go for it. Amid the expectant and excited gazes of the crowd, the contestant passages for each competition zone finally opened. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on the contestant entrance. One by one, the contestants emerged, each exuding an imposing aura, their faces full of confidence and pride. Although the competition had not yet started, just standing there was already proof of their strength. The audience erupted into continuous cheers, with supporters shouting the names of their favorite contestants. Xiao Yang is out. Look, it's Xiao Yang, so handsome. Xiao Yang's appearance immediately caused a sensation. Top-tier contestants like Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaohe became the center of attention as soon as they appeared. The sides of the passage were quickly surrounded by reporters, all vying for interviews. In contrast, those ranked lower seemed somewhat desolate. After all, reporters were more inclined to interview contestants with strong abilities and significant influence. Only when there were no other options would they focus on those with less remarkable achievements. In recent days, all the buzz had been centered on the two SS-level geniuses from Flowing Cloud Pavilion, with little mention of others. Li Yang's appearance did not stir much reaction, just like most of the relatively unknown contestants. Ultimately, the number of supporters depends on popularity. Li Yang did not have the powerful backing that Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, and Zhang Tao enjoyed. They had major forces supporting them, and their performance directly impacted the reputation of these forces, so naturally, they garnered more attention. With family support and influence, the media's cameras naturally focused on them. For Li Yang, less attention was actually better, he preferred peace and quiet without interruptions. In his free time, he began observing the contestants around him. To be honest, most of the people who made it here had genuine skills. Although there were rookies like Wang Meili who were brought in by others, such individuals were rare. Truly talented and skilled professional contestants naturally stood out. With strong abilities, no one could ignore you. Li Yang activated the holographic eye, scanning each contestant one by one. In his eyes, beneath the glamorous exterior, it was clear who were truly skilled professionals and who had gotten in through connections. Soon, he finished scanning all the contestants. Those who had gotten in through connections were in the minority. Over 80% were A-level professionals or higher. Among them, about 10% were S-level professionals. Li Yang focused his attention on these skilled contestants, as only they were qualified to be his opponents. The first to catch his eye was the center of attention, Flowing Cloud Pavilion's favorite, Xiao Yang. SS-level. Profession Magic Swordsman, profession talent, possesses a lifebound magic sword, can accumulate magic energy to enhance attributes and damage. You're the one. Copy. To be honest, Li Yang didn't think much of some other S-level and A-level professions. Since there was an SS-level profession, why not just copy one directly? Copy successful. You have obtained the SS-level profession Magic Swordsman. You possess two high-level professions that can be fused, Swordmaster plus Magic Swordsman. Swordmaster plus Magic Swordsman equals? Li Yang's heart stirred. This, Swordmaster, was a class he had previously copied from Yu Xiaohe, who also belonged to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. It was an SS-level class. Initially, he thought, this class wasn't very useful in the early stages and hadn't used it much. Unexpectedly, it now brought a pleasant surprise. Fusion. Without hesitation, Li Yang immediately chose to fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained the SSS-level class Holy Sword Envoy. SSS-level class Holy Sword Envoy, class talent, can summon a personal holy sword. When used, critical hit rate increases to 100% and critical damage increases by 50%. Class skills, 1000 Sword Pursuit, Sword Spirit's Blessing, 1000 Sword Pursuit, summons a sword casket that continuously launches flying swords to attack. Each flying sword deals 500% of strength as true damage. Sword Spirit's Blessing, when receiving fatal damage, gain 1 instance of damage immunity and immediately restore to full health. After activation, the Holy Sword cannot be summoned, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Awesome! This is way too powerful. He had just picked up an SSS level class for free. For a moment, Li Yang had no interest in paying attention to the other contestants. He stood in place, quietly waiting for the match to begin. At this point, most of the other contestants had arrived. Logically, the event should have started by now. However, the match had yet to begin because one person was still missing. Wang Meili hadn't shown up. Clearly, the organizers were waiting for her. Li Yang leaned against the wall, bored, waiting. Well, look who it is. Isn't this the former prodigy of Jianhai No. 1 High School? I didn't expect you to sneak in here. At that moment, Zheng Tao walked over, his tone filled with surprise. A few days ago, when they parted ways, he thought the professional association had already taught Li Yang a good lesson. He didn't expect to run into him again, and here of all places. Surprised? Li Yang gave him a cold glance, his eyes full of disdain. They were no longer on the same level. Li Yang couldn't even be bothered to deal with him. You're doing just fine, so why come here to make trouble for yourself? Zheng Tao grew more excited as he spoke. Seeing Li Yang here meant they had been placed in the same group. This was going to be interesting. Li Yang, oh Li Yang, you'd better pray you don't run into me. Otherwise, my fists won't show any mercy. I remember saying I'd personally crush you underfoot in the genius tournament. Zheng Tao's face was full of smugness. But in Li Yang's eyes, he was nothing more than a joke. I can return those words to you. Back in the trial camp, I crushed you. Now, I still don't take you seriously, Li Yang replied coldly. You're asking for it. Zheng Tao's face twisted in anger as his sore spot was hit. But he quickly realized that countless cameras were pointed at them. He took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Oh, I'm so scared. Look at you, so worked up. The only hard things about you are your mouth and your bones. Let's see who comes out on top. Zheng Tao sneered disdainfully. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of drum beats echoed throughout the venue. Immediately after, the venue's sound system began broadcasting the host's voice. Time's up. The group stage officially begins. Contestants, please proceed to your respective dueling platforms or prepare in the waiting area. As soon as the announcement ended, the surrounding contestants began to move. Li Yang also walked toward the dueling platform assigned to him. The dueling platform was a massive circular arena with a radius of about 100 meters. Welcome to duel platform number 6. Beside the platform stood an examiner responsible for overseeing the match. The examiner handed each contestant a wristband. This wristband would activate when a contestant suffered a fatal blow, blocking the lethal damage to prevent injuries or even death. This way, contestants could compete without worrying about holding back and could perform at their best. Soon, the first match began. The examiner's voice rang out. Duel platform number 6, match 1, Zheng Tao vs Chao Guowang. Please confirm that your defensive wristbands are properly secured. The group stage officially commenced. The first to take the stage were Zheng Tao and Chao Guowang. Zheng Tao needed no introduction, he was one of the top 10 ranked fighters outside the arena, with a large following. As for Chao Guowang, Li Yang had heard of him from Chen Fan before, and it was said that he had hidden strength. The two stood in position, the atmosphere tense. The referee raised his hand and swung it down sharply, signaling the start of the match. Instantly, Zheng Tao activated the stealth skill of his assassin class. Chao Guowang, a warrior wielding a giant axe, swung it down with great force. Li Yang, meanwhile, activated holographic eye, simultaneously analyzing the states of both Chao Guowang and Zheng Tao. Very quickly, he had his answer. On the field, the two were already locked in combat. On the surface, Chao Guowang seemed to be at a disadvantage. As a warrior, his movements were heavy and sluggish, making it difficult to contend with the agile assassin. Zheng Tao moved with lightning speed, his agility and skill power increasing with every turn. He clearly had the upper hand. The media below the platform excitedly narrated the live broadcast. Did you see that? The future successor of the legendary guild, S-rank assassin Zheng Tao, is completely dominating his opponent. So strong. The other contestants in this group must be regretting now. Exactly. Zheng Tao is definitely advancing from this group. I bet he'll win all 5 matches. Other than those two geniuses from Luyun Pavilion, no one can challenge him. The live stream audience was also buzzing with heated discussions. Li Yang stood outside the arena, quietly observing without saying a word. At this moment, a young female reporter rushed over. She was dressed in professional attire, around 20 years old, panting as if she had just graduated from college. Holding a microphone in her hand, she seemed a bit inexperienced as she extended it toward Li Yang and asked, "Contestant, may I interview you?" "Me?" Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Out of so many people, why approach him? But since he had nothing else to do, he agreed. "Go ahead." "Thank you." The woman nodded gratefully. "May I ask, in today's group stage, do you think you'll ultimately advance?" As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. The question was too blunt. Her name was Mi Wei, a recent graduate with little experience. Although she had undergone training, she still felt nervous in such a high-pressure situation. After speaking, she realized that her opening question was too direct, which could make the interview awkward and difficult to continue. However, Li Yang's response was even more straightforward than her question. "Yes." 2 words, simple and clear, without any unnecessary elaboration. His confidence wasn't baseless. He had already used holographic eye to analyze all his opponents and was fully assured. His answer was like stating a fact, direct and firm. This caused an uproar both on-site and in the livestream chat. "Wow! This interview is explosive." 666, we've definitely encountered a pro here. Starting off with a heavyweight contender, this is so thrilling. Remember his words, if he loses later, don't forget to ask him how it feels. Li Yang's response unexpectedly ignited the atmosphere and salvaged the situation. Mi Wei was momentarily stunned but quickly adjusted her composure, brought the microphone closer, and continued to ask, "So, who do you think has the upper hand between the two dueling on stage right now?" "I don't support either side," Li Yang replied calmly. "Ah." Mi Wei gave an awkward smile and explained to the camera, "What I mean is, who do you think is more likely to win?" "You're asking who will win," Li Yang countered, but his eyes didn't look toward the stage. In his mind, there was only winning or losing, no such thing as likely to win. "Something like that," Mi Wei responded with a forced smile, though she felt bitter inside. Why was this interview so difficult? It felt like she was the one being interrogated. "Chao Guowang will win," Li Yang said, shocking the entire audience. "Chao Guowang?" Mi Wei was surprised. "You mean that warrior?" Clearly, Chao Guowang was being beaten back step by Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was ranked higher, how could he possibly lose? The livestream chat exploded. "I must have misunderstood, I thought he was actually impressive. He was boasting so much earlier, but now he's saying something so absurd. How dare he say that? Saying Chao Guowang will win is just dissing Zhang Tao. Is he jealous of someone else's talent? Ha ha." Mi Wei glanced at the chat, pursed her lips slightly, and felt uncertain. Li Yang had been so confident earlier, claiming he could advance, which already felt odd. Now, she was starting to wonder if there was something off about this contestant. Thinking this, she quietly took a step back. But she still mustered her courage and pressed on. "Are you saying this because you understand the strengths of both sides? Or do you believe Chao Guowang can win for some specific reason?" "There's nothing much to say. Zhang Tao is just too weak," Li Yang answered bluntly. His words were straightforward. In his view, neither Zhang Tao nor Chao Guowang was qualified to compete with him. Zhang Tao was even slightly worse than Chao Guowang. The reasoning was simple, wasn't it? Weak. Bro, can we say something more broadcast friendly? Mi Wei was sweating profusely. This was way too direct. And weak? That was an S-tier contestant, a top 10 ranked expert. He was also the heir to a legendary guild. Whether in talent, strength, or status, he was better than at least 90% of people. The livestream audience couldn't hold back. 666, what's this contestant's name? He's so bold. He's really daring, calling someone weak by name. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? If he weren't a contestant, I'd suspect he was hired by Chao Guowang to slander Zhang Tao. Don't say that. What if he's telling the truth? If it's true, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Didn't you see Zhang Tao dominating the fight? How could he just lose? Meanwhile, on the dueling stage, the battle between Zhang Tao and Chao Guowang continued. Some experienced professional examiners had already noticed something unusual. On the surface, Zhang Tao seemed to be suppressing Chao Guowang, but in reality, Chao Guowang had been solely defending and dodging without throwing a single punch. As time ticked by, Zhang Tao's speed began to slow, and his breathing grew heavier. This was the weakness of the assassin class: high burst power but poor stamina. On the other hand, Chao Guowang, with his decent defense, had been conserving energy by dodging and hadn't expended much effort. On the contrary, Zhang Tao consumed a lot of stamina. From the perspective of combat skills, Chao Guowang completely suppressed Zhang Tao. At this moment, Zhang Tao launched countless attacks to no avail and began to grow anxious. His stamina was nearly depleted, while Chao Guowang defended as tightly as a turtle, leaving Zhang Tao unable to break through. Zhang Tao's movements started to show flaws, whereas Chao Guowang remained calm, his gaze sharp. The outcome was becoming clear. Li Yang nodded inwardly. Chao Guowang indeed had strength, solid fundamentals, and was not just professionally skilled. This surpassed many who relied on their profession to change their fate. Now, it was just a matter of when Chao Guowang would make his move. Once he did, Zhang Tao would undoubtedly be defeated in an instant. Minutes passed, and the situation remained unchanged. It's almost over, there's not much time left. Looks like Zhang Tao is winning. Chao Guowang has been dodging and hasn't hurt him, while Zhang Tao has landed several hits. The audience buzzed with discussion. The match had a time limit, and if no one defeated the other by the end, the winner would be determined by who had more health remaining. Do you think Zhang Tao will lose? Mi Wei asked Li Yang with clear eyes, seemingly giving him an out. Of course he will, Li Yang replied without hesitation. He never intended to explain to them. Most people wouldn't understand anyway, and those who did had already seen through it. They watched the situation in the dueling arena while enthusiastically discussing. The result of Arena 6 is out. Quite interesting. Chao Guowang has been hiding his strength, pretending to be weak, and ended up securing his first victory. I reckon his group might advance to the next round. Not necessarily. This is just the points match. Winning one round doesn't mean much, it ultimately depends on who wins the most matches. Meanwhile, the matches on the dueling platform continued, with players stepping onto the stage as their names were called. During this time, Mi Wei wanted to ask Li Yang about the match results again, but Li Yang, impatient, couldn't be bothered to answer. The live chat started buzzing again. See? He just got lucky in the first round. Now he doesn't dare answer, afraid of making mistakes. Just randomly guessing gives you a 50% hit rate anyway. At that moment, the outcome of the match on the dueling platform was revealed. The examiner's voice echoed through the broadcast. Next match participants, Li Yang, Zhang Tao. Please prepare. Li Yang? Zhang Tao froze, then burst into joy. Having lost the first round, he had been doubting himself. Now, the examiner's voice sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Ha ha ha. Li Yang, I can't beat others, but surely I can beat you? Zhang Tao was thrilled. To him, this round was in the bag. In no time, both players put on their wristbands, stepped onto the dueling platform, and faced each other, waiting for the examiner to announce the start. Mi Wei quickly aimed the camera at the dueling platform. The livestream audience began interacting enthusiastically. Wow! The entertainment value is off the charts. This is so exciting. That guy was just trash-talking Zhang Tao, and now they're facing off directly. I want to see if he's really that strong, looking down on others' S-class professions. This little guy on Arena 6 wasn't on the leaderboard before. In the VIP box, someone noticed Li Yang and asked curiously, "Hey, President Qin, you might not know, but this guy just made it onto the leaderboard in the past 2 days," someone nearby said with a smile. No wonder he looks unfamiliar. He's that Li Yang? I remember. Now. My assistant mentioned this yesterday, said a middle-aged man. I heard he's the first newly advanced professional in Shanghai City this year to complete the first transition. What? This statement stunned the others, and their gazes turned to Arena 6. Really? The first this year? Wasn't it Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion? He's on Arena 1 and has already won 3 consecutive matches. How could this be? When did he emerge? He even leveled up faster than Xiao Yang? What's his actual strength? Many began paying attention to Li Yang on Arena 6. The middle-aged representatives from Dragon Rider Academy and Tianfu Academy were particularly surprised. Their eyes widened as they recognized him. This wasn't the first time they'd seen him. The last time was at the awakening ceremony. Back then, they thought Li Yang would make a stunning debut. Instead, he foolishly rejected an SSS class profession. This incident left a deep impression on them. Seeing Li Yang again brought back those unforgettable memories. and they angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, it's him. It's that useless guy." No wonder the name sounded familiar. Stop watching. He's definitely going to lose. Noticing their reactions, some people were puzzled and showed confusion on their faces. Teachers, do you know something? You have no idea, this Li Yang is a complete fool. Calling him foolish is actually a compliment, said the Dragon Cavalry Academy teacher angrily. How someone like him managed to enter the Genius Tournament is truly baffling. Exactly. If it weren't for the other contestants, just seeing him here makes me want to leave, just like I did back then, the teacher from Tianfu Academy chimed in. Don't get upset. If he's really as you say, then there's no need to worry, someone else said, trying to ease the tension. That's right. It's inevitable that some slip through the cracks. Let's all stay calm. Meanwhile, Li Yang on the dueling platform was completely unaware of the attention he was receiving. The examiner walked between the two contestants, waved his hand, and announced, "Begin." Then, he quickly stepped out of the arena. "Come on, Li Yang, let me humiliate you properly and reclaim my dignity." Zhang Tao laughed loudly. "I'm not the same person I was in high school. And you're no longer the genius. Li Yang. Today, you'll only serve as my stepping stone." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his dual blades. What a joke! Li Yang shook his head, clearly unimpressed. Facing Zhang Tao's aggressive attack, he remained calm, standing upright and extending one hand. Remember this? It was just like in high school. But this time, he didn't even plan to dodge. Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically as humiliating memories from the past flooded his mind, igniting his fury. You're asking for death. Back in high school, Li Yang had suppressed him. For 3 whole years, how could he forget? At that time, Li Yang was at his peak, with extraordinary talent, admired by both teachers and classmates. Zhang Tao often sought his advice and tried to curry favor with him. Occasionally, Li Yang would teach him combat techniques. During those times, Li Yang would let Zhang Tao attack with all his might while he himself fought with one hand behind his back. Although Li Yang meant no harm, he avoided doing this in front of others to save Zhang Tao's face. But Zhang Tao always saw it as a humiliation, even though he did learn a lot from it. Now, in a different time and place, with the same people and the same gesture, the meaning was entirely different. At this moment, Mi Wei was closely observing Li Yang's every move, zooming in with her equipment. The livestream chat was flooded with comments, "This is way too arrogant," completely disregarding his opponent. "Respect. This is what true boldness looks like. Alright, just for this courage, I won't criticize him for. Now, has he given up resisting? Knowing he can't win, is he trying to go out in style? I don't get it at all." Doing this, Zhang Tao is bound to lose his temper. Sure enough, Zhang Tao was already consumed by rage. With thousands of people watching, Li Yang's actions were clearly a provocation. Only Zhang Tao himself could understand the deeper meaning behind this gesture. He executed a perfect ultra breakthrough. Die! Zhang Tao roared, gripping his blades tightly. In an instant, he flashed behind Li Yang and stabbed forcefully. Yet at that moment, Li Yang remained firmly in place, not even making a move to draw his weapon. "It's over," many spectators thought, believing Li Yang had given up resisting. At such close range, Zhang Tao, as an S-class assassin, has pushed his mobility to the limit. It's almost impossible for him to miss. Li Yang's arrogance is about to cost him dearly, and he's about to face the explosive damage of an assassin's strike. Such arrogance, forcing yourself without strength, leads to this. Zhang Tao accelerated with all his might. In an instant, he was close to Li Yang, the cold, sharp blade aimed directly at Li Yang's throat. "I remember teaching you not to approach a flawed opponent so easily, right?" Li Yang's cold voice rang out. Zhang Tao's eyes widened abruptly. Suddenly, he felt his entire body stiffen, as if something had locked him in place, unable to move. It was like sleep paralysis, fully conscious yet completely out of control. Li Yang's voice continued indifferently, "Because it might be an illusion you can't see through." Ever since obtaining the Heavenly Eye in Koan City, Li Yang had never feared close-range attacks in one-on-one combat. Li Yang's composure sharply contrasted with the terror on Zhang Tao's face. Zhang Tao was utterly shocked. How could this be possible? At that moment, Li Yang moved. He slowly raised his right hand and reached toward Zhang Tao. In Zhang Tao's eyes, this moment felt like walking on thin ice, every second in agonizing torment. If his gaze could speak, it would be filled with panic and fear. Bang! Zhang Tao was struck as if hit by a heavy blow, blood spurting from his mouth as his entire body flew backward. He was sent flying out of the dueling arena. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. Just as Zhang Tao was about to hit the ground heavily, a thick white shield suddenly appeared, protecting him. No! Impossible! Zhang Tao clutched his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could Li Yang be this strong? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless nobody without a profession? Zhang Tao himself was an S-class professional warrior. This couldn't be happening. He had participated in 2 duels, and this was the second time he'd been beaten to the brink of death. This meant he had no hope of advancing. Losing to Li Yang, in particular, was something he couldn't accept. Once again, Li Yang's shadow loomed over his heart, and fear began to rise. Is it over already? In the audience, thousands of people stood up simultaneously. The reason was simple: the match had ended too quickly. It had barely started, and Li Yang had already incapacitated his opponent with a single punch. Just one move, and he had shattered his opponent's shield bracelet. If this were a real battle, it would have been a one-hit kill. Everyone present was among the top rookie professionals in Zhanghai City. Could there really be such a huge gap? What? Zhang Tao lost? Are you kidding me? Is Zhang Tao that weak? I just saw him being so aggressive in his first match against Chao Guowang. He wasn't this soft. He couldn't hold out even at the start. Could this be a staged fight? Inside the venue, the heated discussions grew louder and louder. While overwhelming victories weren't uncommon, such a massive disparity was truly rare. This match had drawn considerable attention. Even the examiner was stunned, standing in place, dumbfounded. He had just announced the start of the match, turned to leave the arena, and when he looked back, the match was over? Could this be a staged fight? But even a staged fight wouldn't be this obvious. With a face full of doubt, he walked forward to check Zhang Tao's condition. Even if it were staged, being able to one-hit KO an opponent was still incredible. After inspecting Zhang Tao, he confirmed that the shield bracelet had indeed been shattered. The examiner gasped. Match over. Battle duration, 5 seconds. Li Yang wins. As soon as the result was announced, both online and offline audiences exploded. Arena 6, finished in 5 seconds. Holy crap! If this isn't staged, it's definitely a record breaker. I can't even fetch water in 5 seconds. That fast? People who don't know might think he's hitting small animals. I suggest a thorough investigation. Did he use drugs? There's no rule against using drugs, is there? True. Meanwhile, in the VIP box for the higher-ups, many of them were shocked by the outcome, completely unexpected. Is this the trash you were talking about? Someone couldn't help but ask. Are your school's standards this high? Defeating a top-ranked contestant with just one punch, how can you say he's not good? Some high-ranking officials from uninformed factions were utterly confused. Meanwhile, several teachers from prestigious schools were dumbfounded by the scene. Was this really the same Li Yang from before? If not for confirming his appearance, they would have doubted whether it was the same person. The trash who had given up an SSS-level profession had now become so strong? Humph. So what? A teacher from Tianfu Academy snorted coldly. Someone without a profession will always be trash. Human strength has its limits. Later, he won't even be able to defeat high-level monsters. Well said. How can someone who doesn't understand the importance of professions be relied upon in the future? A teacher from Dragon Rider Academy chimed in. Back during the awakening ceremony, they had unilaterally announced the termination of academic cooperation with Li Yang. Now, they had to show disdain, otherwise, it would be a slap in their own face. Exactly. Zhang Tao had already fought a match earlier and suffered internal injuries from Chao Guowang, so Li Yang won so easily. He's not stronger than Chao Guowang. That must be it, otherwise, it would be cheating. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man had a face as dark as iron, his expression so heavy it seemed like water might drip from it. He was Zhang Quang, the president of the legendary guild. Yes, Zhang Tao's father. This time, he had come specifically to watch Zhang Tao's performance and hoped to make a strong impression in front of other factions. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao, who had been so confident, suffered 2 consecutive defeats right off the bat. The first match could be tolerated, but in the second match, he couldn't even beat Li Yang and was instantly defeated. Utter humiliation. An S-level profession, yet inferior to a trash without a profession. He was so furious he couldn't utter a single word, fearing someone might notice him. Meanwhile, attention was drawn to another area. Today marked the opening of the Genius Tournament, and people from the Flowing Cloud Pavilion had also arrived. Ewing, veiled in a layer of white gauze, sat in an exclusive private box, exuding an air of mystery. Two maids stood respectfully on either side of her. Interesting. Ewing rested her chin on her hand, her expression subtly shifting. Although the previous incident had concluded, she still wanted to understand how Li Yang had managed to surpass Xiao Yang and level up so quickly. At first, she occasionally paid attention to Li Yang's dueling matches. Just now, when Li Yang made his move, she finally caught a hint. So he has a treasure in his possession, no wonder he's leveling up so fast. Upon discovering the truth, she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion was never short of rare materials and treasures. If that's all the strength he has, there's no way he could defeat Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was a genius, being groomed by the headquarters. She wasn't worried about losing to others, especially those relying on petty tricks. At this moment, in Duel Arena number 6, having won the match, Li Yang's face showed no excitement. He remained calm, as if he had just completed a trivial task. To him, it was merely crushing an ant. What was there to be proud of? He walked off the dueling stage with calm composure, ready to face the next match. Impossible. I clearly perfected my skills, so why can't I beat him? Zhang Tao, supported by a couple of others, looked utterly disheveled. Seeing the reporters and live-streaming media surrounding him, his face instantly burned with embarrassment. He abruptly shook off the hands of the two staff members helping him, glaring furiously at Li Yang, who was stepping down from the stage. His eyes were filled with rage. The next second, Zhang Tao stormed forward, pointing at Li Yang with trembling fury in front of all the cameras. He must have cheated. I had my blade at his throat just now, and then suddenly, I couldn't move. Cheated? The reporters froze momentarily, then quickly closed in, their equipment aimed at the scene. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly. Tell us some exclusive insider details. This smells like a major scoop. Faced with Zhang Tao's indignant expression, Li Yang shook his head, entirely uninterested in engaging. Cheating? Calling foul play right at the start? He couldn't help but find it laughable. Talking to someone like this was a sheer waste of mental energy. The match was over, and the outcome was final. A loss was a loss, crying foul wouldn't change the result. If you've got the guts, let's go another round. Zhang Tao blocked Li Yang's path, gritting his teeth in refusal to concede. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, another round? Are you even worthy? You couldn't even handle one move from me. If it weren't for the defensive gloves he used to save Zhang Tao's life moments ago, the guy would have been finished already. Even now, Li Yang had countless ways to obliterate him instantly. But honestly, it wasn't worth wasting his time arguing with someone like this. Scared, are you? Zhang Tao shouted. Everyone can see it, he's scared. He doesn't dare fight me again. Li Yang cast him a disdainful glance. I'm genuinely puzzled. If you think I cheated, why are you so eager for another match? Isn't that statement downright contradictory? Is your brain fighting itself? Zhang Tao's eyes widened in anger. So you're admitting you cheated, then? I never said that, Li Yang replied with a faint chuckle. With all these people watching and the organizers staying silent, do you think you understand the situation better than everyone else? It was painfully clear to Li Yang Zhang Tao was the type who couldn't accept defeat, determined to play the victim. Prideful to a fault, suffering the consequences of his own vanity. Fine, just wait and see. Zhang Tao shouted furiously. If I can't beat you, someone else will take care of you for me. Li Yang's strength was far beyond Zhang Tao's imagination. Not only was he unshaken by the challenges, but he grew stronger with every encounter. At this rate, Zhang Tao would be forced back to the days in high school when he was mercilessly humiliated, a reality he absolutely couldn't accept. If he didn't act now, he'd lose his chance forever. Seeing through Zhang Tao's threats, Li Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. No rush. If you've got something to settle, come find me anytime. We'll take our time sorting it out. Deal. When the time comes, I'll make sure you're on your knees, begging. Zhang Tao sneered coldly. Even if Li Yang had some mysterious tricks up his sleeve, Zhang Tao had to admit he couldn't beat him. But Zhang Tao had the backing of a legendary guild. What did Li Yang amount to in comparison? Even if Li Yang possessed rare treasures, sooner or later, those would fall into Zhang Tao's hands. Thinking of this, a glimmer of greed flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. The contestants who had finished their matches rested, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the new participants entering the stage wore faces full of fiery determination. Before long, the examiner's voice came over the broadcast, once again announcing Li Yang's name. Li Yang rose to his feet and stepped onto the dueling stage. This time, however, only Li Yang appeared. His opponent was nowhere to be seen. Second by second, time ticked away. Examiner Wang Zhang at duel platform number 6 frowned and asked, Group 6, has contestant Wang Meili not arrived yet? Not only him, but everyone else was also waiting for Wang Meili. Only Li Yang was unsurprised. He knew that Wang Meili was in the same group as him. Unexpectedly, she was assigned to face him directly. This was essentially handing him a free point. According to the rules, failing to appear within the designated time was considered a forfeit, resulting in an automatic loss. Such behavior, avoiding a match, was looked down upon everywhere. Time continued to pass. Except for Li Yang, everyone else began to grow impatient. The examiner's face darkened, as if he had suffered a setback. In all his years on the job, this was the first time he had encountered a contestant who failed to show up. When the time was up, the examiner exhaled deeply and announced, Contestant Wang Meili has failed to appear within the designated time, which is considered a forfeit. Li Yang wins. As the result was announced, Li Yang smiled faintly and stepped off the platform. This match was so one-sided that it couldn't even be called unfair. In reality, they had already competed long ago, but no one had witnessed it. At the same time, the venue erupted. This was the first time in the history of the Genius Tournament that a contestant had been absent. And as the winner, Li Yang's effortless victory shocked everyone even more. How is this even possible? Clearly, there's some behind-the-scenes manipulation by Capital. He won without even seeing his opponent. This guy must be shady. Did he scare his opponent away? Not entirely impossible. Wang Meili is ranked in the top 5. Although she's a B-level professional and her strength is unclear, maybe she really got scared. Many contestants looked at Li Yang with envy. Damn, why can't I have such luck? I worked my butt off to win one match, and he just breezes through like this. Can you really win on luck alone? Luck is a part of strength, but this time, it's pure dumb luck. 666. His luck is off the charts. Everyone was both envious and jealous. Li Yang's victory was too easy, in stark contrast to the other contestants who fought tooth and nail in intense battles. He had already won 2 matches in a row. Offstage, Zheng Tao, who had been hoping to see Li Yang make a fool of himself, stared blankly. He cursed inwardly. Why? Why does Li Yang get to win 2 matches in a row? In contrast, Zheng Tao had lost his first 2 matches. It was utterly unfair. If Li Yang won one more match, Zheng Tao would have no chance of catching up. While fuming, he was also deeply puzzled. He remembered the name Wang Meili very clearly. Although he had only met her once or twice, based on what he knew, she shouldn't have been absent. He knew that Wang Meili had always been determined to win the Genius Tournament, and her family had prepared top-tier equipment and items for her. Yet now, Wang Meili hadn't shown up. That was the most baffling part for him. At the same time, Li Yang had just stepped off the stage and was sitting on a chair by the platform, resting and waiting for the next match to begin. The other contestants on the same platform cast envious glances his way. Winning without lifting a finger was something many people could only dream of. At that moment, footsteps approached. Li Yang glanced over casually. He saw Mi Wei jogging over, holding a bottle of sparkling water. She stopped beside him and enthusiastically handed it to him. Contestant Li Yang, have some water. Li Yang didn't take it immediately but gave her a cold glance. What are you doing? Don't you know you're disturbing my rest? Rest. Mi Wei froze. The livestream audience burst into laughter at his words, filling the chat with mocking comments. Rest? He says it like he's actually been exerting himself. He didn't even lift a finger. That's too exaggerated. Anyone who doesn't know might think he just finished an intense battle. Could it be that he's just tired from standing too long? I came to bring you water. Mi Wei felt a bit awkward. Oh, Li Yang. Grab the water. So you came to deliver water, huh? Thank you, mysterious water courier. Li Yang twisted the cap open and gulped it down. My name is Mi Wei. Mi Wei took a deep breath to relax herself, cleared her throat, and said, Can I continue interviewing you? As a rookie reporter, she still adhered to the professional ethics she learned in School, her edges not yet smoothed by society. Otherwise, she would have jumped straight into the questions. Of course, seeing as you delivered the water so promptly. Li Yang agreed. He was worried that if he sat any longer, he'd fall asleep. Thank you. Ni Wei nodded. First of all, our livestream audience is very curious. Earlier, you confidently claimed that Chao Guowang would win, and he actually did. Was that just a gut feeling, or do you have some exclusive insights you'd like to share? Oh, that? Li Yang said nonchalantly, didn't I already say? It's because Zhang Tao is terrible. Ha? Ni Wei froze for a moment, blinking. The livestream audience was also stunned. Can't help but laugh. Every time Zhang Tao is mentioned, he always calls him trash. Ha, Zhang Tao says, stop bringing me up. He said something, but it feels like he didn't really say anything. Once again, Li Yang's words left people shocked. Jokes aside, people used to think he was just creating hype for the show. But now it's different. Because Li Yang had just defeated Zhang Tao. No one could find fault with him. This was simply too bold. Ni Wei covered her forehead, suppressing her headache as she continued to ask, you seem to have said this before. Besides that, do you have any unique insights you'd like to share? Of course, I knew long ago that Zhang Tao couldn't beat Chao Guowang. As for the matter of the holographic eye, Li Yang naturally wouldn't reveal it. Otherwise, Yuan would come knocking. The next day, playing interrogation games. But he did have his reasons for calling Zhang Tao terrible. Apart from their group, he'd briefly analyzed the other group's contestants as well. Among the participants in the Genius Tournament, at least 8 were stronger than Zhang Tao. Besides the 2 prodigies from Luyun Pavilion, players like Chao Guowang, who hid their strength and played information games, were not uncommon. Zhang Tao didn't even make it to the top 8. Honestly, among these geniuses, he was really quite ordinary. Ni Wei was completely stunned, her hand holding the microphone stiff. Could he really say such things? Zhang Tao was a player from a major guild, after all. Forget Li Yang, even she was afraid that saying too much might provoke Zhang Tao into seeking revenge. Ha, Zhang Tao says, do I not care about my reputation? This is definitely an unresolved grudge. Zhang Tao must have confronted him earlier, and now they're enemies. But he does have skill. It feels like both he and Chao Guowang have a chance to advance and might even face off in the end. So, who do you think has the best chance of advancing from your group? Ni Wei changed the topic. Myself, Li Yang answered without hesitation. Ni Wei. Of course, it's you. Truly unbelievable. Even she couldn't figure out whether this was for show or genuinely heartfelt. At that moment, the broadcast sounded again. Group 6, contestants Li Yang and Jiang Yun, please enter the arena. Hearing this, Li Yang stood up, ready to head to the stage. Wow! Your next opponent is Jiang Yun. Ni Wei exclaimed. What's the matter? Li Yang asked, puzzled. I interviewed him before, and he turned me down. Don't you know him? He's one of the top-ranked players. In the last match, he easily crushed his opponent. Oh, that's normal, Li Yang said matter-of-factly. The matchmaking system for this competition was designed to pair opponents of similar strength. Having already won 2 consecutive matches, it was natural that he wouldn't face anyone with a losing record. Hopefully, this match would satisfy the audience. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the duel platform. Behind him, Ni Wei waved and shouted, good luck, I'm rooting for you. After all, Li Yang was the only player who had agreed to her interview. While he hadn't yet attracted the attention of the major media outlets, she wanted to seize the opportunity to build goodwill. Soon, Li Yang and Jiang Yun stepped onto the duel platform, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. As soon as Li Yang appeared, many in the venue took notice of him. His first match had been a quick victory over Zhang Tao, and his second was a win by default, which had kept him in the spotlight and sparked heated discussions. Wow, isn't that the lucky Win King? It's him again. Ha, but this time it won't be so easy. His opponent is Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun is a master at grinding monsters. He spends all day in the leveling zones and is stronger than most players in his class. But since he grinds solo and never asks for help, his ranking is lower. Now he'll get what he deserves. I want to see Li Yang get beaten up badly. I can't stand people who rely on luck. On duel platform number 6, Li Yang and Jiang Yun exchanged glances. Jiang Yun nodded first as a gesture. This time, Your luck won't be as good as the last match, he said, clearly referring to Li Yang's previous win without even making a move. Can't help it. Heaven just favors me, and there's nothing I can do about it, Li Yang shrugged helplessly. Maybe next time it'll be your turn, huh? Jiang Yun shook his head, exuding a confident determination. I don't need luck. Taking shortcuts like that is an insult to me. I prefer to rely on my strength and win with my own skills. That's what true glory is. Is that so? The process is important, sure, but this world values results more, Li Yang replied lazily with a smile. It seemed this time his opponent was a serious and diligent type. At that moment, the examiner's voice rang out, begin the duel. The duel officially started. But Jiang Yun didn't rush to make a move. He knew better than to act hastily. The best strategy was to lead his opponent into his own rhythm, just like Chao Guowang had done. That way, victory would come easily. Unlike fighting monsters, dueling against someone of the same class required brains, not brute force. He had also watched Li Yang's match against Zheng Tao from the sidelines. Earlier, in his opinion, Zheng Tao had been too impulsive and let Li Yang lead him by the nose. So now, from the very beginning, Jiang Yun adopted a defensive stance, staying still unless his opponent moved. Oh, pretty smart, Li Yang chuckled. Dealing with these people always felt like playing with kindergartners. Teasing them was quite amusing. Weren't you all aggressive just now? Why are you suddenly as quiet as a little girl? Li Yang said with a laugh. Jiang Yun remained as steady as a rock, his face full of disdain. Humph. Stop wasting your breath. That trick won't work on me. If you've got the skills, show them already. The duel arena fell into a stalemate. One side wore an amused expression, while the other maintained a determined gaze. As expected of Jiang Yun, he's playing it really steady. Someone remarked. The opponent isn't weak either. Being able to defeat Zheng Tao, he must not be an ordinary genius. Not only is he talented, but he also works incredibly hard. He's really leaving no room for others to survive. A hard-working genius is the most terrifying. I'm actually looking forward to seeing who wins. The onlookers were engaged in heated discussions. Meanwhile, in a closed room backstage at the dueling arena, Lu Xian stared at the dueling stage, thinking to himself, no matter how hard-working a genius is, they can't surpass a genius among geniuses. Lu Xian, is he the one you were talking about? A gentle voice sounded. In the room was also a woman wearing silver-framed glasses, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a black leather skirt, her figure curvaceous. Lu Xian looked at the screen showing the image of duel platform number 6 and said, that's right, Tyrannosaurus, his name is Li Yang. Not surnamed Lu? The way you're praising him, I almost thought he was your illegitimate son, Zisuyi said with a playful smile. Stop joking, it's too cold, Lu Xian said helplessly. If it were someone else, he would have kicked them out long ago. But Zisuyi held a higher position than him and was also quite beautiful. It's just a pity her codename is Tyrannosaurus. When people hear it, they think she's some fierce character. Speaking of which, he had the misfortune of witnessing Zisuye's angry side once. It was absolutely terrifying. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Let's see how he performs. At the very least, he has to make it to the finals. The finals. Lu Xian's eyelid twitched. Isn't that requirement a bit too high? After all, the Genius Tournament was full of experts. Just the two SS-level contestants ahead of Lu Yun Pavilion alone put immense pressure on everyone else. In the worst-case scenario, Li Yang would have to defeat one of them to make it to the finals. Not at all, this isn't a joke. This mission is dangerous and difficult, with the possibility of losing one's life. High standards are for his own good, Zisuyi said calmly. Do you think the country's multi-billion-dollar investment in the ability lock is so easy to obtain? Hearing this, Lu Xian fell silent, sighing inwardly. Although he had previously advised Li Yang to give it his all, he hadn't expected the higher-ups to set such strict requirements. Even with his recommendation, Li Yang still had to make it to the finals to access the resources. Could Li Yang really pull it off? If he lost, there would be almost no chance left. It was all up to fate now. At the same time, on duel platform number 6, Jiang Yun stood firm as a rock, saying, come on, are you scared? Li Yang stood there, his gaze confident, like a lion surveying its territory. Are you sure? Li Yang smiled at him. He almost felt embarrassed to take him down in seconds. Thinking this, he took a step forward. Jiang Yun's eyes tightened. Was he about to make a move? He tensed his entire body, ready to defend. But Li Yang didn't attack as he had expected. He took one step, then another, slowly approaching. His entire stance was full of openings. Anyone with a bit of experience would have seized the opportunity to strike by now. But Jiang Yun held back, thinking to himself, he's definitely up to something with this approach. I can't act, or I'll fall into his trap. With this thought, he even took half a step back. Still not charging? Li Yang was surprised. This level of patience was stronger than a turtle's. Zhang Yun's strategy was actually tailored specifically for Li Yang. Based on the lesson from Zhang Tao's instant defeat, he deduced that Li Yang might have a hidden class and couldn't be confronted head-on. But what he didn't know was that Li Yang had already seen through everything about him, from his tactics to his weaknesses, as clear as day. Seeing Zhang Yun remain motionless, Li Yang continued to approach step by step. Zhang Yun also retreated step by step. This comical scene made the audience burst into laughter. Amazing! What kind of novel duel is this? Who can even understand this? My brain can't keep up. Is this a battle between masters? No, this is just playing around, treating the audience like fools. A perfect match, a genius among geniuses. No one expected to witness such an entertaining scene at the Genius Tournament. Especially Zhang Yun, who was yawning while retreating. His supporters looked as awkward as if they were holding in a bowel movement. In the audience, someone quietly put away a sign with Zhang Yun's name on it. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing this comical scene, reporters quickly pulled out their equipment and rushed to the stage, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Yun kept retreating but couldn't help saying, "Can you act normal? If you're going to fight, fight properly." Li Yang shrugged. "Isn't this normal? Fine, I won't mess with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a cyan glow emanated from his body. In the next second, he shot forward like a beam of light, leaving after-images in his wake. "To deal with you, this is enough." Li Yang wielded the soul-capturing gun and swung it fiercely. Zhang Yun's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react, Li Yang's gun fired, and the bullet struck directly at his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed, as if it had hit something solid. Something felt off. Li Yang's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected Zhang Yun to have a trump card. If it were someone else, like Zhang Tao, they might have been fooled. At that moment, Zhang Yun suddenly leaped backward, a sly smile on his face. "You fell for it." He waved his hand, revealing what was on his chest, a top-tier piece of armor. This made everyone realize the importance of equipment. For professional players, the fastest and most direct way to enhance their strength is through gear. Seeing this, the audience grew excited. So that's it. Playing dumb to trick the enemy, what a move. Who said brother? Zhang only knows how to dodge? He's incredible. Counterattack. Counterattack. Even Li Yang was a bit taken aback. This was the first time he'd seen someone so afraid of death that they stacked all their gear for defense. Normally, offensive professions with the means would prioritize attack power, with defense being secondary. Zhang Yun's approach was truly unconventional. Unexpectedly, he managed to withstand Li Yang's strike. Li Yang was quite shocked. Although he hadn't used his full strength, this performance was far better than Zhang Tao, who only knew how to talk big. At least Zhang Yun had come prepared. Just then, countless bullet holes appeared on Zhang Yun's body. Die. At such close range, there was no way to dodge, and with such intense firepower, the situation was extremely dangerous. If Li Yang ran, he'd expose his back. If he didn't, the barrage of bullets would turn him into a sieve. From the start, Zhang Yun's plan was to lure Li Yang in and strike when he got close. Zhang Yun's profession was a mechanic. Li Yang had known this for a while, but he hadn't expected Zhang Yun to have hidden tricks. Li Yang's mind stirred. This match just got interesting. Although Zhang Yun was wearing top-tier armor, having been hit by Li Yang earlier, it was impossible for him to be completely unscathed. It was clear that while Zhang Yun appeared smug, he was already injured, and just putting on a brave face. At this moment, the bullet holes began to rotate, and ammunition fired out from them. 1,000 bullets per second. Let's see if your body is tougher or my bullets are stronger. Zhang Yun, blood still in his mouth, shouted loudly. Li Yang responded coldly, "Not bad, but your bullets are too slow." "Is the gun fast?" "It depends on the distance. Beyond 7 steps, your gun is fast, Within 7 steps, my gun is faster. He had seen through Jiang Yun's strategy. The opponent intended to use his own tank-like gear to lure Li Yang into close combat, then counterattack with explosive firepower. Suppressive fire. It might be difficult for others to handle. But he was different. Good move, but do you have what it takes to go head-to-head with me? Li Yang gripped his long spear tightly, braving the rain of bullets as he charged forward. The bullet storm hit him, but it was as if it struck air, completely ineffective. As the bullets touched his body, a shield slowly formed, growing thicker the more he was attacked. With a massive level advantage and the shield's reinforcement, Li Yang stood motionless, completely impervious to Jiang Yun's attacks. Jiang Yun was stunned when he saw the thick shield. What the hell is this? Li Yang leisurely approached. If someone with weaker mental fortitude were in his place, they would have fainted from fear. By now, Jiang Yun was dumbfounded. This guy's a monster. In the blink of an eye, Li Yang was already standing in front of him. The most painful thing is giving it your all, only for your opponent to effortlessly withstand it. Time to go, Li Yang said calmly. Crack, with one strike, he shattered Jiang Yun's defensive wristband. Jiang Yun was sent flying off the dueling platform. How is this possible? Lying on the ground, his face was filled with shock as he stammered, how can you be this strong? He finally realized that Li Yang's strength was unfathomable. Even with his keen judgment, he couldn't gauge the full extent of Li Yang's power. Only now did he understand that Li Yang had been toying with him all along, likely not even using his full strength. He could have defeated him at any moment. Was Li Yang really from the same cohort as them? How could he be this strong? Only Jiang Yun himself knew how. Devastating Li Yang's ultimate attack had been almost no one could withstand it. Yet Li Yang had endured it head-on. The two of them were simply not on the same level. At this moment, Jiang Yun was completely convinced. I admit defeat. It's my lack of effort, he said, bowing his head in reflection. The outcome was decided. The atmosphere on site was somewhat subdued. Sigh, it's no fun anymore. I thought Jiang Yun might make a comeback, but it turns out he couldn't. Li Yang is truly strong. Who can possibly beat him? Jiang Yun really miscalculated this time. Li Yang's shield is just too tough. At this moment, the examiner stepped onto the stage and announced Li Yang as the winner. 3 consecutive victories. He had caught up to Chao Guowang. One more win, and the two would face off. The audience was abuzz with discussion. The group stage is almost over. Li Yang has defeated 2 strong opponents in a row. Could he really be a genius among geniuses? His strength is undeniably solid. He might very well emerge from the group stage. But don't forget, there's still Chao Guowang, who also has 4 consecutive wins. Phew, at least nothing went wrong. In the backstage room, Lu Xian watched Li Yang's victory and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Yang make a mistake earlier, he had worried that he might suffer a loss. Unexpectedly, Li Yang managed to counterattack so dominantly in the end. Incredible. He directly took on the risk head-on. Even Lu Xian hadn't anticipated such a straightforward and brutal approach. Beside him, Zisuyi also became serious. She had noticed many things during the battle just now. First was Li Yang's damage output. Just like when he fought Zhang Tao earlier, his damage was extremely high. Jiang Yun was equipped with top-tier defensive gear, yet it barely mitigated the damage. Second was Li Yang's mysterious and unfathomable defense. Logically speaking, Jiang Yun, having reached this stage and even garnering considerable support, should not have been weak. But when he struck Li Yang, it felt like a drizzle, almost having no effect. Truly baffling, completely incomprehensible. The current equipment and item effects are too numerous and complex, just looking at them doesn't reveal much. However, Li Yang always gives off the impression that he's not using his full strength. At the same time, he's that strong? Several high-ranking members of the attending factions were astonished after watching the battle between Li Yang and Jiang Yun. They had another purpose for being here: recruiting potential professionals. Thus, they had thoroughly investigated the situation of every professional on the rankings beforehand. Except for the recently emerged Li Yang, Jiang Yun's strength was only considered mid to upper level. They hadn't expected him to be defeated so easily by Li Yang. Li Yang indeed has real skills. This first place ranking might not be a coincidence after all. Many began seriously considering recruiting Li Yang, calculating Their next steps. At this moment, the faces of several academy teachers were extremely grim. As teachers, they had a certain level of judgment, and Li Yang was undeniably strong now. But what could they do at this point? They had already offended him. All they could do was hope that Li Yang would encounter problems soon, so they could salvage some dignity. Don't rush to praise him, the competition isn't over yet. He might lose in the next round. Exactly. I think Chao Guowang has more potential. They're about to face off soon. Let's wait and see. I'm betting Chao Guowang will advance. In the end, the two stepped down from the duel platform. Zhang Yun was completely convinced. On the surface, it looked like the two were evenly matched, but in reality, he was being suppressed the entire time. He had thought that with top-tier armor, he could hold his ground, but it turned out to be useless. One shot broke his defense. 2 shots were fatal. Who else in the entire Genius tournament could achieve this? If anyone could, it would only be the highly anticipated Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao, sitting below the stage, slammed his thigh hard. Damn it! How is he this strong now? He had just watched the entire match and was utterly shocked. Li Yang hadn't been this formidable before. At first, he thought the problem was with himself. After all, as an assassin, his body was naturally more fragile than other professions. Plus, he had been careless and got too close, so being instantly killed wasn't surprising. But now it seemed that Li Yang was far stronger than he had imagined. It was worth noting that Zhang Yun was wearing top-tier armor, a very sturdy piece of equipment. If it were him, it would take at least a dozen hits to break through the defense. But Li Yang only needed 2 attacks. 1 to break the defense, 2 to deliver fatal blows. Terrifying. It was eerily similar to the situation when he fought Zhang Tao earlier. Even Zhang Tao himself began to feel fear. He was acutely aware that the conflict between him and Li Yang was now unavoidable. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. As his father would say, this guy must not be allowed to remain. At this moment, Li Yang stepped down from the stage and found a spot to sit. Mi Wei quickly ran over, holding a fan in her hand. She was all smiles, fanning him while massaging his shoulders. Li Yang glanced at her but said nothing. Boss, are you tired? Want some water? Mi Wei asked with a grin. Thanks to Li Yang, her livestream channel's popularity had skyrocketed. No need. Li Yang withdrew his gaze and focused on the new match on the stage. The matches proceeded quickly. One ended, and the next began immediately. Li Yang remained silent, and Mi Wei stood beside him like a mere decoration, not saying a word. As the matches progressed, it was soon Li Yang's turn again. The 4th match. Li Yang stepped onto the dueling platform. This time, his opponent was a mage wielding a staff, whose strength was slightly above average. The mage had also won 2 consecutive matches. However, the mage's weaknesses were evident. In team battles and area damage, mages are undoubtedly a top-tier profession. But in one-on-one duels, mages are at a disadvantage due to their fragile constitution. Without teammates to coordinate with, they can't fully utilize their abilities, making individual skill and tactics more critical. This is the inherent limitation of the profession. No profession is perfect. Just like before, Li Yang barely exerted any effort. Within 3 seconds of the match starting, the unfortunate mage was sent flying. 4th victory. The entire process took less than a minute, and Li Yang calmly stepped off the platform. Even the examiners were stunned. This was too outrageous. Are you a superhero? Every opponent gets instantly defeated. The examiners themselves began to look forward to the upcoming battles. Li Yang had already won 4 consecutive matches, and another competitor, Chao Guowang, had also won 4 consecutive matches. In the final match, they were likely to face each other, leading to a direct showdown of strength. Meanwhile, the venue was abuzz with discussion. The strength of the competitors was always the hottest topic in the Genius tournament. Who do you think will win? Both of them have won 4 matches in a row. They're both incredibly strong. It's surprising that these 2 powerhouses ended up in the same group. This will be exciting to watch. In group stages, it's generally rare to encounter top-tier competitors, especially on the first day when there are many participants and no filtering. Yet, I looked it up. Chao Guowang is a rising star from the international class. What? The international class? The information is reliable. This is no joke. The news spread rapidly. The international class is an official program. designed to cultivate potential talents. Those who make it into the international class are geniuses selected through rigorous processes. After graduation, they can directly join national departments with excellent benefits and represent the country in various missions. This status is highly coveted, and many people would go to great lengths to secure it. As a result, the requirements are exceptionally high. No one expected Chao Guowang to be from the international class, leaving even the higher-ups astonished. This identity alone commanded respect from everyone. Some influential factions, upon learning this, slapped their thighs in frustration and showed disappointed expressions. So, this guy is a genius from the international class. In a tournament filled with top-tier competitors, it's not surprising for such a talent to appear. These factions had initially set their sights on Chao Guowang's potential and were planning to recruit him. But upon hearing he was from the international class, they immediately abandoned the idea. There's no choice, they have to give face to the officials. No one dares to compete with the government for talent. Moreover, the international class offers high benefits, and these factions don't have the funds to poach someone. No one would risk losing big for small gains. Chao Guowang, who had initially performed modestly, suddenly exploded onto the scene as a dark horse. Now, with the revelation of his impressive identity, it turned out he had been playing dumb to catch the tiger off guard. Instantly, he attracted countless attention. Did you hear? The competitor on platform 6 is a powerhouse from the international class. What? I always thought that was just a gimmick. I didn't expect someone to actually make it in. Is it true? Who is it? Chao Guowang? I've never heard of him before. Of course. You haven't. The international class identities are always kept confidential. The official livestream chat was flooded with comments. As expected, Chao Guowang is this year's strongest dark horse. Getting to see a genius from the international class is truly worth it. Some reporters and media outlets were already in the livestream room for Platform 6 dueling arena, but suddenly, a large influx of spectators joined in. Niwei's livestream room saw a sudden surge of over 100,000 viewers. Originally, there were already quite a few people tuning in specifically to watch Li Yang, and with this wave of traffic, her live stream room hit a record-breaking 300,000 viewers. The unexpected attention left Niwei completely stunned, and for a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. As a newcomer, it was her first time facing such a large audience, and it was inevitable that she felt nervous. The viewers in the live stream began urging her. Hey, beautiful host, why are you just standing there? Go interview Chao Guowang, he hasn't taken the stage yet. Yeah, if you don't hurry, you won't get in. Host, move quickly. Don't you see all the other reporters rushing over? Forget it, she looks so young, she's probably a rookie. Let's not push her. Everyone, let's leave and check out another livestream covering the international class genius. With the sudden spike in popularity, Niwei didn't follow the crowd to chase after Chao Guowang, and the number of viewers in her livestream room began to plummet rapidly. Watching the numbers drop so quickly, Niwei felt a pang of anxiety and started to hesitate. She had considered riding the wave of interest to interview the international class genius, Chao Guowang. After all, she was near Venue 6, and getting there early would surely attract a lot of attention. But at that moment, she stopped in her tracks. If it were any seasoned reporter, they would have rushed over without hesitation. But she worried that if she ran off halfway to interview someone else, it might make Li Yang feel betrayed, as if he were being discarded after being used. She didn't want to embarrass Li Yang, so she gritted her teeth and decided to stay by his side. Afterward, she told Li Yang about what had just happened. Li Yang wasn't particularly concerned about other contestants, but when he learned that Chao Guowang was from the international class, he was a bit surprised. The skill levels of the contestants in the Genius tournament varied greatly. There were true experts, as well as those whose strength was boosted by external resources. Top-tier SS-level professional players like Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, and Chao Guowang had exceptional talent and strong backgrounds. On the other hand, there were also contestants like Wang Meili, whose abilities were average but managed to get in with outside help. This complex environment made the competition full of drama. Some contestants who were considered top-tier in strength turned out to be not much better than ordinary players when it came to actual matches. Therefore, whenever a truly talented genius appeared, they would always attract a lot of attention. It was no wonder so many reporters were scrambling to interview Chao Guowang. After all, the international class identity itself was eye-catching, and many contestants looked at him with envy. Only Li Yang remained indifferent. He thought that with so many people crowding around Chao Guowang, he must be annoyed. If it were him, he'd probably be overwhelmed. In Li Yang's view, this batch of professional players was just playing around. As the only second-tier professional at the venue, he felt that if he couldn't win the championship, there was no point in continuing to stay in the scene. As for Miwei's attitude, he didn't care at all. Reporters were free to interview whoever they wanted. Wasn't the purpose of this job to chase traffic? There was nothing to feel shy about. He thought Miwei was still too young and overly concerned about emotions. At this moment, Zhang Tao also jumped in to stir up trouble. He hadn't known earlier that Chao Guowang was an international class genius and had felt embarrassed about his loss. Now, he realized his defeat wasn't unjustified. Suddenly, he had an idea. Compared to Chao Guowang, he hated Li Yang even more. So, he ran to the media and began praising Chao Guowang while simultaneously belittling Li Yang. Listen up, everyone. Li Yang is just a useless nobody. He can't possibly beat Chao Guowang. In front of Chao Guowang, he's not even worth a fart. Don't worry, once they face off, Li Yang will be crippled in less than 2 moves. Zhang Tao kept provoking, knowing that regardless of the outcome of this match, he would benefit either way. Chao Guowang is a genius. From the international class, everyone knows that now. But who is Li Yang? Has anyone even heard of him? Someone asked. Zhang Tao seized the opportunity, leaned in, and whispered, "You guys don't know, do you? Li Yang only got here by sheer luck. His skills are useless, yet he brags every day, claiming he'll be the ultimate winner. He says Chao Guowang is nothing in front of him." His words quickly drew attention. Is that true? Unbelievable, someone actually talks like that. Anyone can talk big. We'll see who's really strong when the fight starts. The crowd buzzed with discussion, everyone talking about the upcoming showdown between Chao Guowang and Li Yang. Li Yang? Isn't he the one who won a few matches by luck? His opponents even forfeited, and that's the only reason he barely made it to the group stage. I've seen Li Yang fight a few times. He's decent, but he loves to show off. He's clearly not as strong as Chao Guowang. Don't talk nonsense. No matter how good he is, he can't compare to Chao Guowang from the international class. At least Chao is on the same level as Xiao Yang. Seeing the effect of his words, Zhang Tao's face lit up with a smug smile, satisfied with himself. He thought he was truly clever. In this dog-eat-dog battle, no matter who won, he would reap the benefits. Is it true? Did that guy named Li Yang really say those things? Zhang Tao's words reached Chao Guowang's ears. As a genius from the international class, Chao Guowang naturally couldn't tolerate someone openly belittling him. He could hardly believe it. After his identity was revealed, someone still dared to provoke him like this. It was outright picking a fight. Or perhaps, that person truly had the strength to back up such arrogance. Chao Guowang sneered coldly in anger. Alright, looks like I need to show my true skills, or else I'll lose face for the international class. Time ticked by, and the contestants on the stage rotated as the battles continued. The group stage was nearing its end, and the critical matches to determine who would advance were about to begin. In Group 6, where Li Yang was, aside from him and Chao Guowang, all other contestants had already lost at least one match. A single loss meant disqualification from the advancement matches. Unsurprisingly, only Li Yang and Chao Guowang maintained a streak of 4 consecutive wins in this group. Most contestants had similar levels of skill, and without solid strength, it was hard to break through. After all, professions had countering relationships. You might defeat a strong opponent but lose to another seemingly weaker one who counters your abilities. Before long, the final showdown finally arrived. Group 6, Li Yang and Chao Guowang, please step onto the duel stage and begin the match. It's here. Finally, it's here. Everyone immediately perked up, their eyes fixed on the duel stage. Before long, Li Yang and Chao Guowang stood on the stage. Kid, you're the one acting so arrogant? I want to see just how strong you really are. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Chao Guowang's words were clearly directed at him, but he was somewhat puzzled. At that moment, the examiner stepped forward and waved his hand. The match begins. This was the final match, and Li Yang didn't want to waste any more time. From morning until now, nearly 10 hours had passed. Since that's the case, let's finish this quickly. No one should be afraid. Although he didn't understand why Chao Guowan was so angry, he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. I think so too. Who's afraid of who? Chao Guowan snorted coldly, raised his weapon, and struck fiercely with overwhelming momentum. This move. Zheng Tao's eyes lit up from the audience below. Back then, it was this very move from Chao Guowan that left Zheng Tao with a head injury, bleeding profusely, and ultimately carried off the field multiple times. He knew just how powerful this move was. As a genius from the international class, Zheng Tao firmly believed that Chao Guowan could definitely handle Li Yang. At this moment, the examiner stepped away from the sidelines, thinking to himself, Li Yang can't possibly finish this in seconds this time, right? He was looking forward to the duel between the two. Who doesn't love an exciting battle? Watching the heated clash between the two, it became clear why the Genius Tournament was so popular. Talents from all walks of life were showcasing their unique skills, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It seems Li Yang really angered Chao Guowan, to the point where he dropped his pride and took the initiative to attack. Go, Chao Guowan. Teach that arrogant kid a harsh lesson. Didn't he say he was in a hurry? Why isn't he moving? Is he too scared? Maybe. If I were facing such a formidable opponent, I'd be nervous too. Chao Guowan quickly closed in, but Li Yang remained motionless. It wasn't out of fear, rather, he had suddenly come up with a new idea. Chao Guowan had repeatedly mentioned things that Li Yang had no knowledge of, and his hatred toward him was intense. This was very strange. As Chao Guowan charged forward, Li Yang manipulated the wind element and lightly stepped back. Chao Guowan's powerful strike hit nothing but air. He was startled. Li Yang's speed was too fast. But soon, he heard Li Yang speak. I'm very curious. Do you know me? Chao Guowan frowned. These words, combined with what Li Yang had said earlier, sounded almost like mockery. Although he felt annoyed, he knew better than to let emotions interfere during a fight. Otherwise, his moves would become chaotic, and he'd suffer the consequences. I have to admit, you do have some skill. But you have no reason to insult me for no reason. As he spoke, Chao Guowan continued his attacks. Li Yang was dumbfounded. When had he ever insulted him? This was completely baseless. He had no interest in fighting. Right now, he just wanted to figure out what was going on. It was clear that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Eliminating the possibility of a conflict of interest, Li Yang knew he didn't have that much influence. Besides, he didn't know many people, and he had even fewer enemies at most, just Zheng Tao and a few others. I think we should talk first. Let's not let others manipulate us. Fighting can wait, Li Yang said after some thought. He would never admit to insulting someone without cause. He was someone who took responsibility for his actions. If he had made a mistake, he wouldn't deny it. But if he hadn't done it, then he hadn't. He just wanted to find the mastermind behind all this. Some people watching, however, misunderstood and thought Li Yang was chickening out. Ha ha ha, look. He's scared now. All talk, but when it comes down to it, he's afraid. I told you, people with real skills don't go around bragging. I actually liked his boldness earlier. This is so entertaining. Keep going. Go, Chao Guowan. Don't let him off the hook. Let's see if he dares to act arrogant next time. Ha ha, Li Yang, so you have your day too. At table 6 below, Zheng Tao was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Good, teach this arrogant guy a proper lesson. This is the price of opposing me. I don't even need to lift a finger to make you submit. Everyone thought Li Yang had chickened out. However, the examiners by the stage actually breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Finally, it wasn't another one-move instant defeat. If even this match ended in seconds, it would be hard to accept. You people have no backbone. Talking behind someone's back, but hiding when face to face. Chao Guowan's face was full of disdain. Like the others, he thought Li Yang was just putting on a show. He had seen plenty of people like that. Li Yang felt helpless. It seemed Chao Guowan wasn't willing to listen at all. Being unfairly targeted and labeled made him uncomfortable. If it weren't for his unwillingness to be manipulated, he wouldn't have even bothered trying to communicate with the other party. Looks like you won't listen. I'll have to calm you down. Bit. Li Yang squinted his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a radiant sword appeared in his grip. This was the innate holy sword of his, SSS-class holy swordbearer, profession. A dazzling holy light erupted from the blade, instantly illuminating the entire arena and making it hard for anyone to keep their eyes open. Isn't fighting all about strength? Who doesn't know how to fight? He had initially wanted to resolve things with wisdom, but sometimes raw strength was the ultimate solution. Right now, he needed to suppress his opponent with power first to create an opportunity for proper dialogue. Don't think that just because I've been patient, I'm a pushover you can bully at will. Wow. This light is blinding. What on earth is that thing? A golden legend? What did he just pull out? Is that a giant sword? Could this be a special weapon? I can't tell its quality. Damn, is this the source of his confidence? This is getting more and more interesting. As soon as Li Yang drew the holy sword, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Many began speculating about what kind of divine weapon it could be. The atmosphere instantly became electrifying, and his aura was off the charts. Wait, this sword doesn't seem to be a physical object. It's more like a condensed energy form. Such weapons can't be bought or sold, someone began analyzing. Does that mean only he can use this sword? The crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, in the private box of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yin recognized the sword. She found it extremely familiar. This year, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion had two geniuses, Xiao Yang and Yushua, whose professions also allowed them to nurture innate swords. The moment she saw Li Yang draw his sword, she immediately confirmed this sword was identical to the innate swords of Xiao Yang and Yushua. They belonged to the same foundational logic of weaponry. But what shocked her was that the sword in Li Yang's hand was far superior to theirs. Its sword energy was denser, and its power was far greater. At this point, she had no choice but to reassess Li Yang. Such talent was astonishing. Just based on this alone, she could overlook his other shortcomings. Her mindset began to shift. Rather than gaining another enemy, why not gain another ally? Previously, there had been some minor friction between them due to rankings. But in the end, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Li Yang's current strength was enough to make her heart waver. If she could recruit him into the guild, it would be a win-win situation, absolutely perfect. When did this kid Li Yang come up with something so incredible? How did I not know about this at all? In the backstage room, Lu Xian was also stunned by the scene. Watching Li Yang's consecutive instant victories earlier hadn't made him this excited. This kid always manages to bring surprises, exceeding his expectations every time. This was also the reason he initially took a liking to Li Yang and believed he had the potential to be nurtured. This sword is really powerful. Zishuai's eyes lit up beside him. Quite interesting. Lu Xian, you really struck gold this time. Tell me, how did you discover such a promising talent? Lu Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes at her. I mean, seriously, you were so dismissive earlier, and now you've turned into a fan? He couldn't help but laugh. But since Li Yang was someone he had discovered, receiving recognition naturally made him happy. Of course, it's because I have a good eye, Lu Xian said proudly. To be honest, he hadn't expected Chao Guowang to have another identity, nor had he anticipated Li Yang to be this strong. Initially, he was worried about whether Li Yang could stand up to Chao Guowang, but now it seemed Li Yang was fully capable of putting up a fight. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao's smug smile didn't last long. When he saw Li Yang pull out this weapon, his face instantly darkened. He was completely thrown off. What the heck? Li Yang actually had a hidden card? In the previous battles, he thought he had already figured Li Yang out. He never expected Li Yang to have such a powerful trump card. He was shocked and filled with jealousy. Why? Li Yang had no family background or innate talent, while he was an S-class professional. In terms of talent and background, he overshadowed Li Yang in every way. How could it turn out like this? Thinking about how Li Yang had already won 4 consecutive matches and was just 1 win away from advancing, his heart grew heavier. If Li Yang advanced to the finals, he absolutely couldn't accept it. He could accept anyone else, but not Li Yang. That would be a blow to his pride. All his efforts over the past 3 years would be for nothing, and in the end, he'd still be outdone by Li Yang. This would clearly show that he hadn't made any progress, and Du Qingran would look down on him even more. Thinking about all this sent chills down his spine. At this moment, Li Yang drew the holy sword, and Chao Guowan's eyes widened. What is this? Although he had never seen it before, the power emanating from the blade made him realize the sword was no ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was far superior to the axe in his hand. He cautiously retreated and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Facing an unknown danger, he knew he had to be careful. What's wrong? Not daring to charge anymore? Li Yang glanced at him indifferently. Can we talk properly now? Seriously, he had to reveal his trump card just to get him to calm down. Chao Guowan didn't make another move. He kept his distance and adjusted his stance, ready to fight at any moment. Through their brief exchange earlier, he had to admit that Li Yang indeed had strength, even though Li Yang hadn't used his trump card at the time. I admit you're strong, but I'm not the type to provoke trouble. You know very well what you've done. What have I done? Li Yang chuckled. Why was this coming up again? Are you saying I've been spreading rumors? Isn't that the case? At this point, playing dumb won't work, Chao Guowang retorted. Li Yang held his sword and walked forward. As he spoke, I'm actually quite curious. Where did you hear all this? It's as if I've lost a chunk of memory. Was it that guy named Zhang Tao who told you? Heh, that I wouldn't know. The rumors are everywhere, and now that things have come to this, let's settle it with strength. Only the winner has the right to speak the truth. Chao Guowang's eyes were focused, watching every move Li Yang made with unprecedented seriousness. It seems someone deliberately spread these rumors, just to make me and this rising star from the international class enemies, Li Yang thought to himself. Clearly, Chao Guowan was completely confused. At this point, Li Yang was almost certain who the real mastermind behind the scenes was. He looked up at Chao Guowang and said coldly, that's right, only the winner has the right to speak. The next moment, Li Yang's entire body was enveloped in a layer of cyan light. Whoosh! He gripped the holy sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at Chao Guowang. A golden sword aura, carrying immense power, whipped up a violent wind, slicing through the air and charging straight at him. The holy sword still carried traces of cyan wind elemental energy. With the wind element's enhancement, the sword aura was so fast it dazzled the eyes. Chao Guowang's eyes widened. Before the sword aura even reached him, the wind had already hit him in the face. In an instant, he was almost blown off balance by the strong gust, nearly stumbling backward. At that moment, the terrifying sword aura was already upon him. It was too fast. There was no time to react. No way to dodge. Bang! In an instant, without any warning, Chao Guowan was sent flying by a single strike. The most despairing thing in the world is knowing you're being targeted, yet no matter how hard you try, you can't escape. You can only watch helplessly as you're struck. This was exactly Chao Guowan's situation at the moment. His mind almost short-circuited. What kind of attack was this? By the time he came to his senses, he had already been knocked out of the arena. He never expected to lose, let alone lose so miserably, being sent flying right at the start and landing in such a sorry state outside the arena. His gaze turned dazed. Bang! Everyone in the audience was stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, momentarily speechless. What just happened? One moment everything seemed fine, and the next, Chao Guowan was sent flying out of the arena like a cannonball. Even the defensive bracelet on Chao Guowan's body shattered completely the moment he was struck. The outcome was clear. Li Yang had won 5 consecutive victories, and these 5 wins were of incredible significance. Li Yang had defeated 5 powerful opponents in succession, including the formidable Chao Guowang. Chao Guowang himself had defeated 4 opponents and was widely recognized as a genius. Adding it all up, the value of Li Yang's victory was immeasurable. The examiner standing at the edge of the arena was stunned, frozen in place for a long moment, his hands trembling slightly. Finally, he walked over to Li Yang and loudly announced, in duel arena number 6. The final group match, the winner is Li Yang. Instantly, the venue erupted. The livestream chat also exploded. Holy crap, isn't Chao Guowang supposed to be a genius from the international class? How did he lose? The key is that he lost so miserably, like a bug on the roadside being kicked away. Is Li Yang really that strong? Does anyone know his background? Li Yang, who no one had expected to win, had become the ultimate victor. This group was full of talented contestants, including the sudden emergence of Chao Guowang, the gifted Zhang Tao, and even the renowned powerhouse Jiang Yun. Incredible. No wonder Li Yang was so arrogant earlier. To defeat Xiao Guowang so effortlessly, I think. His strength is probably close to someone like Xiao Yang's level, someone analyzed. Exactly. He's already won the group stage, so he'll definitely advance. What happens next is anyone's guess. That's right, as long as he has the strength, he'll eventually face off against top-tier experts. Judging by the strength he's showing now, he might really have a chance to go up against the two geniuses from Luyun Pavilion. Everyone was talking at once. Li Yang casually kicked his opponent away like a bug on the roadside. It was simply insane. But not everyone was convinced. Zhang Tao's face turned red, his whole body trembling with anger, his eyes filled with jealousy and madness. TCH? What's so great about that? Isn't he just relying on the artifact in his hand? If I had that, I could take down anyone. In one strike too, Zhang Tao shouted indignantly. Throwing caution to the wind, he rushed in front of the media cameras and loudly addressed the audience. Li Yang's victory is dishonorable. I think the outcome should be re-evaluated. Winning by relying on external tools is clearly disgraceful and not something we should encourage. Although the Genius Tournament allows contestants to bring their own equipment without restrictions, everyone else is using gold tier weapons, at most brilliant tier. Li Yang's weapon is clearly far beyond brilliant tier. With such equipment, he doesn't even need to be that skilled, he can just rely on the weapon to defeat his opponents. What's the point of the competition then? Forget about us ordinary people, even top-tier professionals wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Tao spoke passionately, his face serious, and his words seemed somewhat reasonable, causing some to waver. But in reality, his argument was full of holes and completely unrealistic. It didn't take long for a flood of rebuttals to pour in. Who can't talk big? Are you saying that contestants should fight barehanded? Everyone should use the most basic whiteboard weapons, then it would be fair? You're killing me with laughter, kid. You have to understand, from the awakening ceremony at age 18, everyone's profession is already determined, with some being stronger and others weaker. From that moment on, the gap between individuals is set. Let me ask you, can a low-tier profession defeat an SSS tier profession? Obviously not. So does that mean low-tier professionals shouldn't be allowed to participate in the Genius Tournament at all? That would be true discrimination and unfairness. Zhang Tao's obvious inability to accept defeat and his stubborn arguments quickly made him the target of ridicule. Everyone could see that he was just being unreasonable and distorting the facts. Even the tournament officials couldn't stand it anymore. This was clearly causing trouble and trying to disrupt the competition's order. If he were allowed to continue, it might even lead to rewriting the records of past Genius Tournament participants and forcing everyone to use the same equipment. It was utter nonsense. As a result, the officials immediately took action. Quickly remove this troublemaking contestant, let him cool off, and if he causes any more disturbances, revoke his qualification for the rest of the competition. At the command, several strong men swiftly stepped forward and dragged Zhang Tao away. At this moment, Li Yang stepped down from the dueling platform, only to be immediately surrounded by a swarm of reporters. Their eyes were fervent as they jostled to push their equipment in front of him, bombarding him with sharp questions. Contestant, do you really think this way? From the beginning, did you never take Xiao Guowang seriously? Can you tell us about the strength of the other contestants? Do you think you have a chance to make it to the finals? Who do you think is stronger, you or Xiao Yang? In an instant, countless questions surged toward Li Yang like a tidal wave. He frowned, hearing many comments that left him puzzled. Those obviously mocking remarks that belittled other contestants were never spoken by him. These people, like Xiao Guowang, all thought they had overheard some malicious gossip. At this moment, Li Yang had already identified the culprit. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, searching for Zhang Tao. Before long, he saw Zhang Tao being carried away by staff, cursing under his breath. Li Yang took a deep breath and said, I want to clarify something in front of everyone. You may have heard some rumors about me, saying that I insulted other contestants or looked down on someone. I want to tell you all, those are false. I have never said such things. I don't know who is trying to sow discord, but don't believe it, don't take it seriously. Although he didn't want to go out of his way to prove anything or argue, as these things didn't matter much to him, since he knew someone was deliberately framing him, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. False? As soon as Li Yang spoke, the crowd immediately began to murmur. Initially, everyone was unsure whether the rumors were true or not, but as the gossip spread, it became increasingly exaggerated, causing significant harm to Li Yang's reputation. Who would insult other contestants for no reason to elevate themselves? Thinking carefully, it was clearly a deliberate setup. Soon, people began to realize the situation wasn't so simple. My goodness, could it really not be that straightforward? Come to think of it, the things he supposedly said were indeed strange, not something a normal contestant would say. Who spread this rumor? Does anyone know? It seems it was another contestant from the same group. Who? Someone named Zhang Tao. Yes, the one who was just carried away. Suddenly, everyone understood. So that's how it is. We were used as pawns, completely set up. How ruthless. This move is brilliant. We overestimated Li Yang's opponent. They just couldn't stand him and deliberately spread rumors to smear him. Both we and the audience were deceived. The truth finally came to light, and everyone was shocked. It turned out they had been manipulated and had wronged Li Yang. Damn. I actually believed that guy's words and thought Li Yang was strong but had a bad character. Me too. I always found it odd. Strong people don't go around saying such things, only the weak like to pretend. I had a feeling something was off. Believing someone's words so easily is completely unreliable. People like this must be severely punished. They almost ruined Li Yang's reputation. Good thing the truth came out. Justice prevails. This time, Li Yang and everyone else confirmed the truth. Sure enough, it was Zhang Tao causing trouble. Li Yang's gaze turned cold as he repeatedly tested Zhang Tao's limits. Enough was enough. This time, some things had to end. Meanwhile, backstage, Lu Xian had also seen the entire process and understood the cause and outcome of the situation. Zhang Tao is truly shameless, with a rotten heart, using everyone to satisfy his jealousy. Such a person is completely unreliable. Encountering such a disgusting matter, even he felt unlucky. If it were someone else, he might not have bothered to intervene. Getting involved in such things was embarrassing. But Zhang Tao had deliberately framed Li Yang and tarnished his reputation, and Lu Xian couldn't help but step in for Li Yang. He had put in a lot of effort and couldn't just stand by and watch someone ruin it. Soon, he began searching for information on his tablet. Interesting. Zhang Tao's background is not simple. The legendary guild, the famous force in Jianhai, so this is his confidence? Coincidentally, the higher-ups are planning to strictly investigate professional forces and illegal collaborations, and we've been struggling to find a breakthrough. Meanwhile, as the impact of the incident grew, the organizers felt the pressure and began discussing countermeasures. Zhang Tao's actions severely disrupted the competition's order, and everyone demanded an explanation. The organizers had to respond quickly. Zhang Tao disregards the rules, we must resist him. Unable to outperform others, he resorts to shady tactics to ruin reputations. This is intolerable. From today onward, Zhang Tao is blacklisted, his qualification to compete is immediately revoked, and he is barred from registering for future events. Let this serve as a warning to all. The organizers swiftly issued an announcement, responding promptly. After all, the Genius Tournament had just begun, and if this mess wasn't resolved quickly, it could affect the entire event. The comments under the official account were overwhelmingly supportive. Well done. This should have been done earlier. Too arrogant. How did someone like this even get in? Suggest adding moral reviews in the future. Eye-opening. There really are all kinds of people. Some even turn Zhang Tao's pretentious and boastful behavior in front of the camera into memes. Finally, the matter came to an end. It must be said, Li Yang had indeed underestimated Zhang Tao's ability to stir up trouble. Zhang Tao's actions left him both amused and exasperated, unsure whether to call the man foolish or something else. At this moment, Li Yang was sitting in a chair, resting. As a contestant, the staff naturally wouldn't let reporters and media surround him, and they stood around him to block the crowd. Just then, Xiao Guowang approached. After the earlier commotion, he finally understood that the rumors about Li Yang looking down on him and speaking ill of him were all fabricated lies by malicious individuals. The purpose was now clear. He took the initiative to say, I apologize. It was my mistake to blame you without verifying the facts. Your strength is indeed impressive, we're not even on the same level. I admit defeat. Wholeheartedly. Li Yang waved his hand. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, it was good that everyone understood. The fact that the other party took the initiative to apologize was also a gesture of respect. He wasn't the type to hold grudges, so the matter was let go. At this moment, the host walked back to the center of the stage. Everyone, welcome to the Genius Tournament live event. The group stage has concluded, and now we will announce the list of those advancing. Xia Yang, Li Yang, Yu Xiaohe, Zhang Liang, Chen Tian. The winners of the 10 groups were finally confirmed. They were the elite, who stood out among countless geniuses. Next, the real excitement was about to begin, the True Genius Tournament. These 10 advancing contestants would continue to compete in the upcoming elimination rounds. The first day of the Genius Tournament, despite many twists and turns, ended perfectly. However, the real challenge awaited tomorrow. Many people stayed up all night, waiting outside the venue. The contestants, on the other hand, returned to rest. Li Yang returned to the hotel and was surprised to find a large group of reporters already waiting there. These reporters were too crazy, they even found out where he was staying. However, considering he had advanced to the top 10 of the Genius Tournament, this was somewhat expected. He believed the situation was likely similar for the other advancing contestants. Li Yang understood that this was the trouble fame brought. He sighed and returned to his room. Shortly after, he received a phone call. It was Lu Xian calling. Congratulations, Li Yang. I always believed in you. Well done on advancing. Lu Xian's voice was full of enthusiasm. It wasn't a big deal, just luck. Didn't they say I won without even fighting? Li Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lu Xian paused and said, "You're talking about Wang Meili's match, right? It's a bit complicated. Do you know her background? The forces behind her have been making frequent moves recently. I'm not sure if you understand." Of course, Li Yang knew. Behind Wang Meili was the underground boss of Zhanghai. Those recent movements were nothing more than someone starting to investigate her. "I've known for a while," Li Yang said without much surprise. "Forget it, you don't need to worry about that for now. Do you have time to come out? I want to take you somewhere." "Now." Li Yang hesitated. "That's right. I'll come pick you up in a bit." "All right, as long as it doesn't affect tomorrow's match." After hanging up, Li Yang sat on the sofa waiting. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xian called, "I'm here." Li Yang responded and went downstairs. Lu Xian was driving a military off-road vehicle, exuding an imposing presence. Outside, a group of reporters was waiting. When they saw Li Yang, they started taking photos like crazy. Li Yang frowned and squeezed into the car. The vehicle drove off, with reporters chasing after it. Li Yang was sweating profusely. Lu Xian laughed and said, "You're really popular now. I almost couldn't find you." Li Yang shrugged. "It's not that exaggerated. They're just a bunch of people trying to ride the wave." He knew very well that there were plenty of truly strong individuals out there. The crowd surrounding him now was just there for the spectacle. After a while, who would still remember him? He wouldn't let this brief moment of fame make him arrogant. The fact that you think this way shows how steady your mindset is. Not many people I know can do that. I've seen too many people who get carried away after a brief moment of fame, only to mess everything up and squander their opportunities, Lu Xian said with emotion. "By the way, where are we going?" Li Yang asked, curious but a bit worried since he had a match tomorrow. Lu Xian understood his concern and waved it off. "Don't worry, it's near Zhanghai City. We'll be there in half an hour, and it won't delay you." "All right then," Li Yang nodded. Lu Xian looked at him and couldn't help but say, "Li Yang, watching your performance in today's match really impressed me. Could it be that I'm just too amazing?" Li Yang joked. Maybe a little. But I was considered a top talent in my youth too." Lu Xian laughed heartily. "Still, your advancement speed is truly remarkable. I heard you went to the professional association yesterday and completed your second transition ceremony. Is that true? Did it succeed?" "Yes, it's true," Li Yang admitted. "Honestly, I have to thank you for recommending me to Kuan City back then. The training environment there was excellent, which allowed me to level up so quickly." Lu Xian nodded, his expression a mix of pride and surprise. "Don't thank me. It's your own hard work that got you here. I just gave you a little push. Someone like you will achieve great things no matter where you go. I believe you'll perform outstandingly in the Genius Tournament as well. No wonder you won so decisively today. As a second transition professional, your damage output is almost unstoppable. Most of them have just completed their first transition and are only around level 60 or 70, while you've already reached the second transition. Lu Xian sighed. Other contestants probably never imagined they'd face a second transition professional. Such occurrences were rare in history, although a professional's strength is not solely determined by their level but also by the intensity of their profession. Once a certain level is reached, the suppression becomes very apparent. A level 1 professional, no matter how high their rank, could never easily handle a level 100A rank professional, let alone someone like Li Yang, who was already exceptionally strong. Back in the Jianghai No. 1 high school training camp, Li Yang, at less than level 10, defeated a demon. His strength was formidable and not to be underestimated, with foundational skills far surpassing most people. Coupled with the suppression from his level, his power was overwhelmingly strong. Thinking of this, his confidence surged, believing that Li Yang had a real chance of making it to the finals. By then, he could help Li Yang secure that critical opportunity. With this in mind, he spoke up to remind him. Li Yang, in tomorrow's match, I think with your strength, there's a good chance you'll face Xiao Yang and the others in the end. You must be careful, an SS-rank genius is not so easy to deal with. Although you've already completed your second job transition, making you a rare powerhouse, don't let your guard down. Li Yang nodded. I understand. No matter what he did, he always prepared in advance and had a clear plan in mind. Good, then give it your all. Once the genius tournament is over, I'll take you to meet someone important. The car soon stopped in a massive underground parking lot. Li Yang followed Lu Xian to a building that looked simple both inside and out. Lu Xian swiped a card to open the door, and upon entering, they found a small compartment. It was a tiny elevator, big enough for about 5 people. Li Yang was puzzled. This place seemed remote and empty, why would it need an elevator? From the outside, the building appeared to have only 2 floors, so installing an elevator seemed unnecessary. But after stepping into the elevator with Lu Xian, he pressed a button, and the elevator began descending. Li Yang felt himself being taken underground. Sure enough, there was a basement here. When the elevator doors opened, his eyes lit up, a dazzling scene resembling a lively bar unfolded before him. The space was as vast as a small airport. It was hard to believe such a bustling place was hidden here without seeing it firsthand. The area was filled with noise and excitement. There were not only people from the Dragon Nation but also foreigners. For instance, the servers didn't appear to have East Asian features. Li Yang was stunned. Surprised, huh? Lu Xian said with a smile. I was just as shocked when I first discovered this place. Even people who've lived in Jianghai City for decades might not know about it. Indeed, Li Yang nodded. He had lived here for a long time, but had never heard of this place. What exactly is this place? Li Yang asked. Lu Xian explained, you can think of it as a large entertainment venue, open only to VIPs. An entertainment venue? That's right, normally. But during the Genius Tournament, this place turns into a massive underground betting center. During the Genius Tournament, betting here runs 24/7. And all the bets are related to the Genius Tournament. Some people specifically gather information on the top 10 contestants of the tournament, including you. They compile the data into an unofficial odds ranking. Odds ranking. Li Yang repeated softly, as if beginning to understand. This ranking was based on the contestants' strength to calculate their winning probabilities. The higher the probability, the lower the odds. Conversely, the lower the probability, the higher the odds. This wasn't the first time Li Yang had heard of such a ranking. The last time I saw something similar was in Kuan City. Lu Xian brought him here, clearly with another purpose in mind. Lu Xian patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Li Yang nodded and followed him inside. Along the way, he curiously scanned his surroundings. Gambling tables were everywhere. On the wall, there was a massive screen displaying the list of contestants for the follow-up matches of today's Genius Tournament. It included headshots, names, ages, professions, affiliations, and even detailed strength analyses. Next to each contestant, there were also betting odds for gamblers to reference. Li Yang was surprised to find that the information was collected with great detail. In this era, personal information was almost entirely transparent. However, upon reflection, the contestants on the list were all somewhat famous, so their information could certainly be found if someone wanted to investigate. What caught Li Yang's interest was his own entry. As someone who had advanced from the group stage today, he was naturally listed on the board. He looked at his profile: contestant, Li Yang, age 18 plus, graduated from Jianghai No. 1 High School, rumored to have awakened an SSS-level talent, but it later came to nothing. Seeing this, Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Even this was known clearly, someone had specifically gathered information. He continued reading, easily defeated 5 opponents in the group stage, including S-level professional Zheng Tao and international class member Chao Guowan, with near-instant victories, showing great potential. Weakness: average professional skills, mainly relies on level and artifacts to win. Can hold his own against ordinary geniuses, but may show significant gaps when facing other top contestants. Odds: 70%, odds ranking, 7th. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. The person collecting the information was indeed meticulous, and the description was fairly accurate. However, if external data alone could fully understand someone, that would be too miraculous. Ranked 7th, with odds of 70%. He looked further up. The contestant with the lowest odds, ranked 1st, was undoubtedly Xiao Yang, the genius of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Name: Xiao Yang, profession, SSS-level swordsman, odds 10%, a genius of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, exceptionally strong, highly talented, and diligent, spending almost every day in the leveling zone. The first professional in Jianghai City to complete a class advancement, with an extremely fast leveling speed. Li Yang shook his head. Out of only 10 contestants, Xiao Yang's odds were as low as 10%. Everyone clearly favored this genius from the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Xian stopped beside him and said, "You see that, right? That's the odds board. You can also see your ranking on it, though being ranked 7th is a bit low." Li Yang smiled helplessly. "You know, these kinds of rankings are just predictions. The actual combat situations are ever-changing, no one can predict them perfectly." "You're absolutely right," Lu Xian nodded in agreement. "I brought you here not just to show you this board, but also to tell you that we hope you can represent us in the competition." "What?" Li Yang was a bit confused. What exactly did this mean? In his impression, Lu Xian had always been with the military, and beyond that, he knew nothing. This kind of thing shouldn't involve the military, right? Sure enough, Lu Xian explained, "When I say we, I don't mean the military, but another organization I belong to privately." Another organization. Li Yang's mind stirred, and he roughly understood what Lu Xian meant. Since it had nothing to do with the military, it must be something Lu Xian was involved in outside of work. He didn't understand this part and didn't want to ask too much. To be honest, he was still in the dark about Lu Xian's true identity, only knowing that his position in the military wasn't low, but everything else was unclear. "Well, I can't go into details, but you just need to know that representing us in the competition and winning one match tomorrow will benefit us all. We'll also give you the corresponding reward," Lu Xian said. "All right," Li Yang nodded. Some things couldn't be explained clearly in a short time, and he could understand that. Lu Xian had helped him so much, so it wasn't a big deal to return the favor. "Good." Lu Xian smiled. "Follow me, I'll take you somewhere." With that, Lu Xian led Li Yang to the door of a luxuriously decorated private room. He knocked on the door. Before long, there was a click as the lock turned, and the door slowly opened. "Go in." Lu Xian stepped in first, his movements practiced, clearly not his first time here. Li Yang followed, and a burst of lively noise immediately filled his ears. The room was well soundproofed, nothing could be heard from outside, but once the door opened, the chatter instantly filled the space. The room was brightly lit and lavishly decorated. A group of well-dressed people was chatting and laughing, occasionally bursting into laughter. "Well, isn't this our brother Lu?" a man greeted with a smile upon seeing Lu Xian enter. Lu Xian smiled back and took a seat in an empty spot nearby. Li Yang followed and sat down as well. "And who's this?" The man pointed at Li Yang with the cigar in his hand. "This is Li Yang," Lu Xian introduced. The man frowned, covering his head as if trying hard to recall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Oh, I remember now. He's a contestant in the Genius Tournament, right? I saw him advance from the group stage today. There really is such a person." "Yes, hello, contestant." "Li Yang," the man said with a smile. "Hello," Li Yang nodded in response. Lu Xian added from the side, "This is Chen Hong, the leader of Human. You can call him Mr. Chen." At this moment, another middle-aged man spoke, his tone tinged with regret. "Hey, Lu Xian, so this is the contestant you've chosen?" "Yes," Lu Xian admitted calmly. Why, Master Zhou, do you have any opinions? No, the middle-aged man, referred to as Master Zhou, waved his hand. With a smile. I have no objections, of course. I respect Brother Lu's choice. After all, once you've chosen someone, you bear the consequences yourself. I understand that, so there's no need to trouble you, Lu Xian replied indifferently. I remember the odds ranking was just released today. Li Yang. Oh, he's a 70% favorite, right? Quite impressive. Master Zhou's comments sparked a quiet discussion among the others. Li Yang's odds are 70%, that's pretty high. Impressive, 70% odds, doesn't that just make him an average fringe contestant? Lu Xian, did you make a mistake? With so many potential candidates, you didn't even pick someone like Xiao Yang. At least the top 3 should have been no problem. Why did you choose him? The crowd murmured among themselves. Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated these reactions. He said calmly, the rankings are just manually compiled data and aren't necessarily accurate. Who can guarantee that the online rankings will reflect the final results? If that were the case, what would be the point of the competition? Chen Hong chimed in, Brother Lu is right. These things depend on the contestants' condition. Some might still be hiding their true strength. Every year, the final rankings always change, so we can't jump to conclusions. Well said. Master Zhou nodded, revealing a hint of pride. But lower odds are safer. We specifically chose a contestant with low odds, Zhang Liang. Everyone knows him, right? As soon as he spoke, someone immediately responded, I know Zhang Liang. He's among the top 3 with the lowest odds. Third, just behind the 2 geniuses from Yuyun Pavilion. That's right, he's the most likely to make it to the finals. Master Zhou is impressive, actually getting Zhang Liang to help. What great foresight. Master Zhou was very pleased. Brother Lu, don't say I didn't warn you. While it's not finalized yet, you still have time to switch contestants. Although your options are limited now, I've already brought my contestant. Which means my decision is made, Lu Xian said calmly. And don't underestimate Li Yang. He's much stronger than you think. Really? Brother Lu, I trust your judgment. I'll just wait and see the show, Master Zhou said with a laugh. In his view, while Lu Xian was usually reliable, this time he must have lost his mind. Could it be that he had no other choice and had to pick a fringe contestant to make up the numbers? Too unreliable. Although odds don't tell the whole story, anyone with a discerning eye knows that contestants with lower odds are more dependable. Chen Hong smiled and said, speaking of which, the attitude of Luyun Pavilion is really quite arrogant. Those 2 contestants most likely to win didn't join any faction at all. That's normal. They have the right to be arrogant. 2 SS-level contestants, one will take first place, the other second. No matter who they side with, victory is almost guaranteed. Indeed, this way, it's actually fairer. The next day, the Genius Tournament entered its second day, even more lively than the first. Before dawn, the dueling arena was already packed to the brim. Compared to yesterday, there were even more spectators today. Many had come specifically to watch the finals, eager to find out who the ultimate winner would be. Discussions buzzed everywhere, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement, their eyes brimming with fervor. Finally, it's today. I didn't sleep a wink last night, and my eyes are black-ringed, but my excitement hasn't diminished one bit. The match is about to start. These 10 contestants are the top geniuses who emerged from the group stage. This Genius Tournament is truly brutal. With round after round of elimination, those who made it this far are all top-tier experts, their strength beyond question. Do you even need to say it? Of course, the 2 geniuses from Luyun Pavilion will win. I'm just here to see how they crush their opponents. This year's contestants are really unlucky, running into 2 monsters. Before the match even began, the audience was already abuzz with chatter. At this moment, a powerful piece of music played, and everyone immediately grew excited. They're here. The match is about to start. The entire venue instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to the central arena. Lights converged, illuminating the stage. Welcome to the Genius Tournament. Yesterday's group stage has concluded, and 10 geniuses have emerged. Today, they will engage in the most intense battles. Everyone, stay tuned. A host in a black suit stepped forward and said excitedly, Awesome. Start already, I can't wait. I want to see some thrilling fights. Zhang Hai is the number 1 genius, the top of the rookie rankings. He must be our Shaoyang Pavilion's opponent. The audience responded enthusiastically, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The host continued, I can feel your passion. Like you, I can't wait any longer. Next, let's welcome the contestants to the stage. As soon as the words fell, the large door beneath the stage suddenly swung open, and several contestants slowly walked out, prompting the crowd to erupt into wild screams. Finally, they're here. Their aura is overwhelming, truly the top talents who stood out in the group stage. Their mental state is on a whole different level. This is going to be exciting. The contestants approached the edge of the stage one by one, sizing up the opponents they were about to face. Li Yan also noticed Xiaoyang and Yuxiuhe, and the two of them noticed him at the same time. When Yuxiuhe saw Li Yang, she recognized him and asked in surprise, It's you? Li Yang glanced at her and nodded. A few days ago, he had indeed had a minor conflict with the people from Luyun Pavilion, but since he had been recognized, he had no intention of avoiding it. Xiaoyang stepped forward and asked Yuxiuhe, What's wrong? Yuxiuhe hesitated for a moment before saying, He's Li Yang. You already know about what happened a few days ago. Xiaoyang understood after hearing this, gave Li Yang a faint glance, and said indifferently, Oh, it doesn't matter. There's no point in arguing over such things. Only those who lack strength and love to show off would make the first move. Once today's competition is over, everything will be clear. I will still be the champion of the Genius Tournament. The competition began quickly. This time, there were fewer participants, only 10. All the contestants were mixed together, and opponents were determined by drawing lots. Losers were eliminated directly, while winners advanced to the next round. The host announced, Time's up. All contestants, please come on stage to draw your numbers. The contestants stepped forward one by one and drew slips of paper from a lottery box. Li Yang drew number 6, and his opponent was contestant number 6, Zhang Liang. The first match was between Yuxiuhe and another contestant. Li Yang and the other contestants sat at the edge of the stage, waiting. Today's competition was destined to be spectacular. Tens of thousands of eyes in the arena were fixed on the stage. For the contestants, the pressure was immense, and nervousness was inevitable. Any small mistake could become the subject of discussion. Yuxiuhe, however, appeared very calm, long accustomed to being the center of attention. Her opponent, on the other hand, was so nervous that his hands and feet were stiff, blinking frequently and looking unnatural. After all, this was the first match, and his opponent was Yuxiuhe, an SS-level genius from Luyun Pavilion. The pressure he felt was understandable. It didn't take long for Yuxiuhe to defeat her opponent. Her swordsmanship was dazzling, her movements as graceful as a dance, and her attacks fierce. Her opponent only managed to withstand a few moves before being knocked off the stage. Yuxiuhe secured a flawless victory without any suspense. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Amazing! Truly well-deserved. This is what a real genius looks like. They're on a completely different level. The two contestants from Luyun Pavilion, no one can beat them except each other. The referee announced the result of the first match. Yuxiuhe smiled faintly. As she left, she glanced at her defeated opponent and calmly said, Your mindset was off. Otherwise, you could have lasted a few more moves. The contestant smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed, but it would have only been a little longer. I really envy geniuses like you, born to be in the spotlight. Ordinary people like me always lack the confidence and pride that you have. The first match of the Genius Tournament concluded. From the very beginning, Yuxiuhe showcased her formidable swordsmanship, leaving many spectators secretly in awe. From another perspective, even if they were to face Yuxiuhe themselves, they probably wouldn't perform any better than the previous contestant. Soon, the second match began. The referee's voice echoed through the broadcast. Round 2, contestant number 5 versus contestant number 6. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Yang stood up. Contestant number 5 was him. This match was a showdown between him and Zhang Liang. This duel between Li Yang and Zhang Liang also drew considerable attention. Zhang Liang, as one of the lower-odds contestants on the betting board, was considered one of the most likely candidates to make it to the finals, aside from the two prodigies from Luyun Pavilion. Naturally, many people favored him. Li Yang, having previously defeated Chao Guowang from the international class, had also garnered some attention. However, compared to Zhang Liang, Li Yang faced more controversy. Many believed he had relied on external help to win and lacked genuine strength. Finally, it's Li Yang's turn. I've been waiting to see how he performs. He was so arrogant during the group stage, and now someone will finally teach him a lesson. Exactly. Don't forget, while the other contestants won 5 matches, he advanced directly after just 4 wins. It's really unfair to the others. True, but it doesn't matter. Real skill will eventually be exposed by the experts. I think Zhang Liang is definitely going to win this one. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, backstage at the venue, Lu Xian watched the live match feed and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, they hadn't expected such a coincidence. Li Yang and Zhang Liang had been drawn to face each other. Although Zhang Liang was strong, Lu Xian had more faith in Li Yang and believed he wouldn't be eliminated in the first round. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Xian frowned. Who could be calling at this time? He answered the call. On the other end, Zhou Shi's voice came through, laced with laughter. Ha, Zhou Shi here. What a coincidence. Your boy is really unlucky, running into our Zhang Liang right off the bat. I've already told him to go easy on your guy so you won't lose face. Hearing this, Lu Xian's face darkened, and he nearly exploded. With anger, almost hanging up on the spot. Zhou Shi, aren't you busy with serious matters? What are you doing here showing off? Got too much free time, huh? Hee hee, old Lu, that's not fair. I'm just showing concern for you. Saying that might hurt my little brother's feelings. Get lost. The match hasn't even started. And you're already celebrating? Don't say I didn't warn you. Celebrating too early might make the outcome even more embarrassing. Lu Xian retorted irritably. Ah, my bad. I should have waited until after the match to find you. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. The call ended, and Lu Xian let out a long sigh, his expression turning grim. People were becoming more and more unruly, shouting in his face like this. In the past, who would have dared to be so brazen? Just because they thought their contestant had a better chance of winning, they came to flaunt it in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to respond. Better to wait for the match results. Before long, Li Yang and Zhang Liang both stepped onto the stage. So, you're Li Yang? Zhang Liang said, a barely restrained smile on his face. He had been worried about being eliminated in the first round, but now, facing an opponent with almost no strength, he couldn't be happier. However, in a public setting, he held back his laughter to avoid being too obvious. As the match hadn't started yet, during the preparation phase, Zhang Liang smiled and said, hello, Li Yang. Don't worry, I'll let you have 2 moves. Zhou Shi specifically told me not to let you lose too badly. Ha ha ha. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. Well, I really appreciate your kindness. Zhang Liang put on a magnanimous expression. Hey, friendship first, competition second. It's the least I can do. Then I promise you, I'll try not to make your loss too embarrassing, Li Yang replied with a smile. As soon as he said this, Zhang Liang's expression changed instantly, faster than lightning. His face was full of disbelief, as if he had misheard. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I said, I'll go easy on you in a moment, Li Yang calmly repeated. These words made Zhang Liang's eyes widen. Something was off. He now realized that Li Yang was retaliating against him. In an instant, a wave of humiliated anger surfaced on his face, turning it red. He felt that he had already shown some courtesy earlier, but Li Yang's retort was simply shameless. In his view, their statuses were never equal from the start. He was a skilled contender with the strength to make it into the top 3, and even speaking to Li Yang was already giving him face. Yet this unknown competitor dared to talk back. How audacious. Furious, he laughed coldly. Fine. Fine. In that case, let's wait and see. I'll be watching to see how you let me have 2 moves. Let's see if you really have the strength to back up your big talk. The preparation time ended. The referee stepped forward, standing between the two, and waved the flag in his hand. 3, 2, 1, duel start. Li Yang raised his head and looked at Zhang Liang. Go ahead, you can let me have 2 moves first. To be honest, in Li Yang's eyes, Zhang Liang wasn't much different from the opponents he had faced in the group stage. At most, the difference was that this time, the opponent had a weapon. He had come prepared for this, having gained significant experience during his training in Koan City. Now was the time to showcase the results. Humph! Shameless fool, get ready to pay for your arrogance. Zhang Liang roared. Initially, he had promised Zhou Shi to make the opponent look bad. He hadn't expected the other party to be so foolish, so he wouldn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, a finely crafted staff appeared in his grip, its surface smooth and exuding a chilling coldness. To secure a good ranking in the Genius tournament, he had come fully prepared. This weapon was clearly top-tier equipment, and it was an offensive type. Extremely powerful, with explosive force. Whoosh! Zhang Liang moved like the wind, his speed so fast it was hard to track, charging at Liang with a powerful gust of air. Now he's getting serious. The audience quickly noticed the critical moment. His speed is at least twice as fast as it was during the group stage. Exactly, many contestants deliberately hold back during the group stage. The more you hide your strength, the harder it is for your opponent to predict your moves, giving you a greater chance of catching them off guard. Zhang Liang shot forward like a bullet. Liang's gaze remained calm, as if everything was under his control. Speed is your advantage? Sorry, you've picked the wrong opponent, Liang said with a faint smile, his body immediately enveloped by the power of the wind element. Just as Zhang Liang swung his staff in a fierce attack, Liang's figure flickered and vanished instantly. Zhang Liang froze. He suddenly couldn't see Liang anymore. He thought Liang had used invisibility or some kind of illusion. But the spectators outside the ring saw everything clearly. No, that's speed. That's not invisibility or an illusion, it's just that he's so fast the naked eye can't keep up. Unbelievable. If we weren't watching from a high vantage point, able to see everything on the stage clearly, we wouldn't understand what just happened. His speed is even faster than Zhang Liang's. Many people whispered in astonishment. Realizing what had happened, someone quickly pulled up the replay from the live stream. The entire match was being recorded and broadcast live. They extracted the earlier segment, slowed it down tenfold, even 100-fold, and finally discerned Liang's movement trajectory. This immediately caused a sensation. Someone noticed that when Liang dodged Zhang Liang's attack, he could have easily counterattacked from behind. Yet, he refrained from making a move. This left many puzzled. Was it caution or a hidden agenda to pass up such an opportunity for a sneak attack? Below the arena, the other contestants were also watching intently. After all, any of them could become his opponent, and studying others' moves could help them prepare in advance and avoid being caught off guard. During the initial clash just now, Yu Xiaohua was also stunned by Liang's speed. Even though she was considered a genius, she couldn't match Liang's level of speed. In actual combat, aside from strength, speed was equally critical. With greater speed, one could control more operational space and even defeat the strong while being weak. Her gaze turned serious as she realized there was a reason for Liang's rapid advancement. However, she couldn't understand why. With such a good opportunity earlier, Liang didn't strike when Zhang Liang was caught off guard. At this moment, Zhang Liang appeared somewhat flustered. However, she felt that Zhang Liang wouldn't falter so quickly. Beside her, Xiao Yang glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. Nothing special, no remarkable technique, he remarked indifferently. The master of Yuan Pavilion even specifically warned us to be cautious of Liang. Now it seems unnecessary. His tone was calm, as if he had seen through everything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. At this moment, Liang stopped. Earlier, he had used wind element enhancement to move swiftly, making it impossible for Zhang Liang's eyes to keep up, creating the illusion of disappearance. But this method had its flaws. No matter how fast the speed, there would still be footsteps, and over time, others would notice the anomaly. Skilled individuals could even locate him by sound. However, before that could happen, he had already had multiple opportunities to attack his opponent. He refrained from striking, merely intending to showcase his strength to the other party. To demonstrate that he meant what he said, he wouldn't allow even a single move. Zhang Liang had also realized this. The moment Liang stopped, he immediately turned his head and saw him. His expression turned serious. He, too, realized that he had missed the chance to attack from behind, but Liang hadn't taken advantage of it. This was proof of Liang's strength. From this first round, it was clear that Liang held the upper hand. Damn it, I was careless, Zhang Liang muttered to himself, gritting his teeth as he retreated to create some distance. He raised his weapon, cautiously keeping his eyes on Liang. Hey, show me what you've got. Is that so? You'd better think it through. I already let you off once just now, this time, I won't hold back, Liang said with a smile. You still have time to surrender. He clasped his hands together lightly, and a sort of light materialized in his grip. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire arena. This is... Yu Xiaohua's pupils contracted sharply. She was all too familiar with the aura of this sword. It was the same type as her own lifebound sword. She recognized it at a glance through its core essence. What shocked her even more was that the sword's core power was far stronger than hers. The gap in strength was insurmountable. This was a fundamental difference. Li Yang actually had a lifebound sword too. Beside her, Xiao Yang couldn't help but glance over that sword. His reaction mirrored Yu Xiaohe's exactly. He hadn't expected Li Yang to possess such a sword. After all, such swords were reserved exclusively for SS-level swordsmen. And yet, Li Yang had one too? Witnessing this, he couldn't help but tone down his earlier mockery. Perhaps fish sound reminded them that there was indeed a reason, not just aimless talk. As soon as Li Yang drew his sword, the one who felt the most pressure was naturally Zhang Liang, who was closest to him. The moment Li Yang appeared, Zhang Liang froze for a full second. What was going on? Wasn't this sword supposed to be exclusive to the two geniuses of Flowing Cloud Pavilion? At that moment, Li Yang slightly raised his head and gave him a faint smile. Zhang Liang immediately sensed trouble. Trouble. The next moment, Li Yang raised the holy sword and slashed at him fiercely. Swish! Swish! A powerful sword aura instantly appeared, striking Zhang Liang hard in the front. The speed was incredibly fast. Zhang Liang's entire body tensed up, only by facing the attack directly. Could he truly feel the power of this move? This was absolutely not something a professional of their level could execute. He hurriedly dodged to the side. But, even so, he was still grazed by the sword aura. His entire body was sent flying. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the defensive bracelet on him shattered. Instantly. A one-hit kill. When Zhang Liang came to his senses, his eyes widened in frustration. How could this happen? He actually lost to Li Yang. This match was supposed to be his victory. How was Li Yang this strong? He still had many trump cards unused. He had strategies prepared for other contestants. All the information he had gathered beforehand was now completely useless. In this match, Li Yang won. And it was still so swift. One sword decided the outcome. The referee froze for a moment before stepping forward to announce the result. Li Yang wins. The arena immediately erupted. Hard work always leads to success. This phrase, which often sounds like motivational fluff, truly came true this time. Holy crap, a one-hit kill. I must be dreaming. Zhang Liang actually lost. And he lost so quickly. The genius competition is truly full of experts. I get it now. Li Yang never took his opponents seriously from the start. Someone suddenly realized. Previously, some people were puzzled as to why Li Yang didn't press his advantage at the beginning and instead let Zhang Liang go. Now it was clear he was completely confident. This match was as easy as playing a game for him. Li Yang won. Backstage in the arena, Lu Xian also breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Is this kid really this strong now? Although he had always trusted Li Yang, this victory was just too quick. Truly, when he strikes, it's a thunderous blow. A single move is a guaranteed kill. Such an opponent is terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine the pressure other contestants would feel when facing such a formidable adversary. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and picked up the phone beside him. He dialed the arrogant number from before. He called twice, but the other party didn't answer. Lu Xian laughed heartily and left a message. Hey, Master Zhou, dare to answer the phone? Weren't you so smug? Look, your favorite Zhang Liang is done for. Couldn't even last a single round. How can he still be considered a genius of Jianhai City? So fragile, did he eat something bad? Ha ha ha. After saying this, he felt extremely satisfied. Since yesterday, he had been annoyed with Master Zhou. After learning that Zhou had chosen a weak contestant, Zhou had been gloating. Now he didn't even dare to answer the phone. How amusing. He decided that the next time they met, he would definitely mock him thoroughly. At the same time, Zhang Liang watched Li Yang walk off the stage effortlessly, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. No matter how unwilling he felt, it was useless. Bad luck was simply bad luck. He had originally been hopeful about making it to the finals, but unexpectedly, he was eliminated in the first round. Deep down, he knew that even if he faced Li Yang's sword 10 more times, he wouldn't be able to block it. This guy was practically a monster. He had thought his luck was good, but now he was left with a bitter expression. Losing this match meant entering the losers bracket, and the top 3 spots were basically out of reach. Thinking about the words he had said earlier, he looked at Li Yang, his face flushing with shame. He had been so confident, even claiming victory was certain, while Li Yang had said he would go easy on him. In the end, Li Yang did hold back, yet Zhang Liang still couldn't win. This was the most embarrassing part. He instinctively avoided eye contact, not daring to meet Li Yang's gaze. Li Yang stepped down from the dueling platform and found a seat. The matches on stage continued, and after all 5 first-round matches concluded, the next round began, with the advancing contestants drawing lots again. The next duel featured 2 evenly matched competitors. Unlike the quick match between Li Yang and Yu Xiuhe, this one was fiercely contested, with both sides refusing to yield. The intense back-and-forth made the audience even more engrossed, as both competitors showcased their fundamental skills and professional techniques. Li Yang glanced at the match briefly before shifting his gaze away. At that moment, a figure approached him, Yu Xiuhe, the prodigy of Lu Yun Pavilion. Their relationship hadn't been great when they first met at the professional association, but Li Yang wasn't the type to hold grudges. As Yu Xiuhe drew closer, he didn't show a cold expression, merely giving her a faint glance. Yu Xiuhe spoke, "Can I sit next to you?" Li Yang smiled, "What? Trying to get a head start on understanding your opponent's strength? Alright, you got me," Yu Xiuhe replied helplessly as she sat down. "The previous incident had nothing to do with us at Lu Yun Pavilion. We don't know what happened, so I hope you won't hold it against us." Li Yang understood that she was referring to the time at the professional association when he was inexplicably replaced by Xiao Yang. Later, he learned that it was indeed an internal issue within the association and had nothing to do with Lu Yun Pavilion. Holding a grudge against Lu Yun Pavilion would only create unnecessary trouble. He didn't care. What was in the past should stay in the past. Li Yang waved his hand. "It's fine. As long as everything is clear, there's no point in arguing about it now." Yu Xiuhe nodded. She hadn't expected Li Yang to be more easygoing than she had imagined, and her impression of him immediately improved. "By the way, sister, you asked me to ask you, are you interested in joining Lu Yun Pavilion? If you join, we'll offer you the best treatment and conditions, and you'll be prioritized for any great opportunities in the future. What do you think?" Li Yang didn't answer immediately. This caught him off guard. He hadn't expected the pavilion master of Lu Yun Pavilion to personally try to recruit him. He had thought they might hold a grudge against him because of the Xiao Yang incident. It seemed the pavilion master was indeed a magnanimous person. However, he still shook his head. He preferred quietly making big money over joining a group. Seeing his response, a hint of regret flashed in Yu Xiuhe's eyes. "I see. I thought we could be partners in the future, completing missions together." Li Yang remained silent. By this time, the match on stage had already concluded. Immediately afterward, the next group of contestants took the stage. This time, the one stepping up was the genius everyone was watching, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's opponent was also a skilled professional player. But just by looking at him, you could feel the immense pressure he was under. From the moment he stepped onto the ring, though his movements were few, he was already drenched in sweat, and his legs were trembling slightly, uncontrollably. His nervous state was transmitted to the audience through the live broadcast, and many people saw it clearly. "Wow, the pressure is insane. So this is the legendary genius Xiao Yang?" The match hasn't even started, and he's already scared his opponent to the point where his legs are shaking like a motor. Seeing his opponent like this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a faintly contemptuous smile. "That's right, fear me. This is the real reaction you have when you face me." He had long grown accustomed to this sense of superiority. The match began quickly. Xiao Yang wasted no time, drawing his signature sword and instantly charging at his opponent. His movements were like a sharp blade, straight, fierce, and imposing. His opponent was forced to retreat repeatedly. In less than a minute, the match was over. As expected, Xiao Yang won. The contestants below the stage were left stunned. "He's too strong. If I face him, I might as well just surrender. I hope I don't run into him in the next round. I'd like to survive a bit longer." Compared to yesterday, Xiao Yang's strength had clearly improved significantly. As the stage grew larger, the opponents stronger, and the contestants had more opportunities to showcase their skills, the scenes became increasingly impressive. Li Yang watched the match with a calm demeanor. At this moment, both sides were actually underestimating each other. In the backstage control room, Lu Xian watched the match and sighed. "Xiao Yang truly is a once-in-a-century genius. His strength is indeed formidable." He began to worry. Because the next round might very well be a showdown between Li Yang and Xiao Yang. This was a hurdle he couldn't avoid. If it happened, could Li Yang still win? Xiao Yang's swordsmanship has become even sharper. In the VIP box of the venue, Yuan watched the performance just now, her eyes lighting up. Every time she didn't see him for a while, Xiao Yang's progress was always remarkably evident and rapid. This was the true potential of a genius. Although her younger sister Yu Xiaohe was also an SS-level professional player, the gap between her and Xiao Yang was obvious. Because even among players starting from the same line, differences would emerge. It seems my previous worries were unnecessary. Xiao Yang has enough strength and confidence. Not long after, the advancement list for this round of elimination matches was announced. Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, Li Yang, Wang Chao, Lin Tian. These 5 contestants would continue to compete in the next round of advancement matches after a short break. The defeated players had already left, awaiting the matches in the losers bracket. The media reporters remained frenzied, even more enthusiastic than before. The staff had to enforce strict control, otherwise, they would have swarmed in. During the break, the contestants adjusted their mental states, preparing for even tougher challenges. In tense moments, mindset issues were most likely to arise. Some appeared calm on the surface but were panicking inside. Aside from Li Yang, the other 2 contestants knew they would be facing SS-level masters, and it was hard not to feel excited. After all, those remaining here were players who had fought their way through without losing. Moreover, tens of thousands of people were watching their matches. Although they are all young, their skills are very strong. The break is over. The host stepped onto the stage. The break is over. The next round of the competition is about to begin. Contestants, please come up to draw lots. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 contestants stepped forward one by one to draw their lots. The venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Luyun Pavilion is amazing. Xiao Yang, go for it. I bet with my friends that you'll definitely win. Start quickly, I can't wait to see the finals. Everyone was full of excitement. The upcoming matches were undoubtedly high-level duels, an excellent learning opportunity for novice contestants, and incredibly thrilling. The critical moment had arrived. The audience was fully focused, with hundreds of thousands of eyes fixed in the same direction. The VIP boxes of major forces were also abuzz with discussion. These 5 contestants are the top professionals in Jianghai City this year. Besides the 2 from Luyun Pavilion, Lin Tian and Wang Chao are no pushovers. One is from Jianghai Chamber of Commerce, and the other is from the Youth Training Corps. Only Li Yang's background is unclear, but his skills are quite impressive. Who would have thought he'd make it this far? I heard Luyun Pavilion is already planning to recruit him. Exactly, his performance has been outstanding all the way. There's no need to dwell on past mistakes. Who hasn't made errors before? At this moment, several university professors were also deep in thought. Li Yang's current strength and state were precisely the kind of exemplary student they had always sought. Such individuals were usually highly contested in the past, but Li Yang was an exception. To be honest, seeing him again, they hadn't expected him to perform so strongly. It was truly a comeback. Yet, the words they had spoken before still lingered in their minds, leaving them conflicted. At this moment, Xiao Yang quickly stepped forward, being the first to take the stage, his face radiating confidence. He walked to the lottery box, reached inside, felt around, and pulled out a piece of white paper with a large number written on it. One Xiao Yang had drawn. Number 1. The box contained 5 slips of paper, numbered 1 to 5. The opponent corresponding to number 1 was number 2. Next, contestant Wang Chao stepped onto the duel stage. He approached the box, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently prayed not to draw number 2. Then, he reached into the box, and the next second, pulled out a slip of paper. Number 2. The large number on the paper made his vision go dark. What bad luck to draw the very number he wanted to avoid. If only he had this kind of luck when buying lottery tickets. Seeing him draw number 2, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief and cast a sympathetic glance his way. His own pressure had eased considerably. At worst, he would only face Yu Xiaohe. Just as Lin Tian was feeling smug and calculating his next move, Wang Chao finished drawing his lot and stepped off the stage. Next up was Li Yang. His movements were smooth and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He walked straight to the box, reached in, and pulled out a slip of paper. The number on the paper stunned everyone, a large 5. Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Number 1 paired. With number 2, number 3 paired with number 4, and number 5 was the extra one. Li Yang had drawn it, which meant he would automatically advance to the next round without competing. Jealousy nearly drove Lin Tian to madness. He stared intently at Li Yang on the stage, wishing he could rush up and snatch that slip of paper. It was practically a get-out-of-jail-free card, having it meant winning a match outright. With this move, Li Yang would only need to face Yu Xiaohe, another SS-level genius, in the next round, completely bypassing the draw. Lin Tian stood below the stage, slapping his thigh in frustration, deeply regretting his situation. Wang Chao's expression was even darker. If only they hadn't rushed to draw lots. Why was Li Yang the one to get so lucky, essentially winning a match without lifting a finger? It was so unfair. No wonder people always complained about the absurd luck of European emperor types. He finally understood luck was indeed a part of strength. Although he considered himself no weaker than Li Yang, he might ultimately lose to Xiaoyang, while Li Yang could advance further. This was a textbook example of using luck to compensate for skill. Not only were the contestants wearing complicated expressions, but even some spectators couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This wasn't the first time Li Yang had relied on luck to climb the ranks. During yesterday's group stage, he had faced an absent opponent and won a match outright. At the time, people could only marvel at his incredible luck. And now, it was happening again. Many began to suspect there was something shady going on behind the scenes, or perhaps the competition was being manipulated by capital interests. This guy is ridiculously lucky. Another free win. This is infuriating. Scoring points so easily, this is just too unfair. Don't worry, I don't believe he can rely on luck all the way to the finals. Exactly, he'll have to win at least one match on his own. Despite their surprise, everyone could only grumble inwardly, cursing him as the European emperor. Li Yang glanced at the number on the slip of paper, number 5. So this was the buy card? Judging by everyone's reactions, he understood what it meant. But to him, whether he had a buy or not made little difference. It was just one less match to play. Holding the slip, he calmly walked off the stage. The host at the edge of the stage chuckled and said, it seems contestant Li Yang is quite lucky, drawing the buy card directly. The second match will be Lin Tian versus Yu Xiaohe. Let's all look forward to the showdown between these two geniuses and see who will emerge victorious. The atmosphere in the venue was electric, the audience brimming with enthusiasm, and the livestream was drawing massive attention. The scene was one of prosperity. If this level of excitement could be maintained, it would be truly wonderful. But behind the glitz and glamour, darkness was quietly creeping in, slowly corroding everything. In a dimly lit room, several men in black robes sat together. In front of them, a screen was broadcasting the live footage of the Genius Tournament. It's finally time. I can't wait any longer, one of them said, his voice both sinister and excited. The plan is going smoothly. Everything is unfolding as expected. When do we make our move? Wait a little longer. During the competition, there are plenty of skilled professional fighters keeping watch in the venue. We need to strike when they let their guard down, hitting them swiftly and catching them off guard. By the time they react, it'll be too late. Then we'll signal the people outside the city to attack together, ensuring Shanghai City falls completely. It's settled. One of the black-robed men licked his lips in excitement. There are so many geniuses this year, naturally, we can't let a single one escape. At this moment, the Grand Arena had already begun its first match. Xiaoyang versus Wang Chao. The two stepped onto the stage simultaneously, with Wang Chao swallowing nervously, his guard fully up. As soon as the match started, the two charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Xiaoyang's swordsmanship was formidable, and Wang Chao suffered a major setback as soon as they clashed. He was suppressed throughout the match, with no chance to counterattack. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chao lasted only a short while before being defeated. The first match ended without suspense, with Xiaoyang emerging victorious. Next came the second match, Yu Xiaohe versus Lin Tian. Yu Xiaohe's swordsmanship was equally sharp, comparable to Xiaoyang's in its own way. One was overwhelmingly dominant, while the other was fiercely aggressive. Although the two were evenly matched, at times, Yu Xiaohe ultimately won. After 2 matches, the two prodigies from Luyun Pavilion had both secured victories. Oh my, no surprises here, everyone expected this outcome. These two are truly invincible, no one can stop them. The most exciting part was yet to come, the grand finale. There were now 3 Remaining contestants, Xiaoyang, Yushua, and Li Yang. Finally, it's his turn. I've been waiting to see a bloody battle. For him to make it this far, he probably won't escape this time, right? No more buys. This is the end of the road. Earlier, Li Yang had drawn a buy and skipped a match. Now it was his turn to draw lots. Inside the box were only two numbers, one representing Xiaoyang and the other Yushua. No matter what he drew, he would have to face one of the SS-level prodigies. Lose, and he'd be eliminated, win, and he'd advance to the finals. This is so despairing. Knowing you're doomed no matter what, I'm about to break down. Seriously, no matter who he draws, he's not their match. It's heartbreaking. The spectators watching the scene couldn't help but laugh. After a brief break, the host's voice came through the broadcast. The break is over, the match will resume shortly. Contestant Li Yang, please step forward to draw your opponent. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Yang appeared before the crowd, calmly walking up to the stage. Under everyone's gaze, he approached the box, reached into the opening, and pulled out a slip of paper. After a moment's glance, he saw the number 2 written on it. Number 1 represented Xiaoyang, while number 2 was Yushua. The next match would be Li Yang versus Yushua. Whoever won would advance to the grand finale. The venue erupted in discussion. Yushua is good too, it's not bad to face him. Although it's not Xiaoyang, Yushua is still very strong. Go, Yushua. Let's guess how many rounds he can last? Don't say that. What if he explodes and actually makes it to the finals? That would take a miracle. Don't overthink it. I think his level is about the same as Lin Tian and Wang Chao. He might not even beat them. In the backstage control room, Lu Xian stared intently at the live feed on the screen, silently cheering for Li Yang. If he won this match, he'd make it to the finals. His opponent was a true SS-level professional, and Lu Xian wasn't confident either. Although Li Yang had already undergone his second-class advancement, the level gap was no longer the key factor. After all, the opponent's strength was equally exceptional. In the VIP box, Yuan took a sip of tea, filled with anticipation for the upcoming match. In truth, he was also curious to see how far Li Yang could go. From their first meeting, he had noticed that Li Yang was extraordinary. His holographic eye couldn't discern anything about Li Yang. At first, he thought it was a problem with his equipment. But after watching so many matches, anyone could see that Li Yang was a top-tier expert. The problem likely lies with her holographic eye. Either Li Yang's strength far exceeds her detection range, or he harbors some secret. Either way, this indicates that Li Yang is not simple. Instinctively, she felt this battle would not be easy. Soon, the duel began. Li Yang and Yushua stepped onto the stage together. Yushua said with a complex expression, "When we first met, I never thought one day we would stand on opposing sides of the arena. But I'm sorry, I need to make it to the finals." Li Yang responded with a smile, "Is that so? Then you'll have to beat me first." At the referee's signal, the match officially began. Yushua focused her gaze, waved her hand, and a slender sword, shimmering with faint golden light, appeared in her hand. Li Yang opened his palm and summoned a long sword from the void, its blade exuding a powerful aura. Feeling this aura, Yushua's heart trembled. The atmosphere on site was even more oppressive than she had imagined. Both were skilled swordsmen, but the sword in Li Yang's hand gave her an indescribable sense of suppression, as if it directly suppressed her core strength. Truly formidable, Yushua thought, taking a deep breath and feeling a sense of admiration. Even before they exchanged blows, the sheer aura made her feel at a disadvantage. She gripped the hilt tightly, her gaze resolute, and gently stroked the blade. In the next moment, the blade was enveloped in a layer of energy, and she launched a fierce attack on Li Yang. Despite knowing Li Yang was strong, she dared not retreat. This was her fighting style. Her speed was astonishing, and her sword strikes were sharp. Yushua quickly closed in, while Li Yang calmly raised his sword to counter, striking out with a single blow. Bang! The two swords collided, producing a deafening clash. The surrounding aura erupted instantly, strong winds swept through, causing their clothes and hair to flutter wildly. This state lasted for a few seconds before Yushua suddenly felt something amiss. A massive pressure bore down on her. This was the suppression caused by a difference in levels. She was shocked to realize that the gap in their levels might be even greater than she had imagined. She began to feel fatigued. The oppressive force emanating from Li Yang's sword grew stronger, even causing her life-bound sword to tremble and emit a sharp, piercing sound. Li Yang's eyes flashed with a Hint of surprise, he hadn't expected her to hold out for so long. Unfortunately, he hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. With a slight movement of his hand, the force of his sword intensified. Yushioha's eyes widened as she retreated 2 steps, struggling to create distance. Li Yang pursued relentlessly, suddenly striking with a blow that felt like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. Yushioha's heart tightened, feeling a death-like pressure. This sensation was more terrifying than any monster she'd encountered in external dungeons, sending chills down her spine. She reacted swiftly, raising her sword to block. Li Yang's sword force struck her blade, the immense power sending her flying backward. Yushioha staggered to stabilize herself, leaning on her sword, and looked up at Li Yang with disbelief in her eyes. That single strike had almost killed her. She had no doubt that if she hadn't defended in time, she would have been defeated outright. Terrifying. Even now, she still felt lingering fear in her heart. Witnessing this scene, those who had originally supported Yushioha were stunned. What happened? Yushioha was actually sent flying in this round and is clearly at a disadvantage. What? No way, what just happened? Many people looked bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. Yushioha was being suppressed? This was the first time in the entire Genius tournament that such a scene had occurred. The 2 geniuses of Flowing Cloud Pavilion had been dominating their opponents since the start of the competition, never once falling into such a passive situation. Wow, could he really be a master? Amazing, this is something to brag about for a lifetime. Could it be? Everyone stared excitedly at the scene on the arena, especially the other contestants, who were naturally delighted to see the geniuses of Flowing Cloud Pavilion being beaten so badly, feeling as though someone was finally avenging them. Li Yang, go for it. Help us win this match, someone shouted loudly. However, some believed the match wasn't over yet. Li Yang had barely gained a slight advantage, and his victory wasn't guaranteed. The competition was far from finished. The 2 geniuses of Flowing Cloud Pavilion had long dominated Zhonghai City. Many disliked them, but their strength was undeniable, leaving no room for argument. Now, signs that these 2 arrogant geniuses might lose were finally emerging. Many people grew excited, especially the other rookie professionals. At this moment, they suddenly stood up from their seats, their necks stiffened, and their eyes fixed on the arena. Their gaze toward Li Yang had changed. Could he win? Could an SS-level professional genius actually lose? Li Yang's sword strike earlier had given them a glimmer of hope. Originally, everyone thought he would be easily crushed like Lin Tian and Wang Chao. But now, it seemed Li Yang was evenly matched with Yushioha, perhaps even slightly ahead. Some understood that if Li Yang won this match, it would undoubtedly be a historic moment. Li Yang looked at his opponent, Yushioha, raised his sword, and smiled, saying, as expected of an SS-level professional, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely. He used about 80% of his strength. A powerful sword aura erupted from the holy sword, slicing toward Yushioha like a bamboo splitting under pressure. Feeling the momentum, Yushioha hurriedly dodged to the side, not daring to take it head on. The sword aura whistled past her. Yushioha let out a sigh of relief. Before she could recover, she saw Li Yang rushing toward her like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of her. She gripped her sword tightly, holding it in front of her, and quickly chanted a spell. The next second, a golden shield enveloped her entire body. A shield? Have you heard of a move called Dimensional Strike? Li Yang smiled faintly and slashed his sword, carrying an overwhelming force. Crack, the shield shattered instantly, turning into countless glittering golden fragments. Yushioha's proud shield didn't even last a second. Li Yang's sword continued toward her. Crack, the sound of the defensive bracelet breaking echoed. One strike broke through 2 layers of defense. If this were a life and death battle, Yushioha would have already died twice. She stood there dumbfounded, her eyes dazed, her hair blown by the wind. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She had actually lost? The venue had already fallen into an eerie silence. Among the tens of thousands of spectators present, not a single sound could be heard. The outcome was decided. Yushioha felt her hand weaken, and her sword fell to the ground. Clang! The sound of the sword hitting the ground also announced Li Yang's victory. The scene instantly erupted. Cheers! Everyone had been waiting for this moment to explode. He won. He actually won. No way, he's really in the finals? I must be dreaming. This is unbelievable. An SS-level genius actually lost. Impossible, especially losing to a fellow newcomer. This is absolutely a massive upset. After the initial excitement, everyone was left in shock. If Li Yang could defeat Yu Xiuhe, did that mean he had the strength to challenge Xiao Yang head-on? Amazing. It looks like there's hope for the championship this year. Honestly, he really has a chance to win the championship now. Hiss, the audience collectively gasped at the thought of this possibility. This is terrifying. He's the biggest dark horse of the year. Wow, just how strong is he? To actually defeat an SS-level genius, that's terrifying. Exactly. SS-level professionals are already the pinnacle for most geniuses. Just how strong is he? Everyone was abuzz with discussion. The livestream chat was also filled with heated debates. Backstage at the venue, Lu Xian slammed the table and laughed heartily. He won. Li Yang really won. Get ready for the finals. Nothing was more exhilarating than witnessing the success of a genius you had faith in. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the private boxes was strange. In the Luyun Pavilion's box, Yuing covered her mouth, her face full of astonishment. She never expected someone to defeat Yu Xiuhe in the genius tournament. Yu Xiuhe was a key talent nurtured by the Luyun Pavilion, possessing both talent and hard work. Her defeat was unimaginable. At the same time, the mood in the box where the higher-ups sat was grim. It was unbelievable. Li Yang was originally just an ordinary participant, as unremarkable as could be. He hadn't received any intensive training, nor did he show any outstanding talent. He seemed like just an average person. Yet, despite everyone's doubts, he performed so shockingly. He was too fierce, as if he'd consumed some miraculous energy booster. Who dares to call Li Yang useless now? I want to know, can someone who defeats an SS-level genius still be considered useless? Who in the world has better talent than him? Regardless, Li Yang is a rare gem. Our guild must recruit him. No excuses. Damn, I had a feeling about him yesterday. If I'd known he was this strong, I would have poached him yesterday. Luyun Pavilion really is a major force. Their foresight is incredible. They sent people to recruit him early on. A genius this strong must join our Zhatian gang. Who dares to compete with us? The higher-ups of various factions were fervently discussing. Meanwhile, the university recruitment officers sat silently, not daring to speak, fearing backlash. No one took their words seriously anymore, dismissing them as nonsense. Who could have predicted Li Yang's strength? His rapid growth in such a short time, to the point of defeating even Luyun Pavilion's SS-level genius, was beyond belief. Some of the university recruiters began to doubt their initial judgment. We used to call him useless. How could he have reached this level? He's already in the finals. If he wins the championship. No one dared to finish that thought. At this moment, the referee stepped forward to announce Li Yang's victory, and the final match of the genius tournament was about to begin. Li Yang walked down from the arena through the exit. Yu Xiuhe silently followed behind him, clearly shaken. All along, she had been praised and had a smooth journey, but this time, Li Yang had defeated her move after move, leaving her no chance to fight back. Losing so quickly left her feeling deeply dejected. Not long after stepping off the arena, she suddenly spoke, stopping Li Yang ahead of her. Li Yang, wait. I will surpass you. The next time we meet, I will definitely be stronger than you. Li Yang smiled and made a gesture. All right. Then he continued walking forward. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who had been watching the entire duel from the audience, grew serious, no longer as relaxed and joking as before. Yu Xiuhe had actually lost to Li Yang, something he had not anticipated at all. He had originally thought that this year's final would be a showdown between him and Yu Xiuhe for the championship and runner-up. Unexpectedly, Li Yang had emerged out of nowhere. Just now, he had witnessed the duel between Li Yang and Yu Xiuhe with his own eyes. This was why his casual attitude had disappeared. The strength Li Yang displayed far exceeded his expectations. In the previous battle, Li Yang had almost crushed Yu Xiuhe. Xiao Yang was well aware that Li Yang was clearly much stronger than Yu Xiuhe. He admitted to himself that even if he were to face Yu Xiuhe, he might not win so easily. The person before him was indeed worthy of being his opponent. Xiuhe, don't worry. I'll avenge you, Xiao Yang comforted Yu Xiuhe as she stepped off the stage. Yu Xiuhe shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. No, you just focus on your own match. I'll deal with him myself. I will. become stronger and reclaim victory one day. A resilient and unyielding aura radiated from her. The more setbacks she faced, the braver she became. This was the true demeanor of a genius. Xiao Yang nodded. That's right. Victory doesn't belong to one person forever, nor does it always belong to someone else. I'll go and pave the way for you. With the conclusion of the previous battle, the final match of the Genius Tournament was about to begin. The winner of the last match would become the champion of the tournament and claim the top spot on the rookie rankings. All the spectators stood up, eager to get a clearer view. Meanwhile, major media outlets and online platforms were abuzz. The Genius Tournament Final. Xiao Yang versus Li Yang. Who would emerge as the ultimate winner and become the strongest newcomer in Shanghai City? The grand finale was about to begin, and tens of thousands of people waited in nervous anticipation. At this moment, whether they were busy students or hard-working office workers, everyone paused to watch the live broadcast. The people on site were tense and excited, not daring to miss a single second. At this moment, Li Yang received a phone call. Seeing that it was Lu Xian, he answered. As soon as the call connected, Lu Xian's excited voice came through. Congratulations, Li Yang. You've made it to the finals. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, huh? The final is about to start, so don't be nervous. Just perform to the best of your ability. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've already done an amazing job. Making it to the finals means you've surpassed 99% of the geniuses. As he spoke, Lu Xian repeatedly reminded him. Although his words seemed casual, his tone was full of expectation. Li Yang chuckled. Understood, Officer Lu. You little rascal. Lu Xian laughed and shook his head. He was eagerly looking forward to Li Yang winning the Genius Tournament Championship. When that happened, he would have plenty to brag about. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Do your best. After the match, I'll introduce you to someone. With that, he ended the call, not wanting to disrupt Li Yang's rest. After hanging up, Li Yang sat on the bench, his expression calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness. To be honest, this was his first time competing under so much scrutiny. But perhaps it was the confidence that came with his strength. He wasn't as nervous as he had imagined. After a brief rest, the final was about to begin. This time, the staff had reinforced the venue and protective measures to ensure the match proceeded smoothly. Inside the arena, countless camera drones flew back and forth, broadcasting the event live from every angle. The host stood at the podium, excitedly announcing to the camera, "Welcome, everyone, to the finals of this year's Genius Competition in Shanghai City. This final is sponsored by XXX and XXX. Thank you all for your support. The contestants are Xiao Yang, the top newcomer from Luyun Pavilion, and this year's strongest dark horse, Li Yang. This will be the most hardcore showdown of the year. Who will claim the title of top newcomer? Stay tuned. Cheer for the contestant you support." Whether at the venue or in the live stream chat, the audience could no longer contain their excitement. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion is the strongest. No doubt about it. Li Yang is incredible. He already defeated an SS-level genius. There's no way he'll lose this match. Go for it. This is the most thrilling showdown of the year. I can't wait to watch. Started recording. I'll replay this every day. Matches like this are so rare. Li Yang actually made it to the final stage. At this moment, Zheng Tao, who had been eliminated early, wore a twisted expression on his face. He had to admit that Li Yang, standing in that spotlight, radiated brilliance, the very image of his own ideal self. Precisely because of this, he felt so angry. Why? 3 years. Do you know what he endured over these 3 years? Every time he saw Li Yang's confident face, it felt like needles piercing his heart. For 3 years, he had wanted nothing more than to crush Li Yang underfoot. Finally, from the moment he awakened his profession, he rediscovered his true self. But why? Why wasn't he the one standing on that stage? It should have been him. But now, Zheng Tao, time's up. We need to leave, Zheng Tao's father said urgently and nervously from the side. At this moment, their grand villa was already empty and desolate. Since yesterday, officials had suddenly sent people to investigate them. They were completely unprepared and caught off guard. Their guild had years of records involving collaborations in gray areas, which were quickly uncovered. Everything they had was gone. Now, they had to leave immediately. Leave Shanghai City and go elsewhere. Otherwise, they would face endless imprisonment. In the days ahead, they could only live in fear and on the run. Looking at Li Yang again, he was at a critical moment in his rise. Zhang Tao's heart was filled with intense dissatisfaction and a sense of injustice. Why? Why would fate treat me this way? Just then, the door suddenly opened. The father and son were startled and turned to look at the doorway in unison. Seeing who had arrived, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sadness on Zhang Tao's face also eased slightly. The visitor was none other than Du Qingran. Du Qingran? Seeing Du Qingran appear, a trace of emotion flickered in Zhang Tao's eyes. At least I still have you. He quickly stepped forward. Qingran, thank you. Thank you for staying with me even at a time like this. Have you packed everything? We need to leave quickly. His face was full of excitement and gratitude as he spoke. Du Qingran said nothing, standing there and looking at Zhang Tao, only managing a forced smile. Zhang Tao tightly held her hand, his eyes fixed on her, waiting for her to say something. Du Qingran shook her head and placed her hand on the back of his. When are you leaving? Me? Zhang Tao froze, a hint of nervousness appearing on his face. Qingran, what are you saying? It should be us leaving together. Oh, right. I forgot. Du Qingran smiled. You still have to leave with your dad. Do you want me to help you pack your luggage? Qingran, what are you talking about? Zhang Tao stood still, his expression tense. It's us, not just me and my dad. You too. We're leaving together. Ha? Du Qingran froze, pretending not to understand, deliberately playing dumb. Zhang Tao, what are you talking about? You leaving has nothing to do with me. No. Zhang Tao was completely flustered, gripping her hand tightly. Qingran, at a time like this, don't be stubborn, don't joke around. We have to leave quickly, or those people will find us here soon. Leave? Leave for what? Stop joking. Do you even know what you're saying? Zhang Tao's eyes widened. You mean? Du Qingran turned her head, impatiently saying, if you want to leave, go by yourself. Don't drag me into it. I'm not going with you. Why? Zhang Tao's breathing quickened, his face twisted with anger. Du Qingran sneered. Wake up. Stop dreaming. We're all adults here. I've made it very clear, we're done. Why? I've been so good to you. How could you betray me? Zhang Tao's face was full of disbelief. Let me ask you, do you love me? Du Qingran no longer hid her disdain, a mocking smile on her lips. Of course I do. Zhang Tao answered immediately. Good. Since you say so, then let go. If you truly love me, let go. You can't claim to love me while dragging me into suffering with you. Du Qingran rolled her eyes. How painful. Zhang Tao gave a bitter smile, his face full of anguish. No. Don't worry. Come with me, and I promise I won't let you suffer. I'm an S-class professional. No matter where we go, I can make it work. He still tried to persuade her. Du Qingran replied coldly, you're an S-class professional. So am I compared to you, I have a brighter future. Why would I follow a failure like you, running from place to place? Face reality. You're no longer a match for me. The one who truly deserves me is someone like Xiao Yang, a genius. I was planning to find the right time to tell you, but now it's clear. Let me just say it outright, we're over. You. Zhang Tao was gasping for breath, his face full of rage. His family had suddenly fallen into trouble, causing his status to plummet. Everything he once had was gone. On top of that, Li Yang was now basking in his success. These setbacks weighed on him layer by layer, and now Du Qingran delivered the final blow. He could no longer contain his anger. Fine. Then you need to return all the money and resources I spent on you. Not just this past month, but also all the gifts I gave you over the 3 years of high school. You accepted them all. Now, give them all back. Ugh. Du Qingran's face darkened. Zhang Tao, don't be shameless. I came here out of kindness to see you off. And now you're bringing up this nonsense. Let's part on good terms. Leaving some dignity benefits both of us. If you keep making a scene, don't blame me for reporting you. You. Zhang Tao trembled, pointing at her, unable to believe the words coming out of her mouth. Hearing Du Qingran's final remarks, his anger, like a fire doused with water, gradually subsided. Sweat began to bead on his face. What you? Du Qingran, seeing him fall silent, revealed a smug smile. You should thank me. I didn't directly send someone. to track you down, otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to escape. By the way, I'm here this time for that thing. Hand it over, and you can leave. Hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed. What thing? I don't understand what you mean. Don't pretend. You can't use it anyway. Do I need to spell it out? The Heaven's Gate map, hand it over. Zhang Tao clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow surging in his heart. So you came here just for that thing, and you don't even want to say goodbye to me? Du Qingran remained silent for a long time, not answering. Everything was written on her face. Seeing her like this, Zhang Tao was both angry and amused. He had long considered Du Qingran one of his own and told her everything. A few days ago, the one-eyed dragon had given them a mission to take the map and investigate the location of Heaven's Gate, and he had shared this with Du Qingran. He never expected this to become the knife she used to stab him. Only today did he realize that the woman he had loved for 3 years was this kind of person. He laughed bitterly, a self-mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He flipped his hand, took out a rolled-up piece of yellow parchment, and threw it directly at Du Qingran. Suppressing his anger, his eyes red, he shouted, "Take it and get out." Du Qingran caught it, glanced at it, and her eyes immediately lit up. Yes, this was it. The Heaven's Gate map. Her heart was filled with excitement. Although the one in her hand was just a copy, it was absolutely priceless outside. It was a treasure that all factions would fight over. When the time came, if she handed it directly to Xiaoyang, wouldn't that instantly make him fall at her feet? Treat her as his savior and spoil her endlessly. She knew very well that with her current strength, even if she knew where Heaven's Gate was, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It was better to use this item to build connections. After obtaining the map, she didn't hesitate, turned around, and pushed the door open to leave. Left behind, Zhang Tao watched her walk away, suddenly losing control and starting to smash things furiously. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the arena in the dueling ground. Li Yang and Xiaoyang stepped onto the stage one after the other, and the cheers from the crowd surged like a tide. Such a lively scene was rare in Jianhai City. Everyone temporarily forgot their life troubles and released their emotions to the fullest. Just then, the referee raised a flag and stepped forward. Get ready. Everyone, hold your breath. The intense moment has arrived. At this moment, everyone knew that the finals of the Genius Tournament were finally about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Duel, start. With the referee's command, the finals officially began. Instantly, everyone focused intently on the stage. No matter what happened, no one dared to look away. Who would emerge victorious, the year's strongest genius or the year's dark horse? At the same time, on the stage, the moment the duel began, Xiaoyang was the first to act. During the referee's countdown, he had already been gathering power, aiming to strike first and seize the initiative. Even a confident genius like him was being so cautious, showing how seriously he was taking this. Xiaoyang swiftly drew his sword. In the next moment, he swung it fiercely, and a sword formation larger than a person unfolded before him. The formation emitted a golden, divine glow, and countless light swords shot out from it, rapidly targeting Li Yang. From drawing his sword to activating the formation, it took less than 2 seconds, so fast that it left no time to react. These light swords were dense and swift, reaching Li Yang almost instantly. Li Yang stood still, staring at the light swords, his mind quickly flashing through several countermeasures. He could use wind elements to dodge with all his might, use a shield to withstand the attack, or even opt for a bolder choice. As the light swords approached, Li Yang remained motionless. The audience was dumbfounded. Someone anxiously shouted, "What's he doing? Has he gone stupid? Why isn't he dodging? Dodge already. Is he too nervous? It's over, he's been scared stiff by Xiaoyang." What a pity, at this stage, mentality is more important than strength. Li Yang, who had been highly regarded, now seemed like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, leaving the crowd increasingly disappointed. "Li Yang, what are you trying to do?" Lu Xian frowned, unable to understand his actions. Could he be taking a risk? But given Li Yang's personality, he shouldn't be acting this way. Most of the eyes in the arena were fixed on Li Yang. When the light swords pierced his body, Li Yang still made no move to evade. He used his body to forcibly block one sword after another. Seeing this, many people slapped their thighs in shock, their faces full of confusion. No way, Is this highly anticipated match going to end like this? This is ridiculous. Refund. Is this a rigged match? Li Yang, did you take a bribe? Many suspected foul play and pointed fingers at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion he belonged to. But Flowing Cloud Pavilion knew they were innocent. No one could understand what was happening with Li Yang, who showed no reaction at all. In the finals, was he deliberately stalling for time or had his brain short-circuited? Thinking of his previous outstanding performance, many were puzzled. Li Yang had even defeated Yu Xiaohe. It was impossible for him to be this bad. Not only the audience but even Xiao Yan was stunned. He had originally planned to strike first and then launch a combo. Li Yang's abnormal behavior completely caught him off guard. Li Yang didn't dodge and took all the attacks head-on. Xiao Yang's heart tightened, suspecting that Li Yang had another strategy, and his expression turned wary. He abandoned his original plan, deciding to observe first and not act rashly to avoid falling into a trap. After all, in the finals, vigilance was essential, and carelessness was not an option. Meanwhile, as the light swords pierced into Li Yang's body one after another, he remained motionless, like a statue. No dodging, no counterattacking. If it was understandable not to react at first, by now, with his health visibly changing, Li Yang still seemed hypnotized. Many people felt something was off. This was too abnormal. What exactly was Li Yang trying to do? Could he really be trying to withstand the damage? Even if it's a rigged match, he should at least act more convincingly. This is just too careless. Did Xiao Yan use some kind of immobilization technique? Everyone speculated. Even the toughest faucet eventually runs out of water. At this moment, Xiao Yang's sword formation began to dim. The attack speed slowed, and the number of light swords decreased. His offensive clearly weakened. Li Yang still stood there, just as he had at the beginning. No matter how fierce or weak the attacks were, he endured them with his body. Many people genuinely admired him. No matter what, this kind of determination was truly resolute. Everyone fears a madman, but Li Yang's actions were even crazier than a madman. Time ticked by second. When all the light swords completely disappeared, Xiao Yang's sword formation automatically shut down. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Everyone stared at Li Yang on the stage, their expressions serious. At this moment, Li Yang was still standing there, looking as if nothing had happened. Everyone was instantly stunned. He is still alive? The damage was maxed out, and yet he didn't fall? What kind of monster is this? Seeing Li Yang standing there unscathed, everyone was dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. What? Li Yang had just endured the full force of an entire sword formation, yet he was still standing. Xiao Yan was deeply shaken. He knew better than anyone the power of his sword formation. Its full force attack dealt immense damage. But Li Yang had taken it all without flinching. His mindset instantly collapsed, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Li Yang slowly moved his body. Hiss, doesn't hurt. No matter what others thought, he genuinely felt great. All of Xiao Yang's attacks had been absorbed by Li Yang's ability. At the same time, a thick shield appeared around Li Yang. Not bad, the damage is pretty high, Li Yang said casually, stretching his body with ease. Everyone was utterly shocked. Holy, oh my god, look at him. Is this even human? This is just insulting. Xiao Yang looks like a clown, attacking desperately, but not causing any damage at all. Is Li Yang's body that tough? Seeing Li Yang's reaction, many people understood. Look at him, does he seem nervous at all? They had thought Li Yang was tense earlier, but it turned out he wasn't at all. He was treating this place like his own home, casually stretching his muscles and joints, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. At this moment, Xiao Yan wasn't angry but utterly shocked. He didn't even have time to care about his pride. His sword formation's attack had been completely absorbed by Li Yang, leaving him unscathed. He quickly checked his equipment to confirm everything was functioning properly. In the end, his face was filled with disbelief. If it had been him, there was no way he could have withstood the full damage of the sword formation and still remain standing. For the first time, he felt such intense pressure. This was more terrifying than any boss in a dungeon. He forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath. If he withstood it, he withstood it. It just means Li Yang's body is tougher. As he thought this, he gripped his weapon tightly, his expression becoming more focused. His gaze toward Li Yang grew much heavier. No wonder Li Yang had the strength to defeat Yu Xiaohe. But he hadn't expected to defeat Li Yang right from the start. At most, he just hadn't gained the upper hand yet. Then, with a loud shout, he raised his sword and charged at Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang was doing warm-up exercises, exposing all his openings. It was as if he were saying, "Come hit me." Although charging in was risky, the opportunity was too good to pass up. For a swordsman, deliberately exposing a weakness was the most dangerous thing. Xiao Yang swung his sword. Li Yang looked up and smiled, reaching out directly with his hand to grab it. The scene was so shocking it became unforgettable for everyone. Bare-handed blade catch. Holy crap! Iron hands, no mercy. Did I just see that? Am I dreaming? Is this even human? Did you really catch a sword with your hand? Unbelievable. He clearly has a sword, yet he used his hand to grab one. The crowd was dumbfounded, their emotions a whirlwind. They had been expecting an exciting final match, but the result left them utterly shocked. This was something no human could possibly do. Li Yang enduring all the attacks earlier was already outrageous, but now he had caught a sword with his bare hand. It was so absurd that many people suspected they were watching a staged performance. Catching a sword with your hand? If this wasn't a stunt, what was it? But no, this wasn't an act. Could a person really be this strong? Meanwhile, the pressure and shock Xiao Yang felt were beyond what anyone else could imagine. He widened his eyes, feeling as if his attack had struck a towering mountain, completely unmoving. This wasn't an act, he had used all his strength. But when he tried to withdraw his sword, he found it firmly gripped, unable to budge. His expression changed drastically as he exerted force, his muscles tensing, his face contorting. What is this? Even with all his might, he couldn't retrieve his sword. Sweat trickled down his forehead and neck, and his whole body felt like it was about to explode. My holy sword! For a swordsman, the sword is everything, it is life itself. His life-bound holy sword was his all. At this moment, no matter how calm he tried to remain, he was panicking. Li Yang had grabbed his sword with his hand, leaving him completely at a loss for what to do next. His mind went blank, utterly stunned. His pride and joy, the sword he was so proud of. At this moment, Li Yang glanced at him indifferently. Not bad strength, but you still need practice. Xiao Yan looked up and saw Li Yang's gaze, and a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Li Yang tightened his grip on the sword and began to apply force. Suddenly, he yanked it upward and then delivered a swift, powerful kick. Xiao Yang, still focused on holding the sword, didn't have time to react and was sent flying by the kick. The sword in his hand was flung away as well. He crashed to the ground. The crowd erupted. Sent flying with one kick? This is ridiculous. So even a genius can be knocked away, guess everyone's the same. The excitement was palpable. Xiao Yang's attack had been completely ineffective against Li Yang, and instead, he was disarmed and sent flying. Everyone was thrilled. What a turn of events. It seemed Xiao Yang had finally met a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Li Yang, unhurried, began to carefully examine the sword he had just seized. After just a couple of glances, he shook his head, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It was nothing special, compared to his own sword, it fell far short. Although this sword was an SS-grade holy weapon, the gap between it and his own was glaringly obvious. Losing interest, he casually tossed it aside. At this moment, Xiao Yang clutched his stomach in pain. The spot where Li Yang had kicked him still throbbed. He straightened his body, his face filled with shock as he stared at Li Yang in disbelief. That seemingly ordinary kick from Li Yang had directly reduced nearly half of his health. The damage was terrifying. And seeing his beloved holy sword discarded by Li Yang as if it were trash, he felt both anger and helplessness. But this wasn't enough to make him give up. With a wave of his hand, a finely crafted greatsword appeared in his grasp. As a swordsman, he naturally wouldn't carry just one sword. This sword was also a dazzling grade weapon. Xiao Yang gripped the hilt tightly, warily observing the situation before him. This time, he didn't dare act recklessly. That previous blow had nearly cost him the chance to counterattack. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Li Yang, on the other hand, remained completely relaxed, showing no sign of tension. He knew that Xiao Yang, having lost his life-bound holy sword, was now significantly weakened, even though he still had a shiny replacement weapon in hand. For a top-tier swordsman like Li Yang, Xiao Yang's strength had already taken a major hit. The pain on Xiao Yang's face was genuine. That earlier strike of his had indeed been a heavy blow to Li Yang. However, no matter how skilled Xiao Yang was, the level gap between them was undeniable. To Li Yang, Xiao Yang was no different from any other ordinary opponent. At most, his damage output was higher, nothing more. Li Yang didn't want to drag things out. The sooner it ended, the better. With so many people watching, both in person and online, waiting for the outcome, he wanted to end this ordeal quickly. Drawing his sword, he steadily advanced toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang tightly gripped the sword hilt, retreating step by step. When Li Yang approached a certain distance, Xiao Yang knew he couldn't keep retreating. Gritting his teeth, he swung the sword fiercely, unleashing a powerful sword energy that slashed straight at Li Yang. Li Yang didn't even bother to dodge. The shield on his body was so thick that such a minor attack was utterly insignificant. Hesitating even slightly would be an insult to the shield, wouldn't it? The sword energy struck, but Li Yang remained motionless, like an unyielding wall of copper and iron. The sword energy collided with him without any effect, as if it were merely a breeze passing by. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The previous sword formation attack had already been his full effort, and combined with this sword energy, anyone else would have been knocked down 10 times over. Yet Li Yang remained completely unscathed. It was utterly absurd. On the contrary, Li Yang's casual kick earlier had nearly left him half dead. Xiao Yang began to doubt who was the real genius here. Although he had already thought Li Yang was difficult to deal with before, now it seemed utterly impossible to contend with him. For the first time, Xiao Yang felt the urge to give up. What was the point of fighting anymore? Heaven help him, he'd rather go back and challenge a nightmare dungeon solo than endure this torment here. Could it be, surrendering was the answer? No. He was startled by his own thought. Absolutely not. If he surrendered, not only would he lose the match, but he'd also lose all the reputation he'd built up over the years. No matter how hard it was, he had to fight to the end. He raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute. Li Yang watched this scene, feeling a bit puzzled. He suddenly thought Xiao Yang's expression looked like someone doing sit-ups, oddly amusing. Oh well, it didn't matter. This farce needed to end. Li Yang raised his sword, quickened his pace, and charged forward. Xiao Yang swallowed hard, struggling to lift his sword in defense. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the previous rounds, Xiao Yang had always made the first move, with Li Yang responding passively. But now, it was clear that Li Yang was deliberately letting Xiao Yang strike first. Yet at this moment, Li Yang was finally taking the initiative to attack. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Li Yang's movements, afraid to miss any detail. Many had a premonition that this strike would determine the outcome. Soon, history was about to be witnessed. The champion of the Genius Tournament was about to be crowned. Today, the atmosphere at the venue reached its peak. High-ranking officials from various factions, eliminated contestants, and many professionals who hadn't qualified for the tournament were all gathered here, their eyes glued to the finals. Li Yang was already closing in on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was prepared, holding his sword in front of him, ready to withstand the blow. Seeing this, everyone held their breath tightly. No, I don't believe Xiao Yang will lose. What is going on here? Is the match about to end? Backstage in the duel arena, Lu Xian stared at the screen without blinking, his heartbeat accelerating, his face slightly flushed, and his breathing quickened. At first, he never expected Li Yang to go this far. If Li Yang truly wins the Genius Tournament Championship, it would be a monumental milestone in his career. The private box of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion was silent. Yu Yin's face was expressionless as she coldly stared at the arena. The maid beside her kept her head down, not daring to make a sound. This pavilion master was usually calm and composed. Even if Yu Xiuhua lost, it would only be a regret. But now, her expression revealed genuine emotion. The high-ranking members of various major factions also focused intently on the arena, ready to witness the birth of a genius. Everyone was filled with excitement. At that moment, the dueling arena suddenly began to shake violently. Boom, the tremor was massive, and everyone was startled by the sudden commotion. An earthquake? What's happening? What's going on? Feeling the intense vibrations from the ground, people's faces changed dramatically. The venue staff quickly sprang into action, calming the audience and initiating emergency procedures to investigate the cause. Naturally, the tremors affected the arena, interrupting the ongoing final match. At the very center of the arena, A black-purple light array suddenly lit up beneath Li Yang and his opponent's feet. A surge of dark light rapidly spread, instantly, enveloping the entire arena. Standing in the center, Li Yang quickly sensed the anomaly. Without hesitation, he immediately stopped his movements. Clearly, something unexpected had occurred, and pausing the fight to cooperate with the investigation was the wisest choice. Just as Li Yang assumed everyone would agree to halt the match, he had barely withdrawn his attack when Xiaoyang suddenly raised his head, twisted his sword, and swiftly thrust it toward Li Yang. Although Xiaoyang also sensed the anomaly on the arena, this was the perfect moment for a counterattack. The organizers hadn't called for a stop, and the match was still ongoing. Thus, his attack was entirely reasonable. Xiaoyang gripped his longsword and fiercely stabbed at Li Yang's abdomen. Li Yang, focused on investigating the anomaly, didn't expect Xiaoyang to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. Caught off guard, his abdomen was pierced by the sword. Li Yang's body froze momentarily. He squinted at the sword embedded in his body, then turned to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed with a smug light. Li Yang felt his attributes draining and immediately used holographic eye to check his status. Abnormal status. Attribute loss, continuous bleeding. Li Yang sneered. Xiaoyang really knew how to play dirty, hiding such a sneaky move. His gaze turned cold as he thought, a genius like Xiaoyang should value fairness and integrity, but he turned out to be so shameless. What's the point of a sneak attack? It's nothing to me, just annoying. Are you tired of living? Li Yang said indifferently, swinging his sword. In retaliation. This time, he attacked with full force, pushing his speed and power to the limit. He gave Xiaoyang no chance to react. The blade struck him instantly. Xiaoyang was sent flying by the heavy blow, his defensive bracelet shattering with a crisp sound. Mid-air, barely saving his life. However, when he landed, he was in a pitiful state, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Clutching his abdomen, he groaned in pain, appearing utterly helpless. Li Yang glanced at him disdainfully. He had no respect for petty schemers who relied on underhanded tricks. If you truly have skill, fight openly and honorably, don't resort to sneaky tactics. Watching Xiaoyang beg for mercy on the ground, Li Yang felt no sympathy, considering it a lesson for him. Then, he turned to examine the black light array on the arena, his brows furrowing deeply. The eerie aura was unusually intense, and the situation was worse than he had anticipated. The sinister energy emitted by the black magic array grew stronger, almost enveloping the entire venue, with black mist shrouding the surroundings. Damn it, Li Yang! Get out of there, it's dangerous. In the haze, Li Yang seemed to hear Lu Xian's voice. Before he could react, the black magic array began to expand, and the evil aura spread rapidly. He felt his body being affected by the sinister energy, a wave of weakness washing over him. Suddenly, the evil aura transformed into streaks of black shadows, which appeared both in the sky and on the ground. These shadows gradually solidified into tangible forms. These are demons. Li Yang's eyes widened. Not only him, but everyone present also noticed these terrifying entities. A chill swept through the entire venue. At the peak of the competition's excitement, such an incident occurred. When had these demons infiltrated? How had no one noticed? That was the most terrifying part. Soon, several elite professionals from the event organizers arrived. They were all third-tier elite professionals at level 150. Upon seeing the scene inside the venue, their expressions changed drastically. The evil force had already taken deep root, leaving them shocked. Despite their thorough inspections earlier, they had found nothing. Clearly, this invasion had been meticulously planned. There might even be internal assistance involved. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Quick, evacuate all the contestants through the safety channels, one elite professional urgently commanded. And notify the management bureau for reinforcements immediately. These evil forces are likely targeting the geniuses here. At this moment, the demons formed from the black shadows gradually gained consciousness. They opened their crimson eyes, exuding a nauseating stench, and soon engaged in fierce combat with the human professionals. The scene descended into chaos, with professionals fleeing in all directions to avoid the demons' attacks. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 demons charged toward Li Yang. He immediately activated his holographic eye to analyze the demon's attributes. Name, Abyssal Demon, Level, 99, Origin, Abyss, highly aggressive and destructive. Weakness, Holy light weapons deal maximum damage. Li Yang frowned. These demons, though not the highest level, were far stronger than many of the professionals present. Their numbers were significant, and their strength could not be underestimated. Phew! He gripped his sword, held tightly, unleashing a powerful sword aura and slashing at one of the demons. At this moment, the true enemy had appeared. A single misstep could lead to an irredeemable abyss. Li Yang didn't hesitate or hold back. Bang! A massive force struck the demon instantly. The demon was immediately inflicted with a deep wound, and black flames gushed out of the injury like blood. Shortly after, it dissolved into a cloud of black mist. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Yang's mind. You have defeated an abyssal demon and absorbed abyssal power *1. Li Yang froze for a moment. What was this? Abyssal power? He had absorbed it? Stunned, Li Yang began to ponder where the voice had come from. Before long, he understood it was the skill, devouring power, he had acquired during his second tier advancement. By killing enemies, he could absorb their power attributes. So that's how it was. After killing that abyssal demon, he had received this notification: killing abyssal creatures could actually absorb their power, the abyssal force. Li Yang's heart trembled. This was simply defying the heavens. Although he hadn't fully understood the purpose of this abyssal force yet, at that moment, several other abyssal creatures suddenly lunged at him. Without time to think, Li Yang raised his sword and charged forward. These abyssal creatures posed no challenge to him. In just a few moves, he dispatched them with a few swift strikes. You killed an abyssal creature. Absorbed abyssal force *1. You killed an abyssal creature. Absorbed abyssal force *1. Several creatures dissolved into clouds of black smoke and vanished. Finally, Li Yang had a moment to carefully examine the effects of the abyssal force. Abyssal force. Description: evil power from the abyss. Effect: can be used to enhance one's own strength. After a quick review, Li Yang roughly understood. This power was quite similar to what those cultists used, except that he could use it without any side effects. Moreover, it could perfectly integrate with him, enhancing his abilities. This stuff was great, the more, the better. In an instant, Li Yang's gaze toward the surrounding abyssal creatures changed. No longer fearing this evil power, he now only felt a thirst for strength. Ah! Help! Suddenly, a scream rang out nearby. Li Yang looked over. It was Xiao Yang's side. Earlier, Xiao Yang had suddenly ambushed him, deceived him, and infuriated him to the point where he almost killed Xiao Yan with a heavy blow. Now, abyssal creatures surrounded them like a tidal wave, ferocious and powerful. Li Yang wasn't concerned. Xiao Yang's ambush hadn't hurt him much. Even with the interference of the abyssal force, he was barely affected. But Xiao Yang was in a dire situation. Already weak, the erosion of the abyssal force had left him utterly drained. With his strength, he could usually handle a few abyssal creatures with ease. Now, he was more pathetic than an average player. Facing the creatures, he was powerless. He tried to strike back with his sword, but his attacks were ineffective, and he was quickly surrounded and beaten. At this moment, he saw Li Yang's gaze and hurriedly shouted, "Help me!" Ha! Li Yang suddenly laughed for some reason. Who ambushed him earlier? And now they were begging for help? This outcome, Li Yang thought, was well-deserved. Li Yang ignored him. Xiao Yang's face turned anxious, and he shouted desperately, "A minute on stage takes 10 years of practice, help me." Ha! Li Yang sneered. Now he was trying this tactic? When the abyssal force first appeared, Li Yang had wanted to call a truce. But Xiao Yang had taken the opportunity to stab him in the back, something Li Yang absolutely couldn't tolerate. He wasn't petty. Xiao Yang's plea for mercy now wasn't an admission of wrongdoing, it was simply because he knew he was doomed. If the roles were reversed, would Xiao Yang come to his rescue in such a predicament? Li Yang ignored him and turned away. He was already being merciful by not finishing him off. Saving Xiao Yan would only burden him, as Xiao Yan had little combat ability left. Li Yang then threw himself into the battle, gripping the holy sword and striking down the creatures one by one. You killed an abyssal creature, absorbed abyssal force *1. You killed an abyssal creature, absorbed abyssal force *1. The surrounding abyssal creatures grew in number, their ranks swelling rapidly. Li Yang, are you okay? At that moment, he heard someone calling him again. This time, he was sure it was Lu Xian. Soon, amidst the chaos, he spotted Lu Xian's figure. Lu Xian, wielding a weapon, had also joined the battle and was heading toward Li Yang. Seeing that Li Yang was unharmed, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He held a dazzling great bow and shot powerful arrows. The monsters retreated one after another under his arrows. Lu Xian was already a powerful S-class professional with a high level. This was the first time Li Yang had seen him in action, and he truly lived up to his reputation as a high-ranking officer in the military. While clearing the monsters in front of him, Li Yang moved closer to Lu Xian. Swinging his sword, he asked, "What exactly happened? Why are these monsters here, and in such large numbers?" After a while, Lu Xian answered, panting, "Huff. I'm not entirely sure. But it's clearly the work of those bad guys from the abyss. The number of these abyss monsters is too large, there's no way they could have escaped our notice. This is obviously a premeditated conspiracy. Who knows when some hidden masterminds started causing trouble here?" Li Yang nodded. It was just as he had suspected. He had encountered people from the Abyss Church before. Those bad guys were everywhere. Their favorite thing to do was to try to wipe out humanity. Wherever they appeared, trouble was sure to follow. "So what do we do now?" Li Yang asked, slightly out of breath. There were too many monsters, and his stamina was limited. Even he felt like he could keep killing for half a day and still not finish them all. People over there have already called for reinforcements. The troops should arrive soon, Lu Xian said seriously. "For safety's sake, we should retreat first. I'll cover you, this place is too dangerous." Li Yang weighed his options. Although he didn't want to give up the abyssal power here, he knew how to prioritize. He would never risk his life for a bit of power. Given the current situation, it was already extremely critical, and hesitation was not an option. "All right, let's retreat," Li Yang decisively ordered. The situation was spiraling out of control, and immediate action was necessary. "Move!" Lu Xian charged ahead to clear the way. However, as an archer, his speed in clearing the path wasn't as fast as a tank's, and he had to constantly guard against monster attacks. Li Yang volunteered and quickly rushed forward. "Commander Lu, you provide support. From behind, I'll clear the way." Before Lu Xian could react, Li Yang had already raised his shield and rushed to the front. "You?" Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if Li Yang could handle being the vanguard and felt a bit worried, but ultimately chose to trust him. After all, Lu Xian was a ranged attacker and not suited to be at the front. Li Yang was well aware of this. Back when he was just starting out, Lu Xian's ranged firepower had been a great help. So Li Yang took the initiative to be the vanguard. Although he wasn't a tank-class professional, his current strength far surpassed many tanks of the same level. With a shield in hand, he had to hold the line. Soon, several abyss monsters charged at them. Li Yang raised his shield and blocked all the attacks with ease. Behind him, Lu Xian didn't hesitate, drawing his bow and firing arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. The two worked seamlessly together, quickly carving a bloody path forward. Following this path, they soon reached the venue's safety corridor. Here, many allied professionals wielded weapons to fend off the monsters, protecting the weaker individuals as they evacuated. Not only were there official personnel, but also experts from the Floating Cloud Pavilion and professionals from other factions. Everyone joined forces to fight the enemy. Faced with a common threat, past conflicts were temporarily set aside, and people united to protect their shared interests. Humanity is like this, complex yet genuine. The security team directed the evacuation in an orderly manner. The priority was clear: first, professionals with potential, followed by young people and women. Those with combat abilities stayed behind to assist in ensuring a safe evacuation. Li Yang saw familiar figures: Flowing Cloud Pavilion Master Yuan, Yushiao, Wang Chao, Lin Tian, and some other powerful individuals he didn't recognize. As this year's seeded contestant, Li Yang's strength was acknowledged, allowing him to skip the line for evacuation. Many people's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Yang. Although some didn't know him personally, they all remembered his remarkable performance in the Genius Tournament. "Thank goodness you're okay," someone remarked emotionally. If such a talent had perished in the earlier chaos, it would have been a tremendous loss. All participants in this year's Genius Tournament evacuate in an orderly manner. You are the hope of the new generation. Leave this place to us veterans to defend, shouted the captain of the guard, Sun Hao. At that moment, a sinister shriek suddenly echoed, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Ha ha ha! Human professionals, human geniuses, none of you will escape. You will all die here. Simultaneously, the dueling arena shook. Violently, more intense than an earthquake. The entire venue swayed, the world seemed to turn upside down, and the massive black array in the center grew to an enormous size. Violent movements erupted from beneath the array, as if something was trying to break through the ground. A deep, muffled roar reverberated throughout the arena, deafening everyone. What is that? The human experts became alert. Ha ha ha. The blood of human professionals smells so sweet. Sloth demon god, awaken. Ha ha ha. The sinister voice rose again. Who's speaking? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. Sun Hao roared angrily, but there was no response. At this moment, in the center of the venue, beneath the massive array, a thick, black, giant hand slowly emerged. As soon as it appeared, an overwhelming force of the abyss swept across the arena, its power surging several times over. Someone recognized what it was and exclaimed in shock, "This is one of the 7 demon gods, the sloth demon god. This is bad, it's about to be resurrected." The expressions of everyone instantly turned grave. The 7 demon gods were powerful and evil entities that had been dormant for 1,000 years. They were terrifying enemies once sealed by the early human leaders, their strength too immense to be completely eradicated. They were not opponents anyone here could hope to face. Many people were gripped by fear and began to waver. This is terrifying. Is one of the 7 demon gods really here? Is the abyss about to rise again? Run! We can't possibly win. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Some, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, lost their composure and frantically pushed toward the safety exits. Calm down. Everyone, don't panic. The guards hurriedly worked to maintain order. At this moment, Lucien noticed something unusual and shouted loudly, "Wait! The sloth demon god hasn't fully resurrected. Yet, it's only showing one arm. We still have a chance to stop it from breaking the seal." These words made many people turn their attention to the array. Sure enough, the sloth demon god had only revealed one arm and hadn't made any other moves. It seemed that summoning it required more time. Everyone felt a slight relief. If it were the fully resurrected demon god, they would have no chance of victory. But now, it appeared there was still hope to prevent disaster. So what do we do now? Someone asked nervously. Don't panic. First, locate the source of the array and destroy it. That will stop the demon god's resurrection. Everyone, stay calm. The more chaotic we get, the worse things will become. We need to handle this rationally. The captain of the guard, Sun Hao, quickly stepped forward to remind everyone. However, his heart was racing with anxiety. Who could have imagined that the Genius Tournament, which had been going smoothly, would suddenly face an invasion from the abyss? And this wasn't just any invasion, this one was clearly far from ordinary. This is a demon god. Even he himself is struggling to control the situation, and the entire Jianghai city might be overrun. But now, he has no choice but to brace himself and step forward to organize everyone to respond. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the demon god in the center of the magic array. No one expected its arm to start moving. This exposed, tattered arm radiated a powerful abyssal force. This force quickly enveloped all the abyssal creatures on the field. Instantly, the aura of these creatures surged several times, and their movements became even more violent. The frontline guards were frantically pushed back, and large areas were occupied by the creatures. This is bad. These monsters have gotten stronger. Many people who had originally come just to watch were now petrified. They felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. Quick! Keep retreating! Sun Hao commanded loudly. The situation was worsening, and immediate action was necessary. People in the venue rushed toward the exits. The dueling arena descended into chaos, with abyssal creatures rampaging everywhere. The numbers were too few, and the situation was dire. Li Yang, you should prepare to retreat too, Lu Xian said. At this moment, Li Yang stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock. Just as the demon god's arm appeared, a voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. Detected sloth demon god's abilities can be copied. Was there even a need to ask? Li Yang's heart surged with excitement. Copy successful. The following abilities obtained. Power of Sloth. Create a domain that restricts targets within the domain whose level is not higher than the host. Power of Evil. Release evil energy to summon and control creatures. Demon God Bond. 1/7 collect bonds of 7 demon gods to obtain the power of the demon lord. At this moment, Lu Xian's voice brought Li Yang back to reality. Li Yang, what's wrong? Li Yang shook his head and replied, nothing. Lu Xian didn't press further, thinking. It was normal for a young man to be shocked by such a brutal scene for the first time. Get ready to leave. You can go with Yu Xiuhua and the others. However, Li Yang shook his head and didn't move. In the past, he might have followed along, as staying here seemed pointless. But now, things were different. Let them go. First, I'll leave last. These words made Lu Xian's expression turn serious. Li Yang, you must leave. You are our hope, and nothing can go wrong. Staying here is too dangerous. Sun Hao also turned and spoke earnestly, leave quickly. Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and we don't have enough manpower. Staying any longer is no joke. You have exceptional talent, and there may come a day when you need to risk everything, but not now. Li Yang still shook his head. No, I have a way to deal with these creatures. If I stay, I can save the people behind. Sun Hao was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to call him ignorant or arrogant. Don't be foolish. Do you know what that black magic array's central arm is? Sun Hao shook his head helplessly. That's one of the 7 ancient demon gods. Young man, don't think that just because you have some advantages in the talent competition, you can underestimate everyone. There are even stronger beings out there, he patiently advised. He didn't care about others, but Li Yang was special, with immense potential, and he didn't want to see him give up so easily. That's the sloth demon god. You might not understand its ancient brutality. At that time, the world was in ruins, and humanity's population had been halved due to the demon gods. It's only in recent years that the population has slowly recovered. If the sloth demon god emerges, even if it's the only one, it's enough to destroy an entire nation. Do you understand the severity now? Are you still going to persist? Sun Hao took a deep breath. He thought he had made things clear enough to make Li Yang back down. However, Li Yang's gaze remained unwavering, firmly fixed on him. Seeing that look, Sun Hao froze. It had been a long time since he had seen such an expression, one that even reminded him of himself in his younger days, fighting on the frontier. Li Yang said, I understand, which is why I can't back down. While the situation is still under control, I have to give it a try. Sun Hao gave a bitter smile. Still under control? Let's hope so. Li Yang, have you really thought this through? Lu Xian frowned. He had watched Li Yang grow step by step and already considered him one of his own. Whether for public or personal reasons, he couldn't bear to see him take such a risk. What he feared most was that Li Yang might overestimate himself and make an irreversible decision. Li Yang said firmly, let me try. If it doesn't work, I can still retreat unscathed. Sigh, fine. Since you've decided, I won't try to dissuade you. Be careful, Sun Hao said. He still had to manage the bigger picture and couldn't afford to waste time here. Whatever the reason, Li Yang had his own plans and was willing to bear the consequences. Lu Xian cautioned, remember, the moment you notice anything unusual, retreat immediately. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. He was still worried about Li Yang staying here alone. Li Yang nodded and said no more. Then his gaze shifted to the massive demon god's arm at the center of the formation. To be honest, even he was shocked by the sight of this terrifying monstrosity. It was just an arm, yet it was already so overwhelmingly powerful. From the aura it exuded, one could imagine how terrifying the demon god's full form would be. A true demon god would undoubtedly be far stronger. Not something they could easily handle. Fortunately, this was just a malformed entity, essentially an embryo, not yet fully formed into a true demon god. The most critical task now was to destroy it in its nascent stage. No matter how difficult, this opportunity had to be seized to eliminate it. Only by doing so could they prevent an even greater catastrophe in the future. Surveying the chaos before him, Li Yang began to quickly strategize his next move. The ultimate goal was clear, to seal the demon god's arm at the center. The most effective method was to first destroy the key components of the control formation and stop it from functioning. He activated his holographic eye, carefully observing the formation to find a way to break it. The formation was composed of several core nodes, continuously channeling abyssal energy. If he could sever the energy sources of these nodes, the entire formation would be paralyzed. Climbing to a higher vantage point, Li Yang scanned the battlefield and quickly identified the locations of several nodes. These areas were marked by an unusually dense concentration of abyssal energy, surrounded by hordes of ferocious abyssal creatures. The danger was immense. To approach these areas, he would have to kill at least 1,000 of these creatures. Moreover, the formation was constantly absorbing malevolent energy, and as time passed, the number of creatures would only increase. There was no time to waste, he had to act quickly. Determined, Li Yang made his move without hesitation, brandishing his holy sword as he charged toward one of the nodes. Li Yang, where are you going? Lu Xian noticed his actions and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. The situation was tense, and they could only defend themselves, struggling even to stay on their feet. Yet Li Yang actually took the initiative to charge forward, as if putting himself on the chopping block. He glanced at Lu Xian, his mind replaying the plan he had in mind, his brows furrowed tightly. To be honest, he didn't want to expose his power, not even to Lu Xian. What he was about to do next was too insane, hard to accept, and could even cause unnecessary trouble. Think about it, if a human could control the power of the abyss and summon monsters, such abilities would inevitably be associated with the Abyss Church. Regardless of his identity, others would never easily trust him. Li Yang quickly realized this and decided to keep it to himself. Though dangerous, it was better to act alone. He took a deep breath, pondering how to send Lu Xian away. Lu Xian, do you trust me? What? Lu Xian was stunned, not understanding why Li Yang suddenly asked this. Don't overthink it. Just answer the question, Li Yang said. Lu Xian turned his head and replied, of course, I trust you. That's good. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. What? Where are you going? The situation is so dangerous right now, you can't act recklessly. Lu Xian said nervously. Don't worry. Didn't you say you trust me? I know what I'm doing, Li Yang responded with a smile. That's different. I do trust you, but this isn't something to take lightly, Lu Xian said, waving his hand. To him, Li Yang was taking too big a risk, it was practically suicidal. Can't we fight together? It's too dangerous to go alone, Lu Xian insisted. Li Yang replied firmly, I've already made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. I have my reasons. To be honest, even Li Yang wasn't entirely sure of his chances of success. Although he had gained this power, he hadn't truly used it yet. But with the situation growing increasingly chaotic, someone had to step up. He believed that no one else could take this step but him. This wasn't just for others, it was for himself. He couldn't bear to see Zhanghai City completely turned into a hell of abyssal monsters. This was his hometown, where he had lived for so many years, and he had deep feelings for it. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. Lu Xian finally understood and sighed. Li Yang, no matter what secrets you have, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Just remember, come back safely. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. Got it? Li Yang nodded, a trace of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Gaining Lu Xian's understanding warmed his heart. Without saying more, he sprinted toward one of the formation nodes. Along the way, he saw many abyssal monsters battling human professionals. With so many eyes around, Li Yang refrained from using his powers directly. He simply fought the enemies in a conventional manner, advancing steadily. You have slain an abyssal monster, gaining abyssal power *1. You have slain an abyssal monster, gaining abyssal power *1. Li Yang blended into the battlefield. Everyone was fighting desperately, so no one paid attention to him. Before long, he gripped the holy sword, slaying monsters as he approached the first formation node. At this point, the area was surrounded by abyssal monsters, their eyes fixed on him, and there were almost no other human professionals in sight. Without hesitation, Li Yang waved his hand, unleashing the power of evil. In an instant, a dense, malevolent force filled the battlefield, enveloping all the nearby abyssal monsters. These creatures, who had been poised to attack Li Yang, suddenly froze in place. Their eyes turned vacant, and their bodies stiffened like statues. Li Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed effective, no mishaps. As expected of the power of the demon god. Even more fortunate, he could wield it with a human body. The demonic creatures immediately bowed their heads to Li Yang, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Their eyes were filled with awe, as if he were the demon god himself. Seeing this, Li Yang was very pleased. Excellent. This way, the enemies had turned into allies. He no longer had to worry about these creatures interfering with him. He could even use their power to help destroy the formation nodes and seize control. Li Yang glanced at the demon god's arm in the center. At this moment, the outline of a shoulder was slowly emerging from the arm, as if everything was awakening. Fortunately, the demon god would not appear immediately. The summoning ritual still needed time to complete. Li Yang secretly breathed another sigh of relief. However, he knew he had to act quickly. As more parts of the sloth demon god's body manifested, the evil power would grow stronger, making it even harder to deal with. For him, the situation would only become more precarious. With this in mind, Li Yang, accompanied by his abyssal creature underlings, quickly rushed toward a nearby formation node. Upon reaching the destination, Li Yang saw a figure in a black robe. He stopped in his tracks, frowning deeply, and stared warily at the figure before him. He had never seen such attire before, but it matched the stereotypical image of heretical cultists in his mind. A name immediately flashed through his thoughts: Abyssal Cult. From this black-robed figure, he sensed a powerful abyssal energy, even stronger than the 3-star demonic entities he had encountered before. This person was definitely no ordinary foe. Li Yang grew serious, his gaze fixed firmly on the figure. He, a special little intruder has shown up, a chilling laugh echoed. Li Yang noticed the voice came from the black-robed figure. Are you from the Abyssal Church? Li Yang asked coldly. He. The black-robed figure suddenly turned its head. In the dim light, Li Yang was startled. Beneath the robe was a skull. It wasn't a mask, but an actual skeleton, with ghostly green light flickering in its eye sockets. This was no human, it looked more like an undead. The skull spoke. Little mouse, you've got some skills to find your way here. I'm curious, how did you manage to control these demonic creatures? Has humanity developed a new profession? Li Yang didn't answer. From his initial shock to now, he had grown accustomed to the strange phenomena of this world. Monsters, other races, none of it was unusual anymore. He activated his holographic eye to carefully observe the figure. Abyssal Undead, level 200, description: an undead from the abyss, possessing immense evil power and capable of controlling demonic creatures. The abyssal undead suddenly moved. It waved a hand, unleashing a surge of black abyssal energy, sinister and terrifying. In an instant, hundreds of abyssal creatures appeared, swiftly surrounding Li Yang. Li Yang's eyes turned cold. Human or ghost, it didn't matter, he would fight. He waved his hand, summoning over 100 skeletal warriors. Combined with his own abyssal creatures, their numbers were evenly matched. Oh, interesting. This is the scourge of the undead? The abyssal undead seemed slightly surprised, clearly recognizing Li Yang's profession. After all, it was the legendary SSS class profession. Ah, kid, you're getting more and more interesting. It burst into wild laughter. Let me see how far you can go. Trying to destroy the formation core? As long as I'm here, you won't succeed unless you step over my corpse. It commanded the monsters to launch a fierce attack on Li Yang. Without hesitation, Li Yang directed the skeleton warriors to engage the monsters while gripping the holy sword and charging toward the abyssal undead. Take down the leader first to win. Come on. The abyssal undead sneered coldly. Suddenly, a bone-crafted knife appeared in its hand, its blade still stained with blood, and several eyeballs squirmed on the knife's surface, sending chills down one's spine. Li Yang swung his sword in a powerful strike. The two weapons collided, evenly matched. A strong aura erupted outward from the point of impact. After nearly a minute of intense clash, both sides retreated to create distance. A hint of surprise flashed in the abyssal undead's eyes. Not bad, worthy of an SSS class profession. You've got some skills. Its gaze turned excited, glowing blood red. Lucky for me, you haven't fully matured yet, or I'd be in trouble. I love crushing geniuses like you. Li Yang's expression remained calm as he suddenly said, by the way, you're level 200, right? Almost forgot to apply a domain. What? The abyssal undead froze, shocked that Li Yang knew its level. At that moment, Li Yang activated the power of sloth, releasing a large domain centered on himself. The domain of sloth. Within the domain, all creatures' levels are suppressed, unable to exceed Li Yang's own level. The abyssal undead and its monsters were instantly enveloped. It immediately sensed something was wrong and froze in place, astonished to find its level had been halved. What on earth was happening? It looked at Li Yang, realizing this was clearly his doing. A powerful, sinister force emanated from Li Yang, even stronger than its own. This force, was it really coming from Li Yang? It was almost unbelievable. Seeing the opponent's reaction and changes, Li Yang nodded inwardly. The domain had indeed taken effect. He used the all-seeing eye to confirm the abyssal undead's attributes again. Sure enough, its level had been suppressed to around level 100, equal to Li Yang's. Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at how broken this ability was. In his presence, everyone became equal. This was the power of the demon gods, and this was just one of them. There were 6 more demon gods. He couldn't even imagine how strong he would be if he could possess them all. However, Li Yang also understood that he currently lacked the ability to face any complete demon god. Looking at the stunned abyssal undead, Li Yang raised his sword and charged forward. Now that the opponent's level was suppressed, he had a clear advantage. Previously, he was level 100 while the opponent was level 200, so naturally, he had no edge in battle. But now, with both at the same level, he felt no fear. With so many abilities at his disposal, he was brimming with confidence. The abyssal undead erupted with a surge of powerful, sinister energy, shouting angrily, "Damn human profession! Holder, how dare you disrupt our plans? No matter where you obtained this sinister power, it is unforgivable." With that, it raised its knife and slashed fiercely at Li Yang. But this time, Li Yang had no intention of letting it succeed. Before, when it was level 200 and he was level 100, he couldn't blame it for having the upper hand. But now, with both at the same level, would it still dare to take his strike? Li Yang activated the power of the wind element, his speed astonishingly fast, and charged forward. The holy sword in his hand radiated an earth-shattering power and slashed down fiercely. This time, Li Yang struck with all his might. His speed was astonishing, and the sword directly targeted its mark. Bang! Centered on him, a powerful aura erupted across the entire field. The holy sword struck the abyss undead's head with precision. In an instant, the skeleton's bones scattered in all directions, disintegrating into a pile of ashes. No! The abyss undead watched helplessly as its body gradually dissipated, letting out a horrifying scream. But it was all in vain. It soon vanished completely, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. After eliminating his opponent, the formation's node in this area was thoroughly destroyed. With one source of evil energy gone, the aura of the demon god's arm at the center of the formation visibly weakened, and the summoning of the sloth demon god slowed down. Seeing the effect, Li Yang was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed toward another node within the venue. What's going on? Something's wrong with our formation? In the center of the dark formation in the dueling arena, a figure in a black robe frowned as he observed the changes in the array, quickly searching for the cause. Is it the node on Old Fourth's side? How could this happen? His heart tightened, and he hurriedly tried to contact Old Fourth. Moments later, he took a deep breath. No response. He realized something must have gone wrong. With Old Fourth's strength, this shouldn't have happened. He immediately contacted the people at the other 2 nodes. Fortunately, only Old Fourth's side was affected for now. Once connected, he instructed, "Is everything stable on your end? It seems there's a force trying to destroy our formation. The node on Old Fourth's side has already been destroyed, and we can't reach him. He's likely met a grim fate. Hold your positions and don't make any mistakes. The demon god's resurrection plan cannot fail. We've been planning this for so long, we must succeed. If we fail, it's a dead end for all of us." After giving his orders, he turned his gaze back to the demon god's arm in the central formation, his eyes filled with fanaticism. "Respected demon god, my most revered master, rest assured, we will ensure your rebirth. When that time comes, the Abyss Church will rise to the pinnacle once more, reclaim everything, and annihilate these human professionals. They were always meant to be our slaves." Meanwhile, after destroying the first node, Li Yang, accompanied by skeleton warriors and an army of monsters, quickly advanced toward the second node. Along the way, his forces continued to grow. He skillfully utilized the power of evil to convert monsters into members of his own ranks. Unfortunately, the power of evil was limited and couldn't control all the creatures. Before long, he arrived at the second node. There, another figure in a black robe stood waiting. Clearly, they had been prepared for his arrival. In the dim light, Li Yang made out the face of the black-robed figure. Unlike the skeleton he had encountered earlier, this time the black-robed figure was a living human, with strange black patterns covering his face. Li Yang's heart sank. This was a human traitor. A betrayer. In this world, everyone participated in an awakening ceremony at the age of 18 to obtain their profession. The results of the awakening depended on fate and luck. Some were extraordinarily gifted and could awaken top-tier professions, while others could only awaken the weakest D-level professions. Those who awaken powerful professions almost never stoop to becoming lackeys of the abyss. It is usually those who fail to awaken or awaken to a useless profession who cannot accept the gap between reality and their expectations. They crave power and thus take the dark path, pledging allegiance to the abyss to gain evil strength, using any means to grow stronger. Such betrayal of humanity is universally despised. Therefore, when Li Yan looked at the traitor before him, he felt no sympathy. While everyone has the right to pursue power, he would never show mercy to traitors who betray humanity. Seeing Li Yang appear, the man in the black robe squinted his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. "Humph. So it was you, brat, who ruined our great abyss church plan. You lowly human, how foolish." He hadn't expected the one to disrupt their plans to be a young human. This inexplicably stirred a wave of anger within him. Back in his youth, he too had been ambitious, only to awaken the worst D-level profession. 3 years of hard work in high school had turned into a joke. He felt heaven had wronged him, and the entire world had become his enemy. Until one day, by chance, he came into contact with the abyss church and willingly pledged allegiance. Eventually, he successfully became a member of the abyss, gaining immense power far surpassing the talents of his peers. Those who once looked down on his profession later all perished under his sword. Seeing Li Yang, he recalled those past events, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. Now, he felt no regret and was grateful for his choice back then. He also hated himself for not realizing the truth about this damned world earlier, wasting over a decade. The Abyss Church was the only true home. Once the demon god is resurrected, the entire world will belong to them. Li Yan glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Look at yourself now, neither human nor ghost, abandoned by the world, engaging in acts that harm humanity. It's truly laughable." The man in the black robe was not angered by this. Instead, he displayed a proud expression. "What do you know? The abyss is the ultimate power. Sooner or later, you'll regret your foolish choices today. Kid, you still have a chance now. Join our abyss church. You'll gain immense abyssal power, and your strength will multiply many times over." His tone was intense, filled with temptation. Li Yang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, the man in the black robe also let out a hoarse, grating laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. What's so funny?" the man in the black robe asked while laughing. "I'm laughing at you, serving a bunch of monsters, living a life worse than a dog. What's even funnier is that you're trying to drag others down with you. Do you think everyone is as brainless as you?" The man in the black robe's face instantly darkened. "You'd better think carefully." Li Yang said no more. His sword was already unsheathed, coldly responding to him. "Talk to my sword." Li Yang swung his sword straight at him. The man in the black robe snorted coldly, his body trembling as a surge of dark, evil energy erupted instantly. "You ungrateful fool, courting death." His body began to transform. A wave of abyssal dark power enveloped him, and black scales, sharp horns, and fangs rapidly grew. Li Yang had seen this transformation before. It wasn't his first time. In the secret realm of Koan City, he had also encountered humans who had defected and turned into this form. This was the abyssal transformation that all traitors had to undergo. Thus, he was not surprised. This form greatly enhanced strength. The black scales provided extremely strong defense, the abyssal aura became more intense, and attributes were significantly boosted. The abyssal blood demon that the black-robed man had transformed into was several times more imposing than the evil beings Li Yang had encountered before. Yet, Li Yang showed no fear. His sword's momentum remained undiminished as he charged straight at his opponent. With a sudden swing of his blade, the black-robed man's face darkened upon sensing the sword's energy. He raised his hand, and 2 sharp blades abruptly grew from the back of it. Clasping his hands together, he met Li Yang's sword with the blades. Bang! The golden sword energy clashed violently with the dark, sinister power. The scene was instantly split into 2 contrasting hues, one side bathed in dazzling, holy golden light, the other shrouded in chaotic, malevolent black mist. After the collision, both combatants retreated simultaneously. Li Yang stepped back 3 paces, while the black-robed man retreated 5. Stabilizing himself, the black-robed man's expression grew even darker. "Impressive, as expected. Fortunately, I came prepared." He had already received a warning from his leader, advising him to make arrangements in advance. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. "Oh, noble demon god, grant me your power. I shall use your might to suppress these rebellious slaves and fight for the great cause." Li Yang frowned, feeling a sense of unease. What kind of bizarre ritual was this? As he pondered, a surge of intense malevolent energy descended from the sky, originating from the direction of the demon god's arm. The energy rapidly poured into the black-robed man's body, as if infusing his very soul, continuously amplifying his strength. The black-robed man's aura surged dramatically, his entire being enveloped by the power of the abyss, its intensity multiplying several times over. Finally, he stopped. Li Yang watched him warily. This guy had clearly activated some kind of cheat, actually summoning divine assistance. At that moment, the black-robed man suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, which radiated a blazing, sinister light. His body had grown larger, his scales tougher, and his frame was now covered in jagged, serrated blades. Li Yang felt that his opponent had completely transformed into a monster, with almost no trace of humanity left, only savagery and brutality remained. Ha ha ha! The black-robed man stared at Li Yang with smug satisfaction. Do you see this? The demon god has answered me. This is the power of the demon god. This is the power of the abyss. A power you ordinary humans can never possess, yet we can obtain it with ease. Are you envious? Li Yang said nothing, his eyes filled with pity. His opponent had completely lost everything that made him human, becoming a monster. There was no envy in Li Yang's heart, only disgust. No matter how tempting such power might be, he wanted no part of it. To be human, one must at least hold on to their principles. Once those principles are lost, life is utterly ruined. This is the power you desire? Pathetic. You can't even manage to be a proper human being, yet you dream of shortcuts. How laughable. Li Yang sneered, gripping his sword tightly. Come on, let me see how many moves your so-called evolution can withstand. Don't end up like your previous companion, that purebred abyssal undead who couldn't even last a few seconds. The two clashed instantly. With the abyssal power enhancing him, the black-robed man's momentum surged, his confidence soaring. Li Yang, however, was not to be outdone. He unleashed his domain, summoning the power of the wind element. The two collided like meteors, their clash triggering another powerful shockwave. This time, the standoff lasted longer, with neither willing to yield. The black-robed man was inwardly shocked. Li Yang was unexpectedly strong, possessing such power at such a young age. He felt a pang of jealousy. If I had this kind of strength back then, how could I have fallen to the demon sect? Today, you will die without a doubt, the black-robed man roared, unleashing an even greater burst of power. Li Yang felt the opponent's strength grow more intense, but it was still within his ability to handle. Clearly, the summoning ritual had significantly boosted the black-robed man's power, at least several times over. No wonder some people are willing to abandon their principles to pursue such power. It's like the methods for making money are all written in the news: high risk, high reward. But in the face of true geniuses, these so-called shortcuts are nothing more than flashy tricks, little schemes hidden in dark corners. Li Yang looked up at the man in the black robe and revealed a faint smile. Seeing his smile, the black-robed man's expression changed, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, another Li Yang appeared beside him. That's right, another Li Yang. It was his clone. This was his advantage. These demonic beings, though wielding pure dark power, were clearly inferior in ability compared to human professionals. Human professionals relied not just on brute strength but on the immense power unleashed when various professional skills were pushed to their limits. Evil can never overpower justice. This is why the Abyss Church has always been driven to remote exile lands, struggling to survive. Even when they attempt a resurgence, they are repeatedly crushed by humanity. The black-robed man realized the situation was dire and hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was already too late. All of this was a trap meticulously set by Li Yang. He had been ensnared long ago. You've fallen into my trap. Li Yang's clone thrust a sword fiercely into his chest from behind. In an instant, a gaping hole was pierced through his chest, and a dense abyssal energy began to leak out. No! My power! Come back, the black-robed man cried out. In panic, he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the bind. But Li Yang gave him no chance, repeatedly driving his sword into his chest. Ha, just putting on a show, Li Yang sneered coldly. It seemed that these abyssal demons, transformed from humans, were still far inferior to true abyssal creatures. Their power was entirely dependent on magic, and their weaknesses were glaringly obvious. Li Yang and his clone attacked from the front and back, leaving the black-robed man battered and bruised. Before long, his body was riddled with holes, like a beehive, with abyssal energy leaking everywhere. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen long ago. But the thick scales on his body greatly enhanced his resistance to damage. No matter, the more abyssal energy leaked, the sooner his true form would be revealed. Li Yang remained calm. 2 against 1, the advantage was clear. Human professional, attacking from behind. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? The black-robed man shouted angrily, clutching his wounds as the abyssal energy within him gradually dissipated. One-on-one? Li Yang chuckled. Aren't we already fighting one-on-one? You? The black-robed man was momentarily speechless. He couldn't refute it. Li Yang's words were true. Both were Li Yang, and he could only shake his head helplessly. How had he encountered such a monster? Under Li Yang's relentless assault, the black-robed man soon couldn't hold on. He was gasping for breath, his momentum greatly diminished, a far cry from his earlier self. There was no time to waste, the formation had to be destroyed immediately to prevent the resurrection of the demon god and thwart the abyssal creature's conspiracy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang decisively activated his clone's self-destruction. The clone charged at the black-robed man, its body swelling larger and larger. Just as it neared the black-robed man, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air. The black-robed man, standing closest to the explosion, bore the brunt of the impact and was gravely injured. He was already weak, and the explosion directly blew him to pieces. As the thick smoke cleared, the scene was empty, and the black-robed man's body was shattered into fragments, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, the formation core was successfully destroyed. 2 formation cores had been broken, leaving only the last one. Once the final formation core was destroyed, the central grand formation would disappear. Li Yang did not hesitate and charged toward the last formation core. Every minute of delay could mean another professional falling to the abyssal creatures. Meanwhile, with the destruction of the second formation core, the figure in the center could no longer remain still. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of rage. Who is it? 2 of his generals had already been killed, and he could no longer sit idly by. Seeing that the grand formation was now supported by only the last formation core, which was also the final line of defense, he knew that if it fell, their plan would be completely ruined. That damned fool! How dare they sabotage the great plan of our abyssal church and hinder the resurrection of the demon god of sloth? Unforgivable, he roared in fury. He had to act immediately, find the saboteur, and eliminate them. The last formation core was over there, and he quickly rushed toward a certain area of the arena. At this moment, with the destruction of 2 formation cores, the assault of the abyssal creatures had noticeably weakened, no longer as frenzied and terrifying as before. At the safe exit of the arena, most of the civilians had already been evacuated by the organization. The professionals still held their ground, resisting the creatures. Although the pressure had lessened, it was still far from easy. Lu Xian stood in place, watching everything before him, but he couldn't feel any joy. Li Yang had not returned, nor was there any news of him, which made him deeply worried. So much time had passed. Could something have happened to Li Yang? Although the abyssal creature's assault had weakened, the battlefield was still teeming with monsters, making it extremely dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to wait any longer. Most of the civilians had been safely evacuated, and his presence was no longer essential. Moreover, the number and ferocity of the creatures had diminished. Lu Xian decided to lead a team into the horde of creatures to search for Li Yang. If he was alive, they had to find him. If he was dead, they had to recover his body. He approached Sun Hao and explained his plan. Sun Hao sighed and shook his head. He had already tried to dissuade Li Yang before, but Li Yang hadn't listened. Now, the situation seemed dire. So much time had passed that sending someone to search might be futile. However, he said no more and simply allocated a portion of the forces to Lu Xian. Without lingering, Lu Xian led a team straight into the horde of creatures. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, Li Yang was surrounded by a group of abyssal creatures, with skeletal warriors clearing the way. The team was formidable, and the abyssal creatures could not stop their advance. Soon, they arrived at the final formation core of the array. Finally, they had reached it. Li Yang's heart stirred, his expression grave. If they could deal with this, the mission would be a great success. At this critical moment, no mistakes could be made. Li Yang approached the location of the formation core. But to his surprise, there was no one guarding it, unlike the previous ones. The unusual situation seemed suspicious. His instincts told him that things would not be so simple. His expression became particularly cautious. Several skeletal warriors surrounded him as they slowly moved closer. Just then, a loud rumble suddenly came from the ground. Li Yang quickly stepped back, standing at the center of his original position. The ground abruptly cracked open. A monster towering dozens of meters emerged from underground, radiating an intense abyssal power. That was utterly terrifying. Li Yang immediately used the Eye of Holography to assess the situation. Abyssal Colossus level 300 description. This monster resides in the abyss and possesses immense destructive power. It is formed by the fusion of tens of thousands of abyssal creatures. Weakness, slow movement, can be countered through agile combat. Seeing this monster, Li Yang was startled. This was no ordinary challenge, a level 300 monster. One slap from it could turn him into dust. This opponent was on a completely different level. However, only the final formation core remained. Defeating it would secure victory, or else all previous efforts would be in vain. After some thought, he decided to grit his teeth and give it a try. If he couldn't win, he'd figure it out later. Although the opponent's level was high, he possessed the power of the demon god, allowing him to activate a domain that could suppress the monster's level to something closer to his own. Still, Li Yang knew that the true danger of this level 300 monster wasn't just its high level. Its overwhelming abyssal power was the real threat, and its level couldn't fully represent its strength. Li Yang focused his mind, cautiously keeping his eyes on the colossal creature before him. The next moment, he waved his hand, summoning hundreds of skeleton warriors and thousands of abyssal creatures to charge forward. The abyssal colossus began to move as well. Every one of its actions carried immense abyssal power. It swung its arm, tens of meters long, and slammed it down forcefully. The ground shook violently, creating a massive crater as a surge of formidable abyssal energy erupted. This single strike wiped out hundreds of abyssal creatures around Li Yang. But it didn't matter, he still had plenty of creatures holding their ground. He continued, leading his army to charge at the abyssal colossus. Skeleton warriors and abyssal creatures climbed onto the colossus, scaling its massive body and hacking away with their weapons. Although these attacks were like ants scratching an itch to the colossus, causing minimal damage, they at least managed to restrain it, making it difficult for the monster to break free for the moment. At this point, Li Yang seized the opportunity, wielding the holy sword and unleashing waves of sword energy. The sword energy struck the colossus, carving deep wounds into its body. However, the wounds were quickly covered by a black abyssal force and healed almost instantly. From the health bar, Li Yang noticed that the colossus was continuously regenerating. It turned out that it was absorbing the malevolent energy from the battlefield. Li Yang frowned, this was becoming problematic. All this malevolent energy was emanating from the demon god's arm at the center of the black formation. To stop it, he would have to destroy the final formation core. It was a vicious cycle. He took a deep breath, preparing for a prolonged battle. After all, he was alone. Even with so many creatures assisting him, it was impossible to defeat the target quickly. Fortunately, he had the support of the sloth domain, which suppressed the opponent's level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to damage it, as its regeneration would outpace his attacks. Time ticked by as Li Yang continued his relentless assault, gradually chipping away at the abyssal colossus's health. The situation stabilized. On the front lines, abyssal creatures kept holding their positions, and whenever a gap appeared, Li Yang summoned more creatures to fill it. But Colossus's health was visibly declining. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Just then, Li Yang suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. He looked up and saw a figure shrouded in black mist descending from the sky, crashing heavily in his direction. Li Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated. To dodge. The black figure smashed into the ground with a bang, causing the surface to crack and dust to rise. Immediately, the aura of the abyss erupted. As the smoke cleared, the black figure gradually became visible. Li Yang focused his gaze and instantly understood the identity of the newcomer. This person exuded a strong aura of evil, clearly also someone from the abyss. Damned human, so it was you who disrupted our grand plan, the black figure rasped. You even destroyed 2 of our formation cores, unforgivable. Now, you will remain here forever, becoming nourishment for our demonic creatures. Li Yang stared warily at the newcomer. It seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. There was definitely someone orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes, and they wouldn't just stand by and watch him destroy the formations. He glanced at the newly appeared black figure. Abyssal Demon level, 300 abilities, Abyssal Evil Power, Magical Assault description, a creature from The abyss that feeds on magic, raised in the forces of evil since birth. Weakness, breaking the resilience bar can further reduce its defense. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. The abyssal behemoth hadn't been dealt with yet, and now a powerful new enemy had appeared. Even he felt the mounting pressure. After all, his growth period had been too short, and he knew his strength was still far from sufficient. It had only been a month since his awakening. If he had more time, these enemies wouldn't stand a chance. Who would have thought these guys would be so brazen, daring to cause such chaos during the Genius Tournament? Meanwhile, Lu Xian also noticed the commotion in this area and approached with 20 team members around level 100. This was the maximum force he could muster. Fortunately, the demonic creatures here had already weakened significantly, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get through. As they advanced, they continued to slay the surrounding abyssal creatures. Strange, there are so few abyssal creatures in this area, Lu Xian observed. Moreover, the surroundings were littered with the corpses of slain abyssal creatures. Who could have done this? A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened here, it only made them move faster. To uncover the truth, they needed to press forward quickly and assess the situation. With that, he led his team in a rapid charge ahead. At this moment, the abyss had gained a new ally, and the situation immediately shifted. Li Yang's skeletal warriors and demonic army were still locked in a fierce battle with the abyssal behemoth, but he couldn't spare any effort to assist them. He had to deal with the newly arrived abyssal demon first. Watching the number of his skeletons and demonic creatures dwindle, Li Yang knew he had to act decisively, eliminate the opponent in front of him quickly, then provide support. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the abyssal demon before him. The abyssal demon's eyes glimmered with a hint of interest as it asked, "I'm curious, how exactly are you controlling these demonic creatures? You also carry the aura of the abyss. Are you one of us?" "Humph." Li Yang sneered disdainfully. "You think you're worthy? Don't lump me in with you beasts. I am human, and I take pride in my identity." The abyssal demon smirked coldly. "It seems you're quite confident. You were able to take down our other two generals, which indeed proves your strength, but unfortunately for you, the one standing before you is me. Don't get cocky, kneel before me." As he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body, pressing directly toward Li Yang. Li Yang immediately felt immense pressure, as if a mountain had been placed on his back. This was the power of a domain. He quickly understood and sneered, "Ha! Do you think you're the only one who can use a domain?" As his words fell, he activated the sloth domain. A strong, sinister aura spread outward from his body, instantly enveloping the abyss demon. The demon frowned, surprised to sense the changes in himself. "This is a domain?" He felt as though he were trapped, his level suppressed to 100. This shocked him greatly. Was this Li Yang's doing? He finally understood. So this was why his two generals had been defeated so quickly. Li Yang possessed such a terrifying ability. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and rushed here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been long before Li Yang broke through, destroyed their formation core, and completely ruined the plan to resurrect the demon god. Li Yang had almost derailed everything. The abyss demon felt a wave of tension in his heart as he stared at Li Yang and asked, "Who exactly are you? This power is impossible for someone like you to possess." It was the first time he had encountered such a unique human combatant. Li Yang chuckled lightly. "Aren't you abyss scum always so arrogant? What, are you starting to feel fear now?" The abyss demon's eyes turned cold. "Humph, you've reminded me. In that case, I won't let you go." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A mass of black abyssal energy condensed into a sharp blade, its menacing aura enough to strike fear into anyone. Although suppressed by Li Yang's domain and his level reduced, the abyssal energy within him remained undiminished. This sword was even more terrifying than the strongest weapon Li Yang had ever seen, its aura far surpassing that of a radiant tier weapon. In the next moment, he swung the blade fiercely at Li Yang. Li Yang showed no fear, raising his holy sword to meet the attack. Clang! The two clashed violently in midair. The holy sword in Li Yang's hand emitted a crisp ringing sound, trembling slightly. His sword was the life-bound weapon of an SSS tier class, in no way inferior to the abyssal blade. However, the power of a sword was closely tied to the wielder's level, and Li Yang's level was currently not high. His opponent, a level 300 abyss demon, though suppressed, made the clash a stalemate. "Good sword." The abyss demon squinted at Li Yang's weapon. To face me head-on and not be defeated, it must be a divine weapon. A crazed glint flashed in his eyes. This must be your lifebound sword, right? If the sword dies, so do you. With that, he launched a frenzied assault. Clang! 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 Li Yang raised his sword to block with all his might, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The demon was right. A lifebound sword was a weapon that shared its owner's life force. The strength of the sword represented the strength of its wielder. If the sword were destroyed, the wielder would perish as well. Judging by the demon's attacks, it was clear he intended to destroy both Li Yang and his sword in one decisive move. It was a clever strategy. If not for the holy sword, none of Li Yang's other weapons could withstand the abyssal energy of his opponent. This guy was truly cunning. Ha ha ha. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The abyss demon sneered. Once I take you down, our formation can continue, and when the demon god is resurrected, all of you will become our food. Then keep dreaming. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. The abyss demon frowned. Who dares to shout in front of me? Show yourself. Tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic footsteps echoed. A figure gradually became clear. Li Yang noticed that the newcomer was a human practitioner. Fortunately, it seemed they weren't an ally of the abyss, otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. It was a tall woman with a well-proportioned figure, dressed in an exquisite mage robe and holding a black gold staff. She walked forward step by step, alone but radiating a powerful and restrained energy. Clearly, she was a formidable mage. Another human dares to disrupt my plans. Today, I'll bury you all together. The abyss demon roared. Having been interrupted multiple times, his fury was nearing its peak. Looking at the approaching human powerhouse, Li Yang felt a sense of relief. At least she was on his side, his ally had finally arrived. But he quickly grew concerned. Would these people mistake him for an enemy? After all, he had activated his domain, and the abyssal energy emanating from him was far stronger than all the surrounding monsters combined. At first glance, he almost seemed like the biggest monster. Fortunately, the woman showed no hostility toward him. If Lu Xian were here, he would surely recognize her and tell Li Yang that she was one of the high-ranking figures he had mentioned earlier. She looked at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, leave this demon to me. You go deal with the other abyssal giant. Although Li Yang didn't know her, she clearly knew him. Hearing this, Li Yang was stunned. How did she know his name? She even recognized him? He searched his memory but couldn't recall who this woman was. He was certain this was their first meeting today. But there was no time to ask more questions. Now, he could only trust her for the moment. Only one formation core remained. He had to destroy it quickly to stop the central revival array. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and charged toward the colossal giant nearby. The abyss demon immediately rushed forward to stop him. At that moment, the woman moved as well. She waved her staff, and a massive pillar of white light instantly blocked the abyss demon's path. The powerful magic made the demon pause slightly. I didn't permit you to leave. Dare to lose focus in front of me? Prepare to pay the price, the woman said coldly. Li Yang glanced back at the scene and breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed a powerful mage. With her handling the enemies here, things should be fine. He turned his attention to the abyssal giant before him. Now it's our turn. Let's finish this quickly. The abyssal giant was already battered, with only a few skeletal warriors struggling to hold on. Li Yang gripped his sword and charged forward, slashing at it with all his might. Plunder! Massive damage numbers appeared on the giant's body. Coupled with the effects of death suppression, its health visibly decreased. The skeletal warriors didn't give up and continued their attacks. Li Yang waved his hand, unleashing an evil force that summoned a group of monsters to join the battle. Together, they launched a fierce assault on the abyssal giant. Under the relentless onslaught, the giant's health soon reached its limit, nearing the moment of execution. Meanwhile, the other battle had reached a fever pitch. The abyss demon unleashed countless abyssal energies, transforming them into dense attacks aimed at the female mage. The female mage showed no fear, wielding her staff to immediately conjure a heavy barrier to block the attack, responding calmly. The battle between the two sides was fierce, with attacks exchanged back and forth. Even Li Yang couldn't help but admire the mage's strength. It was truly a great help. He knew how powerful the abyss demon was, having fought it himself before. Li Yang turned his gaze back to the abyss giant. The attacks from the skeleton warriors and monsters kept it from breaking free. Seeing it had only a sliver of health left, Li Yang controlled the holy sword, channeling wind elements at an extreme speed, flying above it, and slashing directly at its neck with one strike. Splurt! The blade easily pierced through flesh. The abyss giant froze instantly. In the next moment, countless abyssal forces erupted and leaked from the wound. Li Yang quickly dodged away. This was its final counterattack before death. If hit by this abyssal force, the pain would be unbearable. The abyssal force continued to gush out, and the giant's body began to shake violently. Boom! A massive explosion sounded as the abyssal force was fully released, forming a powerful aura that swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Nearby monsters and skeleton warriors were all blown away by the shockwave. Li Yang smirked, thinking, even in death, this thing self-destructs, truly ruthless. But fortunately, the explosion shattered the giant into pieces, completely destroying it, leaving no chance for revival. At the same time, the last formation core was destroyed. No! What have you done? The abyss demon turned to see the devastation before him, furious beyond measure. Another general defeated. Worse yet, all 3 formation cores were destroyed. The grand formation was rapidly weakening, and the abyssal force was thinning out. He glared at Li Yang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. All of this was because of that human brat. His hatred had reached its peak. Damned brat! All humans deserve to die. I will kill you, tear you apart, smash your insides, and devour your flesh and blood alive. His eyes turned red as he roared madly. Just then, a beam of light struck him forcefully, sending him flying. Hey, didn't I say? Daring to lose focus in front of me, are you tired of living? Even saying those words requires my permission. The abyss demon crashed into the wall and fell heavily. Beautiful! Li Yang praised. What a perfect hit! Look at him now, still daring to shout? But Li Yang also knew this wasn't enough to kill the abyss demon. He prepared to step forward and assist. Suddenly, the abyss demon rose again. The terrifying wounds on his body were covered by abyssal force, rapidly healing. He looked up, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. With the 3 formation cores destroyed, the formation would inevitably disappear. The carefully planned opportunity for this counterattack was slipping away, and he had lost so many subordinates. This was an outcome he absolutely could not accept. The demon god had not yet been resurrected. How could it end like this? Now, he could only fight with everything he had. An unprecedentedly powerful and evil force erupted from his body. This force, like a natural disaster, instantly swept across every corner of the battlefield. Some lower-level professionals fainted immediately upon contact. What is this thing? Quick, retreat. This is abyssal force, it's terrifying. That is. Rushing toward the battlefield, Lu Xian saw the situation and was also shocked. The people in the venue saw the intense power of the abyss and retreated one after another. Meanwhile, on Li Yang's side, the abyss demon began to undergo astonishing changes. The abyss demon's body rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. Soon, it surpassed the previous abyss behemoth, but it did not stop and continued to swell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, its size had filled the entire dueling arena. At that moment, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in its abdomen. Like a magnet, sucking in all the surrounding life force. The powerful abyssal energy filled its body, making it even stronger. Li Yang was stunned as he watched this scene. Isn't this guy afraid of his body exploding? He's absorbed so much abyssal energy. But the abyss demon was clearly determined and continued to devour energy without stopping. When it finally halted, it had almost completely occupied the dueling arena, its towering and imposing figure intimidating everyone. Its aura was so terrifying that just a glance was enough to instill fear. Li Yang frowned deeply. This was the strongest sense of oppression he had ever felt in his life, not just a visual threat, but a feeling that he could be destroyed at any moment. It was as if a demon god stood right before him. At this moment, the woman beside him showed a look of surprise and urgently said to Li Yang, "This is bad. You need to leave quickly, this is beyond what we can handle." As she spoke, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed. Turning to look, Lu Xian and a team of elites had arrived. Seeing the scene before him, a trace of astonishment flashed across Lu Xian's face. What happened? This abyssal creature is way too strong. He spotted Li Yang and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're okay. Lu Xian then noticed the mage beside Li Yang and asked, Ziswai? When did you get here? What exactly is going on? Ziswai shook her head, her expression serious. The situation is dire. That guy is no longer an ordinary monster, He's about to become a demon sovereign. A demon sovereign is a powerful entity second only to a demon god. Although not as formidable as a demon god, its strength is still terrifying, and only the most elite human professionals are qualified to confront it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's face darkened. So it's a demon sovereign. I don't know the specifics, Ziswai sighed, but I suspect he absorbed all the abyssal energy from the central array. That array was originally meant to summon a demon god, but we destroyed it, preventing the demon god from appearing. So he devoured all the energy, and now he's even stronger than a typical demon sovereign. Lu Xian clenched his fists and asked, "What do we do now?" "We're no match for him." Lu Xian knew that no matter how many elites he brought, it wouldn't make a difference. In the face of true power, ants are always ants. No matter how many there are, they can still be crushed underfoot. Ziswai took a deep breath and said, "You're here just in time. Take Li Yang and leave immediately. The remaining strong ones will stay with me to hold off this demon sovereign." "But what about you?" Lu Xian hesitated. He knew that Ziswai and the others stood no chance against the demon sovereign, and the worst outcome would be total annihilation. Ziswai's gaze was resolute as she shouted, "Don't hesitate. Lu Xian. This is an order. You've been a professional for so long, don't forget the most basic judgment." Lu Xian fell silent. Ziswai continued, "Li Yang has already proven himself in the genius tournament. This time, the rest is up to you." At that moment, a cold, hoarse voice rang out. "Trying to leave? Not a chance. None of you are leaving here today." The abyssal demon lord in the center roared, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful abyssal force that enveloped the entire area. Li Yang frowned. He understood that this demon before him was beyond his ability to handle. Not just him, everyone combined would struggle to break through its defenses. The only solution was to wait for the nation's top professionals to come to their aid. Until then, Zhanghai City would likely suffer devastating damage. Although they had successfully destroyed the demon god's resurrection array this time, preventing the demon god's return, a more powerful demon lord had now appeared. Images of his once beautiful homeland surfaced in Li Yang's mind. Now, Zhanghai City seemed like a living hell. "Run!" Ziswai shouted again. At that moment, the abyssal demon lord moved. He swung his massive arm, tens of meters long, slamming it down toward them. A colossal shadow loomed over them, and the arm, carrying a violent gust of wind, crashed down as if it could crush everything in its path. Ziswai quickly waved his hand. A blue barrier rose, shielding the group overhead. The barrier collided with the giant arm, producing a crisp sound. Clang! The barrier held for about a second before shattering into fragments and dissipating. The giant arm continued its descent. Thanks to that brief moment, Ziswai bought them a second, and Li Yang and the others quickly retreated. They were all high-level professionals, while they stood no chance against the demon lord. They still had the reflexes and speed to escape. Li Yang exhaled, his heart pounding with lingering fear. There was no other choice. He and Lu Xian had to flee toward the exit as quickly as possible. Ziswai stayed behind, retreating while continuously casting barriers to delay the demon lord's attacks. Fortunately, he was a powerful mage of a high level, otherwise, such relentless consumption of mana would have exhausted an ordinary person long ago. What do we do? What do we do? Li Yang and Lu Xian retreated swiftly. Li Yang's mind raced, trying to figure out how to break the current deadlock. This demon was too strong. He knew that even the slightest mistake would result in instant death. There was no room for error, nor any chance to face it head-on. Just then, he suddenly noticed something not far ahead, the arm of the demon god. It was unmistakably the arm of the sloth demon god. Thanks to his earlier efforts, only this arm had emerged from the sloth demon god's resurrection array. The rest of its body had not appeared. With the array destroyed, the demon god could no longer be revived. All that remained was this single arm. Li Yang stared at the ancient, terrifying arm, lost in thought. Even though it was just an arm, he could feel its immense power. Although the abyssal demon lord had absorbed all the abyssal energy from everyone present, the abyssal energy on the sloth demon god's arm still lingered. Li Yang couldn't understand why the abyssal demon lord hadn't absorbed this even stronger abyssal energy. He speculated that this energy might be too powerful for the demon lord to digest, so it had been left untouched. Li Yang began to think seriously. Feeling the massive commotion caused by the abyssal demon lord, his eyes sharpened. Damn it! Let's do this! It's better than just dying here. Without hesitation, he pushed the power of wind elements to its limit, turning and charging swiftly toward the demon god's severed arm. Seeing this, Lu Xian was utterly shocked. Hey! What are you doing? Get back here! This was no time for jokes, things were critically urgent. Even they could lose their lives at any moment. Li Yang, who usually appeared calm and composed, should have known his boundaries. Why was he acting so recklessly now? Lu Xian's face darkened, unable to decipher Li Yang's intentions. He looked at the direction where Li Yang was heading and quickly spotted the massive severed arm of the demon god. His brows furrowed in confusion. What is Li Yang trying to do? The resurrection ritual had completely ceased, and the demon god's arm lay motionless. It was nothing more than an enormous slab of flesh, devoid of consciousness or the ability to act. At this point, it posed no threat or offensive capability. Otherwise, charging toward it would be outright suicide. Even if it was just a severed arm, it was still part of a demon god. Before Lu Xian could figure out Li Yang's intentions, Li Yang had already stopped in front of the demon god's arm. He took a deep breath, staring directly at the terrifyingly massive arm, dozens of meters long. If it were still alive, Li Yang had no doubt that just a flick of its finger could shatter him into pieces. But at this moment, this grotesque and hideous arm strangely held a peculiar allure for him, as if it were calling him. Suddenly, the terrifying arm no longer seemed so frightening. Instead, it appeared as enticing as a feast. Li Yang hadn't forgotten his purpose. He had risked coming here to see if he could absorb the power of the abyss. Let's not forget, he wasn't the only one capable of wielding abyssal power. He had already mastered it and even replicated the power of the sloth demon god. By all accounts, his proficiency in abyssal bloodline surpassed even that of the abyssal man. That abyssal man had absorbed the power of tens of thousands of abyssal creatures, transforming into the terrifying demon sovereign who had easily crushed all of them. Yet, for some reason, he had left the abyssal power within this severed arm untouched. Aside from limitations in the arm's inherent level or abilities, Li Yang couldn't think of another explanation. But he was different. He possessed the power of the sloth demon god. He wielded the same abyssal force. And this arm had belonged to the sloth demon god to begin with, making their compatibility naturally exceptional. With this in mind, Li Yang extended his hand and placed it on the demon god's severed arm. In an instant, a beam of light surged from his palm, connecting with the monstrous arm. It wasn't long before he felt a surge of immense and pure abyssal power flowing continuously into his body. Holy crap! A wave of overwhelming power struck him, filling his entire being. Abyssal energy coursed through every cell in his body. It worked! Li Yang took a deep breath, so exhilarated he almost jumped for joy. At this moment, he regretted destroying the resurrection ritual too hastily earlier. If more of the demon god's body had materialized, he could have absorbed even more of this incredible abyssal power. Just the thought of it thrilled him. At the same time, however, a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. Great. After absorbing so much abyssal power, those abyssal creatures might start calling me ancestor when they see me. Moreover, after taking in this much power, would he end up like that abyssal man, growing larger and transforming into a monstrous being? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered with such concerns now. He'd come this far, there was no turning back. Even if I really turn into a monster, it's better than dying at the hands of one. With a determined glare, Li Yang accelerated his absorption. His body erupted with the overwhelming power of the abyss, akin to that of a demon god. Closing his eyes, he felt the impact of this power, a mixture of pain and ecstasy. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host. A perfect host. Li Yang frowned and asked in confusion, who's speaking? The voice continued. Servant, I am the sloth demon god from ancient times. Bow before me and become my servant. Immediately after, Li Yang felt his nerves go haywire, and every cell in his body was under attack. His heart jolted violently. The sloth demon god. It was now inside his body? No, that couldn't be right. This must only be its consciousness, otherwise, a mere thought from it could kill him instantly. Li Yang quickly realized that the sloth demon god's consciousness was trying to seize control of his body. If he lost, he would forever lose himself and become a puppet of the demon god, as if his body had been possessed. It would be equivalent to being killed outright. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yang's expression hardened. This is my body, and I am in charge. This body belongs to no one else. A mere demon dares to seize my consciousness? He let out a cold laugh. His consciousness entered his sea of awareness, engaging in a fierce battle with the evil force. This time, if he won, he would gain control over the abyssal power and reclaim his body. On the other hand, if he lost, his consciousness would vanish completely, plunging into endless darkness. This was a life-or-death gamble. Suddenly, Li Yang felt his vision blur, and a white light flashed before him. In the next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space filled with a chilling abyssal power. Surrounded by dense fog, two blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the mist, glaring with a terrifying intensity. Li Yang gasped sharply. As the fog gradually dispersed, a colossal figure emerged before him. It was a shadowy, pitch-black form exuding a deadly, horrifying aura. Its upper body was covered with countless jointed limbs resembling those of a centipede, and its massive body towered hundreds of meters high, as if it could pierce the heavens. Li Yang's eyes widened. Was this the true form of the sloth demon god? He found it utterly overwhelming. Thinking about the challenge ahead, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could he really defeat such an existence? At this moment, he was all alone, with no support, facing one of the terrifying demon gods. A sense of helplessness surged within him. But now was not the time for fear. Forcing himself to pull his consciousness back, Li Yang calmed himself and began to think. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. There had to be a way to overcome this. This was his consciousness space, which should be his domain. While the true demon god was absurdly powerful, what stood before him was merely a fragment of its consciousness. Otherwise, even 100 of him wouldn't stand a chance. Lowly human! How dare you resist me? Surrender obediently, the demon god roared. Keep dreaming. Without hesitation, Li Yang drew his sword, immediately channeling the power of the wind element as he charged toward his opponent. Meanwhile, in the external dueling arena, Lu Xian watched anxiously. As Li Yang stood motionless beside the demon god's arm. What on earth was going on? Hey! Are you asleep or something? Come on, don't be so relaxed, will you? Our brothers are still fighting desperately to buy time, and here you are wasting it. Li Yang? He called out twice, but Li Yang remained motionless, unresponsive. Helpless, Lu Xian took a deep breath and ran toward Li Yang. Although he could escape alone, he couldn't just stand by and watch Li Yang die. When he reached the demon god's arm, the Abyss Demon Lord was already closing in from behind, bringing with him a powerful, malevolent force that loomed like a nightmare. I told you, none of you are escaping. Everyone here today will die, the Demon Lord roared, his terrifying aura suffocating the entire battlefield. At this moment, Zisui and the other strong fighters were all gravely injured, with 2 of them already sacrificed. The remaining fighters were barely holding on, being forced to retreat step by step. Seeing that Lu Xian and Li Yang still hadn't left, Zisui grew anxious. Hey! What's going on? Are you 2 playing games? My staff is about to break from swinging, and you're just standing there chatting leisurely. Do you believe I'll blast you? With a fireball, she shouted angrily. Lu Xian, drenched in sweat, forced a bitter smile and said nothing, knowing there was no point in explaining. It seems we're all going to die at the hands of this beast. Today. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. Sun Hao and dozens of human fighters had arrived. Reinforcements were finally here. The previously despairing crowd felt a glimmer of hope reignite in their hearts. Holy crap, how did you guys manage to summon this monstrosity? Sun Hao couldn't help but curse when he saw the massive creature before him. Stop complaining. We're just as desperate. Now that you're here, hurry up and help. Lu Xian shouted. Despite his grumbling, Sun Hao led his team into the fray. No matter how many of you come, it's useless. I'll kill you all and avenge the sloth demon. God, the Abyss Demon Lord rasped, his voice hoarse as he unleashed a chilling abyssal power. Damn it, this thing is already at the Demon Lord level, isn't it? Sun Hao cursed. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Even with all of us combined, we won't last long. Lu Xian frowned and glanced at Li Yang beside him. What exactly was Li Yang doing? At this moment, Li Yang's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes closed, and sweat streaming down his face, as if he were struggling with something. Lu Xian realized that Li Yang had entered a special state. He knew that interrupting Li Yang now was absolutely not a good idea. Unless it was a last resort, it was better to let him maintain this state and wake up on his own. But when he looked at the menacing Abyss Demon Lord closing in, a chill ran down his spine. Could they really hold out until then? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Can everyone hold on for a while?" Li Yang seems to be meditating. Meditating? Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Li Yang. Is he crazy? Meditating at a time like this? Even if he's meditating, it's not like he can defeat that giant monster. No matter what, we have to hold the line. We can't let the Abyss Demon Lord enter the city and endanger innocent lives, Sun Hao said. This is our responsibility. Evacuations for ordinary people have already started outside. Everyone, hold on a little longer until reinforcements arrive. The battlefield was located in the center of Jianghai City, a highly strategic location. If this terrifying demon were to break out from here, the entire city would be engulfed in flames. Therefore, even if they had to die, they had to defend this place to the end. As for what would happen with Li Yang, it was out of their hands. In Sun Hao's view, no matter how talented Li Yang was, he was still just a rookie who had recently entered the field. At such a critical moment, there was no way a single person could change the entire situation. So from the very beginning, he hadn't expected Li Yang to accomplish anything significant. Then, Sun Hao led his team forward, arranged their formation, and began attacking the abyssal behemoth. Meanwhile, Li Yang was in the consciousness space, engaged in an intense battle with the demon god. The fight had reached its most critical stage. This was undoubtedly one of the most perilous battles Li Yang had ever experienced. If he failed, his consciousness would vanish completely. But the opponent he faced was an incredibly powerful demon god. Even though it was within his consciousness space, the demon god's power was still suffocating. Li Yang gripped the holy sword, his body already covered in wounds. The demon god hadn't escaped unscathed either, missing one of its arms. Continuing like this was not an option. He didn't have time to waste. Outside, a demon lord was wreaking havoc. He had to resolve this quickly, defeat the demon god's consciousness, and absorb its power to deal with the demon lord outside. The task was daunting, but only he could accomplish it. He raised his head and charged at the massive demon god once more. At this moment, the demon god began to feel the pressure. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Why does he keep charging, growing more determined with every setback? The demon god panicked internally, realizing that this time, he might truly lose. After all, he was currently just a consciousness form, with only about 1/10 of his original power. If it were his true form, he would have crushed Li Yang with a single slap long ago. Li Yang's sword once again closed in on the demon god. Swish! Thud! The blade erupted with a powerful aura. With one strike, it severed the demon god's other arm. The sloth demon god was stunned. No! Impossible! Even as a consciousness form, I shouldn't be so easily defeated by a mere human. At this moment, his eyes were filled only with the desire to fight. The demon god wanted to prove to the world that gods and demons were superior, that humans could only ever be slaves, and that they could never usurp power. His face twisted with rage as a massive axe, taller than Li Yang, formed from his immense evil energy. The giant axe came crashing down. Li Yang quickly activated his wind elemental power, moving at lightning speed to evade the axe. He leaped into the air, his holy sword slashing toward the demon god. A terrifying wound appeared on the demon god's body, exuding an evil aura. The sloth demon god's eyes burned with killing intent as he glared at Li Yang. A terrifying black aura began to emanate from Li Yang's body. This is abyssal power, the demon god exclaimed in shock. With the abyssal power enhancing him, Li Yang's attributes surged dramatically, his strength and speed reaching their peak. Seeing the demon god's astonishment, Li Yang smiled. After all, this power had been taken from the demon god himself. He had already absorbed a significant amount of the demon god's abyssal power, enabling him to wield it. In a magical duel, magic must be countered with magic. Thanks to this power, Li Yang now had a chance to turn the tide. He continued his relentless assault on the demon god's consciousness form, the abyssal power surging through him. The sloth demon god was enraged. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, completely unable to gauge Li Yang's limits. Yet he remained confident that a mere human could never truly threaten him. This overconfidence ultimately cost him dearly, causing him to lose his only chance. The sloth demon god swung his giant axe, desperately trying to strike Li Yang. But Li Yang, combining the abyssal power with the wind element, moved at an unparalleled speed. Before the axe could land, he had already closed in on the demon god, driving his sword straight into its heart. Boom! Li Yang's all-out sword strike landed on the demon god, as if shattering something. The demon god froze instantly, an unwilling expression on his face. No, I can't be defeated by a mere insect. But no matter how much he resisted, defeat was already inevitable. The massive figure gradually broke apart, dissolving into a beam of white light and disappearing. Li Yang panted heavily and withdrew his sword. The battle just now had brought him closer to death than ever before. Just a little longer, and he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even though it was only a consciousness form, the demon god was still so powerful. How terrifying must the true body of the demon god be? Li Yang suddenly felt very small. Although he was already one of the top newcomers, there were far too many things in this world stronger than him, things he wasn't even qualified to encounter. The stronger one becomes, the broader their perspective, and the more terrifying things they see. This was exactly how Li Yang felt now. He exhaled deeply. But it wasn't over yet, he still had to go back. Outside, a demon lord was still wreaking havoc in the arena. He hoped Lu Xian and the others outside could hold on. His consciousness slowly returned. Opening his eyes again, he found himself back in his familiar position. Before him, the severed arm of the demon god began to disintegrate, turning into a pile of ashes. Li Yang, you're finally awake. What were you doing? You scared me to death. Lu Xian's voice rang out. Li Yang turned his head and saw Lu Xian standing beside him. He blurted out, "What's the situation?" He scanned the surroundings and saw several powerful fighters engaged in a fierce battle with the abyssal demon lord in the center. "Look, the situation is dire," Lu Xian said gravely. "The demon lord is a powerful creature second only to the demon god. It's very difficult for just a few of us to handle. But we must hold on, we can't let the monster wreak havoc in the city. We can only defend this place with our lives and wait for reinforcements. It's our responsibility." Li Yang nodded, his mood heavy. Although the abyssal demon lord's figure looked incredibly terrifying, having just fought the demon god, Li Yang felt less fear when he looked at it. "That's right. Everything I've done is to defeat it." Li Yang narrowed his eyes and began to sense the power within him. The abyssal energy he had absorbed from the demon god was surging violently through his body, an immense and overwhelming force. Moreover, he had already gained complete control over this power. In the center of the arena, the massive figure of the demon lord moved slowly, casting the entire arena into shadow. Ziyi, Sun Hao, and other powerful fighters were desperately trying to block the demon lord's advance. Every movement of the demon lord unleashed a powerful wave of abyssal energy, making it hard for everyone to breathe. All of them were risking their lives to buy time. "Li Yang, this isn't a place where you can intervene. Go back. We're not sure how much longer we can hold out. This place could be breached at any moment. Go back and prepare to evacuate," Lu Xian said sternly. Li Yang didn't respond. Leave? No way. He had put in so much effort, taken the risk of absorbing abyssal energy, not for nothing. Zhanghai City was his home, and he would protect it. He glanced at Lu Xian and said, "You know, the best way to fight magic is with magic. To combat the terrifying abyssal creature, the best method was to use abyssal energy himself." With that, he stepped toward the demon lord. Lu Xian frowned and was about to call out to Li Yang when he was shocked to discover that Li Yang was emanating a powerful force of the abyss, terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Li Yang no longer entertained the idea of secretly solving the problem without anyone noticing. Even if it meant paying a heavy price in the end, he didn't care. Li Yang acted. Carrying the immense power of the abyss, he had grown far beyond everyone's expectations. This power came from the demon god itself, the purest abyssal force, several times stronger than that of the demon lord. Li Yang unleashed an unprecedented strength, moving at an astonishing speed, wielding the radiant holy sword, his entire being exuding a peculiar aura. Though burdened with the evil abyssal force, he radiated a redeeming brilliance. Before anyone could react, Li Yang shot out like a meteor, the radiant holy sword in his hand leaving after images as he suddenly collided with the abyssal demon lord. Bang! The demon lord's massive body was forced back 2 steps. Everyone was dumbfounded. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Li Yang. Seeing him, everyone was shocked. Ziyi blinked, thinking, has Li Yang awakened? No, they realized the abyssal force emanating from Li Yang was terrifyingly abnormal, and their expressions instantly turned wary, unable to discern whether he was friend or foe. After all, the abyssal church had planted many undercover agents among the professionals. The abyssal force was not something an ordinary person could easily possess. How could Li Yang have such power? More importantly, the abyssal force on him was even stronger than the demon lord's. This was the most shocking part. What exactly had happened? Everyone was filled with questions. But Li Yang's earlier actions clearly targeted the demon lord. If he were an enemy, he would have ambushed them instead of attacking the demon lord. With his abilities, he could have severely injured them when they were unprepared. Everyone was suddenly confused. Behind them, Lu Xian was drenched in cold sweat, utterly at a loss. Li Yang, what are you doing? How do you have the power of the abyss? Although they weren't close, Lu Xian had witnessed Li Yang's growth. He had never anticipated Li Yang possessing such power. At the same time, the abyssal demon lord also felt the abyssal force erupting from Li Yang, and his heart was filled with unease. This power suppressed his bloodline, making him instinctively fearful. It was truly terrifying. The demon lord stared at Li Yang, his eyes full of scrutiny. This power isn't right. That's the power of the demon god. He suddenly realized something, his expression a mix of shock and doubt. Li Yang raised his head, his gaze firm and unyielding. Although the demon lord was fierce and terrifying, Li Yang showed no fear at this moment. In the abyssal world, bloodline hierarchy was paramount. Those with higher bloodlines naturally suppressed lower-level creatures. This perfectly described the relationship between Li Yang and the demon lord. The power within Li Yang originated from the demon god itself, a stark contrast to the demon lord. Li Yang's demon god power completely overwhelmed the demon lord. In other words, from a biological chain perspective, Li Yang was the natural predator of this demon lord. The one who should truly be afraid wasn't Li Yang, it was the demon lord. Li Yang looked at the self-proclaimed invincible demon lord and smiled faintly. Heh, you're not entirely clueless. If you're smart, surrender obediently. He continued walking toward the demon lord, emanating the terrifying abyssal force of the demon god. No, impossible. How can you possess the power of the demon god? The demon lord shouted in shock, retreating while glaring at Li Yang. His instincts were gripped by fear, facing Li Yang's overwhelming abyssal power. He didn't even have the thought of resisting. He could only retreat continuously, his eyes fixed on Li Yang. This scene where the massive demon lord was so terrified looked both ridiculous and shocking. Everyone was stunned. This once arrogant and domineering demon, who had thrown them into complete chaos and left them utterly directionless, was now behaving like a frightened child, even breathing cautiously for fear of making a mistake. Was this still the fearsome demon lord they knew? Everyone felt like they were dreaming, their eyes glued to this unbelievable scene, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? Who would have thought even a monster like you could feel fear? What an eye-opener. Slash! Li Yang swung his sword fiercely at the abyssal demon lord, the sword energy bursting forth with immense abyssal power. At this moment, the demon lord had no resistance, only able to watch helplessly as the fatal strike tore through his body. Ah! The demon lord let out a painful scream. This is the power of the abyssal god. Li Yang didn't stop, slashing down one strike after another. With the augmentation of abyssal power, he seemed divinely empowered, easily breaking through the demon lord's defenses. Each strike delivered astonishing results. Under the suppression of the abyssal power, the demon lord was utterly powerless to resist. In the end, he began to flee in panic. Li Yang pursued relentlessly, striking continuously. Thud, thud, thud. Under the barrage of attacks, the demon lord finally couldn't withstand it, his aura gradually weakening. Lu Xian and the others were utterly shocked. They had fought for so long, yet their efforts couldn't compare to a single casual strike from Li Yang. It was simply unbelievable. Li Yang pressed forward step by step, while the demon lord, like a defeated soldier, retreated in disarray. It was too incredible. Many people doubted their own eyes. They had all witnessed the demon lord's immense power firsthand, yet now, with Li Yang's arrival, the situation had completely reversed. Lu Xian's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Although he had always believed in Li Yang's potential, he never expected him to suppress the demon lord so effortlessly. Beside him, Ziyi remained silent for a long time, her gaze filled with shock. Then, she turned to Lu Xian and said with a pout, "Lu Xian, what on earth is going on with him? Don't tell me you don't know either." This was simply too absurd. She suspected Lu Xian of withholding information and reproached him. Lu Xian smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. "I swear, I don't know a thing. If I had known Li Yang could wield abyssal power, I wouldn't have panicked so much earlier." Ziyi thought for a moment and felt he had a point. If Lu Xian had known, he wouldn't have kept it from her. She turned her gaze back to Li Yang. They had been battling the demon lord for so long, exhausting themselves to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, Li Yang had arrived in time and provided crucial assistance, otherwise, their casualties would have been severe. Thanks to Li Yang, they now had a chance to rest and recover briefly. At this moment, Li Yang's fierce assault finally overwhelmed the abyssal demon lord. His massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, on the verge of death. Without hesitation, Li Yang seized the opportunity, driving his weapon swiftly into the demon lord's chest with all his might. Thud! The piercing sound of the sword echoed as the blade plunged deep into the opponent's body. You have slain the abyssal demon lord, gaining abyssal power *1000. A notification sounded in his mind. The demon lord's body then dissipated, vanishing completely. It was a long while before everyone finally reacted. Sun Hao and the others did not immediately approach Li Yang but remained vigilant and kept their distance. The Abyss Demon Lord was incredibly powerful, and Li Yang had managed to defeat him effortlessly, a strength that was hard to believe. The abyssal power on him was real, and they were unsure whether Li Yang would treat them as enemies. If he did, it would be a big problem. At this moment, Lu Xian stepped forward first, followed by Zisuyi. Li Yang, is this resolved? Lu Xian asked incredulously, his eyes filled with both caution and admiration. Li Yang nodded without saying much. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. Although his heart was full of questions, it was not the right time to ask too many. Well, as long as it's resolved, that's good. Thanks to you, he said. If it weren't for you, the situation earlier would have continued, and we wouldn't have lasted long. The entire Jianhai city might have fallen into disaster. In short, you saved us, and I owe you my life, he said with a smile. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you'd become so strong that even I feel ashamed in comparison. Zisuyi also stepped forward, looking at Li Yang curiously. Lu Xian quickly introduced her. This is Zisuyi, also from the military, with an even more confidential identity than mine. He then turned to Zisuyi. I've mentioned Li Yang to you before. Zisuyi nodded and said, hello, Li Yang. Li Yang nodded in response. Zisuyi said earnestly, your strength is truly impressive. Lu Xian's judgment was spot on. Li Yang waved his hand and said, it's nothing, just a stroke of luck. But he knew he couldn't feign ignorance now. After thinking for a moment, he said, do you remember the arm of the demon god in the formation? Earlier? Lu Xian nodded. Of course I remember. That was the arm of the sloth demon god. Later, the formation seemed to be interrupted. At the time, I never expected you to suddenly walk over and zone out. It scared me stiff. I was afraid the demon lord behind us would catch up, but fortunately, Sun Hao brought reinforcements. He spoke with lingering fear. Yes, Li Yang continued. At that time, when I first touched that unfamiliar body, I didn't expect its consciousness to seize control of me. I fought desperately against that consciousness in my mind, and luckily, I won in the end, even gaining a portion of its abyssal power in the process. As Li Yang spoke, a trace of fear appeared on his face. It was with this abyssal power that I had the confidence to defeat the demon lord. Just now, that demon lord was originally stronger than me, but the abyssal power I possess comes from the demon god, which made the opponent hesitant to resist easily. That's how I won. So that's how it is, Zisuyi said softly. Hearing Li Yang's explanation, Lu Xian finally understood. That was truly perilous. He hadn't expected Li Yang to have gone through so much danger behind the scenes. Although Li Yang now spoke lightly of it, just listening to it conveyed how difficult that period must have been. Thanks to him, everyone could stand here safely. Otherwise, given the previous situation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Sun Hao also stepped forward. So that's how it is. Brother Li Yang, I was wrong to doubt you earlier, my apologies. No matter what, Li Yang's performance just now directly resolved the terrifying demon lord, saving their lives and even the entire Jianhai city. By all rights, Li Yang should be their great benefactor and deserve their respect. It's no big deal, Li Yang waved his hand, not taking it to heart. Perilla's eyes were full of admiration as she continued, this time, Li Yang is the biggest hero who helped us overcome the crisis. Before I arrived, he had already destroyed 2 formation cores and later dismantled the resurrection array. Without him, we might not have been able to stop the demon god's revival. So, I think Li Yang deserves some rewards. Lu Xian and Sun Hao were stunned. What was going on? When did Li Yang do such things? They had no idea about the destruction of the arrays. Lu Xian finally realized that when Li Yang left without telling him earlier, it was to destroy the arrays. That was incredibly risky. Even he himself wouldn't dare to do such a thing. He looked at Li Yang with newfound respect. This young man, so young, was truly a fierce character. Sun Hao was even more bewildered, as if doubting whether he was dreaming. Li Yang was not even 20 years old, and while others would flee in such situations, he was the only one who stayed behind and even went to destroy the array? It was simply unbelievable. However, Perilla's words, combined with Li Yang's earlier performance in defeating the Demon Lord, didn't seem fake. Rest assured, if Li Yang really did this, he is the great benefactor of the entire Jianghai city and deserves a reward, Sun Hao said. Seriously, nodding in agreement. Lu Xian also concurred. After the intense battle earlier, everyone was exhausted. Li Yang, in particular, had gone through multiple rounds of the genius competition, fought countless demonic creatures, demon god consciousnesses, and the demon lord, leaving him physically and mentally drained. Sun Hao stayed behind to oversee the cleanup, while Lu Xian and Perilla left to report the situation. When Li Yang walked out of the dueling arena, it was already late at night. He yawned and returned to the hotel to rest. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Jianghai City, the decor was opulent. The one-eyed dragon sat on the sofa, holding a report in his hand, his face dark. His assistant stood nearby, so nervous that he could barely speak. The investigation into Wang Meili's disappearance had concluded, and the results were out. Unsurprisingly, Wang Meili had been killed. This was a major blow to them, as such an incident had occurred right under their noses. Even worse, several experts who were with Wang Meili had also been killed, which was like a slap in their face. The one-eyed dragon's expression was grim as he sat silently, like the calm before a storm. Only his assistant knew that he was already furious. Jianghai City was about to change. The one-eyed dragon's wrath would need blood to be appeased. He stared at the report, his expression darker than ever, and finally broke the silence. My daughter disappeared on her way to the Jianghai City auction. From the start to the end of the auction, many people saw her. In other words, she went missing after leaving the auction, and it's very likely she was harmed during that time. The culprit who hurt my daughter must be connected to the auction. The one-eyed dragon knew his daughter well. Although she was somewhat domineering, she would never allow anyone to bully her. This time, it was likely she had clashed with someone. But no matter what, daring to act recklessly under his watch was something that could not be tolerated. Blood debts must be repaid. Housekeeper. Here. The housekeeper quickly stepped forward, bowing to take orders. What about the task I gave you? Have you found out who it was? Who dares to provoke me, the one-eyed dragon? As the one-eyed dragon spoke, his eyes burned with fury, his powerful aura pressing down on everyone, making it impossible for them to look him in the eye. It was hard to imagine how such an incident could happen despite having so many experts protecting her. The butler quickly responded, Master, I've already brought people to investigate. We won't overlook any clues. We questioned those present at the auction, and it seems someone angered the young lady. Oh, what happened? Speak quickly. The butler nodded and continued, the young lady bought many items at the auction. In the end, she set her sights on a second-tier material, but coincidentally, another mysterious person wanted it, too, and the two sides started competing for it. A mysterious person? Who is it? The one-eyed man squinted. The butler paused and said, that person was wearing a cloak, and no one saw their face. In the end, the young lady didn't get it, the material was taken by that person. We haven't yet figured out what happened afterward. Investigate. The one-eyed man roared a single word. Immediately mobilize all our connections, retrieve all surveillance in the city, and get to the bottom of this. No matter who they are, daring to provoke us will not be tolerated. I want them to suffer. To be torn to pieces, fed to dogs and crocodiles. I want them to die a miserable death, he shouted angrily. A strong aura of rage erupted from him, even startling the butler. Trembling all over, the butler quickly agreed, yes, master. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly added, by the way, about the matter with the legendary guild. The one-eyed man frowned. He had naturally heard about the sudden shutdown of the legendary guild. Morov now, your strength has already been recognized by the higher-ups. This is what they asked me to give you. Li Yang accepted it without hesitation. This item was very important to him. Lu Xian continued, actually, I have a secret mission this time as well. You've already secured a spot. This mission is extremely risky, but the rewards are also very generous. When the time comes, other talented individuals with ability locks will join you. Li Yang's heart stirred. When does it start? There's no rush for now. The higher-ups will notify you in a few days. Lu Xian said solemnly, "This matter is very important and also very challenging. We're not fully prepared yet, and even with your current strength, it would still be dangerous. So during this time, you must focus on improving yourself." Li Yang felt a sense of urgency after hearing this. Lu Xian's certainty left him no choice but to take it seriously. This wasn't an ordinary mission, even his current strength wasn't enough to ensure safety. Li Yang secretly resolved to keep growing stronger. Complacency was absolutely forbidden, any carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. After Lu Xian left, Li Yang rested briefly and then departed from the hotel. Lu Xian's words had instilled in him a strong sense of crisis. Learning never ends, and he needed to become even stronger. He headed toward the city gate of Jianghai City. He didn't notice that as he left the hotel, someone standing by the reception desk in the lobby was watching his departing figure intently. Li Yang's destination was a dungeon outside the city gate. It was widely recognized as the most dangerous dungeon in the area, with very high difficulty requirements. The minimum level required was 100. It was the highest difficulty dungeon Li Yang could find here. He estimated that with his strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. His real goal was to create a sense of crisis for himself and stimulate his motivation to level up. Li Yang moved quickly through the streets, not using any transportation but instead relying on the power of wind elements to advance. The wind element's enhancement made his speed incredibly fast, far surpassing many modern vehicles. As he moved, his figure became a blur, leaving strong gusts of wind in his wake. Passers-by were astonished when they saw this. Wow, how did the wind suddenly pick up on such a nice day? A young girl hurriedly held down her skirt to prevent it from flying up. Wait, was that someone passing by so fast? That speed is simply unbelievable. The people around began to chatter. Jianghai City was a remote and underdeveloped place, where most people could only achieve a first-level job. Change and second-level job changers were almost unheard of. Just seeing this speed made many people believe they had encountered a top-tier expert they had never seen before. They were thrilled, feeling lucky to witness such a sight. Some even took out their phones to record videos and post them on social media. Li Yang didn't stop as he passed by, his speed surpassing the vehicles on the street. Many drivers were startled and immediately became alert. What just flew past? Sparks and flashes followed him as pedestrians and drivers turned their heads to look. Soon, Li Yang exited the city gate and, holding a map, headed toward the dungeon. Lulan Ancient Tomb Dungeon. The dungeon was called Lulan Ancient Tomb. It was located in a remote area outside Jianghai City, with no inhabitants for miles around. Legend had it that this was the site of the ancient Lulan kingdom, preserved in its entirety. Hence, it was named Lulan Ancient Tomb. No one knew how this ancient tomb had suddenly appeared here. However, it was said to contain vast treasures and opportunities, as well as immense dangers. Nevertheless, this place still attracts countless adventurers in droves. At this moment, in a villa on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Cyclops sat on the sofa, clutching a few photos tightly in his hand, his eyes burning with rage. "Are you kidding me? You just found someone random to fool me," he roared, glaring at the butler. "What kind of work are you doing? If you don't want to handle it, then don't mess around. Look at this person. In the photo doesn't look like someone capable of killing so many of our top experts." He suddenly flung the photos in front of the butler. The photos fell to the ground, clearly showing two images. The first was of Li Yang wearing a cloak, and the second was of Li Yang walking out of a hotel without the cloak. The butler, visibly nervous, quickly explained, "Sir, these photos are accurate. The man in the black robe is the same person who competed with our young lady for the item at the Jianghai City auction. Later, when the young lady led people to chase him, they disappeared, which clearly ties him to the incident. Moreover, this young man named Li Yang, whether in physique or details, bears a striking resemblance to the man in the black robe, over 90% similarity. It's obvious they're the same person. Based on this, he's undoubtedly the mastermind behind our young lady's death and the one who killed so many of our top experts." The butler knelt on the ground, speaking firmly, though his heart was filled with fear. At this moment, Cyclops was burning with anger, and he might accidentally use the butler as a scapegoat. Cyclops took a deep breath, his expression slightly softening, and gestured for the butler to continue. The butler hesitated for a moment, quickly picked up the photos from the ground, wiped them clean, and handed them to Cyclops with both hands. "Sir, these photos are absolutely authentic. If they're fake, I'm willing to take my own life as an apology. Cyclops took the photos and carefully compared them, placing the two images side by side. In terms of height and joint proportions, they were indeed highly consistent, almost identical. Such coincidences are extremely rare, making it nearly impossible for them not to be the same person. Moreover, Li Yang was a local, which made the situation even more credible. He overlapped the two photos to confirm, and they matched perfectly. Cyclops fell into deep thought. This situation was something he was encountering for the first time, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He hadn't expected the source of his fury to be a young man under 20 years old. It was worth noting that in their circle, Wang Meili's daughter, though not particularly talented, was surrounded by top-tier bodyguards, most of whom were second-tier professionals, with formidable strength. Yet Li Yang didn't seem like someone capable of defeating these experts. But how could so many elite bodyguards have died at Li Yang's hands? This was something Cyclops found hard to believe, as absurd as seeing a pig climb a tree. His face darkened. No matter what, it's better to kill a few more people than to let one slip through. That's the plan: kill all suspicious individuals and let them accompany my daughter. What's this person's background? Have you investigated it? Cyclops asked. The butler nodded. Sir, we've already sent people to investigate and specifically track his movements. His current whereabouts are entirely under our control. Cyclops nodded in satisfaction. The butler then added, however, his current status is special, and it's not easy for us to act rashly. What do you mean? In Zhanghai City, is there anyone Cyclops, need to fear? Don't joke with me. A flash of anger crossed the one-eyed dragon's gaze. The butler quickly explained, you may not know, but this Li Yang is the dark horse of today's genius tournament, with extremely high attention in the city. If something happens to him now, it will cause big trouble. I don't care. I want revenge. For my daughter, even if I have to kill half the people in Zhanghai City, I won't bat an eye. The one-eyed dragon was burning with rage, completely ignoring anything else. Seeing this, the butler dared not say more, fearing he might anger the one-eyed dragon and bring misfortune upon himself. The one-eyed dragon took a deep breath. Where is Li Yang now? The butler hesitated for a moment before saying, we just received news that Li Yang left the hotel and seems to have headed toward the city gate. Our city guards say he might have already left the city. Good, good. Heaven is truly helping me. I can't let this opportunity slip by. The one-eyed dragon stood up excitedly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He wanted to quell his anger with blood. Even if Li Yang was innocent, he wouldn't let go of the slightest chance. The butler lowered his head and said, I think so too. As long as he leaves the city, no one will notice his sudden disappearance. If we act quietly, we can proceed smoothly. The one-eyed dragon stood up excitedly. Butler, you've done well this time. If we succeed, I will reward you handsomely. He licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. No matter where my enemies hide, they can't escape my grasp. Prepare the men, I want to personally skin him alive. The butler nodded with an excited smile. Yes. Whatever the boss commands, I will do my utmost without asking for anything in return, only to ease the boss's worries. Meanwhile, after leaving the city gate, Li Yang quickened his pace. With no one else around, he confidently began using the power of the abyss. Combining the abyss's power with the wind element, his speed was astonishing. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the Lulan Ancient Tomb dungeon in the outskirts. The Lulan Ancient Tomb was a very popular dungeon in Li Yang's region. Due to its unique geographical location, it attracted not only professional players from Zhanghai City but also adventurers from nearby cities. As soon as Li Yang arrived, he noticed a large crowd already gathered at the dungeon entrance. It was noon, the peak time for leveling up and fighting monsters, and the shouts for team formation echoed continuously. Li Yang stepped forward to carefully examine the dungeon information. Lulan Ancient Tomb Dungeon Rating, 4 stars. Recommended level, 100-150. Difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. The Lulan Ancient Tomb is filled with danger and opportunity, a high-risk dungeon. A 4-star difficulty meant this dungeon was extremely challenging. In Zhanghai City, most dungeons were rated 2 to 3 stars. This was the first time Li Yang had encountered such a high difficulty dungeon. Looking at the level requirements, even the simplest normal difficulty required level 100. Li Yang's current level wasn't high enough, he couldn't even enter the hard difficulty, let alone the nightmare difficulty. Hard required level 120 or above, while nightmare required level 150. Li Yang frowned. Did he have to start grinding from the most basic normal difficulty? He had traveled all this way, and of course, he wasn't here to play at the lowest level. After thinking for a moment, the only solution was to find high-level players to take him into the dungeon. There were many people around, all above level 100, and the scene was very lively. Looking for a frontliner for normal difficulty, starting soon. Recruiting. A carry for normal difficulty, excellent output environment, with healers and frontliners. Hard mode lacks a frontliner. Most people are playing on normal difficulty, while a few are tackling hard mode. Almost no one attempts nightmare mode because it requires long-term teamwork and seamless coordination to avoid failure. Typically, players form their own teams before entering the dungeon. Li Yang realized he couldn't jump straight into nightmare mode and had to abandon the idea for now. At that moment, a voice came from nearby. Hard mode lacks a frontliner. No one in the team is familiar with the dungeon mechanics, so we're figuring it out together. Li Yang's eyes lit up. It was his first time entering a dungeon, and as a frontliner, he should be qualified. He walked over and struck up a conversation with the team leader, who appeared to be around 30 years old. Do you need a frontliner? I'm experienced and reliable. The man glanced at him with disdain. Are you kidding me, kid? You look like you're half my age, just a rookie. Do you think this is a children's game? He waved impatiently. Young man, do your parents know you're here? Acting alone is dangerous. People can die in these dungeons. Li Yang frowned. Didn't you say you were going to tackle the dungeon? The man sneered. We are, but not with you. Go play somewhere else and don't mess up the team. To him, Li Yang was just here for fun, a young kid boasting about being a top-tier frontliner, treating him like a fool. Are you sure? Li Yang asked. Of course. Get lost. I can tell you're trying to trick us into taking you along. Not a chance. The man laughed smugly. Li Yang's gaze turned cold, and he gave up on the idea of joining the team. People like this were clearly not right in the head, and he didn't want to be held back in the dungeon. Although he didn't have high expectations for teammates, he just needed someone to help him access high difficulty dungeons. But teaming up with someone like this would only make him feel cheated. It was like forcing a rookie into a high-level match, which would only harm everyone involved. Fine, suit yourself. Don't regret it later. The man mocked him with a laugh. Ha, I'd love to see how great you think you are. Li Yang smirked disdainfully. So-called geniuses had only reached his beginner level. He ignored the fool, not wanting to lower his IQ, and turned to leave. The man continued, laughing where he stood, treating Li Yang as a joke, and his teammates joined in the laughter. After the incident, Li Yang felt a bit impatient and decided to activate his holographic eye to scan everyone present. To avoid repeating the same mistake, this time he took the initiative. Before long, he spotted several players with sufficient levels who were alone and aimlessly searching for a team. Since no one believed him, he decided to use a little strategy. He noticed two female players whose levels were appropriate and seemed to be partners. One wore a fiery red robe, the other a water blue robe. Clearly, both were mages, likely in their 20s, no older than 30. Li Yang approached them and greeted them. Hey, ladies, what's going on here? Need any help? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. Oh no, did his tone come across as a bit too flippant? Would they think he was a creep? The two women turned to look at him upon hearing his voice. Seeing Li Yang's youthful face, they paused for a moment, a hint of complex emotion flashing in their eyes. Clearly, they hadn't expected someone as young as Li Yang to appear here and were somewhat surprised. At this moment, the woman in the fiery red robe squinted her eyes, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her lips, and said, hee, of course. We're about to challenge a hard-level dungeon. Little brother, can you take us along? No problem, Li Yang replied with a faint smile. The woman in the red robe was slightly surprised to see Li Yang agree so readily. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. This was like a pie falling from the sky. She was overjoyed. If anyone knew these two women, they would realize that Li Yang was truly unlucky this time. He had chosen the wrong people to strike up a conversation with. Although these two were beautiful, their methods were ruthless. In their guild, they were known as the Venomous Scorpion Duo. Now, even the venomous scorpion duo felt a bit nervous. After hunting for so long, this was the first time they'd encountered prey that delivered itself to their doorstep. It made them wonder if someone was deliberately sabotaging them or had sent someone to catch them. But how could they let a fat sheep that came to them willingly slip away? The two exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with greed. They began to scrutinize Li Yang carefully and immediately noticed the energy lock on his wrist. The two were instantly excited, swallowing hard. Although they didn't fully understand what it was, they could tell it was an incredibly valuable treasure. The material alone was more precious than most equipment. Li Yang smiled and said, "Have you finished discussing? Can we set off now?" De Chao quickly chimed in, "Of course, we agree." Outwardly, she spoke cheerfully, but inwardly she thought, "Let's see if you can still smile later." Chao also smiled and said, "All right, let's hurry up and get ready to enter the dungeon." At this point, the two were completely blinded by greed. They were convinced that Li Yang must be some rich young master from a powerful faction, carrying plenty of treasures. This job would surely make them a fortune, but they failed to notice that they had already exposed obvious flaws. If it were an ordinary college student, they might have truly believed them. But Li Yang was different. He was extremely cautious of all strangers. The fact that they agreed so easily made him suspicious. After all, he had tried striking up conversations with others before, and most people either didn't believe him or outright treated him as trouble. That was the normal reaction. Think about it, would you believe a teenager under 20 who claimed he could accompany you to clear a high-difficulty, 4-star dungeon? But these two were so eager to agree, there was definitely something fishy. Li Yang had already figured it out. They probably thought he was young and easy to deceive, treating him like a child. But Li Yang knew better and chose not to expose them. After all, he was using them too. He simply wanted to enter the dungeon and wreak havoc, leveling up quickly. Everything else was secondary. He wasn't worried about any schemes they might have, as he had already used his holographic eye to observe them closely. To be honest, the two of them combined weren't even as strong as a single slap from him. To him, they posed no threat at all. The schemes of two little ants were nothing to a true powerhouse. When you're strong enough, all tricks seem like jokes. And so, with both sides harboring their own agendas but wearing smiles, they walked together to the dungeon entrance. A staff member approached and said, "Are you all planning to enter the dungeon together? This dungeon is very challenging. I recommend finding more people." While speaking, he occasionally cast glances at Li Yang. As someone who had worked at the dungeon for a long time, he was privy to certain secrets but couldn't speak openly about them. Seeing how young Li Yang was, he felt a twinge of sympathy. So young, in the prime of his life, it was hard to watch him being manipulated. Although he couldn't explicitly reveal the true nature of the Scorpion sisters, he had a deep impression of the two. He had seen them lead others into the dungeon before, and most of those people never made it out alive, while the two sisters always emerged unscathed. After witnessing this happen repeatedly, he naturally grew suspicious. But lacking evidence, he couldn't say anything outright. All he could do was use his eyes to warn Li Yang. Whether Li Yang understood or not was up to him. Li Yang, though catching on to the warning, chose to feign ignorance. "It's fine. The three of us are strong enough," he said with an innocent smile. De Chao and Xiao Chao quickly chimed in. "Exactly. Don't underestimate us. Our little brother here is super strong, just look at how sturdy he is." De Chao licked her lips, her eyes gleaming. The staff member sighed. He felt that Li Yang had already been deceived by appearances and was beyond saving. There was nothing he could do. After all, they were strangers. He could only wish them luck and avoid causing trouble for himself. "All right, I'll process your registration. The three of you can queue at the entrance. The next dungeon round is about to begin." "Got it," De Chao replied with a smile. Xiao Chao added, her sweet smile brimming with eagerness. Things were progressing too smoothly, and both sisters could hardly wait. Li Yang felt the same. De Chao's gaze fell on the energy lock in Li Yang's hand, as if she were looking at a prized possession. Unable to resist, she reached out and hugged his arm. "Ah, it feels so good." Li Yang also felt the sensation on his arm. It really wasn't bad. Soon after, the three of them, flanked by the two women, arrived at the entrance to the Lulan Tung dungeon. Due to limited resources, the dungeon allowed entry in batches, with each group consisting of about 30 people. At the moment, the entrance was already crowded with professionals waiting for the next round to begin. With two beautiful women by his side, Li Yang drew envious glances from those around him. Many couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces full of jealousy. Among the crowd, Li Yang spotted a familiar figure. It was the man who had previously rejected and mocked him. The man, standing with his teammates, also noticed Li Yang. He was about to call his teammates over to continue ridiculing him, but when he saw the two stunning women beside Li Yang, he was instantly consumed by jealousy. Unbelievable. How can a guy who's all talk have such gorgeous girls fawning over him? He thought angrily, questioning the fairness of the world. Unable to hold back, he walked over. "Are you two beauties here to run the dungeon as well?" he asked, completely ignoring Li Yang. De Chao and Xiao Chao giggled at the approaching man. Of course, handsome. The moment they spoke, the man was instantly smitten, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. His heart soared. This only strengthened his resolve to expose Li Yang's true nature. In his mind, these two sweet and beautiful women must have been deceived by Li Yang's smooth talk. He was certain he was witnessing a tragedy unfold. Little did he know, his behavior not only made the Scorpion sisters see him as a joke but also made Li Yang think of him as a clown. Everyone was pretending to be clueless, yet at this moment, he just had to step forward and genuinely act confused. The man excitedly spoke up, "Nice to meet you both, beautiful ladies. My name is Yang Gang." The Scorpion sisters responded with smiles. De Chao Erchao receiving such enthusiastic replies, Yang Gang grew even more excited. "If you two don't mind, why not team up with us? I promise to protect you, unlike some little brats who only talk big." De Chao chuckled, thinking to herself, "Here's another one walking right into the trap." The two sisters sized up Yang Gang, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. Yang Gang didn't have anything valuable on him. What they were really after was the ability lock in Li Yang's hand that was the true treasure. With their sharp eyes, they could tell at a glance. De Chao put on a troubled expression. "I'm really sorry, but we've already agreed to go into the dungeon together. Maybe next time." In the end, the two sisters chose to stick with Li Yang. In Yang Gang's eyes, these two sisters were completely fooled by Li Yang. So trustworthy, such good character. Two sweet sisters, just like that, deceived by Li Yang. If it were him, he would have poured his heart and soul out for them. Sigh. Yang Gang slapped his thigh and said earnestly, "That kid is really unreliable. Haven't you thought about it? This is a 4-star dungeon. With just that little brat leading you, you'd be better off leading him instead." De Chao and Erchao were starting to get impatient. They were worried that if Yang Gang kept talking, Li Yang might change his mind. "Big brother, I trust him. He won't deceive us. If there's a chance, let's team up." In the dungeon, De Chao forced a fake smile. Erchao nodded in agreement. Yang Gang sighed, thinking they were too naive. He had already said so much, yet they still didn't believe him. He glared at Li Yang. This little brat had no real skills, but when it came to sweet-talking, he was a master. Just as he was about to say something else, a blue light suddenly lit up. At the dungeon entrance, the dungeon door had opened. Everyone rushed toward the entrance, eager to get in first. After all, the first ones inside had the advantage, as resources were first come, first served. Yang Gang slapped his thigh, waved to his teammates, and led his group into the entrance, disappearing from sight. Naturally, Li Yang didn't waste any time either. Entering the portal with De Chao and Erchao, a flash of white light, and everything became blurry. Soon, their vision cleared. Li Yang found himself in a tomb chamber. De Chao and Erchao were on either side of him. They had entered the Lulan ancient tomb dungeon. Li Yang stared at De Chao and Erchao, trying to figure out their intentions. However, the two didn't seem eager to reveal their cards. Li Yang could clearly see a certain desire hidden in their eyes, but it was being suppressed. Looks like they're not planning to act rashly. Pretty cautious, Li Yang thought. Since that was the case, he wasn't in a hurry either. After all, they were already in the dungeon, and the two of them weren't of much use to him. He simply started walking forward. Along the way, De Chao and Erchao, as before, enthusiastically stuck close to him. But Li Yang's attitude had completely changed. He ignored them entirely. It was as if two annoying flies were buzzing around him. The two sisters couldn't understand why Li Yang had suddenly become a different person. Just moments ago outside, he seemed utterly captivated by them. How had he turned into such a gentleman here? Both of them were a little angry, feeling as though Li Yang was denying their charm. His attitude was like taking advantage of them and then blaming them for it. A flash of anger appeared in Diqiao's eyes. With their experience, they usually wouldn't make a move unless they were confident they knew not to underestimate any opponent. Even a lion must use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. This was also the reason they had been able to proceed smoothly all the way. If it weren't for the concern that Li Yang might have a trump card, they would have acted long ago. How could they let Li Yang throw attitude here? Perhaps fed up with the cold shoulder, Diqiao finally couldn't hold back, stepped forward to block Li Yang, and said, "Little brother, it's so dark here, I'm a bit scared. Can you hold my hand?" As she spoke, she put on a pitiful expression, like a frightened rabbit, looking genuinely adorable. Li Yang glanced at her with interest. What's this? Finally couldn't hold back and decided to make a move? He wasn't stupid, he had long noticed that the two of them were up to something. But since they hadn't acted for so long, he almost believed their emotions were genuine. Listening to their incessant chatter was starting to annoy him. In the end, he still gave them the chance to show their intentions first, to avoid accidentally hurting good people. He felt he was already being quite tolerant. Li Yang stopped walking, ready to see what tricks these two sisters were planning. Looking at Diqiao, who appeared pitiful and alluring, radiating an aura that made people want to protect her, Li Yang said seriously, "Better not. Men and women should keep their distance." Hearing this, Diqiao and Erqiao almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Who was it earlier that eagerly came to strike up a conversation, and now he's pretending to be a gentleman? What a hypocrite! Diqiao giggled and said, "Little brother, my sister and I have been to this dungeon several times and are very familiar with the map. Why don't I lead the way for you?" "Oh, sure," Li Yang agreed readily, curious to see what the two of them were up to. Sure enough, Diqiao was very familiar with the terrain here, not needing to look at the map at all. Navigating smoothly. Under her guidance, they passed through one tomb passage after another without any obstacles. Before long, they stopped at the entrance of a burial chamber. Diqiao said, "This is it. There's treasure inside." After speaking, she didn't enter but turned to look at Li Yang. "Little brother, you go in first. We'll stay outside to keep watch and prevent monsters from trapping us inside." Li Yang's eyes lit up, pretending to be extremely excited. "Really? Of course. It's true." Erqiao replied sweetly. "Hurry in, we'll guard you from outside." Li Yang was overwhelmed with emotion. "You two are so kind, treating me like family." "Not at all. Seeing you happy makes us happy too. Hurry up and go in," Diqiao urged impatiently. Li Yang understood that there was definitely something fishy about this. He sighed and said, "No, I can't let you two girls stand outside. If word gets out, wouldn't people laugh at me? You go in and get the treasure, I'll keep watch outside. I trust you. Go ahead." No, we're willing to stay outside." "You should go in." "Yes, hurry in. If monsters come, it'll be trouble." Diqiao and Erqiao spoke in unison. Li Yang feigned modesty. "Oh, how could I? I'm a man, how can I let girls take risks for me? That wouldn't align with my knightly spirit." At these words, Diqiao finally couldn't hold back and snapped, "Knightly spirit, my foot. Are you going in or not? I'm telling you, whether you want to or not, you're going in today." Her rude words completely revealed her true colors. Erqiao also exploded, "Are you even a man? Nagging and fussy, the two of us women already agreed to guard the outside, so what are you pretending for? You can't be serious, right? If it weren't for the current situation, do you think we'd even bother with you? Useless shut-in." The two revealed their ugly sides, but Li Yang wasn't too surprised upon seeing it. He had long anticipated this outcome. Soon, Diqiao and Erqiao pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Li Yang. "Remember, we are the Scorpion Sisters of Doom. Get inside quickly, or don't blame us for dealing with you." Li Yang looked regretful. "What are you doing? I just delayed a little. Is there really a need to get so worked up? Or are you hiding something? Disgusting. Go to hell." The Scorpion Sisters of Doom ignored him and opened fire directly. Both were mages wielding staffs, specializing in burst damage. They simultaneously swung their staffs, sending a fireball and a blue water jet hurtling toward Li Yang with immense force. Li Yang stood still, shaking his head without moving. As the attack neared, he lazily raised his sword. With one slash, a powerful sword aura tore through the air, dispersing both attacks instantly. The sword aura, undiminished, flew toward the two sisters. The Scorpion Sisters of Doom were startled. What's going on? Our attack was blocked? Before they could react, the sword aura was already upon them. Deqiao quickly dodged with all her might, but Erqiao wasn't fast enough and was struck by the sword aura. Her health dropped to 0 in an instant, and even she couldn't believe her end would come this way. Deqiao was terrified by the sight. Although they were mages with low health, they shouldn't have been killed in one hit. A chill ran through her heart. What if it had been me who got struck? She looked at Li Yang with a changed expression, filled with shock. That single slash from Li Yang had actually killed Erqiao instantly. Shock was soon replaced by anger. Although they had done plenty of bad things and were nearly devoid of conscience, the death of her sister left her unable to suppress her fury. But remembering the terrifying power of Li Yang's sword aura, fear crept in again. She realized they had encountered a formidable opponent this time. This was the end. Knowing she had likely been outplayed, Deqiao didn't hesitate, and quickly dashed into a nearby tomb passage to escape. After all, as the Scorpion Sisters of Doom, they had survived in the underworld for so long by adhering to the rule of decisiveness in critical moments. Seeing her flee, Li Yang sheathed his sword and didn't pursue. Chasing them would be a waste of time. It was better to continue farming monsters in the ancient tomb. Li Yang turned to look at the tomb chamber's door. The Scorpion Sisters of Doom had brought him here, so there must be some kind of scheme. With a thought, several skeleton warriors appeared beside him. The next moment, at his command, one of the skeleton warriors stepped toward the tomb chamber's door. It pushed the door open and barged in. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the piercing sound of arrows filled the air. As soon as the skeleton warrior stepped into the chamber, hundreds of arrows shot out from all directions. The skeleton warrior was instantly riddled with arrows, resembling a battered pincushion. Li Yang sneered. He had already guessed this was a trap room. Without lingering, he turned and continued down a side path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Deqiao had just left Li Yang's area and was running through the tomb passage, taking countless turns. She was clearly familiar with the layout. After running for a long time, she finally stopped, panting heavily. Looking back and hearing no sounds of pursuit, it seemed Li Yang hadn't followed her. She let out a sigh of relief, her face filled with anger. That damned guy, he actually killed my dear sister. Just as she was fuming, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a nearby passage. She immediately held her breath, adjusted her posture, gripped her staff, and prepared to attack at any moment, her eyes fixed on the nearby tomb passage. The footsteps grew louder and closer. It sounded like more than one person, likely a small group. She felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Li Yang catching up. At this point, she had developed a psychological shadow regarding Li Yang. She found a concealed spot and crouched down. She knew that in such a dungeon or similar place, even encountering other human professionals was hard to trust. Often, humans were more dangerous than monsters. And now, being alone and with her combat strength impaired, she didn't want to risk conflict with others at this moment. The stakes were too high. Before long, the owners of the footsteps finally appeared. As soon as she saw the leader, Deqiao froze. That tall figure, honest gaze, who else could it be but Yang Gang? Her heart stirred. What a coincidence, it was him. Thinking back to the scene at the dungeon entrance earlier, she fell into contemplation. Li Yang was pretending, but this person couldn't possibly be faking, right? Soon, she had an idea. She rubbed her face, making her cheeks and the corners of her eyes red, tears welling up as she put on a pitiful expression. Then, supporting herself against the corner of the wall and gasping for breath, she slowly walked out. Hearing the commotion, Yang Gang and his group became alert, staring at the passage. But when they saw Deqiao emerge, Yang Gang's eyes lit up. Deqiao, little sister? He walked forward excitedly. What are you doing here? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression tightened as he noticed Deqiao's weak state and quickly asked, Deqiao, little sister, what's wrong? Where's Erqiao? At this moment, Deqiao's tears rolled down as she threw herself into his arms. Wah! Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Yang Gang's mind became a mess, his face turning red. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson for you. De Chao cried even harder, deliberately acting spoiled. No, I'd better not say. Seeing her like this, Yang Gang grew even more curious and couldn't help but press further. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you, don't worry. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll make sure they regret it. What exactly happened? Where's your sister? Did you get separated? Weren't you two together when you came in? De Chao sobbed and said, my sister. She's already injured. I barely managed to escape. What? What happened? Tell me quickly. Yang Gang's eyes widened. Duh. Xiao sighed and began, do you remember that guy who came in with us? He's not even human. He's a total pervert. As she said this, her face was full of anger. That little punk? Yang Gang reacted, stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Go on, I've been, De Chao said helplessly. When we realized something was wrong, we wanted to leave, but the dungeon was too dangerous. We didn't dare to run around recklessly, so we had no choice but to endure and stay by his side. Yang Gang slapped his thigh. He hadn't expected that guy to be so malicious, daring to harm two beauties in broad daylight. He hated Li Yang, and he hated even more that he hadn't been there at the time. Anger filled his heart, leaving no room to consider the truth of the matter. He had always been at odds with Li Yang, and now, hearing De Chao's words, his hatred deepened. He asked furiously, and then? What did he do to you? De Chao paused for a moment. He took us to a secluded burial chamber and tried to drag us inside. Knowing he had ill intentions, we naturally didn't dare to follow, so we resisted. Then he forced us, trying to make us submit. In the end, I don't know what method he used, but he managed to knock both of us unconscious. When I woke up, I saw my younger sister, Erqiao, lying on the ground with her clothes disheveled, covered in wounds, and no longer breathing. That demon was still there, and he turned his attention to me. That damned scum! Hearing this, Yang Gang was furious. He had long wanted to protect the two sisters, and now, hearing that the younger sister had been harmed, his anger burned even hotter. Thankfully, De Chao had returned safely. He quickly asked, and then? Did that bastard do anything to you? De Chao wiped her tears, shook her head, and said, by then, I had already regained consciousness. My first instinct was to escape. I fought with all my strength to break free from him. Otherwise, my fate would likely have been the same as my sister's. Now it's already. As she spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face, her expression filled with grief and anger. She tightly hugged Yang Gang, her voice choked with emotion. Brother, as long as you avenge my sister and seek justice for her, I will be yours. Hearing this, Yang Gang immediately became excited, his voice trembling slightly. Are you serious? He had already harbored such thoughts, and now that De Chao had brought it up herself, he was naturally overjoyed. Don't worry, no one can tolerate such evil deeds. I will definitely help you get revenge, Yang Gang said passionately, his chest full of righteous anger. At this moment, the other two teammates, having heard De Chao's ordeal, also expressed their sympathy and comforted her. Miss, don't be too sad. Anger won't change anything, one male teammate said while sneaking a glance at De Chao's figure. Another female teammate, who was curvaceous, said angrily, this world is so unfair to women. When will women's safety be guaranteed? Those disgusting men should all pay the price. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they all readily agreed to stand up for De Chao and seek justice for her. After all, in this society, no one easily sympathizes with strangers, everyone has their own motives and calculations. We'll definitely help. People like him don't deserve to live, they must be punished, Yang Gang said passionately. De Chao, lead the way. We'll help you get revenge. We'll definitely drag that guy out and follow your plan, another teammate said firmly. You're all so kind. De Chao wiped her tears, turned her back to them, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Follow me. Meanwhile, Li Yang was walking through the tomb passage. The ancient Lulan tomb had hundreds of chambers and countless passageways, resembling a maze. Outsiders could easily get lost and never find their way out. However, humans have also invented maps and auxiliary tools, and Li Yang casually bought one. On his way, the map clearly marked each area, and his gaze locked onto the location of the main tomb. Everyone knew that was where the most treasures and opportunities were hidden. As he continued forward, Li Yang soon encountered several corpses wrapped in bandages. They hobbled toward him, emitting unpleasant low growls. Li Yang frowned. These monsters Look like mummies. He activated his hollow eye to scan them. Lulan corpse level, 120 description, burial corpses of high-ranking officials from the kingdom of Lulan, turned into undead guardians of the tomb after death. Weakness, extremely resilient body, immune to death, destroying the head can deal high damage and result in instant kills. This was clearly one of the most common monsters in the ancient tomb, but it was incredibly powerful, possessing the ability to defy death. Without knowing their weakness, ordinary people would find it very difficult to defeat them. Although the Lulan corpses looked terrifying, they seemed almost cute in front of Li Yang's skeleton warriors. At this moment, Li Yang didn't immediately summon his skeleton knights but instead glanced at the ability lock in his hand. Ever since he had obtained it from Lu Xian, he hadn't used it much, so this was a perfect opportunity to practice. He pressed the button, and a red light instantly enveloped his entire body. In the next second, a suit of armor covered him completely. Li Yang felt a surge of power. A light screen appeared before him. Ability lock number 01 compatibility, perfect match gene activation strength. Plus 40% speed plus 30% spirit plus 1000 points defense plus 50% special skills, Mars technique, energy shield. Li Yang was secretly amazed. This equipment was incredibly powerful. He looked at the heavy armor, which didn't feel uncomfortable to wear at all. This thing was more impressive than any other equipment. It felt like even top-tier gear couldn't compare. It was hard to imagine this was a human invention. After humans awakened their professions, many skills and technologies advanced rapidly. Li Yang speculated that in the near future, humans might even be able to create artificial professions. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the Lulan corpses in front of him. Mars technique. Li Yang activated the ability lock skill. The armor emitted a red glow, and his figure flashed as he instantly charged at the corpse, delivering a punch to its head. Bang! The attack landed, and a massive damage number appeared above the corpse. In the next second, its head was sent flying. You have killed a Lulan corpse. Experience plus 11,000. He continued attacking the other corpses. With the boost from the ability lock, his strength and speed were off the charts. A few powerful punches. Bang! 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 Hitting the corpses felt like punching balloons. You have killed a Lulan corpse. Experience plus 11,000. You have killed a Lulan corpse. Experience plus 11,000. Soon, all the corpses were easily dealt with. The entire process was effortless. Through this battle, Li Yang fully realized the power of the ability lock. This thing was like a combat suit, but far superior to any other combat suit. It provided a massive boost to professionals. To be honest, even the weakest character could become stronger wearing it. It could compensate for the weaknesses of any profession. For mages and assassins, it greatly increased defense. For slow tanks, it enhanced speed. The boosts to spirit and strength were beneficial to all professions. With this enhancement, Li Yang's strength had risen to a whole new level. However, the downside was that the ability lock's combat mode couldn't remain active indefinitely, as it consumed energy. Once the energy was depleted, it would need to be replenished. So, it's still necessary to keep some energy in reserve. Li Yang thought to himself that this could serve as his final trump card. Then, he continued advancing toward the main tomb. The Lulan ancient tomb was indeed a 4-star dungeon, and along the way, Li Yang was constantly attacked by monsters. However, against Li Yang, his skeleton warriors easily dealt with all the enemies. As he progressed, the ground became littered with twisted and mangled corpses. Behind Li Yang, Di Qiao and her team followed closely. Seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, the group was so shocked they were at a loss for words. The sheer number of bodies indicated that whoever had killed these creatures was also very powerful. Are you sure that kid went this way? Yang Gang asked. Di Qiao nodded. That's right. Logically, he shouldn't have gone far. Wait, could all of this really be his doing? One teammate frowned. If that were true, then this kid was indeed quite capable, and things could get complicated. Of course. Yang Gang scoffed. With Di Qiao right beside him, he couldn't show any weakness. He had to act tough to leave the impression of being a reliable and manly guy. He kicked one of the nearby corpses. They're just dead bodies. Anyone with hands could take care of these, Di Qiao said. Shyly, Brother Yang, you're so handsome and manly. I like you even more now. Yang Gang chuckled, feeling pleased with himself and even more confident. What's the big deal about taking down a few corpses? Even if that guy were standing right in front of me, I could kill him with one hand. Alright, let's move on, Yang Gang said, striding forward with an air of authority. They hadn't gone far when the sound of fighting suddenly came from ahead. The group looked over and saw a familiar figure. De Chao and Yang Gang immediately recognized him. It was the person they had been searching for all along. Li Yang. Let's see where you run now. Yang Gang's face lit up with excitement. A trace of hatred flashed in De Chao's eyes, and she also grew tense. Without hesitation, Yang Gang drew his bow and shot an arrow at Li Yang's back. The arrow flew swiftly and struck Li Yang squarely in the back. Yang Gang was secretly delighted, thinking his sneak attack had succeeded. He assumed this kid was just a weakling, only capable of bullying little girls. Seeing the corpses earlier had made him think the situation was serious, but now it seemed he had overthought it. However, Li Yang was completely unharmed, not even reacting. Although the arrow had hit him, it had no effect on him whatsoever. In truth, Li Yang had already noticed the sneak attack and could have dodged it, but he couldn't be bothered. The damage from the arrow had been transferred to his skeleton warrior. To him, it made no difference at all. Seeing this, Yang Gang was stunned. How is this possible? He's completely fine? He thought to himself, no, he must be pretending to be tough. Yang Gang immediately fired several more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew in rapid succession. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, completely uninterested in these petty tricks. Having his monster farming interrupted annoyed him. But since the other party refused to back down, it seemed he needed to teach them a lesson. He turned to look at the group of Yang Gang and De Chao. So they were in this together? Li Yang felt no emotion. It seemed De Chao hadn't learned her lesson and dared to come back to cause trouble for him. How shameless. And now she'd even brought reinforcements to seek revenge. Raising his hand, his life-bound holy sword appeared in his grasp. The incoming arrow was lightly slashed by him, and the sword energy exploded, instantly turning the arrow into powder. Then he looked at Yang Gang indifferently and said, "The one who ambushed me, was it you?" Yang Gang's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. So powerful? Hearing Li Yang's question, he reluctantly stepped forward and said, "Yes, it was me." So what? No matter how strong Li Yang was, having more people was an advantage. Let me tell you, today we are here to seek justice for Sister De Chao and avenge Sister Er Chao, whom you harmed. The other two also stepped forward, shouting, "That's right. What you did was despicable, utterly unmanly. I'm ashamed for you. Bah! A vile man. Today, I will act on behalf of justice and teach you, this useless man, a lesson." Li Yang was utterly confused by what he heard. He didn't understand a word of it. But seeing the expression in De Chao's eyes, he quickly figured it out. It was the same old trick. De Chao must have said something to deceive these people. Li Yang sighed helplessly. Not everyone uses their brain. Of course, he didn't believe these people were truly righteous. Someone like Yang Gang definitely had ulterior motives for jumping out and pretending to be a good guy. However, if you want to stand out, you must bear the consequences. Being a righteous hero isn't easy, especially when you come to confront him. Since these people chose to oppose him and even ambushed him, they were courting death. Without hesitation, Li Yang raised his sword and slashed at them. Whoosh! The fierce sword energy, carrying an overwhelming momentum, swept forward and instantly closed in on the group. Seeing this, De Chao didn't hesitate and quickly retreated to the back. She had already witnessed Li Yang's power before and knew she couldn't fight him head-on. Yang Gang noticed this and hurriedly patted the person next to him, pushing a male teammate forward. "What are you standing there for? Go block it." This male teammate was the frontline warrior Yang Gang had recruited later. The man looked at the approaching sword energy, swallowed hard, and braced himself as he raised his shield to block it. Bang! No one knew where this man found the courage to charge forward with his shield, to confront the attack head-on. Even Li Yang himself, without the help of his skeleton warrior to absorb damage, wouldn't dare to face it directly. Seeing someone dare to charge like this, Li Yang was stunned. There were still people in this world so unafraid of death. It was truly admirable. But then again, the sword had already been drawn, it couldn't be retracted. Nor would the sword energy weaken just because the opponent dared to charge. The poor frontline warrior hadn't even reacted before the sword energy crashed into his shield like a tidal wave. His small shield didn't last even a second. Before shattering, the sword energy pierced through him without resistance, sending him flying violently. Yang Gang and the others saw a familiar figure flying forward like a cannonball and quickly dodged to the side. The fallen frontline warrior landed heavily on the ground, lifeless on the spot. Seeing this, Yang Gang and the others were dumbfounded. What just happened? You're supposed to be the frontline. How did you fail to block even a second and get instantly killed? Yang Gang's eyes widened, wondering if he had mistaken the person and recruited a useless frontline warrior. Otherwise, how could it be so tragic? Although the opponent was just one person, they had already lost their frontline before the battle even began. Even if they managed to defeat Li Yang later, without a frontline, they wouldn't be able to continue the dungeon. After Li Yang killed the ones in the front row, his gaze swept over the remaining people. What's wrong? Weren't you all talking about upholding justice? Is this all you've got? How can you stand up for others with such little skill? Yang Gang's face turned ashen, anger seething within him, nearly driving him to act, but he didn't dare move recklessly. You brat, don't get cocky. A loser like you will get what's coming to you sooner or later. I don't know when misfortune will come my way, but I do know that you might be in big trouble right now. Li Yang spoke indifferently, and with that, his sword swung out again. Yang Gang and the others hastily dodged. The memory of the front row members being instantly killed was still fresh in their minds. Though some suspected those in the front row might not have been as strong, they themselves knew they couldn't withstand such an attack. This swing of the sword landed directly on the female teammate who had kept calling Li Yang a bottom dweller. Ah! A scream rang out, as shrill as a pig being slaughtered. Unsurprisingly, the female teammate was slain with a single strike. In just a short moment, the team's numbers were halved, leaving only Yang Gang and De Xiao still standing. Clearly, they had not anticipated Li Yang to be this powerful. Shock was written all over their faces. De Xiao did not hesitate. Just like before, she immediately ran toward a nearby tomb passage, decisively abandoning her teammate and fleeing alone. Staying any longer was too dangerous. Even if she teamed up with Yang Gang, there was no guarantee they could defeat Li Yang. His strength far exceeded her expectations. Yang Gang stood frozen in place, his face full of confusion. By the time he regained his senses, he realized he was the only one left around. Who am I? Where am I? He was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at Li Yang standing before him, he raised his weapon with trembling hands. This doesn't make sense. How can this guy be so strong? Li Yang looked like a mere student, not even 20 years old, yet his strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. Yang Gang's mind was in turmoil, recalling the scene at the dungeon entrance when Li Yang had approached him to form a team. Back then, he had mocked Li Yang and declined. He never imagined that their next encounter would be in such a situation. Damn it! What do I do? He noticed De Xiao had already vanished without a trace, leaving him alone to face this nightmare. Cursing her in his heart, he fumed, what a despicable person. He was completely at a loss, realizing he had been used. But regret was futile, what had happened could not be undone. He had to figure out how to deal with his current predicament. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I realize now, that woman's nothing but a scumbag. She slandered you, lied to us, said you were a pervert trying to harm them. How could that be true? Look at you, so heroic, full of youthful vigor. How could you possibly do such things? It's all our fault. Please, be the bigger person. Don't hold it against me, alright? Yang Gang, sensing the dire situation, quickly began pleading for his life. Li Yang let out a cold laugh, his heart unmoved. From another perspective, if he were the one at a disadvantage, would Yang Gang spare him? Even if he begged for mercy, would they show him any compassion? The answer was obvious, no. Li Yang knew he had already killed 2 of Yang Gang's teammates. If he let him go now and Yang Gang sought revenge later, what then? It was just like earlier when he spared De Xiao, only for her to return shortly after with reinforcements to cause him trouble. Li Yang understood that actions had to be decisive, leaving no room for future threats. His expression remained icy as he raised his sword. There was not a trace of sympathy in his gaze as he slashed downward. Swish! A burst of sword energy erupted, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Harnessing the power of wind elements, the speed of the sword energy was astonishing, slicing toward Yang Gang in an instant. Yang Gang's eyes widened as he felt the oppressive force bearing down on him. Panic overtook him completely. The sheer intensity of the attack left him breathless, with no chance to resist. This assault was nothing short of absolute domination for someone like him. Yang Gang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This was the most terrifying attack he had ever encountered in his life. He immediately gave up resisting, with only one thought in his mind: run. He turned around and desperately dashed toward a side tomb passage. His mind went blank. At this moment, all his desires, whether for beauty, dignity, power, or vengeance, had completely vanished. All that remained was the most primal yearning for survival. He regretted deeply. Why had he believed the slander and sought revenge against Li Yang? Why had he refused to join Li Yang's team back then? Those were all opportunities given to him, but he had failed to seize any of them and had made things worse instead. But now, it was all too late. Regret was useless. The intense sword energy closed in on his back in an instant. Thud! The sword energy finally struck Yang Gang. Just as Li Yang had said earlier, stepping forward meant bearing the consequences. This time, the other party truly had reason to regret. With the impact of the sword energy, Yang Gang was no different from those before him. His entire body was sent flying. His once full health bar instantly dropped to zero, completely emptied. Yang Gang crashed heavily to the ground. Li Yang didn't spare him. Another glance and immediately turned his gaze toward a side tomb passage, quickly chasing after it. This was precisely the direction De Qiao had fled earlier. Say what you will, De Qiao was indeed fast. The moment she sensed the situation turning against her, she ran without hesitation, leaving everyone else far behind. This time, Li Yang had no intention of letting her go like before. He had already given her a chance, but not only was she useless, she had also brought Yang Gang and the others to retaliate against him. So, this time, he would not let De Qiao escape. He didn't want to face the same trouble a second time, nor did he want to make the same mistake again. Li Yang quickened his pace, chasing into the tomb passage at full speed. At this moment, De Qiao, who was frantically fleeing ahead, also heard the commotion behind her. She ran even faster. This time, she was very aware that it was Li Yang chasing her and that Yang Gang had already been dealt with. Li Yang locked onto his target, determined not to let her go, and pursued her directly. Damn it! De Qiao's face was tense, full of panic. That damn man. So disgusting. And those useless fools, Yang Gang and the others couldn't even handle one person. Completely useless. I was so stupid to trust you all and ended up selling myself out for nothing. She kept cursing under her breath while darting back and forth in the tomb passage. Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone help me, she shouted loudly for help as she ran. Her cries for help echoed through the tomb passage, trying to lure out a few kind-hearted people to assist her. By now, Li Yang's figure was getting closer and closer. He had already spotted De Qiao fleeing ahead. Unsurprisingly, even though she had a head start, he quickly caught up. After all, their speeds weren't even in the same league. If it weren't for De Qiao's familiarity with the tomb and her constant circling, he could have caught her even faster. Hearing her still shouting for help, Li Yang couldn't help but sneer. Stop shouting. Do you even have the nerve to ask for help? Think about how many people you've harmed over the years. You and your sister, haven't you done enough evil? When others begged you for help, did you ever spare them? Think about it. Li Yang wasn't the type to go soft. Just because he was dealing with a beautiful woman. He deeply despised the things these two sisters had done. They were the kind of people who took shortcuts and used underhanded methods to gain power. This behavior is utterly vile, practically a societal cancer, no different from those cultists. Li Yang had no intention of wasting time. He couldn't afford to squander it on such scum. He had tasks to complete and needed to quickly resolve this trouble and get back on track. His speed exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was not far behind De Qiao. When De Qiao saw him, her eyes widened in terror, her whole being as if one foot had already stepped into the embrace of death. Was it going to end just like this? However, at that moment, a blue beam of light suddenly shot toward Li Yang's position. His expression changed as he halted his movement and swiftly dodged backward. Realizing she was still alive, De Qiao let out a sigh of relief. She gratefully looked toward the source of the beam. A woman approached her with concern and helped her up. Miss, are you all right? Upon closer inspection, it was a fully equipped team that had saved her. The team consisted of 4 members, a frontline warrior, a mage, a healer, and an assassin. It was this team that had launched the attack just now, stopping Li Yang and saving De Qiao, who was on the brink of death. Seeing this powerful team, De Qiao's face lit up with hope, feeling that she might be saved. At this moment, Li Yang narrowed his eyes, looking at the group of people who had suddenly appeared to interfere. He decided to start with words before action and asked, "What do you mean by this?" The mage in the team, the man who had attacked Li Yang earlier, stepped forward. "Bullying a woman in broad daylight, do you find that honorable?" Hearing this familiar yet headache-inducing line, Li Yang couldn't help but curse. "What is wrong with you, people? Are you all so repressed that you love playing heroes rescuing damsels in distress? What happens between her and me is none of your business. Don't you think you're meddling too much?" The mage paused and then said, "Sigh, we're all human. When will the cycle of revenge ever end? Let's talk it out, no need for knives and swords." At these words, Li Yang completely lost his patience. He despised these self-righteous, neutral mediators the most, acting as if they were the most reasonable, when in reality, they understood nothing. "Sorry, but the conflict between us has already reached a point of no return," Li Yang said with a cold snort. The mage's face darkened as he took a step forward. "I don't like seeing anyone bully the weak, especially laying hands on a woman." This statement clearly expressed his stance. Li Yang responded with a cold snort, "All right then, let's see if you can stop me." In any case, he would never back down, nor would he let go of Diqiao, the person who had tried to set him up twice, just because of a few words from the other side. The next second, his figure flashed, and he once again charged swiftly toward Diqiao's position. Li Yang's thoughts were simple: if they wanted to step in and play the hero, they had better have real skills. "I'll continue right in front of you. Can you stop me?" he said, coldly. Seeing this, the mage hurriedly waved his staff, launching an attack. But it was nowhere near enough to stop Li Yang's movements. He paid no attention and charged straight toward Diqiao. The team's frontline warrior quickly rushed over to shield Diqiao. But Li Yang's strike was unstoppable. They were all sent flying. Bang! Like playing the hero? Save it for your next life. Li Yang despised those who jumped in to help without understanding the situation. Under the guise of protecting the weak, they were actually bullying others. After being struck by Li Yang, the front row had no ability to fight back and was sent flying. A crisp sound of armor breaking echoed, and an energy shield flashed on his body before disappearing instantly, saving his life. His health was locked at 1%. What? The front row clutched his chest, his face full of shock. This attack directly activated his life-saving skill? Everyone in the team was stunned. Seeing the state of the front row, they all gasped. Now, the front row was completely out of combat power, teetering on the brink of collapse. Who exactly was this person in front of them, to be so strong? They realized the situation was dire. The opponent was far more troublesome than they had imagined. The team calmed down, and the mage captain stepped forward, putting away his staff. Ready to reason. "Brother, we're just passers-by, there's no need to resort to violence, right? Why not calm down and talk? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. We could even become friends and play together in the future. What do you think? By the way, we're from the Qingyang Guild," the mage said leisurely. Li Yang sneered. "Are you overthinking? Why didn't you say this earlier? Who made the first move? Now you're chickening out and trying to reason, how amusing. I don't care if you're from the Qingyang Guild or the Golden Guild, it means nothing to me." Li Yang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Although the other party mentioned their guild name and acted superior, it was useless in front of Li Yang. "Step aside. My business with her doesn't need your interference." The mage frowned. "Young man, are you sure about this?" He hadn't expected that even after revealing his guild's name, Li Yang remained unwavering. This was a bit unreasonable. Did he think having some strength meant he could act recklessly? "Heh, you like playing the hero? Fine, then all of you can taste my power." Li Yang suddenly raised his head, his gaze dangerous. He hated it when others interfered in his affairs. Those who blocked his path, death awaited them. He raised the holy sword and swung it, unleashing a powerful aura instantly. This aura, not good. The team was startled, unwilling to resist. "Wake up! No one revolves around you except mosquitoes. Stop being so self-important," Li Yang said coldly. "You're insane." The mage's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Li Yang to attack proactively. They had the backing of a guild, yet Li Yang dared to act despite knowing this. They thought he was a madman. "Not good, retreat. The front row can't hold on." With the front row down, whoever was slow to retreat would have to take the brunt. Almost everyone retreated simultaneously. Leading the charge was Diqiao. She had been prepared, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. She had been observing the situation and now led the retreat, with the others following closely behind. Li Yang couldn't help but sneer. Who had been so bold just moments ago? Now they were all running away. Weren't they the ones who claimed they'd step up to help? Why had they all turned into cowards? These people were nothing more than bullies disguised in the cloak of justice. Without hesitation, Li Yang pursued them, gripping the holy sword and activating the power of the wind element for rapid chase. The few at the front of the escape saw Li Yang relentlessly chasing them, their faces tense with fear. Madman, he's truly insane. The leading De Qiao stopped speaking as well. Damn it, someone suddenly came out to help her, but they turned out to be useless weaklings. Even with a few of them combined, they couldn't take on one person. She no longer had the patience to deal with them. Li Yang's footsteps grew closer, and she frowned. Sorry, my benefactors. You're all good people, so please help me one last time. She looked at the mage behind her. It was this mage who had suddenly appeared to save her back then, otherwise, she would have been killed by Li Yang long ago. But in her eyes, there was only indifference, no gratitude, no emotion. De Qiao let out a cold laugh. The mage saw her smile and mistook it for a bitter one. He sighed and tried to comfort her. Don't worry, miss. We'll be fine. There are others from our guild in this dungeon, and we'll find reinforcements soon. He still thought his words could reassure her. However, De Qiao stared at him, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Is that so? That's wonderful. But before that, our most important task is to survive. My apologies. The next second, she gripped her staff tightly and swung it fiercely at the mage.